Author's note, removed. 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 Kill her. A man's rough voice rang out heavy with fury. Boss, calm down. This little girl's so pretty it's no big deal if she's got some temper. Since she won't agree to be your woman, how about we tie her up and take her back? You go first, boss. We can have our fun, then kill her later. Sounds good to me. Hee, I agree too. The fury in the man's eyes faded considerably. He snorted coldly. Then we'll do as you said. As his words fell, several disheveled young men with bloodstains and grime covering their bodies walked toward the opposite corner of the wall. There a girl sat with her head lowered. She slowly raised her head, revealing a face that was cold and exquisitely beautiful. The young men failed to notice how the girl's fearful demeanor transformed into one of quiet lethality as she lifted her head. Feng Qianyue's consciousness had just gathered when she heard those filthy words. She quickly understood that the point in time she had transmigrated into was already after the apocalypse had erupted. Global chaos order collapsed, countless acts of malice amplified. The sounds of looting and killing filled the streets, and the stench unique to the apocalypse, decay and rot, filled her nostrils. She could not contain the wild joy in her heart. A world where the strong preyed on the weak, filled with slaughter, she had returned. The lecherous young men stepped forward and met the girl's bright dark pupils. Seeing the excitement in her eyes, their movements froze. What's going on? This girl doesn't seem right. She's creepy. What are you all dawdling about? Grab her for me now. The zombies will be coming out once it gets dark. The man impatiently urged his subordinates. With their bosses' order, the men snapped back to attention. Thinking about the streets full of zombies once night, the men shuddered internally and hurried forward to grab the girl across from them. The besieged girl suddenly grabbed the nearest man, yanked him downward, and slammed his head against the wall with a powerful strike. Thud! A dull and tremendous impact split the man's head open. Blood gushed forth as his body was flung aside by the girl like garbage. Before the others could react, Feng Qianyue had already locked onto the man with a knife at his waist. She drew the blade and slit his throat in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, two bodies lay on the ground. The remaining two snapped out of it and prepared to attack together, and the boss standing behind also came to his senses and charged forward. Under the gloomy sky, the sharp blade gleamed with blood. Feng Qianyue cut down the two underlings like chopping vegetables, blood spraying across her entire body. Her eerie gaze locked onto the boss, who had charged forward but slammed on the brakes in a panic. The man's eyes bulged like walnuts, clearly terrified by what he had just witnessed. Feng Qianyue took a step toward him. The man instinctively retreated, his rough and arrogant voice now trembling. You're an ability user. Such fast moves. She must have awakened a speed ability. If only he'd known she was an ability user, he wouldn't have dared to target her, no matter how beautiful she was. The man turned and ran toward the alley entrance. Feng Qianyue charged forward, delivering a flying kick that sent him crashing to the ground and drove her blade into his heart. Squelch! Gushing blood spurted like a tiny blood spray fountain. She pulled out, stabbed again, until the other party was dead beyond any doubt. Only then did she rise and go to finish off the four other men separately. Trash like them didn't deserve even the slightest chance to survive. The ambush ended in slaughter. The beasts who had reached out their claws never even had time to cry out in pain before descending to hell. Feng Qianyue exhaled a breath. Satisfied. She hadn't expected things to be this interesting upon her return. She recalled her past life, how she had been controlled by this group while walking on the road, and when they encountered zombies that had come out early, they threw her away like dead weight in order to escape. Fortunately, she was clever enough to evade the zombies. Otherwise, in her past life, she would have been violated and killed before she could even grow stronger. Based on these memories, this should be about 1 week after the apocalypse began. Right now, she had not yet awakened an ability. But at this stage, zombies could only come out to kill at night, hiding in dark places during the day. Once they were no longer restricted, the true apocalypse would descend. Feng Qianyue walked toward the alley entrance while calling out to the little system in her mind. System, are you there? No response. She opened the system space, but there was no trace of any system presence inside. It was like a dead object. But she could still sense the system's consciousness somewhere in this world. How strange. This world had actually ejected her little system. On the other side of the city, on a certain rooftop, a white cat with green eyes stood in a fighting stance, surrounded by a ring of fierce and menacing cats. The white cat decided to strike first. Rather than waiting to be beaten, it would take the initiative and intimidate these kittens. How dare they bully their lord system? Today I'll show them why flowers bloom so red. It raised its head to the sky and let out a meow. With agile movements, it charged forward randomly, choosing an unlucky cat to swipe at. Its claw had just extended when the next second it was swatted to the ground by the other cat. A swarm of cats instantly pounced, each landing a blow. Ah, pain, pain, pain. We're all the same kind. Please show mercy. Fellow cats, don't scratch my face. Woo. The besieged little system cried while covering its head. Host, where are you? Chanchan boss. The system misses you so much. Even cats bully me when you're not here. The sky gradually darkened. The noisy sounds on the streets had already fallen silent. Occasional animal cries could be heard in the distance. The first wave of the apocalypse's infection had not yet reached animals and plants, and the zombies were only interested in human flesh and blood. The zombies would come out to kill once it got dark. Feng Qianhua decided to head home first and figure things out later. As she passed a pile of discarded furniture, a half-dead man lying on the ground suddenly spoke. Wait. The man's hoarse voice could not hide its pleasant timbre. Please, save me. She stopped and looked. The moment she clearly saw that bewitchingly sinister face, her expression turned cold. The name Shun Jingma surfaced in her mind. Her old nemesis. In her past life, she had been one of the 3 great base commanders, and Shun Jingma had been the leader of another base, a top-tier powerhouse just like her. This guy was cunning and vindictive with countless tricks to preserve his life. She hadn't expected that in the early days of the apocalypse, before awakening abilities, he would have such a pathetic moment of begging. Feng Qianhua curved her lips and walked over. After standing still, she used the tip of her shoe to press against the side of his face, turning it toward her. She studied his excessively handsome face with great interest, her tone cold. Save you? What benefit can you bring me? A dark glint flashed in Shun Jingma's eyes as the toe of her shoe kicked his face. The girl's action was undoubtedly an insult to him, but he could not show discontent now. He was the one who needed her help. At first, seeing the girl being tailed by a few thugs into a narrow alley, Shun Jingma thought she was just another unlucky soul like him. But after witnessing her clean and decisive counterattack, he made up his mind. He must get this girl to take him with her. Even if his injuries didn't kill him, when night fell the zombies would smell the blood and come to finish him off. He had originally come to the capital on business, and when the zombie outbreak struck, he was in a strange place with no one he could trust. Shun Jingma gritted his teeth, suppressing the surging emotions, and replied, You saved me, and from now on my life is yours. It seemed like the highest promise, but in reality it was nothing but empty words. Feng Qianhua knew this guy all too well, and how treacherous he was, so she didn't believe a single word or punctuation mark he said. But she pretended to believe him, reached out, and grabbed his arm, saying, You said it yourself. Come with me. In her previous life, even without her, this guy wouldn't have died. Rather than letting someone else save him, it was better to keep him under her nose, train him well, before he awakened his ability, and make him work for her. After all, he would later awaken the rare dark element ability. In her previous life, she had only encountered him as a dark element user. Hearing her agreement, a glint of triumph flashed in Shun Jingma's eyes. Although the girl was skilled and bold, she wasn't very smart. How could she believe someone's promise? But it was also a good thing that she wasn't smart. Shun Jingma immediately used her strength to get up, supported by her, and they moved towards the mouth of the alley. The girl wrapped his arm around her neck, placed it on her shoulder, and held him firmly around the waist from behind. Almost his entire weight was pressed on her. Yet she supported him steadily, giving a great sense of security. This posture was undoubtedly very intimate, making Shun Jingma extremely uncomfortable. He always kept his distance from people. But for now, the pain and weakness of his body made him disregard everything else. The top priority was to get back into the building. Because it was already dark, the faint roars of zombies could be heard in the city. Feng Qianhua helped the man out of the alley to the roadside luxury car, pulled out the car keys from her pocket, and opened the door. Without caring that the man was seriously injured and showing no mercy, she pushed him into the passenger seat, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. Shun Jingma gritted his teeth, not crying out in pain, silently pulled the seatbelt and fastened it. This girl wasn't just not smart, she had a bad personality, rough movements that didn't match her cold, delicate face. Anyway, the promise he gave her was just a temporary expedient. Once his wounds healed, he would leave her. The car drove on the blood-stained and grimy city roads, the buildings on both sides, all pitch black. Occasionally faint light came from some windows. The once prosperous capital now looked like a ghost city at night. Grim-faced zombies wandered the quiet streets. Humans all cowered in dark buildings, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, the sound of the car became the only human activity in the area. The noise attracted the wandering zombies ahead. Their movements instantly changed from sluggish to agile, and they lunged at the car. Shun Jingma's heart was in his throat. He clutched his seatbelt tightly. Although he was sitting in the car, the pressure of the zombies lunging at him with claws outstretched was immense. He had personally witnessed a few zombies smash a car window and tear the people inside into bloody messes. He glanced at the girl beside him, and his pupils constricted. He had expected her expression to be tense, both hands gripping the steering wheel ready to crash through. What he saw was her operating with one hand, the other propping up her cheek, exuding an indescribable laziness, as if she were strolling in her own backyard. But this was the apocalypse, and there was a swarm of zombies charging at them. You? Shun Jingma was about to warn her when he saw her turn the steering wheel, quickly maneuvering out of the zombie horde in a few swift moves. The zombies didn't even have time to reach the car windows before the vehicle had already sped away. Shun Jingma opened his mouth, his throat feeling as if a lump of iron were stuck there, unable to swallow or spit. After a long while he swallowed hard and said weakly, "Your driving skills are amazing." Feng Qianyue glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. She liked how he looked now, before he had seen the world. In their previous life, when they fought, they were both powerful figures. This was the first time she heard praise from this guy's mouth. The car drove all the way to the suburban villa area. As soon as Feng Qianyue got out of the car, a zombie lunged at her from a corner. "Watch out." From the passenger seat, Shun Jingma's cry of alarm rang out. He saw her pull out a knife, stab it into the zombie's neck, slice horizontally, black-red blood gushing out, the blade stuck firmly in the cervical spine. Half of the head hung askew, extremely terrifying as she kicked the zombie far away. Shun Jingma hadn't expected that she was not only efficient at killing people, but also efficient at killing zombies. There was no trace of fear at all. The apocalypse had only been a little over a week, and she already seemed as if she had lived in this environment for many years. Encountering such a formidable character, Shun Jingma changed his earlier plan to leave her once healed, and instead decided to recruit her for his own use. In this chaotic world, the girl saving him could only be for two reasons. One, she was inherently naive and easily believed others. Two, Shun Jingma thought it was because of his face. Before the apocalypse, countless girls liked him, and the girl in front of him had a change in expression after seeing his face. Although it was subtle, he had caught it. With these two reasons, it shouldn't be hard to manipulate her, but he would need to sacrifice his charm a little. After dealing with the zombie, Feng Qianyue turned around and saw the man with a dark gaze, deep in thought. Knowing his character, he was probably scheming against her. Seeing how capable she was, he was probably already calculating how to control her. Let's see who has the higher level. Feng Qianyue entered the password from memory and opened the two-story villa in front of her. With the door closing, the connection to the outside world was severed, temporarily isolating the danger. The villa was pitch black inside with no visibility. She retrieved a lighter from memory and lit a candle in the room. The warm yellow candlelight illuminated a small area, revealing the general layout of the living room. Looking at the once familiar home, Feng Qianyue felt a daze. It wasn't just a feeling of another lifetime, it was truly returning to this place after crossing a different time and space. She had been an orphan since childhood, raised by her grandmother. Her grandmother was very wealthy and raised her as an heiress. She had no children and had cut ties with her family early on. They had accompanied each other. This was the inheritance left to her after her grandmother's death. She had sold off all other assets, keeping only this small villa where she and her grandmother had lived together. Shun Jingma looked around the room. Thick curtains covered the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior was clean and orderly, exuding warmth and tranquility. He let go of his tension and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you have a first aid kit at home?" His wounds needed to be treated quickly. This voice pulled Feng Qianyue out of her emotions. She opened the cabinet, took out the first aid kit, and placed it on the island counter. "I'm going upstairs to rest. Make yourself at home." With that, she didn't even look at the man and went upstairs to the bedroom. Closing the door, she opened the system space. Inside, there was still no trace of the little system. It seemed she would have to find it on her own. In her previous life, Earth was suddenly destroyed. She died and was bound by the little system to go to another world. Now she and the little system had returned here only to encounter this inexplicable situation. What was wrong with this world? Feng Qianyue's mind was tangled, and just as she was about to close the system space, she suddenly noticed a small button beside it. She remembered it wasn't there before. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it, and 4 large characters appeared: System Mall. In an instant she understood. She and the little system had completed the main system quest in the previous life, so the system had upgraded and unlocked the mall function. The mall had several major sections, but only the apocalypse section was lit, the rest were dim. Feng Qianyue clicked on the apocalypse section, and the items inside immediately caught her eye. Food section, weapons section, base construction section, medical section, miscellaneous section, clothing section. She casually clicked on the food section, and a variety of foods were displayed in a dazzling array, each with a corresponding price in points. Even without the little system's explanation, Feng Qianyue knew that she needed to exchange points for items. She looked at the top of the interface, current points 0. The little system wasn't there, and she didn't know how to earn points, nor what the main system's quest for this world was. Feng Qianyue closed the food section and opened the weapons section. Various modern weapons as well as cold weapons were displayed. A cool black and gold longsword caught her eye. In the early days of the apocalypse, cold weapons were often better than hot weapons to avoid attracting more zombies. She saw that the price under this longsword was 1,000,000 points. Feng Qianyue, I'm not worthy after all. Better not to have seen it. Who is it teasing by showing it here? She poked it unwillingly, and the black and gold longsword suddenly appeared in her hand. Feng Qianyue. Before she could recover, a knock came from outside. Are you asleep? Can you help me? With a thought, the longsword disappeared from her hand, and the next second it appeared in the boundless system space. Feng Qianyue opened the door, her expression normal. What's the matter? The man was bare-chested, holding a first aid kit. Can you help me apply medicine on my back? I can't see it. The man's seductive, sinister face with phoenix eyes exuding natural nobility, his pale upper body covered with bruises and red cuts stained with blood. A perfect battle-damaged, handsome man. Shun Jingma deliberately took off his shirt like this, showing his wounds and playing pitiful. His goal was to arouse her concern, make her fall in love with him quickly, and then work for him wholeheartedly. Feng Qianyue saw through his intentions perfectly. When it came to seduction, he was just a novice compared to her. She revealed a faint, elusive smile. All right. Feng Qianyue did not let him into her room, but instead led him to the guest room on the second floor. Lie down on the bed, she said. After finishing, she lit a candle on the bedside table, the warm yellow light, casting a shared glow over both the man and herself. It was hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. Shun Jingma lay prostrate on the bed, his long limbs stretched out, revealing the wound on his back. He turned his head to fix his gaze on the girl, watching her fiddle with the contents of the medical kit. By the way, I still don't know your name. Could you tell me? Without pausing her actions, the other replied, casually, Feng Qianyue. There was a slight hesitation in Feng Qianyue's words. Having spent decades in another world, she had almost forgotten her original name upon returning to her own body. Feng Qianyue, a single character difference yet belonging to different times. Shun Jingma did not know why she had paused, nor did he care, so he put on a hypocritical smile and asked, what's your nickname? Qian. Do you mind if I call you that from now on? Whatever. Seeing her begin to treat his wound, Shun Jingma did not pursue the conversation further. He was not a man of many words to begin with. Asking her name was merely a means to build rapport. But this girl seemed to harbor no curiosity about him whatsoever. She did not even ask his name. If he were not absolutely certain that her eyes had lit up at the sight of his face earlier, he would have doubted his judgment, wondering if she had saved him solely because she believed in his promise of giving his life. Just as Shun Jingma was contemplating how to interact with Feng Qianyue, next a strange sensation came from the wound on his back. She was applying ointment to the cleaned wound with her warm fingertips. Her movements were unhurried, almost gentle. The cool, painful wound began to tingle with a subtle numbness. The air was filled with the scent of the ointment. Not unpleasant, cool, and refreshing, yet it made Shun Jingma's body feel strangely hot. He was the one who wanted to seduce her, but he was also the one who could not bear physical contact. Shun Jingma's entire body grew uncomfortable from the sensation on his back. Though he was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, selling his looks was still beyond his endurance. Never mind. Since she was not particularly clever anyway, he could switch tactics and control her through other means. Shun Jingma twisted his body, preparing to get up. The moment he moved, a hand pressed down on the back of his neck, and the other's cool, clear voice rang out. Did I allow you to move? The voice was soft, but suffused with an oppressive force. Combined with her hand's action, Shun Jingma's body stiffened, as if an electric current had surged through him. He clenched the bedsheet beneath him to suppress the tingling sensation, trying to remain as calm as possible. I think it's about done. Thank you, Qian, for applying the medicine. Hearing this, Feng Qianyue understood that he regretted trying to seduce her. She knew this guy wouldn't last long. In her past life, she had never heard of him being intimate with any woman. He was just like her, a battle maniac solely focused on growing stronger. The difference was that she appreciated handsome men and never denied herself. Of course, now she would deny herself even less. Feng Qianyue moved her hand from the back of his neck to the back of his head, her slender fingers threading through his hair and pulling sharply backward, forcing him to lean back. As the man stared in astonishment, she leaned down to whisper near his ear, halfway through seducing me, you're treating me like a tool. Her lazy tone carried a slight upward inflection. You. This was far from what Shun Jingma had imagined. So this girl was not innocent at all. Shocked, Shun Jingma was momentarily speechless, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Since she already knew his intentions were impure, he might as well admit it. In the blink of an eye, he had crafted his excuse, his face full of sincerity. I'm sorry. You're so powerful that I was afraid you'd abandon me one day, so I had those improper thoughts. Feng Qianyue released her grip, and with a half-smile finished his meaning for him, and then you realized it was wrong, and stopped in time, right? Shun Jingma felt a lump in his throat. Meeting her deep black eyes, he nodded, his face betraying no guilt. It wasn't that he knew he was wrong. It seemed he had a psychological barrier. He couldn't tolerate intimate behavior. Her tone was indifferent. You've given me your life, ooh, I won't abandon you. Rest assured. Then she added, since you have no interest in me, don't do such things again. There's food and water in the living room. You can help yourself. With that, she closed the door behind her without looking back. Shun Jingma stared at the doorway, his expression unreadable. This was the first time in his life he had encountered a personality like hers. She seemed naive, yet she was shrewd enough to see through his little schemes at a glance. She seemed shrewd, yet she believed in the promise he had made, and in this apocalyptic world where supplies were as valuable as life, allowed him to use her food without a trace of resentment. Shun Jingma truly could not figure her out. After closing the door, Feng Qianyue let out a soft laugh. Taming a man with 800 tricks up his sleeve required patience above all. Considering his formidable abilities in the future, Feng Qianyue was willing to be patient. Returning to her room, she opened the system store again, found a self-purifying hot spring bucket, and enjoyed a luxurious bath. After feeling completely refreshed, Feng Qianyue began to think about her current situation. A week ago, red rain had fallen across the globe. Yes, red rain. The whole world was baffled. Countless meteorologists and geologists scratched their heads, unable to explain it. The most eerie thing was that all satellites had lost contact, and all large-scale weapons had failed to activate. It was as if the entire planet had been forcibly suppressed by some mysterious force. While nations scrambled to find the cause, the effects of the red rain quickly erupted. A very small fraction of those who got wet developed superpowers after a high fever, while the majority turned into bloodthirsty zombies. It was much like those apocalyptic novels, except that in the early stages the zombies were afraid of light and only appeared after dark. When not attacking, their limbs were stiff and their movements slow. But once they launched an assault, they were swift, like agile athletes with strength greater than an average adult and no sense of pain. During the day, though, they didn't wander in lit areas, they still killed in the shadows, and you never knew which dark corner they might suddenly leap out from. However, their numbers were not yet overwhelming. Because the red rain was so strange, everyone who got wet developed a high fever, and the state urgently ordered everyone to stay indoors. Thus, half of the people obediently stayed where they were sheltered from the rain, still ordinary humans. Those most exposed to the rain were students, soldiers, police officers. These groups. The chaos began precisely here. Social order collapsed instantly. With all national large-scale weapons rendered useless once order started to break down, the collapse swept everyone into the storm like a great flood. Currently, electricity and the internet were down, but water still worked. Aside from bathing and using the toilet, no one dared to drink the tap water. Who knew if it was contaminated? For daily use, water was temporarily not a concern, but food and clean fresh water were everyone's targets. One could imagine how frantic the scramble for supplies would be. The malice magnified by human nature was even more terrifying than the zombies. At this thought, Feng Qianyue sighed, then furrowed her brow. In her past life, she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse without the mind to ponder how it had come about. Later, when the world suddenly ended, there was no time to think. But during the decades she enjoyed in another world, she had pondered this question countless times. Every timeline had a world will. She could sense that the world will of this timeline still existed, but it was in a low-energy state. Clearly, it was being suppressed by a mysterious force, and her little system had been bounced away by that same force. For now, the situation was shrouded in fog. She would first find the little system before making any plans. Early the next morning, Feng Qianyue stuck a note on Shun Jingma's door, then drove off, following a faint sense to locate the system. The little system, which had spent the night hiding in a broken plastic bucket on the roof, also jumped out ready to find its host. It stood at the edge of the rooftop. The early morning breeze could not stir its matted, dirty fur. Its green eyes glared at the sky, and it let out a long howl. Meow. The system stood here, a middle finger raised to this messed up world. Once I find Boss Qianqian, we'll join forces and become the supreme king of this world. Achoo. Feng Qianyue, who was driving, let out a big sneeze. She rubbed her nose and lifted her gaze to see a familiar figure. She quickly got out of the car and followed. 3 men and 2 women, a group of 5, turned into a roadside shop whose front door was already shattered beyond recognition. It seemed the young people intended to search for any leftover supplies. Feng Qianyue stood at the entrance observing them. She was no stranger to any of these 5. In her previous life, this was the first team she had ever joined. 3 of the team members were students from Jingda University, one of whom was her junior, directly under her supervisor. Although he was her junior, he was actually a bit older than Feng Qianyue, because she had been a special admit who skipped grades and often followed her mentor in experiments. Legends about her circulated at Jingda University, but few had ever seen her. Feng Qianyue fixed her gaze on the girl in the team, who wore a thick braid. It was as if she was meeting her former self through this girl. Tan Muling was rummaging around when she inadvertently looked up and met the gaze of the person outside. She wasn't sure if she was overthinking, but she felt that the other party was staring at her. The other person wore a black tactical jacket with an exceptionally outstanding demeanor and appearance, definitely at the level of campus beauty. Her obsidian-like eyes stared straight at Tan Muling, making her feel embarrassed. She offered a friendly smile to the other party, only to hear Su Mu exclaim beside her senior, "Oh my god, it's really you." This shout made the others who were searching for supplies all stop and look. After seeing Feng Qianyue, clearly their expressions varied. Before Su Mu's words had even died away, he had already run to the entrance. He was Feng Qianyue's direct junior, having gotten to know her privately through their mentor before the apocalypse. He was a warm-hearted young man. He was also one of the core members of the Mingyue base that Feng Qianyue would later establish in her previous life. Feng Qianyue smiled at him and asked, "Is your family doing well?" "All good, all good." Su Mu beamed and quickly began introducing the members around him. "Senior, this is the captain of our Qilin squad, Jiang Zhiping. He's from the physical education department of Jingda University. He's a superpowered being, and his awakened ability is fire. Super cool." Jiang Zhiping raised his eyes arrogantly, expecting to see surprise or even adoration on Feng Qianyue's face. However, there was nothing. The other party cast a cool glance at him, and that was all. Could she also be a superpowered being? Impossible. When superpowered beings encounter each other, even without fighting, they can sense the energy fluctuations from the other. In contrast, Feng Qianyue had nothing. She was just an ordinary person. But judging by her calm demeanor, she clearly had some backing. Zhang Zhiping felt that without even moving a toe, he could guess that her backing must be a man. A man with superpowers. Was that man's fire ability stronger than his? Feng Qianyue just hadn't seen him in action. Up to now, Zhang Zhiping had yet to meet anyone with a stronger ability than his, which gave him the mentality of being the protagonist. He was certain he could win this delicate flower, Feng Qianyue. As long as she saw that his ability was stronger than her backers, anyone would know what choice to make. After finishing the introduction, Su Mu pointed at the short-haired girl next to Zhang Zhiping and said, "This is Han Yue, she's the captain's." He then changed the subject and continued, "She's the second superpowered being in the team with the wood element. She can conjure vines to kill zombies. Also super awesome." Su Mu paused because he wasn't sure about the current relationship between Zhang Zhiping and Han Yu. Although they were intimate in their behavior, they hadn't publicly declared themselves a couple. At best, it was just ambiguous. Han Yu was somewhat displeased at the moment. She noticed that the man she liked kept his eyes almost glued to Feng Qianyue. The other woman had an outstanding temperament and a face like a first love goddess. In contrast, she herself was plain-looking and had even been called a tomboy. It was normal for Zhang Zhiping to be attracted to her. But no matter how good-looking Feng Qianyue was, she was just an ordinary person. She herself was a superpowered being. She could kill zombies without a man's protection. She would be a hot commodity wherever she went. As for someone like Feng Qianyue who had only beauty but no strength, she could only become a man's plaything. In the apocalypse, hard power was the most important. With a shift in thought, Han Yu's pride returned. She lifted her chin slightly as a greeting. Feng Qianyue merely cast a faint glance at her. In her previous life, she and Han Yu had been mutually repulsed in the team. It could only be said that they were ships that passed in the night. Han Yu was fairly clear-headed in most matters except for being especially tolerant of a trash man like Zhang Zhiping. She was a textbook case of being love-blind. In the end, she was pushed into a zombie horde by Zhang Zhiping and died. Calculating the days that would be during the citywide exodus after the second red rain next month. After introducing Han Yu, Su Mu pointed at the plain-looking dull man diagonally behind her and said, "Senior, this is Feng Zhao. Although he hasn't awakened any superpower, he has great strength. He's ferocious when killing zombies." Feng Zhao. Feng Qianyue had a very faint impression of him. This man spoke very little in the team and was unremarkable in every aspect. If she remembered correctly, he seemed to have died around the same time as Han Yu. Finally, he came to Tan Muling. "Senior, this is Tan Muling. She's the big sister of the team, especially good at cooking. It's a pity that in the apocalypse there's no place for her skills. But don't be fooled by Sister Tan's gentle appearance. She's even more ruthless at killing zombies than me, a guy. Anyway, she seems reliable in whatever she does." Su Mu's reason for introducing each person by highlighting their strengths was actually driven by a hidden agenda. He wanted Feng Qianyue to join their Qilin squad. In his view, it was rare for a team to have such combat power. Having a senior join would provide some security. After all, zombies didn't come out during the day, so the struggle for supplies was essentially human versus human. Bloodshed and death had played out countless times in these few short days. Tan Muling, who had been publicly praised, smiled sheepishly. In truth, she was extremely scared, but the team only had 2 girls. Han Yu had superpowers while she had nothing. The others were all very strong in combat. If she didn't perform well, she would definitely be kicked out of the team. In this world, finding a good team was harder than finding supplies. Just as she was about to nod sheepishly, a fair, slender hand extended before her, and a light, ethereal voice sounded. "Hello, my name is Feng Qianyue." This action stunned everyone, including Tan Muling. From the start, Feng Qianyue had been noticeably cold toward the others. Apart from the initial words to Su Mu, she hadn't said a word afterward. Now she was actually taking the initiative to introduce herself to Tan Muling. Although Tan Muling was a bit bewildered, she quickly shook the hand and whispered hello. Feng Qianyue smiled gently. If one looked closely, there was a trace of relief in her smile. In her previous life, before she became strong enough, Tan Muling had taken good care of her, like a sister, secretly hiding a little food for her when the team wasn't paying attention. Feng Qianyue had once asked her why she was so kind to her. Tan Muling replied, "You are tougher than me. I admire the drive in you that I lack. I hope you can survive well in the apocalypse, and I want to see someone like you trample over those men. More carefree, more powerful." At that moment, Feng Qianyue knew that she and Tan Muling were essentially the same kind of person. As she grew stronger, Tan Muling became her first trusted confidant. In the early days of establishing the Mingyue base, because its overall construction was not as good as the other 2 major bases, and her personal strength was not as strong as the leaders of those 2 bases, few strong people joined her. She needed people everywhere and was extremely busy. During a mission to seize supplies, Tan Muling, who was already a 6th-level powerhouse, voluntarily stepped forward to take on the task. It was in this very mission that she met with an accident and was killed by two 6th-level zombies working together. When Feng Qianyue arrived, there were only bloody mangled pieces all over the ground, impossible to piece together. That scene overlapped with the living person before her eyes. Feng Qianyue suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. After finishing his introductions, Su Mu finally steered the conversation to what he most wanted to say. "Senior, would you like to join our Qilin squad?" No sooner had the words fallen than Han Yu stepped forward, her voice sharp with rebuke. "Su Mu, isn't this going too far? Who the Qilin squad invites is hardly any of your concern." Her words carried not a hint of courtesy. Jiang Zhiping and Tan Muling both changed expressions. Feng Chao remained with his wooden, expressionless face, as if carved from stone, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yet he cleared his throat to express that Han Yu's words had gone too far. Within the Qilin squad, although Su Mu possessed no supernatural abilities and was not the strongest fighter, he was the only native of the capital city. The other 4 members had nowhere to stay in the capital. Yet every member of the Qilin squad lived comfortably in Su Mu's small Western-style house, where they felt safe and secure at night. Moreover, Su Mu's family had initially shared considerable supplies for everyone to eat and use. As the saying goes, when you eat someone's food, your words turn soft. When you take someone's hand, you become timid. After speaking out, Han Yu felt she had gone too far in her urgency, but having already said it, she couldn't bring herself to soften her words. The truth was, she simply disliked Feng Qianyue. Setting aside that she was a delicate, defenseless woman who couldn't contribute value to the team, just that face of hers, if placed among them, would surely make Jiang Zhiping and Su Mu among others vie to win her favor. She didn't care which man Feng Qianyue intended to rely on, just not under her very eyes, and certainly not the man she herself had set her sights on. Hearing Han Yu's words, the brilliant smile on Su Mu's face froze. Within the team, he secretly harbored a sense of inferiority. Possessing no supernatural abilities and not being much of a fighter, he did his best to provide logistical support for the squad. For the past week, everyone had gotten along harmoniously, so he never imagined that inviting someone would earn him a direct rebuke from Han Yu. Before his senior sister's eyes, Su Mu's face flushed red with suppressed indignation. A hand patted his shoulder, and the senior sister's cold, clear voice rang out. "I appreciate your kindness. I won't be joining any team. I have my own squad." Hearing this, Su Mu's spirits instantly lifted, his eyes sparkling brightly. "Senior sister, you have your own team. That's wonderful. How many people are in your squad? Do you have ability users?" Feng Qianyue smiled at him. "Including me, there are 2 ordinary people." "Ha!" Han Yu burst out laughing. Jiang Zhiping followed closely behind, but as soon as he laughed, he pretended to cough to cover it. Cough, cough. He had thought Feng Qianyue must be relying on some formidable figure, only to discover she was partnered with an ordinary person. Could any ordinary person possibly be more powerful than an ability user? Jiang Zhiping thought with disdain. Feng Chao's face remained expressionless. Tan Muling furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with Han Yu's laughter. Ability users were rare to begin with, and having 2 in their squad was already extremely uncommon. Most other teams consisted of ordinary people banding together all for the sake of survival. She didn't see anything laughable about it. "Shut up," Su Mu shouted at Han Yu. It was one thing for Han Yu to act arrogantly as an ability user, and while he had no room to argue when she said he wasn't qualified to invite someone, that was that. But now mocking the senior sister's team without any restraint, that was absolutely not acceptable. She had no idea what an extraordinary person the senior sister had been before the apocalypse. If only she hadn't missed that red rain, she would surely have awakened abilities, and powerful ones at that. Han Yu's laughter stopped abruptly. Just as she was about to retort, Jiang Zhiping grabbed her wrist beside her. The gesture signaled for her to stop. Han Yu coldly snorted at Su Mu, but said nothing more. Feng Qianyue paid no attention to their little exchange, turning instead to Su Mu and Tan Muling. "Would you 2 like to join my team?" "Huh." Facing the goddess's invitation, Su Mu felt a flutter of temptation. He could leave and go his own way, but he still had parents who needed protection. The Qilin squad was currently the strongest combat force he'd seen. If only the senior sister were an ability user too. Su Mu's fervent heart gradually cooled. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, senior sister." Feng Qianyue patted his shoulder. "No worries." She then looked at Tan Muling. "What about you? Want to come with me?" Tan Muling bit her lower lip, not understanding why this stranger would invite her. Perhaps she simply found her agreeable. Though she felt the same way about the other woman, now was not the time for sentiment. To improve survival odds in the apocalypse, one needed a powerful team. Since she herself possessed no abilities, joining a team that had none either would make her chances of survival bleak. Tan Muling shook her head as well. This was an outcome Feng Qianyue had anticipated. But since they had crossed paths, she might as well ask casually. The benefit of this approach was that when they eventually came to her team in the future, comparing their current team to hers, with all the hardships they had suffered, paired with their memory of rejecting her today, that regret could be easily transformed into loyalty with just a little guidance from her. This was far more effective than being kind to them from the start. A liter of rice creates gratitude, a bushel creates resentment. Even with former trusted subordinates, Feng Qianyue preferred to trust in the darker aspects of human nature. She feigned regret. I respect your choices. May we meet again if fate allows. With that, she walked away without looking back, driving off. Inside the shop, Hanyu sneered as she glanced at Su Mu and Tan Muling. Oh, you two aren't stupid after all. The words dripped with mockery, but Su Mu and Tan Muling could only clench their teeth and bear it. Who could blame them when the other was one of the squad's 2 soul ability users? Their resolve to grow stronger burned ever more intensely. Feng Qianyue drove aimlessly through the city's streets and alleys. Her connection with the small system remained erratic, as if the other party were moving rapidly. Thinking about movement, Feng Qianyue wondered if the small system had possessed some animal. If it were an animal, it would truly be difficult to find. Feng Qianyue felt a headache coming on. She hadn't awakened her abilities yet. Otherwise, with her psionic abilities, the search would have been effortless. Feng Qianyue patiently continued her search while recalling memories of the past. This was the early days of the apocalypse. Ability users were generally only at the first stage, with only absolute prodigies reaching the second stage. The zombies' brains hadn't yet produced cores, so ability users could only advance through life and death enlightenment. After the second red rain a month later, zombies would grow cores and advance in stage. More people would awaken abilities, though of course many more would be infected and turn into zombies. Since everyone knew that standing in the rain might awaken abilities, who wouldn't want to become a lucky one? For individuals, awakening and infection were a 50-50 probability. But for humanity as a whole, infection would win by an overwhelming margin. The reason lucky ones are called lucky ones is precisely because they are few in number. Despite the risk of becoming a zombie, countless people still rushed headlong into the red rain, this baptism, to take their chances with that probability. Only a very few self-disciplined individuals managed to resist the temptation. And as long as they weren't bitten or scratched by zombies, they would remain normal humans. Because after the second red rain, no more red rain ever fell. At the very least, Feng Qianyue had never seen a third red rain, even until the world was destroyed. Shen Jingma, like her, had awakened after the second red rain in his previous life. Once he awakened, this fellow would become a formidable force. His control over dark abilities was extremely strong, whereas her own psionic abilities, though special, were difficult to master. It had taken countless life and death trials for her to stand among the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Based on her understanding of this fellow, once Shen Jingma awakened, he would definitely leave her and build his own power just as he had before, establishing the Nightfall base. She intended to make full use of this 1 month to crush him, utterly seizing absolute dominance and turning him into someone entirely her own. With decades of enlightenment from the alternate dimension plus her experience from the previous apocalypse, Feng Qianyue was absolutely confident that her post-awakening abilities would far surpass his. If she couldn't tame him, she'd simply beat him into submission. And this wasn't even counting her cheat ability. Regardless of what missions the God of Origin system assigned, her goal of unifying the 3 former bases and becoming the sole leader would never change. If one doesn't rule as king in the apocalypse, then returning through rebirth holds no meaning whatsoever. As evening approached, Feng Qianyue decided to go home first and continue searching tomorrow. She opened the door. The living room was pitch black. She walked up the stairs to the second floor. Her bedroom door was slightly ajar, and a faint candlelight flickered within. She walked over and saw Shen Jingma's figure standing beside her bed, holding something in his hand. Just as he was about to release his grip, Feng Qianyue pushed the door open. What are you doing? Shen Jingma held Feng Qianyue's white lace-trimmed underwear that she had changed out of last night. His narrow, almond-shaped eyes blinked, and his entire body froze in place. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, it was as if he awoke from a dream. No, wait, that's not. Let me explain. Shen Jingma woke up in the morning and saw a note on the door. Not home during the day, help yourself. He tore off the note, pinched it between his fingers, and smiled faintly. This girl had told him 3 times since yesterday to just help herself. Whether she was simply carefree or truly regarded him as one of her own, he could not tell. Or perhaps a bit of both. Tisk, he almost felt sorry for taking advantage of her. Right? Throughout the day, Shen Jingma stayed inside the villa without venturing out. Though there were no zombies outside during the day, the world was still in chaos. His immediate priority was to recover from his injuries. Besides, the villa had food and fresh water. He had no reason to risk going out. As for why Feng Qianyue went out, it did not take much to guess. She was looking for supplies. Even though they had some reserves at home, they would not last more than a few days. And who would turn down more supplies? At noon, he did not hold back on the self-heating rice meal. Shen Jingma used a damp towel to clean his body carefully, avoiding his wounds, then began wandering aimlessly through the villa, hoping to learn more about his companion. After seeing the various medals and certificates displayed throughout the house, he was surprised to discover she was something of an academic prodigy. She was physically capable, highly intelligent, and had no ulterior motives. By all accounts, she would make the perfect ally. While she cleared the path ahead for him, he could remain hidden behind and preserve his strength. Shen Jingma's mental calculations were running thick and fast. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and the more resolute grew his determination to gain control over Feng Qianyue. Though he could not induce her to fall in love with him, there were other ways to bind someone in this world, not necessarily through romance. Family bonds and friendship could serve the same purpose. Shen Jingma decided to pursue the route of familial affection. From his investigation of the entire house and the photo albums he had seen, Feng Qianyue likely had no living parents. She had grown up living with an elderly woman who had passed away before the apocalypse began. Her emotional world must have been starved for familial warmth. Her willingness to trust his promises so easily without any guard revealed how emotionally deprived she was within. Shen Jingma resolved to exploit this vulnerability by becoming her brother. A beloved brother, though not of the same blood. This would not be difficult for him to achieve. With this guiding strategy now in place, his spirits lifted noticeably. As evening approached, he carried a candle back toward his guest room, when suddenly a strange insect scurried across the floor and slipped beneath Feng Qianyue's bedroom door. Frowning, he instinctively followed behind her, opened the door, and set the candle on the table before preparing to locate and kill the bug. He loathed insects. Ignoring one was fine, but seeing one and not destroying it left him deeply unsettled. Unable to pinpoint where the insect had gone, Shen Jingma suspected it was hiding under the bed. He approached the bedside and noticed a small white cloth crumpled on the lavender-colored bedding. In the dim yellow candlelight, he could not make out the object clearly. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up, and what the hell? Just as he was about to discard the hot potato in his hand, a clear, melodious voice came from the doorway. The timing could not have been more convenient. "What are you doing?" she asked. He stiffened, stammering, "It is not. That is, you need to hear me out." She raised an eyebrow, stepped inside, and let her gaze sweep over whatever was in his hand before speaking slowly. "Just tell me if you need something. I might be able to help. But do not go stealing my underwear." The moment those words left Feng Qianyue's lips, the man's face flushed an unmistakable shade of red. He held the object, awkwardly unsure whether to drop it or keep clinging to it. 2 seconds later, he gritted his teeth and placed the item back on the bed, shoved his clenched hand into his pocket, and straightened himself with a heavy breath before declaring firmly, "You have misunderstood me. A bug crawled into your room, which is why I entered. The item in my hand. The lighting was too dim to see clearly, so I picked it up out of curiosity. It was only a coincidence that you walked in on me. Furthermore, I regard you as a dear sister. There are absolutely no romantic feelings between us." After hearing his explanation, Feng Qianyue blinked thoughtfully and replied with a knowing tone, "I see. How interesting. I believe you." Then she curled her lips into a smile. "You have already pledged your life to me, and from now on I will treat you as family, so you must never betray me." Shen Jingma pressed his thin lips together in a stiff, forced smile that did not reach his eyes. "Naturally not. Once my injuries heal, I will act as your brother and move forward together." They locked gazes, both wearing gentle smiles that concealed their true satisfaction with how events were unfolding. Back in his guest room, Shen Jingma closed the door and exhaled deeply. His palm, still tucked in his pocket, continued to burn and tingle faintly, as if the soft sensation lingered. He had always lived alone since childhood, never cohabiting with anyone, least of all a woman. As an illegitimate son of a wealthy family, his mother had passed away from illness shortly after giving birth to him. A story his father had told him, though its truth remained unknown to him. His father had kept him living separately in a large apartment where, aside from a nanny and a driver, no one ever visited. Beyond providing financial support, his father offered nothing in the way of affection or emotional connection. With no guidance and no love, Shen Jingma had developed his own way of manipulating people. He always knew how to maximize every resource around him. Shen Jingma clenched his fist, suppressing the lingering itch. Feng Qianyue was the most suitable resource he had encountered. Someone he would exploit to the fullest until she had nothing left to offer. Conscience was something he had not possessed before the apocalypse. Why would he develop it afterward? Once Shen Jingma had departed, Feng Qianyue retrieved a sharp dagger from the system marketplace and flung it toward the corner. With swift precision, she pinned the insect to the wooden floor. The guy had not been lying after all. But from what he had said, he intended to cultivate a sibling bond to tie her down and use her. Not bad, actually. No need to sacrifice his appearance or make advances. He could win her devotion through familial affection instead. Brother. That title had nearly made her laugh out loud. She had not even needed to set things up herself. He had handed her the ladder on a platter. How could she not take advantage of such a generous offer? Feng Qianyue summoned her self-cleaning hot spring tub for a bath, then wrapped herself in blankets and pillows before knocking on her guest room door. The door opened from within, and the man blinked in surprise before forcing a smile. "What is it?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. The girl before him spoke with genuine enthusiasm. "Since we have agreed to be siblings, let us have a proper heart-to-heart tonight, and get to know each other better." Shen Jingma's smile was strained. "We can talk more tomorrow. Besides, propriety demands that men and women maintain distance. Qianqian, you should return to your own room to sleep." Her smile faded, her voice cooling. "Propriety demands distance between men and women. So you were lying about wanting to be siblings." His heart sank instantly, and he hurried to explain, "No, I am not lying. Well, you are a girl and I worried you would feel uncomfortable sharing a room with me." He offered an explanation while simultaneously appealing to her perspective. She smiled again and said, "Do not worry. I have already decided to treat you as a real brother. There is no reason I would feel uncomfortable." She pushed past him into the room, pulling the blankets behind her with an air of finality. Shun Jingma stood frozen, and 3 seconds later his expression darkened as he closed the door. Feng Qianyue, facing away and arranging the bedding, allowed herself a silent, mocking smile. "You devised this scheme yourself. Do not complain when I escalate the intensity." She finished making the bed and turned around. The man stood about 2 meters away, his sharp, handsome features rigid with tension, but they softened like winter, giving way to spring the moment he realized she was watching. "I will take the floor tonight. This bed is yours, sister." "Very well," Feng Qianyue replied with a smile. The burning candle consumed itself in service of its purpose. The fairly spacious guest room carried an inexplicable atmosphere. Shun Jingma placed a mat on the floor, but before he could fully lie down, the hard surface pressed against his wound, sending sharp pain through him. He gritted his teeth and settled onto the mat with a grievous expression. This woman had such a strange nature. Highly intelligent, yet quick to lower her guard around others. Beneath that, however, lay a certain ruthless edge. Many geniuses thought differently, and Feng Qianyue was no exception. The candle flickered out, and pale moonlight seeped through the curtains into the room. From the bed came the girl's clear, melodic voice. "Brother, what is your name?" The man beneath the bed paused, his grim expression faltering. She was finally showing interest in him. The sibling strategy was working exactly as intended. "Shun Jingma," he murmured, his voice smooth and refined like a summer night breeze. As soon as he finished speaking, an arm extended from above her palm, facing downward. "Which 3 characters? Write your name on my palm." Shun Jingma frowned as he looked at the palm hovering above him. Wasn't it enough to know what his name was? Why did she have to know the exact characters? Moreover, writing on the palm was utterly childish. But a small impatience could ruin a great plan. He gritted his teeth and quickly traced the characters in Feng Qianyue's palm with his index finger. The touch of his fingertip against her palm gave him a strange sensation. He finished hastily and withdrew his hand, vigorously rubbing his fingertips in the dim light, trying to erase that peculiar feeling. Her voice sounded again. "So it's these 3 characters. Shun Jingma, a very pleasant name. Jingma is also the name of a medicinal herb." Hearing his own name spoken by her made Shun Jingma uneasy. The intimacy in her tone left him at a loss for words. His heart inexplicably quickened. He attributed this discomfort to the awkwardness of sharing a room with someone for the first time. Then they chatted intermittently. The so-called heart-to-heart talk was nothing more than exchanging trivial basics. The other party soon said she was sleepy and went to bed. After a while, Shun Jingma sat up and looked over, finding her fast asleep. In the faint moonlight, he scrutinized her carefully. There was no doubt she was beautiful. A cool, aloof, non-aggressive beauty. But when she killed people and slashed zombies, it was a different, extreme kind of beauty. She exuded an aura of "those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish." To be honest, Shun Jingma didn't dislike her. On the contrary, he admired her personal abilities. But admiration was admiration. He would never act on emotion. In the apocalypse, emotions were the greatest burden. For him, there was only utility, nothing more. Shun Jingma laid back down on the cold, hard floor. This time he stopped his restless thoughts and soon fell asleep. After he lay down, the sleeping person on the bed silently curled the corner of her mouth. Former mortal enemies, now one above and one below, sleeping side by side, seemingly in complete trust, but each with their own agenda, waiting to see who outsmarts the other. Dawn awakened the entire gray, desolate city. The once thick atmosphere of bustling life had vanished. Early risers formed groups to search for supplies, struggling to survive. The nation was still unstable, mired in internal chaos. Some died, some awakened powers, some were infected. No matter how high your position, you could still die. The ruling class was still vying for power and profit, while the ordinary people below thought only of surviving today and tomorrow, living until the government issued a policy to end the zombie threat. Most people believed the government would handle it soon. After all, with large-scale thermal weapons, it wasn't impossible for the military to gather the zombies and annihilate them collectively. They did not know that the strangeness brought by the Red Rain was not just about superpowered individuals and zombies. It was as if an invisible hand was suppressing humanity from forming any organized resistance. When Shun Jingma woke up, Feng Qianyue was no longer in the bed. A note was left on the table. "I've prepared supplies for you downstairs." Shun Jingma inexplicably felt like he was being kept. As soon as this thought emerged, he slapped himself in the face. Damn, what was he thinking? Kept. His current identity was her brother. That slap thoroughly woke him up. He went to the living room to see what she had gathered yesterday. Although curious, Shun Jingma didn't hold much expectation. No matter how capable Feng Qianyue was, she was only one person. The visible supplies had been snatched up days before the apocalypse erupted. The leftovers had been thoroughly scavenged these past few days. The goods in warehouses and factories had long been guarded, and shared by certain groups. They had guns and superpowered individuals. Lone stragglers couldn't even get close. Going there meant death. So the supplies Shen Jingma imagined were nothing more than a few packs of instant noodles, water, toilet paper, etc. However, when he arrived in the living room and saw the supplies, his jaw dropped. Neatly packaged instant food, water, beverages, milk, and various snacks. A pistol with an excellent feel of an unknown model and a sharp dagger. Several sets of clean men's clothes, shoes, and even underwear and socks. A full range of toiletries. How did she manage to find all this? The clothes and shoes were even in his size. Shen Jingma stood frozen for a long time before snapping back to reality. The things were still there, it wasn't an illusion. He stared at the neatly arranged men's items, feeling a mix of emotions. Had she gone out all day yesterday just to find supplies for him? What about her own? How could anyone be so foolish? Shen Jingma was glad that he was the one who met such a person. But alongside his relief, a question arose in his mind. If it weren't him, but someone else, would Feng Qianyu have been just as devoted to them? The answer was very likely yes. He had figured out this girl. Once she set her mind on someone, she would give selflessly. For some reason, Shen Jingma felt a tightness in his chest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Qianyu was driving, searching for her little system. Before leaving home, she deliberately left some supplies for Shen Jingma. Not many in quantity, but varied in type. She wanted him to mistakenly believe that she had spent the whole day gathering supplies just for him. To tame a cunning and treacherous man like him, candy-coated bullets alone would never work. He would take them for granted, use you until you had no value left, and then kick you away. But some candy-coated bullets were necessary, especially when neither of them had superpowers. The value of such tactics skyrocketed. Feng Qianyu didn't mind giving him a little sweetness, first especially after they had established their brother and sister relationship, which made her gesture seem even more precious. What she needed to do now was to numb his nerves first, making him believe she was wholeheartedly devoted to him. After a whole morning, she still hadn't found the little system. Feng Qianyu suspected that this thing might have turned into an insect. The faint connection came and went, making it like searching for a needle in a haystack. Where could she find it? She parked the car by the roadside, took out a luxurious meal she had freeloaded from the system mall, and began to eat. Not far away, the 5 members of the Kirin squad emerged from a storage room. The expressions on all 5 faces were grim. Supplies in the city were becoming increasingly hard to find. To make a big score, they would have to target the factories. If so, they would have to fight other factions. But if they didn't fight the forces guarding the factories, they would have to flee the city and seek development elsewhere. The towns and rural farming areas had more abundant resources than the city and fewer people. However, they were worried that the government hadn't yet issued a response strategy, only telling them not to wander around. Their location, the imperial capital, was the national administrative center. Once the government decided on a strategy, they would be the first to benefit. That was why everyone in the imperial capital was still obediently staying in the city. Food was scarce, but not completely absent. By rationing, they could hold out for a few more days. Another reason was that the city's tap water was still running. With water, people still held hope, believing that the zombie problem would be solved soon. The 5 members of the Kirin squad had a dispute over how to obtain supplies. Zhang Zhiping and Han Yu decided to raid the food processing plant on the outskirts at night and snatch some goods. Su Mu and Tan Muling, however, thought it was too risky. After all, they were only 5 people, and the guarding force was said to consist of 2 superpowered individuals and dozens of factory workers. Feng Zhao didn't voice any opinion, seemingly indifferent to going or not. The team always followed the principle of majority rule. Now it was 2-2, with 1 abstention, and the group was at a deadlock. Zhang Zhiping's expression grew increasingly sour. Last night, he had killed several zombies in the residential area, greatly improving his superpower, and he was now in a state of arrogance. Moreover, as the captain and a superpowered individual along with Han Yu, their plan was actually opposed by 2 ordinary people. His anger was becoming harder to suppress. He spoke harshly. Han Yu and I have already made our decision. If you don't agree, then leave the Kirin squad. With these words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. With the words put so bluntly, what could Su Mu and Tan Muling say? Tan Muling said stiffly, "If we absolutely must go tonight, we'd better find another team to cooperate with." Su Mu said, "I agree." Feng Zhao and Han Yu chimed in, agreed. Zhang Zhiping didn't argue further. With so many goods in the factory, even if he took them all, there would be no one to guard them. Cooperating with another team was fine, but would also let them see his strength and attract them to join his Kirin squad. Who knew when the apocalypse would end? The bigger the team, the better to seize more resources, and as the king of the team, he would naturally enjoy the best. After reaching an agreement, the 5 walked around the corner. Across the street, a black luxury car was parked with a figure in the driver's seat. Su Mu immediately recognized the car. He waved his hand and ran joyfully toward it. "Senior." Feng Qianyu stepped out of the car. Su Mu ran over excitedly. "Senior sister, we meet again. Why are you alone? Haven't you got a companion? Why doesn't he move with you? It's dangerous to be alone." He unloaded multiple questions, all at once, leaving Feng Qianyu unsure which to answer first. By then, the other 4 had also reached the car. Their eyes lit up as they caught sight of the food containers through the windshield. The boxes exuded a fine quality, the food inside glistening with an appetizing sheen, and the remaining meat looked utterly delicious. Though nearly depleted, the provisions appeared exceedingly tempting. Beside them sat a small bowl of steaming seafood congee. Several who had yet to eat found themselves swallowing hard. Sumu also spotted the food containers, but he harbored no concerns about his senior sister's fine dining. In his mind, she deserved only the best. His reasoning didn't align with others' perspectives. Han Yu's gaze fell upon the meal boxes and hot porridge before she could contain her inquiry. Where did you procure such provisions? The trio nearby perked up at the question. They too wondered about the source of such quality fare. Feng Qianyue's tone remained cool. Why would I answer you? Han Yu fell silent, taken aback. She'd merely asked out of curiosity. Did Feng Qianyue really think she coveted such trivial provisions? With a dismissive curl of her lips, she scoffed. Just a few pieces of meat. We have plenty of preserved provisions in storage. Cured pork sausages galore. Do you think I'd be interested? Her words carried half-truth. At the outset of the apocalypse, the Qilin squad had indeed commandeered substantial stores of cured meats and sausages through sheer force. Yet everyone assumed the crisis would soon fall under governmental control, so frugality never crossed their minds. Their numbers were formidable and their combat prowess unmatched. They reasoned they could simply replenish what they consumed. Now, however, they faced a stark reality: supplies were critically insufficient. Having spoken her piece, Han Yu found no one eager to contradict her. Tan Muling, meanwhile, held a favorable impression of Feng Qianyue from their first meeting, sensing an inexplicable magnetism about the girl. Seeking to ease the tension, she initiated conversation. Qianyue, where is your companion? She must have caught Su Mu's earlier inquiry. More importantly, she wanted to understand Feng Qianyue's criteria for selecting teammates, and why she had offered them refuge previously. He's at home. I'm supporting him, she replied leisurely. What a... Zhang Zhiping's loud interjection cut through the air. Male or female? He pressed, clearly fixated on that detail. The others watched with keen interest. Male, Feng Qianyue answered. The moment the words left her lips, subtle expressions flickered across their faces. In an apocalypse defined by violence and pillage, a man sustained by a woman spoke of utter worthlessness. Han Yu's gaze toward Feng Qianyue turned calculating, as though seeing a fool to be exploited. She bypassed any consideration of how Feng Qianyue might sustain another, focusing solely on the outcome. Wait, what were you thinking? Did that man once save your life? Feng Qianyue finally addressed her directly. No, I saved his life. Upon hearing this, their eyes transforms into something akin to viewing a radiant being, a saintly luminescence. Su Mu felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. An outstanding senior sister like hers willingly supporting a worthless man. It was unthinkable. His heart ached with envy. Yet this was his senior sister's private matter. He had no right to judge. Tan Muling bit her lip at a loss for words. Intuitively, she refused to believe Feng Qianyue would sacrifice herself so readily. But hearing it from Feng Qianyue's own lips was truly baffling. Han Yu's expression radiated sheer incomprehension. In her view, someone like Feng Qianyue ought to be protected by a powerful man, not the reverse. How could the roles be reversed? It was shocking, absolutely mind-blowing. A glimmer passed through Feng Chao's small eyes, though his face remained impassive. Zhang Zhiping voiced his thoughts without hesitation. A man sustained by a woman is nothing but trash. A real man should stand tall and achieve great things, rather than hiding behind a woman's back. He spoke with boundless fervor, embodying the posture of a true man. Beside him, Han Yu gazed at him with admiration. She had good taste after all. Her chosen man was both strong and responsible. Though he couldn't resist looking at beautiful women, as long as she kept him close, no trouble would arise. Besides, she was an awakened one, fighting alongside him as an equal, not merely a companion, but also his lover. Only the night before they had finally confessed their feelings and become officially together. With Feng Qianyue as a stark contrast, Han Yu's sense of contentment deepened. Hearing Zhang Zhiping speak, Feng Qianyue's gaze swept past, capturing the worshipful look in Han Yu's eyes. If Zhang Zhiping truly embodied the virtues he proclaimed, he would never have shoved Han Yu into a horde of zombies when danger struck in his previous life. In this apocalyptic world, self-preservation was law, but one need not play the hypocrite, preaching masculine ideals while acting despicably in crisis. That was precisely the type Feng Qianyue despised most. All show and no substance. With such limited capability and narrow-mindedness, anyone expecting him to achieve greatness would be delusional. Feng Qianyue dismissed him entirely and turned to Su Mu instead. Where are you planning to go? At this, Su Mu recalled their recent decision. We've decided to raid the suburban food processing plant tonight. We're looking for others to join us. The food processing plant. Feng Qianyue's eyes narrowed as memories surfaced from her past life. She remembered that around this time a factory explosion had claimed countless lives. Though the facility lay in the suburbs, meaning casualties would be confined to the plant itself, the explosion's cacophony drew nearly every zombie within a 10-kilometer radius. Imagine their frenzy upon discovering the burning flesh and blood amid the flames. Their hunger for human meat ignited into uncontrollable madness, sending the zombie horde rampaging across the surrounding area. Even in the suburbs of Ding, many laborers lived in nearby housing. That night, countless souls perished in the outer districts. Feng Qianyue recalled that even her residential villa complex had been affected. Fortunately, the zombies were halted by sturdy perimeter barriers. Only a few agile ones managed to scale the walls, causing minimal damage. In her previous life, she had joined the Qilin squad during the Great City evacuation. Never once did they mention involvement with the processing plant incident. Clearly, this timeline differed. Whether the explosion would recur remained uncertain. Feng Qianyue glanced at Su Mu and Tan Muling. These were her future subordinates, destined to awaken extraordinary abilities, and she would not let them endanger themselves. Her mind racing, she spoke slowly. As far as I know, the security forces guarding that plant are formidable. Even with additional allies, success is far from guaranteed. Su Mu and Tan Muling's expressions darkened. They shared her concerns, yet Zhang Zhiping was determined to proceed, and with Han Yu's unwavering support, both awakened ones insisted on action. They felt they had no choice but to comply, unless they withdrew from the Qilin squad entirely. But leaving meant finding another group willing to accept 2 additional members, and even if they did, re-establishing teamwork would be costly. More importantly, would anyone want them? As the operations initiator, Zhang Zhiping bristled at Feng Qianyue's discouraging remarks. Without hesitation, he shot back. What would a mundane woman like you understand? Have you ever witnessed an awakened one in battle? My fire. His voice cut off abruptly. A jet-black pistol pressed against his temple. Its owner tilted her head. Shall I put a bullet in you now? Spatial ability user. These 5 words suddenly appeared in everyone's mind simultaneously. They watched in astonishment as a handgun materialized out of thin air in Feng Qianyue's hand. Like a magic trick. Over the past few days, they had encountered several other teams and witnessed some ability users. They had only heard rumors of spatial abilities, but none of them had ever seen one in person. Now seeing it with their own eyes, each of them was deeply shaken within. In addition to shock, Su Mu was filled with endless joy. He had always known that once his senior sister awakened, her ability would be extraordinarily powerful. Zhang Zhiping, with the gun barrel pressed against his temple, swallowed hard. Reaching out, he gripped the barrel and said in as relaxed a tone as he could manage, "We're all friends here, don't do anything rash. If you have this ability, you should have told us sooner." Feng Qianyue did not lower her weapon. Having failed to ingratiate himself, he was both terrified and furious, so he could only shoot Su Mu a warning glance. Su Mu found it satisfying to see him like this, but while it was gratifying, he could not let his senior sister actually shoot someone. After all, they were part of the same team. Though Zhang Zhiping's character left much to be desired, he had not committed any truly unforgivable crimes yet. If their senior sister killed him in a fit of rage, Han Yu would surely go to any lengths to defend him. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so Su Mu stepped forward to plead on Zhang Zhiping's behalf. "Senior sister, please calm down. He's just got a sharp tongue and an inflated ego. Let's not stoop to his level." Tan Muling's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile, silently, giving Su Mu an approving nod in her heart. "Well said. A foul-mouthed egotist. His power may be considerable, but right now the gun is still pressed to his head. Let's see whether your fireball is faster than a bullet." Han Yu finally snapped out of her amazement at the spatial ability user. Vines sprouted instantly from her hands, each bristling with sharp thorns, as she shouted at Feng Qianyue, "Put the gun down." Feng Qianyue appeared not to notice the vines in Han Yu's hands, her gaze fixed on Su Mu's delicate features. "For my junior sake, I'll let this slide today, but he owes me a favor." Su Mu eagerly agreed. "One favor?" He'd gladly owe her 10. Feng Qianyue then holstered her weapon. Before everyone's eyes, the gun vanished from her hand. A second confirmation of her identity as a spatial ability user. Zhang Zhiping slowly exhaled in relief and immediately backed away from Feng Qianyue. Han Yu retracted her vines and stepped forward, taking her boyfriend's hand to offer quiet words of comfort. With the conflict resolved, Feng Qianyue turned to Su Mu. "I want you to repay this favor now." "Tell me, senior sister," Su Mu said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Feng Qianyue stated, "You are not allowed to join tonight's operation at the food processing plant." Huh. Su Mu was taken aback, but quickly connected her earlier warning about the plant's dangers to this demand, and realized she was concerned for him. Realizing this, his heart swelled with warmth like honey. He nodded happily. "All right, I won't go. I promise, senior sister." Han Yu was still fuming from their earlier clash, and now she heard an outsider like Feng Qianyue interfering in matters her team had already decided, which immediately ignited her anger all over again. She glared over. "You're not part of our Qilin squad. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs?" From a safe distance behind, Zhang Zhiping suddenly regained his boldness. He had been caught off guard moments ago, which was all. It did not mean Feng Qianyue was superior to him. Though her spatial ability was rare, it was essentially just a mobile storage space, unlike his own power that allowed instant attacks. At this moment, Zhang Zhiping had no understanding of how terrifying high-level spatial ability users could be blinded by his own narrow-minded arrogance. Still smarting from the earlier humiliation, he quickly chimed in support. Exactly. Even though you're an ability user yourself, this is internal team business. You have no right to interfere. Sumu was about to retort that the senior sister had not interfered with team matters at all. He had agreed voluntarily, but her voice cut in before he could speak. Feng Qianhua looked at the pair across from her and smiled. I'm not interfering, but you two must go tonight. Some people cannot be dissuaded no matter how reasonable the advice. Besides, Feng Qianhua never intended to persuade either of them. She simply wanted Su Mu and Tan Muling to stay behind. Given what she knew about Tan Muling, if Su Mu did not go, chances were she would not either. Tan Muling was an inherently cautious person, and within the Qilin squad, she shared the closest bond with Su Mu, a relationship built on mutual trust. In combat, if one faced danger, the other would immediately come to their aid. If Su Mu was not present for this operation, Tan Muling would have to weigh whether her own safety could be guaranteed before proceeding with the team. True to Feng Qianhua's prediction, Tan Muling furrowed her brow and fell into thought upon hearing that Su Mu would not be going. After hearing Feng Qianhua's words, Han Yu and Zhang Zhiping spoke in unison, "We will definitely go." Feng Qianhua curved her lips into a faint smile, bid farewell to Su Mu and drove away. Now only 5 members of the Qilin squad remained. Han Yu turned to Su Mu. Have you lost your mind to your senior sister? You just do whatever she says. Think about your family. If you do not go, do you expect us to share our supplies with you when we return? Su Mu darkened his expression as he explained, that is not what I meant. If I do not go, I certainly will not expect a share of the supplies. But do not forget, you are all staying at my house, so my family deserves a portion as well. This was quite reasonable. Han Yu opened her mouth, but said nothing, for Su Mu's words held merit. At that moment, Tan Muling's gentle voice rang out. Like Su Mu, I will also not be participating in this operation. Another one withdrawing. Zhang Zhiping ground his teeth. Have both of you let Feng Qianhua's status as a spatial ability user scramble your brains. The food processing plant's forces may be tough to handle, but do not forget, they only have 2 ability users, and we have 2 as well. The rest are nothing but a rabble. If a real fight breaks out, they probably could not withstand a single blow from me. Let me tell you the truth. I broke through to the late stage of level 1 last night, and am now a level 2 expert. The final statement carried great weight. Su Mu and Tan Muling both wore expressions of surprise. Currently, most ability users were at level 1, making level 2 experts exceedingly rare. Though it seemed like merely 1 level higher, the increase in combat power was far from a simple additive effect. Overjoyed, Han Yu threw her arms around Zhang Zhiping. My boyfriend is amazing. He leveled up so fast. So impressive. She was currently at the mid-stage of level 1. Each level was divided into early, mid, and late stages. Zhang Zhiping thoroughly enjoyed everyone's reactions except for Feng Chao, whose expressionless face revealed neither surprise nor admiration. This guy had been this way since the first day they met, silent and invisible when he kept his mouth shut. After his initial surprise, Su Mu remained firm in his decision. He had promised his senior sister and could not break his word. I am happy for you, but I still will not be going. Tan Muling stayed silent this time, though she appeared somewhat tempted. With Zhang Zhiping, now a level 2 expert, their squad might stand a real chance of taking over that processing plant if they could find another capable team to partner with. That would mean their supplies would be secured for quite some time. Zhang Zhiping then turned to her. What about you? If he does not go, his family still gets a share of the supplies. But if you do not go, you get absolutely nothing. Tan Muling changed her mind. I will go. That afternoon, the Qilin squad found another 4-person team to collaborate with. The opposing team had a speed ability user, while the other 3 were all tough fighters. After dinner, the group sharpened their weapons and prepared to set out. Su Mu's family had already learned about tonight's operation during the meal. Upon discovering their son was not joining them, they proceeded to scold him mercilessly. Their team now had 3 ability users, including the rare level 2 expert. The remaining members were far from novices either. With such a strong formation going after the vast supplies stored at the food processing plant, their son actually refused to go. Su Mu's parents refused to accept his decision under any circumstances. They pleaded with Zhang Zhiping on his behalf and forcibly shoved Su Mu into the car, insisting, go, go, go. Even being the driver counts. Unable to resist his parents' persistence, Su Mu ended up seated in the driver's seat. On one side were his parents, and on the other was the senior sister he deeply respected and admired. He carefully recalled the meaning behind her words that evening. She did not want him involved in the operation because she feared for his safety. But now he was merely a driver. Once they arrived, he would not even step out of the car to fight. Would that not still align with his senior sister's wishes? After thinking it through, Su Mu felt considerably better about the situation. The 2 private cars set off toward the suburbs as twilight descended. Feng Qianhua drove away, continuing her journey to find the little system. Relying on a sporadic sense of connection, she searched like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, she pondered tonight's operation of the Qilin squad. Given Zhang Zhiping's arrogant nature, it was 9/10 certain that he wouldn't cancel the mission just because Su Mu had withdrawn. He and Han Yu would definitely go. Tan Muling was likely to stay behind, but if Jiang Zhiping and Han Yu added more safeguards to the operation, she would inevitably waver. In the end, she would probably go. Her situation was different from Su Mu's. Su Mu at least had family, while Tan Muling alone and adrift needed the team to survive. Although Su Mu and Tan Muling were both subordinates she valued, and had once been her people, that was in the past. This life had only just begun. They had their own life choices, and she could only point the way. Whether to take it was entirely up to them. Even if she forced them to her side, now they might not appreciate it. What Feng Qianyue wanted was unwavering loyalty and devotion. If they didn't suffer the harsh lessons of the outside world, now how would they know how comfortable it was with her later? As for whether the factory would explode tonight like it did in the previous life, only fate could tell. This bug-ridden world was full of mysteries. If they still went and met with misfortune in an explosion, Feng Qianyue could only respect their choices. She had already warned them. And since she hadn't awakened her powers yet, and didn't know why or when the factory would explode, going there wouldn't save anyone. It would only put herself in danger. The only thing she could do was advise them not to go. If they didn't go, there would be no danger. But their legs were their own. All she could offer was a warning. No matter how much she wanted these two, she had to protect herself first. The sky grew darker, yet there was still no trace of the little system. Just as Feng Qianyue was about to head home, the sensation suddenly intensified. She immediately turned the car and sped toward the direction of the feeling. The car drove all the way to a scrapyard. The yard was small, with a single-story house inside that looked as if no one lived there. The large iron gate stood wide open. The sensation disappeared here. Feng Qianyue got out of the car, stepped through the rusted gate, and walked on scattered debris. The yard was piled high with scrap crunching underfoot. In a corner formed by heaps of waste, a grimy white cat was curled up. Its green eyes held an almost human expression, weariness and tension. Tension at the sound of footsteps outside. The little system had roamed the streets all day searching for its host, as if this world was deliberately blocking the connection between them. The sensation came and went. Mostly it could only rely on the most brute force method of searching. It believed that Senior Qianqian would also be looking for it. If she too had no special sense of it, she would surely resort to the same needle in a haystack approach. As long as neither of them gave up, they would find each other. That was the thought, but after a whole day without success, it couldn't help but feel sad. What if they never found each other? The little system didn't dare dwell on that possibility. Dragging its exhausted body ravenous with hunger, it returned to the shelter it had found for itself. No sooner had it arrived than it heard human footsteps. During its 2 days of wandering, its feline kind had warned it not to approach humans easily. They were dangerous. Now the footsteps were drawing closer. It tensed, ready to leap out and flee, or maybe wait. Perhaps this person would leave on their own. While it hesitated, a figure appeared before it. Following the trouser leg upward, it froze when it saw the familiar face. Feng Qianyue walked to the pile of scrap and met the eyes of the white cat in the corner. It looked beautiful, adorable, like a fallen princess. Meow? Host, is that you? Am I dreaming? This sentence echoed in Feng Qianyue's mind. She suppressed the smile tugging at her lips and deliberately said, "What an ugly cat." Hearing her voice, the little system snapped back to reality. It leaped up, excitedly grabbed her pant leg, and scrambled upward. In an instant, it was on her shoulder, rubbing its head against her face and meowing incessantly. "Host, it's me, your system. Senior Qianqian, you have no idea how much I missed you. I couldn't eat or sleep, I was terrified. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 days? Woo-woo, I've turned into a cat. Can you recognize me? What if you can't understand what I'm saying? Woo-woo, we can't communicate anymore." Feng Qianyue's head throbbed from its noise. She reached up and patted its bottom. "Stop yowling, wait until we get home." The white cat paused. "You can understand me." Ha ha ha. Feng Qianyue's ears rang with its grating voice, while its laughter echoed like silver bells in her mind. A vein bulged on her forehead. She reached out and clamped its mouth shut. "You look so cute, but when you open your mouth, it sounds like a toad lives in your throat. From now on, no talking on the way home. Mm. The system blinked frantically. Feng Qianyue released her grip and carried it back to the car. She took a cat food can from the mall and opened it for the system. It quickly reverted to its spoiled, audacious self. "No, I want human food." Feng Qianyue took out another of the luxurious lunch boxes she had eaten at noon. After a few seconds of silence, its chatter flooded her mind again. "Yummy yummy, wow, so delicious, hee hee, so good." Feng Qianyue drove with one hand and stroked its head with the other. The worry that had hung in her heart finally settled. On her way home, the Kirin squad had already arrived near the food processing plant. They stopped the cars and gathered to assign tasks. Only Su Mu was not participating, sitting idly in the driver's seat, spacing out. He remembered that Senior's home was not far from here. Before the apocalypse, he had even gone to her house to deliver materials. What was Senior doing now? He desperately wanted to know what kind of man she was willing to support. How could he be so lucky? Damn it. Achoo. In the villa, Shun Jingma sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose, wondering why he had been sneezing so much today. Could it be a cold from sleeping on the floor last night? All because of that weirdo Feng Qianyue. Shun Jingma, extremely cautious of his health, immediately fetched some cold medicine from the first aid kit and swallowed it with mineral water. Just then the sound of the password being entered came from outside the door. Feng Qianyue appeared in black with a grimy white cat perched on her shoulder. Shun Jingmo and the cat locked eyes. The cat squinted with remarkable intelligence, then leaned toward Feng Qianyue's ear and meowed incessantly. Host, is this your man? You've only been in this world for a short while, and you already have a handsome guy. Tisk, he's quite striking. Keep it down tonight, okay? My ears are very sensitive. If you can't help it, don't mind me. I've seen plenty of steamy scenes back in the system space. Haha, this higher level world must have plenty of quality men. You should find a few more and have fun. I've got your back, system. We'll join forces and conquer the apocalypse. Feng Qianyue. Shun Jingma frowned as he listened to the series of croaks coming from the cat. It sounded like a toad stuck in its throat. This is way too ugly. He couldn't help asking Feng Qianyue, Qianqian, was this cat originally a toad? The white cat whipped its head toward him and let out a torrent of croaks. It was clear, the cursing was filthy. At the food processing plant, the night shift consisted of an ability user and 3 burly individuals. The 4 of them gathered in the guardroom, playing cards. Since no one knew when the apocalypse would end, chaos reigned globally. For now, zombies were not the greatest concern, supplies were. This food processing plant had become a veritable goldmine. Though only 4 were on duty, another ability user, and over a dozen people slept in the buildings behind the factory. Everyone ate and slept in the factory. What they guarded was not just food, but the hope of survival. Yet the reason for fewer guards tonight was that the 2 ability users had just advanced to the 2nd rank. With their increased power, they no longer needed so many ordinary people on night duty. While the 4 were engrossed in their card game, a team of people crept cautiously toward the factory. Apart from Su Mu, there were 8 people in this operation. Jiang Zhiping, being the strongest among them, served as the overall commander. The group arrived at the factory gate, a towering iron door looming in the darkness. Jiang Zhiping conjured a red flame in his palm and directed it at the lock. With his enhanced ability, the flame burned at a higher temperature, and soon the thick lock melted away. The door swung open. To catch the defenders off guard, the team moved with extreme caution, slowly pushing the iron gate to enter the factory grounds. With the apocalypse causing widespread blackouts, even if some factories had generators, they were not used at night. Those machines were loud, and night was when zombies were active. Any loud noise would surely attract a zombie siege. Hence, without electricity, there were no surveillance cameras, leaving the night watchman blind. With Su Mu absent, Tan Muliang stayed close behind Jiang Zhiping and Han Yu. Everyone moved as silently as possible, approaching the lit building. The autumn night breeze sent chills down her spine, raising goosebumps. She swallowed nervously, her mind already playing out the bloody scenes ahead. She tightened her grip on the large kitchen knife. 10 days ago, she had been an ordinary office worker. Now she had already taken 3 or 4 lives. After all, zombies were human before infection. When killing zombies, she could convince herself they were no longer people. But tonight she would face living, breathing humans like herself. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Tan Muliang found herself envying Su Mu, who had come but refused to enter. Yet if she didn't participate, she wouldn't get any supplies. She steeled herself and tightened her grip on the kitchen knife once more. Crack! The sound of a crushed can suddenly echoed through the empty, silent factory grounds. Everyone's heart sank. Damn it. They prayed the people inside hadn't heard it. Otherwise the advantage of surprise would be lost. Startled, the group halted. The one who had kicked the can was not from the opposing team, but Feng Zhao. The usually composed Feng Zhao stood there with a poker face, his small eyes revealing nothing. Han Yu frowned, and Jiang Zhiping muttered a curse. The team's rhythm was broken by this minor incident. Jiang Zhiping cursed under his breath and waved for everyone to continue. In the nearby guard room, all 4 players stopped their card game. The 2nd rank ability user among them was not to be underestimated. Even though the sound was faint, ability users had sharp senses. He gave a signal to one of his companions, who slipped out through the back door of the guard room to call for reinforcements. This back door had been prepared for just such an emergency. Only 3 people remained in the guard room, including the ability user, all of them armed with guns, silenced guns. When society fell into chaos, the factory workers had united to eliminate the infected zombies, and then used food to purchase firearms through their channels. So far, no one had been foolish enough to target their food plant. Tonight, it seems someone bold had infiltrated. There must be an ability user among them. Those who awakened abilities often considered themselves superior. The ability user in the guard room was well aware of this arrogance, and he was equally arrogant himself. Armed with a gun, a 2nd rank ability, and reinforcements on the way, he felt confident. Without a word, he pulled open the door and fired a shot directly at Jiang Zhiping, who was leading the group. The attack came so suddenly that the outsiders had no time to react. But Jiang Zhiping, also a 2nd rank ability user, dodged the bullet's trajectory, leaving Han Yu exposed behind him. Tan Muliang, already on high alert, sensed danger the moment the guard room door opened. As the man raised his gun, she grabbed Han Yu and pulled her aside in a flash. It was an instinctive move. Caught off balance, Han Yu lurched sideways, and the bullet grazed her scalp as it flew past. Before she could even thank Tenmuling, the battle had erupted. The group quickly spread out using the darkness to charge forward. Zhang Zhiping Han Yue and another ability user ganged up on the opposing ability user while the rest fought the two armed men. Their numerical advantage quickly gave them the upper hand. But their joy was short-lived. A commotion arose from the distance, and the sound of countless footsteps grew louder. In moments, the other ability user from the factory appeared. It was now 3 against 2. However, both opponents were at the second rank and worked seamlessly together, instantly turning the tide of battle. Tan Muling's group, without ability users, was also overwhelmed by the newly joined enemies. The factory had twice as many people. Seeing defeat was inevitable, Zhang Zhiping shouted, "Retreat." They fought while retreating toward the gate. The factory people didn't want to kill them all either. Any loud noises or casualties would attract nearby zombies, creating more trouble for themselves. But they weren't willing to let them go easily. One of the ability users, also a fire type, hurled a fireball at the tire of the trailing car. Boom! The speeding tire burst instantly. The car screeched to a halt. The flames blazed fiercely, and soon half the vehicle was engulfed in fire. The two inside escaped through the doors. They were part of a cooperative team working with the Chilin squad. 4 had come, but 2 had been killed in the earlier skirmish. One of the 2 who escaped was a speed type ability user. Without a word, he grabbed his companion's arm and sprinted after the Chilin squad's car. The burning car behind them exploded with a deafening roar. Boom! The sound could be heard for 3 kilometers around. If humans could hear it, so could the zombies. They shifted from their low-energy sluggish movements to agile electric motors charging toward the scene. The nearest ones were already closing in. Sumu, drenched in cold sweat, drove the car carrying the Chilin squad members. Everyone was wounded, but they fared better than the other team. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the 2 from the other team chasing them. Sumu said tensely, "I'll slow down and let them in." It wasn't that Sumu was overly kind. Although he had a warm heart, he knew this was the apocalypse, and unnecessary kindness was dangerous. But in his mind, those 2 were allies on this mission, and the zombies hadn't yet reached them, so there was a chance to save them. However, Zhang Zhiping immediately retorted, "Don't stop. The explosion has already attracted zombies. Every second we delay, more will swarm us. Floor it," he roared. Sumu stepped on the accelerator, speeding up. Though he personally wanted to help, he was part of the Chilin squad. If they were surrounded by zombies because of this rescue, the losses would be greater, and Zhang Zhiping would never forgive him. In the face of life and death, one had to be selfish. The other 3 in the car remained silent. Han Yu's short hair had been singed into a ragged mess by the enemy fire-type ability user, and her body was covered in blisters from burns, making it hard for her to sit still. She was in too much pain to care about the fate of the 2 strangers outside. Fang Zhao sat in the corner, clutching his kitchen knife, his face as expressionless as ever, revealing nothing. His unremarkable face bore a few shallow cuts. Tan Muling was in the worst shape. She had been slashed in the stomach and lost a lot of blood while fleeing. If she hadn't prepared bandages in the car, she would have passed out by now. At this moment, she had no energy to worry about others. The 2 men still chasing the car realized they had been abandoned. The speed-type ability user's companion, Paleface, said, "Boss, let go. Save yourself." The man paused, hearing the zombies' roars from all directions, and then released his grip. Everyone had mentally prepared for tonight's operation. How could there be a supply raid without bloodshed? This was the brutal apocalypse. The subordinate was soon caught and devoured by the approaching zombies. Within minutes, another bloodthirsty monster would join the horde. The speed-type ability user went all out, sprinting frantically after the distant car. They could have all survived. "You showed no mercy. Don't blame me for being ruthless." He ran faster and faster, and in his rage he broke through to the peak of the first rank, becoming a second-rank powerhouse. The breakthrough granted him explosive speed, allowing him to catch up just as the Chilin squad's car collided with a zombie. He wrenched open the car door, startling Zhang Zhiping, who kicked him fiercely. The 2 fought, one inside the speeding car and the other clinging to the outside. A wall loomed ahead. Zhang Zhiping shouted, "Sumu, ram this bastard into it." Zhang Zhiping's roar sent a jolt through Sumu's entire body. Clearly the Esper on the other side was enraged by their heartless refusal to help. He was seeking revenge on them now. If Zhang Zhiping were dragged out of the car, none of the remaining people would stand a chance against him. Sumu steeled his resolve and steered straight toward the wall ahead. The man clinging to the car door could naturally hear Zhang Zhiping's roars as well. He wasn't a fool either. Seeing the car hurtling toward the wall, instead of letting go, he gripped Zhang Zhiping's leg all the tighter. His Esper ability was speed. Just as the sedan was about to crash into the wall, Sumu yanked the steering wheel sharply, making the front of the car turn 90 degrees, so the open door slammed heavily against the wall. With the screeching sound of the car door scraping against the wall, it was then crushed shut by the wall's pressure. "Oh!" A blood-curdling scream from Zhang Zhiping echoed inside the carriage. His leg had been brutally crushed clean off. Meanwhile, the speed Esper had leaped onto the car roof a second before, only to be flung off by the violent rotation. He lay on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped the corners of his rising mouth, while listening to that agonizing scream, then got up and quickly vanished into the night. In the back seat, Han Yuetan Muling and Feng Chao huddled together. Zhang Zhiping sat in the passenger seat. His blood-curdling screams sent shivers through everyone else. Han Yu didn't even think about herself and immediately asked about her boyfriend's condition. Zhiping, what happened to you? The whole incident had unfolded too quickly, and due to the angle, the three people in the back seat couldn't see clearly either. Sumu was fully focused on driving, not even glancing back. No one knew how Zhang Zhiping was injured or where the wound was. With the zombie horde growing larger by the moment, they could no longer drive back to the city. The number of zombies there was at hellish levels. Sumu suddenly thought of Feng Qianhua. Senior Sister's house was nearby. Given the circumstances, he could only take a chance. If they could escape to Senior Sister's house, everyone would survive the night. With a clear plan in mind, Sumu pressed the accelerator to the floor, ignoring the chaos in the car, and sped straight toward the distant villa district. At this moment, Feng Qianhua and the freshly bathed little system lay on a comfortable large bed. In the warm candlelight, everything was peaceful and serene. However, the topic they were discussing was quite serious. Host, will I not be able to return to the system space anymore? Feng Qianhua stroked its head, her tone calm. Now I can receive items into the system space. How about I try with you? Okay. Feng Qianhua raised her palm, and the white cat on the bed disappeared. The next moment, the little system's original voice resonated in her mind. Oh, host, I can actually come back. I was so scared. Watching the white cat hopping around in the system space, Feng Qianhua's lips curved into a smile. Don't celebrate yet. Let's first see if you can receive tasks from the main god system. I'll check right away. A few minutes later, the system's joyful voice resonated again. Got it. This world's task is... oh my. It's a high-level task. This high-level task is ridiculously difficult. It actually asks us to find the reason for this world's destruction and prevent the world from being destroyed. Feng Qianhua raised her eyebrows. This task was simply at hell-level difficulty. What's the task reward? Host, upon successful completion of the task, you'll be rewarded with one god heart. The god heart can exchange for any ability, and this ability will accompany your soul regardless of which plane you're in. This is the highest reward from the Time-Space Bureau. Feng Qianhua's eyes lit up. If she could obtain a god heart, couldn't she exchange it for an immortal soul? From then on, no matter which plane she was in or how perilous it was, as long as she had this ability, she wouldn't fear death. After all, dying before completing the task would result in permanent death. With this ability, she wouldn't have to worry about any accidents before finishing the task. If she died, she could start over again until the task for this world was completed. Damn it. For a task executor, this was simply the ultimate cheat. Feng Qianhua was tempted. This was far too alluring for her future self. For peace of mind, she continued to ask, System, if I accept a high-level task, but can't complete it, what punishment will there be? High-level tasks only have rewards, no punishments. Even if the host can't complete it, as long as you ensure you don't die in this world, I can still take you away on the day the world is destroyed. With her worries about the future gone, Feng Qianhua decisively declared, accept it. Since there were no penalties anyway, why not take the challenge? Besides, she was originally the soul of this world. Out of selfishness, she also wanted to figure out why this place would be destroyed. With her experience in another world, she could guess some of the bizarre aspects of this world to some extent. She could feel that the energy of the world was abnormally weak, so the operation of this world must have had a bug, and the Blue Star disaster perfectly confirmed this. Regarding this, Feng Qianhua had two lines of thought. First, the world itself had a bug in its operation, causing the Blue Star disaster. Second, a higher civilization invaded, causing damage to the world and creating a bug. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? It was still unknown. With the task and direction, Feng Qianhua also had a more accurate goal. Regardless of which one needed to be solved, the end goal was to stop the world from being destroyed. What she needed to do now was to gather as many powerful figures from around the world as possible. More people, greater strength. Collective wisdom was powerful, but she couldn't accomplish this alone. Feng Qianhua set her first goal for herself: subdue the former powerhouses, build the first base, and then attract strong people from other regions to flood in. By exploiting the world's bug, she could freely access the apocalypse section of the system. So base construction wouldn't be a concern. What mattered most was that she needed to subdue those powerhouses. Fortunately, she also had confidence in this aspect, because she had done well in the past, and now she was simply refining her skills. Feng Qianhua let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on her face. Who said this apocalypse was bad? It was perfect for her. She was like a fish in water. After chatting a few more words with the little system and preparing to rest, a loud knock came from the first floor. Bang, bang, bang. It was very urgent. Feng Qianhua walked out of the bedroom and saw Shun Jingma coming out of the guest room with a gun in hand. The two exchanged glances and looked downstairs. The man's face was grim. Don't open the door for anyone. Feng Qianhua's lips curved into a smile, her tone stern. I roughly know who it is. They had gone to the processing plant after all. Besides Sumu, no one knew her home address. Running over in the middle of the night to seek refuge. No wonder they had suffered heavy losses tonight. Shen Jingma's eyes narrowed. Who is it? Feng Qianyue didn't answer and turned to walk downstairs. The man behind her tightened his grip on the gun and followed. In Shen Jingma's eyes, his cheap sister was quite bizarre. He needed to watch from the side to prevent others from deceiving her. After all, if she was deceived, it was his own interests that would be lost. Sumu drove all the way to the villa district. The gates were tightly shut, forcing them to exit the vehicle. Feng Chao and Han Yu supported Jiang Zhiping to the entrance, where he used his fire ability to melt the lock. The group of 5 entered the villa district. Sumu supported Tan Mu Ling as they walked. Occasionally 2 or 3 zombies appeared, which Han Yu dispatched. Soon the 5 arrived at Feng Qianyu's villa. Sumu's heart pounded rapidly. He had no desire to disturb his senior sister at such a late hour, but they were left with no choice. 2 of the 5 were critically injured, unable to return to the city, and the only refuge nearby was her home. After several deep breaths, Sumu was about to knock when Jiang Zhiping's leg pain overwhelmed him. He raised his hand and hammered furiously on the door. The sound was more like pounding than knocking. A strong disgust welled up in Sumu's eyes. He found it increasingly difficult to remain in this team, not because of the others, but primarily due to Jiang Zhiping. Unfortunately, he was the strongest among them. After Jiang Zhiping's heavy pounding, the door suddenly opened from within. Feng Qianyu stood there in simple loungewear, her expression cold. Behind her was a handsome man wearing similar attire. The man's narrow, sharp phoenix eyes swept across the group. At first glance, Sumu understood why his senior sister kept a pretty young man around. This guy was definitely a male siren. Damn it. Han Yu was momentarily stunned by the 2 exquisite faces appearing together in the doorway. Though the man carried an ethereal quality, his demeanor was gentle and his proportions were impeccable. So Feng Qianyu wasn't some fool after all. She was living quite well. Jiang Zhiping, consumed by the pain in his leg, could think of nothing else than treating his wound quickly. He refused to become disabled. Tan Mu Ling grew listless from blood loss. The calmest among them was Feng Chao, who scanned the 2 people inside with an expressionless gaze. Feng Qianyu got straight to the point. You want me to take you in? What's in it for me? Sumu snapped back to reality, embarrassment crossing his face. Senior sister, I'm sorry to bother you this late. We have 2 wounded people here. If you let us stay for the night, we'll bring you 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of canned meat tomorrow morning. Would that work? All 5 had agreed to this compensation during the journey. Though Jiang Zhiping was reluctant inside, he said nothing. Now that he needed their help, if he didn't offer something tangible, given their earlier conflicts, they might well leave them to die. But what they thought was a generous offer meant nothing to Feng Qianyu. She had plenty of supplies. These conditions don't move me. Jiang Zhiping's forehead broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Hearing this, he lost his temper. Don't push your luck. This is already the best mutually beneficial offer. Sumu, supporting Tan Mu Ling, quickly interjected. Senior sister, then what conditions do you propose? Whatever I can give, I will. Shen Jing-mo perked up his ears. He was also curious about what Feng Qianyu wanted. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of canned meat was indeed a decent offer. Feng Qianyu looked at Sumu and Tan Mu Ling. I don't want supplies. I want you. You. Sumu and Tan Mu Ling simultaneously thought of when Feng Qianyu had previously asked them to join her team. After tonight's events, Sumu harbored great dissatisfaction toward Jiang Zhiping. Even if his senior sister hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay with the Qilin squad for much longer. Moreover, his senior sister was now a spatial ability user. Though not a combat-type, spatial abilities were extremely rare, and imagining what she could become at a higher level was beyond comprehension. Anyway, following his senior sister couldn't be wrong. In the blink of an eye, Sumu made his decision. I'm willing. Tan Mu Ling pondered with her somewhat sluggish mind. In the Qilin squad, the only person she trusted was Sumu. After Sumu left, she had little reason to stay. It was just about finding food. Where else could she beg for it? Jiang Zhiping was authoritarian, and Han Yu constantly supported him, making her uncomfortable. Though Feng Qianyu wasn't as strong overall, there was something about her that Tan Mu Ling couldn't quite explain, but found appealing. Besides, she was a rare spatial ability user. The future held great promise. She might as well take this opportunity to leave the Qilin squad. Tan Mu Ling quickly followed suit. I'm willing too. Seeing her former 2 confidants agree, Feng Qianyu's lips curved slightly as she stepped aside. Come in. Behind her, Shen Jing-mo hesitated for a moment before also making room. He hadn't expected Feng Qianyu to be poaching members. His sharp gaze scrutinized Sumu and Tan Mu Ling carefully. What made these 2 so special? Watching Sumu support Tan Mu Ling into the house, Shen Jing-mo frowned. A heaviness settled in his chest. As Sumu and Tan Mu Ling entered, Han Yu helped Jiang Zhiping step forward, but Feng Qianyu positioned herself to block the way. Her meaning was clear. Han Yu's pupils widened. What do you mean? You're only taking in those 2. Feng Qianyu raised an eyebrow. I take care of my own. Are you mine? You. Han Yu was speechless. She certainly wouldn't become Feng Qianyu's subordinate just for a night's shelter. She didn't care, but her boyfriend's injuries were too severe and Han Yu didn't know what to do. Since knowing Jiang Zhiping, she had mostly followed his lead. Now she turned to him, waiting for him to decide. Jiang Zhiping had been holding back his anger since before, and while Feng Qianyu poaching his people in front of him was one thing. Those two were useless without abilities anyway. Let them go. But Feng Qianyu blocking the entrance and refusing to let him in was clear retaliation for the conflict that started at noon. She looked like a fairy but had a heart smaller than a needle. No matter how rare her spatial ability was, a woman like her would never achieve anything great. Jiang Zhiping's eyes turned dark and vicious. He decided to force his way in. There were only two people on the other side. A pretty boy who was just ordinary and a non-combat type. This time, he wouldn't wait for Feng Qianyu to draw her gun, he'd subdue her instantly. But the moment his finger twitched, a silencer-tipped gun barrel pressed against the center of his brow with supernatural speed. Shen Jingmo's long arm reached through Feng Qianyu's gun and hand, his gaze cold as ice. He had been watching Jiang Zhiping closely since the beginning. From the man's subtle facial expressions, he could tell he was about to make a move. Feng Qianyu retreated her weapon into her spatial dimension, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Jingmo. Good reflexes, quick responses. No wonder he was her former rival. With proper training, he could be invaluable. Jiang Zhiping, gun pointed at his head, dared not move. The man's gaze across from him left no doubt. Any movement would result in an empty magazine. Han Yu looked completely bewildered, unable to understand how things had escalated so quickly. She shouted at Shen Jingmo, "What are you doing? Want to fight or something?" He didn't even glance her way, instead pressing the barrel harder against Jiang Zhiping's forehead. "Get lost." His aura was chilling, raising hairs on end. Within moments, zombie growls echoed from nearby. Several had caught the scent of blood and were approaching. Feng Qianyu issued her final warning. "Either leave or die here. Choose for yourselves." Both Han Yu and Jiang Zhiping heard the zombie growls too. Their expressions darkened simultaneously, and they understood Feng Qianyu wouldn't let them in. Jiang Zhiping spoke grimly, "Let's go." At his words, Han Yu immediately supported him as they moved outward. After taking just a couple steps, they realized someone hadn't followed. It was Feng Chao. He was still standing at the villa entrance. He looked at Feng Qianyu and asked, "Do you want me?" His voice came out slightly raspy, as if his vocal cords had been damaged, carrying an unpleasant edge. Perhaps this was why he was so taciturn. Feng Qianyu gazed into those small eyes of his, finding nothing but emptiness in the man's depths. Her impression of this guy was genuinely faint. Perhaps because he had perished too early in his past life, compounded by his taciturn nature. But whether it was merely psychological or not, she always sensed an oddity about him. If she wished to discern whether it was genuine strangeness or her own imagination, the best approach would be to keep him within close sight. She nodded. "Let's go in." Feng Chao silently entered the villa. 2 steps behind Han Yu and Jiang Zhiping ground their teeth in frustration. Hearing the zombies' ghastly roar, the two could only retreat swiftly. When they had arrived, 5 souls stood together. In the blink of an eye, 3 had abandoned ship. The once pompous pair now found themselves leading absolutely no one. Inside the villa, Shen Jingmo felt a heavier weight compressing his chest as he surveyed the 3 strangers in the living room. He had never envisioned Feng Qianyu would consider taking on subordinates. Someone with her peculiar disposition ought to have been a lone wolf. And now not only had she accepted someone, but 3 at once. Shen Jingmo could not quite pinpoint his discontent, so he attributed this resentment to his distaste for sharing living quarters. Indeed, he had not yet adjusted to Feng Qianyu, and now he would need to accommodate others as well. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyu examined Tan Muling's wound and retrieved a bottle of top-tier healing powder from the system shop, dusting it onto the injury. To the others it appeared she had drawn the medication from some spatial storage. They watched with envy. What a remarkably convenient ability. In this post-apocalyptic world, who would not yearn for such a power? Tan Muling leaned against the sofa, watching the young woman tend to her wound. For an instant it felt as though they had known each other for years. Perhaps this was what people called an instant connection. She offered a quiet thank you in a feeble voice. "Thank you for taking me in and helping me heal. I was blind to reject your invitation before." Feng Qianyu smiled faintly. "I understand your choice back then, but don't offer mere words. Wait until you are healed and officially become one of mine." Her tone carried a languid drawl. Seeing that Feng Qianyu truly held no grudge, Tan Muling relaxed and smiled. "All right." Only then did Su Mu recall his own earlier rejection of the senior. Tan Muling had been far more perceptive than him after all. He had not even considered that angle. They had flatly refused her with absolute conviction, and now here she was inviting them again, without holding it against them. The more Su Mu pondered this, the more ashamed he grew, his once comfortable seat beginning to burn with embarrassment. He lifted his round eyes toward Feng Qianyu. "Senior. I want to thank you too. Am I considered one of yours now?" Su Mu bore a childish face, stood at average height among the boys at roughly 170 centimeters, and possessed delicate features. Combined with his cautious words, he looked rather endearing at that moment. Feng Qianyu finished the bandaging and casually ruffled his hair. "Yes, you certainly count as one of mine too." Cough. An abrupt cough echoed through the living room. Shun Jingma pressed his fist to his lips, noticed everyone on the sofa turning to look, and raised an eyebrow. Sorry, a cold. Feng Qianyue casually withdrew her gaze and pointed toward the food and water on the table. Help yourselves. No need to ask me. There are 2 rooms on the first floor. Sumu Feng Chao, you will share one tonight. Muling, you will have your own. We can discuss anything else tomorrow. With that, she headed straight upstairs. Shin Jingma gave Sumu a lingering look before turning and following. When Feng Qianyue reached the bedroom door, the man followed and said, Brother wishes to speak with you for a moment. Is that convenient? Come in. The bedroom was dim, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the window. An unfinished candle rested on the nightstand, yet neither showed any intention of lighting it. Feng Qianyue sat on the edge of the bed and looked up at him. What did you want to say? His gentle, measured voice responded. You wish to form a team, is that correct? Yes. Shin Jingma arched his brow and spoke earnestly. Managing a team is not so simple. Though you possess a clever mind, how can you guarantee that everyone in the team will obey you? What if someone harbors malicious intent and seeks to harm you? He persisted gently. Listen to me. We 2 are enough. There would be fewer troubles and no need for intrigue. My wound will heal within 2 days, and then I will accompany you to gather supplies. Trust me, I can assist you. Qianqian, we truly do not need anyone else's help. He placed heavy emphasis on the final words. After speaking, Shun Jingma gazed intently at the girl across from him. He was uncertain whether his arguments would sway her. But it did not matter. He had further rhetorical strategies prepared. Surely one of them would move her. Seconds later, her light and melodious voice rang out. Brother, are you perhaps jealous? Shin Jingma's heart skipped a beat. He blinked his long phoenix-shaped eyes, his voice lowering and growing grave. Do not jest about such matters. I am speaking seriously. Feng Qianyue wore a mischievous expression. For all his eloquent words, he was simply afraid that her attention would be divided by others. He sought to control her, yet she had already countered him before anything had truly begun. Clearly, he was growing anxious. But Feng Qianyue was deliberately misinterpreting his meaning. He repeatedly claimed he harbored no romantic feelings for her and desired only to be her brother. She accommodated this notion, yet that did not preclude playful teasing. As long as she remained unembarrassed, the discomfort would fall upon someone else. Feng Qianyue maintained her steady tone. Brother, I am also speaking seriously with you. If you are not jealous, then you have even less reason to harbor such thoughts. Nobody knows when this apocalypse will conclude, so I naturally require a team. They happen to seek my aid, and we are mutually beneficial. It is a 2-way exchange with no room for intrigue. Furthermore, you should trust in my ability to manage team affairs competently. You are my brother, the sole family I have at present. If even you do not support me, then how shall we sustain the familial bond we have just established? Feng Qianyue deftly tossed the problem back onto him. If he wished to play the family card, he would soon learn what it felt like to be struck by his own weapon. Shin Jingma was rendered speechless by her words. All his prepared arguments became entirely useless. If he pressed further, his position grounded in family ties would crumble. Feng Qianyue was eccentric, not foolish. Shin Jingma's hand at his side clenched and unclenched 3 times before he finally spoke. I naturally believe you can handle this well. I only worry about you and wish to spare you unnecessary trouble. Since you have made your decision, brother supports you. Good night. As he prepared to exit the room, her voice came from behind. Oh, by the way, brother, tidy up the other guest room upstairs tomorrow. I will have Sumu move in. Upon hearing this, the man paused for several seconds before turning around. His dark eyes were fathomless and an ominous aura radiated from his entire being. His usually warm voice emerged chillingly cold. You are letting him move upstairs. Do you like your junior that much? The final words carried a bite of mockery. Feng Qianyue seemed oblivious to his change and replied nonchalantly, indeed, I do quite like him. Besides, he cannot keep cramming into a room with Feng Chao forever, can he? Not share with him, but share with you. Shun Jingma blurted out before realizing his words had escaped. Struck by having spoken his true thoughts aloud, he froze in place. What had gotten into him tonight? His mind and tongue seemed to operate independently, spouting nonsense without restraint. Who was she to favor her junior? It was none of his business. As long as she continued to regard him as her brother, that thread of kinship could bind her. Why overthink it? This house belonged to her in the first place. Whoever she wished to reside here she could permit. Whoever and wherever she chose had nothing to do with him. She was not even his biological sister. Absurd. Before Feng Qianyue could speak, the man threw out, forgive me. I spoke out of turn. I will tidy it up tomorrow morning. After he departed, the little system's voice resonated within Feng Qianyue's mind. Host, this fellow is rather peculiar. Feng Qianyue's lips curved upward. Peculiar. Peculiar was precisely the point. Soon she would let him witness with his own eyes that she treated others just as well. Such privileges were by no means exclusive to him alone. Shun Jingma returned to his room, closed the door, and muttered a low curse, damn. After a few minutes, he gradually calmed down and began to think rationally. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Feng Qianyue to form a team. As long as her attitude toward him remained unchanged, he would continue to benefit. The larger the team she assembled, the more he would gain. From a long-term perspective, it was a good thing. The only discomfort he felt was the aversion to being around so many people, not at all what Feng Qianhua had called jealousy. In his dictionary, the word jealousy did not exist. Those bound by emotions were mere mortals. He was different. He was a villain. He would stop at nothing to survive the apocalypse, and he would live well. What did it matter if he exploited the sincerity of a love-starved girl? From the very beginning, when she chose to believe his words, she was destined to be a sacrifice in his scheme. In the dim light, Shun Jingma's gaze grew deep, and his resolve hardened. It had to be said that Shun Jingma and Feng Qianhua were somewhat alike underneath. Both were ruthless, both loved to conquer and control, and both were skilled at manipulating hearts. Two such people were destined for a tug-of-war. Who would willingly become the sacrifice in the end? The answer, it seemed, would not be long in coming. Because up to now, Feng Qianhua had only been responding with the other's tactics. She hadn't even started to get serious. Now that the little system had returned, the mission was accepted, and the goal was clear, she could finally let loose and act. After Feng Qianhua and Shun Jingma left, the atmosphere in the first-floor living room turned slightly awkward. The main reason for the awkwardness was Feng Zhao. Su Mu and Tan Mulin had never been alone with him before. Whenever Zhang Zhiping and Han Yu were around, they didn't need to interact with Feng Zhao. Now the three of them had jumped ship together to another team, and they would be teammates. After a few seconds of silence, Su Mu attempted to break the ice. Feng Zhao, I didn't expect you to leave too. I'm curious, why? Tan Mulin, though weak and leaning against the sofa, pricked up her ears to listen. She was also very curious about what had made Feng Zhao switch teams. Before this, there had been no visible interaction between him and Feng Qianhua. A low, hoarse voice came from the single-seater sofa. No reason. It was like asking a question and getting nothing. Su Mu and Tan Mulin wore expressions of being choked. That guy was still the same. His mouth was simply impossible to communicate with. Su Mu gave Feng Zhao a meaningful glance. Could this guy be interested in the senior? Was that why he took the opportunity to jump ship when they did? In Su Mu's eyes, anyone falling for the senior made sense. No matter what she did, every move she made was captivating. That Feng Zhao, an oddball being attracted to the senior, was not hard to understand. After all, he was human, and humans have emotions. But he was destined to be a mere toad. His face wasn't even as good-looking as his own. If he himself had no chance, then Feng Zhao had even less. At the very least, one would need to be on the level of that pretty boy's freakish beauty. Su Mu sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had a good mindset. He knew he wasn't worthy, so he always treated the senior as an idol. Just looking at her was enough. Soon the three went to the first-floor guest rooms to rest. The two boys shared a room, each taking one end of a large bed. The room soon echoed with Su Mu's steady breathing. In the dimness, a faint dark shadow drifted out of Feng Zhao's body, leaving the figure on the bed like a soulless clay figurine. The shadow passed through the door and floated up to the second floor, finally stopping before Feng Qianhua's bedroom door. It paused for only a second before slipping through the door. The girl on the bed lay with her eyes closed flat on her back. The shadow hovered above her. As it swooped down, attempting to enter her body, an invisible barrier repelled it back. The shadow was stunned. It had been on Blue Star so long, yet this was the first time it had encountered a human it couldn't possess. But the energy field emanating from her was simply too tempting. Unwilling to leave, the shadow condensed into the silhouette of a man and landed on the floor. In the darkness, that face transcended the definition of beauty or ugliness. But once you saw him, you would be irresistibly drawn in, as if gazing into a galaxy. Ling Yan abandoned the idea of possession and reached out a finger to touch the girl's cheek. This time it was not repelled by her energy field. It seemed that as long as he abandoned the intention to possess, he could touch her normally. He felt a flicker of pleasure. What an interesting human he had discovered. The monotonous life of experiencing low-level existence on Blue Star had finally gained a bit of amusement. Ling Yan tried to absorb her energy through his own methods, but it had no effect whatsoever. He could only look, but not eat. It was deeply frustrating. So he wondered, could he absorb her energy through human means? The human method Ling Yan thought of was reproduction. It was worth a try, but first he needed to prevent her from waking up. From his fingertip, a wisp of brilliant energy like a flowing galaxy swirled over Feng Qianhua's brain and vanished in an instant. Seeing his energy enter her body, Ling Yan relaxed. He pondered what was the first step in human reproduction. There seemed to be no standard answer. He had once stumbled upon Zhang Zhiping and Han Yu being intimate, and it looked quite chaotic. Ling Yan decided not to dwell on where to start. Looking at the girl's slightly pressed lips, he gently pinched her chin, lifted it, and leaned down. The person lying on the bed moved a hand under the covers. Just as Ling Yan's lips were about to touch Feng Qianhua opened her eyes. Time seemed to freeze. Everything around them ceased to exist. Ling Yan blinked, bewildered. How had she woken up? Was his ability ineffective against her? Impossible. In that moment of shock, she spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The voice instantly snapped Ling Yan back to reality. The next second he rose and dissolved into a black shadow, vanishing on the spot. Feng Qianyue slowly sat up, staring at the spot where he disappeared. In her obsidian-like pupils a flicker of excitement danced. This world was indeed full of mysteries. Feng Qianyue had woken up before the shadow even entered. In her sleep, she had sensed an energy approaching. She could sense even the energy of the entire worlds, let alone this one. The little system had also issued a warning before the intruder entered. Its tone was now serious. Host, do you think it could be the culprit behind the Blue Star catastrophe? Feng Qianyue replied lightly, hard to say. Neither the Blue Star catastrophe nor the final destruction was that simple, but this black shadow was definitely connected to it. Originally Feng Qianyue had no leads, but now the clue had delivered itself. She would start by investigating the origin of the black shadow. System, did that energy enter Feng Zhao's body? Host guessed right. It tried to enter yours just now, but I bounced it out. In the space the white cat puffed out its chest proudly. Demons and sprites stay away, Feng Qianyue smiled. Good job. Tomorrow come out of the space and use your current form to keep an eye on Feng Zhao. Yes. The little system's tone shifted, turning a bit coquettish. Chinchia boss, give me a name please. When I was wandering, the stray cats said that once you have an owner you get a name. I've never had a name since I was born. Feng Qianyue was momentarily taken aback. She had never really noticed that. She asked gently, alright, do you have a name you want? Yes. I want to take your surname. Call me Feng Beitian. Feng Qianyue was speechless. If that makes you happy. Who would have thought a cute little cat would be named Feng Beitian? Seeing the little system, delighted, Feng Qianyue accepted the name. She closed her eyes and tried to channel the energy that had entered her body to various parts of herself. Wherever the energy passed, she felt an extraordinary strength, invulnerable, immense power, as if it could shatter everything. She had not yet awakened any ability. This power was merely a wisp of that shadow's energy. It was enough to show how formidable that creature was. But no matter how powerful, it couldn't get into her body, how instead she could absorb its energy for her own use. Feng Qianyue smiled with satisfaction, not minding if the creature came a few more times. The fleeing Ling Yen returned to Feng Zhao's body. The clay figurine seemed to instantly regain its soul. The stagnant heartbeat in the flesh restarted beating faster than ever. This was the first time he had experienced such a strong emotional fluctuation since arriving on Blue Star. He was truly astonished. His energy was ineffective against Feng Qianyue, but it had clearly entered her body. Ling Yen could only attribute this to the special energy field on Feng Qianyue. With this discovery, Ling Yen became even more determined to absorb her energy. To get close to her, he would have to cater to her preferences. According to her own words, she was keeping that man. The man's appearance was top tier among humans. It was clear she had a taste for beauty. To contact her and absorb energy using Feng Zhao's body was impossible. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity in the coming days to let Feng Zhao die, then create a body similar to the one he had projected and approach her. He believed that his new appearance would surely attract Feng Qianyue's attention. In one villa lived 5 people. 3 of them were pure black-hearted dumplings. 800 scheming minds scheming against each other. At the first light of dawn, someone in the villa had already risen. Shen Jingma got up early to tidy the guest room next door. He was determined to use concrete actions to prove that he was a serious brother. He fully supported his sister's decision. Let Feng Qianyue immerse herself in familial affection, unable to extricate herself. The deeper she sank, the greater the benefits he would reap. As for whom she liked, that trivial matter was utterly insignificant. Shen Jingma worked while his conviction grew stronger. When he finally finished cleaning the guest room and descended the stairs, he saw 2 figures chatting and laughing in the living room. The thoughts in his mind shattered into 2. Feng Qianyue could like anyone, but at least someone convincing. What was so attractive about that ugly short brat? Wasn't the astonishment he felt when he first saw her proof that her taste was fine? How could her standards have dropped so drastically? Had she never heard the phrase, better to have none than to settle for less? Feng Qianyue was just amused by a joke from Su Mu when she caught a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. She smiled and said, brother, there's breakfast for you here. I'll take little Su and Feng Chao to his place to get their luggage. Shen Jingma narrowed his phoenix eyes, clenched his molars, and forced a smile. All right, take care. Feng Qianyue told Tan Muling to rest, and he then led the other 2 to Su Mu's house to fetch the belongings of Feng Chao and Tan Muling. Actually, she had known from the start that Su Mu couldn't move in. He couldn't bear to leave his parents. In this chaotic world, home invasions for supplies were rampant. The only reason Feng Qianyue had made Shen Jingma clean the guest room was simply to toy with him. The car drove onto the main road leading to the city center with Su Mu at the wheel. Feng Qianyue and Feng Chao sat in the back with enough space between them for 2 more people. They hadn't exchanged a single word since morning. It was as if last night's events had never happened. He was still the silent Feng Chao, and Feng Qianyue's attitude toward him remained as indifferent as water. And Feng Beitian, curled up on Feng Qianyue's lap, had the most intense interactivity. He must keep a close watch on this guy for his host. Ling Yen had no idea he was being watched by a cat. To him it was just a stray cat Feng Qianyue had picked up. Ordinary, with no hint of energy fluctuation. Feng Qianyue had asked the little system to monitor him to test if he could detect the system's consciousness inside the cat. So far the guy seemed normal. Being repelled by system energy and failing to detect the system's consciousness indicated that his energy source was lower than the system's. Alone he could never be the culprit who damaged the will of the Blue Star world. There must be a deeper layer behind this. His appearance on Blue Star might be a coincidence, or perhaps he was in league with the real culprit. Whichever it was, she had to figure out his origins. The car stopped in front of Su Mu's small Western-style house. Before the apocalypse, he had been a rich young master. The three got out and walked toward the entrance. Su Mu led the way, feeling both nervous and joyful at the thought of his senior sister meeting his parents. He wanted to tell his parents that from now on he was part of senior sister's team. He entered the password and opened the door. The spacious living room had 4 faces staring at them. Besides Su Mu's parents, there were 2 familiar faces, Han Yu and Zhang Zhiping. After last night's events, the sight of Feng Qianyue ignited their fury. They had narrowly escaped death several times last night, finally hiding in an empty house to evade the zombies. It was fortunate they were ability users. Though their lives were spared, Zhang Zhiping's leg was completely ruined. Not only had he missed the treatment window, but the fighting had worsened the tear. Now Zhang Zhiping's gaze at Feng Qianyue was full of murderous intent. If she hadn't shut him out, none of this would have happened. Han Yu's expression differed from Zhang Zhiping's hatred. Hers was more anger. Anger at Feng Qianyue's pettiness in leaving them to die, anger at her stealing away their team members. A despicable person who took advantage of others' misfortune. Feng Qianyue, on the other hand, merely glanced at them and said to Su Mu, "Where are Tan Muling's things? I'll get them for her." Su Mu snapped back. Here. Senior sister, I'll take you." Feng Chao had already gone to retrieve his own luggage, as if he hadn't seen Zhang Zhiping and Han Yu at all. Being completely ignored by the 3, Zhang Zhiping and Han Yu's fury burned ever hotter. Their dignity as strong individuals had been trampled upon repeatedly. They exchanged a glance, ready to vent their anger. Feng Qianyue followed Su Mu to Tan Muling's room. Once the door was closed, she asked him, "Are you still going to let them stay in your house?" Su Mu shook his head like a rattle. "Absolutely not. I've parted ways with them. I'll make it clear as soon as we go out. From now on we go our separate ways." Feng Qianyue packed Tan Muling's things into a bag as she said, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to part ways." Su Mu's face darkened. That was his worry too. Though they hadn't been together long, he could see their characters clearly. They were already arrogant as ability users, and that was without having offended them. Now that he had jumped ship, they were bound to be furious. He and his parents were ordinary people. If they sought revenge, the consequences would be dire. But Su Mu didn't regret his decision last night. Parting ways was inevitable. Even if not for this, he would have offended them over something else down the line. They were never on the same path. Su Mu steadied himself. "Senior sister, don't worry. You take the stuff and leave first. If they want revenge, bring it on. I'm not easy to mess with either. Ability users don't have infinite energy, and both of them are injured. I have a gun in my room. I'll grab it and keep it on me." Feng Qianyue casually slung the packed bag over her shoulder and used her other hand to ruffle Su Mu's fluffy hair. "I told you my people are my responsibility. Do you think I came here just to get Tan Muling's luggage?" "Huh." Su Mu froze, then broke into a big smile. "Senior sister, you're so good. Having a boss like you makes me so happy." Su Mu only knew that Feng Qianyue was a space-type ability user and agile. He knew nothing about her other abilities, but he inexplicably trusted her completely. In his eyes, senior sister had always been an exalted figure to look up to. To be safe, Su Mu still went to his bedroom to grab his gun. If a fight broke out, he could help. As for whether Feng Chao would join, Su Mu wasn't sure. That guy was a good fighter, but when faced with his old boss and new boss fighting, who knew what he would do? He might even just stand by. Feng Qianyue and Su Mu returned to the living room. Feng Chao stood there like a statue with a half-sized backpack on his back. When he saw them come out, he took a slight step and walked over to them. The 3 stood together, and Feng Qianyue glanced at him. He was picking sides. Seeing Feng Chao come over without hesitation, Su Mu smirked and said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, go to your room. We have business to discuss." Su Mu's parents also sensed the tension in the living room and quickly slipped away. Han Yu looked contemptuous. She held grudges against the 3, but not against Su Mu's parents. As for Tan Muling, considering how she had pulled her away last night to dodge a gunshot, her betrayal was considered settled. Zhang Zhiping's thoughts were simple. He wanted Feng Qianyue and those 2 traitors to pay the price. Before Su Mu's parents had even left the living room, Zhang Zhiping struck first. He raised his hand, and a blazing wall of fire shot toward the 3 opposite him. "Go to hell, all of you." The wall of flames bore down directly on Feng Qianyue and the other 3. Its width spanned more than half the living room, and everything in its path, furniture and belongings alike, was consumed by fire. Even Han Yu hadn't anticipated her boyfriend launching such a devastating attack right from the start. His intent was unmistakably lethal, a direct assault aimed at eliminating these 3 individuals. In her perspective, a sound beating would suffice to vent her anger. After all, Feng Qianyue bore no obligation to rescue them, and the other 2 were once trusted companions in arms. Though they had betrayed the team, they hadn't attempted to harm them. In Han Yu's view, their offenses didn't warrant death. Yet her boyfriend had already resorted to ruthless measures, and she found herself powerless to intervene. Sumu immediately prepared to pull Feng Qianyue toward the firewall's edge, with Feng Chao moving in tandem. Two forces pressed against Feng Qianyue's arm only to be deflected instantly. The moment Zhang Zhiping raised his hand, Feng Qianyue channeled the absorbed energy into her palm and hurled it with tremendous force directly into the approaching wall of flames. The oppressive wall of fire was obliterated in a single strike. This scene rendered everyone present motionless with shock. Zhang Zhiping watched in utter disbelief as his ultimate ability, gathered from all his internal energy, was completely annihilated by his opponent's single move. Han Yu was the first to recover from the astonishment. What kind of ability is that? She hadn't sensed any fluctuation of ability energy from her. Yet without ability energy, it was absolutely impossible for her to break through a second-tier ability master's ultimate technique. Su Mu's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Senior sister truly possessed more than just a spatial ability. A true powerhouse. In the corner, Su's parents huddled against the wall, trembling. Good heavens, this girl is incredibly fierce. Feng Chao's expression shifted to one of surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, the energy behind that strike should have originated from him. What kind of constitution did this girl possess? She wasn't just immune to his energy, she could absorb and release it. If she could absorb his energy, could he absorb hers? How intriguing. Truly fascinating. He was already eager to discard his current identity and investigate further. Han Yu's question would remain unanswered. The next moment, Feng Qianyue produced a gun and fired multiple shots directly at Zhang Zhiping's head. Bang! Bang! Zhang Zhiping, wedged in the sofa, dragged his broken leg as he attempted to collapse onto the floor. Han Yu's expression turned cold as she grabbed Zhang Zhiping and dodged. Being an ability user meant heightened senses and lightning reflexes. Despite firing several bullets, only one struck Zhang Zhiping, piercing his ear, causing immediate and profuse bleeding. His agonized scream pierced the air, followed by another barrage of bullets raining down on him. Feng Qianyue moved like a hunter toying with prey. Beyond the initial headshots, she now targeted random locations across his body. Cries of agony echoed continuously. Han Yu pulled Zhang Zhiping in a desperate struggle to evade, but with his broken leg his movements were sluggish. Several bullets found their mark, though none proved fatal. Su Mu gazed at his idol with shining eyes. Incredible. Senior sister is so amazing. He should drag out his past self, who had rejected her invitation, and slap himself repeatedly. How could he have thought this duo surpassed her? Meanwhile, Feng Chao's small eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. The malicious and playful revenge thoroughly delighted him. Why extinguish an annoying person immediately? How boring would that be? His initial reason for joining the Chillin' Squad was precisely because these two were entertaining. They could perform little shows for him daily. In the corner, Su's parents were too terrified to move a muscle. Han Yu and Zhang Zhiping had always been supreme powerhouses in their eyes. Individuals they would never dare offend or neglect. Now they were being routed by the girl their son brought home. The contrast was simply exhilarating to the extreme. Serves them right. These two had no idea how many advantages they'd taken from their family over the years. Initially, Han Yu was still a decent girl, but after getting involved with Zhang Zhiping, she became a completely different person. Relying on their status, they treated everyone else like servants, forgetting that initially the Su family had kindly taken them in. Now let them experience humiliation from someone even more formidable. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Zhiping had been turned into a human sieve, bleeding profusely from everywhere and left in a half-dead state. Han Yu was anxious, frightened, and grieved. Desperately, she dropped to her knees with a thud and kowtowed to Feng Qianyue. Stop. Please stop. I'm begging you to spare his life. I swear we won't seek revenge. Feng Qianyue let out a light laugh. Let me guess, you don't believe me. It's true, absolutely true. Han Yu keeps her word. We will never seek revenge on you. Zhang Zhiping has already been crippled by you. Even if he survives, his ability will struggle to advance to the next stage. And with your strength, how could we possibly seek death by confronting you? For the sake of our past acquaintance, give us another chance, please. I'm begging you. Feng Qianyue, I'm begging you to spare him. I'll kowtow to you. After speaking, Han Yu frantically knocked her head against the ground. Her devotion to Zhang Zhiping was genuine. Su Mu found this scene somewhat unbearable to witness. Compared to Zhang Zhiping, Han Yu wasn't someone he found particularly detestable. However, Zhang Zhiping had attempted to take their lives moments ago. Su Mu held no desire to plead for such a person. Regardless of whether she chose to spare or eliminate him, he would defer entirely to senior sister's judgment. Feng Qianyue regarded the bloodied Han Yu with an impassive expression, posing a critical question. If I spare him today and someday you meet your end by his hand, would you still request that I show mercy? Han Yu's kowtowing ceased abruptly, her tear-filled eyes blinking. What do you mean? Are you suggesting Zhang Zhiping would harm me? On the floor, Zhang Zhiping struggled to speak, his life hanging by a thread. A little you. Don't believe her. Han Yu wiped away her tears and declared resolutely to Feng Qianyue, impossible. He may not be a good person, but he would never harm me. I trust him. A lovesick fool meets a grim fate. If she killed Jiang Zhiping today, this man would remain a shining memory in Han Yu's heart, and Han Yu would harbor resentment toward her. Resentment? She couldn't care less. What mattered was witnessing Han Yu eventually devour her own medicine. Nonetheless, she couldn't simply let them go without consequence. After holstering her weapon, Feng Qianyue turned to Han Yu and said, I'll release him today, but should you survive an encounter with death in the future, your second life belongs to me. Han Yu grasped the essence of her words. Essentially, if she escaped mortal peril at Jiang Zhiping's hands, she would surrender her own existence to Feng Qianyue. In Han Yu's mind, this condition was essentially hollow. How could Jiang Zhiping possibly turn against her? She had been utterly devoted, unwavering in her loyalty. Moreover, their bond ran deep. How could such a thing transpire? Unconsciously dismissive, she declared, very well. I accept. If that day ever comes, my second life belongs to Feng Qianyue. Whatever you command, I shall obey, even death itself. In Han Yu's perspective, this scenario would never materialize. By making such an extreme vow, she aimed to eliminate any lingering threat from Feng Qianyue. With those words, Feng Qianyue smirked, gathered her belongings, and departed. May fortune favor her. Observing Feng Qianyue's exit, Han Yu finally relaxed. She wiped the blood from her brow and rushed to examine her boyfriend's wounds. At this moment, she remained oblivious that within a mere half-month, Feng Qianyue's warning would prove tragically accurate. On their return journey, Feng Chao piloted the vehicle, while Feng Qianyue occupied the passenger seat. Su Mu remained behind to manage the aftermath at home. An eerie stillness pervaded the automobile's interior. Concerning the preceding events, Feng Chao resolved to probe Feng Qianyue, so he initiated a conversation. What ability did you employ in that punch back at the Su residence? From the passenger seat came her melodious reply. What ability? That you should ask yourself. Bang! Feng Chao slammed the brakes. His gaze turned icy as he glanced over. What do you mean? Feng Qianyue smiled. What's the panic? I only thought you as a member of the Qilin squad have seen much and know much, so I asked if you knew. What did you think I meant? A perfectly appropriate look of confusion hung on her face. Ling Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he was exposed. But upon reflection, it seemed impossible. Although Feng Qianyue possessed an energy field that attracted him, she herself was made of flesh and blood. There was no way she could perceive his true form. Ling Yin restarted the car, his impassive face betraying no emotion. No, I was just curious about what you meant earlier. Since you don't know what this energy is either, can you tell me where it came from, so I can help you figure it out? Feng Qianyue, seeing that this guy was still trying to probe her, decided to play along. What if I said a mysterious person gave it to me last night? Would you believe me? She deliberately used the word gave to express that she had no ill feelings toward the mysterious person. Ling Yin hadn't expected that she would actually tell him. But judging by her demeanor, she seemed to have no dislike for either Feng Zhao or him. Quite naive. Ling Yin relaxed, even more, his tone steady. I believe you. Did you see what the mysterious person looked like? Looks? The other's voice carried hesitation. After a few seconds of thought, she spoke. I saw him, but not clearly. It was blurry like a black mist. Instinctively, I think he must be quite handsome. Feng Qianyue was telling the truth. The moment she opened her eyes, their gazes met as if they were about to draw her in. Those eyes truly seemed to contain a galaxy of stars. Feng Zhao imperceptibly twitched the corner of his mouth. Without even seeing his face, clearly she thought he was handsome. This girl was indeed a lover of beauty. It seemed that if he just changed his appearance, it would be easy to win her over. By then, all the special energy on her would belong to him. Ling Yin, in a good mood, began to guide her. Since the mysterious person didn't harm you, don't think too much about it for now. Believe that one day he will appear again. Feng Qianyue curled the corner of her mouth. You're right. On the way back, the chaotic streets were filled with looting everywhere. Burning buildings billowed thick smoke, and no one was there to watch the spectacle. Heart-wrenching screams, cries, and shrieks could not attract people's attention either. Beneath a certain area, 100 kilometers outside the capital city of Daijing, lay a massive bunker. Inside, people were bustling about, extremely busy. They were all top talents from national departments brought here by relevant personnel along with their families as soon as the apocalypse began. This bunker was an underground fortress built in the last century. After the apocalypse struck, global satellites went down, and overnight the entire blue star seemed to be locked down with many high-tech devices, all malfunctioning. They would be fixed 1 second only to break down inexplicably the next. Very bizarre. But compared to the global red rain, people awakening special abilities and others turning into zombies, it was less unacceptable. After 10 days of the apocalypse, the core power structure of Huaxia underwent a major reshuffle. Now 3 main leaders had emerged: Xiao Yuanjing, Qi Sun, and Xieguan, forming a tripartite balance. Not only had they held high positions before the apocalypse, but they also awakened special abilities afterwards, and most of their immediate family members had awakened abilities as well. Thus they immediately gained a voice in the chaotic power structure. After several days of effort, their hope of restoring pre-apocalyptic order was completely shattered. The devastating blow to technology forced humanity onto the path of the apocalypse. Most terrifying of all, after many scientists' research and analysis, the blue star cataclysm was likely not caused by internal factors, but by external ones. Influence of cosmic dark matter, invasion of higher civilizations, cracks in space-time. All sorts of theories were thrown around, but no matter which one, it was beyond what humanity could contend with at this stage. So after deliberation, they unanimously decided to launch the Spark plan. No one knew whether the blue star would face even greater disasters in the future. What humanity could do now was to do everything possible to extend the seeds of civilization. The plan to build the Spark base was thus proposed. After multiple evaluations, the base site was chosen 1,000 kilometers away from Daijing. Concentrating all available forces, it would take at least a month to complete. No matter how large the base was built, the number of people it could accommodate was minuscule compared to the entire nation. In such a situation, everyone knew what choice to make. Naturally, those with status, power, and talent would be the first to move in along with their families. After these people were prioritized, the remaining slots would also be filled by selecting the best. This line of thinking was basically uncontested. After the main base was completed, they would dispatch forces to help build sub-bases in various regions to accommodate more people. But before that, everything had to prioritize the main base. Concurrent with the Spark base was the Ember plan. The first batch of people on the list scattered across the country also had to be brought here one by one to be uniformly arranged in once the base was completed. As one of the leaders of the Ember plan, Xiao Qianyu voluntarily took on the most special task: find Dr. Zhou. No one knew Dr. Zhou's full name, only that his surname was Zhou. He was listed as the most special person in the Ember plan because someone provided intelligence that he had started researching how to alter zombie genes to turn them back into humans a month before the apocalypse. Such research would not be strange now, but a month ago it was absolutely absurd. There were no zombies yet, so what was he researching turning back into humans? Unless he actually had zombie experimental subjects in hand. According to common knowledge, zombies only appeared after the Red Rain 10 days ago. So how did Dr. Zhou start his research a month ago? No matter what the truth was, Dr. Zhou had to be found first. The informant who had escaped from the institute died suddenly, without revealing much useful information. The country hadn't even sent anyone to look for him when the apocalypse followed. So it was delayed until now to seek out Dr. Zhou. As Xiao Qianyu led his team to leave, Xiao Yuanjing, one of the three leaders, anxiously instructed, "Whether you find him or not, remember this is the apocalypse. Don't be as upright and rule-abiding as before. Everything must be based on keeping yourself safe." "Yes, Grandpa." The man in black combat gear led a dozen uniformly dressed special operatives toward the jeep. Golden light fell on his resolute and stern face like a drawn blade, giving hope and a full sense of security. Feng Qianyue and Feng Zhao returned to the villa at 2 in the afternoon. She handed her luggage to Tan Muling and went to her room to take a shower. The autumn afternoon sun was still hot. Without special abilities to protect her, she had broken out in a light sweat, and her clothes sticking to her skin made her a bit irritable. Meanwhile, Feng Zhao, who was wrapped up more tightly than her, didn't have a drop of sweat, and even exuded a hint of coolness. If it weren't for his unattractive face, she couldn't help but want to touch him. But she was too strict about looks. She would only touch the finest. Feng Qianyue entered the bedroom and began to undress, walking toward the bathroom as she did so. By the time she reached the bathroom door, she was only in her underwear. At that moment, Shen Jingma had already hurried to the door. He heard the sound of someone going upstairs and the door of Feng Qianyue's room closing, and subconsciously thought it was Tan Muling from downstairs sneaking in. He hadn't expected Feng Qianyue to come back so early today. The previous day she had always returned around dusk. To catch her in the act, he didn't think twice and twisted the door handle, rushing in. Feng Qianyue, standing outside the bathroom door, turned around and met the man's eyes. How to describe this moment of sensation? Shen Jingma's mind went completely blank. The girl stood with a slender, well-proportioned figure, the snowfield cherry fruit radiant and dazzling upon her. Her phoenix eyes slightly lifted, her crimson lips lightly pressed together, a knowing half-smile playing at the corners as she gazed at him, showing not a trace of embarrassment. Reason told him he should apologize and leave the room this instant. But her long raven-black hair was like vines growing upon a highland plateau, binding his body in place. He could not move his feet even an inch, and her gaze seemed to possess a life force of its own, slowly eroding his flesh. A war drum thundered within his body. Yet reason ultimately prevailed. Shen Jingma averted his gaze and bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry. I'll leave right away." Before his words even finished, he turned and walked away. Behind him resounded her clear, cold voice. "Wait." He froze mid-step, but did not turn around. She padded barefoot across the wooden floor with barely a sound, seemingly walking toward him. Shen Jingma's hands hanging at his sides curled into fists. His heart raced while his breath deliberately slowed. He feared she might detect his agitation. Soon her voice rang out from half a meter behind him. "Seeing me naked and then simply leaving. Is that fair to me, eh?" Shen Jingma lowered his head slightly, and apologized once more. I'm sorry. I didn't see you on purpose. I thought someone had broken into your room. How could Feng Qianyue let him off so easily? Her tone rose mockingly. Oh, does saying it was accidental erase my losses? Before she even finished speaking, his voice cut in immediately. No, that's not what I meant. But I've already seen it. What should I do about it? What can I do to make it up to you? Feng Qianyue had been waiting for precisely these words. Simple. You saw me, so I shall see you. That is only fair. What? Shun Jingma spun around in shock, only for the snow-capped mountain wonder before his very eyes to startle him into whirling back around. He took large strides forward to widen the distance between them. His heart hammered against his throat. He stiffened and said, "Don't toy with me. Is this how one makes up for losses? I can do other things for you, just not this." Shun Jingma did not realize he had subconsciously dropped the title of brother. The pretense was gone. At this moment, he genuinely wanted to move past this absurd misunderstanding. But who was Feng Qianyue? She never ceased until she achieved her goals. So she pretended to be offended, her tone cooling considerably. Shun Jingma, if you are going to haggle with me over something this trivial, then I have reason to doubt your sincerity about being my brother. You may leave. From now on I shall treat you like any other teammate. These words directly struck at Shun Jingma's vulnerability. Could the identity of a teammate possibly bind Feng Qianyue? She would have countless teammates in the future, but the position of brother belonged to him alone. Shun Jingma desperately convinced himself that Feng Qianyue was a rare spatial ability user, powerful, easy to deceive. Stubborn, she might be eccentric as well, but once she committed to a person, she would treat them with unwavering devotion. Where else could he find someone like that? Was it not merely a matter of letting her look at him in return? It was only looking. He would not lose any flesh over it. Besides, he would still be wearing a layer of cloth. He could endure it. Feng Qianyue did not rush him. She knew her former rival well. This man would never abandon an advantage he had already secured. This familial connection was precisely the benefit he currently held. How could he abandon it over a request like this? That was not who he was. Indeed, the man soon convinced himself and spoke. I'm not leaving. Brother will make it up to you. The title was reclaimed, and Shun Jingma's mind grew considerably calmer. He did not turn around, but asked, just take it off like this. Behind him, out of his sight, Feng Qianyue smiled elegantly. No, I need to bathe in the bathroom. Come with me there to undress. Shun Jingma. It seemed his earlier mental preparation was still insufficient. While a hunt unfolded upstairs, downstairs remained peaceful. Sumu was absent. Ling Nia sat alone in the room, staring at the white cat perched on the windowsill. The cat had large eyes. He had small ones. He could not fathom why Feng Qianyue's cat did not follow her, but instead attached itself to him. Could it be that it liked him? Some animals on Blue Star were highly sensitive to danger and generally avoided him. This cat was interesting. It was not afraid of him at all. When Ling Nia was alone, his face was not expressionless. He curled his lips and beckoned to the white cat with a finger. Come here. Feng Baishan's emerald eyes flickered and glanced at him, but did not move. Good heavens, Ling Nia felt utterly judged by a cat. He refused to believe he could not make it come over today. Come here, and I'll give you something delicious. No response. Look at this. What is this? Still no response. If you don't come over right now, I'll kill you. Again, nothing. Ling Nia felt ridiculous for even trying to converse with a cat. How could this creature possibly understand him? Such a low-level life form. The interest he had developed in the white cat vanished entirely. Thinking of its owner, he casually remarked, it seems you are just like your master. A complete flirt. Ling Nia concluded it was probably Feng Chao's face that made the white cat unresponsive toward him. He never imagined even Feng Qianyue's cat shared her temperament. Meow meow meow. A cultured person's preference could not be called flirtatious, could it? That was called possessing eyes that appreciate beauty. Feng Batian indignantly defended both itself and its host. All Ling Nia heard was a string of garbled protests. This sound was even more unpleasant than his own voice. Get it out of here. Ling Nia reached out and plucked it directly from the windowsill. Feng Batian struggled desperately, but to no avail. He pinched the back of its neck and carried it toward the second floor. The protesting squawks continued in its throat. In the bathroom, the hazy mist swirled about much like Shun Jingma's muddled state of mind. When he entered this cramped bathroom, his emotions began to spiral beyond his control. Feng Qianyue was not using the showerhead. Instead, she withdrew an automatic purification hot spring tub from her spatial storage, scattered some flower petals, and settled in. Calling it a tub was perhaps misleading. It was not exactly small. At 1.70 m, Feng Qianyue fit perfectly inside. Were it a taller man, he would have to bend his legs. The man showed no reaction to her producing such an item. Shun Jingma merely thought this was something Feng Qianyue had collected and stored in her space. But it seemed her space was quite vast, like a treasure chest of wonders. All of Shun Jingma's emotions were now entirely focused on the matter at hand, leaving him no mental capacity for anything else. Feng Qianyue leaned back lazily against the edge of the tub, the tall partition concealing the alluring scenery. This gave Shun Jingma considerable relief. At the very least, he could keep his eyes open while looking at her. Undress. Her voice carried a misty quality, thick and languid, unlike her usual cold detachment. Shun Jingma stood rigid as a statue. Upon hearing these two words, his atoms apple bobbed up and down. He decided to get it over with quickly. He was wearing a shirt and casual trousers that Feng Qianyue had prepared for him earlier. The style was simple, but the quality excellent, showing how earnestly she had searched for supplies on his behalf. Feng Qianyue said nothing more after that, languidly resting against the edge of the hot spring tub as she watched him. The mist in the bathroom had cleared considerably, rendering the man's form increasingly distinct. His slender fingers climbed to the buttons at his collar, unfastening them unhurriedly. Soon all the buttons were undone, revealing the healing wounds beneath. Other than that first night, when Feng Qianyue had applied medicine for him, he had tended to them himself afterward. He had used the healing medicine she gave him. System products were invariably of superior quality. The man's healing wounds were a light pink, various sizes scattered across his chest. Feng Qianyue's gaze swept from his face down to his abdominal muscles, and then lower. But she could see no further. Sensing her evaluative gaze upon him, Shun Jingma's movements faltered. Having come this far, he had no escape. How had things even progressed to this point? Never mind. If she was not embarrassed, he certainly could not be. How could he hope to dominate the other party if he could not even prevail at something this minor? Shun Jingma gripped his palm tightly, then placed his hand upon the belt at his waist. Click. The crisp sound of the buckle releasing. He yanked it free and cast it to the floor, carrying with it an air of resolute determination. The idea sounded good, but in reality Shun Jingma's breathing had already grown erratic. His casual pants had slipped down. He could feel the girl's gaze sweeping downward. Realizing that even his last shred of modesty was a gift from her, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He felt like a carefully wrapped present being unwrapped layer by layer right in front of her. The shame was unbearable. When had he ever been so humiliated? And yet he could not afford to offend her. "See, can I?" His voice came out hoarse and trembling. Feng Qianyue smiled, her eyes brimming with mischief. "Is that all? What do you mean?" Shun Jingma set his face red. "Brother, an apology needs sincerity. You don't need me to tell you that a girl's upper body is not the same as a boy's. Do you think this makes up for what I've lost?" Shun Jingma's fists clenched until his knuckles ached. What was she implying? Was she asking him to strip completely? She was indeed a handful. This time Shun Jingma refused to back down. "Qianqian, even though we are like siblings now, we are both adults. This has gone far enough." He spoke quite seriously this time. But Feng Qianyue just let out a light scoff. "I knew you wanted to be my brother. Your heart is not sincere enough." Boom. A firecracker exploded in Shun Jingma's mind. Wait. Why was she bringing this up again? He tried reasoning with her about the differences between men and women, but she retorted that his intentions were not sincere. How much more sincere could he be? Where exactly was the standard for sincerity? Thinking the same, he voiced his question. Feng Qianyue calmly answered, "As my only relative, you simply follow whatever I say." Shun Jingma. He finally understood where the problem lay. This girl had an extraordinarily domineering personality. Now he only had two options before him. Either they would have a falling out and leave, or he would grit his teeth and comply with her demands. Shun Jingma's reason overpowered his shame. They had already come this far. He just had to endure a little more. He had to hold on to Feng Qianyue unless a better option appeared. With a sense of resignation, he gripped the edge of the fabric, ready to pull it down, when suddenly a thud-thud sound came from the bathroom door behind him. Shun Jingma breathed a sigh of relief. A husky male voice came from outside. "I brought your cat." Feng Qianyue called out, "Got it." Then she looked at the motionless Shun Jingma. "What are you standing there for?" Ling Yin, who had just set down the cat outside and was about to leave, paused. "Were you talking to me yet?" "No," Feng Qianyue replied. Ling Yin snorted, lightly surprised that Feng Qianyue would talk to herself. He had only taken 2 steps when he heard her voice again from inside the bathroom. "Go out. I will not force you anymore." Shun Jingma inside the room felt as though a blessing had fallen from the sky. "Really? And you are not mad anymore?" Feng Qianyue hummed in acknowledgement. Shun Jingma felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He picked up the clothes from the floor and hastily threw them on, not caring whether they were dirty or not. He just wanted to cover his flushed body and conceal his shattered sense of shame along with it. After dressing quickly, he gave Feng Qianyue a genuine smile. "I promise I will not make you angry anymore. I will go first. Take your time soaking." Shun Jingma opened the bathroom door and locked eyes with Feng Chao outside. He quickly shut the door behind him, his tone cold. "What are you doing standing there? Come with me." Ling Yan, with his expressionless face, gave the bathroom door a long look and followed Shun Jingma out of the room without saying a word. Brother and sister? Wasn't he just keeping some pretty boy around? Was this what humans called romance? What was there to enjoy? Ling Yan did not understand the pastimes of such lower life forms. But he could sense that Shun Jingma ahead of him seemed to be in a good mood. Perhaps this sort of entertainment had pleased him. In Ling Yan's eyes, the only thing that could currently satisfy him was absorbing Feng Qianyue's energy. It was a pity that now, if he wanted to avoid exposure, he could not get close to her. Was not this just the appearance of a lower life form? After projecting into this realm, he had automatically taken on a human shape. If his appearance had not been so striking and inconvenient for blending into daily life here, he would not have shaped himself into such an ugly form. But if it meant absorbing Feng Qianyue's energy, he did not mind putting in some effort. After closing Feng Qianyue's bedroom door, Shen Jingmao went straight back to his own room without so much as a glance at Feng Chao. Although he felt that after their outing during the day, Shen Jingmao had become more talkative and their relationship had improved slightly, such an ugly nuisance was not something to worry about. He should pay more attention to the smooth-talking Su Mu instead. Su Mu leaned on being Feng Qianyue's junior to speak in a way that sounded like sweet-talking. Such a disgusting person. The moment the bathroom door closed, Feng Qianyue caught sight of Feng Chao's figure. This guy had been eavesdropping outside. From his behavior the previous night, when he sneaked into her room, and their interaction today, it was clear that his reason for kissing her was not driven by male desire. So then why had he wanted to kiss her? Feng Qianyue pondered this question. She remembered the little system telling her that he had initially wanted to enter her body. So there must be something on her that attracted him. She had not even awakened her abilities yet. Either he wanted to devour her soul, or the system's energy field was drawing him in. Only after failing to possess her did he start thinking of other methods. So he was a thief who coveted her golden finger. As the saying went, do not fear the thief who steals, you fear the thief who hungers. But for Feng Qianyue, she was not afraid at all. Since he could not enter her body, and she could absorb and release his energy, who the hunter and who the prey were had been destined from the start. But Feng Chao, who exactly are you? The next morning, Su Mu reported to the villa early. Everyone was already gathered in the living room. Feng Qianyue officially announced to them, starting today the Bright Moon Squad is formally established, and I will be your captain. No sooner had she spoken than Su Mu's clapping echoed through the room. Tan Muling followed suit, clapping with a smile. Feng Chao looked at the two of them raising their hands and clapping sporadically, his movements quite stiff. Shen Jingmao shot Su Mu a sideways glance. This kid was nothing but a sycophant. He would kick him out of the squad sooner or later. Feng Qianyue raised her hand, and the three of them stopped clapping, waiting for her to get to the point. She wore a black stand-collar jacket, her cool voice carrying a hint of sharpness. There is only one requirement for my team, no rookies. Of the 4 people present, except for Feng Chao, who remained unmoved, the other 3 all sat up straight. Starting today, you have 1 month to train your physical fitness and become proficient with various firearms and equipment. I will provide the specific plans and gear, you just need to train according to my instructions. 1 month. Passing 3 moves against me in tactical combat will be considered qualification. Anyone who fails will leave the Bright Moon Squad. Any questions? All 4 of them shook their heads. Su Mu quickly added, no problem, senior, but we still need to find supplies during the day, and there are zombies at night. I am worried 1 month will not be enough for training. Feng Qianyue looked at him. Do not worry about supplies. I will handle everything for this month. Senior. Su Mu opened his mouth, swallowing his words, and stupidly gave a thumbs up. Tan Muling had been thrilled ever since Feng Qianyue started speaking. Having such a capable and responsible captain was simply a blessing from her past life. In the apocalypse, even when people formed teams, they mostly looked out for themselves. But things were different here. Feng Qianyue was like an anchor, and with her around, there was an overwhelming sense of security. Shen Jingmao looked at Feng Qianyue with a dependence he himself did not fully understand. She was truly very, very good to the people around her. So good that if he could not have her, he would want to destroy everything. He did not want to see her being this good to others. But he could not stop it. Shen Jingmao exhaled deeply in his heart, comforting himself that he was different from these people. They were just ordinary teammates, while he and Feng Qianyue had the bond of family ties. From all the special treatment she had given him, the distinction was clear. So no matter what, he had to hold on tight to this big tree. Feng Qianyue. The quietest person in the room was Feng Chao. That expressionless face gazed at Feng Qianyue, his small eyes full of scrutiny. He had searched for supplies with the Qilin squad and knew how difficult it was. Yet here she was so generously offering to cover 1 month's rations for 5 people. If he were truly a human from Planet Blue, he would have been won over by her right then and there. Look at the devoted expressions in Su Mu and Tan Muling's eyes, and the obsession in Shen Jingmao's gaze toward her. Ling Yin felt a sense of relief in his heart. If it were not for this human body, he would not need to eat at all. Supplies held no temptation for him whatsoever. Feng Qianyue was his dish. Ling Yin looked at her, his eyes filled with determination. Without showing it, Feng Qianyue took in everyone's expressions in the room and smiled silently. No matter what schemes they harbored against her, they would ultimately serve her purposes. Hundreds of kilometers away, several jeeps were speeding along. In one of them sat a man with an imposing aura and a righteous bearing. He held a specially made wireless walkie-talkie communicating with headquarters. The man's cold, deep, and magnetic voice rang out. We are less than 3 kilometers away from Dr. Zhou's laboratory. Static crackled from the other end. Be careful. Deep within the dense forest, a fully armed special operations team advanced cautiously, maintaining heightened alertness. As the deputy captain of this squad, Chi Haoyan felt increasingly uneasy with each step. Glancing at the stern Xiao Qinyu beside him, he couldn't help but say, "Captain, don't you feel something's wrong here? Such a vast forest, and we haven't spotted a single animal so far. That's completely unnatural." Team member codenamed Monkey quickly chimed in, his sharp tongue taking over. "Was the crimson rain from over 10 days ago natural? We're in the apocalypse, brother. Nothing strange anymore." His teammates around him were speechless. That was as helpful as saying nothing at all. Who didn't know about the apocalypse? The real issue was how unnervingly bizarre this forest was. It felt straight out of a horror movie, like a death trap, where an entire group would meet their end. Noticing the squad's atmosphere had grown too tense, the team member codenamed Huang Daxian adjusted his grip on his rifle and let out a nervous chuckle. "Don't all be afraid. I cast a divination before we set out. Ku in earth below, Jun thunder above. The U hexagram of thunder over earth. We'll surely turn misfortune into fortune this time. If we do run into misfortune, at worst we'll leave a few lives here, but the rest of us can still make it back alive." The moment he finished speaking, he was met with a barrage of murderous glares from everyone. Damn it, was that even human language? They all knew Huang Daxian was just trying to liven things up, and his antics successfully broke the tension from before. They weren't afraid of death. Wasn't every mission before the apocalypse incredibly perilous? They'd survived countless near-death experiences. But given the chance to live, who would choose to die? Although Huang Daxian spoke carelessly, his divinations were remarkably accurate. With the promise of turning misfortune into fortune, everyone felt a bit more at ease. As for what kind of misfortune might come, that was up to them to handle. As silence fell, a cold, deep voice rang out from the squad. "All the animals are in the back mountains." Chi Haoyan stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening. "Captain, has your ability evolved again?" The others also stared at their captain in astonishment. Good heavens, such a vast forest with the back mountains so far away, and their captain had actually used his ability to scan the entire area. Though the fact that all the animals had fled to the back mountains only further proved how bizarre this forest was, the captain had given them some reassurance. Xiao Qinyu merely nodded without saying anything. After the Crimson Rain, most people who awakened abilities were at the early stage of the first level, while he had started at the early stage of the second level. A week later, he had advanced to the third level. He was now at the middle stage of the third level. Perhaps due to his mutated metal affinity, his mental strength was far stronger than other ability users at the same level. Half an hour later, they found the entrance to the experimental facility. The entrance was extremely concealed, and if they hadn't learned the general location from someone with inside knowledge, they might not have found it at all. Unfortunately, the insider knew very little about what was inside, leaving them with limited information. No one dared to act rashly, and everyone waited for the captain's instructions. Xiao Qinyu released his ability to detect the interior structure and personnel distribution. Meanwhile, in a purely black enclosed space within the underground experimental facility, a boy bound by several thick iron chains slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were like rubies, brilliant and crimson. As he opened them, an invisible blade of light severed and shattered the invading ability. At the entrance of the experimental facility, Xiao Qinyu suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, which frightened the others. Captain, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Qinyu wiped the blood from his lips and said in a deep voice, "I'm fine. There's no one else inside, only one powerful ability user." According to the deceased insider, the Dr. Zhou he had seen was just an ordinary person. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he had become an ability user after the Crimson Rain. But what puzzled Xiao Qinyu was that this ability user was bound by special iron chains. If he were Dr. Zhou, how could he have been locked up by someone? The entire experimental facility belonged to him, unless something unexpected had happened and someone had locked him up. There was another question. Where were the other people in the facility? Where had they gone? And why had all the animals in this forest fled to the back mountains? Too many questions, but no matter which one, they were going down to investigate today. Xiao Qinyu explained the level of danger to everyone, and each squad member wore a serious expression, all preparing for the best. "Let's go, Captain. We understand." The entrance opened, and the group slowly entered. Under the light of their headlamps, they could see a long corridor ahead. Having just scouted the area, Xiao Qinyu knew the location of that ability user, but he wasn't in a hurry to rush over. Instead, he led his team members forward step by step. They passed many rooms. Strangely enough, every room they opened was completely empty, not even a scrap of paper on the ground, as if it had been specifically cleaned. Xiao Qinyu knew they had arrived too late. All useful information had been deliberately erased. Now only that chained ability user remained of value. So they headed straight there. Upon arriving in front of this room, everyone except Xiao Qinyu felt a chill run down their spines. Under the headlamp, they discovered this door was unlike any other. It was pure black, as if crafted from some kind of rock, looking quite sturdy. The door was smooth with no keyhole or anything of the sort. Chi Haoyan was a lock expert, and he whispered, "Captain, this is a mechanical lock. Let me find the activation mechanism." As soon as he finished speaking and was about to step forward, his body was instantly pushed to the ground by a powerful force. Everyone could only watch as an invisible blade of light materialized out of thin air where he had just been standing. After saving Qi Haoyan, Xiao Qinyu countered by unleashing a golden shield toward the blade of light, which collided with it, making a piercing, cutting sound. In the blink of an eye, the blade of light dissipated, and that golden shield shattered. In just a few seconds, everyone had witnessed two powerful ability users exchange moves. Qi Haoyan sprang to his feet in one fluid motion, his voice still trembling with residual fear. "Captain, what do we do now?" Xiao Qinyu frowned. Clearly the person inside intended to kill Qi Haoyan as a warning not to enter. If that hadn't been the case, there wouldn't have been just one blade of light. His strength was on par with this person, but if they forced their way in, squad members would suffer casualties. Xiao Qinyu decided to attempt negotiating with the person inside. He called out loudly, "We mean no harm. Can you let us in and talk to you?" An eerie silence fell. Xiao Qinyu narrowed his eyes. He called out again, "Do you want to stay locked here forever? Perhaps I can help you break these chains." Still an eerie silence. Just as he was about to give up on this approach, a blade of light appeared and struck somewhere on the wall, and the heavy door slowly creaked open. A deep muffled sound echoed overhead in the corridor. Every member of the special operations team in the corridor held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, their spirits on high alert. When the door opened completely, no danger occurred. Relying on the headlamp's illumination, everyone could clearly see the interior of the room. This room was entirely black, walls and floor alike. On the ground was a fixed large iron ring from which several thick iron chains, as wide as an adult male's wrist, were strung, all extending into one corner of the room. A slender figure sat in the corner of the room with their head bowed. They wore tattered black clothing. Their hands and feet were all bound by chains. The skin was very pale, colorless white, and unhealthy white. That figure slowly raised their head, and a pair of crimson eyes made the special operations team members' throats tighten. "What kind of freak was this?" The person spoke in a hoarse, youthful voice. "Can you unlock these chains?" Perhaps because he had not spoken in a long time, his voice carried an unfamiliar timbre, yet no one found it amusing at the moment. Xiao Qinyu raised his hand, signaling the special operations team to remain at the entrance, and proceeded inside alone. "I am a metal-type esper. I can try." Only when Xiao Qinyu drew closer did he make out the figure's features. Sharp, refined facial lines, hair a trifle long, resembling a youth of 17 or 18. The other regarded him with a chill glance from those uncanny eyes. Conditions. Communication was all that mattered, so Xiao Qinyu cut straight to the chase. "Do you know Dr. Zhou?" The youth's breath hitched, and he acknowledged with a soft murmur. Xiao Qinyu pressed on, asking where Dr. Zhou was, but received only another "I don't know" in response. Unable to tell whether the ignorance was feigned or genuine, he shifted his questioning to other matters. "Who locked you in here? Was it Dr. Zhou?" "I don't know." The same three dismissive words delivered with characteristic coolness. Xiao Qinyu's expression grew cold and stern. "Think carefully about how much you truly know regarding Dr. Zhou. Without useful information, why should I risk rescuing you?" "I've lost my memory." The youth's voice remained perfectly even. Standing at the entrance, the assembled special operations team fell silent. Amnesia. Such a conveniently universal excuse. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened. Whether the amnesia was genuine or fabricated, since they had found him at Dr. Zhou's research facility, he could not simply abandon him. Every eerie sign suggested an inescapable connection between the youth and Dr. Zhou. "Bring him back to the base first. I can rescue you, but you must come with me. I assure you we will never harm you. We simply wish to find Dr. Zhou and clarify a few matters." "Very well." The youth spoke quietly. With their agreement reached, Xiao Qinyu wasted no time and gripped the iron chains binding the youth, unleashing his esper ability. Those chains were indeed extraordinary, but for a metal-type esper like him, they were precisely within his expertise. It did not take long to unfasten every chain from the youth's body. When the final lock fell to the floor with a dull, heavy sound, a pair of metallic handcuffs appeared around the youth's wrists. Xiao Qinyu spoke grimly. "To ensure you honor your promise, these handcuffs will be placed on you first." The specially crafted metal shackles were condensed directly from his esper ability. Except for himself, only someone whose abilities far surpassed his own could break them. The youth offered no resistance whatsoever. He rose to his feet and acknowledged with a soft murmur. The group quickly made their way back to the surface. The special operations team members exhaled in unison. The mission had ultimately ended without serious incident. Although they had not found Dr. Zhou, the results were not entirely fruitless. To prevent the youth from escaping, they deliberately surrounded him from all sides. He stood motionless, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon his frame. He raised his cuffed hands to shield half his face, while the other side narrowed his eyes, tilting his head upward to gaze at the sun. The youth was slender, yet not emaciated. Except for his sickly pale complexion and those uncanny crimson eyes, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. The group wondered what sustenance he had inside that cell. Did someone deliver meals regularly? Then who delivered the meals? They could trace the source. Or perhaps they could simply lie in wait right here. Team member codename Monkey Quickest with his words immediately spoke up. How often does the person who brings you food arrive? Never. The youth lowered his hand and bowed his head, his slightly long black hair falling naturally across his forehead. Chi Haoyan frowned. You're being dishonest. We rescued you, and yet you'd lie over such an obvious question. I do not eat. The accused showed not a flicker of emotion on his face, answering with cold detachment. Ha, without eating you'd have starved to death long ago. Trying to fool ghosts are we. Those words came from codename Huang Daxian. His lifelong wish was to become a living immortal who required neither food nor drink. It was destined to remain a beautiful, unattainable dream. The youth showed no further inclination to speak. Xiao Qinyu observed him silently, concluding there was no reason for the youth to lie on this matter. If he truly could survive without food or water, then was he still human? Yet calling him a zombie would not suffice either. The zombies of the present era, although they did not consume human food, harbored an absolute obsession with human flesh and blood. Moreover, they did not devour their victims to the last drop. Rather, they preferred tearing and biting, as if merely inflicting fatal wounds was enough. So this youth, who did not resemble a zombie in appearance and possessed an uncanny Esper ability. His crimson eyes might likewise be the result of Esper influence, a product of genetic mutation. Xiao Qinyu pieced together a reasonable theory in his mind, leaving the specific truths for the researchers at the base to unravel. His immediate task was to escort this person back. We must exit this forest before dark. Move faster. The group finally reached the forest's edge before nightfall. Their vehicles waited not far away. This desolate region, though increasingly eerie, held few zombies. Any that happened to appear were dispatched with a single gunshot by the special operations team. Just as everyone presumed, they would soon return to the vehicles, find nearby shelter for the night, and report back tomorrow. Disaster struck unexpectedly. The youth, who had been cooperative all along, suddenly stopped and bowed his head. Team member codename Monkey stood directly behind him, urging impatiently, move. The youth did not stir. The others halted and turned to observe. Something was wrong. A powerful, ominous premonition seized Xiao Qinyu's heart. Just as Monkey reached out to touch the youth, he immediately activated a protective shield, but it was too late. A blade of light flashed across and Monkey's outstretched hand fell with a wet thud, blood gushing forth, the cut unnaturally clean. Scatter immediately. Xiao Qinyu roared. Chi Haoyan, with swift reflexes, seized Monkey and fled. Countless blades of light materialized out of nowhere, pursuing the dozens special operations members. Xiao Qinyu rapidly deployed countless protective shields to intercept. The bowed youth lifted his head and emitted a deafening, ear-splitting shriek, his crimson pupils narrowing into thin vertical slits. Flocks of birds dwelling in the trees took flight in a frantic commotion. Aside from Xiao Qinyu, the newly rescued special operations members suffered ruptured eardrums and dizziness from that rasping sound. This might well explain the absence of wildlife in this forest. After letting out that tearing shriek, the youth charged directly at Xiao Qinyu. White and golden light flashed continuously outside the gloomy forest. Two indistinct figures moved at blinding speed. The special operations team members brandished their firearms, but dared not shoot, terrified of striking their own captain. They wished to join the fight, but were powerless to do so. Charging forward would only force the captain to divide his attention to rescue them. Xiao Qinyu was deeply shaken internally. The youth was clearly in a frenzied, delirious state, and his combat strength far exceeded what he had displayed during their earlier encounter at the research facility. From the very moment he charged, he shattered the handcuffs and launched a lethal strike. As a massive, energy-infused blade sliced toward Xiao Qinyu, he fully armored himself in metal and countered with a sharp metallic blade swung from behind. The light blade gradually cut through his armor, shattering upon impact and carving a long, deeply gashing wound across his chest. Yet his own metallic blade severed the youth's body horizontally at the waist. The outcome was decided. Xiao Qinyu pressed his hand against his bleeding chest, his cold and stern gaze fixed upon the youth, bisected yet still standing, on the opposite side. Before the special operations team members' faces could register any joy, the bisected youth began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Damn it, this was truly encountering a ghost. Fortunately, after the young man's body healed, he seemed to have returned to normal. He did not attack again, but vanished from everyone's sight with astonishing agility. After confirming the danger had passed, Xiao Qinyu could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Captain! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. Yesterday, Feng Qianyue had distributed the training schedule to everyone. This morning they were to practice shooting. The group of 5 arrived at the shooting range early in the day. Now that it was the apocalypse, no one was in charge here, so they could use the venue freely. Feng Qianyue took out many types of firearms from her system mall, but they were all weapons currently existing on Blue Star. She did not take weapons from other times and spaces. The entity inside Feng Zhao was not easy to fool. If she brought out something that did not belong to this time and space, it would start to suspect her identity. Although it was now attracted by the system energy within her, it did not know what that was. As she pulled out weapon after weapon, the expressions of Su Mu and Tan Muling shifted from surprise to shock, and then to numbness. This was no ordinary spatial ability user, she was a veritable treasure trove. Shen Jingma's stunned expression was no less than that of the other two. Last time Feng Qianyue had given him a good gun, and he thought she had obtained it with great difficulty. After all this, it turned out her space contained so many firearms that he couldn't even name their models. Had she robbed a national arsenal? Shen Jingma thought this, but Su Mu directly asked Senior. Boss, where did you get these? Don't tell me you looted the arsenal right when the apocalypse started. The Bright Moon Squad had been officially established. Even if Su Mu wanted to act spoiled, he had to obediently call Feng Qianyue boss or captain. Rules were rules and friendship was friendship. Tan Muling swallowed hard and said, now even if the captain pulled out an armored vehicle, I wouldn't be surprised. The small eyes of Feng Zhao glittered with light. In his view, Feng Qianyue possessed an energy field that even he was attracted to, so she must be no ordinary ability user. Not only had she awakened the rare spatial ability, but her space was also astonishingly vast. With strength and luck, obtaining some supplies was nothing. Facing Su Mu's question, Feng Qianyue smiled and replied, I not only robbed the arsenal, but if you want to know how many good things I have trained hard from now on. If you don't train well, I won't show any mercy. Su Mu's expression turned serious. Shen Jingma and Tan Muling had already started familiarizing themselves with the firearms on the table. Feng Zhao seemed uninterested and pretended to look. He could actually master everything on the table after just one study. Even though he was an energy projection onto Blue Star, his talent for mastering human skills was not something lower life forms could match. Feng Qianyue glanced at Feng Zhao. This guy really thought he was disguised well. Perhaps he was too confident, believing that all life on Blue Star was lowly and that a casual act would be enough to avoid detection. Little did he know that Blue Star was not lacking in intelligent people. Still, it was fine, at least it wouldn't cause her any losses. On the contrary, through it, she could learn a bit about the truth of this world. Next, Feng Qianyue explained the performance, usage, and shooting techniques of each gun one by one. The knowledge points were extremely dry, so dry that they could choke you. Fortunately, none of Shen Jingma, Su Mu, and Tan Muling were slow-witted. Everyone could keep up, with those who couldn't would take notes and review later. The firearms on the table, since Feng Qianyue could pull them out, it meant she was very familiar with all of them. Having lived through the apocalypse once before, those skills were already etched into her soul. As soon as she picked them up, muscle memory kicked in. Today, the 5 of them wore the training uniforms she had uniformly provided. The uniform was black camouflage, tight but elastic on the upper body, high-waisted combat pants on the lower half, and black short boots. On Feng Qianyue, it accentuated her long legs, slender waist, and upright posture. She tied her long hair up high, raised the gun, and shot, hitting a moving target 100 meters away dead center. Her movements were fluid and a pleasure to watch. The others stared mesmerized. Feng Beishan, lounging in a chair basking in the sun, chewed on sunflower seeds with a face full of pride. My host is a true BKing. The more people there were, the more she showed off. Feng Qianyue put down the gun and glanced at them sideways. What are you all staring at? Get to practice. Su Mu and Tan Muling immediately averted their eyes and focused on training. Feng Zhao's small eyes flashed with interest. Shen Jingma's grip on the gun tightened. Every time he thought Feng Qianyue had reached her limit, she always surprised him with unexpected shock. He who aspired to be her brother could not afford to be underestimated. Shen Jingma suppressed the flutter in his heart and focused his expression. Seeing everyone get into the zone, Feng Qianyue curled her lips in satisfaction. When it came to training, she was absolutely a demon instructor. To avoid bleeding in real combat, one must sweat more in private. She had experienced many life and death moments and knew all too well how desperately one wanted to survive at that instant. But ability was limited, so one had to constantly push past limits. Before awakening superpowers, humans had a genetic lock within them. After awakening, that genetic lock seemed to no longer exist. She was a special telekinetic ability user within the psychic category, and her method of improvement was to break through life and death limits. She had the most authority on this point. It was also telekinetic ability that made her understand that all superpowers were actually interconnected. Without crystal cores to enhance abilities, ability users relied on enlightenment to improve. Shen Jingma, Su Mu, and Tan Muling would also awaken their abilities during the second Red Rain about half a month later. If they could train their consciousness, now once they awakened, their strength would surely skyrocket. Catching up to and surpassing the first batch of ability users was not a problem. Although she didn't know what kind of enemy Blue Star would face, Feng Qianyue understood one principle. Get stronger. Only by becoming strong could they avoid annihilation. Before the apocalypse destroyed the world in her past life, she, Shen Jingma, Xiao Qianyu, and several other elites from other regions were all late 8th rank powerhouses. They had stayed at this rank for nearly a year, unable to break through to the 9th rank, no matter how much they comprehended. Feng Qianyue realized that the genetic lock wasn't gone, there was a new one. Before they could find a way to break through, the world suddenly perished. Now she knew the reason. As she had speculated before, either the worlds had developed a bug on its own, or a higher civilization had invaded. Feng Qianyue now leaned toward the latter. The entity inside Feng Zhao had provided her with supporting evidence. Its energy was otherworldly from a higher civilization. But it could not be said that Blue Star's catastrophe and destruction were the work of it, and the group it represented. It could also be other higher civilizations. All possibilities existed. Following this line of conspiracy thinking, the fact that they as top powerhouses couldn't break through the 8th rank in the past life might be because the hidden hand had placed a genetic lock on humanity. If that were true, then in this life, she must break through from the 8th rank to the 9th, even the 10th. Perhaps the world before her eyes would transform entirely. Teach me. Feng Xiao held a gun in his hand, his small eyes fixed on her. Feng Qianyue dismissed the thoughts in her mind and spoke calmly. Where aren't you good at it? This gun, I just can't handle it well. Feng Qianyue took the gun from his hand and inspected it. There's nothing wrong with the gun. It's you who has the problem. She spoke with double meaning. Ling Yin had been pretending not to know how to shoot, and upon hearing this his breath caught. Well, then I'll go figure it out some more. The reason Ling Yin found an excuse to bother her was because he was suddenly curious about how extreme her appearance obsession went. He was wearing Feng Xiao's unattractive face. Would she still personally teach him how to shoot? Looking at this, the girl really wouldn't teach him after all. As if he actually cared whether she taught him or not. He was just bored and wanted some amusement. The person possessing such a unique energy field turned out to be nothing more than a vulgar inferior life form. He turned and walked back to his position, and a cold voice sounded from behind him. I'll teach you. Ling Yan's footsteps halted. His expressionless face revealed no emotion, only those small eyes blinking twice. Feng Qianyue followed him to his position. Feng Xiao had an average build, average height. Everything about him was ordinary and unremarkable. Feng Qianyue stood so straight that she appeared slightly taller than Feng Xiao. Pick it up and shoot. Let me see what your problem is. Since he came to chat her up, she would indulge him. Ideally, he could sneak into her room tonight and deliver another dose of energy, so she could research more about how to use his energy. Under her scrutiny, Ling Yin felt extremely uncomfortable. He raised the gun about to fire, but recalled he had been pretending not to know how to shoot. So he quickly tilted the gun barrel and missed. To others, it looked like his hands were shaking and he couldn't hold the gun steady. Feng Qianyue didn't expose him. No big deal. Just make sure to stabilize before shooting. Absolutely don't shake. The hoarse voice that was uniquely Feng Xiao's said, I can't control it. Feng Qianyue curved her lips into an almost imperceptible smile. It's fine. I'll help you control it. Hearing this, Ling Yin, who held the gun, moved his hand slightly. Thank you. He raised the gun again, and she circled around from his side to stand behind him. She spread her arms and loosely encircled him. Her hands covered his fair and slender fingers, pressing down on his knuckles. Her head moved to his right side, her light breathing softly brushing against his cheek. A low, cold voice rang in his ear, focus. This voice struck him like a surge of energy, making his whole body tingle. Only then did Ling Yin realize his attention had been completely scattered. He snapped back to attention and quickly aimed again. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the finger resting on top pressed down first. The pressure felt like a burning sensation on his hand. Before he could step forward to increase the distance, the person behind him had already retreated half a step. Remember that feeling. Keep practicing. She spoke indifferently, then turned and left. Ling Yan's small eyes seemed to glisten with starlight. Hand-holding gun lessons. Shen Jingmao and Su Mu watched the whole thing from beginning to end. Su Mu inwardly cursed Feng Xiao, that dead-faced freak, for having the audacity to reach for something out of his league. How dare you even think about it when I wouldn't dare? Su Mu really wanted to rush up and shake Feng Xiao's shoulders, shouting, wake up. But even if he did that, the guy probably wouldn't utter a single word. Shen Jingmao, who had scored perfectly on every shot, gave a cold smile at this. Excellence needs no explanation. Ugly people always cause trouble. How did someone like Feng Xiao, such a complete newbie, end up staying with Feng Qianyue in the first place? But it didn't matter. After all, those who failed the 1-month training assessment would be kicked out anyway. Shen Jingmao vented his frustration as simple dislike of Feng Xiao. A little nobody actually dared to set his sights on Feng Qianyue. Tan Muling quietly watched everything, then shook his head. They were all wrong. How could their leader possibly be someone who falls for romantic love? Her strict requirements for them were meant to help them stand on their own. Being kicked out for not meeting standards meant she kept emotions separate from capability. Here only strength spoke. A leader who was responsible to the team, caring, dedicated, principled, capable, and ambitious. Someone like that required unwavering loyalty. It required the determination to catch up to her pace and relentlessly develop one's abilities. Thinking of this, Tan Muling's gaze grew much more resolute. Originally feeling pain from his wound and wanting to skip practice, he now completely ignored that discomfort. If he didn't train now, he would still end up as cannon fodder when danger struck. The first day's training results were quite good. Feng Qianyue was satisfied internally, but kept it to herself, worried these guys would get arrogant. Because the real apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. The zombies were still active, only at night, lacked intelligence, and special abilities, hadn't produced crystals, the city's water supply wasn't completely ruined, plants and animals hadn't been infected, and extreme weather hadn't appeared. Compared to what was coming, the current apocalypse was practically paradise. Before the sun fully set, the group returned to the villa. Mu went home with the supplies Feng Qianyue gave him. At night Ling Yan lay alone in the guest room on the first floor. In the dim room his mind kept replaying that scene from the day. Why was Feng Qianyue willing to teach him hands-on? Wasn't she supposed to be a die-hard appearance obsessive? Looking at his face, how could she possibly bring herself to get close? Or was it because she regarded him as one of her own, so appearance didn't matter? Quite principled indeed. Ling Yan thought back to her evaluation of him last time. She wanted to drain his energy, yet she felt he bore no ill intent. It seemed he could absorb her energy without even needing to change bodies. Just using his true form would work. At this thought Ling Yan felt a surge of excitement. She had been so close during the day, he almost couldn't resist leaving Feng Chao's shell. The energy radiating from her was simply too tempting. When the time seemed right, and everyone else had fallen asleep, Ling Yan slipped out of Feng Chao's body and drifted toward the second floor. At that moment in Feng Qianyue's bedroom her eyes snapped open as she stored the small system in her space. He's here. Batian will stop it from entering the host's body. After their consciousness dialogue, a shadow passed through the door from outside and landed on the ground, taking the form of a man's silhouette. Though without a physical form it seemed almost tangible. Ling Yan walked to the bedside and looked at the sleeping person. So stern during the day, her guidance sharp and brilliant. Now she appeared so gentle. Ling Yan stared for several minutes before suddenly remembering he hadn't come here to watch her sleep. He was here to absorb her energy. Yes, that was his purpose for coming. He quickly composed himself. She was still lying on her back, just like last time. Ling Yan knelt one leg on the bed, leaning down toward her. Last time he had been caught because he grabbed her chin. Perhaps that action was what woke her up. This time he decided not to touch her with his hands at all. Just lightly press close and try to draw out the energy. As he drew near, her exhaled breath brushed against his nose tip, tingling. A strange faint energy stirred within him. That sensation from daytime returned. His nose tip lightly touched hers. He only needed to adjust his position to close the gap. But he didn't move. Ling Yan didn't know what he was hesitating over. This kind of human action held no meaning for the Yin race. But somehow he actually felt a hint of shame. How could he be experiencing shame? He wasn't truly human. Never mind. First let him try drawing out the energy. He tilted his head slightly and pressed his lips against her gently parted ones. Feng Qianyue truly hadn't expected this person to be so slow. She was about to break character. Fortunately, before her patience finally expired, he finally made his move. This person wanted to use this method directly to test her. How could Feng Qianyue possibly let him succeed? Did he think he could just test her whenever he pleased? Dream on. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, Feng Qianyue turned her head away, and the kiss grazed past her lips to land on her cheek. This sudden change left Ling Yan frozen stiff. He was discovered again. Originally, he had already felt a surge of shame, and now not only did she wake up, she dodged the attempt. The shame blazed even more fiercely. Ling Yan's first reaction was to run. Disappear like last time. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. However, just as he was about to lift his head, a warm touch suddenly came from the back of his neck. This person actually reached out and grabbed his neck. Running from what? Her cold voice carried a hint of hoarseness. The sound rang right beside his ear, similar to what he heard during the day, yet somehow even more stimulating to his eardrums. A wave of even stranger energy darted about within his body. Ling Yan dared not move, nor dare to look at her, nor dare to speak. After Feng Qianyue spoke, the other party remained motionless. He turned his face sideways, so she couldn't see his features clearly, only knowing the outline was handsome. The visible eye rippled with light, its pupil containing a tiny galaxy within. It was completely unrelated to the Feng Chao she met during the day. From this perspective, his disguise was very successful. Feng Qianyue admired him for a moment, sighing that indeed these were superior life forms. Even his materialized form could be touched. Since she could touch him, did that mean he could also feel things? Feng Qianyue's hand around the man's nape moved slightly. Her slender fingers traced downward along his neck bone. Don't. Ling Yan couldn't help but utter a single word. Feng Qianyue's fingertip paused. She wasn't sure if that sound had come from this person. This contrast was far too great. His voice was actually soft, hard to describe, like wisps of cotton candy twining together. Recalling his rasping, dragging voice from daytime, Feng Qianyue wanted to hear the current one again to cleanse her ears. Her fingers started moving again. Don't what? Tell me clearly. Ling Yan was nearly overwhelmed by that chaotic energy surging within him. He turned his head further away, putting more distance between them. The palm pressed against the bed curled into a fist. Release me, I need to leave. His tone held not a shred of momentum. This place was not somewhere he could come and go as he pleased. Fearing he might seize the chance to escape, Feng Qianyue's fingers tightened, gripping his nape firmly. Her tone turned icy cold. Leaving is fine. Tell me the reason you appeared here. She was angry. Ling Yan realized this. The strange power within him gradually receded, and he hastily fabricated an excuse. I am a wandering soul. I appear wherever I wish. The concept of souls existed among humans too. In any case, he could use it arbitrarily. Who would know the truth? But Feng Qianyue knew. After her death, her soul was bound to a small system. Could she not tell whether someone was a spirit entity? He was clearly some kind of superior life form. Feng Qianyue knew it wouldn't be easy to extract the truth from him, so rather than exposing him, she changed the subject. Then why did you want to kiss me, eh? The moment the words fell, the other party immediately retorted. That wasn't a kiss. That was... Ling Yin braked abruptly. He couldn't tell her the real reason, otherwise next time she would be even more vigilant. So he recalled what reasons humans usually gave for such things and quickly grabbed one from the jumbled excuses. I was curious whether your lips were soft or not. Ling Yin felt this excuse was excellent. Human curiosity was always bizarre and varied. But the next second he heard the other's pleasant laughter and simultaneously felt the hand gripping his nape withdraw. Regaining freedom, Ling Yin quickly straightened his body and swung his legs off the bed to stand on the floor. The other party was still laughing, her exposed shoulder and neck trembling slightly. You're laughing at what? He asked, puzzled. I'm laughing at your ignorance of human romance. Romance. So being curious about whether someone's lips were soft was also a type of human romance. Ling Yin thought of what happened between Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma in the bathroom last time. That was also a type of romance. Why did humans have so many types of romance? He simply hadn't bothered to learn about these things. That was all. His brain was far superior to humans. He could understand everything in no time. The strange sensation within his body made Ling Yin only want to flee immediately. Without arguing anything, he dissipated on the spot. In the dim room, Feng Qianyue curved her lips. This person understood human matters between men and women, but didn't truly comprehend them. Such things were merely a concept to him. The more he learned, the better. That way he wouldn't be able to remain so indifferent when she does such things to him. This person was just like his body, shrouded in a swirl of black mist with only an outline visible. To explore the truth, one must enter his body. To understand the blue star catastrophe, the destruction, and who the mastermind truly was, Feng Qianyue had to conquer this mysterious man. These non-human species were quite challenging indeed. Just like the gun training during the day, she would personally guide him to thoroughly pull him into the human world. First floor guest room. Ling Yin returned to Feng Chao's body and abruptly sat up from the bed. He raised one hand to press against his throbbing heart. Could it be that after spending time with these inferior life forms, he had learned their special emotions? Otherwise, why would he feel shame? Why would he want to flee? And what was that strange energy coursing through his body, tingling yet numbing? Too many questions left him puzzled. Recalling how the other party had mocked him for not understanding romance, Ling Yin drifted out of the villa in a fit of frustration. He would see for himself what this romance thing actually was. The busy Ling Yin returned looking wilted and miserable when dawn was about to break. He lay stiffly back inside Feng Chao's shell. The scenes he witnessed played continuously in his mind like a film reel. Indescribable. If he had to fully absorb Feng Qianyue's energy, would he have to do things like that too? Ling Yin couldn't imagine that picture. Just thinking about it made his entire body go numb. There must be another way. He would think of something. When the morning's first rays of sunlight shone into the villa, everyone had washed up and dressed in training attire, gathering in the living room. Su Mu had driven over early in the morning. Feng Qianyue had descended from the second floor, accidentally meeting Feng Chao's gaze. The latter's eternally expressionless face suddenly flushed red, and he lowered his head. Such unusual behavior drew others' attention. Shun Jingma glanced at Feng Chao with a cold, sinister look. This person was not worth worrying about. Su Mu, however, wore his emotions openly on his face, his gaze toward Feng Chao burning with fire. This toad was becoming more and more confident. Who on earth gave him such confidence? How could a person have so little self-awareness? Tan Muling silently munched on the drama. Feng Qianyue remained very composed as she walked before everyone and announced, "Today, close combat training." Feng Qianyue had emptied the room on the second floor yesterday and converted it into a combat training room. In truth, she had simply shoved all the furniture into her spatial storage and laid down some thick mats. The group entered the room, and Feng Qianyue stood before them. Today's training is close-quarters combat. Whether your opponents are zombies or humans, close-quarters combat is an essential skill you must master. Feng Qianyue had wanted to add that they should not rely solely on their abilities. She had witnessed many fighters who depended entirely on their special powers only to be easily slain by others once their energy was depleted. However, since none of them had awakened their abilities, yet she refrained from elaborating. The lesson began swiftly with Feng Qianyue summoning Shun Jingma to assist her as a teaching assistant. The two stood in the center of the mats while the other three sat at the edges. Except for Feng Chao, who appeared distracted, the other two watched with rapt attention. Feng Qianyue beckoned to the man across from her. "Come attack me with whatever move you like." Shun Jingma was not entirely ignorant of combat. He simply wasn't particularly skilled and had never studied it seriously. The night he first met Feng Qianyue, he had been beaten by 6 or 7 men wielding clubs. But he knew she was formidable in a fight. So when she issued her challenge, he hesitated not a moment before lunging at her. Since he had been called up to serve as a teaching assistant, he could not afford to perform poorly. Shun Jingma charged forward, raising his hand. only to receive a brutal blow to his midsection. The arm he had extended was seized, and a body both soft and resilient crashed into his embrace. She hooked her leg behind his ankle, and with a thunderous thud his entire frame crashed onto the mat. The entire exchange lasted a mere 2 seconds. It was over before it had truly begun. Feng Qianyue didn't even glance at the man sprawled humiliatingly on the mat before turning to the three below. Observe carefully, do you see? Being slow to react means only one thing: getting beaten. Technique is important certainly, but what matters most is speed and ruthlessness. Shun Jingma gazed upward with profound intensity at the profile of the woman above her, cold, yet commanding voice ringing in his ears. His racing heart thundered, whether from exertion or something else entirely, he could not say. Among the three below, Su Mu and Tan Muling gazed at her with adoring eyes. Feng Chao's gaze drifted, fixated on Feng Qianyue. Memories of what he had witnessed last night flooded his mind, and realizing what he was contemplating, he snapped back to alertness. He could not keep thinking such thoughts. There had to be another way to obtain her energy. The entire day passed with Feng Qianyue wholly dedicated to teaching them techniques and sharing her insights. And the best practice was none other than real combat. Nothing accelerated growth quite like genuine battle. After dinner, as darkness had completely fallen over the world just when everyone believed today's training had concluded, Feng Qianyue spoke casually, "Grab your blades and guns. Time to take you all out to hunt some zombies." Her tone was as light as if she had said, "Now that we've eaten, let's go for a spin." Su Mu and Tan Muling swallowed hard. They had only just learned today. Were they really going to risk their lives against zombies now? "Boss, isn't this a bit too fast?" Beside the two hesitating trainees, Shun Jingma asked no questions. He simply picked up his gun, spun it deftly between his fingers, and holstered it at his waist with effortless style. He was ready to go at a moment's notice. Feng Chao quietly selected the heaviest long sword and slung it casually over his shoulder. Seeing this, Su Mu and Tan Muling immediately grabbed their own blades and firearms. They could not let the boss think they were the weakest. The five set out on a zombie hunting expedition around the Villa district. 20 kilometers away on a highway, a military jeep tore toward Daijing's suburbs at breakneck speed. 5 people were crammed inside the vehicle. One lay unconscious, his chest wrapped tightly in blood-soaked bandages, fresh crimson still seeping through. Shi Haoyan glanced at the unconscious Xiao Qianyu, then turned to berate his teammate, codenamed Huang Daxian. "Aren't you supposed to be able to divine the future? How did you not foresee that our captain would suffer such a disaster this mission? Bringing good fortune out of misfortune, is this what you call it?" Huang Daxian was not offended by the scolding. They had just barely survived a life-or-death siege by a zombie horde, splitting up with the other team members to return to Daijing. The captain had actually woken up in the afternoon, but had exhausted his spiritual energy, shielding their escape, causing his wounds to reopen. He had collapsed into unconsciousness once more. The vice captain, venting a few frustrations, was nothing. Huang Daxian offered words of comfort. "A fortunate person is blessed by heaven. The captain will definitely pull through." Yet no sooner had he spoken than the unconscious Xiao Qianyu erupted into violent coughing, vomiting a mouthful of blood. His breathing grew so faint it seemed each breath might be his last, as if death could claim him at any moment. Panic erupted throughout the vehicle. Shi Haoyan could only urge the driver to go faster, faster still. Daijing's underground provisional base held the most authoritative medical experts. But speed was essential. If they delayed and the captain suffered consequences, it wasn't that they couldn't face the base commander. It was that they could never forgive themselves. Had it not been for minimizing their casualties, the captain would never have pushed himself so desperately. Everyone understood this. Shi Haoyan was too anxious to speak. The other team members dared not utter a word, their fists clenched tight with worry. Cold sweat beaded on Huang Daxian's forehead as he quietly retrieved his divination tools. He was the type who absolutely had to cast lots whenever significant events unfolded. So he silently intoned within his heart, asking whether Xiao Qianyu would survive this ordeal. When the hexagram revealed itself, Huang Daxian exclaimed in delighted surprise. "Ha ha ha, no problem at all." "What do you mean no problem?" Shi Haoyan frowned. "The captain is fine. The divination shows that if we head southeast, the captain will definitely survive." "Really?" Shi Haoyan's eyes lit up. Really? When have my divinations ever been wrong? We survived 2 life-or-death situations on this mission, didn't we? That's proof of turning danger into safety." Huang Daxian continued proudly. "And now the captain's hexagram is the same, which means he absolutely cannot die. Moreover, the divination indicates that the southeast direction is a sign of great fortune." Shi Haoyan was struck with sudden realization. He immediately ordered the driver, "Quick turn toward the southeast to enter Daijing." The jeep raced forward, startling nearby zombies. By the time the undead shambled onto the road, the vehicle had already vanished. But as they approached Daijing's suburban residential area, the zombie population thickened noticeably. Some lunged at the jeep only to have their heads blown apart by gunfire. If they continued along this route into Daijing to return to the base, they would inevitably have to pass through the main thoroughfare. The zombies there were all clustered together in massive numbers. Chi Haoyan believed they should change direction and take a detour, but the moment he spoke, Huang Daxian protested. No, we cannot detour. The divination said southeast. What if we detour and the captain dies en route? Chi Haoyan's eyes blazed with fury. If we don't detour, are we waiting to be overwhelmed by the zombie horde? Then tell me, what do you propose we do? The atmosphere froze solid. Everyone's brow furrowed in grim silence. A gunshot echoed from the southeast. Huang Daxian's eyes flew open. Go continue driving southeast. There must be great fortune in that direction. Chi Haoyan did not insist on opposing him. He too clung to this hope. This area still belonged to Daijing's outskirts. If they drove a bit further southeast and found nothing, they could still detour then. There was simply no better alternative at the moment. Feng Qianyue's group in the distance also heard the roar of the approaching vehicle as if it were barreling straight toward them. In the gloomy emptiness of the suburbs, the roar of the engine carried with startling clarity. Feng Qianyue's brow creased. Ready your weapons. Someone is coming. Soon Feng Qianyue and the others saw a military jeep driving toward them. Its wide tires churned up dust from the ground. Inside, hands holding guns occasionally reached out, blowing the heads off approaching zombies with precise shots. The shooting was incredibly fast. These were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Shen Jingma stood beside Feng Qianyue, his gaze heavy and dark. Should we avoid them? Although they appeared to be military, this was now the apocalypse. The army had experienced great chaos as well. Who knew if the people in that vehicle were escaped stragglers? Their intentions were unclear, so it was best to steer clear. Feng Qianyue shared similar thoughts. She waved for everyone to get into the vehicle. Soon everyone was seated inside. Shen Jingma started the car and headed toward the villa district. Feng Qianyue sat in the passenger seat, watching the rearview mirror. Not far away, Huang Daxian in the jeep was confused. Damn, why were they trying to run? And they were fleeing toward the southeast. Confirmed. This was definitely the auspicious sign indicated by the divination. He immediately shouted, chase them. The two vehicles engaged in a dramatic car chase. Shen Jingma saw through the rearview mirror that they were being pursued. Without waiting for Feng Qianyue to speak, he floored the accelerator, trying to shake them off. However, the driver in the jeep was the car king among the military special forces. No matter how Shen Jingma drove, the other vehicle stayed right on his tail. Feng Qianyue had been observing the car behind them. If they wanted to force them to stop, they could have used forceful methods, such as shooting out their tires. They had the capability, but didn't use it, which at least proved they still had rules. Yet they wouldn't stop pursuing, which meant they had something to say. After Feng Qianyue analyzed this, she told Shen Jingma to stop. The latter didn't ask questions and obediently pulled over. Among the three people in the back seat, except for Feng Chao's expressionless face, the other two appeared somewhat nervous. After they stopped, the jeep halted at a distance as well. A deep, urgent male voice called out from the car window. We're not here to cause trouble. We have a few questions to ask you. Could you send a representative over? As the words fell, the four people beside Feng Qianyue all looked at her in unison, waiting for her decision. Feng Qianyue didn't look at them as she called toward the jeep. If you have questions, get out and come over here yourself. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the open ground. Upon hearing this, Chi Haoyan in the jeep didn't hesitate. He directly opened the door and stepped out. Having the other party come over was actually about safety concerns. The other side was equally cautious, but for the captain's sake, he was willing to take this risk. Feng Qianyue and her group, seeing the man's attire, became even more certain these were soldiers and special forces at that, because their combat uniforms were different from the common styles. On the other side, Huang Daxian sat in the car guarding Xiao Qianyu, watching the situation unfold through the windshield. Chi Haoyan soon strode up to Feng Qianyue and the others. From about 2 to 3 meters away, as Feng Qianyue clearly saw his face, a dark glint flashed across her eyes. The name Chi Haoyan surfaced in her mind. Why was he here? At this time, the military district should have been busy with the spark-based construction. Chi Haoyan didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I wanted to ask if any of you is a doctor. A doctor? Shen Jingma answered him no. Chi Haoyan's brow furrowed instantly. The divination indicated they were here, so shouldn't there be a divine healer? Otherwise, how could they save the captain? Tan Muling glanced at Feng Qianyue without showing any reaction. The boss wasn't a doctor, but the healing medicine she used was truly effective. The effects were unbelievable unless one experienced them firsthand. Although she'd been curious and wanted to ask, she knew some things shouldn't be questioned. The boss was genuinely good to her anyway. Chi Haoyan unwillingly confirmed once more, "You're not lying to me." Shen Jingma was impatient. "Why would we have any reason to lie to you?" Chi Haoyan knew the other party had no reason to lie. It was just that the greater the hope, the bigger the disappointment. Since that was the case, he wouldn't waste any more time. The captain's injuries couldn't wait. They should hurry back to the base. "Sorry to bother you," he said quickly and turned to leave, but a clear, cold female voice rang out behind him. "Who in your team is injured?" Chi Haoyan froze and turned his head. After some thought, he concealed the captain's identity. "A team member." This answer was as good as saying nothing. The four people around Feng Qianyue didn't understand why she was pressing the question, but none of them interrupted. They just heard Feng Qianyue continue, "If you won't give a name or identity, how would I know whether to save him? If it was someone she knew from her past life, saving them wouldn't be a problem. If they were strangers, then Qi Haoyan had absolutely no favor with her that would make her act." This guy had said plenty of bad things about her in front of Xiao Qinyu back then. Qi Haoyan didn't understand why the other party was so insistent on knowing their identity, as if they actually knew them. But from her words, she clearly had a way to save someone. He seized the lifeline desperately and said urgently, "It's our captain." Before Qi Haoyan could finish his sentence, a figure flashed past him. Not only was he startled, but Shun Jingma, Fong Chao, and the others were all stunned. They had never seen Feng Qianyue run this fast. In the blink of an eye, she was already at the jeep. Without a word, Feng Qianyue pulled open the rear door. Huang Daxian inside didn't know what was happening. He held his gun, positioning himself in front of Xiao Qinyu, the barrel pointed at Feng Qianyue. "What do you think you're doing?" Feng Qianyue pushed his gun barrel down. "Get out of the way. Let me see your captain." At this moment, Qi Haoyan had also run over and shouted to Huang Daxian, "She has a way to save the captain. Don't block her." Only then did Huang Daxian move aside, revealing Xiao Qinyu behind him. Feng Qianyue got into the vehicle without further ado. The carriage was dim. The man in the seat had his eyes tightly closed, leaning against the seat back. His features were cold and sharp, his robust upper body bare, his wheat-colored skin wrapped in several layers of bandages. If not for the blood still seeping from his wounds, his stern appearance would have looked like he was simply sleeping. Feng Qianyue didn't need confirmation. She knew immediately who it was. His condition was poor. She could only deal with the external wounds first. While she was removing Xiao Qinyu's bandages, Shun Jingma, Fong Chao, and the other four had all gathered outside the jeep. The door was open so they could see what was happening inside. The girl's movements were practiced and deft, but looking closely there was a hint of gentleness in her expression. Shun Jingmo remembered how she had applied medicine to his back that first night. He couldn't see her face then, but was it also this gentle? Did she know this man? An acquaintance? What kind of relationship? A stranger? Then why was she in such a rush to run over? Shun Jingma wanted to ask, but knew this wasn't the time, so he could only suppress his emotions. Standing behind him to the side, Ling Yan blinked those small eyes of his full of confusion. What was Feng Qianyue's relationship with this man? While Ling Yan was curious, he also felt it had nothing to do with him. He was only interested in the energy field around Feng Qianyue. He had no interest whatsoever in her other affairs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Qianyue finished unwrapping the bandages in no time. Then she sprinkled the healing medicine on and deftly wrapped everything up with fresh bandages. Huang Daxian and Qi Haoyan's eyes went wide when she pulled out the medicine bottle and bandages out of thin air. Holy shit! The divination was really accurate. It was indeed a great auspicious sign. Not only could the person they found treat the captain, she was also a spatial ability user. Spatial ability users. Their entire base currently only had one. That guy held his head so high, so arrogant. After Feng Qianyue finished, she turned to Qi Haoyan and said, "I've dealt with his external wounds first, but his real internal injuries cannot be treated for now." When Qi Haoyan heard there were still internal injuries, the heart he had just set down instantly tightened again. "Allow me to thank you on behalf of the captain first. It's getting late and going back to the city isn't safe. Could you possibly put us up for the night? When the captain wakes up, he can thank you personally." Not being safe, they could take a longer route. Qi Haoyan's real intention was to have her completely heal the captain. Since she said it was temporarily impossible, that meant she could do it. Such an amazing person. How could they let her go? Huang Daxian immediately caught on and chimed in. Yes, please let us stay the night." Feng Qianyue said this precisely to let the other party beg her, so she went along with it. "Staying is fine. I happen to need to settle the medical fees with your captain when he wakes up." Shin Jingma's face turned completely gloomy. Ling Yan's small eyes rolled around. The group returned to Feng Qianyue's villa. The living room sofa was spacious enough. Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian carefully laid the unconscious Xiao Qinyu onto it. Feng Qianyue spoke to them. "There is a sparring room upstairs. The four of you can make do there tonight, and wait until your captain wakes up tomorrow." The rough-looking men nodded hurriedly before this extraordinary figure. Qi Haoyan thanked on behalf of everyone. "We are truly grateful. Once our captain wakes, we will surely repay you." Huang Daxian's eyes rolled about, pondering how to recruit this remarkable person into their base once their captain recovered. Feng Qianyue offered a faint smile and turned to ascend the second floor. Su Mu and Tan Muling followed back to their rooms. After a day of constant hardship and a night spent in high-tension fighting zombies, exhaustion surged like a tide the moment their heads touched the pillows, and they quickly fell asleep. Ling Yan was irritated by Su Mu's thunderous snores. But what bothered him even more was figuring out how to drain her energy without making physical contact with Feng Qianyue. He refused to believe there was no other way. Shun Jingma followed behind Feng Qianyue as she headed upstairs. This house had gone from housing just him alone to 5 people, and now 10. Did Feng Qianyue simply enjoy taking people home? Fong Chao Tin Muling and Su Mu. That was for forming a team. But why save these 5 people tonight? Was it simply because they were soldiers, earning her natural goodwill? His intuition told him Feng Qianyue was by no means motivated by such a reason. She might trust others easily, but she was also clever. In the chaos of the apocalypse, who still divided people into good and evil. If she had rescued them for rewards, how could one explain her lightning-fast reaction when she first rushed over? If she were nervous, he couldn't see much sign of it. Throwing someone onto a sofa hardly constituted special treatment. Shen Jingma couldn't wrap his head around it. He had been absently trailing behind Feng Qianyue and only snapped back to reality when he was about to collide with her. He hastily stepped back, creating distance, only to realize he had accidentally followed her into her room. She stood there, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Brother, are you planning to sleep in the same room with me tonight?" That characteristic lilt in her voice made Shun Jingma's heart clench. He lowered his deep, slender eyes, his tone grave. "Brother has something he can't quite figure out. May I ask you?" "Go ahead," Feng Qianyue replied, while stepping further inside. The man's clear, pleasant voice came from behind. "Why did you save him? Did you know him before? Or is there some other reason?" 3 questions in succession, but they all pointed to the same thing. Feng Qianyue removed her outer windbreaker and casually hung it on the rack, revealing a figure sculpted beneath her fitted short-sleeve shirt. The room held no lit candles, only moonlight spilled in from the window behind her, casting a hazy glow like a veil of mist. Visible yet untouchable. Shen Jingma unconsciously slowed his breathing. Something felt about to happen, though he couldn't quite explain why. The girl's cold voice rang out. "Brother, don't you think your curiosity runs a bit too deep?" Shen Jingma's breath caught. An invisible hand seemed to clasp his throat. Not painful, but deeply uncomfortable. He tightened his voice. "We are family. I want to know what's in your heart." "What's in my heart? You're certain?" Feng Qianyue's tone rose slightly, and even in the dimness her lips curved. Sensing the shift, Shen Jingma seized the opportunity immediately. "I am certain. Whatever is on your mind, you can tell me. I can help you think it through." Feng Qianyue chuckled softly. "Perhaps not full counseling, but you can participate." "What do you mean?" Shen Jingma was somewhat lost. She began walking toward him. Her short boots, still unkissed, struck the wooden floor with heavy, deliberate sounds, each step thudding against Shen Jingma's chest. Backlit, he could barely make out her expression. At 2 meters away, Feng Qianyue's steps didn't pause. At half a meter, she still hadn't stopped. Shen Jingma's heart clenched instantly, his body instinctively tensing. That oppressive feeling hadn't faded. The next moment, a force shoved his chest hard, and his back collided with the door panel with a solid thud. The subtle tremor of the door rattled through him, sending numbness across his entire body. Her breath was now within arm's reach. Both her hands pressed against his shoulders as she rose on her tiptoes and leaned closer. So close. This distance was far too intimate. Shen Jingma clenched his palms, wanting to push her away, but that seemingly light pressure on his shoulders pinned him utterly in place. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down in the shadows as he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "You, brother." 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Shen Jingma quickly fell silent, waiting for her to continue. She called out his title, turned her head, and pressed close to his ear. "Didn't you want to know what's in my heart? Then let me whisper it to you secretly." Warm breath ghosted against his earlobe, her lazy tone murmuring softly. His nostrils filled with her delicate fragrance and the undeniable weight on his shoulders. Everything around him resembled a damp, clinging web enveloping him completely. Shen Jingma could barely breathe. Or rather, he dared not breathe. Afraid of absorbing even more of her scent. He maintained control, reining himself in an instant, his clear voice remaining relatively steady. "Go on, tell me." Her breathy tones spiraled upward. "I have designs on you, brother. Could you help me figure them out?" Shen Jingma's expression froze. What was this what he thought it meant? Did this girl even know what she was saying? Shen Jingma tried to comfort himself. Feng Qianyue was eccentric, perhaps her wording was off, and she didn't mean what he feared. The next moment, Feng Qianyue shattered his ridiculous hopes. "To be precise, I have designs on your body. Will you help me?" Boom. An explosion detonated inside Shen Jingma's mind, leaving him dizzy. He should have realized this long ago. When she had made him strip bare last time, he should have known. Though her personality was strange, she would never have proposed such a form of compensation. Shen Jingma had no idea what he was feeling right now. Dizzy and feverish, he could hardly face the person before him. Before he could respond, she released him, first creating distance between them. The sudden ease of breathing left him momentarily stunned. Every step had defied his expectations. "Go back and rest." Those 5 calm words made Shen Jingma even more uncomfortable. He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. Satisfy her. He couldn't bring himself to do it. It was precisely because he couldn't betray his body that he had resorted to invoking kinship. He never expected Feng Qianyue to harbor such intentions toward him from the very beginning. Then again, when they first met, her eyes had brightened upon seeing him. Had she fallen for him at first sight? Most women who had liked him before the apocalypse had been love-struck at first sight. But with Feng Qianyue, the more he learned about her, the more unbelievable it seemed. She didn't seem like someone who would fall for another person at first sight. Yet now it appeared to be exactly that. And the person in question was him. Shen Jingma's heart was in turmoil. In the end, he said nothing and fled as fast as he could. This interruption thoroughly pushed his original questions from his mind. The door closed and Feng Qianyue smiled silently. Shen Jingma had once been her mortal rival. Back then she had harbored zero interest in him. When they interacted, both were already formidable powers renowned in their regions, each with their own teams and interests. Deep down they were both absolutely self-centered. He would never submit to anyone, let alone her. So even if he suited every taste, Feng Qianyue had never harbored feelings for him. Later, when neither could break through and survival in the apocalypse grew increasingly dire, they had collaborated on multiple occasions. But in this lifetime, everything was entirely different. He had come crawling to her, first attempting to use her and control her. Since he had thrown himself into her hands, she couldn't blame herself for riding the current. Moreover, her current goal was to build her own power. She would never let such a future powerhouse slip away. Feeding him well and treating him indulgently was precisely to extract every last drop from him, body, mind, and soul. After closing the door, he leaned against it, as if all strength had been drained from him. His mind buzzed, unable to think clearly or calm down. The pressure on his shoulders seemed to linger, a weight pressing on his chest, awkward and agonizing. Most importantly, he had no idea how to interact with Feng Qianyue from now on. He could neither fulfill her wishes nor sever ties with her, nor could he pretend nothing had happened. She had practically laid her cards on the table. Under these circumstances, playing dumb was simply inexcusable. Shen Jingma splashed his face with cold water several times before finally managing to think calmly. If he hadn't pressed her tonight, she would never have spoken. Earlier she had readily agreed to be siblings, and just now, seeing his silence, she had let go without hesitation. From these 2 points, he could tell she wouldn't force him based on her own feelings. And the clothing incident last time was an accident. Yet at the critical moment, she still let him go. Thinking of this, Shen Jingma felt a strange emotion stirring within him. She truly cared about his feelings. With her beauty, strength, and resources, countless people would adore her. She didn't need to treat him with such respect. How foolish of her. So foolish that even a dark-hearted person like him couldn't bear to exploit her further. Shen Jingma lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. The door opened. A slender figure stepped inside. Half awake, Shen Jingma opened his eyes to see the person he had just been thinking of. You? Shoo. She placed her index finger on his dry lips, so light it was almost weightless. Shen Jingma fell silent, blinking his drowsy eyes, trying to see her face more clearly. Instead of withdrawing her finger, she pressed her entire palm against his cheek, leaning in closer, hovering, without making contact. The next second, her cool, ethereal voice whispered in his ear. I can't hold back anymore. The moist breath against his ear was unbearably ticklish. Shen Jingma wanted to scratch it, but his arm felt too heavy to lift. He swallowed hard, opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Her murmur echoed in his ear again. Brother, help me. Shen Jingma's entire body went numb. She had never called him brother before. At most she would use a single character or simply not address him at all. Yet with just one extra word, the entire feeling had transformed. Shen Jingma clenched his molars tightly. What if? He gave it a try. It seemed he wasn't repulsed by her closeness. Perhaps the so-called psychological barrier was just his unfamiliarity. Uncomfortable. He clenched his fist, opened it, then clenched again. After 2 or 3 times he decided to take the first step. His arm seemed able to move now. He slowly reached for the girl's waist, feeling it through the thin layer of her nightgown. Damn, so slender. Shen Jingma dared not touch, holding it loosely, his body stiff as a board. Sensing his movement, her voice tinged with pleasure, a unique lilt rising. Shall we start with a kiss? His pounding heart halted instantly. She said nothing more, waiting as if for his permission. Shen Jingma opened his mouth to say yes, but no sound came out. She still made no move. He felt sweat break out on his forehead, his body beginning to heat up. In desperation, he could only shout in his mind. Don't ask. Just kiss me. How can you be so foolish? The moment he finished yelling in his heart, she let out a soft laugh. Who should I kiss? Shen Jingma shuddered. The voice was wrong. The voice didn't seem to come from beside his ear, but rather. Shen Jingma abruptly opened his eyes. In his peripheral vision, he sensed someone standing by the bed. He sat up with a start, lifting his gaze to meet Feng Qianyue's bright dark eyes. A faint smile lingered on her face as she looked at him. Outside it was broad daylight. Did I talk in my sleep? What did I say? You didn't hear it clearly, did you? I didn't hear it clearly. Shen Jingma wanted to struggle a little more. I had a nightmare, just rambling. Don't take it to heart. Although Feng Qianyue didn't know what he had dreamed, she could sense it had nothing to do with a nightmare. But she didn't dwell on it. Instead she explained, I knocked many times but you didn't answer, so I came in to check. Get ready, it's time for training. Okay, I'll be right down. Their conversation was perfectly normal, with no trace of awkwardness. Feng Qianyue finished speaking and left the room. After she was gone, Shen Jingma let out a long sigh of relief. This really is a nightmare. How could he have such a dream? It must have been influenced by Feng Qianhua last night. This was absolutely not his true intention. He could never agree to help her with such a thing, nor would he ever want her to kiss him. Shun Jingma quickly washed up and went downstairs. The living room on the first floor was crowded with people. When he saw the unconscious man on the sofa, he suddenly remembered that he still hadn't learned the relationship between Feng Qianhua and this man last night. Seeing the tool she had just set down, she had been changing the man's bandages herself. Just changing bandages. Why go to the trouble when he had so many teammates around? They must know each other. Feng Qianhua put down the items and said to Qi Haoyan, "His injuries are worse than I expected. He probably won't wake up until tonight. Let's see then. I'm going to take my team out later. Make yourselves at home." Qi Haoyan nodded solemnly. "Thank you, boss, for letting us stay another day." The man's face was full of sincerity. Feng Qianhua didn't respond, but turned to the 4 members of the Minghua squad. "Today we practiced driving skills." Sumu grinned with a hint of pride. "Boss, I'm pretty good at driving." Shun Jingma's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. He had witnessed her driving skills the night he met Feng Qianhua. Even in her relaxed state back then, she was already breathtaking. It was hard to imagine what she would be like when she was serious. Ling Yin remained silent. Driving was useless for someone who could fly. Tan Muling, on the other hand, was eager to learn. She wished she could learn even more. Everything the boss taught was life-saving skills. Where else could she learn such things? Feng Qianhua glanced at Su Mu, her tone chilling. "Driving that slow, you'll die on the road sooner or later." Many present felt an arrow pierce their chests. Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, and the others watched Feng Qianhua's retreating figure with a mix of admiration and speechlessness. The boss's tongue is sharp. Su Mu's face flushed red, and he hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't mean I don't want to learn. I just wanted to hear the boss praise me." He wanted her recognition, nothing more. Feng Qianhua understood his intentions and said coolly, "It's not hard to get my praise. First pass my assessment." Su Mu's eyes were resolute yes. Shun Jingma, Ling Yin, and Tan Muling remained expressionless. Feng Qianhua treated training with the same seriousness as actual combat. But they all understood it was to ensure they could protect themselves in critical moments. As they prepared to set out, Qi Haoyan quickly called out to Feng Qianhua, "Boss, we have a driving ace in our team. How about I let him be your coach?" Huang Daxian chimed in, "We've been bothering you, so we want to contribute something." The member codenamed Driving God had already stepped forward. Sure, Feng Qianhua agreed. With help she could save some effort. Thus, one Special Forces member was left at the villa to guard Xiao Qianyu, while the rest departed. Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian tagged along, because they had decided last night to get closer to Feng Qianhua. When their captain woke up, they could help recruit her to the base. There was a racing club on the outskirts of Daijing. A military jeep and a private luxury car arrived at the club. The club's parking lot held some training cars. Since the apocalypse began, no one had bothered to come drive them. Feng Qianhua walked to the control room with practiced ease and took the car keys. She had been familiar with this place in her past life. The group, seeing her deft movements, almost thought she owned the club. After picking up the cars, the real lesson began. The team member codenamed Car Deity was named Zhou Hong. Feng Qianhua first arranged for him to brief the Minghua squad. The man was meticulous, delivering his instructions with great care and detail. She concurred with many of the techniques he outlined. Once the briefing concluded, Feng Qianhua arranged for them to practice the drills. Su Mu had originally assumed he would be the standout among the 4. He had absorbed Zhou Heng's instruction well. Yet upon getting behind the wheel for the practical session, he turned out to be second from the bottom. Tan Muling had merely been an office worker with a license before, so Su Mu had not intended to compete with her. Shun Jingma's demeanor suggested he had been a young master even before the apocalypse. Watching his adept driving and rapid comprehension last night, Su Mu could only concede that skill. But how could Feng Chao drive this well too? Watching the 2 vehicles ahead that he simply could not catch up to, Su Mu was on the verge of tears from frustration. He had hoped to show off in front of the squad leader. Just as he was despondent, a car shot up from behind and overtook him in an instant. Damn it. Even Tan Muling had passed him. This time Su Mu actually cried out in frustration. When the lap finished, the 4 returned to the waiting area, expecting Feng Qianhua's critique. Shun Jingma was the first to return, and upon noticing Feng Qianhua's gaze, he hastily looked away. Those eyes always brought back memories of the previous night. The mere thought of last night made his entire body tense, every nerve on edge. Feng Qianhua pretended not to notice his discomfort, her tone measured and cool. "You grasp the concepts well. With more practice, your attention to detail will improve." "Yes, understood." She then turned to Feng Chao, who had arrived second. "You 2 have absorbed the material well. Your only major flaw is a lack of focus." Feng Qianhua spoke with pointed implication. The man blinked his small eyes, his expressionless face betraying no reaction as he merely grunted in acknowledgement. Feng Qianhua did not press further and turned to Tan Muling III to arrive. "Your fundamentals are weak, but your willingness to take the wheel puts you ahead of many. Maintain this mindset and practice diligently." Upon receiving her approval, a smile bloomed on Tan Muling's face, and she nodded firmly. "Yes." Finally, there was Su Mu, his face a picture of despair, head bowed, as if wishing to sink into the ground. Feng Qianyue reached out, lifting his chin to meet his fearful gaze directly, her voice chillingly cold. This is no child's play. If you carry this immature attitude into tomorrow's training, you will be dismissed immediately. Understood? Su Mu's expression of shame froze instantly. He had let the senior down. Feng Qianyue withdrew her hand and no longer looked at him. This boy's mind was too restless. Without being checked, he would suffer greatly. One mistake could easily cost him his life. Hearing Feng Qianyue's words to Su Mu, the other three felt a chill in their hearts. Her remarks seemed to mirror their own flaws, and each of them quietly took them to heart. Shun Jingma, troubled by the events of the previous night, could not meet Feng Qianyue's eyes during today's training. Given the excellent training plan and logistical support she provided, he reasoned that he should have cast aside all extraneous thoughts while learning. Wasting the opportunity she offered would surely displease her. The same applied to himself. Realizing this, Shin Jingma immediately examined his own conduct, his gaze no longer averting. Ling Yin was the only one explicitly called out for his lack of focus. After hearing the critique directed at Su Mu, he realized those words were meant for him as well. If he failed to take it seriously, he would be dismissed just the same. He had not yet found a proper way to absorb energy and absolutely could not afford to be cast aside by Feng Qianyue prematurely. It seemed he would need to demonstrate genuine skill next time. Tan Muling maintained the most earnest attitude. Knowing she started from a disadvantage compared to the others, she understood that without a desperate, relentless drive, she would undoubtedly be eliminated. Yet despite this resolve, a faint hope lingered in her heart. She thought about how Feng Qianyue usually paid closer attention to her, wondering if she might still be allowed to stay by the squad leader's side despite her shortcomings. But now Feng Qianyue's meaning was unmistakably clear. There was no room for hope. The past few days spent following Feng Qianyue had been the most grounded, fulfilling, and motivated she had ever felt. She did not want to leave. She would not let herself be sent away. Tan Muling sounded a mental alarm for herself. The atmosphere of the subsequent training shifted abruptly. Each of them fought as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Extreme maneuvers never covered in the instruction were forced out through practical application, driven entirely by pressure. Outside the field, Zhou Heng, Qi Haoyan, and Huang Daxian silently gave Feng Qianyue a round of thumbs-ups. Impressive. In just a few short sentences, she had corrected the entire group. A natural-born leader, a master of influencing hearts. Someone like her was precisely the kind of person who should be recruited to the base. Before they knew it, sunset had arrived. The sky ablaze with crimson clouds signaled the end of the day's training. The four had trained relentlessly throughout the day, quickly devouring the meals brought from the villa at noon before immediately resuming practice, as if wound up by a clockwork spring. Feng Qianyue did not care what reasons kept them by her side. As long as they were under her protection and sustenance, they were expected to fight to the death for her. She needed to complete her mission. She demanded the reward of the Lord God Heart. Whoever stood in her way would be killed. Exhausted to their bones, the four returned to the waiting area, none daring to complain of fatigue. Although Ling Yin was a spiritual entity, the Feng Chao he piloted was a solid human vessel. After a day of training for their lives, his limbs ached and swelled with exhaustion. For the four of them today had been overwhelmingly fulfilling, their minds completely filled with the intricate imagery of various maneuvers, leaving no room to ponder anything else. On the way back, Feng Qianyue volunteered to drive. Seated in the driver's seat, she called out to Zhou Heng in the opposite jeep. Shall we race to see who arrives at the villa entrance first? Care to play? Zhou Heng had been curious about Feng Qianyue's true skill all day, and upon hearing the proposal he agreed without hesitation. Feng Qianyue set the stakes. You may bet on whoever you think will win. Whoever guesses correctly will enjoy a barbecue buffet paid for by me tonight. Whoever guesses wrong must thoroughly clean the villa from top to bottom. Good heavens, a barbecue buffet. Almost everyone's eyes lit up, their mouths watering instinctively. The apocalypse had only lasted 10+ days, yet it felt like an eternity since they had last enjoyed such a meal. Perhaps due to current resource shortages, even available food was rationed carefully. It was virtually impossible to eat one's fill. As for the punishment for the losers, everyone simply ignored it. Huang Daxian could not resist leaning out his window to shout toward Feng Qianyue, bold. A true powerhouse. I believe in your skills just as I believe in you. I'm betting on Zhou Heng. The mood shifted, suddenly drawing laughter from everyone. Huang Daxian sheepishly shrugged. He knew his own brother's capabilities all too well. Feng Qianyue was undoubtedly a powerhouse in his eyes, and her verbal guidance on racing during the day proved she had substance. But that was merely verbal instruction after all. Skill levels varied regardless. Huang Daxian still leaned toward his own companion. He was after all the card deity of their entire special operations team. Feng Qianyue wore a mischievous expression. It seems you really want that barbecue buffet. Everyone caught the ironic artistry in her words. With the feast as stakes, the atmosphere grew buoyant, and bets were placed freely. Those who chose Zhou Heng were Huang Daxian, Qi Haoyan, and Feng Chao. Ling Yin, however, actually took the time to think this through carefully. Zhou Hong had been guiding the afternoon's practical sessions. His techniques witnessed firsthand were absolutely top tier among the human species. Feng Qianyue was equally formidable, her suggestions often hitting the nail on the head. Precisely because of this, Ling Yin concluded her prowess was more theoretical in nature. After all, some of the technical maneuvers she described surpassed what any human could actually achieve. Such operations existed only in ideal conditions. Therefore he chose Zhou Hong and voiced his reasoning to the surprised onlookers. Feng Qianyue simply smiled at him without saying a word. Whose side you backed determined which vehicle you rode in. Ignoring the resentful glares of Su Mu and Tan Muling, Feng Chao climbed into the jeep. He cast a cold glance at the two of them. Tisk, unobjective humans. He would never abandon his own reasoned conclusion for the sake of human social niceties. Su Mu and Tan Muling, however, hardly thought twice. They unconditionally bet on Feng Qianyue. They would choose her even if it meant foregoing the barbecue. This was not about social obligation. In their hearts, Feng Qianyue was already their pillar of strength. Regardless of the outcome, they would invariably stand by their anchor. Shen Jingma, also a proponent of rational analysis, bet on Feng Qianyue with unwavering conviction. Although he had only witnessed her skills briefly on a previous occasion, his perception of her was thoroughly refreshed today. If she was this strict with training and tolerated no leniency toward lax attitudes, she would undoubtedly be even harsher on herself. He did not know about the others, but he was certain Feng Qianyue was precisely such a person. Therefore he believed she would definitely win. After choosing their sides, the two vehicles lined up at the same starting mark. Though the models and configurations differed, the appeal of this race lay precisely in its unpredictability. With no road restrictions and no rule limitations, they could drive however they pleased. The goal was simply who arrived at the villa first. A gunshot rang out, and the race officially began. The journey back was not far, but the road conditions grew increasingly treacherous. The closer one drew to the residential area, the more uneven the terrain became. One could encounter all manner of unexpected obstacles strewn across the pavement. With the apocalypse upon them, who would bother maintaining these roads? On the way here, their speed had been moderate, allowing them to easily dodge any obstacles. Now, with both sides in competition, speed was everything. This would test the driver's skill and reflexes. The moment the gun fired, both vehicles surged forward almost simultaneously. The vehicle Zhou Hong drove was a specially modified military jeep with wide, sturdy tires. Smaller obstacles posed no threat at all. He simply plowed right over them. This allowed him to take an early lead. Those who had bet on him, Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, and Ling Yan, all felt their choices were vindicated. Just look at this difference. The vehicle itself gave him an advantage. Though the modified jeep was powerful, it couldn't match the flexibility of the luxury sedan Feng Qianyue drove. That was provided one possessed sufficient skill to handle it. The jeep maintained its lead, but Shen Jingma glanced sideways at Feng Qianyue. Her expression remained placid, devoid of any anxiety. No matter how the jeep ahead navigated, the distance between them stayed consistently around 50 meters. It gave him a sensation of a top student deliberately keeping their score, just passing. In the back seat, Su Mu and Tan Muling grew increasingly anxious as they fell behind. For both professional and personal reasons, they wanted their boss to win. Though they had claimed not to care about winning or losing when making their bets, now that the race had begun, who would truly want to lose? Victory was naturally preferable. Through the day's lessons, they had also come to recognize Zhou Heng's exceptional abilities, so no matter how anxious they felt, there was nothing they could do but worry. But regardless, the boss's driving skills were truly impressive, more than sufficient to teach them. No matter how Zhou Hong drove, he couldn't widen the gap much further. Feng Qianyue wasn't in a rush to overtake. Having this massive vehicle clearing obstacles ahead of her, what could be better? After all, what mattered was who reached the villa door first. Ling Yin in the jeep quickly noticed the distance issue. In his view, this represented the limit of Feng Qianyue's abilities. That 50-meter gap was something she simply couldn't close. He remained objective, uninfluenced by Feng Chao's identity. Those three who had chosen Feng Qianyue did so merely to curry favor with her. Senseless humans manipulated by emotion. The villa district was now just 3 kilometers away. Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian felt the all-you-can-eat barbecue was already within reach. Both unconsciously swallowed. Yet Zhou Hong, competing against Feng Qianyue, had been frowning throughout. Something felt off. He couldn't quite pinpoint what troubled him. His opponent's driving was characterized by one word: steady. Through all the complex situations they had encountered, he had reacted too slowly, 2 or 3 times, making small mistakes. Yet the other driver following behind maintained that exact same distance. Was she doing this deliberately, or had she genuinely reached her limit? If it was intentional, Zhou Heng felt a chill run through him. He had no confidence whatsoever about Feng Qianyue's true abilities. The villa district was less than 2 kilometers away now. Even Shen Jingma grew restless, stealing glances at Feng Qianyue multiple times, yet she remained unmoved. Both vehicles passed through the villa district gate and headed toward Feng Qianyue's home. Zhou Heng's heart finally relaxed considerably. Perhaps he had been overthinking. Ling Yin in the car had long stopped watching the sedan behind them. The outcome was a foregone conclusion anyway. Su Mu and Tan Muling had also calmed down their minds completely at ease. Given the boss's personality, she certainly wouldn't be upset over a small victory or defeat. If they tried to comfort her, it would only be unnecessary interference. The jeep raced toward the villa entrance ahead, while the sedan behind somehow drew closer. When Zhou Heng looked back, the car had vanished like a phantom. It reappeared alongside them side by side. At that moment, the three people in Feng Qianyue's sedan, Shun Jingma, Su Mu, and Tan Muling, were completely caught off guard by her sudden acceleration. Without warning, their hearts raced wildly. In the jeep, Huang Daxian and Qi Haoyan watched the sedan suddenly pull up beside them and cursed in shock. What the hell? What's happening? Ling Yan's small eyes widened in surprise and delight. Zhou Heng immediately reacted, yanking the steering wheel to compress the sedan's maneuvering space. From outside, the jeep occupied the main road, forcing the sedan toward the roadside green space. However, the other driver seemed to have anticipated his move and actively moved toward the green space. This caused everyone in both vehicles to gasp in unison. At the edge of the green space, just tens of meters ahead, stood a massive advertisement billboard. If she didn't brake immediately, the sedan would surely crash into it. The passage there was only half the width of the sedan. Either she braked or she crashed. She had only these two options. Zhou Heng was also stunned. He hadn't expected her to actively place herself in danger the moment before he compressed her space. Was this the thinking of a normal person? He had originally intended to force her to stop, but now she was forcing him to stop instead. If he didn't, the sedan would hurtle forward and crash. Was she betting that he would concede first? Zhou Heng's mind raced, but there was no time to think. As the jeep was about to enter the billboard's zone, his foot still pressed down on the brake. In that brief instant, Zhou Heng broke out in a cold sweat. Yet in that very moment, the black sedan surged forward violently, heading straight for the billboard. Upon impact, the right tire climbed directly onto the billboard's raised panel surface. The tires rolled over it, as the glass panel layer emitted crisp, crunching, and shattering sounds. The three people in the sedan gripped the handles tightly, their bodies lurching leftward, eyes wide with terror. Crash! After two loud thuds, the sedan landed, its wheels streaking past ground obstacles at lightning speed like a black flash. 3 seconds later, it came to an abrupt stop at the villa entrance. The three people in the car were thrown forward and backward by momentum. Had it not been for the seatbelts and the handles they gripped, such an action that gave no time for brain or body to react could have knocked them unconscious. The rear doors opened and Su Mu and Tan Muling stumbled out, immediately crouching on the ground, heaving. Their heads throbbed relentlessly. Shen Jingma in the sedan wasn't faring much better. Breathing heavily, he didn't forget to glance at the composed girl beside him. He had truly witnessed how utterly wild a person she was at her core. Feng Qianyue unfastened her seatbelt and raised her gaze to meet his scorching eyes. The man's beautiful, alluring features, his heavy breathing, his flushed lips, his disheveled shirt. Feng Qianyue's bright black pupils dimmed slightly. Her cool, languid voice casually said, "Brother, if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." The man's breathing hitched. His narrow phoenix eyes blinked in stunned astonishment. Feng Qianyue neither spoke nor touched him, simply opening the car door and stepping out. Watching her retreating figure, the man stood frozen for several seconds before the corners of his mouth curved upward. A flush crept across his skin, and the violently pounding heart in his chest sent waves of tingling sensation throughout his body. He closed his eyes, breathing in her lingering voice from moments before. Ling Yan stepped out of the jeep and walked directly toward Feng Qianyue. Feng Qianyue had proven through action how ridiculous his previous assumptions had been. He had assumed she was merely theoretical, yet she turned out to be a practitioner. Ling Yan walked up to her, too embarrassed to know what to say. Yet he still wanted to express what was in his heart. After struggling for a moment, he managed 4 words: "You are incredible." Since arriving on Blue Star, he had never acknowledged any human being. Yet this girl before him had once again shattered his perception of humans as an inferior species. Feng Qianyue glanced at him dismissively and turned her gaze to the 3 figures approaching from behind, Zhou Heng and his companions. A faint smile curved her lips as she teased Huang Daxian. "Didn't you do any divination before the match?" Huang Daxian's face flushed crimson with regret. Why hadn't he consulted the stars beforehand? Oh, he'd been too presumptuous, convinced Zhou Heng would prevail. Only when confidence wavers does he instinctively turn to divination. With no other option, he swallowed his pride and said with a grin, "Hee, my mistake for not recognizing a true master. Boss, those moves just now were seriously cool. I'd love to join your team." Qi Haoyan responded coldly, thinking of jumping ship. Wait until the captain wakes up, then try saying that to his face. Disregarding Huang Daxian's meaningful glances, he turned to Feng Qianyue and asked earnestly, "Boss, have you considered joining the military? Your whole team could join with you, and given your abilities, you'd naturally become a squad leader." Feng Qianyue replied flatly, "I don't join any organization." Qi Haoyan attempted to persuade her further, but Huang Daxian jabbed his arm and murmured, "You won't convince her. Let's wait for the captain to wake up and handle this." When the others fell silent, Zhou Heng eagerly spoke to Feng Qianhua. Your technique is truly remarkable. If there's a chance, could you teach me? He'd assumed she'd use this extreme method to force him into surrendering. Only when the sedan lifted did he realize how much he'd underestimated her. Whatever choice he made held no weight in her calculations. Without that license plate, she'd have won through some other means. Zhou Heng accepted his defeat with genuine respect. Feng Qianhua said gently, my technique isn't that much better than yours. What you lack is the right mindset. Over-relying on equipment enhancement limits your consciousness. You must dare to break through your boundaries. Zhou Heng reflected briefly, then nodded emphatically. Thank you. Feng Qianhua walked toward the villa. As Ling Yan watched her retreating figure, his expression flickered. Feng Qianhua had spoken 2 words to each of the 3 others, but not a single syllable to him. Was she upset he hadn't chosen her? Or simply disinclined to engage? Was he being disliked? This human girl was truly incomprehensible. Returning to the villa, Xiao Qianyu remained unconscious on the living room couch. Feng Qianhua changed his dressings again. The wounds were healing well, likely because his psychic powers had been completely depleted on top of the severe injuries he'd already sustained. Xiao Qianyu was an absolute powerhouse among the first wave of psychic awakenings, wielding the formidable metal element abilities for both offense and defense. Who could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon him? When he posed this question to Qi Haoyan and the others, they explained it involved the military's highest level secrets, and they couldn't disclose it. Feng Qianhua didn't press further. The 3 who'd lost their bet honorably cleaned the entire villa. That evening, Feng Qianhua prepared barbecue. Since the ingredients came from the system mall for free, it would be foolish not to indulge. In the apocalypse, winning people's loyalty requires resources first. Those aiming for greatness cannot be petty. Stinting on such things would never attract strong followers. Feng Qianhua generously declared everyone could eat. When she produced various ingredients and grilling equipment, everyone's eyes brightened. Qi Haoyan, his face still smeared with grime from cleaning, swallowed hard, and asked uncertainly, boss, are you serious? See, can we really eat this? Yes. Upon hearing the confirmation, Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxin, Zhou Heng, and all the teammates who'd been staying in the villa displayed expressions of profound gratitude. They were too elated to find words. It was the spirited Huang Daxian who finally spoke up. Boss, you're gorgeous, powerful, and have incredible vision. I don't have fancy words, so I'll offer my captain as your husband. What do you say? The Special Forces members knew he was joking and laughed heartily. On the Mingwei squad side, silence hung strangely. Tan Muling glanced at the 3 men on her team. Only Shen Jingma was worthy of being the boss's lover. The other 2 might as well forget it and stay as subordinates. Sumu forced a wry smile. Ling Yan Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with brilliant light. That man across was indeed handsome, though no one knew what their relationship actually was. But Feng Qianhua had a weakness for attractive people. Hearing this would surely please her. Last time she'd grabbed his neck to prevent him from leaving, then questioned why he'd appeared in her room as a joke. He understood human flirtation now. They couldn't trick him. Images of that scene flashed repeatedly through his mind, and Ling Yan sensed the familiar strangeness awakening within him. He gazed at Feng Qianhua's profile in a daze. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingma's dark expression vanished, replaced by an air of noble reserve. Although Feng Qianhua very likely knew the unconscious man, it certainly wasn't an intimate relationship. She favored him. Just earlier this evening she'd mentioned wanting to kiss him. Feng Qianhua laughed off Huang Daxin's words. If Xiao Qianyu learned his subordinate had offered him away, even as a joke, he'd definitely give Huang Daxian an earful. He was dignified and restrained, adhering strictly to propriety. In harsher terms, he was stern and old-fashioned, so such jokes were asking for trouble. In her previous life, she'd invested considerable effort to transform him into the ideal partner. Now back to square one, she'd need to start over. But she was no longer the person she'd been. Feng Qianhua wondered how long it would take to win him over this time. That evening's barbecue party was incredibly joyful. Tan Muling became Feng Qianhua's personal chef, grilling exclusively for her. The men gathered together to cook their own food. The aroma of barbecue made people in neighboring villas envious, yet none dared make any move. During the day, they'd learned powerful people occupied this villa. They were grateful enough not to be raided. The barbecue party wound down around 11 at night. Feng Qianhua bathed and went to bed. Shortly after she fell asleep, the man on the living room couch stirred, his fingers twitching before his eyes gradually opened. The completely unfamiliar surroundings dazed him. Qi Haoyan, keeping watch nearby, quickly noticed and rushed over excitedly. "Captain, you're awake." Xiao Qinyu blinked groggily. "Where is this?" After giving him water, Qi Haoyan recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Xiao Qinyu listened silently throughout. When it ended, he asked, "Is she really as remarkable as you say?" One word. "How?" Encompassed all of Qi Haoyan's praise for Feng Qianhua. Xiao Qinyu had already accepted it in his heart, yet couldn't help being surprised that Qi Haoyan, who rarely praised anyone, would speak so highly of a stranger within just 2 days. It wasn't merely her abilities, but her extraordinary bearing that impressed him. Qi Haoyan smiled at him. "Captain, you know me. I never exaggerate. Once you've interacted with her, you'll understand. Xiao Qinyu said, nothing, lying back down to await morning. Regardless of who she was, she had saved him, and he would give her what she was owed. The next day, Minghue's squad assembled for training. Everyone gathered in the living room. Feng Qianhua descended the stairs from the second floor dressed in a black windbreaker with hands in pockets. Feng Batian perched on her shoulder. Hearing the sound, everyone on the first floor stopped talking and looked up. Feng Qianhua's gaze met Xiao Qinyu's across the room. A slight smile played at the corner of her lips. Long time no see, you. Feng Qianhua walked unhurriedly to Xiao Qinyu. How are you feeling? She asked casually, as if the two were old acquaintances. Xiao Qinyu sensed it too, but he assumed that Feng Qianhua had gotten along well with his subordinates over the past couple of days, so she felt no stranger to him. Thank you for your care. I'm much better now. We'll be taking our leave today, and I'd like to discuss your compensation. Feng Baishan's huge green eyes sparkled with gossip. This was his host's former lover. Shun Jingma observed the two discreetly. They didn't seem to know each other. It seemed he had been overthinking before. Feng Qianhua's unusual behavior back then must have been a whim. Her personality was inherently unpredictable. Thinking this, Shun Jingma inexplicably felt a weight lift off his chest. Feng Qianhua walked over to the single sofa and sat down. Feng Baishan, quick-witted, leaped onto her lap. She stroked the cat and said leisurely, go ahead, talk. The man sat in the sofa to her right, his black combat uniform neatly buttoned collar pulled up to his Adam's apple. His posture was straight with sharp sword-like brows and striking amber pupils. Even just sitting there, he exuded an imposing presence. Everything was exactly as she remembered. The only difference was that the look in his eyes as he regarded her was utterly calm. I know you're not short on supplies. Name whatever reward you want, and I'll give it to you if I can. His deep magnetic voice sounded. Xiao Qinyu had learned from his subordinates that the girl didn't lack supplies. Offering that as a reward would surely dissatisfy her, so he let her speak. Feng Qianhua paused, her stroking lifted her gaze and met his eyes. Whatever I want you'll give? Xiao Qinyu didn't understand why she repeated that, but he nodded solemnly. Yes. The next second, he heard her say, all right then, I want you to join my Moonlight Squad. As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention sharpened. Xiao Qianyu's face showed reluctance. I can't do that. I can't leave the military. Feng Qianhua wasn't surprised at all. She had done it on purpose. Okay, you've already refused me once. Don't refuse the next condition, all right? Come here. She beckoned him with a wave. Xiao Qianyu's heart tightened with understanding. He stepped forward, bent down, and leaned his ear in. She turned her head and whispered, don't leave during the day. I'll tell you tonight. Warm breath brushed against his ear. Xiao Qinyu blinked uncomfortably and grunted in agreement. In the living room, Shun Jingma watched the scene with gloomy eyes. Even though the distance between them wasn't closed, the overlapping silhouettes still stirred irritation in his heart. What condition had to be said in private? Ling Yin, standing in the corner of the living room, heard Feng Qianyu's words and pondered. What condition could only be spoken at night? So mysterious. After Xiao Qinyu agreed, he immediately straightened and sat back down, his movements stiff even to his own surprise. Perhaps to repay the favor or to suppress the strange feeling rising in his chest, he took the initiative to suggest. I heard that your Moonlight Squad is training. If you need help, just say the word. I can also provide weapons and equipment. Feng Qianhua curled her lips. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. Today let your men give my Moonlight Squad some special training. All right. The two leaders reached an agreement, and the Moonlight Squad embarked on a day of hellish training. That day, Xiao Qinyu witnessed the Feng Qianhua that Qi Haoyan had spoken of. She was indeed a person of great capability, not just as a spatial ability user. Her other skills alone were enough to be eye-opening, proficient in firearms, extraordinary driving skills, and impressive combat ability. Someone like her would be a great asset to a special operations team. Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but invite her only to receive the same answer as Qi Haoyan had. It seemed she was determined to build her own team. People have different aspirations, you can't force them. In the evening sunset, a slow-moving jeep was followed by a group of running people. Zhou Hong was driving, while Feng Qianhua and Xiao Qinyu sat in the jeep. Feng Qianhua held a megaphone and shouted out the window, if you can't hold on, get on the bus. Don't push yourselves, rookies. The accompanying runners, Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, and another teammate, were only slightly out of breath. But the four members of the Moonlight Squad were in various states of disarray. Shun Jingma could still let his mind wander at first, but later his brain went completely blank. His body felt like a wind-up toy, completely out of control. Tired, so tired. But as Feng Qianyu's brother, he couldn't be looked down upon. Ling Yin had been relaxed at the start, but as he ran, his legs grew heavier, so heavy that he wanted to slip out of Feng Chao's shell. The human body was truly exhausting. This was not the low-level civilization life he wanted to experience. Sumu ran as if he might trip over his own feet and fall flat on his face at any moment. But he stubbornly clenched his teeth and persisted. He couldn't let the boss down again. He could do it. Tan Muling was at the very end of the line. She panted heavily, but her steps were still steady. Compared to the others, her pace was as slow as a snail, but she only competed with herself. She wanted to become stronger, to keep up with the boss. She would never fall behind. After Feng Qianyue shouted and saw no one give up, she sat back in a good mood. The man beside her sat upright with enough space between them for 2 more people. He was still the same old cadre style. She missed the days when they would argue and then go straight to making love. Her burning gaze swept from his forehead to his amber pupils, his high nose bridge, and his clear jawline. The overall impression was of a very cold, hard temperament. Now the sunset outside the window cast a glow on him, softening the coldness, but not diminishing his seriousness. Her former lover sat right there, yet she couldn't taste him for the time being. Feng Qianyue had been abstinent for many days since returning to this world. Whether it was the complicated Shen Jingma, the mysterious shadow man, or the ascetic former lover before her, all 3 required patient hunting. She had always enjoyed the process of conquest and wasn't in a hurry. But speaking of which, she might just get a few scraps of meat from Xiao Qinyu tonight. After all, she was currently wearing the title of savior. It would be impossible not to claim some benefits. From a while ago, Xiao Qinyu had sensed the gaze beside him. He had thought she was about to speak to him, but she didn't. Her gaze landed on him like a tangible thing, pressing down on him inch by inch. Focused and fervent. In the past, he had seen many admiring looks, but none like hers. So direct, without a trace of shyness. Her dark, bright eyes held emotions he couldn't understand. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and said, "Have you decided what reward you want? You'll know tonight." Xiao Qinyu's curiosity was piqued. It seemed she had already made up her mind, but why did it have to be tonight? Nightfall. After a simple meal, everyone went to rest. The Moonlight Squad members in particular were sore all over, and their steps were unsteady. In plain sight, Feng Qianyue called Xiao Qinyu into her room. Shen Jingma stared at their retreating backs and returned to his room with a dark expression. Ling Yin had planned to float out of Feng Chao's body to eavesdrop, but Feng Qianyue's toad-turned cat kept a close watch on him. No matter how he tried to shoo it away, it wouldn't leave. So Ling Yin had to give up on eavesdropping. Forget it, Feng Qianyue's private affairs weren't worth his curiosity. He'd better focus on figuring out how to absorb her energy. After absorbing it, he'd stay far away from her. This Moonlight Squad was no place for a human. Feng Qianyue led Xiao Qinyu to her room. The man paused at the door before finally stepping inside. Although Xiao Qinyu felt extremely awkward inside, he had to comply since she was the one who saved him and took in his team. Once the door closed, the strange atmosphere became even more palpable. He couldn't help but speak first. "You can tell me now?" She let out a light laugh. "Won't you sit down? You seem a bit nervous." Xiao Qinyu's fingers unconsciously pinched the seam of his pants. He sat down on the small sofa without a word. As soon as he sat, her melodious voice rang out. "My condition is that you be my slave for 1 month." After Feng Qianyue finished speaking, the man's amber eyes were filled with astonishment. Uncertain if he had heard correctly, he repeated, "A slave?" Upon hearing the affirmative, Xiao Qinyu furrowed his sword-like brows. He had imagined many conditions the girl might propose, but never something so unexpected. "What kind of slave, eh?" Feng Qianyue replied with a smile. "A slave who obeys every word." The man's stern expression instantly froze. "Can we change it? I could tell you my true identity. Perhaps after hearing it you might want to propose different terms." Feng Qianyue sat across from him and gestured for him to speak. Xiao Qinyu spoke in a solemn, measured tone. "During the apocalyptic turmoil, the National Authority has formed a new organization currently constructing a main base. The news will be made public in about half a month. One of its leaders is my grandfather. My identity dictates my responsibilities. I cannot become your subordinate or slave." He paused, his attitude sincere. "Once the main base is built, key figures from across the country will be given priority entry, enjoying superior resources and protection. You have extraordinary abilities and I owe you such a great debt. You can propose more practical terms, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." After speaking, Xiao Qinyu looked straight at the girl before him. To him it seemed she proposed such terms because she was unaware of his background. Now that he had laid the truth on the table, he believed she would understand that it wasn't due to unwillingness but impossibility. His advantages could also satisfy her other requests. Feng Qianyue met the man's earnest gaze. "I see. Then I'll change my terms." Xiao Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear her continue. "But I'll warn you first, you've already refused me twice. Once twice, but not thrice. Otherwise my anger will have severe consequences." Hearing this, he immediately declared, "I'm sorry, I won't refuse this time." She was right. With such a great favor, refusing twice was indeed improper. Fortunately, after his honest explanation, she understood. Xiao Qinyu had no doubt that he could fulfill whatever new condition she proposed. He pricked up his ears, listening intently. After 2 or 3 seconds, he heard her say, "Be my bedmate for a month, once a week, 4 times to settle the debt." As Feng Qianyue's words fell, the man seemed struck by a petrification spell, his expression frozen. After digesting this for a long moment, he frowned slightly. "Don't you think you're at a disadvantage?" Still the same old-fashioned man, Feng Qianyue chuckled. "What disadvantage would I have?" The man blinked, somewhat uncomfortable. "Such matters. No matter what, it's the girl who suffers." Feng Qianyue didn't want to argue this point with him, so she went along. "It's fine, I don't see it as a loss." "So your answer?" He pressed his lips tightly together. It was clear an internal battle raged within. Given his nature, he wanted to refuse this condition, yet he was indebted to her, and had already turned her down twice. No wonder he was tied in knots. This was exactly the effect Feng Qianhua wanted. That was why she had first proposed 2 conditions he could never accept. The third one was what she truly wanted. In psychology, this is called the concession effect, leveraging the psychology of compensation after rejection. To train a self-disciplined, traditional type, like him, one must first completely break the boundaries between them. In her previous life, she had succeeded by offering him 3 rare spirit cores he urgently needed. Before that, no matter how she flirted, he refused to cross the line. Truly difficult. Xiao Qinyu was almost torn apart by his inner conflict. Her request was utterly beyond his moral boundaries. Suddenly, the image of the strikingly handsome man who accompanied her flashed through his mind. He seemed to be called Shen Jingmo. According to Qi Haoyan and the others, their relationship was closer than with other team members. Thinking of this, Xiao Qianyu's hope flickered. What is that Shen Jingmo to you? Doesn't he mind? Feng Qianhua smiled meaningfully. He doesn't mind, he's my brother. So he was a brother. The hope that had just ignited in Xiao Qianyu was instantly extinguished. There was no excuse left. Seeing him remain silent, Feng Qianhua chuckled softly. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. The man's lashes lowered, clearly accepting reality. Having achieved her goal, Feng Qianhua was in a cheerful mood. You're going back tomorrow, so how about we do this week's session tonight? Xiao Qianyu's gaze shot up. His eyes met the girl's deep, dark pupils. He couldn't utter a sound. All sorts of emotions pulled at him wildly. Her tone was airy. Go take a shower in the bathroom. I'll wait for you. She spoke lightly, but the words weighed heavily on him. Yet there was no turning back. He had no choice. Xiao Qianyu rose and walked toward the bathroom. A man who usually finished showering in minutes took over 10 minutes to emerge. During that time, Xiao Qianyu had mentally prepared himself. Since he had agreed, he would honor the promise. Hesitation was not in his nature. Once a week, 4 times a month. After that, they would be quits. This was a transaction, so he would approach it with a transactional mindset. When he stepped out of the bathroom, he had fully regained his usual calm and composed demeanor. Feng Qianhua, wearing a white silk nightgown, was leaning against the headboard. At the sound of the bathroom, she looked over. Wheat-colored skin, 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles. Water droplets from his disheveled hair traced along the muscle lines, disappearing into the towel wrapped around his waist. A long scar across his chest had healed, adding a wild edge to his appearance. Yet his expression was cold, amplifying the sexual tension. Under her gaze, Xiao Qianyu's eyes sharpened, and he casually squeezed the towel in his hand, drying his hair in a deliberately nonchalant manner. The dim bedroom was lit only by a single candle. The atmosphere was both intimate and awkward. When his hair was no longer dripping, Xiao Qianyu put away the towel, approached the bed, and spoke in a low voice. What do you want me to do? Hearing this, Feng Qianhua knew he had mentally prepared himself. Good, just like him. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. She liked this directness. In a good mood, Feng Qianhua patted the spot beside her. No rush, get in first. The man obeyed, leaning against the headboard, just like her. His long legs were placed properly, his hands were equally restrained. Outwardly calm, every pore was trembling. Inevitably tense about what was to come, Xiao Qianyu strained to hide it. But Feng Qianhua knew. She deliberately blew out the candle, plunging the bedroom into darkness. Through the faint moonlight outside the window, only blurred outlines were visible. After the candle went out, Xiao Qianyu relaxed slightly, only to hear her say, "Don't be nervous, I don't bite." Her deadpan tone was oddly amusing. Xiao Qianyu lifted the corner of his mouth slightly, then hummed in acknowledgement. Should I take the lead, or just cooperate? Feng Qianhua smiled. He was really getting the hang of it. She turned her head to look at him. I want you to kiss me first. 2 seconds later, the man straightened and leaned toward her. Scorching breath swirled between them. Gazing at his approaching silhouette, Feng Qianhua was suddenly overwhelmed by memories of the past. Back then, their first time together, both of them had already been 6th-rank powerhouses. The intensity of their encounter could well be imagined. The bed collapsed directly. Recalling that scene, Feng Qianhua suddenly let out a soft laugh. The sound made Xiao Qianyu's approaching movement abruptly cease. What's wrong? Do you regret it? I'll pretend you never brought it up. Think of another condition instead. Xiao Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to climb off the bed, but the moment he moved, his wrist was seized. A forceful tug pulled him backward, and he fell onto the bed, caught off guard. The next moment, she rolled over and straddled his waist. In the darkness, he couldn't make out her face, only that she seemed to be smiling. Got onto my bed and thought you could run. You're not being obedient. Her slightly raised tone carried an air of intimacy. Xiao Qianyu's body went numb. Because of that nickname, and because of this precarious position, he unconsciously gripped the blanket beneath him. Feng Qianhua lowered her head to the man's ear and whispered, "Do you like me calling you that?" When he didn't respond, she bit his earlobe and murmured, Xiao Qianyu shuddered and turned his head away from the warmth. No one had ever called him that before, but he didn't dislike hearing it from her. Seeing him dodge, Feng Qianhua lifted her head and reached out to grip his sharp jaw, turning his face back toward her. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. You don't like it. Her voice was cool and detached, lacking all warmth. Xiao Qinyu pressed his lips tightly together, the word, like stuck in his throat, unable to escape. His mind was in chaos, and his heartbeat was even more chaotic than his thoughts. She gradually lowered her head, and soon an unfamiliar sensation touched his lips. She was kissing him. Xiao Qinyu's breath stopped entirely as he allowed her to continue. A surge of uncontrollable energy began to rampage through his body. Even though he had prepared himself for everything just moments ago, now that it was truly happening, he realized all his preparations were meaningless. He was about to lose control and kiss her back. Feng Xianyue sucked on the man's tongue with evident pleasure, but sensing his stirring desire, she quickly pulled away and spoke in a languid tone. Boring. You can go. Xiao Qinyu, who had just been about to reciprocate the kiss. Feng Xianyue finished speaking and rolled over, leaning back against the pillow. The man slowly sat up, his sturdy arms braced on the bed as he glanced over. A low magnetic voice followed immediately. I'm sorry, I have no experience. Let's try again. Feng Xianyue's expression was teasing, but her tone was utterly cold. Again, you didn't look very willing just now. I don't like forcing things in matters like this. You should go. I'll think of another condition. With things having reached this point, Xiao Qinyu didn't know what to do. His thoughts were even more chaotic than before. He truly was unwilling. He had agreed only because the debt of gratitude was too great, and he had refused many times before, making it impossible to decline any longer. But just now he hadn't disliked her kiss at all. Yet now the one unwilling to continue was her. He had no right to ask for more. Xiao Qinyu silently rose, pulled on his pants in the darkness, and picking up his shirt walked to the door, only to stop in his tracks. He looked back. The girl was still leaning against the pillow, and even her vague silhouette exuded a cold indifference. This appearance was entirely different from the one who had called him a you earlier, and not the same person she had been during the day either. He still preferred that earlier version of her. Feng Xianyue watched him lean against the pillow. The man reached for the door handle, took one step forward, then stopped. 2 seconds later, he stepped back and slammed the door shut, then turned and strode toward her. His hand loosened, and his shirt fell to the floor. Xiao Qinyu came to the bedside, knelt on the bed with one leg, and without hesitation cupped Feng Xianyue's face and kissed her. His rough fingertips brushed across her neck, climbed up to her ear, tracing its delicate contour. The kiss came fierce and reckless with unstoppable momentum. He pried open her teeth and pressed forward deeply. The kiss was desirous and intense. His firm nose pressed against hers as the man's heavy, passionate breaths poured forth. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Feng Xianyue forcefully suppressed the urge to kiss him back. Not yet. This was only the beginning of her manipulation of him. The passionate kiss came to an abrupt end. As the man withdrew, he lingered on her slippery tongue and sucked it suggestively, clearly wanting more, but holding back. His low magnetic voice rang out. This is a return gift. The reward I owe you. I will find you when I've thought of a new condition. With that, he picked up his clothes from the floor and left, closing the door behind him. After the door closed, Feng Xianyue no longer held back and laughed softly. This fellow was truly excessively upright, just as entertaining as before. The reason she messed with his state of mind was to bet that he would feel aggrieved. His kiss proved he had feelings for her. But she couldn't get involved with this guy right now. She had stepped into this trap before. Back then, because she had a favor owed to him, she successfully became intimate with him, and they even broke the bed from how harmonious it was. Yet the very next morning, he demanded she drive away all the other men around her without any room for discussion. Although those men had approached her on their own, which was different from Xiao Qinyu's situation, he was someone she had lured and pursued. Even if she promised to only be intimate with him, and those people were merely subordinates, he wouldn't agree and insisted she send them away. But how could she kick out some of the stronger members of her team just because he was unhappy? That was the power she had painstakingly built. What a joke. She had shed blood and tears to reach the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Those who attached themselves to her were her followers. Irreconcilable contradictions made it impossible for them to coexist harmoniously. Until the world's end, the two of them would argue and then make hate the moment they disagreed, going wild on the bed before returning to their respective bases. Everyone knew they were lovers, yet their relationship was terrible. In this life, Feng Xianyue didn't want to interact with Xiao Qinyu that way again. She intended to unify the 3 major bases and become the sole leader, which would inevitably require her to wrest control of the Starfire base from him in the end. The Xiao family's power behind him was destined to become her adversary. To complete the system task, she needed to gather all the world's powerhouses to fight the mastermind behind the scenes, and she would inevitably encounter more diverse individuals. She couldn't coddle him. Both publicly and privately, she had to conquer him, making him abandon his own interests and his family's interests. If he couldn't do it, she would take it from him by force. No one could stand in her way. Xiao Qinyu walked downstairs half-naked, carrying his clothes. His mind was in a mess, and he failed to notice the person lurking in the corner of the second floor. He put on his shirt and lay down on the sofa. What had he just been doing? Even though he was being pushed away, why did he feel the need to prove himself? Clearly the other party just wanted a bed partner, to put it bluntly a casual fling, yet he had actually harbored serious intentions. How ridiculous. Xiao Qinyu closed his eyes and gradually steadied his racing heart. In the shadows of the second floor, Shun Jingma slowly stepped out. What words required such a long private conversation? What words required taking off his shirt? To check his wounds. They weren't even acquainted. Why would she care about him? Was it because he was handsome? But wasn't he her type? Shun Jingma was full of questions with no outlet for his frustration. Based on his understanding of Feng Xianyue over this period, the reason she called someone to her bedroom for a private chat was to indicate that the condition she proposed was confidential. Whether you asked or not, she won't tell you. That night neither man slept well, while Feng Xianyue slept very soundly. The next day after Feng Xianyue woke up, she learned that Xiao Qinyu had left with his people before dawn. The other party had left her a specially made walkie-talkie and a note with the temporary base address. Feng Xianyue stored the items in her space and began her new day's training. For the next 2 weeks, Xiao Qinyu didn't appear again, and Feng Xianyue never used the walkie-talkie either. According to calculations, the second red rain would come in 3 days. Today was the final evaluation of the Mingyue squad. All 4 previous evaluations had been passed. The next evaluation was close quarters combat. According to the original requirement, passing meant being able to exchange 3 moves with Feng Xianyue. In the second floor combat room, Feng Xianyue said to Feng Xiao, "You go first." Ling Yan stepped forward, his face an impassive mask. Over the past 2 weeks, Feng Xianyue had treated him with marked coldness, and he had been nursing a pent-up anticipation for this moment for days. Today, he would finally have his moment of vindication to show her his true strength. Ling Yan intended to hold nothing back, unleashing every ounce of ability this body could muster. At Feng Xianyue's signal, he initiated the attack. There was no discernible technique, but his movements were astonishingly swift. The two engaged in a lively exchange, stirring the blood of the 3 onlookers. During the training period, Shun Jingma had been quietly observing Feng Zhao. Though unremarkable in appearance, this fellow excelled in everything he did, overturning Shun Jingma's previous assumptions. Take the present moment, for instance. He could not have imagined that Feng Zhao would be able to hold his own against Feng Xianyue through so many moves without faltering. Yet Shun Jingma felt that those small eyes of his concealed many secrets. Despite this thought, Shun Jingma did not believe Feng Zhao would harm the team. First, there was no reason. Second, he had always performed admirably. In Shun Jingma's eyes, he regarded Feng Zhao as a hidden master akin to the legendary sweeping monk. Tan Muling and Su Mu watched the two in the arena, marveling at how unfathomable Feng Zhao truly was. Their admiration aside, they were more anxious about whether they themselves could survive 3 moves under the boss. At that moment, Feng Qianyue and Feng Zhao were locked in a thoroughly satisfying battle. It had been a month since her return to this place, and she had not engaged in such a full-fledged spar. She countered each of his moves while searching for a way to turn the tables. After 20 exchanges, she finally spotted a flaw. Feng Qianyue feigned an elbow strike to his face, while simultaneously sweeping her leg against his knee, applying 2 opposing forces that caught Ling Yan completely off guard. He was forced to choose which force to absorb. But just as he made a swift decision, Feng Qianyue denied him the choice, turning the elbow into a grab. The initial strike had been a feint. By the time Ling Yan realized he had been duped, his collar was already seized, yanked downward, while his knee buckled under a heavy blow. His entire body lost balance, and he fell onto the mat with a loud thud. The assessment was over. Ling Yan lay face down on the mat, his head buzzing. A warm trickle flowed from his nose. He did not even bother to wipe away the blood, utterly unable to believe what had just happened. He had actually been defeated by Feng Qianyue. Ling Yan rolled over and looked up at the girl standing above him. The previous scene flashed through his mind, and in an instant he knew where he had gone wrong. 2 opposing forces appeared simultaneously, creating an illusion of rules compelling him to choose one side. He thought he had a choice, but in reality there was none. The earlier attack could be a feint, and the later one could also be a feint. Regardless of whether he chose or how he chose in Feng Qianyue's world, his defeat was already sealed. Ling Yan felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest. This was the second time since arriving here that it had beaten so fiercely. The first time had also been because of her. Ling Yan quickly reached a conclusion. It must be the energy field around Feng Qianyue affecting him. He had to find a way to drain her energy and see how she could still make him lose his composure. "You lowly life form, don't think you can affect me." Feng Qianyue ignored Feng Zhao's eyes fixed on her, and instead called out to Tan Muling, "You're next." Tan Muling, who had been singled out, trembled. She stood up, clenched her fists, and psyching herself up. The boss had once praised her for her daring and tenacious nature. To survive 3 moves under the boss, she had to throw herself completely into the fight. As it turned out, Tan Muling's assessment was correct. Using a suicidal style of attack, she managed to last 3 rounds against Feng Qianyue. She passed the assessment. Exhausted, she bowed to Feng Qianyue and stepped down. Watching her retreating figure, Feng Qianyue saw a reflection of her former self. She too had grown up, recklessly risking her life. She hoped that in this life, Tan Muling would go even further. Seeing Tan Muling successfully pass the assessment, Su Mu's pressure skyrocketed. He absolutely could not be left behind. He had to pass and continue to follow his senior. 2 weeks of training had already transformed Su Mu from the brash youth he once was. His moves had become steady and composed, each one a technique that Feng Qianyue had taught him. It was evident that he had put in considerable practice on his own. Though he was quickly defeated, a broad smile spread across his face. He had survived 3 moves and earned his place. The last to step up was Shun Jingmo. His growth rate was acknowledged by all, and even Feng Qianyue had to admire this former rival. This guy was truly gifted. In her past life, she had endured countless life and death struggles just to reach the same tier as him, and only after decades of cultivation in another world did she attain her current level. Yet he merely through regular training had already progressed rapidly. If he awakened his powers 3 days later, his growth would only accelerate. But this time, no matter how fast he grew, she would surpass him in every aspect. She was determined to unify the 3 major bases of her past life. Feng Qianyue disliked idle chatter during combat, and Shun Jingma knew this well. He launched his attack immediately upon stepping into the arena. In her past life, Feng Qianyue had fought him many times and was familiar with his attack patterns. Now, without the interference of powers, his combat mindset was even more apparent. He used even more feints than she did, truly a testament to his cunning and treacherous nature. The strategy that had defeated Feng Zhao was clearly ineffective against Shun Jingma. Feng Qianyue reverted to her old-style sheer ferocity. Shun Jingma's nature predisposed him to always leave himself an escape route, never putting himself in a hopeless situation. Feng Qianyue, on the contrary, thrived in desperate circumstances. The more hopeless the situation, the more she turned the tables. She was born to fight uphill battles. When she executed a move that seemed to invite mutual destruction, Shun Jingma hesitated for a fraction of a second. In that brief moment, Feng Qianyue had already thrown him to the ground. Shun Jingma lay on the floor stunned. He hadn't expected that even in a mere training session, Feng Qianyue would be willing to risk it all. She never ceased to surprise him. The day's assessment concluded successfully. Everyone had passed, and Feng Qianyue was in high spirits. That evening, she gathered them all for a hot pot feast. A self-powered multifunction pot bubbled with a fiery red spicy broth. The aroma of fresh, spicy, and numbing flavors filled the dining area. Ling Yin, who had never been interested in human food, involuntarily swallowed saliva. His human body was clearly intrigued. He didn't hold out long before picking up his chopsticks and digging in. Beside him, Su Mu and Tan Muling chewed their food, their hearts warm. Since following Feng Qianyue every day had been immensely fulfilling. Though the challenges were great and the pressure immense, the sense of achievement upon reaching goals was exhilarating. Most importantly, as their leader, Feng Qianyue possessed both vision and formidable strength. Such a boss made them often feel that they must have accumulated immense good karma in their past lives to encounter Feng Qianyue in this one. Shun Jingma ate quietly, his gaze occasionally drifting to Feng Qianyue, sitting diagonally across from him. She seemed to have truly let go of any romantic notions toward him, treating him only as family. Their relationship seemed to have settled into a certain equilibrium. In the past 2 weeks, she had not made any inappropriate remarks or advances toward him. She genuinely regarded him as kin, and no matter how far she went in the future, he would benefit from it. Moreover, he didn't have to trade his charm to please her. This was exactly the development he had hoped for, yet somehow it left a tightness in his chest. Shun Jingmo repeatedly warned himself not to overthink. There were only 2 days left until the second red rain. That night, the special walkie-talkie Feng Qianyue had stored in her space crackled to life. She took it out, and a low magnetic voice sounded. "It's me, Xiao Qianyu." Xiao Qianyu had been overwhelmed with work for the past 2 weeks. The red-eyed youth who had gravely wounded him had vanished without a trace. The only lead from Dr. Zhou was completely severed. The construction of the main Xingho base and the arrangement of key national figures, along with the covert struggles among the newly formed Shaoqi and Xie families. All these matters demanded his attention, yet a certain figure lingered in his mind, occupying a corner of his thoughts. The specially made walkie-talkie he had left behind had never emitted a sound. The experience of that night seemed like nothing more than a dream. Now the main base was taking shape, and soon they would move away from the past. Xiao Qianyu could no longer resist contacting her. Something wrong. Her cool voice came through, and his breath caught. He said in a deep voice something important. Feng Qianyue curled her lips. "Let's hear it. The Xingho base established by national power is about to be completed. News will spread across the country soon. I've reserved a house in the base for your team. Do you want it?" Feng Qianyue had no reason to refuse. It was one of the returns she deserved for saving him. Yes. Xiao Qianyu felt a weight lift off his heart. Once she moved into the main base, they would have more opportunities to meet. No one could predict what the future world would be like. But the main base was undoubtedly the most secure place. Anything else? Her voice came from the other end. No. She immediately cut off the walkie-talkie. The decisiveness left Xiao Qianyu stunned for a long time. On the other side, after cutting off the call, Feng Qianyue tossed the walkie-talkie back into the system space. There would be plenty of time for romance later. Now the second Crimson Reign was imminent, and soon the whole world would fall into chaos. Though it was already chaotic, it was far from enough. What worried her was whether this Crimson Reign would be the same as in her previous life. Without the event occurring, she couldn't give a definite answer. After all, this was a world manipulated by a puppeteer behind the scenes, so any change was possible. None of the 4 members of the Mingyue team could see the worry in Feng Qianyue's heart. Though the assessment was over, they continued training as usual. That day, everyone went to rest as normal, but the dawn of the next day never came. The zombies were unusually active, their roars echoing through every corner of the city, while the cries of animals were piercingly shrill. The earth seemed shrouded in a gray blanket. Countless creatures on the ground sensed the anomaly. In the villa, the 5 of them gathered together. Sumu rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and said nervously to Feng Qianyue, "Boss, do you think the sky will ever brighten again?" "It will." Feng Qianyue's answer was unwavering. The current phenomenon was similar to the one before the second Crimson Reign in her past life. She believed the Crimson Reign would appear in a few hours. Hearing that it would, Sumu and Tan Muley felt relieved. Feng Qianyue was their backbone. Shen Jingma's narrow phoenix eyes were unfathomably deep. The anomaly was unsettling. The last time such an anomaly occurred, it ushered in the apocalypse. What about this time? What would it bring to humanity? Would the Crimson Reign come again? Ever since the first Crimson Reign, he had been longing for another. He would surely awaken an ability. Feng Qianyue subtly glanced at the Feng Zhao opposite her. That guy's expressionless face remained calm. Over the past 2 weeks, he had behaved himself. She deliberately ignored him, but he no longer broke into her bedroom at night, instead integrating more into the Mingyue team. It seemed his previous experience had made him cautious. Feng Qianyue guessed he hadn't figured out how to drain energy from her yet, so he hadn't taken any action. However, through her silent observation, this guy didn't seem to have a mission on launching. If he were on a mission, he would have acted in secret. So far, he had only made a move against her. Apart from that, he did nothing, living just like an ordinary human. Could it be that he had really come to launching by accident due to a world bug? But he didn't seem surprised by what was happening on launching. That was enough to show he knew something about the inside story. After all, he was a higher life form. Feng Qianyue didn't believe he could appear on launching without knowing anything. He might not have a mission, but she did. No matter what, she had to find a way to pry information out of this guy. But she would have to wait until after this Crimson Reign to plan. The living room fell into silence. Sumu, Tamuli, and Feng Zhao returned to their rooms. After an unknown amount of time, a drizzling rain began to fall from the gray sky. Red droplets tapped against the window with a faint pattering sound. The zombies roaming the world were frenzied. The humans hiding in their houses were even more frenzied. It had been over a month since the first Crimson Reign. Everyone's mindset had completely changed. They no longer held any illusions about the nation ending the apocalypse. If there were a way, it would have been implemented long ago. To survive, one must stop at nothing. At this moment, ordinary people who had survived thought they would die without ever gaining abilities, yet the Crimson Reign descended once more. The first time brought fear, this time brought excitement. Would they gamble on a 50% chance of becoming an ability user or stay holed up at home only to be killed by zombies or other humans? Almost everyone who had survived until now would be willing to take that gamble. The apocalypse was too cruel. Only by becoming stronger could one increase their chances of survival. As soon as the Crimson Reign appeared, many people had already opened their windows to welcome it. Feng Qianyue had been sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor with Shen Jingma beside her. The man gazed at the French window and said, "It's raining. The weather has changed." Before Feng Qianyue could call the others out, Tan Muley quickly ran out of her room, her face a mix of surprise and gravity. Then Sumu rushed out of his room, followed by Feng Zhao with steady steps. The 5 of them gathered in the living room again. All survivors were well aware of the effects of the Crimson Reign. It was a double-edged sword. Tan Muley let out a heavy breath and said to Feng Qianyue, "Boss, I want to go first. If I get infected and turn into a zombie, just give me a quick end." Sumu clenched his fists and said solemnly, "I'll go second." The sooner the better. The longer he delayed, the more he would think, and the more painful it would be. "I'll go third." Ling Yin spoke up to put on a show. The Crimson Reign had no effect on their Yin race. It was a candy specifically designed for the creatures of launching. Shen Jingma lowered his eyelids, lost in thought. Then the 3 of them went out into the rain in order and were isolated in separate rooms. Sumu and Tan Muley soon developed high fever symptoms and fell unconscious. While Feng Qianyue checked on them one by one, Ling Yin closed his eyes and used his own energy to simulate a fever. He thought he had fooled Feng Qianyue's inspection. Returning to the living room, she found Shen Jingma still hadn't moved. She teased casually, "Scared? I don't want to go out in the Crimson Reign." The man's gentle voice was slightly hoarse. Feng Qianyue was stunned. What was he doing? She had trained him for over a month, and he wasn't planning to become an ability user. So many people were willing to gamble on that 50% chance. How could someone so eager to become stronger not go? Why? Feng Qianyue really wanted to know what he was thinking. Shen Jingma blinked, looking a bit uneasy. "I'm afraid of getting infected and turning into a zombie." That couldn't be the real reason. Feng Qianyue's face darkened. "Tell me the truth." Shen Jingma pressed his lips together. Before the Crimson Rain appeared, he had desperately wished for it to come again, sure that he would become an ability user and embark on the path to strength. Yet when the Crimson Rain actually came, Shun Jingma found that what rose in his heart was not pure joy, but a mix of joy and worry. No matter how confident he was that he would become an ability user, the probability was still there. 50% for everyone. What if he got infected and turned into a zombie? Then he would lose his current life and sever all ties with Feng Qianhua. In the beginning, he had really planned to leave her once he recovered. Soon he realized she was very powerful, so he wanted to use her and control her. Then she had laid her cards on the table, revealing her intentions toward him. Although she had now retreated back within the line, Shun Jingma couldn't convince himself to simply use her anymore. In his heart, he had already placed Feng Qianhua in his safe zone. With her around, he felt incredibly secure. When the Crimson Rain began to fall behind, the joy was fear. He initially attributed this fear to being accustomed to his current life and unwilling to risk change. But as soon as that excuse surfaced, he almost laughed at himself. He was deceiving himself. He wasn't afraid of taking risks or change. He was afraid that this 50% chance would sever his relationship with Feng Qianhua forever. At that moment, Shun Jingmo realized that his dependence on Feng Qianhua had reached a point where it could alter his decisions. The emotional bond he had once scorned had silently taken root and sprouted in his heart. Whether it was pure dependence or something else, at this critical juncture of decision, he had no mind to ponder. The man sat on the sofa, head bowed, silent for a long time, caught in hesitation and uncertainty. Feng Qianhua's patience ran out. She walked over, grabbed his chin, and forced his head up, meeting his eyes. In his gaze, she saw emotions she couldn't decipher. What are you hesitating about? The man answered off topic. If I become a zombie, will you kill me? Feng Qianhua said, without hesitation, no. He couldn't possibly become a zombie. The man then asked, then what would you do with me? Feng Qianhua lied without blinking, I'd keep you. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. You said it. If I become a zombie, I'll cling to you. Feng Qianhua's heart tightened. That tone sounded like a coquettish plea. Was this still Shun Jingma? Had she unwittingly fostered feelings in him? Or was he genuinely afraid of turning into a zombie, spouting nonsense in his panic? This wasn't the time to dwell on that. Feng Qianhua spoke firmly, fine, cling to me if you want. Wait until those three wake up, then you go. Shun Jingma agreed. The discomfort in his heart was thus suppressed by Feng Qianhua's few words. Take the gamble. Once he became an ability user, he could stay by her side forever. Whether what he felt for her was dependence or something else, it didn't matter now. After he got through this, he would have plenty of time to think it over. Seeing that he had agreed, Feng Qianhua smiled in satisfaction. She had almost thought something major was wrong with him, but it turned out to be a false alarm. She remembered that this Crimson Rain had lasted a long time, about a dozen hours. It was as if it wanted to ensure the impact on launching was as great as possible. In her past life, she hadn't had the leisure to think, but now she could smell the conspiracy in the air. Half an hour later, a sound came from Tan Muli's room. Shun Jingma quickly raised his gun, aiming at her door. Soon the door opened, and Tan Muli's joyful voice rang out first. Boss, I've awakened. The sound alone told him she hadn't turned into a zombie. Shun Jingma heaved a sigh of relief and lowered his gun. They had agreed in advance to speak before emerging to prevent accidental shootings. Charging out directly could easily get one mistaken for a zombie and shot in the head. Having spoken, Tan Muling joyfully rushed out of the bedroom and threw herself at Feng Qianhua, embracing her tightly. All her usual deference was cast aside. In this moment, she only wanted to share her elation. Boss, I'm a superhuman too. I'm so happy. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I'd even be alive. From now on, I can contribute more to the team. Feng Qianhua reached out and patted her back with a smile. What ability did you awaken? Tan Muling released her embrace, her eyes sparkling. Water. I can sense the water element. As she spoke, a small crystalline water orb formed at her fingertip. Just like her past life, Feng Qianhua smiled with reassurance. Impressive, Ling. Being addressed by the single character, a warm current surged through Tan Muling's heart. She had always been the one in the team who received the most help from Feng Qianhua. Feng would prepare sanitary pads for her in advance, cancel her physical training during the 3 or 4 days when she felt most uncomfortable, and arrange for her to practice with firearms instead. She would talk with her when she became anxious and couldn't sleep because others were improving too fast. In Tan Muling's heart, Feng Qianhua was not only her role model and captain, but also like a remarkably capable younger sister. Being protected felt wonderful, but she yearned even more to stand on her own, to become Feng Qianhua's right hand. It had once been a distant hope, but now she finally glimpsed a glimmer of possibility. Tan Muling suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and declared solemnly, I will work even harder. Shun Jingma glanced at her, a trace of envy in his eyes. She had passed her trial. 10 minutes later, a sound came from Su Mu's room. Soon his loud voice rang out. Boss, I didn't turn into a zombie. Haha. Su Mu rushed out excitedly. Tan Muling quickly asked, I awakened water. What did you awaken? I awakened. Hey, I awakened. Damn. I don't think I awakened anything. Su Mu's smile turned into a grimace. He couldn't sense any elemental energy. Tan Muling patted his shoulder in consolation, not knowing what to say. Nothing she said would help. Shen Jingma frowned. That's impossible. After the last red rain, I haven't heard of anyone who was drenched and remained an ordinary person. Either they became a superhuman or a zombie. Su Mu's face fell. Could I be an exception? Not turning into a zombie, yet not becoming a superhuman. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But with his teammate, Tan Muling having awakened the contrast made it impossible for Su Mu to smile. Only after the others had finished speaking did Feng Qianyue speak unhurriedly. Don't just sense elemental energy. Try to sense if there are any other changes within your body. All right. Su Mu closed his eyes and quickly calmed his mind. Soon he discovered an energy within him that seemed to belong to no element. He attempted to release it. Instantly, he felt his entire body brimming with strength as solid as steel. What the hell was this? He opened his eyes and hurriedly described the change. Shen Jingma and Tan Muling both frowned after hearing it. They had never heard of anyone awakening such an ability. Feng Qianyue said to Su Mu, if you want to know what your ability is, why not try it out? It's a bit dangerous. Do you trust me? Though Feng Qianyue knew what his ability was, she couldn't say it outright. Su Mu nodded vigorously. I trust you, boss. Go ahead and test it. Feng Qianyue told him to release his ability all around him. Su Mu obeyed obediently. Then she pulled a knife from her spatial storage and swung it at him. He stood straight, completely trusting. Before the knife even touched Su Mu's arm, a loud bang rang out. A burst of energy deflected the blade. Feng Qianyue withdrew the knife, and the three onlookers all stared wide-eyed. Shen Jingma was the first to snap back. Is this a defensive ability? Something like that. After Feng Qianyue spoke, she told Su Mu to use his ability to shield Tan Muling as well. He quickly did so. Feng Qianyue drew a pistol and fired at Tan Muling's arm. The bullet was also deflected. Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. I can protect others too. Now do you know what your ability is? Feng Qianyue smiled. Su Mu grinned. Defense. The stronger my ability, the stronger my defense. I'll work hard to become the invincible shield of our Mingyue squad. Shen Jingma watched the delighted Su Mu. Another one had passed the test. So far both had awakened extremely useful abilities. Water, its importance in the apocalypse needed no elaboration. Defense, it was practically a cheat code in battle, and Su Mu's cheat could even be applied to others. But he himself was still an unknown. It was a matter of luck after all, though in the past he wouldn't have been afraid. Yet once a person has something they care about, they develop a weakness. He feared loss. He had now become the very thing he once despised. He had grown accustomed to Feng Qianyue and had become dependent on her. Ling Yin was in the training room on the second floor. He had long heard Su Mu's loud voice from the living room. After a few minutes, he also feigned awakening and came down to the first floor. Su Mu and Tan Muling were in high spirits. They were eager to see what ability Feng Zhao had awakened. Shen Jingma, preoccupied with his own upcoming trial, cast a casual glance at the other man. Feng Qianyue looked at Feng Zhao with keen interest. Ling Yin directly summoned a strand of inner energy to manifest in his palm, instantly illuminating the entire living room. That energy was as radiant and beautiful as a galaxy. Feng Qianyue's eyes lit up. This was the same energy that had entered her body earlier. Su Mu and Tan Muling spoke in unison. What kind of ability is that? Ling Yin withdrew the energy and lied, I don't know. Su Mu and Tan Muling said nothing more. After all, everyone had just awakened, and some abilities required gradual exploration to understand. They soon turned their attention to the remaining Shen Jingma. In their understanding, Feng Qianyue had already awakened her spatial ability after the first red rain. Therefore, everyone assumed she wouldn't be drenched by the red rain this time. Su Mu looked at Shen Jingma earnestly. Brother Shen, even we can awaken, so you'll definitely make it. Initially, Su Mu had regarded Shen Jingma as nothing more than a pretty face. But later that notion was thoroughly shattered. This, Brother Shen, was a title he gave with genuine respect. Tan Muling said firmly, exactly. You'll definitely awaken. Ling Yin had no interest in whether Shen Jingma awakened or not. His full attention was on Feng Qianyue. For someone who was already a superhuman, being drenched by the red rain a second time could potentially trigger a second ability. However, there was also the possibility of ability energy running wild and causing instant death. Or one could be drenched and experience nothing, neither a new ability nor death. The probability of awakening a second ability was extremely low, while the chances of dying or surviving unscathed were roughly equal. Ling Yin pondered whether to reveal this information to Feng Qianyue. Meanwhile, Shen Jingma had already moved. The red rain, which had started as a drizzle, was now pouring down. He opened the door and stood in the rain. Within 2 minutes, he was drenched through. Closing the door, he cast a deep look at Feng Qianyue before heading upstairs to his room. Feng Qianyue was about to leave the living room when Feng Zhao suddenly spoke. I need to talk to you. After contemplation, Lin Yin decided to speak the truth anyway. The choice, as it were, would be for Feng Qianyue to make. He was also somewhat curious how she would decide. He finished speaking calmly. The moment his voice faded, Su Mu immediately retorted, How do you know? Lin Yin remained expressionless. My special ability detected it. Su Mu and Tan Muling didn't doubt him, both exclaiming in amazement. Your special ability is amazing. An ability that could perceive the mysterious red rain exceeded anything they had imagined about special abilities. Feng Qianyue hadn't expected Feng Chao to proactively share information with her. However, this precisely proved he had some understanding of the Blue Star catastrophe. Feng Qianyue smiled at him. Your information is very helpful to me. Since that's the case, I must give it a try. Originally, she had planned to sneak out and stand in it, but now that wasn't necessary. Without hesitation, she walked toward the door after speaking. The three behind her hadn't expected such decisiveness. Su Mu and Tan Muling hastily called out, asking her to reconsider. In their eyes, Feng Qianyue's situation differed from theirs. She was already an ability user, making the risk unnecessary. Yet her resolute stride made them realize they had underestimated her once again. If there was even a sliver of possibility their leader would attempt it, no one could halt her path to growth. Lin Yin was equally surprised that Feng Qianyue didn't waver for even a moment. He had deliberately exaggerated the fatality risk, hoping to witness her conflicted expression. Yet she consistently defied expectations. Feng Qianyue ignored the voices behind her, continuing her steps as she opened the door and walked out. Within 2 minutes, it was as if a barrel of red wine had been poured over her. She was thoroughly drenched. She didn't rush back inside. Instead, she extended her palm, gazing at the raindrops striking it. Each drop carried an eerie crimson hue. Whether for completing her mission or for the life that had been forcibly taken from her before, she was determined to uncover the mastermind behind it all. She clenched her palm tightly, fragments of the past flickering through her mind. Scrambling through hardships, endless battles, near-death situations, she had endured so much suffering, sustained so many injuries. How desperately she craved to survive, to live until the arrival of the new era. But the high and mighty mastermind had arrogantly erased everything on Blue Star. No reason was needed, no justification given. Such was the law of the strong devouring the weak. But the weak refused to accept their annihilation. She had survived countless near-death experiences. How could she resign herself to being eliminated so easily? The appearance of the small system gave her hope. Thus, she resolutely returned here. The zombies in the residential compound, perhaps drawn by her long exposure to the rain, began to approach. The red rain affected not only humans, but zombies as well. Some of them had evolved. Those who were once first tier advanced to second tier, with crystal cores beginning to form in their brains. They no longer feared light, reacted faster, and possessed greater strength. 3 or 4 zombies came sprinting toward Feng Qianyue from not far away, excitedly uttering guttural cries. Su Mu and Tan Muling, who had been silently watching Feng Qianyue from inside the doorway, urgently shouted, "Boss, come back quickly. Get inside." Lin Yin didn't speak. He simply moved his feet, completely vacating the doorway. Beneath the crimson rain, a slender figure in black materialized, a black gold long blade in her hand, and charged toward the zombies. The 3 inside, her delicate form danced with the blade in her grasp. One slash sent a zombie's head flying. Rain soaked her hair, clinging to her face. Her expression remained invisible in the darkness. Within a few breaths, 4 heads rolled at her feet. For the second-tier zombie's head, she thrust her blade down and twisted her wrist. From the shattered skull burst a tiny streak of light. She bent down and leisurely picked the glowing object from the head. A bean-sized, luminous body rested between her fingers. The 3 watched spellbound as she walked toward the door. The crimson marks on her face resembled blood splattered across it. Her formerly bright black eyes now held no trace of light. As she approached, the 3 instinctively stepped back, creating ample space. Only after she went upstairs and returned to her room did the 3 in the living room come back to their senses. Su Mu let out a heavy breath, pressing his hand against his racing heart. Goodness, boss's presence just now was so overwhelming, I didn't dare speak. Tan Muling nodded, equally palpitating with fear. Both were so shocked they forgot to wonder what that glowing object was. When they had calmed down a few minutes later and compared notes, they understood. The red rain certainly affected more than just humans. That glowing object was very likely the zombie crystal core mentioned in certain apocalyptic novels, something that could enhance special abilities. Previously, an ability user had cracked open a zombie's skull and found nothing. So it turned out it wasn't the right time yet. Lin Yin gazed toward the second floor, unable to banish the images of Feng Qianyue from his mind. Feng Qianyue returned to her room and first took a shower. The sticky, clammy sensation was maddening. After feeling comfortable on her body, she picked up the cleaned crystal core to examine it. The second-tier zombie crystal core possessed no attributes, displaying a faint translucent luminous effect. It could enhance abilities for any ability user. Though the effect was minimal, having something was better than nothing. After the third-tier zombie crystal cores begin to exhibit attributes, and zombies likewise develop special abilities. The most common are elemental and physical enhancement crystal cores. Light, darkness, space, and psychic types are extraordinarily rare. Rare among ability users, rare among the zombie population as well. If one encounters a matching ability-type crystal core, the energy absorbed and converted can reach over 90%. Starting from the 6th tier, crystal core energy becomes even purer and can be absorbed by any ability user. How much is converted depends entirely on each ability user's spiritual power. The stronger naturally convert more. When encountering matching ability-type crystal cores above the 6th tier, no powerful spiritual force is required. The corresponding ability user will absorb 100%. Feng Qianyue tossed this small 2nd-tier crystal core into her spatial storage and lay on the bed quietly waiting for the fever. In her previous life, she had quickly lost consciousness after the fever began, awakening 7 or 8 hours later with her ability manifested. Feng Batian obediently stayed in the system space, watching its host. It wasn't worried at all whether the host would manifest an ability, because its host possessed extremely strong perceptual abilities. According to the experience shared by other system predecessors in apocalyptic worlds, whether one awakens an ability and its strength actually depend on individual perceptibility, the ability to perceive cosmic energy. The stronger this capacity, the more powerful one becomes. Back then it was precisely this that attracted the system to bind with her. Feng Qianyue was likewise unconcerned about herself. So far both Su Mu and Tan Muling had abilities identical to their previous life. The zombie changes were the same as well. All of this indicated that this red rain had the same effect as in her previous life. Yet 2 hours passed, and her body only felt slightly warm. Far from fainting, she didn't even feel dizzy. However, her physical constitution and spiritual power in this life far exceeded those of her previous life, so differing awakening times were only natural. After chatting with the small system, Feng Qianyue felt even more at ease. Since her fever wouldn't come so quickly, she decided to get up and check on Shen Jingma's condition. The three in the living room on the first floor had already returned to their respective rooms. Though Su Mu and Tan Muling were worried about the two people upstairs, there was nothing they could do but wait. Lin Yan was also waiting. However, he only cared about Feng Qianyue's outcome. Because he did not wish for Feng Qianyue's death, she was the only human he had encountered so far who possessed a special energy field. Nevertheless, given her uniqueness, even if she didn't undergo a secondary awakening, she would most likely pass through safely. This was precisely why Lin Yan decided to tell her after consideration. He had only wanted to tease her, never expecting the other party to not follow his train of thought at all. Since things had come to this, he could only wait. Upstairs, Feng Qianyue opened the door to Shen Jingma's bedroom and walked in. The man was wearing home clothes, clearly having taken a bath. He lay on his side facing the door. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell if he was sleeping. Feng Qianyue closed the door behind her and approached to examine him. The man was burning up like a furnace. Standing by the bed, one could feel the scorching heat. His eyes closed. Feng Qianyue leaned down and called out experimentally, "Brother." No response. He should have passed out from the fever. Just as she prepared to straighten up and leave, the man on the bed opened his eyes and stretched out a large hand, pressing it against the back of her head and pulling her toward him. Feng Qianyue was drawn by this force to press her lips against his scorching ones. It was a fleeting touch. She raised her eyes to meet the man's dazed gaze. "Do you know who I am?" "Qianqian." "Good. Now give me an explanation." The man narrowed his slender phoenix eyes. His hand resting on the back of her head gently stroked. His hoarse voice low, he murmured, "Do you want to try doing it while having a fever? Right now I still have the strength to satisfy you." Shen Jingma's face was flushed crimson, his gaze dazed as he stared at her. Feng Qianyue was startled by his words. The nerve of this man. He must be delirious from the fever. Does he even realize what he's saying? This was certainly not something he would say when in his right mind. Feng Qianyue responded, "You will surely regret this when you come to your senses." With that, she seized his wrist and placed his hand back on the bed. It was true she coveted his physique. But despite being tempted by such an invitation from someone clearly not in his right mind, especially at such a critical moment, she was unwilling to try. He was burning so severely. What if something went wrong in the process? After nursing him for an entire month and finally waiting for his awakening, she could not let anything go wrong at this juncture. Feng Qianyue appreciated beauty, but her mind remained clear. Meanwhile, Shen Jingma's thoughts had become a fog of fever. He knew what he was doing, but clearly without the ability to think rationally. Whether he would regret it, he did not know. What he feared more was not surviving this ordeal. He had been burning for so long, without losing consciousness. It was entirely possible he might burn to death and become a zombie. He remembered that dream from before. Feng Qianyue had been draped over him, calling him Gidge, begging him to satisfy her. Just now, in his half-conscious state, he had heard her voice. For a moment, the desire to satisfy her surged to its peak. Shen Jingma had no mind to contemplate whether his feelings for Feng Qianyue were mere dependence or something else entirely. All he knew was that he wanted to satisfy her. Even if he died, at least in this matter, he would have no regrets. But her swift rejection shattered that overwhelming impulse instantly. Shen Jingma unconsciously wore a wronged expression, staring fixedly at the person by his bedside, his gaze seemingly accusing her of heartlessness. Gazing upon such beauty, Feng Qianyue could only speak helplessly, You're burning up. We'll do it when you're better. The man asked hoarsely, what if I never get better? So that was the real problem. Feng Shunyue reached for his hand to soothe him. You will get better. Trust me. You will definitely awaken your special ability. But I cannot seem to lose consciousness. The man gripped her hand tightly, his eyes filled with worry. Feng Shunyue frowned. At such a temperature, Shinjingma should have passed out long ago. Feng Shunyue did not know if he had experienced this before his awakening in her previous life. She could only continue to comfort him. Don't worry. It must be that your awakening special ability is exceptionally powerful, which is why your high fever stage lasts longer than others. Shinjingma raised that hand to stroke his own cheek. I'll listen to you. He had no idea how intimate this gesture was. Now he did not want to think about anything. He only wished to depend on the girl before him. When she saw his emotions had stabilized, Feng Shunyue prepared to return to her room, but the moment she tried to pull away, the man gripped her hand tightly. Stay with me. Please, Gidge. His hoarse voice carried what seemed like scorching body heat. Watching her former arch-nemesis be so clingy, Feng Shunyue wore a teasing expression. She wondered how this man would face her once he was fully recovered. Without a word, she climbed onto the bed, draping her arm across his waist and patting his back with her palm, her tone gentle. Relax your body and think of nothing. I'll be right here waiting for you to wake up. Shinjingma's restless heart gradually calmed. Curling his body, he drew Feng Shunyue into his embrace and soon drifted into a dazed unconsciousness under her rhythmic, absent-minded caresses. When she realized he had finally lost consciousness, Feng Shunyue breathed a sigh of relief. She had not expected this man to be so lacking in a sense of security. No wonder he had developed so many survival methods in her previous life. Feng Shunyue checked her own mind. It remained very clear. The high temperature on her body came entirely from Shinjingma. She had discussed this with the small system in the bedroom earlier. Awakening special abilities depends on one's comprehension of cosmic energy. In her previous life, she had awakened intentionality within the psychic category. This ability did not merely allow her to kill with spiritual power, but to communicate with all energy in existence. As long as her spiritual power was strong enough, then any energy could be used by her. It sounded somewhat omnipotent, and indeed it was. Combined with her apocalyptic experience from her previous life and decades of research in another realm, she had already mastered the 5-element abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with 3 natural abilities, wind, thunder, and ice. Light, darkness, and space abilities. She had yet to research those. Time could be briefly manipulated, freezing things for merely a few seconds. These were the major categories of special abilities. There was also a large category of mutant abilities encompassing all sorts of eclectic capabilities. For instance, Su Mu's defensive ability belonged to the mutant category. Returning through rebirth, her comprehension was naturally not on the same starting line as her former self. Slow awakening indicated strong spiritual power. Feng Shunyue listened to the red rain pattering against the window outside and closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. The main thoroughfare of Daijing. Beneath a gloomy sky, a young man dressed in a black coat and wearing a gray baseball cap walked down the center of the main street. His steps were steady and unhurried. All around stretched vast hordes of zombies, yet none seemed to sense his presence. Beneath the brim of the gray baseball cap gleamed a pair of blood-red eyes. Standing in the red rain, he felt not the slightest discomfort, as if it were merely the most ordinary rainfall. The young man walked along, gazing at the buildings on either side as though searching for something. Jiang Shubai had lost his memory. He only knew that his name was Jiang Shubai, that he was from Daijing. Even this meager piece of information had been told to him by a man called Dr. Zhou. Where Dr. Zhou had gone, he did not know. Like the group that had taken him out half a month ago, he too wished to find Dr. Zhou. Jiang Shubai looked at the unfamiliar buildings on both sides. He needed to find the place called home, familiar from the depths of his memory. He needed to understand who he truly was. Why did he possess these eerie eyes? Why did he sometimes lose his rationality and think only of slaughtering? Why had he become the monster he was now? The young man traversed the streets and alleys of Daijing, tirelessly searching for that familiar building buried in his memory. At this moment, in a temporary underground base far from the main Daijing district, Xiao Qinyu had been exposed to red rain a second time and lay in a high fever, unconscious. In the small parlor outside the bedroom, Xiao Yuanjing's brow was tightly furrowed as he paced restlessly. Standing beside him were his trusted subordinates who had awakened their abilities. Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, Zhou Hong, and others. The oppressive atmosphere in the entire room persisted for many long hours. When the red rain first began, an ability user at the base, driven by curiosity, went out to stand in it. Shortly after, they died suddenly during the high fever. When the other ability users learned of this, they all scrambled indoors, not daring to let a single drop touch them. But Xiao Qinyu went against the current. In his view, dying from such exposure meant failure of the second awakening. Ability users with weak spiritual power could not control 2 abilities, leading to death. But this was merely his personal speculation. His grandfather Xiao Yuanjing naturally did not want him taking such risks, yet no amount of persuasion could stop him. Now Xiao Qianyu had been unconscious from the high fever for 7 or 8 hours, and everyone's hearts in the small parlor were tossed about in anxiety. Until a sound came from the bedroom. All gazes converged. The bedroom door opened from within, and Xiao Qianyu appeared completely unharmed. Every ability user in the entire parlor could sense 2 powerful energy fluctuations emanating from his body. A hint of a smile appeared on the man's cold and stern features. Grandfather, I have awakened the light attribute again. A villa on the outskirts of Daijing. Feng Shunyue did not know how long she had slept. When she opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of smiling phoenix eyes. The man had clearly been awake for some time. What did you awaken? Her voice carried the hoarseness of just waking. Shun Jingma curved his lips as he answered, the darkness attribute. Upon hearing the answer, Feng Shunyue felt relieved. She checked her own body temperature. Nothing much had changed. At this rate of fever, it would likely take 2 or 3 more days. Since that was the case, it was time to settle accounts with this man. Do you remember what you said while you were burning with fever? Shun Jingma's body stiffened. Memories flashed through his mind. Shame surged like a monstrous wave and quickly overwhelmed him. I don't remember. Unable to face the current situation, he instinctively resorted to lying. Feng Shunyue had known this man would deny it once he woke up. If he wanted to escape, she would not allow it. In the dimness, she reached out and gently hooked her fingers around the back of his neck. Leaning her body forward, she pressed close against him without a single gap between them. In his held breath, she spoke with a hint of coolness. It doesn't matter. I'll help you remember. The unexpected embrace made Shun Jingma's heart clench instantly. The warm breath against his cheek disrupted his heartbeat, and he could not control the violent pounding. He tightened his voice and pleaded to the person in his arms. I remember. Give me some time. Let me think it over, okay? Shun Jingma's emotions were tangled. He wanted to understand what he truly felt for Feng Qianhua. As his words fell, the other party immediately pulled away and said, okay. Shun Jingma breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a pang of loss at the empty embrace. He was indeed contradictory now. Feng Qianhua finally understood what was going on with him. He had genuinely developed feelings for her. However, given his nature, he would not easily give away his heart. He was probably still struggling over whether it was dependence or genuine infatuation. Now that he had just awakened and stepped into the ranks of ability users, a path of rapid empowerment lay ahead. Feng Qianhua was not worried that he would repeat the path of his past life. Because no matter what he did, she was confident she could turn him into a capable subordinate. Rather than binding him with emotions, she preferred to overwhelm him with strength. Then a little affection would be enough to make him lay down his arms and willingly submit. The mission she faced was of hellish difficulty, and frankly, she had little energy to tend to Shun Jingma's budding feelings. It would be best if he could figure it out himself, if not, it didn't matter. What she needed most was his ability, not necessarily to warm her bed. On a large bed, the two stared at each other, one lost in spring thoughts, the other in scheming. Sensing movement from the special walkie-talkie in the system space, Feng Qianhua pulled it out and answered. Xiao Qianyu's steady low voice came through. It's me. I have something important to tell you. The smile on Shun Jingma's face instantly vanished. The lingering affection in his heart also froze abruptly. He had almost forgotten about this guy. So all this time he and Shanxian had been in contact. What exactly was their relationship? Feng Qianhua sat up holding the walkie-talkie. Speak. Shun Jingma also rose. Xiao Qianyu briefly summarized his discovery about the Red Rain and mentioned that he had awakened a second ability, finally stating his thoughts. The Red Rain is almost over. If you believe what I've said, you can give it a try. I think your spiritual power is strong enough to achieve a second awakening. In Xiao Qianyu's view, the various skills Feng Qianhua had displayed along with her awakening of the rare space element from the very beginning indicated that her spiritual power far exceeded that of other ability users. If he could succeed, so could she. But this was just his personal opinion, whether to take the risk was up to her. Feng Qianhua chuckled lightly. I've already tried. Shun Jingma's pupils contracted, and he immediately reached out to touch Feng Qianhua's forehead. Not very hot. Did you have a high fever? Did you awaken? The sudden male voice made Xiao Qianyu pause. He suppressed the strangeness in his heart. What's the result? Feng Qianhua replied, still in the heating phase, the high fever hasn't come yet. Both men were stunned. Shun Jingma pressed anxiously, how long has it been? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Xiao Qianyu pricked up his ears. Feng Qianhua thought for a moment. About 4 or 5 hours. This time both men fell silent. 4 or 5 hours and still in the heating phase. This was definitely abnormal. Based on his own experience and Xiao Qianyu's self-summary, Shun Jingma concluded that the longer the fever lasted, the stronger the spiritual power, the harder the awakening, but once awakened, the more powerful the ability. Xiao Qianyu shared the same thought. Both men believed that Feng Qianhua would surely pull through and achieve a successful second awakening. And it would be an extremely powerful one. They had awakened rare light and dark elements which had taken about 7 or 8 hours. But Feng Qianyu's heating phase was so slow. From the walkie-talkie came Xiao Qianyu's steady voice, tinged with joy. I didn't misjudge you. You'll definitely make it through. Keep in touch. Feng Qianyue hummed in acknowledgement, put away the walkie-talkie, and met Shun Jingma's bright eyes. The latter wore a radiant smile. Gone stupid. The man restrained his grin a little. Yeah, I'm stupid. Qian is really amazing. Feng Qianyue teased him. Not awakened yet. Who knows if something might go wrong during the high fever. Shun Jingma's face darkened. No, that's impossible. As his words fell, a knock came at the door, followed by Tan Muling's voice. Boss, are you in there? Feng Qianyue got off the bed and opened the door. Tan Muling stood beside Su Mu and Feng Chao. Ling Yan's small eyes scanned Feng Qianyue, relieved to see her unharmed. Then he caught sight of Shun Jingma approaching from behind, and an inexplicable irritation rose in his heart. He hadn't found this person annoying before. Lately he didn't know when it started, but he found him increasingly hard to tolerate. Were these two so clingy? Even when having a fever, they had to stick together in one room. Without waiting for Ling Yan to ask, Su Mu and Tan Muling eagerly questioned her. After Feng Qianyue's brief explanation, the two directly ignored the possibility of awakening failure and unanimously expressed that she would surely succeed. Ling Yan wasn't worried about whether Feng Qianyue could awaken successfully either. What surprised him was that her perception was so strong. Shun Jingma had awakened the extremely rare dark element among human ability users, and it had taken him 7 or 8 hours. But she had only a slight fever after such a long time. Ling Yan was somewhat looking forward to her energy field after awakening. Would it go from attracting him to making him utterly irresistible? After the red rain ability, users sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Day broke and the whole world radiated boundless vitality. The earth washed for over 10 hours seemed brand new. Even without opening their windows, people could hear the roars of zombies outside, mixed with all kinds of noises. Zombies no longer feared light, nor were they sluggish. They frantically pursued every place in the city where humans existed. Countless bloody and horrifying incidents rapidly unfolded. Newly awakened ability users had no time to slowly adapt. They had to grow quickly through slaughter. Those who had only been active during the day and had never killed zombies were forced to take up weapons and fight desperately against the zombies that smashed through windows. Feng Qianyue watched through the floor-to-ceiling window as her newly awakened neighbor wrestled with a zombie. If it was like this in the suburbs, what kind of hell would the city center be? This was the true apocalypse. The atmosphere in the living room was heavy. The team felt oppressed by the slaughter around them and worried about the even harsher survival conditions ahead. Their gazes all turned to the figure by the window. Su Mu and Tan Muling thought, even the boss is like us. Alas, this apocalypse is truly hopeless. Ling Yan's small eyes glittered with interest. Haha. Feng Qianyue was finally going to show a vulnerable side. No matter how strong her spiritual power was, she was still a low-level life form. Facing the full outbreak of the apocalypse, she must be panicking inside. Shun Jingma thought Feng Qianyue was worried about the difficulty of finding supplies. Now there were zombies day and night, and they were stronger while ability users had multiplied, making survival competition even fiercer. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her not to worry, that he had awakened and could share the burden. But before he could speak, the person by the window turned around. Where was the despair or worry they had imagined? She said casually, let's have hot pot later. Spicy red oil broth. The four of them, outside blood and wind, inside hot pot with vegetables. Su Mu and Tan Muling ate until their faces were flushed red. Forget about despair, eat first. Ling Yan ate until his whole body was hot and comfortable. Forget about absorbing energy, eat first. Shun Jingma's tongue was numb and burning. Forget about the apocalypse. Wherever Qianqian was, it was heaven. Feng Qianyue said nothing, only kept adding dishes to her bowl. In the central district of the imperial capital, fighting and death were everywhere. A youth in a baseball cap halted before a garden villa. The zombies charging toward him were decapitated by an invisible blade before they could draw near. Jiang Shubai shattered the window glass and entered the house. This was the place that had flashed through his mind. The interior decor and all the furnishings felt familiar yet alien. He pushed open a bedroom door, and more familiar scenes flashed before his eyes. A large photograph was pasted on the wall. A youth on a paraglider, his smile brighter than the sun. Jiang Shubai reached out to touch the face that resembled his own. Was this him? He dared not be certain. He searched the entire bedroom, seeking more evidence of the name Jiang Shubai. In a drawer he found a photograph. It was a picture of two people. One looked like him, the other was also a man's silhouette, but the face had been scratched out by some external force, leaving it unrecognizable. Jiang Shubai was utterly bewildered. If this was his home, his bedroom, then where were his parents? He searched the entire house, but found no family portrait, not even a trace of his parents. Only that single photograph with the face-to-face. The apocalypse erupted in full force, catching everyone off guard. After the Bright Moon Squad finished their hot pot meal, Su Mu, worried about his parents in the city, asked Feng Qianyue for permission to leave. Boss, I want to go home and check on my parents. I can never repay the debt of gratitude I owe you, but if I come back alive, I'll dedicate my life to you from now on. If I die on the way, I'll repay you in my next life. The light-hearted atmosphere in the living room took a sharp turn. Even without Su Mu speaking, Feng Qianyue knew he was determined to go back. Regardless of whether his parents were dead or alive, he had to go see them. In his previous life, Su Mu had once said that after his parents were exposed to the red rain and turned into zombies, he couldn't bear to kill them and fled the house. This life was likely the same. But Feng Qianyue couldn't tell him, nor did she want to stop him. Some things he had to face alone. Feng Qianyue nodded in agreement. The members of the Bright Moon Squad had mixed feelings about Su Mu's decision to risk his life to return to the city and see his parents. Shen Jingma felt nothing. He had never experienced parental affection since childhood and didn't believe anything was more important than his own safety. Ling Yin, though possessing a human flesh and blood body, understood human emotions intellectually but didn't feel them. In his view, only lower life forms possess such emotions. Tan Muling had been frowning and lost in thought since earlier. When she heard Feng Qianyue's agreement, she spoke up, "Boss, I want to go with Su Mu." "Sister Tan." Su Mu's eyes widened. This was his personal matter. He absolutely couldn't drag other team members into it. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. Tan Muling didn't look at Su Mu. Instead, she stared straight at Feng Qianyue. Among the 4 members of the Bright Moon Squad, she and Su Mu had forged a deeper bond through their journey together, and letting him go back alone made her uneasy. There was another reason. She wanted to grow quickly. Nothing could accelerate progress faster than fighting for survival. Feng Qianyue had taught them this principle many times over the past month. If she now awakened her supernatural ability but still cowered under Feng Qianyue's protection, she would despise herself. Feng Qianyue met her resolute gaze and understood what was on her mind. "If you've made up your mind, I support you." Su Mu hadn't expected the boss to agree. He quickly turned to Tan Muling and said, "Sister Tan, this is my business. I really don't want to burden you." Tan Muling, rare for her, put on a stern face and spoke seriously. "Do you think I'm doing this purely for you? I want to take this opportunity to train myself and grow quickly. And you have a defensive ability. You can provide support when it counts. If we survive this trip, we'll definitely become much stronger. The boss has been teaching you for nearly a month, and you still think so emotionally." Su Mu was speechless. The guilt in his heart was dispelled by this reprimand, replaced by an infinite surge of strength. "Sister Tan, rest assured, this trip will be fruitful." Seeing their resolute attitude, Feng Qianyue curled her lips into a smile. They were finally starting to resemble her trusted subordinates from the past. She had been feeding and housing them well for the past month, only to keep them focused on learning skills. Now that the apocalypse had fully erupted, staying out of danger would only lead to death sooner or later. The 2 of them packed up and set off on their perilous journey back to the city. In the villa, only 3 black sesame-filled dumplings remained. Feng Qianyue glanced at Feng Zhao, then at Shen Jingma. "Why don't you 2 team up and go out to train as well?" Shen Jingma sat steady as a rock. "You're still running a fever. I need to stay and protect you." He did want to go out and train, but only after seeing Feng Qianyue safely through her second awakening. For now, Ling Yin was only interested in Feng Qianyue's energy field. Experiencing the low-level life form's post-apocalyptic existence could wait. He rolled his little eyes and said with a deadpan face, "Shen Jingma alone isn't reliable. I'll stay and protect you too." Feng Qianyue smiled without a word. The 3 of them decided to remain in the villa for now. But they didn't go out. Instead, a group of people came to them. 2 hours after Su Mu and Tan Muling left, a knock sounded at the villa door. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm wasn't urgent, suggesting the visitors were quite patient. Shen Jingma and Feng Zhao simultaneously emerged from their rooms and headed toward the door. Feng Qianyue was on the first floor. Through the peephole, she saw a strange man and woman standing outside. They were decently dressed with bloodstains on their clothes, but calm expressions. Through the door panel, Feng Qianyue asked, "What's the matter?" The man's steady voice came from outside. "Hello, we're ability users from the neighborhood. We've seen you training often and know you're very capable. I have information about a warehouse of a shopping mall's reserve stock. I'd like to team up with you to search for supplies. It's too dangerous out there. Could we come in and discuss?" Shen Jingma and Feng Zhao had already walked to Feng Qianyue's side. She glanced at them, and they both drew their guns, aiming at the door. Only then did Feng Qianyue open it. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing hadn't expected to be greeted by 2 guns the moment the door opened. Startled, they also admired the other party's extreme vigilance. Raising their hands to the sides of their heads, they quickly said, "We mean no harm. Don't shoot." Feng Qianyue sized them up, then turned and walked toward the living room. "Holster your weapons. Let them in." Lu Wenjin and Su Qing exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. After they sat down, without waiting for the other party to speak, Lu Wenjin took the initiative. "About 7 or 8 kilometers from here is a reserve warehouse of a shopping mall. Before the apocalypse, I was a supervisor there. I can lead the way. Also, I have a 4-person team, all ability users. How many people can your side send?" Seeing that they were sincere in seeking cooperation, Feng Qianyue replied calmly, 3 all-ability users." Lu Wenjin and Su Qing smiled. 7 ability users moving together would greatly increase the chances of success. Both sides agreed to set off in an hour so as not to let the opportunity slip away or be beaten to it by others. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing proposed a 60-40 split of the warehouse supplies, citing their provision of information and 1 extra member. Feng Qianyue flatly rejected it. You came to us asking for cooperation. Either 50-50 or find another team. She was indifferent to this operation, she was only going along because she couldn't awaken her ability in a short time, and this opportunity had come knocking, giving Shun Jingma a chance to train. The other side didn't dwell on the split for long and quickly agreed. Both parties were straightforward. The team-up seemed quite pleasant. An hour later, Feng Qianyue and her 3 members were ready and met up with them. Apart from Lu Wenjin and Su Qing, there was also a pair of siblings, a sister and a brother. The sister had awakened a venom ability that could kill both zombies and ability users. The brother had awakened a speed ability. 2 private cars headed into the blazing sunset clouds, about to embark on a brief adventure. With 7 people in total, they had barely driven 2 kilometers when they encountered a horde of 100 zombies wandering from the city. The zombies surrounded them like a thick wall. Just as everyone considered retreating and heading back, a figure got out of the car, holding a black gold long blade, and charged toward the zombie horde. Why retreat? Kill them all. Feng Qianyue's blade rose and fell as if possessed by a god of slaughter. Shun Jingma and Ling Yan's eyes widened, and they immediately jumped out of the car to join the fight. Damn, she was truly insane. The 4 people in the other car hesitated for a moment, but the zombie horde had already swarmed them, smashing the car windows, forcing them to leap out and engage. Abandoning all illusions of luck, they gave themselves over to the thrill of doomsday carnage. This level of encirclement was not even 1/10 of the dangers Feng Qianyue had faced before. While others weighed pros and cons and hesitated, Feng Qianyue decided to fight in an instant. Strength does not automatically increase by lying at home. Every breakthrough in superpower does not rely on absorbing external things like crystal cores. To break through, to advance in rank, one must undergo countless life and death tempering. This was the experience Feng Qianyue had personally gained in the past. It was precisely this belief that allowed her, despite starting slowly in her past life, to catch up with others in a short time and rank among the top powerhouses. Not everyone possesses such courage to seek life from death, but no one is unmoved by it. While fighting alongside Feng Qianyue, Shun Jingma couldn't help but be distracted by her. From the night they first met, he was attracted by this drive in her. At that time, his mind was full of thoughts of controlling her, using her, and taking her for his own. Now he suddenly realized, how could someone like this be controlled by him as he was now? Even this courage alone was beyond his reach. At least it was something he could not do now. Shun Jingma temporarily stopped agonizing over what his feelings for Feng Qianyue were. Being able to fight side by side with her, advance and retreat together, was enough to make his blood surge and his body and mind joyful. It was not bad to just rely on her and place his feelings on her. He stepped with shadow step, concealing his human aura, and manipulated shadow claws to harvest zombies madly. From early first rank quickly to mid-late, and breaking through the barrier into second rank. While using the energy of the Yin tribe to fight Ling, Yin inwardly complained that Feng Qianyue was the craziest human he had ever met. He never saw the fear that low-level life forms would have from her. The energy radiating from her whole body was extremely tempting. Ling Yin restrained his restless true form. After this operation, he would try the previous method again. The first 2 times he couldn't hold on, but this time he had to persist. The slaughter did not last long. After half of the 100 zombie group was killed, they suddenly scattered, as if guided by something. Feng Qianyue frowned. This was a zombie group composed of first and second rank. The one who could summon them must be above third rank, and a zombie that had awakened a superpower. Because only a sufficiently strong spiritual power could command a large range of low-rank zombies. The combat power of superpower users and zombies were different. First and second rank superpower users could kill multiple zombies below second rank, mainly depending on personal ability. When a superpower user rose to third rank and faced a third rank zombie with awakened superpower, the outcome was uncertain. At the same time, high-rank zombies could also summon low-rank zombies to help them consume the superpower user's energy. Shun Jingma also sensed something wrong. He stepped forward to express his doubts, and Feng Qianyue briefly told him. The man's expression turned stern. We'd better leave quickly. Feng Qianyue nodded. Hurry up, collect these second-rank crystal cores all over the ground. Ling Yin, adhering to his persona of speaking little and working hard, silently joined in harvesting crystal cores. The other team of 4 hadn't caught their breath yet when they saw the 3 on the opposite side already harvesting, so they immediately joined. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing didn't think much about it. They buried their heads and collected the zombie crystal cores around them. But the brother and sister in the same team harbored resentment. In their opinion, they should have retreated just now instead of continuing forward. If not for the luck that the remaining zombie group withdrew, the outcome was unknown. At this moment, the 2 couldn't recall that it was their own hesitation that caused the zombie siege. Instead, they pointed all their blame at Feng Qianyue, who was the first to rush forward and fight. They believe she led the way, forcing them to join the battle. Sister Gu Man and Brother Gu Feng exchanged glances, both unable to swallow this anger. Brother Gu Feng walked up to Feng Qianyue and said angrily, Captain Feng, aren't you being too disrespectful to us? Just now it was so dangerous. You didn't even discuss with us before rushing down to fight. Thanks to our great fortune, nothing happened. But if something had happened, could you take responsibility? As soon as his accusing words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. Shun Jingma's face darkened, and he was about to step over, but Feng Qianyue told him to continue mining crystal cores. Ling Yan glanced at Gu Feng. Humans, though a species, were diverse. This was also the reason why he came to experience low-level life forms. Like this person in front of him, knowing full well that there was no time to discuss in that situation, he still used this as an excuse to vent his dissatisfaction. Truly interesting. When Lu Wenjin and Su Qing heard Gu Feng's baseless accusations, they wanted to rush over and pull him away, but were fiercely glared at by Gu Man. Gu Man was a second-rank early-stage superpower user, and her superpower was the venom of the mutated abilities. If she held a grudge, she might poison them, which was hard to guard against. Although they were in the same team, they didn't have deep friendship. After being glared at, the two silently stood in place. The opposite side was not easy to deal with either. They'd better not get involved in this muddy water. After stopping Shin Jingma, Feng Qianyue looked at Gu Feng, blinked, and said, "Why should I take responsibility?" The man's expression stiffened, then his brows furrowed, and his voice rose. "You dragged us into danger, shouldn't you take responsibility? Yet you ask why you should take responsibility. With such a fair and clean face, how can you be so thick-skinned?" Feng Qianyue laughed lightly. "Did I drag you into danger? Did I call the zombies? What did you think coming out to find supplies would be smooth sailing? Besides, legs are on your body. If you want to run, who would stop you? Such an idiot." "You." Gu Feng was speechless from the retort. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing were so embarrassed they couldn't raise their heads. Thank goodness Gu Feng wasn't their brother. A personality like this, taking things for granted, really deserved a beating 3 times a day. But his sister Gu Man had the same idea. If not for their strength, they wouldn't want to team up with them either. After Feng Qianyue finished retorting to the idiot, she turned to call Shun Jingma to leave, when suddenly a zombie appeared out of thin air in front of him. Sharp claws aimed straight for Shun Jingma's vulnerable throat. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The next second, a flowing dark barrier that seemed to absorb light appeared in front of Shun Jingma's body. The zombie's claws struck it with a harsh scraping sound. After the mist, the two quickly engaged in combat. Shun Jingma was currently at second-rank early stage, while the zombie that had awakened the blink superpower was at least third rank. Feng Qianyue quickly analyzed that Shun Jingma could resist at most 20 moves before his superpower was exhausted. That guy Feng Zhao stood there motionless, clearly not intending to help. Feng Qianyue drew her gun and aimed at the two combatants. The zombie was flickering while fighting, making it extremely difficult to aim. A slight mistake could hit Shun Jingma. Everyone held their breath as she drew her gun. Gu Man and Gu Feng watched with schadenfreude. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing stared without blinking, afraid to miss that moment. Under Ling Yan's expressionless face, his mind was unusually active. In such an entangled fight, Feng Qianyue still dared to think of using a gun. Moreover, he somewhat wanted to see the bullet hit Shun Jingma. It would be best if the bullet killed him. He had been increasingly disliking this guy lately. As for why he disliked him, Ling Yan hadn't thought about it. Feng Qianyue eliminated all distractions and pulled the trigger at the two rapidly moving, overlapping figures. Bang! With the gunshot, one of the struggling figures was thrown to the ground. Shun Jingma cast a sideways glance at Feng Qianyue, who had neatly holstered her gun. There was not a trace of tension or panic on her face. Steady. Truly steady. Even with her fever, it did not affect her in the slightest. A figure darted toward the zombie and dug out the crystal core from its skull with a blade. Gu Feng gripped the third-tier crystal core tightly in his palm. This crystal core would serve as compensation for him. Awakened with a speed-type ability, he moved swiftly and returned to his sister Gu Man's side with the crystal core in hand. Shun Jingma came to his senses and saw someone had taken the fruit, so, without hesitation, he struck at Gu Feng. Gu Man shielded her younger brother behind her and struck back. The two combatants could not gain the upper hand against each other. Feng Qianyue approached calmly and addressed Gu Feng. "Hand it over." The latter peeked out from behind his sister and sneered, "On what grounds?" "That is what you owe me." Gu Man warned Shun Jingma while agreeing with her brother. "My brother speaks the truth. You were at fault first. This crystal core shall serve as compensation for our mental distress." What a notion of spiritual damage. Heh. A mocking laugh came from Feng Qianyue. Gu Man's face stiffened. She knew full well her justification for compensation would not hold up. But this was a third-tier ability crystal core, an absolute rarity at present. Once her brother had it in his hands, there was no way she would let him give it back. Handing it over was absolutely out of the question. Feng Qianyue's faint smile masked a subtle glance towards Shun Jingma, who narrowed his phoenix eyes and pressed down his gaze. Ling Yan observed their tacit understanding through those micro-expressions, feeling a knot form in his chest. Gu Feng lacked his sister's patience. That mocking laugh made him flush with embarrassment. He instinctively stepped out from behind his sister and shouted at Feng Qianyue, "What are you laughing at? You should have." A flash of light cut through the air, followed by a thud. Then came the man's agonized scream. Feng Qianyue held her dripping black gold long sword and bent down to pick up the crystal core beside the severed arm on the ground. She moved with casual disregard, her tone laced with mockery. Dare you steal what is mine? Gu Man stood frozen, not even flinching at the sight of her brother's severed arm. A black gun pressed against her forehead. Feng Qianyue casually tossed the crystal core into her spatial storage and looked toward Shun Jingma, coldly uttering 3 words. Kill her. No. With a scream, Gu Feng clutched his amputated shoulder and collapsed to his knees. Please do not kill my sister. I know I was wrong. I should not have stolen from you. I beg you. My sister did not steal. I was the one who stole. Do not kill her. I beg you. Kill me instead. The man knocked his head against the ground in supplication, a complete contrast to his arrogance just moments before. Feng Qianyue smiled at him, only realizing your mistake when death stands at your doorstep. Were you not the one who kept saying I should take responsibility? I will kill your sister first, then you. I shall take full responsibility for both of you. The man shook his head like a rattledrum. It was me who failed to read the situation. It was my narrow-mindedness. Give me another chance. My sister and I are willing to make amends. All the supplies we have found will be yours. Spare our lives. Please. I truly understand my mistake now. Teaching through people rarely works, but life's lessons stick after just one encounter. Facing death and life, the willful siblings finally grasped what those 2 words, apocalypse, truly meant. No one can take responsibility for your life. The consequences of moral coercion are beyond what you can bear. Gu Man knelt alongside her brother, pleading and making promises as they performed a moving display of sibling devotion. Their plea mixed genuine emotion with calculated performance designed to win sympathy. Ling Yin, standing nearby, shook his head. Humans truly are such complex creatures. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing were moved by the siblings' desperation and spoke up in their behalf. The look Feng Qianyue had exchanged with Shun Jingmo was never meant to kill them. What risks lay ahead on the journey remained uncertain. These 2 were ready-made labor, wasteful to kill them. Perhaps it was better to let the bullet hang in the air a while longer. It would be ideal to keep them under control, if not, killing them later would not be too late. Amid the pleas from those around them, Feng Qianyue issued her final warning to the siblings. Killing you would be easy, sparing you is no difficulty either. In these times, survival is hard enough. The wise adapt to the circumstances. Do not make me regret sparing your lives today. Gu Man and Gu Feng were shaken to their cores. Understanding the situation, they knelt and kowtowed to Feng Qianyue in gratitude. These siblings, whose minds were still somewhat immature, had believed their strength was superior and that they could act as they pleased. Before even leaving the beginner's village, they had encountered a top-tier master teaching them a lesson. The other person clearly had a young, delicate face, yet when angered, their aura was terrifying. Having barely escaped with their lives, they now filled with terror toward Feng Qianyue. With their parents dead, the siblings had relied on each other for survival in the apocalypse. When given the chance to live well, who would choose death? Having demonstrated through strength that she was not to be trifled with, the siblings harbored no thoughts of revenge, only relief at having regained their lives. Feng Qianyue retrieved a small bottle of wound medicine from her spatial storage and tossed it carelessly before them. Apply this and repay me with supplies. Gu Feng wiped away his tears, clutching the bottle as he and his sister thanked her together. The dramatic conflict quickly drew to a close. The 2 cars continued toward their destination. On board, Feng Qianyue heard Shun Jingma teasing her. Qianyue, the way you wield that carrot and stick approach is truly masterful. Feng Qianyue smiled at him. You are not bad yourself. The moment I glanced your way, you knew exactly what to do. To perform this suppression act properly, one cannot do it without cooperation. Shun Jingma smiled faintly. He would not claim to fully understand Feng Qianyue, but he knew that although she had a self-centered nature, she was not ruthlessly cold-blooded in her killings. So after receiving that glance, he understood her intention was suppression rather than slaughter. If it were purely about killing, she likely would not have needed his help. With her combat skills, discovery would mean immediate resolution. Having temporarily set aside his own emotional entanglements, Shun Jingma's admiration for Feng Qianyue was overflowing. This kind of purity was directed solely toward Feng Qianyue. Hearing the playful banter from the back seat, Ling Yin, driving in the front, gave a cold smirk. His body felt like a refrigerator, yet within him an unnamed fire was slowly spreading, making him uncomfortable. Feng Qianyue gave him a casual glance. This fellow had been remarkably composed lately, as though already accustomed to his current circumstances. At this rate, extracting useful information from him would prove difficult. Once her ability awakened, she would find the time and energy to figure out how to make this frog in warm water jump out on its own. For the next several kilometers, there were no longer large crowds of zombies blocking their path. The group arrived at their destination before dusk. The warehouse door was locked tightly. 4 or 5 locks had been added, sufficient evidence that there was something valuable inside. Lu Wenjin possessed fire-type abilities. Though his power was only mid-tier first rank, he considered melting lock cores to be well within his capabilities. He stepped forward from the group with steady strides. Leave it to me. 5 minutes passed, yet the first lock's core remained unmelted. The flames had blackened the heavy lock. Sweat drops the size of soybeans rolled down the man's forehead. As the initiator of this operation, he tried to save face. Hiss. This lock's material is too special. Perhaps we should consider other approaches. Wait. I remember there is a dog hole nearby. Following his guidance, everyone spotted a basketball-sized opening at the corner near the main gate. Gu-man glanced over and frowned. This small. Who could squeeze through? Lu Wenjin grinned smugly. Fortunately I came prepared. I have several small shovels in the back of my car. We each take one and dig the whole bigger problem solved. He deftly grabbed the shovels and handed one to everyone except Feng Qianhua. Before Shen Jingmao and Ling Yin could react, a mini shovel was pressed into their palms. Lu Wenjin, Su Qing, Gu-man, and Gu Feng were already crouched at the wall corner digging. The scene looked quite comical. Shen Jingmao and Ling Yin had no desire to join them. Just as Ling Yin was pondering whether to reveal some of his abilities to break the lock, Feng Qianhua silently walked back to the main door. The other four noticed they were not participating and stopped to watch. Lu Wenjin saw Feng Qianhua examining the locks and called out to her, "Captain Feng, those locks are highly special. Without the key, they simply cannot be opened. You do not need to." Bang! The door opened. Feng Qianhua held her black gold long sword, blinking her eyes. Just this. Extremely brittle. She had suspected her long sword might not be able to cut through it, but to her surprise it broke on the first try. Lu Wenjin gave an awkward yet polite smile. The rest of them promptly discarded their mini shovels. They resembled children playing house. Meanwhile, the boss's approach was straightforward and unadorned. No fancy techniques, just pure strength. The group entered the warehouse smoothly, and the vast space was filled with goods. Lu Wenjin and the other three headed straight for the food section, eager to see what valuable supplies they had found. Feng Qianhua wanted to stop them, but it was too late. From the corners, several agile black shadows suddenly lunged toward each of the four of them. Several mutated, bloated zombie dogs. An even larger and more formidable zombie dog appeared behind Feng Qianhua and the other two. It leaped into the air, its sharp long claws reaching toward Feng Qianhua, who stood in the center. "Watch out." Ling Yan's movements reacted faster than his voice. Instinctively, he utilized his abilities to strike at the charging zombie dog. Limited by his human body, this strike did not kill the zombie dog, but only wounded it. Enraged, the zombie dog let out a roar, and all the zombie dogs attacking Lu Wenjin and the other three immediately turned their attention here. Shen Jingmao stepped with the shadow step technique to conceal his human presence while manipulating shadow claws to attack the charging zombie dogs. In just one exchange, Lu Wenjin and the others were all wounded. It was enough to see how powerful the zombie dogs' attacks were. Fortunately, the zombie dogs ran off, sparing their lives. Unfortunately, they all ran toward Feng Qianhua. The largest zombie dog quickly launched its second attack. Feng Qianhua drew her gun and fired, but the bullets bounced off its body and fell to the ground. There was not even a scratch on the hit areas. She was startled. The second red rain had only just ended and a dog king already appeared. Only one dog king with defensive capabilities would appear among 10,000 zombie dogs. Who would have thought their luck was so good, directly unlocking a limited edition right here? Feng Qianhua switched from gun to sword and flashed around to the dog king's rear. Ling Yin, who was engaging it from the diagonal opposite, saw this and intensified his attacks to draw the dog king's attention as much as possible. Feng Qianhua seized the opportunity and swung her long blade at the dog king's weakly defended hind leg. Just then the dog king sensed danger behind it and lifted its leg, so the blade only grazed its fur. Not fazed by the missed strike, Feng Qianhua observed the stacked cargo around her and climbed the ladder, instantly gaining a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. Every move of the zombie dogs was clearly visible to her. She sheathed her long blade, drew a shotgun, and shouted to Shen Jingmao and Ling Yin fighting below, "Bring them all over here." The two engaged fighters quickly complied, fighting while luring. When they were in range, Feng Qianhua roared, "Scatter!" The moment Shen Jingmao and Ling Yin turned, Feng Qianhua opened fire with the shotgun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullet casings landed at their heels, and the two thanked their lucky stars for running so fast. Whether Feng Qianhua was overconfident in her own abilities or trusted theirs too much, neither could say. If they had hesitated for even a moment, it would have been unreasonable for them not to be riddled with bullet holes. In fact, Feng Qianhua hadn't considered any of that. When she set out to accomplish something, her focus was absolute. A few ordinary zombie dogs quickly lost their combat effectiveness under the concentrated barrage. The dog king, however, was hit in all its weakly defended areas: limbs, eyes, and ears. Feng Qianhua quickly swapped magazines and continued her relentless barrage, until the dog king, suffering from excessive blood loss and with its defense shattered, was killed by the hail of bullets. The gunfire that had echoed for 2 minutes finally ceased. Not far away, Lu Wenjin, Su Qing, Gu-man, and Gu Feng stood dazed, gazing at the figure atop the cargo crates. The fear born of insufficient firepower had become concrete in this moment. They say reckless blows can defeat a master, and Feng Qianhua wasn't just swinging wildly, she was specifically targeting weak points. She calmly holstered her gun and in the blink of an eye a bottle of soda appeared in her hand. She popped the tab with one hand, took 2 sips, and leisurely descended the ladder. It was as though the life and death melee had never happened. Everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on her, their ears still ringing with the relentless gunfire, the tinnitus merging into one continuous hum. The battered Lu Wenjin, Su Qing, Gu Man, and Gu Feng all couldn't help but think the same thing. How could someone be so carefree in the apocalypse? Shen Jingma stepped out of the tense atmosphere, watching the soda in Feng Qianyue's hand with a smile. Qianqian, big brother wants a drink too. Feng Qianyue simply handed it to him directly. Watching the two act so intimately without regard for others, Ling Yan clenched his fists, his resentment growing by 2 points. In his view, Feng Qianyue showed favoritism. After all, he had been the first to protect her just moments ago. Her attitude toward Shen Jingma was simply different from everyone else. Just a kept pretty boy, playing at sibling affection. Hypocritical humans. Ling Yan's jaw clenched audibly. This hadn't been so obvious when Su Mu and Tan Muling were around. Now that the three of them were out alone, the difference was stark. And the reason? She simply thought he was ugly. This shallow girl. He had misjudged her before. Someone who values romance over teammates. Ling Yan eagerly anticipated testing his previous method again. Drain her energy completely and cleanly leave the Mingyue squad. With the danger eliminated, they began to inventory the supplies. The warehouse wasn't large, but the variety was rich. Although the zombie dogs had been dealt with, Lu Wenjin and the other 4 dared not act on their own this time. They stood obediently waiting for instructions. All of them were well aware that without Feng Qianyue's team, they would never have made it this far. And among them, Feng Qianyue had contributed the most. Gu Man and Gu Feng, the siblings, were particularly shaken. Seeing Feng Qianyue's fierce gun spray, turning such a formidable zombie dog into a sieve, and recalling the conflicts they'd had with her on the way here. Both felt deeply fortunate that she had shown mercy. They hadn't forgotten their earlier promise. Gu Man pulled her brother Gu Feng over to Feng Qianyue and stammered, Our sibling pair will help guard here. You just have the truck haul the goods, okay? Feng Qianyue lifted her eyelids. No need. She looked at Lu Wenjin. We agreed on a 50-50 split, right? Hearing the big shot address them, Lu Wenjin flinched and quickly denied it. No. We barely helped at all on the way. Given that we provided the intel, just some compensation would suffice. Su Qing stood beside him, nervously rubbing his arms and nodding. Are you kidding? Their team of 4 hadn't contributed much from start to finish, and they'd only survived because she saved them. If they took another 50% of the supplies, forget about the big shot being willing, they wouldn't dare accept it. Seeing how sensible they were being, Feng Qianyue's lips curved slightly. Good children get candy. Her tone relaxed. Take as much as you can carry from what's in here. I'll take the rest. She didn't lack supplies, but who would complain about having more? There would also be plenty needed for base construction later. Shen Jingma was unaccustomed to Feng Qianyue's generosity. After all, he had always been a beneficiary. Lu Wenjin and the other 3 immediately beamed with wide smiles, hurrying to thank Feng Qianyue. Their feet seemed to tread on wind-fire wheels as they rushed toward the food section. Practical supplies could wait. Food and drink were the priority. At this moment, the 4 of them finally acted like a team. They found the warehouses, oversized plastic sheets, and hemp ropes. They piled all the food and daily necessities onto the plastic sheets, wrapped them up, and dragged them toward the exit. Before the mountain of cargo, the 4 of them resembled 4 hamsters hoarding food. As they passed Feng Qianyue, they offered embarrassed smiles. Lu Wenjin spoke as their representative. We'll tie it to the roof and drive it back, then come back to help you transport more. What do you think, big shot? Feng Qianyue done. The 4 nodded in unison. Feng Qianyue, then it's my turn. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone watched her sweep her hand. Light, as if not a single wisp of cloud were taken. Yet the once full warehouse suddenly blew a cool wind toward them. Holy crap. Empty. Even Shen Jingma and Ling Yan's pupils quaked in disbelief. They stared at Feng Qianyue in utter astonishment. This spatial storage. Just how huge was it? Feng Qianyue finished collecting the supplies and walked towards the door. Her silhouette in the eyes of the crowd was only 2 words, unrestrained. Lu Wenjin and the other 3 looked down at the hemp ropes in their hands, their hearts also numb. No wonder the boss didn't need them to load the goods. It turned out she found it troublesome. No wonder the boss told them to take as much as they could. It turned out her strength was truly formidable. Feng Qianyue's move stunned Shen Jingma and Ling Yan. They knew her space was large, but they hadn't expected it to be this immense. While shocked, Ling Yan developed a strong curiosity. Feng Qianyue was truly a mysterious person. Not only was the special energy field that attracted him, but the spatial ability she had awakened was also extraordinary, and she was still undergoing a second awakening. The new ability was still unknown. A conflict arose in Ling Yan's heart. He both wanted to quickly absorb Feng Qianyue's energy and stay far away from her, yet he felt that leaving her would rob him of much amusement. If she weren't the type to value looks over teammates, he would feel more comfortable staying. Ling Yan suppressed his inner conflict, deciding to wait until he finished testing his previous methods. On the way back, the two vehicles encountered zombie attacks, but fortunately not on the same scale as when they came. This time Feng Qianyue didn't have to charge ahead and fight. The others got out of the car without a word and started battling. Gu Man and Gu Feng, the siblings, no longer had the psychological burden they had before. They wiped the blood from their faces and threw themselves into their respective battles. This was the apocalypse. No one was responsible for anyone else. Danger lurked everywhere, one could only face it head on. In just a few hours, the two had witnessed from Feng Qianyue what it meant to be a true powerhouse. After the battle, the group resumed their journey back. They fought through many obstacles and finally returned to the familiar villa district in the dead of night. Before parting, Lu Wenjin and the others once again expressed their gratitude to Feng Qianyue's trio. They owed their successful haul entirely to the other party. Most importantly, the other party was generous and did not use their strength to suppress them. Feng Qianyue only nodded slightly at their thanks. Her generosity stemmed partly from her wealth and lack of pettiness, and partly because it was the reward they deserved. They had provided intelligence and faced danger with all their might. Although their abilities were limited, they had not been lazy or deceitful. Under absolute strength, she could easily spare a little from the cracks of her fingers. The three returned to the villa, which was pitch black and silent. Obviously, Su Mu and Tan Muling had not come back. Shen Jingma raised his hand and touched Feng Qianyue's forehead. Still a slight fever. How about I watch over you tonight? Ling Yan's small eyes rolled at the two in the living room, then he went straight to his room, without a word. Feng Qianyue had noticed Feng Chao's strangeness on the way back, and wondered what was going on in his mind. She decided to find a time to talk to him alone. But to Shen Jingma she said no need. I think the fever will last 2 or 3 days. You've had a tiring day, so get some rest. Her caring words sweetened Shen Jingma's heart. He made up his mind. If Feng Qianyue ever expressed that kind of intention again, he would definitely satisfy her. The whole villa soon fell silent. After taking a shower, Feng Qianyue lay on the bed. Feng Baishan, seeing the contemplative host, couldn't help but speak. Host, are you worried about Su Mu and Tan Muling? No. Then what are you worried about? The ability not awakening yet. Feng Qianyue shook her head. I'm thinking about how to force the thing inside Feng Chao to come out. It's very cautious while hiding in Feng Chao's shell, but it's much easier to communicate with its true form. Speak of the devil. Feng Qianyue waved her hand and stowed the small system into her space, and soon a shadowy figure entered from outside. Ling Yan transformed into human form and landed on the floor. Only Feng Qianyue was in the room, not Shen Jingma. Not seeing the two cuddling, Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the bedside. This time, before he could make a move, the person on the bed had already opened her eyes. She woke up earlier each time. You're here. Her casual demeanor made Ling Yan feel as if they were already familiar. Hadn't they only met twice? He replied in a low voice. Feng Qianyue curled her lips and sat up. I thought you wouldn't show up again. So what's the reason for this appearance? Mentioning the last time, Ling Yan felt a bit awkward, but fortunately his current appearance didn't show any emotion. He had already thought about what to do when Feng Qianyue woke up again. He quickly thought, since she was lustful and had previously said his spiritual form looked nice, why not simply propose directly? Without answering, Ling Yan said, "Can we kiss?" He spoke in a serious tone. Feng Qianyue was not surprised by his sudden question and replied calmly no. The expected answer was denied, and Ling Yan blurted out why. Hadn't she praised him before? The person on the bed looked indifferent. You're not human. I have no interest in you. Ling Yan was stunned. He had never imagined being rejected for not being a low-level life form. It seemed that to conduct the experiment, he would need to find a human body to inhabit. Having made up his mind, Ling Yan vanished instantly. Feng Qianyue blinked. Really? Was this guy's tolerance that low? She had only said she wasn't interested, and he ran away. After a brief moment of speechlessness, Feng Qianyue analyzed the situation seriously. The fact that he kept appearing here meant his attraction to her still existed. After being rejected without even discussing terms, he must have a backup plan. Since his ability didn't work on her to get close and do such intimate things, he would have to cater to her preferences. An answer came to Feng Qianyue's mind. Change the disguise. Feng Chao was just a shell for this creature. For a higher civilization, changing shells was not difficult. He would find another body that met her aesthetic standards, approach her, and then do such things, hoping to achieve his goal without being noticed. But this was just her speculation, and the prerequisite was that the creature was very eager to absorb her energy. If the attraction wasn't that strong, it would be a different story. However, his appearance tonight meant she didn't have to think about how to deal with him for now. She would wait and see what move he made next. In the imperial capital at the Su family villa, Su Mu sat in the living room with a blank expression, while from the bedroom came thumping sounds of banging on the door. Su Mu's parents were madly banging their heads against the thick door. Their skin was grayish-green, their claws sharp, and their faces hideous. They had clearly become zombies. Tan Muling frowned and said in a deep voice, "Kill them. If you don't, others will kill them. It's better for you to send them off yourself and spare them more suffering." They had been sitting like this all afternoon. What must be faced must be faced. Tan Muling didn't want to wait any longer. It was almost dawn, and they should head back to the suburban villa. Tan Muling told Su Mu that a short pain was better than a long one. But Su Mu couldn't listen. He was still caught up in the shock of his parents turning into zombies and trying to kill him. When he heard that he should kill his parents, he instinctively shouted at Tan Muling, "No, I will never lay a hand on my parents." Tan Muling sympathized with him and didn't get angry, but said helplessly, "Fine, then let's just leave them like this, okay?" However, she was refuted again. "How can we leave them? They are my parents." Tan Muling got angry and raised her voice. "But zombies are zombies, humans are humans. From the moment they became zombies, their goal is to kill humans. I thought you had already accepted the cruelty of the apocalypse, but I didn't expect you to be so childish. If it were the boss sitting here, would you still say that?" The last question made Su Mu tremble. After a long silence, he said softly, "I'm sorry, Sister Tan. I really can't bring myself to do it." Tan Muling regarded him like a younger brother and sighed. "I understand. Since you can't do it, I'll help you." Su Mu remained silent. Tan Muling drew her gun, aimed at the bedroom door lock, and fired 2 shots without hesitation, breaking the lock. She gripped her gun tightly, ready to shoot as soon as she opened the door. She shoved the door open and shot one of the zombies in the head. The zombie let out a piercing screech. "No!" Su Mu screamed and rushed toward the bedroom door. Another zombie lunged toward Tan Muling. She steadied her aim, preparing to fire at the approaching undead, when suddenly a violent force slammed into her body. Her gun clattered to the ground, followed by a searing, tearing agony in her calf. Her father-in-law, now a zombie, ripped away the flesh from her leg with his teeth. Su Mu stood frozen in disbelief. He had only meant to shove the zombified father back, yet somehow he had collided with Sister Tan instead. Without hesitation, he seized the gun and blew the zombie father's head apart with a single shot. Casting aside the weapon, he turned to find Tan Muling lying unconscious in a pool of her own blood. "Sister Tan." Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the villa where 3 people had just finished their breakfast. At that moment, thunderous knocking erupted at the door, accompanied by Su Mu's frantic, desperate shouts. The commotion signaled only catastrophe. Shun Jingma swiftly opened the door, and Su Mu rushed inside, bearing the unconscious Tan Muling on his back, laying her carefully upon the sofa. As he lowered her down, he shrieked toward Feng Qianyue, "Boss, save Sister Tan. Please save her. She's been bitten by a zombie." Feng Qianyue shoved him aside and began examining Tan Muling's wounds. Nearly the entire calf muscle had been torn away. Were it not for the superpowers sustaining her body, she would have bled out long ago. Feng Qianyue hastily retrieved medicine to treat the grievous injury. Tan Muling's eyes flew open as another wave of pain crashed over her. Through the haze of agony, she glimpsed Feng Qianyue's face, and tears immediately burst forth like a dam breaking. "Boss." Feng Qianyue's hands continued their work of bandaging without pause, her brow furrowed as she demanded, "What happened?" It was my carelessness." Tan Muling's gaze darted away. Su Mu's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, his voice breaking into sobs. "It's all my fault that Sister Tan ended up like this. I couldn't bring myself to act against my parents, so Sister Tan tried to help me, but I don't know how I collided with her, causing her to get bitten. It's all my doing. I was indecisive. I was a coward. I deserve to die." Tan Muling's face had gone deathly pale, her lips pressed tightly together. Towards Su Mu, she felt a tangled mess of anger and resentment. But what was done could not be undone. No amount of blame would change anything now. Upon hearing these words, both Shun Jingma and Ling Yin frowned deeply. In their eyes, Su Mu possessed a pure, virtuous heart, with no scheming or duplicity. That was commendable. But in this apocalypse, such purity often ended up inadvertently harming those around him. He bore no malicious intent, yet his actions proved more infuriating than if he had deliberately meant harm. After finishing the bandaging, Feng Qianyue turned her gaze to Su Mu. With a composed expression, she beckoned him closer. The young man approached with red-rimmed eyes, but before he could steady himself, Feng Qianyue swung her arm and delivered 3 consecutive slaps to his face. Slap, slap, slap. The sharp percussive sounds of the slaps echoed through the living room. A stream of blood trickled from Su Mu's nose. He paid no heed to the flowing blood, made no move to touch his swelling cheek, and instead dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. "Senior, I'm sorry, I was wrong." From the instant he had collided into Tan Muling, Su Mu had known he had doomed them all. "You certainly deserve to die." Feng Qianyue's voice was ice-cold, her gaze devoid of any warmth. "But you're not the only one who deserves it." Slap. With a sharp backswing, she struck Tan Muling across the face. Tan Muling clutched her reddening cheek, her eyes glazed with shock. Su Mu, Shun Jingma, and Ling Yin alike stared in bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. In the midst of their stunned, incredulous stares, Feng Qianyue turned to Tan Muling with a frigid voice. "I sent you out for real-world experience, not to meddle in other people's family affairs." His hesitation, his struggle, those are his parents, his decisions. Even if he chose to die alongside them, that would be his own choice. Who do you think you are? On what authority did you make that choice for him? If you want to intervene, you must be capable of bearing the risks. Can you? Each pointed question drove Tan Muling deeper into shame and mortification. She indeed lacked the ability to shoulder such risks and never should have attempted to resolve Su Mu's familial troubles for him. This was simply the consequence of her own presumptuous interference. Tan Muling swallowed the bitter acidity rising in her throat. Carefully she reached out and tugged at the hem of Feng Qianyue's garment, murmuring in a low voice, "I understand now. I was wrong." Su Mu snapped back to his senses and kowtowed loudly, striking his forehead against the floor. "Senior, I know I was wrong too." He knelt on the ground, clutching Feng Qianyue's trouser leg. "Please think of a way to save Sister Tan's leg. You should both know," Feng Qianyue began, "that when an esper is bitten by a zombie, they won't become infected and turn into one. However, human medication has no effect. Minor wounds can heal naturally through the esper's own abilities. But for injuries as severe as Mu Ling's, only a healing-type esper can preserve her leg." Upon hearing this, both Tan Muling and Su Mu lowered their heads in dejection. Healing-type espers were said to exist, but they were an extraordinarily rare manifestation of supernatural ability. Where on earth could one be found? Shen Jingma and Ling Yin remained silent as well. Neither of their abilities held any curative properties. A deathly hush descended upon the living room. It was at this moment that Feng Qianyue's distinct, cool voice rang out. "I'll find a way." The ashen faces of Tan Muling and Su Mu instantly brightened, hope rekindling like a flame. Having spoken, Feng Qianyue turned and returned to her room. There she first opened the System Mall's Apocalypse section, searching within it for medicines from healing-type espers. After confirming none existed, she retrieved a specialized intercom and pressed the activation button. Thousands of miles away at the Spark base, Xiao Qianyu answered immediately. "Have you awakened?" "Not yet." Feng Qianyue continued. "I actually called about something else. Go ahead, whatever I can do to help I will." Feng Qianyue spoke in a measured tone. "One of my teammates in Esper was bitten on the leg by a zombie. The injury is quite severe. Only a healing-type esper can save her leg. Didn't you undergo a second awakening into a light-type ability? I'm wondering, do you possess any healing capabilities now, eh?" The prompt reply came from the man on the other end. "Sorry, not at the moment." Xiao Qianyu had only just awakened to his light-type ability. Healing powers wouldn't manifest until he reached at least the 5th tier. Feng Qianyue had reached out as a last resort, clinging to a sliver of hope. "All right, thank you." As she moved to hang up, an urgent voice called out from the device. "Wait. I know of a healer-type esper in Dijin." "Who?" "Chen Jitao. She resides at Courtyard 416 South Ji Lane, Dijin. Her fiancé was killed during the first red rain of the apocalypse. I once delivered his remains to her." Upon hearing the name Chen Jitao, Feng Qianyue knew this was a sure thing. Her tone softened. "Thank you. You're welcome. Also, the main base is nearly complete. I'll contact you once the arrangements are finalized." "All right." After hanging up, Feng Qianyue grabbed her car keys and descended the stairs. The 4 others were still in the living room downstairs. "Su Mu, you stay here to look after Mu Ling. Brother Feng Chao, come with me." From her brisk, light-footed manner, everyone could tell she had found a solution. To save time, Feng Qianyue took the wheel herself. Ling Yin had just reached for the passenger door when Shun Jingma beat him to it. He clenched his fist tightly, maintaining his taciturn persona, and silently moved to the back seat. Feng Qianyue floored the accelerator, driving toward the urban district of Dijin. Once seated, Shun Jingma curiously inquired, "Where are we heading now?" Feng Qianyue, Courtyard 416 South Ji Lane, to find Chen Jitao. "Does she have healing abilities?" Shun Jingma raised an eyebrow. A subtle curve touched Feng Qianyue's lips as she affirmed with a hum. Chen Jitao. In her previous life, she had been the renowned healing master of Shun Jingma's team. She had nearly been recruited into Feng Qianyue's ranks, only to be cunningly poached by the deceitful Shun Jingma. Feng Qianyue cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her. This time around, she intended to take him and all his former capable subordinates down in one clean sweep. Under Feng Qianyue's masterful driving, the zombies were dodged whenever possible, and when avoidance was impossible, the 2 men in the car dispatched them swiftly and cleanly. The black luxury car charged into the city with an arrogant posture, speeding along the chaotic main thoroughfare. Like a streak of lightning, it pierced through obstacles, arriving before the southern lane. The moment the car stopped, Shen Jingma and Ling Yin felt their internal organs finally settle back into place. Shun Jingma, calming his racing heart, turned to gaze at Feng Qianyue, his eyes brimming with admiration. Though he had ridden in Feng Qianyue's passenger seat during that race against the Special Forces car king, this ride offered a different kind of thrill, far more intense than before. How could anyone possess such flawless skill? Every move was precisely calculated. It was no wonder he had grown dependent on her. She exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Ling Yan's tiny eyes shimmered with starlight. Feng Qianyue truly was a low-level life form worthy of his attraction. Without relying on any supernatural ability, her driving alone could ensure her survival in a world overrun by zombies. Ever since encountering her, she had continuously shattered his perception of human limits. The more she amazed him, the more Ling Yan yearned to absorb her energy field. Feng Qianyue parked the car and and sensed two scorching gazes from behind and beside her. She said coolly, "Get out." The three of them walked to the front of courtyard 416. The courtyard gate was tightly shut and fierce arguments rang out from the house within. Feng Qianhua lifted the knocker on the door and rapped, but the clamor drowned out the knocking. Shen Jingma and Ling Yin took turns knocking, but the argument inside was too loud. Finally, Feng Qianhua drew her gun and fired a shot into the air, and the quarrel abruptly ceased. "Who's there?" A startled male voice came from inside. "I'm looking for Qin Jitao," Feng Qianhua replied. Silence fell within. After a few seconds, a hesitant female voice asked, "What do you want with her?" "I was introduced by Xiao Qinyu. I need Qin Jitao's help." Feng Qianhua stated her purpose succinctly. The name Xiao Qinyu sent a chill through Shen Jingma's expression. That guy was truly a persistent ghost. After 7 or 8 seconds, the courtyard gate was opened from within, revealing 2 young faces, a man and a woman, both with disheveled hair. The man bore fresh scratch marks on his face, while the woman's cheek was clearly imprinted with a handprint. Feng Qianhua didn't recognize the man, but the woman's face was unmistakably Qin Jitao. "Hello, may we come in?" Feng Qianhua looked directly at Qin Jitao, who was still bewildered, and nodded blankly. Once inside, Feng Qianhua and her companions surveyed the living room. It could no longer be called a living room. Everything was scattered in disarray, furniture displaced, and there was scarcely a clear spot on the floor. Qin Jitao awkwardly pulled out 3 small stools from the clutter. "Please have a seat." After they sat down, Feng Qianhua cut straight to the point. "You're a healing type ability user, aren't you?" A young man sitting in a disheveled sofa nearby let out a cold laugh, his sneer dripping with contempt for Qin Jitao's identity. Feng Qianhua cast a chilly glance at him before turning her attention back to Qin Jitao. The woman nodded. "I am. It's like this. An ability user was bitten on the leg by a zombie, and the wound won't heal on its own. Could you come with us to treat her? If you can heal her, we'll compensate you well." A sudden jarring laugh erupted. It came from the young man on the sofa. He glared at Qin Jitao with intense resentment, his words grinding through clenched teeth. "Qin Jitao, you really are lucky, aren't you? My brother dies and you awaken an ability. We're on the verge of running out of food, and here you are with a benefactor at your door. Truly the wicked live long, while the good die young." Feng Qianhua looked at Qin Jitao, who shed her earlier mildness, her eyes sharp as she retorted, "That's right, I am lucky. What of it? Your brother died? Why blame me? He was bitten by a zombie, not killed by me. If you're so capable, go kill every zombie in the city to avenge him." "Stop talking nonsense." The young man on the sofa jumped up, shouting angrily. "My brother was bitten by a zombie, yes, but when he was alive, he treated you so well. He scrimped and saved, giving you everything good. And what did you do? You seduced that crippled ability user next door for a few bites of food. Have you no shame? You cheap slut." Qin Jitao's face flushed red with rage. She grabbed whatever was at hand and hurled it at the young man. He picked up a broken chair leg and swung it at her. A new round of battle erupted. The clatter of objects and mutual curses filled the living room. Shen Jingma and Ling Yin had silently moved to a safe zone, while Feng Qianhua sat upright, unmoved. Though she remained silent, both sensed her growing impatience, as if a storm was brewing within her. Qin Jitao was an ability user, but her healing type power in her own view lacked combat capability, so she had never bothered to train it after awakening. However, as an ability user, her physique had been altered. Thus, in the fight against the tall young man, she held her ground. Until a vase flew toward Feng Qianhua. She drew her gun and shot it, shattering the vase into pieces. The crashing sound finally stopped the fight, and both combatants turned to stare at her. Feng Qianhua's cold eyes met theirs. "Can you be quiet?" The young man, staring at the gun aimed at him, swallowed hard. "Yes." Qin Jitao smoothed her disheveled hair and sat back down. "Sorry, let's pick up where we left off." Feng Qianhua holstered her gun. "State your terms." Qin Jitao's fingers intertwined on her lap, her voice choked with emotion. "Well, you heard what just happened. I'm at rock bottom. I just want to trade for some food to survive, but speak. But my healing ability is still very rudimentary. From what you described, full recovery would take at least a week. During that time, could you provide me with 3 meals a day?" 3 meals a day was an extravagant luxury in the apocalypse, but for Feng Qianhua, it was the simplest thing. "No problem." With her livelihood secured for the coming week, a heavy stone lifted from Qin Jitao's heart. In this world, one took life one step at a time. Just as a smile began to form on her face, the mocking voice of her deceased fiancé's younger brother came from the sofa behind her. "In a week, you'll be back crawling into that cripple's bed. Without my brother around, you sure know how to take care of yourself, huh?" Qin Jitao suppressed the fury and bitterness surging in her chest. For the sake of her dead fiancé, she didn't want to argue with his brother anymore. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The young man's jeers were especially grating. Feng Qianhua looked at Qin Jitao. In her past life, the healing-type powerhouse renowned across the 3 major bases had started from such humble beginnings. The young man's taunts continued unabated. "My brother was so good to you. If you had any conscience, you would have died with him. At the very least, you should remain faithful to his memory." He grew more fervent. A lowlife like you deserves to be torn apart by zombies and rot in the 18th level of hell for eternity. As he roared, a light laugh echoed through the living room. Huh. Feng Qianyue chuckled softly, turning her gaze to the young man. I hadn't intended to speak, but your reasoning is so intriguing that I must ask you a few questions. Remembering the murderous intent when she drew her gun, the young man nodded obediently. Go ahead. Shun Jingmao and Ling Yin were both curious, wondering what Feng Qianyue would ask. Feng Qianyue smiled warmly at the young man. You say that because your brother was so good to Chen Jitao, she should have died with him. So let me ask you, wasn't your brother good to you? How does your conscience allow you to still be alive? The young man was struck dumb. Feng Qianyue continued. You say Chen Jitao should remain chaste. Then let me ask you, what is chastity? Do you have chastity? He was speechless again. He wanted to say that men didn't need chastity, but the formidable presence before him cowed him into silence. Feng Qianyue's eyes sharpened as she pressed on. Chen Jitao's body is her own. She can do as she pleases. Besides, your brother is dead, and look at the world we live in. You use chastity to shackle her. Finally, you keep saying your brother was so good to her. Even if that were true, so what? By your account, Chen Jitao is worthless, so your brother must have been after her looks. He chose to scrimp and save to keep a pretty wife. That was his choice, his free will. Why do you need to fight his battles? I don't believe there weren't ordinary-looking women who fit your definition of a good girl, and were willing to choose your brother. Why do you think he didn't like them? This was a two-way choice, yet you put all the blame on one person. I've seen double standards, but yours is truly exceptional. If you care so much about your brother, go join him in the afterlife instead of moralizing here. Useless wretch. Feng Qianyue ended the questioning with her final 5 words. She rarely spoke at such length to express herself, but she was genuinely amused and furious enough that she couldn't hold it in. She detested the notion of linking chastity to women. After all, this was the apocalypse, a world where murder, arson, rape, and plunder were conducted without any restraint. Selling one's body for survival is not their sorrow. It is the era's sorrow. Every person is merely a grain of sand in the grand scope of circumstances, blown by the wind, scattered by the wind. Although she had climbed step by step in her past life through her own efforts, she did not look down upon other survival strategies. People merely made different choices. In this era, there was no distinction between noble and base. Her rapid-fire questions not only left the youth on the sofa bewildered, but also caught Shun Jingmao and Ling Yin off guard. But Chen Jitao's eyes lit up. Is there really a rebuttal like this? These past days, Chen Jitao had only heard abusive words, feeling both wronged and furious, yet she couldn't grasp the crux of the matter to strike back. She could only resort to violence. After hearing these words, she suddenly saw the light. Although she wouldn't claim to have loved her deceased fiancé deeply, she had never done anything to betray him while they were together. Besides, if she were truly ugly, her fiancé would never have been so kind to her in his bid to win over other suitors. It was clearly a mutual choice. Why call her a whore? He was dead, but she still wanted to live. She didn't want to die. Was there something wrong with temporarily selling her body for food just to survive? Did she really want things to be like this? Who wouldn't want to live with dignity? She hadn't done anything wrong. The apocalypse itself was at fault. Shun Jingmao and Ling Yin both looked at Feng Qianyue with amazement. This was the first time they had ever heard her speak so extensively. For Shun Jingmao, he had always considered himself a villain. He knew since childhood that it was harder to be good than to be bad. The apocalypse was truly the era that suited him best. Had he not met Feng Qianyue, his current life would hardly be this comfortable, and he would certainly have resorted to any means necessary to survive. Even though he now clearly understood that he had become dependent on her during their mutual exploitation, this dependence was rooted in her formidable strength. Only through this foundation did he come to recognize her many outstanding qualities and felt drawn to her charisma. The two were inseparable. At present, he might not analyze what exactly his feelings for Feng Qianyue were, but this dependence was sufficient to make him willingly do things for her. That was all that mattered. Shun Jingmao had never believed in love at first sight. In his eyes, it was purely attraction based on strength. Ling Yan's perspective on matters between men and women was even simpler. He comprehended the complexity of humans only in theory. His gaze toward Feng Qianyue held more interest than anything else. The energy radiating from her entire body stirred something restless within him. Despite his annoyance at her prioritizing romance over friendship, he found himself unable to look away. Thus, he was determined to find a way to absorb the energy within her body. The youth, still dazed from the confrontation, recovered enough to retort, but swallowed his words before they reached his throat. The girl before him radiated a formidable presence, and the two men beside her appeared equally capable, not someone worth provoking. After expressing herself, Feng Qianyue felt relieved. She didn't care whether anyone agreed or listened. It didn't matter. She had spoken simply to satisfy herself. Glancing at Chen Jitao, she said, "Let's go." Those two words seemed to carry a glimmer of hope. Chen Jitao's heart tightened as she gathered her disheveled hair into a neat ponytail, exposing her clear neck. Without a backward glance at the devastation behind her, she responded, "All right. The four walked out the courtyard gate toward the sedan waiting at the alley entrance. Passing by the neighboring small courtyard Feng Qianyue heard a familiar voice. Hanyue perhaps. So she was still alive. The lame esper mentioned by the youth was likely Jiang Zhiping. Feng Qianyue didn't break stride as she passed through the courtyard gate. When the four reached the alley mouth and prepared to board the vehicle, Ling Yan suddenly dashed across the street without a word. Following his direction, Feng Qianyue spotted a man wearing a gray baseball cap and sunglasses. It was impossible to gauge his age, though he appeared quite young. A black trench coat enveloped his slender frame, and the exposed skin gleamed with an almost luminous pallor, completely devoid of healthy coloration. Feng Qianyue frowned. Ling Yan was about to board the car when he suddenly detected a familiar energy fluctuation. Lifting his gaze, he quickly scanned the area and pinpointed the source. He rushed forward and intercepted the man, catching a glimpse of crimson eyes through the sunglasses. Ling Yan's composure wavered as he sensed the same familiar energy radiating from those blood-red irises. Yet this was unmistakably a human body. How could energy from the Fu clan exist within a human? This was no projected energy construct. Noticing this, Ling Yan asked bluntly, "What's with your eyes? Were you born with them, or did you acquire them?" Jiang Shubai stopped without reason and immediately pressed for private matters felt a surge of irritation well up within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed several spatial blades toward his opponent. Die! Ling Yan's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly summoned the E-clan's energy within him to neutralize all the spatial blades. The two clashed momentarily before separating and assuming fighting stances. Feng Qianyue's brows furrowed deeper as she struggled to understand why they had suddenly started fighting. Were this man in the baseball cap and Feng Chao enemies? Shen Jingma's clear voice came from beside her. "Shall I go help?" "Watch for now." As they observed, the two raised their guns and effortlessly eliminated zombies that lunged at them. Sitting in the car, Chen Jitao trembled with fear. What kind of team had she gotten into? Everyone was so powerfully capable. After several exchanges with no clear victor, Ling Yan grew increasingly certain that despite his opponent being human, there was Fu clan energy coursing through his body. This was truly bizarre. Could he be another Feng Qianyue? Since Feng Qianyue could absorb his E-clan energy, might this enigmatic youth have absorbed Fu clan energy instead? But that didn't make sense. The Fu clan couldn't be projected to Blue Star. Then where did the energy in his body come from? Consumed by curiosity and doubt, Ling Yan's momentary distraction allowed Jiang Shubai to exploit the opening. 3 razor-sharp energy blades struck simultaneously at 3 vital points. By the time he registered the attack, his human body could only block 2 of them. Ling Yan deftly neutralized the first 2 strikes at the last moment, but as the final energy blade was about to pierce his heart, a dark figure flashed before his eyes. A force grabbed his waist and yanked him aside, barely evading the blade. As he regained his bearings, he discovered Feng Qianyue had her arm wrapped around his waist. With clear dark eyes and a black gold long sword in hand, she charged directly at the youth opposite them. Feng Qianyue had just saved Feng Chao when she swung her blade. From her earlier observation, the opponent seemed weak in close combat, and in close quarters, she was unmatched. Within mere breaths, she had completely overwhelmed him, leaving him no ability to counterattack and eliminating any chance he might create distance. Seizing the perfect moment, she grabbed his collar and slammed him against an abandoned car door by the roadside. The blade pressed against his throat as her knee forced his legs apart, pinning him completely beneath her. Feng Qianyue released her grip on his collar and removed his sunglasses. Those crimson blood-red eyes stared back at her wide with disbelief. His face matched the youthful impression he gave. He appeared barely past adulthood. Yet he felt utterly unfamiliar. Feng Qianyue was certain she had never encountered him in her past life. Otherwise, such a distinctive and handsome face would have been unforgettable. Those eyes and his formidable strength only deepened Feng Qianyue's interest. "What's your name?" The youth lowered his gaze unflinching before the blade at his throat and leaned slightly toward her. His voice was as flat and tasteless as cold-boiled water. "Kill me." His eyes carried a faint sense of death. Feng Qianyue had never encountered anyone who, upon being caught and asked for a name, would immediately plead for death. Given his peculiarity, she would not kill him. She curled the corner of her mouth. "I won't kill you." With that, she withdrew the blade. The youth's expression froze. Only after the knife was sheathed did he realize how close they were. He furrowed his brow slightly, intending to create distance, but behind him was the car door, and in front he was pinned down. "You? Get up. If I get up, won't you run away?" Feng Qianyue sneered. Then she looked at the nearby Feng Chao. "Do you know him?" Ling Yan, with his stoic face, shook his head. "No, I don't." Not knowing him, yet stopping him on the street. Feng Qianyue knew this guy was lying. She turned to the red-eyed youth. "Do you know him?" The youth shook his head. "If you don't know him, then why did you fight?" He looked cold and weary, uttering a single word: "Annoying." Feng Qianyue. One hides a secret and won't tell the other, simply fights out of boredom. After being speechless, Feng Qianyue asked the youth before her, "What's with your eyes? Tell me, and I'll let you go." The other side activated his silent skill. Feng Qianyue was speechless again. What a strange fellow. Use silence against her. That would be underestimating her. The leg she had inserted between as she lifted her knee and thrust upward fiercely. The youth let out a muffled groan and immediately bent over his head, forced to rest against Feng Qianyue's shoulder due to the close proximity. His brows slightly furrowed and his excessively pale skin flushed faintly pink. From a third-person perspective, their posture was incredibly intimate. Shen Jingma narrowed his phoenix eyes. Ling Yin was stunned. Interrogation could be played like this. Humans truly have many tricks. However, he also wanted to know the origin of those blood-red eyes. There was energy from the Fu clan within them. After Feng Qianyue finished her knee strike, she reached out, grabbed the back of his neck, and lifted his head. Still not talking. He tilted his head slightly, wearing an expression of ultimate world weariness. From his face, Feng Qianyue read that even if she killed him, he would not speak. A stubborn soul. Since she couldn't get anything out of him, she let it go. Feng Qianyue didn't waste any mental energy. She was curious, but this guy was extremely world-weary. For now, tying him up and bringing him back wouldn't integrate him into the team. If they met again next time, by then she would have awakened her powers and could capture him then. Tan Mulin was still waiting for treatment, and she couldn't delay any longer. Feng Qianyue decisively released her grip, stepped back, and created distance. You can go. Jiang Shubai turned and walked away without a word. Wait. Feng Qianyue called him back, stepped forward, and pressed the sunglasses in her hand into his palm. After doing so, she lifted her eyes and met his indifferent gaze. Those blood-red eyes radiated a mesmerizing allure. To be honest, ordinary people wouldn't dare to stare directly. But Feng Qianyue was clearly an extraordinary person. She could sense the eerie energy of the blood-red eyes, yet she showed no fear, instead looking at them with appreciation. Very beautiful. She also wanted to have such eyes. Jiang Shubai saw his own eyes reflected in her bright black pupils. How could she show an expression of appreciation for him, a monster like this? Most importantly, she was actually unaffected by the energy of the blood-red eyes. Jiang Shubai's heart stirred. Your name? The girl raised an eyebrow. Want to know? Exchange for your name. Jiang Shubai. This was the first time he uttered his own name in front of an outsider since losing his memory. Feng Qianyue. Their eyes met, and suddenly Feng Qianyue's vision went dark. A dry, warm palm covered her eyes, and the familiar scent belonged to Shen Jingma. Shen Jingma's enchanting, handsome face was extremely cold, his gaze fixed directly on the youth opposite, his hostility overflowing. Jiang Shubai's world-weary face was tinged with a faint mockery as he left without a word. Only then did Shen Jingma release his hand. Ling Yin, who had witnessed the whole scene, showed a trace of emotion on his stoic face. Annoyance at the two lovey-dovey people in front of him. Shen Jingma had reached the limit of his patience. If he didn't do something, the pent-up frustration in his chest would suffocate him. Feng Qianyue's admiration for the enigmatic youth was completely undisguised in her eyes. He feared that if he didn't act, this youth would be kept. The team already had a whiny Su Mu who displeased him, and outside there was a frequently contacting Xiao Qianyu who occasionally annoyed him. But these two each had their shortcomings. Su Mu's face was not up to par, let alone his weak strength and lack of brains, destined to be just a loyal subordinate. Xiao Qianyu had both strength and looks, but he was far away. However, if this blood-eyed youth joined the team, the situation would be entirely different. Outstanding strength, outstanding appearance, and a mysterious identity. Shen Jingma absolutely would not allow such a person to appear beside Feng Qianyue. In Feng Qianyue's world, he must possess unique attention. Those who could threaten his position should be nipped in the bud. Seeing the other party tactfully leave, Shen Jingma finally lowered his hand. When Feng Qianyue regained her sight and found the enigmatic youth gone, she turned to look at Shen Jingma. The man averted his gaze without any intention to explain, and just as well Feng Qianyue didn't want to ask, because there was no need to ask. This act of covering her eyes was clearly a sign of jealousy driven by possessiveness. He was afraid she would keep that person. If she truly wanted to keep him, he couldn't stop her. But this forced intervention displeased her. After she awakened her powers, she would have the time to properly discipline him. What brother and sister? Just playing a game of flirtation. Since he had taken the bait, it was time to make him understand the concept of master. Feng Qianyue cast a faint glance at Shen Jingma, then walked ahead toward the car across the street. The latter also keenly sensed her displeasure. Shen Jingma rubbed his fingers heavily, his face dark as he followed. Qianqian had indeed taken a liking to that youth. She was angry at him because of that person. Was he the only one who sensed Feng Qianyue's displeasure? Ling Yin cast a gloating look at Shen Jingma. A pretty boy is a pretty boy, really thinking he's her brother. The three of them returned to the car. To save time, Feng Qianyue sat in the driver's seat, Shen Jingma, as usual, in the passenger seat, while Ling Yin and Chen Jitao sat in the back. The car sped all the way back to the villa entrance. When the door opened, Chen Jitao rushed out and immediately vomited. Luckily, she had nothing in her stomach, so she could only squat on the ground and dry heave. Had she not experienced it herself, she would never have imagined a car could be driven like this. This skill was simply too insane. As Chen Jitao heaved her stomach, cramping, a small pack of tissues and a bottle of mineral water appeared before her. She lifted her eyes to meet the girl's bright black pupils. The other person looked much younger than her, but was the most formidable person she had ever seen. Chen Jitao accepted the items and sincerely thanked her. After witnessing the combat prowess of these three, she had already started scheming. During this week of treatment, she would do everything possible to stay in their team. She must stay no matter what. Chen Jitao clutched the items in her hand and followed the three into the villa. After examining the wounds of the injured supernatural user to leave a good impression on everyone, she didn't say a word and mobilized all her powers to begin treatment. Feng Qianhua turned and went upstairs to rest. Shen Jingma, carrying his concerns, followed her into the room. After the door closed, he hesitated and asked, "Are you angry?" Feng Qianhua took off her coat and hung it on the rack. Instead of answering his question, she countered, "I gave you time to think. Do you have an answer now? Do you want to continue being my brother or be my bed partner? You choose." Shen Jingma froze in place. The last time he had silently promised himself that if Feng Qianhua ever expressed that intention again, he would let her have her way. But that satisfaction would be granted only once. He had no desire to change the nature of their current relationship. He relied on her, that much was certain, but he himself was unclear about the true nature of his feelings. If she had spoken of lovers, he would have been willing to try being together. Yet what she had clearly said was the word bedmate. Shen Jingma narrowed his phoenix eyes, his clear and warm voice dropping to a low register. "By bedmate you mean? There will be others, right?" Feng Qianhua's expression was perfectly composed. The man's face visibly stiffened. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting out a faint, bitter chuckle. I thought you actually liked me. Turns out you just wanted to sleep with me." Feng Qianhua blinked her bright black eyes. "So your choice." She had never been one to hide her desires in such matters. Shen Jingma clenched his palms, a tangled knot twisting in his chest, suspended in an unsettling limbo. She didn't even try to deny it. So she really just wanted to sleep with him. Shen Jingma didn't even know what he was so angry about. Perhaps he was furious at himself for having been so deluded all this time. He forced himself to think calmly. If he searched his heart, he didn't want to leave her after these days together. But becoming one of her bedmates? Absolutely impossible. He, Shen Jingma, would only settle for being the one and only. Feng Qianhua saw the answer in the man's eyes. His expression turned solemn. "I choose to remain your brother." This was entirely within her expectations. Feng Qianhua curled her lips. "Fine. I will put aside all other thoughts and treat you as family." Hearing this, Shen Jingma suppressed the chill rising in his heart and said as calmly as possible, "Get some rest." After he left, Feng Qianhua released the little system from her space. Feng Batian had watched the entire scene and was now bursting with questions. Host Shen Jingma clearly has feelings for you, so why did he choose to be your brother? Feng Qianhua explained to her little system. Because his pride won't allow him to choose the bedmate option. Feng Batian pressed on. Then why didn't the host just deceive him? Trick him into staying first? Feng Qianhua understood immediately that the little system's mindset was stuck in the past. What is my mission in this world? It's to find the mastermind behind the scenes and prevent the world from destruction. I carry the mission of saving the world. Romance is merely a distraction. Besides, do I need to deceive him? With my strength, it's he who cannot afford to leave me. Feng Batian smacked his furry paw against his forehead. Right? Its host's mission was to save the world. It wasn't about seducing a man. With its host's power, romance was merely a casual bonus. Back in his room, Shen Jingma felt as if all strength had drained from him. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, still trying to convince himself. A sibling relationship was fine. It had been his original goal. His feelings for Feng Qianhua were definitely just simple dependence and admiration. Leaving aside her desire to sleep with him, she had been very considerate to him so far. She was genuine and without pretense. It would be better to treat her purely as a sister, free from the torment of other emotions, and without the need for scheming against each other. In the apocalypse, a lone wolf could never go far. They would forge bonds, expand their power, and carve a path forward. That was the way for him to survive from now on. Shen Jingma reorganized his thoughts. The cold wind blowing through his heart gradually dissipated. Once his resolve was firm, he felt refreshed, and the gloom cleared. From this moment on, he was Feng Qianhua's real brother. After dinner, Feng Qianhua arranged for Chen Jitao and Tan Muling to share a room and provided her with basic supplies. Seeing the well-stocked supplies, Chen Jitao's pale face from depleted energy instantly regained color. What a heavenly life this was. During the treatment, she learned from Tan Muling that Feng Qianhua was the core of the team, the leader. The latter spoke of her with a blissful expression, and Chen Jitao was deeply envious. With such a leader, no matter the effort, she had to find a way to stay. Feng Qianhua checked Tan Muling's wounds. Under the healing ability, they had indeed improved. Saving her leg made Tan Muling unable to express her gratitude, and the guilt inside her seemed to swallow her whole. Before Feng Qianhua left, she spoke hastily. "Boss, thank you so much. I'm sorry for the trouble." Feng Qianhua smiled. Getting better soon is what matters most. Su Mu seized the moment and handed a letter of self-criticism he had written during the day to Feng Qianyue. Boss, this is my self-criticism. I made you go out in a fever to look for someone. I'm such a piece of trash. You can hit me, scold me, anything. Just don't abandon me. From now on I will definitely correct my indecisive nature. I will never cause trouble for the boss again. Please don't throw me away, okay? Feng Qianyue ruffled his hair, her tone gentle, but edged with sharpness. What's done is done, no need to dwell on it. But you must understand I am the team leader, not a universal nanny. If you cause trouble and can't fix it, you'll have to face the consequences. Show your worth. Ooh, I don't keep useless people. Silence fell over the room. Tan Muling and Su Mu's faces burned. They dared not meet Feng Qianyue's eyes. They had indeed relied on her too much, always needing their boss to clean up after them despite their intentions to stand on their own. Shen Jingma narrowed his phoenix eyes, taking the words to heart. He too had to prove his value to secure his position as Feng Qianyue's brother. In the corner, Qin Jitao's eyes sparkled. No useless people, how cool. She would also become strong, someone who could speak with such confidence. Feng Qianyue finished speaking without looking at their expressions. She gestured to the poker-faced Feng Zhao. Come with me. The latter shifted his small eyes and followed. They went to Feng Qianyue's room. Your state has been different lately. Tell me what's on your mind. Feng Qianyue poured 2 glasses of wine as she spoke and handed one to him. She asked casually, and Ling Yin answered just as casually. Nothing. Feng Qianyue sat down on the small sofa opposite him and took a sip of wine. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. But explain to me why you stopped that blood-eyed youth. The question made Ling Yin freeze. He couldn't tell Feng Qianyue the real reason, but he had to come up with a plausible excuse. He quickly fabricated a story. My ability let me see his blood-red eyes. Curiosity made me stop him to ask, but he attacked me without a word. Half truth, half lie. Feng Qianyue looked at him with suspicion. Is that so? She rose and stepped closer. A flicker of panic flashed in the man's small eyes. Feng Qianyue stopped in front of him, reached through his collar, and plucked a small leaf from the gap. Her warm fingertips brushed against his icy skin, and Ling Yin felt as if burnt by that faint warmth. He jerked his head away, and when he saw the leaf between her fingers, he experienced the awkwardness of human emotion. Before he could pretend nothing happened, he heard her say leisurely, so nervous. Do you like me, eh? Ling Yin stood completely frozen. Like, how could he, a being of such lowly life, harbor such a ridiculous emotion? Though he now possessed a human body and a human mind, he would never succumb to such a ludicrous sentiment. Ling Yin spoke with a stiff, expressionless face. You misunderstood. I simply dislike being touched, so my reaction was a bit excessive. Feng Qianyue sneered inwardly. Disliked being touched? Who was it that kept slipping into her room, trying to kiss her? This so-called higher life form was truly amusing. He wanted to absorb her energy, and this was his method. No matter how he pretended, she would get the information she needed from him. Feng Qianyue resumed her seat on the sofa, her tone cool. I see. Then it was a misunderstanding. You're not my type, though I was afraid you might have a crush on me, making things awkward. Hearing this, Ling Yin felt mocked for his presumption, as if Su Mu's gaze had labeled him a toad lusting after swan meat. A surge of intense embarrassment welled up inside him. Gritting his teeth, he rose and said coldly, rest assured you're not my type either. Feng Qianyue smiled approvingly. Good, then you can leave. The man strode out of the room, his back radiating suppressed frustration. Feng Baishan, once again bewildered by his host's actions, asked, Host, aren't you trying to get information from him? Why not seduce him and instead say such things? Feng Qianyue downed the remaining wine in her glass and spoke slowly. That guy, though not particularly sharp, is tight-lipped. To him, I'm just a slightly special low-level life form. He looks down on me at his core. The best way to win him over is to do the opposite. Can you be more specific? Feng Batian scratched his head, feeling his brain might grow. Simple. Despise him. As long as he wants to absorb my energy, he'll keep appearing around me. The more I disdain him, the more irate he becomes, the more he desires. I'll force him to lose his composure. Only when he acts can I counter his moves. Otherwise, with his self-proclaimed superiority, even if he admires me, he won't treat me as an equal. So now I needn't think about how to actively seduce him. What then? Feng Batian blinked his big green eyes. Feng Qianyue rubbed his little head. Get stronger. Whether to make Shen Jingma submit willingly, or to provoke the mysterious man inside Feng Chao, she needed power herself. Strength was paramount. Feng Batian nuzzled his host's palm. Following Boss Chanqian was great, no need to think. Back in his room, Ling Yan's frustration still lingered. In the Qilin squad, he had often been scorned by Jiang Zhiping and Han Yu. Back then he had regarded those two low-level life forms as clowns. Now despised by Feng Qianyue, his emotions spiraled out of control. Ling Yan didn't understand why. He felt a pent-up force stuck in his chest, unable to rise or fall, and he didn't know how to vent it. He told himself not to care about Feng Qianyue's attitude. No matter how special she was just a low-level life form. Humanity was destined for destruction. His interest in her was purely due to her unique energy field. Ling Yan resolved to fake his death and switch bodies within the next couple of days. He would absorb Feng Qianyue's energy soon and leave her, The next morning a knock came at the villa door. Bang, bang, bang. The group was having breakfast. At the sound, everyone froze. In the apocalypse, a knock instantly raised their alertness. Eager to join the team, Chen Jitao was quick to act. Don't move, I'll check. Through the peephole, she saw a man and a woman. Just as she turned to report, a hand reached from behind and opened the door. It was Feng Qianhua. The boss's boldness was admirable. She didn't ask because she already knew who it was. The knocking style was familiar, Lu Wenjin. Sure enough, there he was with Su Qing. Captain Feng, good morning. They smiled warmly. Since they had cooperated before and left a good impression, Feng Qianhua opened the door and said, come in. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing, flattered and a bit nervous, stammered a few okays. Seeing Chen Jitao's unfamiliar face, they assumed she was one of Feng Qianhua's members and nodded politely before entering. Chen Jitao could sense that these two had stronger supernatural abilities than hers. Their respect made her feel like she was considered part of Feng Qianhua's team. Chen Jitao grinned, her vanity slightly satisfied. Though she wasn't officially a member, yet she would find a way to stay. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjin and Su Qing saw two other unfamiliar faces in the living room, Su Mu and Tan Yuling. They sensed stronger supernatural energy from them. Except for the one at the door who was weaker than them, everyone in the house was stronger. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, Lu Wenjin and Su Qing grew more nervous. Su Qing elbowed Lu Wenjin furiously. Say something. Hurry. Lu Wenjin braced himself and addressed Feng Qianhua in the sofa. Captain Feng, we're here to seek cooperation again. Though he spoke of cooperation, his mind was set on coasting to victory. He might as well have written, please take me along, on his face. Feng Qianhua took a sip of morning tea, then set it down leisurely. What is it this time? A small arms depot. The other's eyes lit up. Though they were supernatural users, firearms could boost their combat effectiveness at this stage. Shen Jingmao raised an elegant brow. Reliable information. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Feng Qianhua asked for details. Lu Wenjin, as the spokesperson, cut to the chase. According to our observations, all the weapons are in a small bomb shelter. The guards there have all turned into zombies. We couldn't fight through to go deeper, so we don't know what else is inside. The place is in a remote mountain forest, unlikely to be discovered soon. But we need to act fast to avoid being beaten to it. Feng Qianhua trusted Lu Wenjin's words, but she was curious how they found it. Everyone else was curious too. When Feng Qianhua asked, they all perked up their ears. Su Qing lowered her head, embarrassed. To be honest, my awakened ability is detection. I got lucky and got close to the depot. My detection ability pinpointed the location. Her ability was still weak, so it was pure chance. Everyone nodded in understanding. After assessing the situation, the four members of the Bright Moon Squad all looked to Feng Qianhua. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing also awaited her decision. Chen Jitao looked around and saw all eyes on the slender figure on the sofa. That young face, sitting alone, commanded the entire room. She couldn't describe the feeling. It was so cool and captivating. Her desire to grow stronger intensified. Feng Qianhua sank into thought. She lacked neither firearms nor cold weapons. But with the team growing, she had to put on a show. With the entity inside Feng Qiao watching, she couldn't raise suspicion about where her equipment came from. Most importantly, only through danger could she keep growing stronger. Feng Qianhua raised her bright dark eyes. I agree. And this time, what share do you want? Lu Wenjin and Su Qing exchanged a look, their eyes intense and eager. Nothing. We want to join your team. In the corner, Chen Jitao's smile froze. You guys want to join too? Feng Qianhua looked at the two people opposite her. She had a decent impression of them, but their strength left much to be desired. Apart from relying on crystal cores, the most important way to enhance one's abilities was through epiphanies forged in the face of life and death. This depended on the ability user's comprehension. Those with poor comprehension would improve their strength very slowly. To become a powerhouse, talent, perseverance, and luck were all indispensable. She didn't have enough energy to slowly nurture subordinates. Currently, those in the Bright Moon Squad and the newly arrived Chen Jitao were all ability users she knew would possess outstanding strength in the future. The reason she was willing to maintain them, now showing them extra patience, was because she recognized their future value. They could shine and make contributions on her path to completing missions. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing obviously didn't possess much value. Feng Qianhua wasn't running a charity. She directly rejected their terms. Shen Jingmao was somewhat surprised. From what he'd seen, Feng Qianhua's attitude toward the two had been quite good. He hadn't expected her to reject them. But then again, her judgment of people was truly sharp. At first he had thought Feng Qiao was a novice. Who would have guessed he was on the level of a hidden master? Although they hadn't fought each other, Shen Jingmao wouldn't dare claim he'd have the upper hand. Su Mu and Tan Yuling both had high comprehension as well. The abilities they awakened were all very useful, including his own. He too was someone she had chosen. At this thought, Shen Jingmao's heart grew cold. He suddenly felt as though the other party were playing a grand chess game. Shen Jingmao gazed at the figure in the sofa. Beautiful, yet powerful, mysterious, yet alluring, like viewing flowers through mist. Rejection left deep disappointment on Lu Wenjin and Su Qing's faces. But before coming, they had already psychologically prepared themselves for this possibility. Without personal connections, and without strength, why would others let them join? Rejection was the other party's right, but fighting for it was theirs. Both refused to give up on the chance to attach themselves to a strong ally, so they tried once more to plead their case. Captain Feng, although our strength is weak now, the future is not set in stone. Most importantly, we're extremely obedient. Give us a chance, and we'll work hard and never hold the team back. This attitude of the two instantly intensified the sense of crisis for Su Mu and Tan Muling. Their abilities were weak, and while they were obedient, they would make the leader clean up after them. It was truly embarrassing. Watching the two's sincere expressions, Feng Qianyue remained calm. She had seen too many people who spoke beautifully but thought differently when things actually happened. But considering she had a good impression of them, she didn't close the door entirely. After this cooperation, I'll consider letting you join. Lu Wenin and Su Qing broke into wide smiles and nodded eagerly, making Chen Jitao in the corner enviously sour. Although it was only consideration, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Sigh. Her own strength was even less than theirs. What should she do? Seeing two new members joining the squad, Ling Yvonne had no thoughts on it. His mind was entirely focused on how to use this arms incident to fake his death and switch bodies. Once he switched to a new body, he would fascinate Feng Qianyue, then quickly drain her energy and leave. He came to the Blue Star to experience human post-apocalyptic life, not to loiter around this girl Feng Qianyue. Feng Qianyue felt her temperature today was slightly higher than yesterday, having progressed from a low-grade fever to a moderate one. A high fever was just 2 days away. Taking advantage of the fact that her brain wasn't yet confused by fever seizing the armory couldn't be delayed. One more day, and other squads might beat them to it. After the second Red Rain ability, users had sprung up like mushrooms after rainfall. Now in the Imperial capital, great and small factions were countless. To avoid unexpected developments, Feng Qianyue immediately decided to depart today. The others all agreed. Such an important matter as the armory couldn't be delayed. Besides Tan Muling and Chen Jitao staying at the villa, everyone else moved into action. Tan Muling and Chen Jitao looked on with envy. Only those with combat strength had the qualification to go. Currently neither of them possessed it. Lu Wenin drove with Su Qing, meeting at the villa's main gate. Shun Jingma casually asked, "What about those brother and sister?" Su Qing's tone from the passenger seat was dejected. They joined another squad on their way back yesterday. What did you say? Shun Jingma and Feng Qianyue spoke in unison. The two glanced at each other and immediately got in the car. Let's go. Their tacit understanding made Ling Yvonne grit his teeth, and he silently opened the car door and got in. Sumu was somewhat confused, but obediently following into the car was certainly the right move. Lu Wenin and Su Qing only then realized. Gu Man and Gu Feng, the brother and sister, also knew about the armory. Having joined a new team, they might very well offer this information as a token of loyalty. Lu Wenin slapped his thigh in frustration, angered that he had instinctively forgotten all about it. He stepped on the accelerator and followed the leading car toward the destination. They must beat the other teams there. Two private cars raced toward the distant mountain forest under the noon sun. They pushed forward with full force, all the way avoiding any obstacles they encountered without wasting a single moment. When avoidance wasn't possible, they didn't linger in battle and finally arrived at their destination by dusk. A business van was already parked at the entrance of the air raid shelter storing the armory, with sounds of fighting and zombie growls emanating from within. They were late, but not too late. At least the group inside hadn't finished yet. Sumu was about to charge in when Shun Jingma stopped him. What's the rush? Wait until they're done inside. Sumu blinked and understood. This was a case of the snipe and clam locking horns while the fisherman profits. He looked at their leader, who wore the same calm expression, so he no longer felt impatient. Although this approach was immoral in this apocalypse, preserving their own strength was the right choice. Lu Wenin and Su Qing obediently followed orders. The one least willing to wait outside was Ling Yvonne. He wanted a massive brawl so that Feng Chao could successfully make his exit. Given the strength he'd shown so far, he couldn't die too easily, or it would arouse suspicion from the others. Fortunately, the fighting sounds inside ceased before 2 minutes passed. 2 sets of erratic footsteps drew nearer. The 6 waiting outside saw 2 blood-soaked figures sprint out, the unmistakable Gu Man and Gu Feng siblings. Both wore expressions of utter terror. Lu Wenin and Su Qing ran forward to block them. Where are your teammates? The two were barely conscious, clearly still reeling from shock. Dead. Lu Wenin pressed on. What happened inside? Are there still zombies? However, no matter how Lu Wenin and Su Qing questioned them, the siblings seemed lost to madness. Panting heavily, their eyes dull, their bodies trembling. The siblings scrambled into the car they'd arrived in and sped off. Seeing this, everyone except Ling Yvonne furrowed their brows. The unknown was the most terrifying. Shun Jingma narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and looked at Feng Qianyue. What now? Shall we go in? Feng Qianyue didn't answer, but instead turned to Feng Chao. Can you detect what's inside? Everyone in the Bright Moon squad knew Feng Chao's ability was extraordinary, yet lacked specific applications. but he had demonstrated the function of insight. In reality, however, due to the limitations of projection combined with the human body, he did not possess true insight, unless his projected energy form floated into the shelter to investigate personally. Obviously, that wasn't realistic. Ling Yvonne could only state flatly, "I can't detect anything." Feng Qianyue gave him a meaningful look before shifting her gaze to Su Qing. She had awakened a detection ability. "What about you?" Su Qing focused her breath and unleashed her ability, but upon reaching the shelter's entrance, she was violently countered by an energy surge. She spat blood. "I'm sorry, my abilities are limited." All ability users possessed energy sensing. They could now sense energy fluctuations inside, but had no idea of the specifics. Feng Qianyue had decided to enter and investigate, but she wouldn't force others. "Raise your hand if you're willing to go in." Ling Yvonne quickly raised his hand. Feng Qianyue was second. Shen Jingma didn't want to enter something so clearly dangerous. This sister of his was still too sincere with her own people. If it were him, he would have sent his subordinates in first as scouts to test the situation. Yet it was precisely this kind of courage that made people unable to resist following her. After hesitating, Shen Jingma also raised his hand. Su Mu saw Feng Qianyue raise her hand, and immediately followed without a word. The Bright Moon squad didn't tolerate idlers. Though fearful, Lu Wenin and Su Qing saw the entire Bright Moon squad going in. If they didn't enter, how could they be accepted? This opportunity had been fought for in the first place. It was unreasonable to let others charge ahead inside, while they waited outside for the rewards. Besides, with these capable people around, the safety margin was quite high. The two raised their hands too. Unanimously approved. Feng Qianyue took the lead without hesitation, stepping into the dark air raid shelter entrance first. The zombies sensed the commotion, caught the scent of human breath, and surged forward with blood-curdling roars. The moment contact was made, it became a ferocious brawl. Adrenaline coursed through everyone's veins as they fought for survival. Wisps of ability energy occasionally illuminated the bunker walls, while in darkened corners, hungrily waiting creatures lurked in preparation to strike. In the cramped bunker, the battle proved doubly perilous with no room to maneuver. Feng Qianyue was engaged in combat against a third-stage zombie possessing speed-type abilities. In such a confined space, this zombie proved remarkably tenacious. After more than a dozen exchanges, it remained unyielding. Yet Feng Qianyue showed no signs of frustration. The extreme conditions were forcing her abilities to grow at an accelerated pace. No one would have guessed she was fighting a third-stage ability zombie in close quarters without any protective aura. She was relying entirely on pure instinct and physical prowess. After dispatching the zombie nearest to him, Ling Yin ignored the rest and set his sights on Feng Qianyue. As he spotted the troublesome third-stage zombie, a plan took shape in his mind. Since he planned to fake his death anyway, he decided to indulge in one final act of selfless sacrifice, a gesture celebrated throughout human history. He wanted to imprint the image of Feng Chao permanently onto Feng Qianyue's heart, to make her suffer, to fill her with regret, to ensure she would long for him until her dying day. Just the mere thought of manipulating Feng Qianyue's emotions filled Ling Yin with delight. He immediately moved in. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyue continued to struggle against the third-stage zombie, but her movements had noticeably improved compared to when the battle began. Her techniques grew sharper, and her speed increased. When the zombie lunged with sharpened claws aimed at her eyes, Feng Qianyue didn't even blink. She swung her blade in a horizontal slash toward the zombie's neck. Both sides seized upon this critical moment, each vying for the quicker strike. But suddenly disaster struck. A figure crashed into her with tremendous force. Feng Qianyue hastily retracted her blade, though the killing intent of the wind still sliced across the cheek of the man who had thrown himself in front of her. She watched as the zombie's claws scraped past his eyes. Feng Chao let out a painful cry in his distinctive voice. Almost simultaneously, Feng Qianyue plunged her blade sideways through the zombie's abdomen. She quickly withdrew and decapitated it, her left hand steadily holding Feng Chao around the waist. Ling Yin had not expected that even by rushing in without giving Feng Qianyue any time to react, she would manage to restrain her blade. The worst that could happen was a shallow cut from the blade's killing intent across his face. And the zombie had only clawed his eyes blind. Neither injury matched the intensity of sacrifice he had envisioned. How could he possibly achieve a heroic death under these circumstances? The emotional impact was completely insufficient. Although his spirit form could still see, his human body was now blind. Ling Yin immediately pretended to be blind, flailing his arms in panic as he stumbled about. The battle was not yet over. Feng Qianyue said nothing but carefully positioned him against the wall, then swung her long blade with renewed ferocity, accelerating her killing pace. Throughout the fight, Shen Jingma had kept a portion of his awareness focused on Feng Qianyue. She was still running a fever, and he feared something might go wrong. That was the primary reason he had insisted on coming in, his inability to let her face this alone. The moment he saw Feng Chao charge forward, Shen Jingma's brows knitted together in alarm. From what he had observed, Feng Qianyue could have easily dispatched the zombie before her. Feng Chao's reckless charge would only disrupt her rhythm. As Feng Chao threw himself in front of her, Shen Jingma felt both amusement and a heavy sinking in his chest. Only someone who cared too deeply could lose their composure like this. Given Feng Qianyue's nature, returning home would undoubtedly shift her attitude toward Feng Chao. Shun Jingma coldly withdrew his gaze and struck the charging zombies with greater ferocity. Through their combined efforts, they finally eliminated the entire wave of attackers. The chaotic bunker finally fell silent. Sumu Lu Wenjin and Su Qing all bore wounds, but thankfully none proved fatal. As they came to their senses, they realized one person had fallen among them. It was Feng Chao, someone far stronger than any of them. With the battle concluded, Feng Qianyue approached Feng Chao with a stern expression, gripping his arm. "I'll get you out first," she said. She made no mention of what had just transpired, nor did she comment on his injuries. Ling Yin felt a chill run through him, unable to read Feng Qianyue's current mood, so he agreed along with her. She took his hand, and though uncomfortable, he allowed himself to be led forward by her. Her warm fingertips pressed against the webbing of his hand, her palm radiating a gentle heat that settled softly upon his chest like a drifting feather. She led him past the others toward the entrance where light filtered through in the distance. As Feng Qianyue passed Shen Jingmo, she gave him a look. Its meaning was simple: wait for me. Shen Jingmo received the message, but felt no pleasure from it whatsoever. He could already foresee how Feng Qianyue would treat Feng Chao from now on. She could have simply ordered one of the 3 men to escort him out, yet she chose to handle it herself. No doubt Feng Chao's selfless act had stirred something within her, but in truth Feng Qianyue felt a pang of anger. The entity inside Feng Chao actually sought death. Not only did it want to die, but it also planned to abandon the identity of Feng Chao through this sacrifice. Make her grateful. Make her miss him. Manipulate her emotions. If it wanted to play games, then she would indulge it and make this performance even more convincing. Feng Qianyue led him all the way outside and helped him into the car. She retrieved the first aid kit and swiftly tended to his wounds. Through Ling Yan's spiritual vision, Feng Qianyue's every expression and movement remained perfectly clear. He sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from her. Ling Yan cautiously asked, "Aren't you angry?" Feng Qianyue responded with a cool tone, taking her time to reply, "Didn't you say you didn't like me? Why did you block it for me?" Ling Yan, momentarily speechless, found an excuse. "Blocking harm for you wasn't about romantic feelings. It was about camaraderie. That night you took me and brought me into the villa and helped me join the Bright Moon Squad. You taught me how to shoot hand by hand and your care for me on a daily basis. All of these were my reasons for charging forward." As his words faded, Feng Qianyue finished wrapping his eyes. One hand slid to his chin, gently lifting it, while her thumb traced across his dry lips, sending shivers through his skin. Ling Yan stiffened completely. Through the bandages covering his human eyes, he saw her turn her head. Warm, moist breath brushed against the fine hairs on his ear, accompanied by a lingering tone. "Teammate, I've grown rather fond of you." At that moment, Ling Yan felt as though his very soul had departed his body, leaving him utterly lost for words. After speaking, Feng Qianyue straightened up. "Be good and wait for me." She stepped out of the car, preparing to re-enter the air raid shelter. But then disordered footsteps echoed from within, heading toward the entrance. Feng Qianyue halted at the doorway, her brow furrowing. Within 2 minutes, she caught sight of 4 figures. Shen Jingma was dragging Lu Wenjin by the arm, while Su Mu hauled Su Qing along. The 2 being dragged were still unharmed just 10 minutes ago, when Feng Qianyue had departed. Now their pants were shredded, legs torn open with flesh devoured to the bone, exposing skeletal structures beneath. Behind the 4 emerged an ominous presence, fearful energy radiating outward. Shen Jingma shouted to her, "Get in the car." Without hesitation, Feng Qianyue sprinted to the nearest vacant vehicle and wrenched open the door. Shen Jingma and Su Mu helped the 2 into the car. Through the window, Feng Qianyue finally discerned the terrifying force pursuing them: zombie ants. Countless swarms of zombie ants covered the area in dense formations. Their mucus possessed extreme corrosive properties, capable of dissolving fabric and flesh in the shortest span of time. If regular zombies merely needed to bite humans to death, then these infected animals and insects harbored a genuine appetite for human flesh. They would devour humans completely. Zombie ants represented one of the most formidable species on Earth. They always appeared in massive groups, and encountering them was sheer bad fortune. Su Mu hauled the half-conscious Su Qing into the car and collapsed against the door, gasping heavily with a dazed expression. Even Shen Jingma looked thoroughly shaken. The moment he entered the vehicle, he called out to Feng Qianyue, "Drive." Yet Feng Qianyue did not start the engine. Instead, she stepped back out of the car. Everyone inside was dumbfounded. Confronted by the swarming horde of zombie ants closing in, Feng Qianyue reached into her system store and pulled out a large implement. Though zombie ants posed considerable difficulty, they harbored a critical weakness. For Feng Qianyue, who had survived the apocalypse once before, if the maximum difficulty rating was 5 stars, these creatures barely registered as 2. With the device in hand, she unleashed a torrent of fire directly onto the ant colony. Under the cannon's barrage, they were all wiped out in one sweep. Whether big ants or small ants, none would escape. The best approach against such swarming zombie insects was fire, but Lu Wenjin, the only fire-type esper among the four, lacked sufficient power. With creatures like zombie ants, monstrous insects that prey on much larger targets, one had to suppress them from the outset or they would devour your flesh alive. The moment they climbed onto your legs, there was no escape. Shun Jingma, Su Mu, and Ling Yin, who was feigning blindness, all turned their heads in unison toward the figures outside the windows of both vehicles. Dressed in a black windbreaker and wielding the cannon Feng, Qianyue pressed forward with overwhelming force, eliminating every zombie ant that dared approach within range. Flames erupted across the ground, streaks of crimson merging into one blazing expanse. She stood amidst the inferno with not a trace of panic, her obsidian-like pupils reflecting the fire, a sight so breathtaking it stole the breath. The very creatures that had sent everyone into a panicked stampede were collectively annihilated in barely 2 or 3 minutes. Sumu looked at Feng Qianyue as though beholding a deity. What great virtue must he have accumulated in a past life to have met her? Shun Jingma's phoenix-like eyes curved with a smile, his tenderness overflowing. Every day in this apocalypse alongside Feng Qianyue was filled with wonder, and the sense of security she brought was utterly unparalleled. How could he not become dependent on someone like her? To be able to call her his sister was the greatest fortune. In the other vehicle, Ling Yin watched the figure wreathed in flames, the faint whisper in his ear still echoing. Did she truly harbor some affection for him? What did human affection feel like? Ling Yin could not fathom it, yet his heartbeat quickened. But he knew the like Feng Qianyue had spoken of could not possibly be the romantic kind between man and woman. She, who was so extraordinarily vain about appearances, had even said in person last time that he was not her type. Now when she spoke of liking him, it was most likely just words born from a moment of being moved. After confirming the ant swarm had been completely eradicated, Feng Qianyue opened the car door to inspect the 2 wounded men. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing gazed at her with desperate hope. Captain Feng, our legs. After examining the extent of their injuries, Feng Qianyue said coldly, they cannot be saved. Flesh corroded by zombie ants could not regenerate. Even a healing-type ability could not repair the damage. This was precisely what made zombie ants so terrifying. Before Feng Qianyue could explain further, a cold voice cut through the air. Can't be saved, or you simply won't save them. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lu Wenjin's eyes stung, and a surge of bitter resentment rose within him. He continued his tirade. That woman in the villa with the injured leg, isn't she one of your team members? Why can you save her, but not us? You've decided we're no longer useful to you, so you don't want to bother with us anymore, right? His eyes burned with fury as he glared fiercely at Feng Qianyue. Su Qing lifted his head sharply, his gaze at Feng Qianyue brimming with accusation. Lu Wenjin's words made sense. If Feng Qianyue was so powerful, why wouldn't she save them? It was simply because they had lost their usefulness. As Lu Wenjin's words fell, a soft laugh came from outside the car. Feng Qianyue swallowed her explanation and retorted, usefulness? What value do you have? You were the ones who sought us out for cooperation, and you followed us to join my team. Wasn't that all your own choice? When I say I can't save you, I mean it. People with your mindset would turn against me even if I did save them. Crawl out of the car yourselves. Feng Qianyue's final words carried a gaze like blades and a voice like a spear, piercing straight into the hearts of Lu Wenjin and Su Qing. Their blood ran cold, mouths gaping, but no sound escaping. Lu Wenjin, who had vented his anger in a fit of impulsiveness, and Su Qing, who had silently harbored resentment, were utterly panicked. Stranded outside the car in this state, even with one vehicle remaining, neither of them could move their legs. What was to be done in the middle of nowhere? Tears of regret streaming down his face, Lu Wenjin begged. I'm sorry. I lost my mind for a moment. I spoke out of turn. I deserve punishment. His palm struck his own face hard. Boss, we know we were wrong. Forgive us just once. We were simply unable to accept the loss of our legs and lost our heads. Please don't kick us out of the car. Su Qing pleaded through tear-filled eyes. As Feng Qianyue opened her mouth to strike back, Shun Jingma silently withdrew the shadow talismans from his hands. He had nearly killed the 2 of them on the spot. Watching the 2 men flip-flop so dramatically, Su Mu's anger surged. Now you're apologizing. Who was complaining about our leader just moments ago? If it weren't for me and Brother Shin, you'd both be dead by now. After all we did for you, you still have the nerve to whine. Lu Wenjin's slaps grew louder, and Su Qing's pleas grew more desperate. The resentment finally subsiding, the 2 were genuinely terrified. Outside the car, Feng Qianyue remained unmoved. She had refused to let them join the team precisely to test their character. The result had been thoroughly disappointing. She spoke coldly, throw them down. Without a word, Shun Jingma and Su Mu seized the 2 and tossed them out of the car. No, Aya, we know we were wrong. Boss, please. Dragged from the vehicle, the 2 men endured excruciating pain, but still tried to cling to Feng Qianyue's pant legs, begging for mercy, until a single sentence ended all their struggles. Say one more word, and I will kill you. Silence fell. Feng Qianyue walked to the other car and opened the door. Feng Xiao sat alone. What happened? Ling Yin feigning ignorance despite having witnessed everything asked. Feng Qianyue did not believe the man could not see his injuries were merely physical, while his true form remained untouched. There were weapons waiting in the air raid shelter to be collected, and she had no patience to waste words on him. Dismissive, she replied, "Nothing happened. Let me take you to the other car." Feng Qianyue led him to the other vehicle and placed him under Su Mu's watch, then turned to Shun Jingma and said, "Brother, come with me inside." "All right." After a lingering glance at the blindfolded Feng Chao, Shun Jingma stepped out and took Feng Qianyue's hand. He offered no explanation, and indeed he did not know how to justify the sudden impulse to hold her hand. After all, it was hardly improper for an older brother to hold his sister's hand. She let him lead her without a word. They walked hand in hand back into the air raid shelter. This time it was remarkably quiet inside. The sound of their footsteps and breathing were each clearly audible. Clasped together, Shun Jingma grew increasingly uncomfortable the further they went, his attention entirely drawn to his palm. Only afterward did he offer a clumsy excuse. "There are too many corpses on the ground. I was afraid you might step on them." Feng Qianyue replied calmly, "I understand. No need to explain." Shun Jingma tightened his grip for a moment, but Feng Qianyue quickly withdrew her hand. As he stood at a loss, her voice came again, "Collect the crystal cores from the ground." "Understood." A smile touched his lips. At that moment 2 military jeeps arrived outside the shelter. The doors opened, and 6 people stepped out. Through the car glass, Su Mu caught sight of 2 familiar faces. He rolled down the window and waved happily. "Hey, good to see you again, mates." "It's you, kid," Huang Daxian called out in a loud voice. From the front of the formation came a commanding tone. "Shut up." Huang Daxian's cheerful expression instantly vanished. Beside him, Qi Haoyan patted his shoulder, and the two exchanged a silent eye roll toward the burly figure at the front of the formation. He may not be the most capable, but his temper is enormous. Then again, who could blame him for his arrogance? He had a powerful father and was the only spatial esper in the entire base. Following their leader, the group entered the shelter. Inside the car, Su Mu cursed under his breath, "This is bad." Before the apocalypse, these were weapons stored by the military. The fact that they had appeared here meant they had come to take them away. But these were their hard-won prize. Su Mu desperately wanted to rush inside, but remembering his leader's order for him to keep watch outside, he could only fret uselessly. Ling Yin, seated beside him, remained remarkably calm. Given Feng Qianyue's personality, she would absolutely not surrender this batch of weaponry. Combined with Shun Jingma's deep cunning and formidable strength, 2 against 6 was far from a guaranteed loss. Inside the shelter at that moment, Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma had already reached the armory. A rapid series of footsteps echoed from not far away. The two exchanged a glance and instantly took cover. As the person in charge of this operation, Xie Qinghong realized that someone had beaten him to it when he saw Su Mu. There must be people inside the air raid shelter. He immediately ordered everyone to sprint inside. Upon arriving at the stored munitions area, they found no one and no signs of activity. Could his judgment be wrong? Seeing the goods still there, he issued a stern command, "Move them." The 5 men around him immediately began to act, when suddenly 2 figures emerged from the shadows. "Freeze." Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma stepped forward, both holding shotguns. The Special Forces soldiers instinctively raised their guns at them. The 2 sides recognized each other at a glance. "Boss." Captain Feng, Qi Haoyan, and Huang Daxian called out while lowering their weapons. "Who told you to lower your guns? Raise them." Xie Qinghong barked angrily. If it weren't for these 2 brats being familiar with the area, he wouldn't have used Xiao Qianyu's men. The 2 scolded men kept their faces stern but refused to raise their weapons. Are you kidding? How could they point guns at their captain's savior? Moreover, this benefactor had always treated them well. Neither had forgotten that hearty barbecue feast. Feng Qianyue exchanged glances with the 2, then stepped forward and addressed the irritable man. "Are you the one in charge?" The man furrowed his brows. "That's right." Feng Qianyue knew this guy, as she had dealt with him in her past life too. He was one of the 3 initial leaders of the Xingho main base, Xie Guan's son, and the only spatial ability user in the base. For words described this man, arrogant beyond measure. She casually pressed the shotgun against a crate of munitions, her tone icy. "Good. Then let me tell you, this shipment is already mine." "You're too late." Xie Qinghong let out a cold laugh. "Yours? This is military property." He emphasized each word, his voice ringing with authority. Feng Qianyue remained nonchalant, raising her finely arched brows. "This is the apocalypse. What I've taken is mine by right. If you want to take it from me, you'll have to step over my dead body." As her words fell, Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian, standing behind Xie Qinghong, held their breath, their hearts pounding. What would they do if a fight broke out? The base's orders were to retrieve the shipment, but they couldn't use force against the person before them. That would cause heavy casualties on both sides. Worst of all, Xie Qinghong didn't care about the girl's relationship with their captain. Bringing that up wouldn't resolve the conflict, it would only escalate it. Throughout the entire base, the only person who viewed their captain as a rival was Xie Qinghong. Their worries were not unfounded. After hearing Feng Qianyue's words, Xie Qinghong's anger erupted instantly. How arrogant. You dare to steal military supplies. Since. Stop. Feng Qianhua cut him off. Correction, I'm not stealing, you're trying to steal from me. Interrupted abruptly, Xie Qinghong's neck stiffened with rage. Fine. You say it's yours, but why do these crates bear our military insignia? Don't give me that apocalypse nonsense. He blocked any rebuttal with his domineering attitude. Feng Qianhua casually patted the crate beside her. Oh, then I'd like to ask you, why did you put your insignia on my things? You. Xie Qinghong choked on his breath, coughing violently. Cough. Shun Jingma's phoenix eyes glimmered with amusement as he watched Feng Qianhua's cool, stunning profile, liking her more and more. Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian were about to smile, but quickly pursed their lips. Though they were military, they couldn't help but applaud Feng Qianhua internally. Bravo. Well said. Haha. Xie Qinghong coughed violently, his face turning red. A sharp tongue. You're nothing but a rogue. Before he finished, Feng Qianhua lightly mocked. Compared to you, I'm just a novice. Suppressed time, and again Xie Qinghong reached his absolute limit. He laughed in extreme anger. Ha. A woman only knows how to talk. So arrogant. I'll teach you that there's always someone better. I dare you to bet with me. Barehanded, if you can survive 5 rounds against me, I'll give up the shipment. Feng Qianhua raised an eyebrow. This shipment is mine to begin with. Your wager doesn't tempt me. Then name your wager. Simple. If I win, every time you see me from now on, you'll kneel and kowtow 3 times and call me ancestor. Such a condition was like public humiliation for the arrogant Xie Qinghong. He laughed, even louder, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Fine. I'll add a condition too. If you lose, you'll slap yourself 100 times and kneel calling me grandpa. Deal. The arrogant overlord versus the queen of swagger. This barehanded brawl was bound to be a spectacle. The special forces soldiers turned on ultra-bright flashlights, instantly illuminating the shelter. Both sides put away their weapons and stepped back. Shen Jingma crossed his arms, calm and composed. Though he didn't know the opponent's strength, he had never seen Feng Qianhua lose so far. He believed she could handle it, because she possessed a convincing charm that grew stronger the more you were around her. Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian were eager to watch the show. They knew Xie Qinghong's strength. He couldn't beat their captain in close combat, but could defeat everyone else in the base. Hence he had the nickname Eternal Second. As long as their captain was around, Xie Qinghong could never be first. They had seen Feng Qianhua's driving and marksmanship, but they hadn't seen her close combat. However, since she accepted the challenge, she must be trained and formidable. Now it was all about who was more skilled. Once the space was cleared, Feng Qianhua and Xie Qinghong walked to the center. Xie Qinghong cracked his knuckles, his tone contemptuous. If you can last 5 rounds against me, you win. Feng Qianhua smiled. 3 moves. If you're still standing after 3 of my moves, I lose. 3 moves. Xie Qinghong thought he misheard, but the gasp from the audience confirmed he hadn't. In his life, he never thought he'd meet someone more arrogant than himself. Even Xiao Qianyu wouldn't dare claim he could beat him in 3 moves. He cracked his knuckles loudly. Refreshing. I kinda admire you now. Feng Qianhua dropped her smile, instantly switching to a focused mode, and said coldly, enough talk. Make your move. Xie Qinghong clenched his molars, burst forward, and threw a heavy punch aimed at Feng Qianhua's abdomen. If it landed, the force would send her flying into the shelter wall behind. That was exactly what Xie Qinghong wanted. He intended to knock her out immediately. Win with absolute, overwhelming superiority. The idea was beautiful, but reality. His heavy punch hit nothing but air. Xie Qinghong was stunned. Impossible. His shock didn't last long before Feng Qianhua's vanished figure reappeared before him. How fast was Feng Qianhua? She dodged, and then came back, all to launch a frontal assault. She wanted the word arrogance to be forever engraved with her name, Feng Qianhua. She grabbed the man's extended arm, pulled it down, bent her knee, and drove it hard into his lower chest. Simultaneously withdrawing her leg, she raised her arm and drove an elbow into his back. The 2 forces connected seamlessly, too fast for any bystander to see clearly before it was over. Shen Jingma was shocked. He could barely keep up. Qianqian had improved again. Such terrifying growth. What level would she reach after her second awakening? Shen Jingma dared not imagine, yet his heart raced with anticipation for that day. Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, and the other subordinates of Xie Qinghong all stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, perfectly embodying the phrase, dumbfounded. After Feng Qianhua's smooth combination, the spectators' minds held only 2 words, holy shit. As for the protagonist, Xie Qinghong, there was no need to elaborate. He felt that after throwing the punch, excruciating pain struck his lower chest and back. A stabbing sensation pierced his entire upper body. But it wasn't over. After the elbow strike, Feng Qianhua withdrew from his front, circled behind him, and kicked him square in the rear with full force. Before Xie Qinghong could recover from the agony, an even greater force sent his entire body hurtling uncontrollably toward the wall in front of him. With a boom, he slammed face first into the wall, his whole body crashing solidly against it. Like a giant meat pancake, he flopped to the ground with a thud. Xie Qinghong's subordinates were all stunned. The scene was etched into their minds. The girl had indeed ended the fight by kicking their captain into the wall in 3 moves. Damn, what a hardcore badass. Chi Haoyan and Huang Daxian glanced at Xie Qinghong, who was lying on the ground with a torrent of nosebleed, then looked at the standing Feng Qianyue. They swallowed hard. They dared to say that even if their captain Xiao Qianyu were here today, he would be lying on the ground too. Although their captain was a dual ability user and all-round warrior with comprehensive strength. But now without using abilities, it was pure hand-to-hand combat. Feng Qianyue was terrifyingly strong. Was that even human reaction speed? They could only launch 1 move, yet she could land 3 consecutively. Heavens! If not for witnessing it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Shen Jingma's fiercely pounding heart suddenly stopped as Feng Qianyue delivered a stylish kick. In the bunker as bright as daylight, the dazzling light seemed to converge on her. That cool, ethereally beautiful face was not aggressive in its beauty, but possessed a divine quality. That first night it wasn't him who had caught her, but she who had taken him in. And his so-called exploitation, the twisted thoughts he had entertained were all meaningless before her. Shen Jingma, amidst his surging emotions, grew even more determined to play the role of a good brother and to work harder to improve his strength. Xie Qinghong, lying on the ground, was numbed by pain. The people he brought were all in shock and none came to care for him, but he couldn't muster any anger at the moment. His chest, back, buttocks, nose, forehead. All the pain combined made his whole body numb. Though his ability protected him from the physical pain, the shattering of his strong pride tore him apart. While Xie Qinghong was still in a state of mental breakdown, Feng Qianyue walked over and nudged his shoulder with her foot. Stop playing dead. Get up, kowtow, and address me. Killing the spirit is worse than killing the body. The man wiped his nosebleed, blinked dazedly, clearly still reeling from the blow. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Feng Qianyue gave a malicious smile, lifted her foot, and grounded on his chest. The man let out a heavy grunt, and his eyes focused. Xie Qinghong reached out and grabbed Feng Qianyue's ankle. Amid the pain, a faint, tingling sensation arose. He looked up at the girl above him, whose expression was half smiling, the mockery in her eyes a silent taunt. From a third-party perspective, the burly man held the girl's slender ankle in his large hand, and the foot on his chest seemed more like a flirtation than a punishment. Their gazes locked, creating a hidden tension. Shen Jingma, watching from the side, darkened his face. He clenched his fists, restraining the urge to rush over. He told himself this was a confrontation, the bet was not yet over, and he couldn't disrupt Feng Qianyue's state. Feng Qianyue flicked the tip of her shoe forward, kicking Xie Qinghong's wrist successfully, withdrawing her foot, and said coldly, "Fulfill your bet." Then she stepped back to make room. The man stiffly sat up from the ground, his mind seemingly engaged in a fierce inner battle. After a few seconds, as if he had made up his mind, he silently turned over, knelt on both knees, and kowtowed 3 times in her direction. Thud, thud, thud. Each sound was dull and heavy. In the entire bunker, only Xie Qinghong's sounds could be heard. The irritation in Shen Jingma's heart dissipated like smoke, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The watching Chi Haoyan and Huang Daxian had gloating expressions in their eyes. In the base, Xie Qinghong was their captain's archrival. The Xie family and the Xiao family were currently in a state of mutual check and balance. Although their captain was individually stronger than Xie Qinghong, he was a man of dignity and integrity, and even if he won against Xie Qinghong, he would never make him do such a thing. At this moment, both of them felt a great release. Haha, an arrogant man meets a true boss and gets beaten down. Xie Qinghong's subordinates couldn't bear to see their captain humiliated, and they all lowered their heads. But the bet was made by the captain himself, and the other party's strength was evident. There was no way out. Feng Qianyue watched the man who had just finished kowtowing remain still. There was still the ancestor to be called. For a man of his personality, kneeling and kowtowing was something he could grit his teeth and accept as part of the bet. But a simple light call of ancestor was what he found hardest to utter. Feng Qianyue didn't speak. She neither urged nor backed down. In the future, she would seize the leadership of the Xingho base and might have to contend with the Xiao family represented by Xiao Qianyu. Even if she thoroughly conquered Xiao Qianyu and made him give up the Xiao family's interests, other members of the Xiao family would not simply hand them over. In the face of interest, strength speaks. Feng Qianyue never believed in obtaining things through emotions. Without sufficient strength, others could take them away whenever they wanted. Now, if she could tame Xie Qinghong, it would be easier to control the Xie family's power in the future. Feng Qianyue thought about the consequences of every step she took. None of her steps were wasted. She had gone all out to achieve a crushing victory, precisely to crush all of Xie Qinghong's pride before her. The barking Xie, the Tibetan mastiff, must learn to recognize its master. This ancestor must be called. Xie Qinghong, still kneeling, had no idea he had been targeted. He hung his head, his mind buzzing, every organ in his body feeling knotted. Those 2 words stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. He knew everyone was watching. The subordinates he had once bossed around were all watching. His archrival, Xiao Qianyu's 2 trusted men, were also watching. But at this moment, he didn't care about their thoughts at all. His entire mind was filled with the girl in front of him. She was waiting for him to speak. The 4 words, "a bet is a bet," bound him like a thick chain from head to toe. Xie Qinghong's palms pressed against the ground clenched into fists, and he raised his lowered head. Contrary to his expectation, the girl's expression was not mocking. Those dark eyes were deep and distant, as if belonging to an emotionless ruler. Xie Qinghong's twisted heart suddenly relaxed, and he slowly uttered those 2 words. Ancestor. Like a stone startling the lake's surface, those dark eyes suddenly rippled with indescribable charm. Spring seemed to bloom in an instant. Xie Qinghong's heart was suddenly stricken with pain. Feng Qianyue lightly hooked her finger under the man's chin like a casual owner teasing a dog. Good boy. The kneeling man instantly coughed violently. Cough, cough. Under the dual assault of physical and psychological blows, Xie Qinghong coughed violently. The bet was finally over. His subordinates rushed forward to help him. Feng Qianyue walked past them toward Shen Jingmao. The latter's expression was quite intriguing. Dark energy emanated from his body like misty black smoke, giving him a sinister aura, a far cry from his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Feng Qianyue seemed oblivious to his low pressure and said coldly, "Brother, control your ability." The black mist around the man immediately vanished. Feng Qianyue headed straight for the weapons. Behind her, Xie Qinghong's hoarse voice came. "Wait. A bet is a bet. I'll help you move these goods. I'm a spatial ability user with a 30 square meter space. I'll take most of them, and I'll have my men carry the remaining few boxes." A cold sneer curled at the corner of Shen Jingmao's mouth. Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian exchanged a knowing smile. Feng Qianyue looked at Xie Qinghong. The man instinctively avoided her gaze, but walked toward her. "No need," she refused. Xie Qinghong thought she was worried about leaving the goods in his space, so he quickly explained, "Don't worry, I would never." Before he could finish, she raised her hand and waved, and the ground was instantly empty. A cold draft blew in from the distant cave entrance. Xie Qinghong and his subordinates were utterly stunned. She is also a spatial ability user. This realization shattered the last shred of pride Xie Qinghong had before Feng Qianyue. Though he had lost utterly and hand-to-hand combat abilities were not yet accounted for. He was a rare spatial type early third-stage powerhouse whose spatial capacity had also expanded to 30 square meters. Feng Qianyue could effortlessly store all the goods into her space, which meant her space must be larger than his. The size of the space depended on the strength of the ability. Was this girl so powerful? Yet he could not sense any fluctuation of ability from her. Xie Qinghong never doubted that Feng Qianyue had no ability. The strength she displayed made him subconsciously assume that her ability was hidden due to some special reason. The shock on his face reached its peak. He was completely convinced. Feng Qianyue finished collecting the goods and walked out with Shen Jingmao silently following and walking on her left. Before they had taken a few steps, Xie Qinghong appeared on the right. Suddenly her left hand was taken by Shen Jingmao. On the right, Xie Qinghong completely ignored the man on the left and began introducing himself to Feng Qianyue. "I am Xie Qinghong from the military's temporary base. The main base built by national forces will soon be completed. On behalf of the base, I would like to invite you to become one of the first residents enjoying base resources, and your family can also receive shelter together. How about I be your recommender? What do you think?" Behind the 3, Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian both pursed their lips. They had already invited her. The boss had already agreed with their team leader. Feng Qianyue said indifferently, "No need, I am already among the first residents." Shen Jingmao blinked beside her. He didn't know about this. Recalling the condition Feng Qianyue had mentioned to Xiao Qianyu, it seemed this was it. Being able to enjoy special treatment to enter the base, Xiao Qianyu's background must be extraordinary. Likewise, this person named Xie Qinghong, who could act as a recommender, also had a remarkable background. After half a month, he finally had the answer to his earlier doubt. Hearing that she was already on the list, Xie Qinghong asked in surprise, "Who is your recommender?" Then he heard the name he least wanted to hear. Xiao Qianyu. Xie Qinghong stopped and glanced at Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian behind him. No wonder these two knew each other. So that was it. Xie Qinghong gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn, how was Xiao Qianyu always faster than him in everything? Feng Qianyue glanced sideways at the dark-faced man on her right. In her past life, Xie Qinghong could not surpass Xiao Qianyu. In the power struggle of the base, the Xie family could not contend with the Xiao family, and the Qi family, being the weakest of the 3, was quickly taken over by the Xiao family. 2 years after the apocalypse, the control of Xingho base fell completely into the hands of the Xiao family, or more precisely into the hands of the most capable next-generation Xiao Qianyu. But this life was different. She would seize control of Xingho base, capture all the talents within, and on that foundation build a super base to attract geniuses from around the world. To uncover the conspiracy of the higher civilization and prevent the destruction of the world, all people on Blue Star must unite. From the moment she accepted this world's mission, Feng Qianyue knew that this was not something she could accomplish by fighting alone. This time she would play a grand game of chess. Everyone was a piece on her board, including herself. A strategist enters the game in person, and by making a move wins half a point against heaven. The group walked out of the air raid shelter. The sky outside was dim and birds in the forest let out a few mournful cries. Feng Qianyue had a sense of foreboding. In the car, Su Mu, seeing both groups come out unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief and raised a smiling face, calling out to Feng Qianyue, "Boss." Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma walked hand in hand toward them. Ling Yan stared at their clasped hands, finding it extremely irritating. Shun Jingma wasn't blind, so why hold hands? What was there to hold? Was this a second romantic gesture after the sibling affection? Wait, what exactly is your relationship? Human relationships are so complicated. Feng Qianyue walked while observing the forest. There was nothing unusual, but that sense of foreboding still lingered in her heart. Reaching the car, she took the initiative to open the driver's door and sit down. It was safer for her to drive. Shun Jingma walked around to the passenger seat. Just as she was about to start the car, Feng Qianyue suddenly thought of those two, so she asked Su Mu in the back seat, "Where did Lu Wenjin and Su Qing's car go?" Su Mu recalled, "I didn't pay attention to them, but I saw those two climb back into their car, and after a short while they drove away." "Didn't they beg you, eh?" Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. "No." Su Mu shook his head. Feng Qianyue frowned, and beside her Shun Jingma's clear voice sounded, "What's wrong?" Feng Qianyue said, "Don't you think they left too easily?" Shun Jingma stroked his chin. With their injuries, by mobilizing all their ability to protect their legs, they could barely drive the car. "What do you mean by too easily?" Feng Qianyue couldn't say. In her past life, she had encountered all kinds of people in the apocalypse. Based on her judgment of these two, they would most likely wait for her to come out, and then plead with her. Even if they returned to the car, they would have waited in the car rather than consuming ability to start the car and leave. After all, if all ability was used to drive the other, also a crippled ability user would be doomed if they encountered a few zombies. They couldn't have been unaware of how risky this was. As long as they wanted to survive, they wouldn't rashly leave the area around the air raid shelter. Moreover, with Su Mu, who was easy to talk to, present, they left without even pleading. If they were truly people of such backbone, they wouldn't have harbored resentment toward her. This was what puzzled Feng Qianyue. But if she couldn't figure it out, she didn't want to waste time. So she said to Shun Jingma, "Forget it, let's go back first." It's almost dark. Not far away in a jeep, Xie Qinghong gazed at the black luxury car, murmuring the name Feng Qianyue on his tongue. He had just learned the name from Xiao Qianyu's subordinate. He would remember this person who had humiliated him. Since she was on the list, he believed they would meet again soon. Thinking of meeting, Xie Qinghong recalled the bet. Could it be that every time they met he would have to kneel and kowtow 3 times plus say, "Ancestor"? Suddenly in Xie Qinghong's mind an image of her gentle smile appeared, and then that ethereal voice sounded in his ears. "Good boy." The silly grin reflected on the car window made him jolt instantly. Good boy, what good boy? Did she take him for a police dog in the base? He had lost true, and he had fulfilled the bet for the first time today, but that didn't mean he had no dignity. Next time they met, he would use something else to offset this bet. After firming his resolve, he returned to his previous domineering demeanor, back to the base. The Special Forces soldiers in the car maintained their usual attitude. Xie Qinghong had been defeated by someone else, not by them. Whether in strength or background, he was still in existence that crushed them. The strength Feng Qianyue displayed made these Special Forces soldiers feel only sympathy for their captain, not ridicule. Just as the two jeeps started to leave, Feng Qianyue, having just finished speaking with Shun Jingma, also started the car and drove away. 3 cars drove toward the road outside the forest. Parked in the middle section of the road was another car inside, which sat Lu Wenjin and Su Qing, who had already left. Both of their skin was dark purple, their eye sockets sunken, and their eyeballs protruding, even more terrifying than zombies. Su Qing let out a low, hoarse voice, "They're coming." Beside him, Lu Wenjin said grimly, "If we die, we'll take them with us. Make a move." Su Qing rolled down the window and blew a strange whistle. Soon the distant forest emitted a schwa 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 sound, the noise of countless wings beating leaves. An eerie whistling echoed through the mountain forest, reaching the ears of Feng Qianyue and her companions. Before anyone could react, Feng Qianyue slammed on the brakes and honked the horn. The jeep ahead braked immediately in response. Xie Qinghong immediately leaned out from the passenger window and called out, "What's wrong?" The first jeep, carrying Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian, heard the commotion and also came to a halt. Both men craned their necks to look backward. Feng Qianyue rolled down her window and gestured with her hand. Xie Qinghong muttered a curse under his breath. Is she signaling for a dog? Then he opened his door and walked over. He bent down close to Feng Qianyue's driver's side window and asked, "What is it?" Feng Qianyue frowned. "Didn't you hear the whistle, eh?" "I heard it. Someone's whistling." "What's so unusual about that?" "I can whistle too," he added. Feng Qianyue ignored his remark and spoke coldly. "I think it's a trap." Xie Qinghong immediately grew serious. "Why, oi? It's just a whistle." "This area already shows signs of human activity," Xie Qinghong reasoned. Shun Jingma's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. "You're not wrong, but that whistle was produced using an ability. Listen more carefully to the sounds from the distant forest." Xie Qinghong stilled his mind and listened intently. Indeed, he discovered something strange. A massive flock of birds was heading toward them. The whistle was calling them. Crows. Those words came from the blindfolded Feng Chao. Ling Yin could identify them as crows, but it could not foresee what the flock intended to do. Upon hearing crows, a flash of insight struck Feng Qianyue's mind. She made an immediate decision. Get in the car. We're taking another route. Although no one knew what the crows intended to do, it was safer to avoid them. Xie Qinghong tossed his walkie-talkie to Feng Qianyue, then turned and ran back to his vehicle. He used another walkie-talkie to contact Qi Haoyan and the others, instructing them to follow. The perplexed Qi Haoyan and Huang Daxian began to sense something amiss as well. It was most likely the work of that bizarre whistle. They immediately reversed direction and followed the lead vehicles. Feng Qianyue, now at the front of the convoy, led them at full speed away from the area. There was more than one way to reach the highway. This route had simply been the closest. The other path ran in the exact opposite direction. The three vehicles accelerated fiercely toward that opposite route. As soon as they started moving, Su Qing detected the change. She immediately told Lu Wenjin, "They're running away from us. What should we do?" Lu Wenjin cursed. "Damn sneaky bastards." He channeled all his ability into his legs, locking his foot firmly on the accelerator, and engaged in pursuit. At the same time, Su Qing's whistle grew ever more urgent. As the vehicles moved, the flock of birds suddenly changed direction following the sound. Feng Qianyue and her group also heard the change in the whistle. At the same time, the rustling of the bird flock grew louder, indicating they were now quite close. By now, everyone believed this was a deliberate attack targeted at them. While maneuvering the vehicle, Feng Qianyue recalled events from her past life. In the post-apocalyptic world, every infected creature and plant possessed unique abilities. For instance, the zombie ants secreted mucus, carried super strong corrosive properties. Whether ordinary humans or ability users, anyone corroded would suffer permanent damage. As for zombie crows, she had not personally encountered them in her past life, but survivors with abilities described their encounters as truly terrifying. Those bitten, whether human or ability user, would find their skin turning black-purple, withered, and gaunt. The zombie crows would then regard them as kin and cease their attacks. However, the bitten would gradually die in agony. The duration of death depended on the severity of the bites and the strength of the ability user. If they could receive timely treatment from a healing ability user, there was a chance of survival. A whistle capable of summoning zombie crows. Though Feng Qianyue had never heard of such a thing in her past life, she harbored a faint suspicion. If this was indeed Su Qing and Lu Wenjin's doing, then everything could be explained. Unobserved by Su Mu, they had been bitten by zombie crows. Upon returning to the car, they noticed symptoms emerging on their bodies. Knowing death was approaching, they decided to take everyone else down with them before dying. Su Qing's ability was detection. After being bitten by zombie crows, her body retained the scent of their kind. That bizarre whistle was her method of communicating with the flock. Moreover, within a certain range, she could still detect their movement trajectories. Since they were all going to die anyway, they would undoubtedly expend their abilities without restraint solely to drag everyone else down with them. Having pieced things together, Feng Qianyue asked Shun Jingmo to turn on the walkie-talkie. "I understand what's happening now." Everyone in the three vehicles shuddered. They all wanted to know the true reason for their desperate flight. Feng Qianyue briefly outlined her suspect and her theory of events. She finished speaking quickly, and both the cars and the walkie-talkie fell into silence. Feng Qianyue had started from her understanding of human nature, then connected the dots using the information she knew. Most remarkably, she actually knew the characteristics of zombie crows. This was extraordinary. Words of admiration were hardly appropriate during a life-or-death escape. 3 seconds later, Xie Qinghong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "So what do we do now? Those two are still chasing us. Taking them down is easy, but eliminating so many zombie crows at once is difficult." Feng Qianyue had already formulated a solution after sorting through the events. She spoke calmly. "There is a gas station beside this highway. Let's go there." She hung up the walkie-talkie, and the three vehicles accelerated to full power toward the highway. Lu Wenjin and Su Qing had originally been running on fumes. But in this chase, their hatred had greatly awakened their potential. These nearly dead ability users had actually broken through. It was their final burst of energy before death. Lu Wenjin accelerated his pursuit, while Su Qing blew her whistle with all her might. Screw strength or weakness. If they couldn't save their own lives, then everyone would die. Feng Qianyue arrived at the gas station, and the two military jeeps arrived one after another within seconds. She quickly stepped out and shouted, "Follow me." Then she sprinted toward the convenience store beside the gas station. Shun Jingmo followed closely behind, while Su Mu grabbed the blindfolded Feng Chao, who despite being blind moved with remarkable speed, and they hurried after her. Xie Qinghong, Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, and the other Special Forces members leaped out of their vehicles and charged forward with equal agility. The convenience store's glass doors were already broken, and its interior had long been looted clean. Feng Qianyue and her group entered without difficulty. No one else understood what she intended to do. She pushed open the door to the storage room, which was likewise bare inside. Everyone fell back. The group behind her immediately retreated in unison. Then everyone watched as Feng Qianyue pulled out a bundle of explosives and placed them against the wall opposite the door. She lit the fuse, closed the door, and quickly retreated. Everyone in the group dropped to the ground. The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from within. Boom! A significant amount of dust rained down from the roof. Feng Qianyue opened the door to reveal an enormous hole directly facing the wall. Before she could speak, the sound of approaching vehicles and piercing bird cries erupted outside the convenience store, sweeping over them like a tidal wave. Quick! Go through the hole. After everything that had transpired, Feng Qianyue had naturally become the leader of this group. Before her words had fully left her mouth, everyone whooshed through the opening. Feng Qianyue, however, moved in the opposite direction. Shun Jingma had already crossed through the opening and turned around when he saw her running back into the store. His heart instantly froze. Qianyue. Feng Qianyue rapidly tossed multiple explosive packages inside the convenience store. At the same time, Lu Wenjin and Su Qing had already stepped out of their cars outside. They were already as good as dead anyway. Su Qing let out a sharp whistle and a massive flock of crows from the sky descended, charging into the convenience store in her wake. Feng Qianyue lit the main fuse in her hand just before she rushed inside. Those fleeting seconds seemed to stretch endlessly. As she turned, she found Shun Jingma standing there. Without hesitation, the man seized her hand and dragged her through the gaping hole, sprinting forward. Run! The first group to exit the hole stumbled clear by some 8 meters before turning and sprinting for their lives. Behind them, a series of explosions erupted one after another, the entire ground shaking violently. The sound of crumbling buildings and mournful cries of birds. Su Qing and her zombie crows were blown to pieces. Those crows that hadn't yet made it inside were instantly consumed by the raging inferno, plunging into the sea of fire as they burned. Lu Wenjin, standing outside, had every bone in his body shattered by the blast wave, dying in excruciating pain. It happened within 2 seconds before the first explosion. Feng Qianyue was gripped tightly by Shun Jingma's hand as they sprinted forward. His messy black hair streamed behind him in the fierce wind, and his heartbeat thundered as loudly as the explosions. Feng Qianyue returned his grip with all her strength, pushing her body to its absolute limit as she charged forward. Feeling the fierce pull of his hand facing the howling wind, Shun Jingma broke into the brightest smile he had worn in over 20 years. At this moment, dying in happiness would be acceptable. The continuous roaring explosions resembled a grand fireworks display as the group's desperate escape left all corruption far behind them. Amidst this spectacle of fire and light, they witnessed each other's rebirth. When the explosions finally ceased, the flames erupting into the sky served as celebratory cannons honoring them. On the high earthen ridge, they stood beneath the night sky, distant fireworks reflected in their eyes. A teasing voice rang out. Our vehicles are all destroyed, we won't be making it back tonight. Huang Daxian crossed his legs and sat upon the ridge. Chi Haoyan tossed aside his gun and followed suit, sitting down. With that tone, you're actually quite pleased about this. Xie Qinghong glanced at Huang Daxian on the ground with amusement in his eyes, teasing the subordinate of his rival for the first time. Aren't I your great immortal? Shouldn't you consult me before going on missions? Huang Daxian plucked a blade of grass from the ground and chuckled. I have faith in your abilities, you'll definitely complete the mission and return safely. The rest of the Special Forces members burst into laughter. They hadn't secured the weapons, and instead of the mission, they'd spent their time fleeing and destroying vehicles. Huang Daxian's words dripped with sarcasm. Xie Qinghong grabbed a handful of weeds from the ground and smacked Huang Daxian on the head. Cut the crap. Even if Xiao Qinyu showed up right now, he'd still lose to me. After speaking, he stole a glance at Feng Qianyue's figure ahead and to the side. Su Mu exhaled heavily, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. My legs are done for, completely done for. He had never run this hard in his life. This outing was truly exhilarating. He couldn't wait to share the story with Sister Tan when they got back. Ling Yin watched Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma still holding hands, let out a derisive snort and pretended not to notice as he made his way over, forcefully inserting himself between them. Shun Jingma frowned and tried to push the man away, but Feng Qianyue smiled softly and let go of his hand first. Shun Jingma glared fiercely at Ling Yin, then circled around to stand on Feng Qianyue's other side. You blind bastard. Gurgle. At that moment, someone's stomach let out a loud rumble. Gurgle. Another stomach joined in shortly after. As the adrenaline faded, everyone suddenly realized how ravenous they were. Xie Qinghong rose to his feet, brushed the dirt from his hands, and spoke with commanding authority, his brows raised. As he finished speaking, a stack of 6 meals wrapped in transparent containers appeared in his palm. Rice on the bottom, with colorful dishes layered on top. We're 10 people now, so let's share these meals together, no objections. Chi Haotian, Huang Daxian, and the rest of the Special Forces members chimed in unison, no objections. These were ration boxes the base had prepared, but without Feng Qianyue, they'd all be dead, so sharing with the 4 of them was only fair. Xie Qinghong turned around with satisfaction and called out to Feng Qianyue, come on over, everyone can make do and eat a bit. Su Mu, Shun Jingma, and Ling Yan all turned their gaze toward Feng Qianhua. Her spatial storage was stocked with goods from a small supermarket warehouse containing all sorts of miscellaneous items. Xie Qinghong assumed the three were waiting for Feng Qianhua's approval, so he continued speaking. Come on, don't be shy. We all survived death together after all. Feng Qianhua lifted her gaze to sweep over him, then turned to look at the three beside her. What do you feel like eating? Sumu was quick to respond, barbecue. How fitting to have barbecue, boss. Ling Yan immediately followed with hot pot. The spiciest, most numbing kind. Last time it had been so intense the spiciness nearly made his soul leave his body. Shun Jingma remained composed. I'm fine with anything. Whatever you eat, I'll eat. Meanwhile, Huang Daxian and Shi Haoyan seated on the ground quickly caught on. This boss had supplies stored in his space. They immediately raised their hands and shouted, barbecue. Barbecue. Count our votes for barbecue. Xie Qinghong and his subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Barbecue in the middle of nowhere. You really dare to dream big. Xie Qinghong suddenly realized Feng Qianhua was also a spatial ability user, which meant she likely had food supplies stored within her space. Even so, preparing barbecue required an overwhelming amount of ingredients and setup. It wasn't something easily accomplished. Before he could even ask Feng Qianhua, a barbecue grill, skewers, tables, chairs, and plates materialized out of thin air before her. The table held barbecue seasonings, and coal was placed on the ground. A large bag brimming with ingredients and 2 cases of beer appeared. One stove held a large divided hot pot. Xie Qinghong's mouth hung open in disbelief. The meal box in his hand suddenly felt as light as a feather. Good heavens! He had never seen such a comprehensive setup even back at the base. Shun Jingma lowered his eyes and chuckled softly. Qianqian is just too thorough. Ling Yan lifted his chin proudly. Feng Qianhua was clearly moved by my sacrifice. She's making hot pot, just for me. Tsk tisk. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with admiration. The boss never disappoints. Chi Haoyan and Huang Daxian were drooling so much it seemed to stretch for miles. B-boss, let's get this started. Feng Qianhua stepped onto a beer case, looking out at the pack of ravenous wolves before her. Since we can't get back tonight anyway, everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. As soon as her words fell, the group erupted into excited howls. Boss is amazing. Absolutely incredible. I'm going to die of happiness. What could be more exhilarating than surviving death only to enjoy hot pot barbecue and beer? Haha, well said, well said. And this is still the apocalypse. Come on, let's have an apocalyptic party. Let's drink to today while we still can. The campfire below the ridge burned throughout the night, while the group on the ridge partied until the early morning hours. Feng Qianhua produced 2 large tents and several sleeping bags. Each group took turns keeping watch, 1 person per shift, while the others slept. Su Mu volunteered for the night watch, leaving only Feng Qianhua, Shun Jingma, and Ling Yan inside the tent. It was the first time the 3 of them had shared a sleeping space. Feng Qianhua paid no mind to the 2 men beside her, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep quickly. Shun Jingma's cheeks carried a faint blush from the alcohol he'd drunk. In the dimness lying on his side, he gazed at Feng Qianhua's peaceful sleeping face, a warm current of emotion stirring within his heart. He suddenly found himself longing for that gentle kiss she had given him last time when he had awakened from his fever. Looking at the person so close to him, Shun Jingma felt an irresistible urge rising within him. Just a single kiss. Once she woke, they would still be siblings. He could never be one of her lovers, nor could she ever give him the promise he craved. They would remain exactly as they were. Shun Jingma rose to his feet and glanced at the blind man beside him, Feng Chao. Whether he was asleep or awake didn't matter, he couldn't see anything anyway. That bastard had harbored secret feelings for Qianqian for so long, and Shun Jingma gritted his teeth in resentment. Thankfully the fellow was hideous, so there was no possibility of him forming any intimate connection with Qianqian. The thought brought him considerable relief. A smile tugged at his lips as he leaned down toward the sleeping figures, savoring each deliberate, unhurried movement as he drew closer. The blind, Ling Yan saw everything with perfect clarity. Watching Shun Jingma's movements, he couldn't help but think of his own past attempts. Just you wait, pretty boy. Feng Qianhua would definitely wake up. I didn't succeed, so how could you possibly pull off a sneak attack? TCH, what an overambitious fool. Ling Yan couldn't suppress his inner mockery, staring fixedly at the 2 of them, waiting for Feng Qianhua to open her eyes. He had waited and finally felt Shun Jingma's lips press firmly against hers. Damn, how could this be so different from his own situation? Shun Jingma slowly approached, his long, narrow phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, the emotions in his eyes almost overflowing. As their breaths mingled, he hovered there, gently brushing the tip of his nose against hers like a feather-light caress. At this moment, he shed all defenses, allowing the dependence in his heart to take control of his mind. After teasing her, he turned his head and gently pressed his lips against Feng Qianhua's slightly pursed ones. Shun Jingma could not hear the sound of Ling Yan's mental defenses crumbling beside him. He was utterly focused on this kiss. Originally, he had only intended to give a fleeting peck like the first time. But perhaps because Feng Qianyue was asleep, the suppressed emotions deep within Shen Jingma's heart were fully released. He was not satisfied with just that. Afraid of waking Feng Qianyue, he carefully and gently licked her. His movements were light, but the arm supporting him on the mat was exceptionally tense. If not for a thread of reason still taut in his mind, he would have truly lost control. After just a few licks and sucks, Shen Jingma could hardly bear it. He realized how desperately he desired Feng Qianyue. He could not continue kissing her like this, or he would surely lose control. Ling Yan beside him could not feel Shen Jingma's inner struggle. All he could feel was how much he wanted to kill this man. He was extremely furious. But this anger was different from the anger he felt when Feng Qianyue looked down on him last time. Back then he did not want Feng Qianyue dead. But now he was absolutely certain that he wanted to kill Shen Jingma. No reason, just pure loathing. But killing him was not easy. Shen Jingma was not weak in strength, and was also Feng Qianyue's lover, though Ling Yan did not understand why he needed to steal a kiss if they were lovers. Was this another one of those human quirks? How many quirks did these two have? Regardless, the moment he made a move, Feng Qianyue would wake up and stop him. She would definitely protect Shen Jingma and drive him away. He had just used his blind eyes to gain Feng Qianyue's special attention, and Ling Yan did not want to leave just like that. At least let him use Feng Chao's body to vent the anger he had accumulated last time with Feng Qianyue. Ling Yan made a decision in his heart, but he would not watch Shen Jingma do whatever he wanted. Just as Shen Jingma, not daring to indulge himself further, was about to stop, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. "What are you doing?" It was Feng Chao's distinctive voice. Shen Jingma narrowed his phoenix eyes, lifted his head, and leisurely tidied Feng Qianyue's sleeping bag, then said slowly, "There's no need to tell you what I'm doing." Ling Yan sat up and leaned against the tent, maintaining Feng Chao's introverted persona, and spoke in a low voice. "My ability perceived it." Shen Jingma looked at him. The other's eyes were wrapped in layers of white gauze, yet it seemed as if he was staring at him. Having his eyes scratched by a third-tier zombie would definitely blind him, so Shen Jingma did not doubt it. His tone was cold. "So, what do you want to say?" What did he want to say? Ling Yan was a bit at a loss for words. He only wanted to stop Shen Jingma's actions, but from Feng Chao's position, he really had no right to say anything. Blame it on Shen Jingma's thick skin. He could still be so righteous even after being caught. Was he not ashamed? He thought this and said it. "Aren't you ashamed to do this right in front of me?" A faint snort came from the other side. Shen Jingma knew that Feng Chao was jealous, and he said unceremoniously, "Whether I'm ashamed or not is my own business, but let me tell you, you think you can set your sights on Qianqian. Don't think that taking a hit for Qianqian will change anything. Your actions are nothing but wishful thinking. No matter how much you like Qianqian, you are destined to be just one of her subordinates. I am different. Qianqian and I share the most intimate relationship, closer than anyone. We are each other's only one. Don't blame me for not warning you. Stay in your place, and you can still remain in this team. But if you overreach and covet other things, guess what? If I make Qianqian choose between you and me, who do you think she will pick?" Shen Jingma's last sentence struck Ling Yan's heart. He knew perfectly well that Feng Qianyue would definitely choose Shen Jingma over him. But knowing it was one thing, having Shen Jingma spell it out like that was infuriating. What did Shen Jingma rely on? Wasn't it just his face and strength? What was there to be proud of? He just disdained to seduce Feng Qianyue, but that didn't mean he lacked ability. Just wait and see, he would surely charm Feng Qianyue's soul away. Make Shen Jingma nothing. Killing him would be too easy. From this moment on, Ling Yan had a new goal. Besides draining Feng Qianyue's energy field, he would also make her fall in love with him, turning Shen Jingma's proud identity into a huge joke. How dare a mere lowly life form provoke him? After Ling Yan's passionate inner rant, he lay back down in his sleeping bag. His silence perfectly matched the introverted Feng Chao, who had been hit where it hurt and was feeling inferior. At least that was what Shen Jingma thought. At least this guy had some self-awareness. He lay down with a light heart, contemplating what attitude he should adopt toward Feng Qianyue. Through the kiss, just now, he clearly sensed that his desire for her far exceeded his imagination. Even though he had never been in love, he knew what that meant. Within his dependence on Feng Qianyue, there existed romantic affection. Realizing this, Shen Jingma sighed inwardly. Feng Qianyue had made her attitude toward him very clear, just a bedmate, not irreplaceable. Her frankness laid his self-esteem bare on the scale for weighing. Shen Jingma stared at the bare tent ceiling and found his answer. He wanted both his dignity and Qianqian. Not being the only bedmate was just Qianqian's idea, and he could turn her thoughts around, making her want only him. Wouldn't that solve all the problems? The identity of Big Brother was the best reason for her to get close to him. He decided to fully leverage this advantage from now on, gradually occupying every bit of her heart. Shen Jingma closed his eyes and fell asleep with immense pleasure. After both men had fallen asleep, Feng Qianyue slowly opened her eyes in the darkness. She had woken up the moment Shen Jingma touched her. She just didn't want to move. The other's stealthy kiss was a good sign, no need to scare him off. The mysterious man inside Feng Chao stopping him was somewhat unexpected. This guy's previous goal was to absorb her energy, and now he suddenly wanted to die, and even wanted to toy with her emotions before dying. Feng Qianyue couldn't help but suspect it was because of their conversation 2 days ago where her contemptuous attitude had displeased him. But why would displeasure drive him to seek death? Feng Qianyue recalled the last time he appeared in her room and asked if they could kiss. After being rejected, he left directly. At that time she had speculated that he still had a backup plan. If the shell of Feng Chao died, he could still switch to another shell to approach her. Judging from this incident, her earlier speculation was highly likely correct. However, his motive for stopping Shun Jingma tonight. Feng Qianyue silently curved the corners of her mouth. After being human for so long, had he developed emotions? This was another piece of good news for her. He was the most promising avenue so far for her to approach the truth of the apocalypse. Taking advantage of this blindness incident, she would make good use of it to drag him into the whirlpool of human desires. That night, the 3 members of the Bright Moon Squad, each as dark as black sesame dumplings, slept side by side. Each still had their own thoughts. Ling Yan schemed against Feng Qianyue, both to absorb energy and to retaliate against Shun Jingma. Shun Jingma schemed against Feng Qianyue, wanting both his emotions and dignity. Feng Qianyue schemed against both of them for too many reasons. Everyone thought they were the chess players, yet everyone was a pawn. Even as a pawn, Feng Qianyue would challenge the hand behind the board. Would she enter the game herself, winning half a move against fate, or would she lose the entire game the board destroyed? Let's wait and see. At the break of dawn, people had already risen from both tents. Feng Qianyue stood on a slope with a clear mind, gazing at the distant highway, while Xie Qinghong approached from the side. The man had a neat, crew-cut, rugged features and a body full of muscles, a tall, burly, rough-and-tumble image. At this moment his ears were flushed as he stood beside Feng Qianyue. Breathing in the thin morning mist, he cleared his throat. Could I offset the bet with some other condition? Without looking at him, Feng Qianyue replied, "You may." Joy spread across Xie Qinghong's face. "I don't know what I can offer you, so how about this? When you arrive at the base, you can come to me for any help you need. One of the base leaders is my father." Great, Feng Qianyue agreed. Exchanging the bet for countless conditions, this deal was a sure win. Xie Qinghong, not thinking too deeply, felt a weight lift off his shoulders upon hearing her consent. When they met at the base later, he couldn't possibly kowtow 3 times and call her ancestor every time. If his father found out, not only would he be gossiped about at the base, but his father would lose face. Xie Qinghong had to consider his father's reputation, even if not his own. At the same time, he harbored a selfish thought. After their interactions yesterday, he actually hoped that Feng Qianyue would come to bother him more often when she arrived at the base. Her sponsor was Xiao Qinyu, who was his archrival. If she bothered him more, she would have less to do with Xiao Qinyu. As Shun Jingma emerged from his tent, he saw Xie Qinghong staring intently at Feng Qianyue. His good mood from the early morning suddenly plummeted. Shameless fellows kept popping up one after another. He strode over to Feng Qianyue, suppressed his gloomy expression, and said in a gentle tone, "Qianqian, good morning." "Good morning." Feng Qianyue was startled by his unexpectedly tender tone. This guy had only spoken like that when she first took him in. Was he trying to deepen the bond between them? On the other side, Xie Qinghong, who had been completely ignored, furrowed his brow. He locked eyes with Shun Jingma from across the space. Though the man wore a gentle smile, his phoenix eyes held a chilling coldness. His aversion was obvious. From last night's interactions, Xie Qinghong knew that Shun Jingma and Feng Qianyue addressed each other as brother and sister. They didn't look alike at all, so it was unlikely they were biological siblings. Probably some kind of cousins. Since he was Feng Qianyue's relative, Xie Qinghong didn't dwell on the aversion in his eyes and turned to go back to the tent to call the others. Soon both groups gathered and discussed how to leave this place and return to Daijing. Due to the frantic escape yesterday, all of Xie Qinghong's team's walkie-talkies were destroyed or lost, making it impossible to contact headquarters for a helicopter. Feng Qianyue offered a suggestion. "From my observation, just now there are some abandoned vehicles about 2 kilometers ahead along the highway. Let's go see if any of them are usable." In the apocalypse, there were plenty of abandoned vehicles. It was just a matter of luck. And so the group walked along the morning highway, occasionally encountering a few zombies that were quickly eliminated, soon arriving at the area of abandoned vehicles. After searching, they found a silver pickup truck with enough gas and the keys still inside. The other cars all had varying degrees of damage. The front cab had only 2 seats. Shun Jingma volunteered to drive, and the passenger seat, being the most comfortable, was unceremoniously taken by Feng Qianyue. The rest were all packed into the cargo bed at the back, 8 big men squeezed together in a rather comical sight. Ling Yan, crushed and grinding his teeth, decided that next time he changed bodies he would no longer hide his strength. Just now, with those broken down cars, his energy could have easily started them, and he wouldn't have ended up crammed like this. He wasn't the only one hiding his strength. In the passenger seat, Feng Qianyue had access to various sedans, armored vehicles, and helicopters from the system store that she could get for free, but she pretended to act like everyone else. Transportation was crucial in the apocalypse. Feng Qianyue didn't intend to keep her strength hidden forever. After this awakening, once she had abilities to rely on, she could afford to be more conspicuous. Without sufficient power, being too high profile would only invite endless trouble. Along the way back, they gradually found more usable cars and finally both groups could travel comfortably. The return journey was relatively smooth. No more second level or above zombies, nor infected plants or animals. At dusk, they entered the outskirts of Daijing safely despite some close calls. The two groups parted ways. The moment Feng Qianyue opened the villa door, a fluffy white ball of fur rushed toward her. Feng Batian leaped from the kitchen island onto her shoulder, meowing incessantly. Why have you been gone so long? A whole day and night. Do you have any idea how I've been? Next time you go out, you have to take me with you. I am your system, your heart's desire, your treasure, your strongest backing. How could you leave me behind in the villa? LK in my eyes. Answer me. The moment Feng Batian spoke, Shun Jingma Ling, Yin Su Mu and Tan Mulin, and Chen Jitao in the living room all covered their ears in unison. How could a cat's meow sound so awful? Facing Feng Batian's stream of accusations, Feng Qianyue remained expressionless, patting its round, plump butt. She carried it on her shoulder back to the bedroom before speaking. Why are you angry? I just wanted to give you enough freedom. You finally got a body to move around, and staying in the space would be so boring. The truth was that Feng Qianyue had simply forgotten about the little guy. Feng Batian blinked, its accusing big eyes rubbed its furry head against Feng Qianyue's cheek, and said in a cutesy voice, Qian, don't be so considerate, I'm your system. Wherever you are, that's where I should be. Besides, staying in the space isn't boring. I can still see what you're doing, and there's never a shortage of interesting things to watch. Feng Qianyue smiled. Alright, next time I go out, I'll put you in the space. On the first floor living room. After Feng Qianyue went upstairs, Shen Jingma also returned to his room, and Ling Yin silently went to the guest room. Sumu vividly recounted the adventure to Tan Mulin, while Chen Jitao, beside her, gasped in surprise again and again. Wow, that's way too exciting. There were zombie swarms, burning zombie ants being ambushed by zombie crows, surviving amid explosions, drinking and laughing under towering flames. Chen Jitao's heart raced with excitement. Was this the kind of experience you got by joining the Mingyue squad? Just hearing about it made her hair stand on end. But what to do? She wanted to join even more. The soul of all these encounters was Feng Qianyue. Chen Jitao's admiration for Feng Qianyue rose several notches in her heart. On the other hand, Tan Mulin's emotions were more complicated. Because of her injured leg, she hadn't participated in this mission. Though it was safe, she didn't want this kind of safety. Without a doubt, everyone else's abilities had improved from this trip, while she remained stagnant. Sumu noticed Tan Mulin's disappointment. He took a small bag from his backpack. Look what this is. In the transparent plastic bag were many round soybean-sized, glowing white second-level cores that lit up Tan Mulin's eyes. So many. Sumu grinned and shoved the bag into her hand. The boss gave these to you. Absorb them well, and as soon as your leg heals, get back on the team. Tan Mulin's nose tingled and she clutched the bag tightly. The boss had anticipated her discomfort and prepared this gift for her. She was so good to her. The only way Tan Mulin could think to repay her was to quickly become a strong, independent fighter and work for Feng Qianyue. She raised her lips and looked at Sumu. Does this include some from you too? The latter scratched his head apologetically. Sister Tan, your leg was injured because of me. This is the least I could do. They exchanged smiles, their thick camaraderie needing no words. Watching the whole scene, Chen Jitao felt even more envious. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want teammates like these, a boss like this? Could she be blessed with such fortune? Tan Mulin composed herself and asked about Feng Chao's eyes. Sumu sighed. That silent guy rushed up to block an attack for the boss and got his eyes scratched by a zombie. It's unknown if he'll recover. Feng Chao's actions deepened Tan Mulin and Sumu's camaraderie toward him. Although he might have inadvertently hindered the boss, his intentions were good regardless. After dinner in the living room, Feng Qianyue asked Chen Jitao to examine Feng Chao's eyes. Chen Jitao was eager to help, but her current abilities were too limited. She shook her head. Boss, I want to save him, but his entire eyeball has necrotized. If I had the strength of the 4th level, I could restore it, but I'm not even at the 2nd level yet. Feng Qianyue was not surprised by this answer. From the moment Feng Chao took that blow, she knew his eyes were ruined. In over a month of the apocalypse, even the most gifted ability users hadn't reached the 4th level, let alone needing a healing ability and timely rescue. Under such constraints, it was simply impossible. She knew this, but she still went through the motions, pretending to accompany Feng Chao in the charade. She displayed just the right amount of dejection. Sumu and Tan Mulin looked sorrowful. Shen Jingma's expression was cold. Aside from Feng Qianyue, no one else's life or death mattered to him. As the person involved, Feng Chao remained as calm as ever. He reached out and tugged at Feng Qianyue's sleeve, his hoarse voice low. I want to go back to my room and rest. This statement, uttered right after he was pronounced permanently blind, seemed especially pitiful. Not crying or making a scene made it even more heartbreaking. This was exactly the effect Ling Yin wanted. He wanted Feng Qianyue to pity him. Although this body could never truly attract her, he could use this incident to disgust Shen Jingma for a few days. After playing for a few days, he would leave and then re-enter the Bright Moon squad with a new identity. Feng Qianyue, whose sleeve had been tugged, instantly saw through his act of playing pitiful. He wanted to achieve some perverse pleasure by toying with her emotions. Since he loved to play, how could she not take advantage of it? Without a word, Feng Qianyue took Feng Chao's wrist and led him upstairs to the second floor. Ling Yin deliberately curled his lips as he passed Shen Jingma. Shen Jingma, catching that smirk, almost ground his teeth to dust. He knew that after this incident, Qianqian would definitely change her attitude toward that guy. Shen Jingma thought viciously, why was he only blinded? If only he were dead. He's annoying alive. Feng Qianyue led Feng Chao back to the room and guided him to sit on the sofa. She sat across from the man and said gently, "Your eyes were blinded because of me. Out of apology, what can I do for you?" Feng Qianyue extended an olive branch. Ling Yin immediately seized the opportunity, feeling delighted inside, but putting on a forlorn demeanor. "I volunteered to shield you from harm. It's not your fault that the eyes can't be healed. Don't feel sorry." He continued, "If there's something you can do to ease your conscience, then I hope you can help me adapt to life as a blind person as soon as possible. The dark world frightens me." These words were quite skillful. First, he emphasized that Feng Qianyue didn't need to apologize, indirectly showcasing his own good qualities. Then he assumed a posture of considering Feng Qianyue's feelings, proposing a condition that was harmless but closely related to himself. Finally, he played the pity card to win her sympathy. Feng Qianyue felt she should take back her earlier assessment of him being not smart. Isn't he quite clever? She went along and agreed. "Okay, I'll take a shower first. You sit here for a while, and we'll discuss and draft a plan later." She continued, "Starting tomorrow, we'll begin training you to adapt to normal life." He replied, Ling Yan's heart was aflutter. Feng Qianyue's attention to him had clearly deepened. She would write the plan tonight and start helping him adapt tomorrow. Over the next few days, they would be together day and night. Just see how he would infuriate Shen Jingma. Haha, even with Feng Chao's face, he could still make him eat humble pie. But soon Ling Yin couldn't laugh anymore. Because right in front of him, Feng Qianyue was undressing. He instinctively wanted to turn away, but just as he was about to move, he forcibly restrained himself. Making that move would likely arouse Feng Qianyue's suspicion. Ling Yin sat ramrod straight, like a statue, watching the girl's slender fingers slowly and deliberately unbutton her loungewear. With her movements, more of her porcelain-white skin was revealed. The few buttons were quickly all undone. She slipped off the silky top and casually tossed it onto the bed. Ling Yan's breathing slowed. It felt as if a fire had been ignited inside him, the flames spreading wildly. Yet he could not show anything. The palms resting on his thighs felt damp and hot. Her hands went to the edge of her pants. Without any mental preparation, she pulled them down abruptly. Ling Yin grabbed the flesh of his thigh, but he felt no pain at all. His lips parted slightly, and an inexplicable emotion surged over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him instantly. Feng Qianyue treated him as blind, but he could see. At this moment, Ling Yin didn't know if he was too nervous to remember or if his subconscious wanted to look. His spiritual body's perspective could block the view, but he didn't do so. In his heart, a wildfire raged, thunderous drumbeats resounded, and chaotic spiritual energy intertwined, tearing at his soul. On the surface, he sat upright and proper, but his gaze clung to every inch of the person's skin across from him. Feng Qianyue, clad in her undergarments, her slender and well-toned body was exposed to his eyes. The fire in Ling Yan's body rose to his throat. He wanted to cough, but refrained. His forehead grew damp with heat. He hated heat the most, so his body was always in a cold state. But now this body was completely out of control. However, it wasn't over yet. Feng Qianyue walked toward him, and as she approached, Ling Yan caught the scent of her body. Pure and cool, just like the impression she gave. Ling Yan's heart trembled, and he immediately spoke. You haven't gone to take a shower yet." His already hoarse voice perfectly masked his discomfort. Feng Qianyue smiled, nonchalantly bent down to pick up a bottle of mineral water from the island counter, took his hand, and pressed the bottle into his palm. She said, "This is water. Drink if you're thirsty. I'm going to take a shower now." She acted perfectly normal, without any hint of ambiguity, as if she were simply caring for a blind man. But for Ling Yin, that was not the case. She was nearly naked, very close to him, bending down to hold his hand, speaking softly. This combination of moves left Ling Yin completely dumbfounded, his mind blank. He had forgotten what they were supposed to do next, only the scent of Feng Qianyue lingering around him. Not until she entered the bathroom and the door slammed shut did he snap back to reality. He let out a heavy breath, hastily unscrewed the bottle, and gulped down more than half of it. So thirsty, dying of thirst. This human body's reactions tortured his spirit in every way. He simply couldn't control these changes. His heart pounding violently in his chest felt as if it were being squeezed by a force, making it hard to breathe. Ling Yin once again had the urge to flee. But now he was Feng Chao. He couldn't run away. Not only could he not flee, but he also had to force himself to adapt. This was to prepare for later, when he would assume a new identity to obtain energy from Feng Qianyue and take revenge on Shen Jingma. Ling Yin convinced himself that it was just a low-life body, nothing to fear. He had studied the human female body before. It was nothing special. With continuous psychological soothing, Ling Yin gradually calmed down. His throat no longer itched, his breathing was smooth, his body stopped heating up, and everything returned to normal. He had just unscrewed the cap and taken a sip of water when the bathroom door opened. The girl stepped out wrapped in a white towel. Flushed cheeks, water droplets sliding from her neck to her chest, long and fair legs. The movements couldn't conceal the view. Ling Yan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and the water in his mouth went down the wrong way. The next second he burst into violent coughing. Cough, cough. She quickly walked over to him and patted his back. Ling Yan was burning all over. While dodging coughing, he squeezed out from his throat, "You cough. I'm fine. Cough. Don't touch me." From the moment Feng Qianyue handed him water, she sensed the change in his body. Even she, who was burning with fever, felt that heat was scorching. Feng Chao's body had always been icy cold. Such a stark contrast was enough to reveal the turmoil within him. Unfortunately, this shell of his was not to her liking. The most she would allow was ordinary team contact, though anything more was out of the question. The plan was hastily drafted and hastily concluded. The man's restless demeanor was quite amusing. Whatever she said went, and soon a rough outline of the plan was written. Feng Qianyue offered to escort him back to his room, but just as she reached for his wrist, he flinched and evaded her touch. Euphemistically, he said, "Well, I'll just get used to it now." Ling Yan stumbled almost unsteadily to the door of his room. As he stepped out, he was immediately confronted by the annoying figure. Shun Jingma stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall opposite. The light from the room cast his silhouette half in shadow. Ling Yan's burning body rapidly cooled. His foot paused mid-step, and he rasped, "Captain, perhaps you should escort me back to my room." Feng Qianyue said nothing. She stepped out from behind and took his hand. "Let's go." Shun Jingma watched their figures disappear around the corner of the staircase. A few minutes later, Feng Qianyue appeared in the hallway. "Brother, why aren't you asleep yet?" Her tone was calm, as if she couldn't see the gloom that enveloped the man. "Do you have a high fever?" he asked, ignoring her question. Feng Qianyue stopped in front of him, stood on tiptoe, and said, "Feel for yourself." Shun Jingma's arms tightened, then loosened. He raised one hand and pressed it against Feng Qianyue's forehead. The scorching temperature clearly indicated she was in the throes of a high fever. He lowered his hand, and in the same motion grasped her wrist and led her into the room. "I'll stay with you tonight." Feng Qianyue murmured her assent. Shun Jingma feared she might awaken tonight, but she herself felt it wasn't yet time. Though her temperature had risen, her head was perfectly clear. Only when dizziness set in would it be the right moment. However, she didn't want to explain that to Shun Jingma. 10 minutes later, he spread a blanket on the floor beside her bed. Their relationship appeared to have returned to its original state, but inwardly it had changed beyond recognition. When the candle was blown out, the room plunged into complete darkness. Shun Jingma stared unblinkingly at the ceiling. That bastard Feng Chao was like a thorn lodged in his chest. Even knowing he could never be a threat, he still felt a sting of irritation. Yet he could do nothing about him. In the darkness, he let out a heavy sigh. From above and to the side came a cool voice. "Why are you sighing?" "It's nothing." Shun Jingma suppressed his inner thoughts. Even if he expressed his dissatisfaction, nothing would change. Qian cared about him, but she wouldn't drive Feng Chao away. After about 10 minutes, sensing that the person in bed had fallen asleep, Shun Jingma sat up. After staring for a moment, he felt a restless urge stirring within him. This time, only the two of them were there, with no third party to intrude. He knelt on the mat, his upper body leaning close to the head of the bed. In his pitch-black, deep-set eyes, only Feng Qianyue's tranquil, sleeping face was reflected, and everything else faded away. Shun Jingma slowly lowered his head. This time, he didn't stop at the tip of her nose. His tilted head was perfectly positioned for a kiss. He went straight for Feng Qianyue's rosy, full lips. As he drew closer, he could feel the heat radiating from her, mingling with a faint fragrance. His palm pressed against the edge of the bed, clenched the sheet tightly. His Adam's apple bobbed, and then he gently touched her lips. The moment of contact drew a sigh from his lips. As it turned out, once was never enough. Shun Jingma was already addicted, lost in the moment. In the darkness, Feng Qianyue's thick lashes fluttered, but she didn't open her eyes. The searing heat met the coolness, and the man extended the tip of his tongue, gently tracing the outline of her lips. The wet, cool sensation was like a soft jelly clinging to her. When his tongue slid over the seam of her lips, Feng Qianyue parted them just slightly at the perfect moment, and the man's tongue slipped in effortlessly. Shun Jingma froze. After confirming that she hadn't woken up, he began to move. Even though his whole body was tense and on the verge of losing control, his movements remained restrained. He was afraid that waking Feng Qianyue would make things awkward between them. Earlier, he had firmly rejected the idea of a bedmate, insisting on returning to the role of a brother. If Feng Qianyue knew how desperately he desired her, it would only make it harder for her to fall deeply in love with him. Rarity breeds value. The unattainable stirs longing. He had to maintain his composure in front of her. Yet no matter how beautifully he imagined it, Feng Qianyue's single move shattered his restraint. The man's hesitant behavior made her unwilling to endure any longer. She reached out a hand and placed it on the back of Shun Jingma's neck. He jerked in surprise and lifted his head. In his bewildered gaze, Feng Qianyue blinked her hazy eyes and let out a soft murmur. Brother, you're in my dream again. Dream. Shun Jingma's heart, which had been clenching, relaxed. Then his entire body felt as though it were wrapped in clouds. So Qianqian dreamed of him too. His mood buoyant, he bit down on Feng Qianyue's earlobe and sucked, gently asking in a low voice, "What does your brother do in your dreams?" In the darkness, Feng Qianyue curled her lips, her fingertips stroking the back of the man's neck as she spoke in a floating, dreamy tone. We do it till dawn. The sound by his ear ceased abruptly. The man's prone body became stiff as a board, and the hot breath at his ear grew heavier. A firework exploded in Shun Jingma's mind, crackling and blazing wildly. Just as he was struggling to restrain himself, her voice came again. Not doing it. Those 3 words hit the chaotic mess of Shun Jingma's brain like a reset button. He lifted his head and in one swift motion climbed onto the bed, staring intently at Feng Qianyue's hazy eyes. Her flushed face and clearly dazed state were evident. Would she believe that whatever happened tonight was just a dream? If she thought it was a dream, why should he hold back? The last shred of hesitation cast aside, Shun Jingma's demeanor changed dramatically. He kissed her with a fierce and urgent fervor, a wild passion that had shattered all barriers. Amusement flickered in Feng Qianyue's eyes. She had finally hooked him. She could finally satisfy her appetite without wasting her performance. In every aspect, Feng Qianyue intended to be the one in control. She flipped over and pinned Shun Jingma beneath her. Brother, in my dream, I call the shots. Step 1, put your hands on my waist. Step 2. This time Shun Jingma didn't merely hover his hands over the girl's waist as he had in that dream. He grasped it firmly, his scorching palm imprinting on her skin through the thin fabric. Those phoenix eyes were already flooded with desire, but he obediently completed only the first step. He raised the corner of his mouth in a carefree smile. Say, brother, and I'll do whatever you want. Feng Qianyue feigned confusion, maintaining her sleepy state. You're not my brother. He wouldn't make me call him that. Tell me, who are you? As she spoke, Feng Qianyue boldly took the opportunity to pat the man's chest muscles. The feel was quite pleasant. This was the first time Shun Jingma had seen Feng Qianyue in such a dazed state. His heart felt as though a piece of candy had melted inside it, the sweetness making him dizzy. Having grown accustomed to her calculating and authoritative demeanor, the contrast of this moment was simply irresistible. Shun Jingma no longer pressed the issue of being called brother. He rose and drew himself close to her, leaning in to capture her lips in a fervent kiss that conveyed all his affection. Feng Qianyue played with the strands of his hair, savoring the pleasure. To her regret, Shun Jingma showed no intention of going further. His excuse mirrored the one he had given when he had a high fever last time. He feared it might harm her body and said he would wait until she awakened. Feng Qianyue had nothing to say, otherwise her disguise would have been exposed. Fortunately, her self-control was strong, and within moments, she had fallen asleep. Shun Jingma, his body still burning, looked at the person fast asleep beside him and couldn't help but smile helplessly. She truly treated him as someone from her dream. He rose quietly and retreated to his own room for a shower to cool down. In the cat bed by the windowsill, Feng Batian covered his mouth with his paws the entire time, his luminous green eyes watching everything through the sheer curtain. My, how thrilling! It was even more intense than what he had experienced within the system space. Even without reaching the final step, the overflowing tension was enough to make him want to howl like a wolf. Living alongside Qianqian was simply the best. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, but Shun Jingma was nowhere to be found. After washing up, Feng Qianyue checked her temperature. She was still running a high fever. Her head felt a bit groggy. It seemed it would happen either today or tomorrow. She hadn't expected her awakening in this life to take several days. But this was a good thing, so she didn't mind the few days' wait. Dressed and ready, she descended to the first-floor dining room, where Tan Muling had already prepared breakfast and set it on the table. Shun Jingma watched Feng Qianyue approach, noting that her gaze held no trace of the previous night's events. For her, as for him, it was as if everything had been a dream. A wave of complex emotions swept through him, leaving him unable to determine whether loss or relief weighed heavier. Across the table, Ling Yan caught the way Shun Jingma looked at Feng Qianyue. He sneered inwardly. What nonsense about being a brother. The entire Moonlight Squad took their seats at the table, where an extra breakfast had also been placed for Chen Jitao. Chen Jitao picked up her breakfast, preparing to leave. Though she desperately wanted to join this team, she lacked the strength to do so. After hearing Su Mu recount the incidents involving Lu Wenjin and Su Qing, her desire to join had significantly cooled. Those two had appeared so sincere when they were at the villa, yet Feng Qianyue hadn't even considered letting them stay. After everything that had happened since, Feng Qianyue would surely be even more reluctant to accept new members. Chen Jitao dejectedly picked up her tray and walked toward the living room when a clear, steady voice rang out behind her. Where are you going? Chen Jitao paused and turned to see Feng Qianyue speaking. Boss, just sit and eat here. Oh, okay. Chen Jitao carried her tray to the dining table and sat down, lowering her head as she couldn't suppress a smile. For this one gesture from the big shot, she would work hard to strengthen herself and strive to join the team as soon as possible. Feng Qianyue casually glanced at her. From the moment she had brought Chen Jitao back, she had never intended for her to leave. Chen Jitao's strength was weak, but who hadn't grown from weakness to power? In her past life, Chen Jitao had been the team's master healer under Shen Jingma. Her healing ability was exceptionally strong, becoming increasingly vital at higher levels. Although Feng Qianyue had already decided Chen Jitao would one day belong to the Moonlight Squad, she would not make it easy for her to join. She needed to earn her place herself. After breakfast, Feng Qianyue proactively proposed following the plan they had discussed the night before to take Feng Xiao out to train his survival skills. However, the other responded considerately, "You're still running a high fever. Let's start after you awaken in a couple of days." This fellow was quite sensible. "Fine, let's do it in 2 days." As noon approached, Feng Qianyue's head grew even more dizzy, though she could still think clearly. Just as she was about to return upstairs to lie down, the entire house shook violently. Items on the walls and tables crashed to the floor with a clatter. Without the slightest warning, a massive earthquake struck. "Run!" Feng Qianyue shouted. The next instant, Shen Jingma grabbed her hand and bolted outward, while Ling Yan, quick on his feet, seized her collar. The three of them rushed out of the villa together. Behind them, Su Mu carried the leg-injured Tan Muling on his back, with Chen Jitao stumbling along in pursuit. Hardly had they emerged when the entire building collapsed like sand, crumbling into ruins. Thankfully, this villa district had relatively open terrain, with buildings spaced apart. The row of collapsed houses resembled a series of piled tombs, raising clouds of dust and signaling death. It was a blessing that this earthquake occurred after the second red rain, when more people had awakened their abilities. Aside from Feng Qianyue's group, there were still quite a few survivors in the residential area. Her brows knit tightly. This earthquake had not occurred in her past life. The special walkie-talkie from her spatial storage emitted a sound. Ooh, she retrieved it and answered. Xiao Qianyu's urgent voice came through. "The base has detected an earthquake in Dijiao. Are you alright? Have you been injured?" "I'm fine." "Are you saying the epicenter is in Dijiao?" "Yes, why?" "I'll contact you later." Feng Qianyue hung up, tossed the walkie-talkie back into her spatial storage, and without a word sprinted out of the villa district. Her unusual behavior made the others anxious. Shen Jingma chased after her. Ling Yan was about to follow, but stopped mid-step, remembering he was blind. He grabbed Su Mu instead. "Captain, has she gone ahead? Let's find her quickly." Su Mu snapped back to attention, hoisted Tan Muling onto his back, and raced after them. Ling Yan tugged at Su Mu's clothes and ran even faster, while Chen Jitao quickened her pace to catch up. As Feng Qianyue ran, she queried the little system in her mind. "Did you sense anything before the earthquake?" "Nothing. Neither did I." This isn't a good sign. Both she and the system could sense fluctuations in the world will's energy. Any disturbance caused by the world will would leave at least a faint impression on their perception. But this time they had felt absolutely nothing. What did that mean? It meant this earthquake's energy fluctuation was not the work of the world will. Feng Qianyue ran outside the villa and climbed to a vantage point to survey the distant buildings. The closer structures were more severely damaged, while those farther away suffered lighter destruction. The epicenter was indeed nearby. How could this be such a coincidence? An earthquake that had never occurred in her past life had appeared near her in this new timeline, and it was not caused by the world will. Putting the two together, Feng Qianyue could not convince herself that this was merely a coincidental event from a newly open timeline. She caught a whiff of conspiracy. With her awakening imminent, such a bizarre incident arose. How could one not be suspicious? If it was not directed at her, then it could only be related to the mysterious existence within Feng Chao. Feng Qianyue looked up at the overcast sky overhead, as though two black hole eyes were gazing down upon the entire land of Blue Star. Causing such a localized but intense earthquake indirectly proved that the mastermind behind the scenes currently had limited striking power against Blue Star, nothing compared to the world-destroying explosion that would come later. Feng Qianyue exhaled heavily. She would definitely uncover the culprit. Tens of millions of lives on Blue Star could not die so inexplicably. Feng Qianyue's grave expression kept Shen Jingma, Ling Yan, and the others from daring to interrupt. Ling Yan looked up at the sky. If a human possessed his spiritual vision, they would discover a gigantic black hole hanging above Blue Star's horizon, resembling an eye, pitch black and terrifying. Ling Yan frowned and cursed the Fu clan inwardly. What was this? Did they know he was here and want to kill him? Was the energy of one Blue Star not enough to repair them? Did they also want to set their sights on the Ying clan? Ling Yan decided to return and investigate when he changed shells in a couple of days. With his awakening imminent and his comfortable villa destroyed, Feng Qianyue contacted Xiao Qianyu to prepare for a move to the temporary base. After making arrangements, she retrieved a 7-seater luxury business van from the system shop. The others watched the car appear out of thin air and blinked numbly. Sumu couldn't hold it in and blurts, "Damn it. Boss, are you a magician? Where did you get this?" "From somewhere you clearly don't know." Feng Qianyue said calmly, opened the door, and got in. what goods she had when she stored them in her spatial dimension, and where they came from. None of that required explanation to them. They were her subordinates. Even her confidants did not deserve such details. In the apocalypse, everyone had a few trump cards, especially one bearing the title of spatial ability user. A big shot must maintain an air of mystery. What was there to explain? True reverence and deterrence stemmed from the unknown and the aura of mystery built upon one's strength. Explaining too much would only diminish that effect. Let them fill in the blanks themselves. The group quickly constructed their own explanations. During the days they lived in Feng Qianyue's villa, they had learned something about her life before the apocalypse. She was absolutely a wealthy heiress. She lived with her grandmother, and after her grandmother passed away, she sold off the inheritance. After the first red rain, she became a spatial ability user with extraordinary power. Before the chaos erupted, she stockpiled many good things into her space through various means. Others might not have such capability, but Shun Jingma and Ling Yin firmly believed Feng Qianyue did. Before this, she had pulled out various firearms and supplies. Now producing a car was not so hard to accept. The main reason for their astonishment was the mystery of her spatial size. In everyone's eyes, Feng Qianyue was an enigma full of allure. Thus the group of 6 got into the commercial vehicle and headed for the imperial capital city, passing through it to reach the underground bunker that served as the temporary base. Sumu drove and Ling Yin sat in the passenger seat. In the middle 2 seats sat Tan Muling and Chen Jitao. In the back 3-seat row sat Feng Qianyue and Shin Jingma. Shortly after the car set off, Feng Qianyue felt a severe headache accompanied by pain, and her body burned like a small furnace. She frowned, leaning against the seat back with her eyes closed, when suddenly Shun Jingma's clear, gentle voice sounded in her ear. Rest on brother's lap. Feng Qianyue did not stand on ceremony. She took off her shoes and lay horizontally across the man's thighs, facing upward. He happened to look down, and their eyes met. The carriage was not quiet. Outside came the roaring of zombies or humans and sounds of fighting. But at that moment, both of them shut out all external information. The man pressed his thumbs gently on her temples, leaning close to whisper, "Close your eyes and rest." Feng Qianyue's dark pupils swept over Shun Jingma's face. Now he finally looked somewhat like a loyal dog, not wasting the effort she had spent on him. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, enjoying his service. Whether the massage actually worked, or it was just a psychological effect, the pain in her head subsided. Ling Yin didn't need to turn around. His spiritual sense clearly saw the interaction in the back row. He did not know when it started, but seeing the two of them together irritated him. If not for the persona of Feng Zhao being silent and reserved with an ordinary appearance, he would have been unable to resist sabotaging. Since joining the Bright Moon Squad, his emotions had been easily influenced. Feng Qianyue affected him because her energy field was sufficiently attractive. But why did Shin Jingma also affect him? His emotions toward him were only disgust. He had started to dislike this guy even before the tent conversation. Ling Yin forced himself to analyze calmly why he was influenced by these two. In fact, the root cause was still Feng Qianyue. As a higher life form incarnating as a human on Blue Star, he knew that Blue Star would eventually be destroyed. No matter how powerful Feng Qianyue was, her abilities could not break through the limit set by the Fu clan for all ability users. Without breaking the limit, she could not discover the truth of the apocalypse. Naturally, she could not see the giant black hole in the sky either. Therefore, humans were merely living beings in a petri dish waiting to be fattened and slaughtered. Neither ordinary humans, zombies, nor ability users could see it. So no matter how attractive her energy field was, she was still a low-level life form. He was the next chieftain of the Yin clan, absolutely not to be swayed by a mere low-level life form. He could experience human life, but he must never experience human emotions. Ling Yin sounded a warning to himself, then blocked his view of the back row. He decided he would not play around for another 2 days. Once they reached the imperial capital, where dangers lurked everywhere, he would find a chance to fake his death completely. Then return to the Yin clan to find out if the Fu clan had a new conspiracy, and decide whether to come back. If the Fu clan had no new conspiracy, he would return to Feng Qianyue's side, absorb her energy cleanly in the manner she liked best, and take revenge on Shun Jingma as well. After confirming his plan, Ling Yin completely suppressed the chaotic thoughts. What was Feng Qianyue doing in the last row? She had changed from lying on her back to lying on her side, and no longer let Shun Jingma massage her temples. Feng Qianyue faced the man's waist, her left hand gripping his waist and pulling down the fabric there. Shun Jingma, his ears red, leaned down and whispered, "What's wrong?" "I have a toothache." Feng Qianyue lied without hesitation. As the saying goes, toothache is not a disease, but it hurts like hell. She frowned as if her tooth really ached. Shun Jingma had no suspicion at all. The slight embarrassment from the posture instantly dissipated. He said seriously, "Let Shin Jitao take a look at you. Maybe her healing ability will work." "No use," Feng Qianyue said firmly. The man persisted, "How do you know if you don't try?" Feng Qianyue stared straight at him. "I know how to relieve it." "How?" Shin Jingma took the bait and asked. The person lying on his legs said leisurely, "Let me bite your abs a couple of times." Boom. Shen Jingma's entire body instantly flushed red. Although they had had more intimate contact the night before, it was only the two of them then, and she thought it was just a dream, so he completely let down his guard. Now in the sealed carriage with 4 people in front. Qianqian always had a way of shocking people with words. Even in the dream last night, she could say things that struck him instantly. Shen Jingma suppressed the turmoil in his heart, letting reason retake his mind. He could not satisfy her so easily. He had to gradually guide her to fall in love with him. So he brought up what Feng Qianyue had said before. Didn't you say last time that you had completely given up your feelings for me and only saw me as family? Want brother to satisfy you easily. You just have to promise me. Did I say that? Oh, I remember now. Well, forget it then. Feng Qianyue's words silenced the man, and the joyful expression on his face plummeted into gloom. She hadn't forgotten. It was just that this position made her teeth itch, and she wanted to bite something, so she casually made up a lie. Want to use this to manipulate her? Sorry, no way. When they reached the temporary base, her old flame would be there. Which handsome guy wouldn't do? She had never fixated on just one person. Shen Jingma hadn't wanted this development. He thought bringing up that sentence would make Feng Qianyue beg him a little, maybe even agree to his request of being her only bedmate. He never expected she wouldn't give him any chance. Shen Jingma was furious. He felt like a puppet being toyed with. Damn it. She actually underestimated him. Then brother will teach you a lesson what it means to be overindulged and then abandoned. I bet you won't stay so calm. Feng Qianyue had already given up and was about to adjust her posture to sit up when suddenly a big hand cradled her head, holding her still. The other hand elegantly unbuttoned the lower hem of his shirt, then pressed her face against his abdomen. Her nose tip touched the firm, warm abdominal muscles. The man's scent, perhaps altered by the dark ability, exuded a fresh, moist rainforest aroma, becoming tempting as his body temperature rose. Feng Qianyue curved her lips, bared her teeth, and bit down. The man grunted, tightened his grip on her head, and slid his slender fingers into her hair, stroking. He leaned down to her ear and whispered hoarsely, "Want to bite somewhere else?" The man's voice carried suppressed lust. Feng Qianyue turned a deaf ear to his words, playing with a bite in her mouth. This guy was trying to flirt with her. He had grown quite a bit. But how to eat and when to eat the rhythm was hers to decide. Without warning, she emerged from his shirt, and with a light laugh sat up amid his stunned expression, saying, "Thanks, bro, but I just wanted to bite a couple of times." In the system space, Feng Batian was so happy he scratched his head with his claws. Look, their host is truly a polite and principled big shot. Shen Jingma was stunned, watching her sit back as if nothing had happened as a cool breeze whistled into his shirt from nowhere. He had originally wanted to make her feel a sense of loss, but now he was the one feeling it. Yet last night's experience made him certain that Feng Qianyue wanted him. Normally, given his attitude, just now she should have pressed her advantage. Why did she retreat instead? The thought process of a genius was indeed different. After calming down, Shen Jingmo realized Feng Qianyue's logic. In this regard, she was merely treating it as a game. Add to that her domineering personality. To make someone like that devoted to him, Shen Jingmo felt he must be crazy. But to accept being just a supporting role in her life, how could he be content with that? He was already crazy anyway, might as well go even crazier. He would fight fiercely for himself. The outcome could only be determined after the struggle. The car entered the Daijing City area. The noise outside grew louder, and there were more and more zombies and humans blocking the road. Through the window, they saw a scene of hell. Today, the city's water supply system was completely destroyed. Human drinking water ceased, and the last reason for their survival in the city was cut off. No supplies, no water or electricity. Only zombies roaming the streets and infected flora and fauna. Hell survival had officially begun. Meanwhile, in the temporary base, everyone was bustling about. The newly formed leadership had mobilized people across the country to gather the masses and jointly build satellite bases. The main base was already completed, and arrangements for the first batch of important personnel to move in had begun. In addition, the base could provide and accommodate living conditions and space for about 1,000 people. This number sounded large, but considering the surviving, ordinary people and ability users nationwide, it was far from enough. So even these 1,000 had standards. Across the country, any second-tier ability user or above could bring one relative to the main base. Third-tier ability users and above could bring 2 relatives. Once full, the base would accept no more. Daijing was closest to the temporary base, so they learned this major news first. Feng Qianyue and her group entered Daijing and learned about it through various means, including radio and big character posters on main streets. It was imaginable how fervent Daijing was now. Qualified ability users were already rubbing their hands in eagerness, ready to rush to the main base thousands of miles away. Such a long distance meant countless dangers on the road, so everyone was looking for others who met the requirements to form teams. Those existing ability squads from the past month simply set off with their families. Once the news spread nationwide, all qualified ability users would surely set off. The spots were first come, first served. Who would want to build a yet unformed satellite base when they could enter the ready-made main base? Only those who didn't meet the main base's standards would participate in building satellite bases, as that was the only way to earn a spot in the satellite base upon completion. The more dire the apocalypse, the more people were divided into hierarchies. Gazing at the crowds carrying bundles and the traffic outside, Feng Qianyue's memory was pulled back to her past life. She had been one of those fleeing the city to the base. Back then she had just awakened her ability. Others might achieve enlightenment and breakthrough after a single life or death experience, but she needed many just to improve a little. At that time she joined the Qilin squad as a first-tier early stage, far from meeting the main base's standards. But she held on to the belief that she would surely break through during the 1,000-kilometer journey and resolutely embarked on the expedition. Along the way she narrowly escaped death countless times, finally reaching the second-tier early stage just before the main base's gates. But the base was full and no longer accepted second-tier early stage. Zhang Zhiping was admitted exceptionally due to his third-tier status. She, along with Tan Muling and Su Mu, who were also second-tier, continued their wandering journey. It was then that the idea of building her own base took root in her heart. She poured countless efforts into building her own team and finally founded the Mingweb base when she became a fifth-tier powerhouse. In this life, she brought people and directly became one of the first batch of residents. Such were the privileges brought by strength. A loud bang pulled Feng Qianyue from her memories. Su Mu's voice came from the front driver's seat. "Boss, we've got a flat tire." Feng Qianyue's eyes sharpened. Tan Muling stays in the car, everyone else get out. The moment the door opened, the chaotic world outside rushed in all at once. Several people used knives, guns, and abilities to kill the zombies and infected animals approaching them. Before meeting Feng Qianyue, Chen Jitao had also killed a few zombies. Although she had little strength with the gun Feng Qianyue gave her, and standing together with the team, she compensated for some of her shortcomings. To improve her strength and join the team quickly, she soon put away the gun and used a knife in coordination with her ability. She couldn't afford to miss any opportunity for training, otherwise once Tan Muling fully recovered in a couple of days, she would have no reason to stay in the team. Feng Qianyue took out a new tire and tire-changing tools from the system. Su Mu and Feng Chao started working while she and Shun Jingma each guarded one side. Except for Feng Qianyue, Shun Jingma, and Ling Yan, the other three were all shocked and sorrowful at the changes in Daijing. Just a few days after the second red rain, the entire city could no longer be recognized. Apart from the evolved zombie hordes, zombie-like animals could be seen everywhere, and infected plants grew wildly, mutating into new species. Some covered entire buildings without a trace, some grew fangs that would suck in and devour anything within a certain range, some emitted toxic gas or sprayed venom. There was no limit to what mutations could achieve, only what you couldn't imagine. If human evolution didn't keep pace, then in such a world humans would be walking lambs. Just after Feng Qianyue used a flamethrower to burn a large area of zombie insects, her body suddenly swayed. The ground underfoot trembled. Earthquake. Su Mu and Feng Chao quickly stood up from the ground. Tan Muling hurriedly got out of the car. Shun Jingma instantly moved from the other side of the car to Feng Qianyue's side. They were all very sensitive to it after having just experienced an earthquake. Feng Qianyue frowned. "It's not an earthquake." Ling Yan's small eyes darted around. Indeed, it wasn't an earthquake, but it seemed his chance to fake his death had come. Time for a glorious sacrifice. Hearing Feng Qianyue say it was, the others were puzzled. But the ground was clearly trembling. Just as Shun Jingma was about to speak, his expression suddenly froze. From another intersecting main road not far away, a large truck full of people drove out. Behind the truck followed a dense horde of zombies. So many that the end was nowhere in sight. No wonder they hadn't seen many zombies. They had gathered together. The trembling of the ground was caused by this zombie army. Now no one had time to think about why the zombies from over half the city were chasing this truck. All they could see was the large truck speeding toward them. Su Mu, Tan Muling, Chen Jitao, and everyone else on the road were dumbfounded. Feng Qianyue made a quick decision and shouted, "Follow me." Feng Qianyue had been observing the nearby terrain during the earlier battle. It was a habit she had developed from surviving in the apocalypse. You never know which direction danger might come from at any given moment. Not far from their position stood a small building, and Feng Qianyue rushed toward it first. Shun Jingma followed closely behind, while Su Mu carried Tan Muling on his back, and Chen Jitao supported from behind, the three of them sprinting together. Ling Yan cast a glance at the endless horde of zombies before grabbing Su Mu by the leg and pulling him along. As a human, this girl was simply terrifying in her abilities. No matter the situation, she could calmly analyze and provide solutions with remarkable speed. Following her, even a rookie would find it difficult to die. Others along the road saw them heading somewhere and began following in their wake. Unknowingly, Feng Qianyue had become the de facto leader of this group. Meanwhile, a group was rushing toward the small building, while inside the large truck, people being chased by the zombie horde couldn't stop arguing and cursing at each other. The reason for this began that morning. They had partnered together to search for supplies in a village near Daijing. Among the passengers, 1 in every 5 was an esper, giving the group considerable combat strength overall. Among this group were two familiar faces, Jiang Zhiping and Han Yu. The group assembled that morning and set out, but before they even left the urban area they learned about the main base. As a qualified second-stage esper, Jiang Zhiping immediately declared he would not go all the way to that distant village. Setting aside whether they could even find supplies there, what if something went wrong halfway? Right now the most urgent priority was finding a team to head to the main base together. He suddenly regretted having egged on the other espers in the truck to join him, and the other group naturally resented this. To assemble this team, everyone had made numerous private arrangements behind the scenes. This was a major supply-gathering expedition, and turning back casually was out of the question. The truck was forced to stop, and the two factions began arguing fiercely. Occasionally stray zombies would charge at them only to be taken down by the group working together. Among them a sly little zombie crept out, and catching everyone off guard climbed aboard the truck. The passengers quickly spotted it. They assumed it would be easy to kill, but to their surprise this creature was remarkably agile. Finally, through combined effort they killed it, and threw it off the truck. After the brief interruption, the arguing resumed. Soon countless zombies surged from all directions, frightening them into starting the engine and fleeing. After being chased for an entire block, someone finally caught their breath. That little zombie they had killed was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, so many first and second stage zombies would not have gathered together. Behind them must have been a high stage zombie issuing commands. And that small zombie was likely connected to this high stage one. There were plenty of intelligent people among the crowd, and they quickly pieced together the cause and effect. Then came another round of verbal battles with everyone shifting blame onto each other. This group killed the climbing zombies while frantically cursing at one another. The endless horizon-spanning horde of zombies drove people to the brink of madness. Among the fighting espers, 3 individuals remained entirely detached from this entire situation from start to finish. One was a pair of siblings. The older brother carried a large leather backpack, wore thick-rimmed glasses, and manipulated his Earth-type power, driving spikes of Earth into the brains of approaching zombies one by one. The younger sister looked no older than 15 or 16, her twin tails bouncing as she cried loudly. Yet the heavy iron hammer in her hands moved so fast it left afterimages, smashing any zombie that dared approach 2 or 3 times per second. The third person was Han Yu. When Jiang Zhiping broke his promise, she remained silent. When he gathered his followers, she stayed quiet. Even when he argued with others, she chose silence once more. Anyone who knew her well would not recognize her now. Her beloved hair was gone, her bare scalp exposed. Her once bright eyes were dead and lifeless, and a gruesome scar ran across half her face. She swung her thorny vine, strangling zombie after zombie as they climbed up. Beside her, Jiang Zhiping limped while dodging attacks, hurling fireballs one after another. His body severely damaged by Feng Qianyue kept his powers stuck at the early second stage. Han Yu had already reached the same level as him. But anyone with sharp eyes could see that in actual combat Han Yu was far stronger than Jiang Zhiping. Their relationship had grown delicate and complicated. Han Yu, who bore most of the survival pressure, discovered that Jiang Zhiping kept bringing different women home whenever she went out to search for supplies. She caught him several times. They had argued and fought, but every time Jiang Zhiping claimed those women had seduced him. Han Yu wanted to believe him, yet she could not bring herself to do so. At the same time, she believed her scarred face had made Jiang Zhiping find her ugly, which was why he kept cheating. A couple of days ago she caught him once more, and after losing all hope, she shaved her head completely. She intended to cut ties with him once they returned from this supply run. The truck soon reached the small building where Feng Qianyue was located, and the group stood on the rooftop dozens of meters high looking down. The overhead view allowed everyone to take in the scene below. Almost everyone's legs trembled at the horde of zombies pursuing the truck. They were grateful that one girl had reacted quickly and started running first, otherwise their panic flight would have ended with them being swallowed by the zombie horde. The group upstairs watched with lingering fear as the people in the truck below fought the zombies. Chen Jitao's face changed instantly upon seeing the man throwing fireballs on the truck. Seeing him felt like confronting her own shameful past. The more she interacted with the Mingyue squad over the past few days, the more absurd her former beliefs seemed. Relying on a man to survive instead of strengthening herself to earn supplies. That was a colossal mistake. Chen Jitao recognized Jiang Zhiping and Feng Qianyue. Shenjing Maling, Yensu Mu, and Tan Muling naturally identified him as well. Amidst the discussion among them, Feng Qianyue merely cast a glance at Jiang Zhiping before fixing her gaze on the bald girl beside him. Her wood-type power and the half of her face that could be clearly seen both told her this was Han Yu. The transformation was indeed drastic. In her past life, Han Yu had never been disfigured before her death. But with the new timeline of this life, her fate had shifted. It seemed she had suffered greatly. Just when everyone thought the truck was about to exit the street, a third-stage zombie suddenly lunged from the horde, scaled the driver's door, and quickly killed the 2 occupants inside. This third-stage zombie was hardly unintelligent. After killing them, it brought the truck to an immediate stop. The people inside felt their hearts sink. It was giving them no chance of escape whatsoever. With the truck's speed, some lower-stage zombies had not been able to climb aboard easily before. Now they were trapped like birds in a cage. The zombie horde surrounded the entire truck from every angle, climbing up from all sides. The ultimate despair of the apocalypse, no way out. The people inside the truck had no time to feel this crushing hopelessness before engaging in frantic combat against the zombies. Those watching from the surrounding buildings and the rooftop of the small structure had the time to feel it. Even they were nearly drowning in this despair. They pitted the people below while wondering what could have provoked such a massive zombie pursuit. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, they had never heard of so many zombies hunting a single target. Feng Qianyue, however, sensed the story behind it. She had already formed a suspicion when she saw the third-stage zombie appear. This zombie possessed a mental-type power, and its intelligence was comparable to that of an ordinary human. With mental powers combined with a high stage leading this group of first and second-stage zombies was no problem. The relentless pursuit of this truck meant the people inside had done something to provoke its hatred. Feng Qianyue had no intention of intervening in what was happening below, but she suddenly caught sight of two familiar, yet unfamiliar faces. The earth-type power in the man's hands, the giant iron hammer in the girl's grip. Could this be? Could this be those two? Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga. These two siblings were actually in the car too. In her past life, when she founded the Mingyue base, the siblings were among the first to follow her aside from Su Mu and Tan Yuan. Feng Qianyue couldn't stand by and do nothing. They would also be her allies in this life. Without a second thought, she pulled out multiple explosive packs and instructed the people around her, blow them up. Blow back the zombie horde. Shen Jingma was stunned. He hadn't expected Feng Qianyue to save the people below. But if she did it, there must be a reason. Ling Yan's curiosity toward Feng Qianyue had just arisen when he forcibly suppressed it. What did it matter to him? He would just watch the show. Su Mu, Tan Mulan, and Shin Jitao followed her instructions directly. In their view, a good subordinate should act more and speak less. Except for Ling Yan, who was blind, the others each picked up an explosive pack, pulled the fuse, and threw it into the zombie horde. Explosions rang out one after another. That third-level psychic zombie was not among the fighting group. It hid in a safe area, commanding the lower-level zombies to avenge its child. The sudden explosion startled it. It looked up and locked onto the rooftop across the way. That's where the explosives were thrown. Courting death, it quickly shot out several psychic powers to attack the group. However, the moment it unleashed them, Feng Qianyue sensed the wave of energy and shouted, "Defend." After the armory incident, Shen Jingma had advanced from early second level to late second level, just one opportunity away from reaching third level. He immediately condensed a light shield formed by dark elemental power and stood in front of everyone. Upon hearing the command to defend, Su Mu quickly released his power to envelop the team members, including Qin Jitao. Through the armory incident, his power had risen to early second level. One defense on the outside, one on the inside. Even against the third-level psychic zombie, the group suffered little harm. Seeing his attack fail, the third-level zombie stopped. Though furious, it knew it couldn't do much to them. It would first kill the ones who had slain its child. The people struggling on the truck had thought they would either be exhausted to death or killed by zombies. In their despair and numbness, help came from above. Someone was actually helping them. One by one, they reignited their fighting spirit and continued the battle. There was hope. Hope to survive. Feng Qianyue and her group kept throwing explosives. The tightly packed zombie horde had circular gaps blown into it, which were quickly filled again. No matter, she had plenty of explosives. When everyone thought she had run out, she pulled out another stack in the next second. One by one, they went from excited executors to mechanical throwers. Below, the explosions crackled like firecrackers, only louder. As more and more gaps opened up, the third-level zombies' control over the zombie army rapidly declined. More than half of the zombies scattered in all directions, leaving only a small horde surrounding the truck. Seeing this, the survivors on the truck felt a surge of hope. Once they survived, they would definitely thank the person throwing explosives from above. The third-level zombie could no longer stay put. It personally descended, leading the remaining zombies to take revenge. The army retreated, leaving only a small number of zombies locked in a chaotic fight, with the survivors' friend and foe indistinguishable. Feng Qianyue's explosive plan ended there. The rest was up to them. Of the full truckload, only a dozen people survived. All of them had broken through during the battle. With their enhanced abilities, their survival rate increased. Even Zhang Zhiping, who had been weakened and stuck at early second level for a long time, rose to mid-second level. His lame leg was severe, and he had survived by dragging many nearby scapegoats. In the chaos, no one noticed his actions. The leading third-level zombie jumped into the truck, facing a young man with a backpack. The young man was swinging earth spikes, reaping its zombie army. Let this one die first. Yang Yuqing had just killed a lunging zombie, when suddenly a sharp, unbearable pain pierced his head. He instinctively shut his eyes in agony. The third-level zombie lunged at him, extending its claws toward his vulnerable neck. Yang Yuqing sensed the lethal intent. He opened his eyes to find the creature inches away. His mind went blank. His body felt pinned, unable to move. Bang! The scene before him unfolded like a slow-motion effect in a film. A bullet grazed the third-level zombie's forehead, flying diagonally, while the zombie itself froze in place. It wasn't just Yang Yuqing who felt pinned. The third-level zombie about to reach the young man's neck and tear it apart suddenly sensed a bullet whistling toward it. If it hadn't frozen its movements for an instant, the bullet would have pierced its brain. The gunshot jolted Yang Yuqing back to his senses, and he immediately leaped backward. The third-level zombie also snapped back and continued its attack. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Feng Qianyue aimed her sniper rifle and fired at it again. She stood on a high platform, rifle braced against her shoulder. The cool autumn breeze lifted her hair, revealing her clear eyes and indifferent expression. Who could have guessed she was running a high fever while making such precise shots? Shen Jingma's eyes were fixed on the figure standing on the platform. To be in love with someone like her made every breath feel sweet. Ling Yan's heart once again beat uncontrollably fast. It thumped so hard it stirred a suffocating anger within him. Thump, thump, thump. It must be this body. Something was wrong with it, and his spiritual form was affected too. It had to be the case. Sumu Tanmulin and Shin Jitao looked at Feng Qianyue with eyes shining brightly, absolute devoted fans. The boss was utterly captivating. The third-level zombie on the truck below could only dodge, hopping around like it was doing a tap dance. Seeing the drastically reduced zombie army, it felt the urge to retreat. It had already killed many enemies. It was time to stop and preserve itself. So it quickly dashed toward the edge of the truck. Feng Qianyue, seeing it running toward the lame man, lifted her gun barrel and twisted her lips into a malicious smile. The third-level zombie planned to jump off the truck, and right there was a hopping lame psychokinetic. It was a convenient kill, one more death. Jiang Jiping, who had survived this long, had some life-saving skills. Seeing the third-level zombie charging at him, he immediately swung the hemp rope in his hand toward the nearest person. That person was Han Yu. With the boost of his psychic power, and Han Yu being completely off guard, the hemp rope abruptly hooked her and yanked her next to Jiang Jiping. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. For the third-level zombie, killing anyone was fine. They were all from the same truck, all its enemies. Before jumping off, it grabbed Han Yu by the chest of her clothes, and using the momentum of the leap, slammed her to the ground. Used as a scapegoat, Han Yu's rage and grief ignited a burst of power in that life-or-death moment. All her emotions condensed into hatred, an almost tangible hatred, as her thorny vines clung to the edge of the truck. After numerous kills, she kicked hard at the third-level zombie below. The latter hadn't expected a counterattack in that split second. Its original downward leap was deflected by the kick. Not wanting to linger, the third-level zombie quickly disappeared around the street corner. Han Yu, hanging in the middle of the truck, climbed up one vine at a time, her fierce brows and scarred face like a vengeful spirit. The thorns pierced her palms and arms, blood dripping down the vines. Drop by drop, it symbolized her past foolishness. Drop by drop, it marked her complete awakening. Drop by drop, it was both farewell and rebirth. When she climbed back over the top and returned to the truck, Jiang Jiping, who had thought she was dead, was utterly dumbfounded. You listened to me. Died. Jiang Jiping hobbled forward, just opening his mouth to plead for mercy, when several blood-stained vines pierced through him from behind. One of them struck straight through his heart. A thick spurt of dark blood erupted from Jiang Jiping's mouth. In disbelief, he slowly lowered his head to gaze at the gaping hole in his body where a vine coiled around his heart and yanked it out like a plucked peach. The piercing agony tore through his soul, causing him to stumble forward. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Han Yu retracted the vines and stared at the crimson still quivering heart in her palm. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. So even a rotten man's heart is red. Ha ha ha. Her laughter grew louder as her grip tightened. She crushed the heart in her hand. When she released her grip, fragments fell to the ground. She raised her head and met the gaze of the person on the rooftop, who wore an ambiguous smile. The moment their eyes locked, she immediately lowered her head. The oppressive aura dissipated instantly, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands or feet. Han Yu's bloody act did not inspire fear among the others in the vehicle. Because Jiang Jiping had it coming. They had all witnessed his methods. After all, when they had banded together to scavenge supplies, they had naturally gotten a brief understanding of each other. Everyone knew that Jiang Jiping and Han Yu were lovers. He had tried to use her as a scapegoat, only to be killed by his lover in return. Such a dramatic scene was worthy of applause, even in the apocalypse. Yang Yuga, her cute little face still streaked with undried tears, stepped forward and took the initiative to speak to Han Yu. Her voice was soft and sweet. You did an amazing job. I want to be friends with you, but first let me and my brother find our savior upstairs. Han Yu was snapped back to reality by the girl. Awkwardly, she said, let's go together. The 7 or 8 surviving superpowered individuals, still panting heavily, chimed in one after another. I'm coming too. Count me in. Without those explosives, I would have kicked the bucket. Exactly. If the person upstairs hadn't acted, we'd all be dead for sure. Let's go, hurry. Don't keep our benefactor waiting. On the rooftop. After exchanging a glance with Han Yu, Feng Qianyue leaped down effortlessly from the high platform. Beside her, Shen Jingmo reached out and tucked a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her face behind her ear. The gesture was intimate and natural. Ling Yin felt his breath catch, and the irritation within him surged once more. He didn't want to be affected by those two anymore, but why was it so hard to find a death that suited him? He could jump off the rooftop now and die, but he was unwilling to go out so casually. Why could Feng Qianyue stir his emotions so easily? He wanted to use his final death to make her remember him forever. With the danger eliminated, the others on the rooftop glanced toward Feng Qianyue before leaving some even bowing to her. It was clear that not everyone had lost their humanity in the apocalypse. They wanted to imprint Feng Qianyue's face in their hearts. This girl had not only brought them a chance to survive, but had also given hope to others trapped in despair. Although only 7 or 8 of the truckload of people had survived, this was a battle that had been destined to end in total annihilation. She and her companions had rewritten the outcome. In such a hopeless world, every one of them faced death at every moment. If they themselves were trapped in a desperate situation, they would naturally hope for someone like her to meddle. Even if the end was still death, at least before dying they could feel that they hadn't been abandoned by the world, that someone was still willing to lend them a hand. When the Mingyue team saw the people bowing to them before leaving, each of them felt a whirlwind of emotions, goosebumps rising on their skin. Shen Jingmo and Ling Yan were no exception. One was not one to be moved by strangers. The other was in a state of confusion about human emotions. Yet they too felt this indescribable emotion. Tan Muling, Su Mu, and Qin Jitao wore expressions of pride. Following such a great leader, they were not only well-fed and well-supplied, leveling up and fighting monsters, but also able to reap this sense of honor. Imperceptibly, the sense of collective belonging among them rose to a new level. Even Qin Jitao forgot that she was not a member of the Mingyue team. As people descended the stairs, they talked about Feng Qianyue's group. Those ascending also talked about the same group. The two groups passed each other on the stairs. Those descending couldn't help but speak up. You lot really need to thank that girl properly. She must have thrown her entire stash of explosives down there. You never expected such a rare space-type big shot to be so willing to part with her good stuff. Hey, with young experts like her in the apocalypse, it feels like humanity isn't finished yet. Haha, well said. We still have the main base, and branch bases will come soon. In the hearts of everyone present, numb with despair, a tiny seed of hope was planted. Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga, the brother and sister, could hardly wait to meet their savior. The group quickened their pace up the stairs. Han Yue, however, lagged at the end of the line. Each step she took felt unreal, her mind in turmoil. When her companions stepped through the rooftop door one by one, she halted. For the first time, she understood what it meant to feel nervous as one approaches home. The scene at Su Mu's house flashed through her mind. Feng Qianyue's advice to her, which she had dismissed. She had firmly believed that Jiang Zhiping would never harm her. Thinking back to how she had knelt and begged Feng Qianyue to spare that scumbag's life, now she had witnessed him being used as a scapegoat right before her eyes. Every past scene was like a slap across her face. She would forever remember this pain. She would never make the same mistake again. Han Yu let out a heavy breath and stepped over the threshold. She still remembered the promise she had made, and now it was time to fulfill it. Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga stepped onto the rooftop and immediately locked onto Feng Qianyue. Although there were 3 girls, and during the battle they had no time to look up and see who was directing from the rooftop, their instinct told them it was her. She leaned lazily against the wall behind her, dressed in black clothes and pants, tall and slender, exuding an aloof and distant aura. Her presence was commanding. When her gaze swept over, Yang Yuga's face instantly reddened, and she tugged at her brother Yang Yuqing's hand, stepping back. Yang Yuqing cooperated and stepped back with his sister, knowing that she was timid. The tears she shed while killing zombies could fill a basin. The group of 7 or 8 with the siblings and Han Yu at the back didn't beat around the bush. Leading the front was a plump, middle-aged woman who grabbed her son beside her and spoke with hearty frankness. "Caodao, thank our benefactor with me." The son said nothing and followed his mother, kneeling down. Qin Jitao felt a liking for the mother and son duo. She moved slightly, about to step forward and help them up, when suddenly a jolt went through her. She glanced sideways at the 5 members of the Mingyue team. None of them moved. She suddenly realized how inappropriate her action would have been. Not to mention that they were thanking Feng Qianyue. Why should she interfere? The calm acceptance of the others in the Mingyue team clearly indicated that they expected these people to show their gratitude. Not to mention the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, there were plenty of ungrateful people. The boss had gone to great lengths to save them. A few caodaos were the least they could do. A favor of a peck of rice breeds a grudge, but a favor of a bushel breeds gratitude. They should indeed express their thanks properly. Qin Jitao stepped back and merged into the Mingyue team. After the people in front expressed their gratitude and left, Feng Qianyue turned her gaze to the last 3. Yang Yuqing was worried that his sister would be too shy to speak, so he took her hand to step forward and express thanks. But suddenly she broke free from his grip, and with the aid of her speed ability dashed forward and knelt at Feng Qianyue's feet with a thud. Her soft voice said, "Sister, please take me in. I've never had parents since I was young, and my brother doesn't care about me. You saved me. Can I give my life to you?" A dumbfounded Yang Yuqing, "Is no one going to speak for me?" Yang Yuga brushed aside such concerns. To win sympathy, she would simply have to apologize to her deceased parents and her warm-hearted brother later. She had observed the people ahead, noting that the woman before her showed no sign of expecting any reciprocation. Some had even offered to become her subordinates, but she declined. It was evident that her willingness to act stemmed purely from impulse with no intention of entangling herself with them. Among this group her abilities were far from the strongest, and she was the youngest. The older sister would most likely reject her as well. Yet she desperately wanted to cling to this lifeline. She no longer wished to rely solely on her brother. They both wanted to join a strong team, and right before her stood someone who had already assembled a squad. Yang Yuga's desire to join reached its peak. To bolster her chances, she continued after her appeal, "Sister, don't judge me by my small stature. I'm surprisingly strong. My awakened ability is a hybrid of speed and gravity currently at the early stage 2 level. My brother is also early stage 2 with an earth element ability. While his power is somewhat lesser than mine, he can handle all the dirty and exhausting tasks. We siblings have no other living relatives. If we may follow you, sister, we will serve you with all our hearts. And oh, sister, our one strength lies in being obedient. Please consider us." Yang Yuga pressed her palms together and begged, "I implore you." Whether those around her felt moved remained unclear, but Yang Yuqing was utterly numb. Was this really his younger sister of over a decade? When had she become so eloquent, so skilled at coaxing? She showed no mercy in sacrificing her own brother. Yang Yuqing chuckled helplessly, understanding that his sister was seeking a refuge for them both. He stepped forward and knelt behind her, addressing the others solemnly. "I hope you will consider us siblings." Feng Qianyue saw her younger self reflected in those two fresh, youthful faces. These were her people. No matter the rebirth, they would always be hers. Her feverish rescue of them had not been in vain. Feng Qianyue smiled gently. "Very well." The single succinct word left the siblings momentarily stunned. After 2 seconds of silence, they realized they had been accepted. Yang Yuga rose excitedly, gripping her brother's arm as she hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, Captain." Yang Yuqing adjusted his nearsighted glasses, a calm smile on his face. "We will not let you down." The Bright Moon squad had officially grown from 5 to 7 members. Chen Jitao felt a pang of sourness. Her once-held head dropped subconsciously. How did others manage to join? And what caliber were they? She looked at herself in comparison. There was still much effort required to truly earn her place in this squad. Observing her unease from the corner of her eye, Tan Muling reached out and gently squeezed Chen Jitao's hand, offering her silent encouragement. She understood Chen Jitao's feelings. Her former self, and even her present self, still harbored similar insecurities. Everyone else in the team was advancing rapidly, and it worried her deeply. Chen Jitao squeezed back, and the two girls who had shared a room for the past few days exchanged a look of unspoken solidarity. Shen Jingma felt no such rejection toward the two newcomers as he had previously. The more he came to understand Feng Qianyue, the more he understood his own heart. His past resentment toward others was merely a fear of anyone intruding upon the world he shared with her. Perhaps from the moment they called him brother, for the first time possessiveness had bloomed within him, intertwined with a reciprocal dependence. He had not understood it then, but now he did. Qianqian wished to build her own faction, so he would help her, side by side. No matter who joined their ranks in the future, he Shun Jingmao would remain the irreplaceable one. Ling Yan was the only one among them who openly disapproved of the new members. He was about to leave the squad, yet Feng Qianyue cheerfully accepted fresh faces. Beyond these two, he suspected Han Yu would likely join as well. For reasons he could not explain, Ling Yan simply felt irritated. He attributed this restlessness to his inability to find a fitting manner of death. It was certainly not due to Feng Qianyue. Ling Yan's denial masked a deeper discomfort he refused to acknowledge. Meanwhile, Han Yu, bringing up the rear, paid little attention to the siblings ahead. Her focus remained entirely on Feng Qianyue. She did not know how to approach, what expression to wear, what tone to adopt, or what words to speak. She lacked the face to appear before Feng Qianyue after her foolish actions. An awkward silence fell over the group. In high spirits, Yang Yuga noticed Han Yu's embarrassment and uncertainty. Guessing that she also wished to join but hesitated to ask, Yang Yuga, driven by appreciation and empathy, took the initiative to speak favorably of her to Feng Qianyue. "Captain, this sister is remarkably formidable. She possesses a wood element ability at mid-tier stage 2, and her personality is exceptionally fierce. When her betraying boyfriend crossed her, she struck back decisively, never the type to lose herself in love." Ling Yan, Su Mu, and Tan Muling. Han Yu dug her toes into the ground, her head bowed, so low it nearly touched the floor, screaming internally, "Please stop talking." Yang Yuqing sensed the uneasy atmosphere and tugged at his sister's sleeve. She immediately fell silent. Just as Han Yu, desperate to escape, wished her toes could burrow through the earth's core, a light and melodious voice rang out. "Well done. You have surprised me." She raised her head abruptly, meeting those smiling eyes. Han Yu spoke bitterly. "Don't you find me foolish for what I did back then?" Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. But so what? Given your understanding at the time, that was the only judgment you could make. Even if you condemned yourself 10,000 times over, nothing would change. Having crawled out of hell, do not look back. Walk boldly on your own path. As her words fell, every gaze converged upon her. A crimson sunset glowed directly behind Feng Qianyue against the horizon. It was the herald of approaching night, its contours, lines, and colors gradually fading. As the afterglow behind her dissipated, gazing into those bright black pupils felt like looking upon the sole guiding light in this heaven and earth. Having believed she had long shed all her tears, Han Yu's eyes gathered moisture anew. Large crystalline tears fell heavily to the ground. She clenched her fists, weeping messily, yet made no move to wipe her eyes. A cool breeze stirred the hems of everyone's clothing. The rooftop was utterly silent. Only one girl wept tears of joy born of rebirth. Han Yu's sobs came fiercely and abruptly, yet ended swiftly. She wiped her eyes, and in place of her anguish a tenacious vitality emerged. She stepped forward and knelt before Feng Qianyue, her voice resonant and resolute. I have knelt twice in my life, and both times it has been for you. The first time I knelt on behalf of another. This time I kneel on my own behalf. First, I thank you for saving me today. Without you, the person I am now would not exist. Second, I wish to honor the promise I once made. If you do not disdain me, then this life of mine is yours. After Han Yu finished speaking, she gripped her thighs more tightly with both hands. From ahead came Feng Qianyue's melodious voice. From the moment you survived, your life has belonged to me. As you say. Han Yu rose to her feet with a casual smile. The Mingwei squad currently had 8 official members. Chen Jitao quietly added herself to the count, determined to ask the leader to let her join once she reached the second tier. The group returned downstairs where the luxurious business vehicle had already been wrecked in the fierce battle. They now had 9 people. Feng Qianyue could certainly produce 2 cars, but she found her headache intensifying. The sustained high temperature of her body had already caused intense discomfort. It seemed her awakening would come tonight. Driving through the night to the temporary base under these circumstances would be extremely unsafe. Just as she was about to suggest finding an empty house nearby for the night, Shen Jingma, who was holding her hand, spoke first. From my observation, there's an international hotel on the street beside us. With so many of us, we can just clear out the zombies and stay there. Shen Jingma had been observing Feng Qianyue's physical condition all along. With her burning up like this, she absolutely could not drive through the night. Additionally, with so many people, not separating to rest would affect her recovery. She understood his intention the moment he spoke. This fellow had become increasingly considerate ever since he started using his head. Not bad. She was quite satisfied. With Feng Qianyue giving the final word, everyone else executed the plan without hesitation. Only Ling Yin turned his head thoughtfully. If he hadn't miscalculated, Feng Qianyue was approaching the threshold of awakening. She might lose consciousness tonight. While he was quite curious what new ability she would awaken after satisfying that curiosity, there would be another curiosity, and another still. It would never end, and he could never leave. He could not let this inferior life form control his emotions any longer. Tonight, he would find a chance to fake his death before she lost consciousness. Feng Qianyue walked in the middle of the group, glancing back at Feng Chao. He was holding the stick from Chen Jitao's hand, but had not come over to her side. Clearly this fellow was in an odd state seemingly ever since the afternoon. He seemed to have reverted to the silent, emotionless Feng Chao of before, someone with little presence. Clearly he was holding back his feelings toward her. As for why, Feng Qianyue swayed her dizzy, aching head. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Whatever comes, we'll face it. If this superior life form had made up his mind to leave her, then she could not keep him anyway. Her top priority now was to awaken. Only upon awakening could she truly embark on the path of tier advancement. In her previous life, the strongest individuals across the globe had all been at peak 8th tier, and she had been the same. This indicated that breaking past the peak 8th tier to reach 9th tier would surely reveal something different. So as long as she broke through the limitation, she would discover it. When she grew powerful enough to make the mastermind behind the scenes feel apprehensive, then they would naturally reveal themselves. And the mysterious man within Feng Chao, he surely knew a great deal. But she would not place all her hopes on this intangible person. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. If this fellow remained by her side, she would expend some effort to win him over. If he wasn't there, she would proceed according to her own objectives, just the same. The group soon arrived at the hotel entrance. The grand imposing doors now appeared utterly desolate in this apocalyptic world. The entire street was shrouded in oppressive darkness. There were more dead than living. The lively sounds were nothing but the clash of combat and the wailing of zombies and infected animals. In such an environment, this hotel building felt eerily silent by contrast. As the saying goes, since we've come, how could we not go in and take a look? Nevertheless, they were emboldened by their confidence in their own abilities. A 9-person group with such varied abilities gave each member mutual assurance. The group stepped into the lobby. The spacious floor was marked with many dark, dried bloodstains. No human corpses were found, no zombies, either, not even any mutated plants. Chen Jitao proactively rushed to the front desk and rifled through the room cards, happily waving them about. Look, so many room cards. We can just pick whichever rooms we want. When she noticed no one was laughing, Chen Jitao looked bewildered. It was then that Yang Yuga's soft voice rang out. Peach sister, the room cards are useless. There's no electricity. Chen Jitao awkwardly scratched her head with the room card. My brain finds new ways to embarrass me every single day. Han Yu couldn't hold back her laughter. Tan Muling, Su Mu, and Yang Yuqing all broke into laughter one after another. Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma curved the corners of their lips. Ling Yin clutched his worries and felt vexed in his heart. The team atmosphere relaxed considerably due to this little interlude. This building had many floors, but since the elevators were unusable, they planned to take the emergency stairwell and sleep on the lower levels. No abnormalities were found in the emergency stairwell. The group arrived at the second floor. This level was not guest rooms, but rather banquet facilities. They then continued upstairs to the third floor. This floor had rooms. The corridor was carpeted with thick fabric with some dried bloodstains here and there. It was relatively clean. Presumably when the apocalypse broke out, no terribly brutal slaughter had occurred here. But no one let their guard down. Before them lay two paths. Both left and right had rooms. Anyone who frequently watched horror films knew that splitting up at such moments could quite literally result in being split in half. Even though they were exceptional ability users, this fully infected apocalypse was on an entirely different scale of danger compared to the beginning. Sometimes you could die without even knowing how. Everyone unanimously decided to act together. First eliminate any danger on the left, then clear the right. They turned into the left corridor. Some doors stood wide open with dried blood on the beds and floors. Some doors were tightly shut. Yang Yuga took her massive iron hammer from her cloth bag, shyly tugging at Feng Qianyue's sleeve. Sister, let me do it. Okay. Feng Qianyue stepped back. The small girl swung her large iron hammer and slammed it violently against the door lock. She put too much force in and directly smashed a huge hole through the door. The next instant, a speed-type zombie lunged out from the darkness. Due to the close proximity and dim lighting, no one had time to react. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head burst open as it collapsed to the ground. The group saw the gun in Feng Qianyue's hand, not yet fully retracted. For those who had witnessed Feng Qianyue's various abilities, this was recognized as her normal level of performance. But for those who hadn't, such as Chen Jitao and the newcomers Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga, their hearts were shaken beyond words. Such a precise headshot on a speed-type zombie at such close range. What level of strength was this? She hadn't even used any ability. Han Yu had witnessed Feng Qianyue's marksmanship before, though at that time, there had been an element of playfulness. But clearly her skill had grown even sharper now. After dealing with this zombie, there were one or two more in the subsequent rooms, but all were low tier and posed no threat. After completely clearing the left side of any danger, the group proceeded to the right. When they arrived at the right corridor's entrance, they were stunned by what met their eyes. Their pupils dilated in shock. Chen Jitao, with her weaker psychological tolerance, directly vomited. Blah. Among the rest, except for Feng Qianyue and Ling Yin, whose expressions remained relatively composed, everyone, including Shun Jingma, frowned, their faces betraying an indescribable revulsion. The long corridor was piled with fresh corpses, leaving barely any space to step. If it were only this, it would pose no problem for these espers who had weathered countless battles. What unsettled everyone was the bizarre plant attached to these fresh bodies. It bore countless tentacle-like appendages that pierced into the most unimaginable parts of the corpses. Crimson blood was drawn through its long tentacles into its main body. The core was a perfectly round object, and what sent chills down one's spine was that this very object bore a human face. Blood-sucking human face. That was the source of their profound discomfort. Feng Qianyue recognized this abomination. In her past life, it was known as the human-faced malevolent vine. Anyone encountering it for the first time would feel utterly repelled. This creature cannot be slain. Only sunlight can destroy it. Now is nighttime, its hour of slaughter. The pile of fresh corpses could sustain it for merely 3 to 5 minutes. No wonder the hotel was so deathly silent. Everyone who entered had perished. Feng Qianyue had no time to enlighten the others. Upon laying eyes on this cursed thing, she issued an immediate command. Run. This hotel is not safe. The words had barely left her lips when the group bolted toward the stairwell with lightning speed. Chen Jitao crouched down and retched violently, the ringing in her ears drowning out Feng Qianyue's command. Yet sensing those around her fleeing, she suppressed her revulsion and rose to pursue. Rising too abruptly, she stumbled over a protruding carpet and tumbled to the ground. The dull thud echoed through the corridor, audible to all who had fled ahead. Sumu ran at the rear, bearing Tan Muling on his back. Han Yu spun around, without hesitation reaching down to haul Chen Jitao up. No sooner had she pulled the girl to her feet than a long tentacle silently emerged behind her waist. The human-faced malevolent vine, still not finished draining the blood on the ground, was already eagerly coveting the fresh blood now delivered to its doorstep. Though it bore a grotesque human face, it possessed no human cognition, only an insatiable thirst for blood. The moment Han Yu pulled Chen Jitao up, that long tentacle appeared soundlessly at her lower back, piercing into her like a syringe. A scream of agony shattered the air. Feng Qianyue and the others, having already fled into the safe passage, froze at the sound. She whirled around and charged back. The human-faced malevolent vine's blood-sucking was terrifyingly swift. A single second's delay could reduce one to a desiccated corpse. After her scream of pain, Han Yu used vines to strangulate and sever the tentacle at her waist. Yet the moment she ran forward, the tentacle regrew instantly and gave chase. Chen Jitao, whom Han Yu had rescued, drew a military knife from the strap on her leg and began slicing at the tentacles. Each severed appendage regenerated almost immediately, and more terrifyingly, even more tentacles came slithering forth. They could never reach the stairway. The tentacles grew with such alarming speed and length that within a blink they had coiled around both women and retracted them beneath the main body. Below them lay a heap of desiccated corpses. What was despair? What was terror? Chen Jitao teetered on the brink of mental collapse, ceaselessly slashing and cutting with her knife. Her mouth released hysterical shrieks. Han Yu fared no better. The faster she severed, the faster the tentacles regenerated. In mere moments, both women had numerous bleeding wounds dotting their bodies. She refused to die. She had just begun a new life. She could not perish like this. Yet her supernatural abilities drained away as rapidly as blood spouting from those wounds. Their struggles grew feeble. A flash of black gold light pierced the darkness. The tentacles impaled in their bodies were cleanly severed in their entirety. Han Yu and Chen Jitao caught sight of Feng Qianyue's figure. Run! Without time to think, the two scrambled to their feet, clambering over the shriveled corpses ahead. The will to survive enabled them to block out the pain. The siblings Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga, who had come to provide support, caught the stumbling pair. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyue swung her black gold broadsword at the human-faced malevolent vine's body, buying precious escape time for the others. Watching them flee, she retreated, while slashing, never turning her back to the creature. The severed body of the human-faced malevolent vine instantly regenerated. With no other fresh blood available, all its tentacles stretched toward Feng Qianyue. Shen Jingma arrived to witness this scene. He stepped onto the shadow step technique, dashing forward at maximum speed, yet still a step too late. Those tentacles had already reached Feng Qianyue's face. Qianqian. Everyone who had turned back was chilled by what they saw. Boss. Captain. Ling Tan held his breath, his spirit form shooting out from his flesh, ready to charge. Yet the moment he emerged, an earth-shattering scene unfolded before him. When the body reaches its limit, an indomitable will shall carry you through the inferno. Feng Qianyue had always believed in these words. In moments of life and death like this, she had endured countless trials in her past life. At this instant, she could not sense her scalding body temperature, her throbbing brain, nor her own physical form. The unity of blade and self. She was the blade itself. The black gold broadsword spun in her grip at a terrifying velocity, her wrist flicking to unleash a 360-degree dance of steel. The speed was such that it resembled a solid, impenetrable wall. The tentacles reaching toward Feng Qianyue were sliced apart like string beans, severed at the speed of light, regenerating at the speed of light, severed again. Every soul present was rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, fear forgotten. Shen Jingma was the first to regain composure. Without a word from Feng Qianyue, he knew precisely how to cooperate, as if they had fought side by side countless times in a past life. He launched multiple shadow blades at the tentacle's main body and roots. The long tentacles dissolved rapidly, and the moment before it could regenerate, both of them spun and fled. Ling Tan's spirit form swiftly returned to his flesh. In the chaos, no one noticed the transformation of the mass of shadows. He ran with the others toward the exit. The entire group sprinted out of the hotel and continued fleeing down the street. Their legs obeyed no command, driving them onward endlessly. Feng Qianyue wished to tell them there was no need to run, that the human-faced malevolent vine would not easily abandon its chosen lair. Clearly that hotel was where it had taken root. Yet these people had been scared out of their wits, running without end. In the shadow of a corner, a tier, 3 psychic zombie lurked, observing them. It was the very leader who had commanded the zombie horde that besieged the truck during daylight hours. Its viscous gaze swept across them before settling on Feng Qianyue. She was the culprit who had ruined its plans. Unable to claim her life in the daytime, this was a perfect opportunity for vengeance. Ling Tan clutched Su Mu's hem as he ran his spirit form perspective, inadvertently catching sight of the tier 3 zombie. The moment he recognized it as the one from daytime, the zombie lunged toward them. To be precise, toward Feng Qianyue behind him. Feng Qianyue burned with fever and had just survived an intense battle. Now she was in a full sprint. Ling Tan's heart clenched painfully. His body was running ahead of his thoughts. He released his grip on Su Mu's clothing, drew a dagger from his waist, and charged toward the tier 3 zombie. The creature had locked onto Feng Qianyue, ignoring everyone around it. Seizing the moment of surprise, it pounced, its sharp claws aimed directly at her heart. The instant it lunged, Feng Qianyue sensed that formidable presence. At the moment its claws extended, her blade was already in hand. Yet at this critical juncture a figure burst from the side and positioned itself before her. She heard the sound of claws piercing a chest. She heard the sound of a blade penetrating a skull. In that brief instant it was over. A military knife was buried in the center of the Tier 3 zombie's forehead. A brilliant energy swirled around the blade. Bolstered by this force it neither deviated nor shattered. The entire blade sank completely inward. Feng Qianyue watched the person who had shielded her crumple earthward. She caught his waist and turned him over, beholding Feng Chao's unremarkable face. He vomited a large mouthful of thick crimson blood, his chest torn open by a gaping hole. The gauze bandage covering his eyes had long since fallen off during the desperate run. Ling Tan felt the agony of human mortality. He had longed for death. Yet for some inexplicable reason this moment filled him with sorrow. These were emotions bestowed by the human vessel. He had been seeking a means of feigning death and escaping, never finding an opportunity. Now fate had delivered quite by accident. This manner of death pleased him greatly. Let this mad girl remember him forever. Ling Tan felt his projected spirit essence about to dissipate, and before departing he intended to add another layer of emotion for Feng Qianyue, ensuring she would remember him even more vividly. He twisted his stiff lips, his voice hoarse. Lo. Before he could finish she whispered into his ear, I love you too. Live for me. Ling Tan, huh? He wished for her to clarify her words, yet in the next instant his consciousness was expelled from the blue star. Feng Chao was dead. His death was absolute. All around a circle of people mourned his sacrifice with deep sorrow and grief. Feng Qianyue, cradling the corpse in her arms, barely perceptibly curled the corner of her mouth. Even in his final moments he had tried to stage a tragic confession scene for her. This fellow's playful nature was truly immense. She hoped they might have a chance to meet again. Shen Jingma stared at Feng Chao's corpse, his eyes inscrutable and dark. If his dark-type ability had not misjudged, at the instant Feng Chao breathed his last, he had seen a wisp of black shadow dissipate. Was he human? Shen Jingma formed a question mark in his mind. He wanted to share his discovery with Feng Qianyue, but considering her imminent awakening he decided to wait until after she had awakened. Su Mu and Tan Muling, as the teammates who had known Feng Chao the longest and spent the most time with him, were deeply grieved by his death. Although Feng Chao rarely spoke to them, their interactions had been generally pleasant. What pained them most was that he had only revealed his innermost thoughts to their leader moments before his death. Yet life had already ended, the story had drawn to a close, leaving them with a sigh of lament. Against the backdrop of a precarious existence, both felt a somber sense that their own deaths might come sooner or later. Han Yu's spirits were also low. She had always held a favorable impression of Feng Chao. He was taciturn, formidable in combat, and never held back the team at critical moments. No one would dislike such a teammate. Now under Feng Qianyue's leadership they had regrouped as a team, yet in the blink of an eye his life had been abruptly cut short. Such is the impermanence of the world. Chen Jitao, her face pale, was consumed by guilt. If she hadn't stumbled that time, Han Yu wouldn't have come to pull her up, they wouldn't have been caught by that vile creature, and the boss wouldn't have turned back to rescue them. If everyone had simply run out from the start, perhaps they wouldn't have encountered that third-level zombie, and Feng Chao wouldn't have died for the boss. Ultimately, it was her fall that changed everything that followed. If she had been stronger, perhaps none of this would have happened. Chen Jitao had never despised her own weakness more than at this moment. Her blood ran cold as she silently vowed that she would never allow such a tragedy to occur again. If she ever held the team back again, she would end herself first. The newly joined siblings Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga, although they had no emotional attachment to Feng Chao, felt sorrow at his death as members of the same team and admired his courage and strength. As the team leader, Feng Qianyue naturally could not leave Feng Chao's remains on the street. Burial was also impractical under the current circumstances. To prevent scavenging by infected animals, she drew out a flamethrower and cremated him on the spot. The firelight reflected on every face. The dead had found release while the survivors had to endure. Grief would not last long. They still had no shelter for the night. After the cremation, Feng Qianyue dug out the crystal core of the third-level psychic zombie. Such a rare item would be perfect for her to absorb after her awakening. During the earlier escape, Chen Jitao had advanced from the early first level to the late first level. She quickly treated her own wounds, and then healed Han Yu. The two of them then absorbed some second-level crystal cores harvested earlier that day, and soon their bodies were largely recovered. Once they had regained their strength, Feng Qianyue led the group to find a new place to stay. They arrived at a residential area filled with detached houses similar in size to Su Mu's former home. As long as they could find an empty house, the 8 of them could squeeze in for the night. After half an hour of searching, they found an unoccupied house in the complex, and the exhausted team finally felt a sense of relief. Each duplex building housed 2 units. Before entering, Feng Qianyue casually glanced at the opposite house. Although it was quiet, her intuition told her someone was inside. It was normal for the occupants to remain silent. This was the perilous apocalypse where everyone was wary. The house had 3 rooms. By unspoken agreement, the most comfortable and cleanest room was given to Feng Qianyue. The other 2 were allocated as follows. Shen Jitao and Tan Muling shared one. Han Yu and Yang Yuga shared the other. Sumu Yang Yuqing and Shun Jingma would sleep in the living room and take turns on watch. Feng Qianyue paid no attention to such trivial matters and went straight to her room. Once by the bed, she no longer needed to hold herself together and collapsed face first onto the mattress. In her space, Feng Batian felt both sorry for his host and excited that she was finally about to awaken. Although his host's awareness and abilities were formidable, not having an ability in this world was ultimately untenable. This bizarre world restricted many of its powers, but luckily the store had a glitch that provided supplies for Qianqian, otherwise he would have been utterly useless. Seeing his host in such agony, Feng Batian silently stayed out of the way. At that moment, Feng Qianyue's head felt as if it were splitting apart, as if some energy was tearing through her brain. This awakening was far more difficult than in her past life. Even if her perception was stronger than before, it shouldn't hurt this much, should it? It was as if something was obstructing her awakening. Damn it. She had to uncover the truth behind this apocalypse. As Feng Qianyue's headache made her involuntarily think of the puppet master behind the scenes, 2 knocks sounded at the door. She had no energy to respond. After waiting in vain for a response, Shen Jingma chose to push the door open and check on her. When he opened the door, he saw Feng Qianyue lying on her side, facing the doorway, her obsidian-like pupils chillingly cold. It was an expression he had never seen before. Get out. Her tone was unhurried but exuded overwhelming pressure. Shen Jingma instinctively obeyed her words, silently stepping back and closing the door. Even after returning to the sofa, he couldn't shake off that glance. Having shed her gentle facade, was this her true form? He felt his heart racing with an indescribable excitement coursing through his body. She possessed a unique charm in this state. After the door closed, Feng Qianyue turned from her side to lying flat on her back, staring expressionlessly at the ceiling. She didn't want to show pain or vulnerability to anyone. She had no need for hollow words of comfort. What she wanted was fear, reverence, and adoration. She would not rely on anyone or anything. The so-called sense of security was her own self. Feng Qianyue closed her eyes silently, enduring the torment of her tearing brain. When the pain reached a certain threshold, she lost consciousness and fell into a deep coma. Seeing this, Feng Batian finally breathed a sigh of relief. His host had passed half the ordeal. Now all that remained was to wait for her to wake. In the living room, Shun Jingma volunteered to take 2 extra hours of watch. He had been worried about Feng Qianyue's high fever, so, in the dead of night, he quietly opened the door. The person on the bed no longer drove him away, as she lay there still. Shun Jingma approached and touched her forehead. It was burning hot. He could sense that Feng Qianyue was not asleep, but had lost consciousness. She was finally going to awaken. Shun Jingma let out a huge sigh of relief and left the room. His heart was filled with anticipation for her after awakening. She would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. At that moment, in the house opposite, Jiang Shubai abruptly sat up in bed. His blood-red pupils narrowed into slits, his body brimming with surging energy, and only one thought occupied his mind. Kill. Shun Jingma, who was keeping watch in the living room, was the first to hear the zombies' howls outside. Along with the zombie sounds came the roars of mutated animals. The entire residential compound seemed to have been set ablaze by something. Su Mu and Yang Yuqing, who were sleeping in the living room, were startled awake immediately. What's going on? Yang Yuqing hastily picked up his glasses and put them on. Su Mu opened his eyes, and as he turned over, thud, he rolled off the sofa, all sleepiness gone. Han Yue, Chen Jitao, Tan Mu Ling, and Yang Yuga soon rushed out of the bedroom with tense expressions. The group gathered in the living room, but Feng Qianyue was nowhere to be seen. With such commotion outside, they could hear it clearly. There was no way their leader hadn't heard it. Everyone knew Feng Qianyue was undergoing secondary awakening fever, so they immediately realized she must be unconscious. They didn't dare disturb her, instead gathering in the living room to discuss what was happening outside. They debated heatedly with various opinions, but after circling through their thoughts, nothing more than personal speculation emerged. To truly understand the situation, someone would need to venture outside. While they talked, the chaos outside continued. Though everyone wanted to know what was happening, those with any clarity of thought understood they couldn't go out. With such tremendous noise, nobody dared attempt to sleep. If anything unexpected occurred, they wouldn't even know how they died. Shun Jingma walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, raised his hand to pull aside one side of the curtain, preparing to take a look. Several figures shot up with swift movements, lining up in formation within seconds. Chen Jitao moved over slowly, leaving just a narrow gap. She decisively positioned herself sideways. Even if she could only peek out with one eye, she wanted to see what was happening. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, everyone could see the dark road and eerie flower beds, everything shrouded in mystery. The view from the window was quite limited, but spirit users of level 3 and above could use their mental power to detect the surrounding environment. The detection range depended on the strength of their mental power. Shen Jingma had advanced from late stage 2 to early stage 3 after the battle earlier that day. Among the group, except for Chun Jitao at late stage 1, everyone else was at the stage 2 level. Everyone could only rely on Shun Jingma to scout ahead. Living up to their expectations, he closed his eyes and extended his ability, quickly detecting anomalies. There was no trace of other energy around their building. In other words, no zombies or infected plants and animals anywhere nearby. The area was remarkably clean. Fortunately, his strong mental power allowed him to extend his ability further, leading to a new discovery. Dozens of chaotic energy signals scattered about, with one standing out as extremely peculiar, indistinguishable between human zombie or mutated organism. Despite his curiosity, Shun Jingma knew he couldn't move closer. This particular energy was too powerful and drawing nearer risk detection. As long as the entity wasn't targeting their location, he didn't care what it did elsewhere. Just as he was about to withdraw his mental presence, a sudden surge of energy slammed toward him. After reaching stage 3, Shun Jingma had mastered a new ability, escape. He activated it swiftly, but the pursuing force didn't give up. As soon as he withdrew his mental energy, the blast struck the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Crack! The window shattered completely under the impact. Back! The few inside retreated in unison, dodging the shattering glass. A cold draft swept in, sending unease through everyone. Before anyone could speak, the distant howls of zombies and mutated creatures seemed to be approaching their location. Their expressions froze. They weren't just approaching, they were heading straight for them. Shun Jingma shouted, "We fight outside." His anxiety wasn't about the battle ahead, but fear of disturbing Feng Qianyue's awakening. This house could not become a battlefield. The others also thought of Feng Qianyue. They understood how critical this moment was for their leader, and they couldn't afford any mistakes. Without hesitation, even the weakest among them, Chun Jitao, stepped over the broken window and charged outside. Every person present had been saved by Feng Qianyue more than once. Now it was their turn to protect their leader. A horde of zombies and mutated animals came sprinting toward them, moving so fast it was as though something pursued them from behind. There was no time to think about it. They were heading straight for their building, and the two sides clashed immediately. Shun Jingma fought, while his thoughts remained with Feng Qianyue in the room. What troubled him most was the source of that energy blast, something unnatural and unsettling. A deep sense of foreboding settled over Shun Jingma. All he wanted now was to stay by Qianqian's side. Yet the more he tried to break free, the more zombies and mutated creatures poured toward him. If he left, the remaining members would be overwhelmed and torn apart sooner or later. Not only would they be wiped out, but the remaining creatures would storm the house behind them. No matter the cost, he had to hold the line. Shun Jingma fought with desperate intensity, speeding his movements to control the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Shubai, the one responsible for this chaos, suddenly regained consciousness. His blood-red eyes returned to normal. Coldly observing the group battling zombies and mutated creatures nearby, he chose to circle around the back of the house and jump through a window. Jiang Shubai knew perfectly well that the zombies and mutated animals were caused by his earlier rampage. Yet he felt no remorse for those now caught in the battle. Death stirred nothing in him. The destruction of the world meant nothing to him. All he wanted to know was how he had become this way. Where were his parents? Where was Dr. Zhou? Where was his memory? Without it, he lived like a walking corpse. And yet he couldn't even find death. This body felt like a curse upon him. The boy's expression was cold and weary, longing only to return to that dark room. As he approached the rear of the house, a special energy wave struck him. Following the sensation, he looked up to see another room across from his own, emitting continuous energy pulses. This type of energy he had never felt before. It wasn't the energy of zombies, plants, or animals. It resembled a spiritual user's power, yet wasn't quite the same. Much like him, something monstrous. Jiang Shubai leapt upward, scaled the windowsill, and smashed through the glass with his fist before diving inside. A person lay quietly on the bed, radiating that peculiar energy wave. Jiang Shubai leaned in to sense its nature, but then clearly saw the person's face. Memories of her surfaced in his mind. So it was her, the woman who had pinned him against the car, pressing a blade to his throat. He remembered. Her name was Feng Qianyue. Shun Jingma finally stabilized the situation and immediately broke away to rush back to the house and check on Feng Qianyue. Though worried, he had been dividing his attention between the battle and the house this whole time. No zombies or mutated animals had made it past them. Everyone that came was slain. Shun Jingma burst into the living room and reached Feng Qianyue's door, slowly turning the doorknob. The door creaked faintly. When he saw what was inside, Shun Jingma felt as though struck by lightning. The bed was empty. Shun Jingma's breath caught in his throat, his chest constricted, as if by a vice. He could not believe his eyes. An illusion. It must be an illusion. How could Qianqian not be in the room? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He approached the bed, his gaze fixed on the clearly flat bedding, yet he still refused to believe and reached out to touch it. The sensation in his hand told him this was not some trick of the eye. Qianqian had truly vanished. Shun Jingma's open palm gradually clenched, veins bulging on his arm as he became enveloped in a thick black mist. The chaotic supernatural power within him suddenly gathered in his fist. He raised his arm and punched down. The solid bedboard shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor. Just then the sounds of fighting outside the house ceased. The massive shattering noise spread through the surroundings, penetrating several walls into Jiang Shubai's room. The young man with world-weary eyes was now staring at the unconscious girl on the bed, utterly indifferent to the commotion next door. On the other side, after finally finishing the battle, the Bright Moon squad dragged their battered bodies toward the house when a tremendous crash erupted from within. The first to react was Tan Muling. Dragging her still unhealed limp leg, she charged inside, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Qianqian." Tan Muling had never called Feng Qianyue by that name before. Like the others, she always addressed her as chief or captain to express her deep respect. Yet in this moment, panic-stricken and terrified beyond measure, her emotions overflowed instinctively. No matter how powerful, how formidable, or how strong Feng Qianyue was in Tan Muling's heart, she had long regarded her as a younger sister. Sumu clutched the wound on his abdomen, his spirit exhausted. After a momentary daze, he rushed out, blood spraying without him even noticing, and shouted in terror, "Senior sister." The others quickly snapped out of it and dashed into the house. Everyone was panicked. They stormed into the living room and headed straight for Feng Qianyue's bedroom. The door was wide open, revealing a scene of utter chaos. They did not see the captain they had been worried about. Only shattered wood and Shun Jingma, whose powers had gone berserk. The captain was missing. No one could believe it. How could the captain be gone? They soon noticed the broken window. Someone had taken the captain away. They saw it, and of course Shun Jingma had also spotted the broken window at the first moment. But his mind simply refused to accept it at that instant. After smashing the bedboard, he forced himself to calm down. He had been away from the house for about 10 minutes. If Qianqian had been taken at the very beginning, by now the abductor would have already left the residential complex. If she had just been taken, then the abductor could not have gone far. Either way, he had to search the entire complex from top to bottom. Clenching his fist, he issued orders, "Su Mu, Tan Muling, Chun Jitao, Yang Yuga. The four of you go guard the main gate immediately. Yang Yuqing Hanyue, come with me to search door to door." Everyone replied in unison yes. With the captain absent, they instinctively followed the one closest to her. The group quickly split into two teams and began the operation. Shun Jingma led Yang Yuqing and Han Yu to the building opposite first. They would have to enter every house, inevitably provoking conflicts, so he kept two strong and relatively uninjured members with him. Shun Jingma knocked on the door, but there was no response. He extended his psychic energy to probe inside. No energy reaction. Clearly it was an empty house. Since the apocalypse, many houses had become vacant. Shun Jingma did not want to waste time on empty houses. He was more inclined to believe that a high-level superhuman or a high-level intelligent zombie had taken Qianqian, and it was very likely the culprit who had caused this chaos. The one who had fired that energy blast at him. This might very well be a diversionary tactic. A cunning foe. Shun Jingma did not linger on empty houses. He hurriedly left with the two companions, spread his powers to detect all houses in the complex with energy fluctuations, and then went directly to each one door by door. After the three left, Jiang Shubai rose from the living room and returned to the bedroom. After taking Feng Qianyue away, he had immediately masked the entire house's energy fluctuation, disguising it as an empty house. It was not that he feared a fight, but that he was afraid of destroying the things in the house. This was the only place he could recall in his mind. Jiang Shubai knew that he had lost not only his memories, but also his human identity. His body and abilities were different from those of other superhumans. He was an out-and-out monster. And now he had discovered another monster. Feng Qianyue. The energy waves radiating from her body did not belong to any type he had encountered in this world. It was clear that she was currently awakening. Jiang Shubai was curious about what ability she would have after waking up. The young man walked to the desk and sat down, pressing his cheek against the cool surface like a breathing corpse, his arms hanging limply at his sides. In the darkness, a pair of bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the person on the bed, devoid of any emotion. Feng Qianyue was completely unconscious, but in the space within, Feng Batian was glaring at Jiang Shubai, bristling with fury. His host had been lying peacefully there, and this guy had suddenly appeared and taken her away. Fortunately, he had no intention of harming Qianyue. Otherwise, he would have activated the very last resort, restarting the system to wake the host. But that would likely cause Qianyue to fail in awakening forever, losing her supernatural abilities. Thankfully, it had not come to that. The room was silent. The complex was in a state of turmoil. Shun Jingma led his people to knock on every house with energy fluctuations. Those who refused to open the door or let them in were met with direct combat. They could not afford to let even the slightest possibility slip. If Qianqian might be hidden inside, he would never back down. There were quite a few superhumans living in or temporarily staying in the complex. After searching only half the houses, all three of them were wounded. Shun Jingma did not even glance at his injuries and moved on to the next house. Han Yu and Yang Yuqing did not complain either. Even though they had only joined the Bright Moon squad that day, they had already recognized Feng Qianyue as their captain from the bottom of their hearts. In this day and age, who would be willing to lose such a leader? One who possessed both strength and vision, to guide them in seeking a way to survive. The atmosphere among the four guarding the main gate was oppressively tense. Their faces were cold, but their hearts were filled with anxiety. They hoped the other team would find the boss and bring her back safely. Tan Muling, who had never believed in gods or spirits, clasped her hands together, knelt on the ground, closed her eyes, and prayed with utmost devotion. Let nothing happen, please let nothing happen. Sumu knelt silently beside Tan Muling, doing the same, without saying a word. Chen Jitao and Yang Yuga each had their own sorrows. But at this moment, all their hearts were united. They prayed that the captain would be safe and sound. In this team, anyone could come to harm, except Feng Qianhua. They silently joined in. The night passed without sleep. A dim gray light pierced the murky sky. There was no color in the east. The clouds that had accumulated during the night gradually dissolved. After searching all night and waiting all night, they had found nothing. Returning to the house strewn with debris, everyone looked ashen, unsure of what to do next. None of them imagined that the person they were so worried about was right next door. At that moment, Feng Qianhua slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the stark white ceiling. The little system in her mind chattered excitedly. Host, you're finally awake. Oh, I'm so happy. Let me tell you what happened last night. Feng Qianhua had just opened her eyes when she was instantly bombarded with the events that occurred after she lost consciousness. So that was what had happened during her coma. You were frightened, weren't you? Her tone was gentle, and Feng Batian felt a sudden pang of bitterness in his heart. I almost thought something would happen to you, and I couldn't do anything. I'm so useless. Feng Qianhua smiled. How could you be useless? With you around, I've saved myself so much trouble. Besides, even if I'm in danger, you can restart the system and wake me up. Don't blame yourself too much. We have more important things to do. Feng Batian was successfully soothed by his host's words and returned to his usual cheerful state. Feng Qianhua didn't rush out of the bedroom. Instead, she looked around carefully. The little system told her that the one who had taken her away was the red-eyed young man she had fought that day. Feng Qianhua remembered his name. Jiang Shubai. On the wall hung a photo of the young man riding a paraglider, his bright smile full of youthful energy. This must be his room. Feng Qianhua simply glanced around without touching his belongings. As she opened the bedroom door, she ran into someone. Lifting her gaze, she met the young man's mesmerizing blood-red eyes. He blinked, stepping back half a step to create distance. What did you awaken? Though it was a question, the young man's tone was flat and emotionless. Psychic type, Feng Qianhua answered. Though it was only their second meeting, neither felt any awkwardness. They simply exchanged questions and answers. Specific ability, he pressed. This time Feng Qianhua didn't comply. She leaned lazily against the doorframe and raised an eyebrow. Is that why you took me away? Out of curiosity. Yes. This young man was truly an oddball. Even if he was curious, he couldn't just take her away without permission. Wasn't that basically kidnapping? But for now, Feng Qianhua decided not to dwell on that. She was far more curious about his eyes. So she proposed a trade. I'll tell you, but you have to satisfy my curiosity first. What's wrong with your eyes? The young man's eyes lowered. I don't know. I lost my memory. Lost his memory. Feng Qianhua's dark eyes narrowed slightly. There was no way to tell if he was lying. Then when you remember, I'll tell you. Feng Qianhua shifted the topic back to him, taking her away. So how are you going to compensate me for kidnapping me without my consent? As she spoke, she caught a glimmer of surprise in his cold, weary eyes. Jiang Shubai had never considered that question. He countered, what compensation do you want? Feng Qianhua knew the young man was quite powerful. That bastard Feng Chao had faked his death, and who knew when he might show up again. Among her current companions, only Xin Jingma could stand on his own, the rest still needed tempering. This young man could fill the gap left by Feng Chao. Moreover, she still wanted to know the origin of his blood-red pupils, which possessed a strange energy. The world was full of too many mysteries, and she didn't believe they were all isolated. Perhaps solving small riddles would lead to the big one. Like a puzzle, piece by piece they might form something she was searching for. One mysterious Feng Chao left, and another mysterious young man appeared. Feng Qianhua naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Considering his misanthropic nature, she decided to take a roundabout approach. How about this be my lackey for a month, and we'll call it even. Friendly reminder. You couldn't beat me before, and you can't beat me now. Also, don't even think about telling me to kill you. I won't kill you, but I will tie you up and humiliate you. So do you accept my terms or choose to be humiliated? The words kill me caught in Jiang Shubai's throat. She had anticipated his reaction. Be her lackey for a month. That sounded like a recipe for trouble, and he wouldn't agree. Tie him up and humiliate him. That punishment meant nothing to him. What could she possibly humiliate him with? Jiang Shubai didn't believe there was anything in this world that could embarrass him. He coldly spat out 2 words, whatever. He was implicitly rejecting the conditions and showing no fear of punishment. Excellent. Feng Qianhua liked stubborn opponents like this. Taming them would be all the more interesting. But before that, she needed to go across the street to report that she was safe. Wait for me to come back. With that, she walked toward the door. Jiang Shubai said nothing and didn't stop her. Feng Qianhua wasn't worried he would sneak away. Although they had only met twice, the young man gave her the strongest impression that he didn't care about living or dying. Someone like that simply couldn't be bothered to run away. After Feng Qianyue woke up, Shun Jingmao and the others had just returned from searching all night in the house across the street. Everyone sat in the messy living room. A deathly silence hung in the air. Tan Muling bit her lower lip, hard, oblivious to the blood seeping out. She finally spoke. Maybe we should split into two groups and search the entire imperial capital. Sumu, who was sitting on the floor, immediately agreed. I'm in. Even if it's the whole of Huaxiao, I won't give up looking. Seeing that the others remained silent, Sumu, as if he had changed overnight, turned his sarcasm toward the three new members besides Shun Jingmao. Are you three not willing to search? You talk big about giving your lives for the boss, but when it comes down to it, you stay quiet. Now I see your true colors. Sumu's anger flared as he defended his senior. But as soon as he finished, Han Yu frowned and shot back. You think only you care about the captain. We're all heartless. Of course we'll search. But this place is huge. We can't just wander around without a clue. We were silent because we were thinking. Got it. Hearing Han Yu's retort, Yang Yuqing and his sister Yang Yuga silently swallowed their own counterarguments. Everyone's emotions were running high. Sumu said nothing more after being rebutted. Shun Jingmao sat on the sofa, lost in his own world, and no one noticed his hands trembling slightly at his sides. He was still reeling from the shock of Feng Qianyue's disappearance. Though his mind could think and his body could fight, his heart felt as if it had left his chest. It had gone hollow the moment he realized she was gone. He had thought his feelings for Feng Qianyue weren't that deep, that they ranked below his pride. But now he understood, pride meant nothing. As long as he could see her safe and sound, he would give up everything. He would be her bed warmer, her subordinate, even if he wasn't the only one. He would accept any role as long as she was with him, as long as he could be by her side. Shun Jingmao wasn't afraid of searching every corner. What he feared was that the person who took Feng Qianyue might kill her while she was unconscious. He hated his own weakness, his inability to protect her. He loathed his own feebleness. He regretted his past actions. If given another chance, he would do his absolute best. A figure pushed open the half-closed door and stepped into the room, appearing in the living room. Everyone stared at the newcomer as if they had pressed the pause button. The newcomer grinned teasingly. What are you all gawking at? Did you think I was dead? Captain? Boss? Everyone in the living room, like stone statues suddenly brought to life, rushed forward. As everyone rushed toward Feng Qianyue, one person moved the fastest. Activating his special ability at full power, he charged forward and scooped Feng Qianyue up, carrying her into a nearby bedroom. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut and locked in one fluid motion. The others in the living room. Did Shun Jingmao just lose his mind? In the room, Feng Qianyue's body was tightly encircled in the man's embrace. He lifted her by the hips, her legs wrapping around his waist as he pressed her against the wall. A frantic, searing kiss, as if trying to devour everything. Their chests pressed tightly together, his hand at her back, pulling her firmly into his embrace. It was as if he were trying to merge her into his very being, or perhaps merge himself into hers. Feng Qianyue could sense the man's overwhelming emotions. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, responding to the passionate kiss. Her response was like adding fuel to dry kindling, igniting a fire that spread like wildfire. The man's heavy breathing, the intensely desirous kiss, as if trying to prove its authenticity through this method. Feng Batian in the space was howling with excitement. Coming back and getting this intense right away. There are still so many people outside the door. Everyone here is an ability user with sharp senses. Hearing anything would be so embarrassing. Haha. So thrilling. More please. It loves watching. The others in the living room gazed at the sky, the ground, the scenery outside. Anywhere but that closed door. Everyone looked incredibly busy, though what they were busy with remained unclear. In the bedroom. Snap. The sound of fabric tearing. Feng Qianyue yanked, both hands popping open Shun Jingmao's shirt buttons. Her fingertips traced down from his attractive Adam's apple. A thorough, unrestricted exploration. Until she tasted the saltiness of tears. She reached up to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes. You don't like it? The man's clear, melodious voice was slightly hoarse. No. Just too happy. Got too excited, he added. Feng Qianyue draped her arms back over his shoulders, gently cradling his nape as she soothingly stroked it while teasing him with her words. Are you still going to be my brother from now on? Shun Jingmao blinked away his tears, catching the playful glint in Feng Qianyue's eyes, and belatedly began feeling ashamed of his own behavior. Her phoenix eyes slightly lowered as she murmured, a lover? Is that not allowed? Feng Qianyue smiled gracefully. Disappearing for a night brought unexpected rewards. No need for her to continue guiding him. This man figured it out himself. Not bad at all. She leaned in to kiss his flushed ear tip, and his arms around her tightened. Feng Qianyue lifted her head. Let's continue tonight. I'll go out first, I have something to say to them. Okay. Feng Qianyue got off him and promptly retrieved a fresh shirt from her spatial storage to hand to him. She stepped out with composed grace. Behind her, Shun Jingmao was far less composed. His enchanting, handsome face still bore traces of lingering desire, his narrow phoenix eyes misted with tears and his crimson lips added an even more alluring touch. The open shirt was crumpled beyond recognition, its buttons scattered to who knows where. He changed into the new shirt in his hand, his fingertips brushing over the fine fabric as he lowered his brows and laughed quietly. After straightening his hem, he opened the door and walked out. When Feng Qianwei returned to the living room, the people who had been pretending to be busy instantly stopped pretending. Each face brimmed with barely contained excitement, as if they had a whole basketful of words to pour out. Feng Qianwei settled into a single sofa. Ask whatever you want. The moment she finished speaking, several people eagerly chimed in. Captain, where did you go last night? Boss, did you undergo a second awakening? After listening to everyone speak, Feng Qianwei gave a brief reply. Something unexpected happened last night, but it's already been resolved. The awakening was very successful, no need to worry. Shun Jingma emerged from the bedroom and listened to Feng Qianwei's explanation. Although he was extremely curious about where she had been last night, she glossed over the events, clearly not wanting to discuss them. Shun Jingma knew asking would yield no answers, so he turned his attention to another important matter. What ability did you awaken? Everyone strained their ears, their eyes fixed intently on Feng Qianwei. Psychic. Her tone was calm, yet it exploded like a bombshell in the living room. Su Mu, forgetting the wound still bandaged around his abdomen, leapt up from the floor, eyes wide with shock. Psychic ability. Boss is now a dual rare ability user with both space and psychic abilities. The strongest among the strong. This was the unanimous sentiment of everyone present. Having such a powerful leader made everyone feel an even greater sense of pride. In the apocalypse, no amount of personal charm could compare to speaking with strength. Moreover, Feng Qianwei possessed both qualities. Shun Jingma moved to the side of the single sofa, leaning slightly on the armrest, and reached out to gently stroke Feng Qianwei's head as he generously praised her. Qianqian, you're amazing. According to their current understanding, psychic abilities were like those of that third-tier psychic zombie, using mental attacks to kill silently and invisibly. The same applied to ability users with psychic powers. It wasn't until much later that they realized their captain's psychic ability was far from ordinary. Such an overpowered ability would barely be tested after a few days of training. It would take a full 49 days to truly do it justice. Feng Qianwei didn't elaborate much, for she had already formed new plans for the team's development. The reason was that this awakening's starting point was far higher than she had anticipated. She had expected to start at 3rd tier, but never imagined reaching 5th tier. Currently, she was at early 5th tier. Gazing across the entire blue star based on levels alone, she dared to assert that no ability user had yet achieved this rank. The higher one climbs in ability progression, the more grueling the advancement becomes. Even prodigies like Xiao Qianyu and Shun Jingma fell far short of her current standard, and she was able to reach such a starting point based on her past experiences and her comprehension of abilities. With her current strength leading this team, one could say they would face virtually no danger. The vast gap in power was too great. They would unconsciously become excessively dependent on her. She should allow them to independently challenge the apocalypse using the skills and mindset she once taught them to continuously temper themselves in harsh environments, growing into formidable warriors capable of standing on their own before returning to her. She would also seize this opportunity to begin her own journey of growth, discovering more talented and capable individuals to recruit, adding bricks and tiles to prepare for future power struggles, and confronting the masterminds lurking in the shadows. As everyone basked in the joyous atmosphere, Feng Qianwei's expression turned serious. Next, I have an important announcement to make. The living room fell utterly silent. Shun Jingma withdrew his hand and straightened his posture. The Mingyue squad is about to commence a special assessment. Assessment details: you may form teams freely and make your way to the main base. I will be waiting for all of you there. Only those who survive will qualify as members, I acknowledge. Her words landed, and the living room fell deathly silent. Everyone understood what that meant. Their leader deemed them too weak, hence the decision to send them out for training. Including Shun Jingma, everyone felt a flush of embarrassment. No one didn't want to become stronger. Consequently, everyone quickly adjusted their mindset and prepared to face the challenge. Feng Qianwei surveyed the room. Since there are no objections, the assessment begins tomorrow. All right. Su Mu was the first to voice his support, turning to Tan, mewling across the room. Sister Tan, team up with me. I swear I absolutely won't do anything stupid to hurt you again. She chuckled lightly. Do it again, and I'll put a bullet through you myself. Su Mu scratched his head awkwardly, hastily assuring her. If I do, I'll shoot myself. The siblings Yang Yuqing and Yang Yuga naturally formed a team together. Chen Jitiao approached Feng Qianwei. His hands hanging at his sides, gripped his pants seams as he spoke in a lowered voice. I'm not a member of the Mingyue squad, but I want to participate in this assessment. If I can reach the main base, will you take me in? Fine. Feng Qianwei nodded. Chen Jitao's heart leaped with joy. She glanced sideways toward Han Yue, bit her lower lip, and asked, Can I team up with you? Feng Qianwei watched the two of them with keen interest. Chen Jitao had had a transaction with Jiang Jiping before, and the two courtyards were adjacent. Han Yu could not, but no Chen Jitao. Given Han Yu's past tendency to be clouded by love, it was easy to imagine that her relationship with Chen Jitao had not been good. In fact, Feng Qianyue's guess was accurate. The two girls had once cursed at each other. Han Yu called Chen Jitao a seductress. Chen Jitao called Han Yu a grotesque creature. At that time, Han Yu had just been disfigured and was unable to accept it, and the argument quickly escalated into a physical fight. Neither used their abilities. They fought hand to hand until both were bruised and swollen. Han Yu was the better fighter, and Chen Jitao suffered a humiliating defeat. When facing the demonic plant, Chen Jitao never expected Han Yu to turn and pull her up. Aside from that, the two had had no other interaction thus far. Now faced with Chen Jitao's team invitation, Han Yu's heart skipped a beat. She had indeed hated Chen Jitao before, but when she completely lost hope in Jiang Zhiping and decided to break up, that hatred vanished into thin air. But after having fought each other before forming a two-person team, now felt awkward to Han Yu. While she was still grappling with her discomfort, the other side had already assumed she was unwilling. Chen Jitao also felt her question had been impulsive. After 3 seconds of silence from the other party, she smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Fine." A single word spoken with all her strength rushed out from Han Yu's mouth. The two exchanged a glance and a smile, then both awkwardly looked away. Feng Qianyue was quite satisfied with the current team arrangement. Having understood her intention, no one chose to form larger groups. Instead, they paired up. The advantage of two-person teams was greater mobility along the journey. The more people involved, the harder it was to make decisions. Since ancient times, where there are people, there is a world of complications. Without an absolute authority or system to suppress dissent, groups are the most prone to fracturing. Do not assume everyone will fulfill their roles, for people tend to overestimate their own abilities. After reviewing the group assignments, Shen Jingma turned to Feng Qianyue and said, "Qian, may I join your team?" His voice was clear and warm, laced with a smile. Feng Qianyue's dark eyes deepened, and she curved her lips in a meaningful way. "That depends on your performance tonight." The moment the words left her mouth, a blush rose to his cheeks. He laughed softly. "Fine." The walkie-talkie in her spatial storage made a sound. Feng Qianyue took it out and connected it. Immediately, Xiao Qianyu's cold and urgent voice came through. "Where are you?" During their last call, Feng Qianyue had said she would take people to the temporary base and then fly directly to the main base. It was a half-day journey, but Xiao Qianyu had waited a full day and night without any news from her. He had dialed several times last night, but there was no answer. Even knowing Feng Qianyue's formidable strength, he could not help but worry. After all, this was an apocalypse in full swing, and hidden dangers lurking in the shadows left no time to prepare defenses. This was an era where today was all you had. No one, however powerful, could guarantee tomorrow. Xiao Qianyu could not suppress his inner restlessness. Feng Qianyue, completely unaffected by Shen Jingma's gaze upon her, teased her former lover. "You're so worried about me." Creak. A harsh sound echoed. Shen Jingma's palm gripped the soft leather of the sofa backrest. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Xiao Qianyu was unaffected by the noise. Hearing Feng Qianyue still had the energy to tease him, he knew she was fine. His tone relaxed, and he openly admitted it. "You are my benefactor. Of course I worry." Before Feng Qianyue could respond, someone took the walkie-talkie from her hand and ended the call. She looked at Shen Jingma with cold eyes. The latter's grip on the walkie-talkie tightened. At this moment, Shen Jingma had completely forgotten his earlier internal monologue. Jealousy filled his entire body. Feng Qianyue had merely exchanged playful words with another man, and he wanted to kill that man on the spot, let alone accepting that she was not his exclusive intimate partner. In the past, Shen Jingma had refused out of pride. Now it was his intense possessiveness and surging affection that drove him. The unspoken tension between the two frightened the others in the living room, who promptly busied themselves elsewhere. Everyone wisely retreated to their bedrooms, leaving the living room to them. As subordinates, they should stay out of their leader's romantic affairs. A gentle breeze drifted through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, easing the stalemate. Shen Jingma forcibly subdued his emotions and handed the walkie-talkie over. Feng Qianyue said nothing and redialed. On the other end, Xiao Qianyu assumed Feng Qianyue had simply been busy and could not return his call earlier. He asked what happened. Feng Qianyue spoke in her usual tone. "Nothing. I'm letting you know I won't be going to the temporary base." "Why, oi?" The man was puzzled. "I have awakened a mental-type ability, and I plan to make my own way to the main base. We'll meet there." Xiao Qianyu understood the meaning. She intended to strengthen herself along the 1,000-kilometer journey. A renewed sense of admiration for her rose within him. As expected of a strong-willed person, rejecting privileges to choose the harder path for growth. "All right, I support you." Feng Qianyue curved her lips. "I'll contact you next time." "All right." Xiao Qianyu's tone carried an unnoticed trace of disappointment. Feng Qianyue tossed the walkie-talkie back into her spatial storage and looked at Shen Jingma. The man's expression was gloomy, his thin lips pressed tightly, his head lowered, avoiding her gaze. Feng Qianyue spoke calmly. "You can change your mind at any time. I will never force you to accept something like this. I told you before, my intimate partners are not exclusive. The man fell silent for 3 seconds before murmuring, "I know." Shun Jingma knew all too well, which is precisely why his heart ached so bitterly, yet he had no words to say. From his state, Feng Qianyue could tell his resistance was great. Tonight's intimacy would likely fall through. She spoke calmly. "You know it, but you cannot control your own behavior. When you can manage yourself, then we can talk about our relationship." Shun Jingma said nothing. In his dark, troubled eyes, emotions tangled. The restless turmoil within him tortured every nerve. At present he truly could not bear to watch Feng Qianyue grow intimate with someone else. He could accept that she did not love him, only desired him purely for physical pleasure. But he could no longer accept that she might be with another person. Shun Jingma knew this was extremely pretentious. After all, he had agreed to completely open his heart and embrace everything about her. Yet in reality, he had reverted to a different posture. Now he could neither change Feng Qianyue's thoughts nor fully control his own. Their relationship had reached a dead end. Feng Qianyue saw the man's turmoil and said nothing more. As before, it was best if he could figure it out himself. If he truly could not, she would simply treat him as a capable assistant. The mission was paramount, romance was trivial. Without him, there were others. That evening, Feng Qianyue treated everyone to hot pot and barbecue, hosting a farewell for their early departure the next day. The atmosphere was excellent, and they agreed that not a single person should be missed. They promised to gather again for a grand feast once they reunited at the main base. Afterward, Feng Qianyue returned to her room to rest. She collected the scattered wooden debris into her spatial storage, obtained an extraordinarily comfortable bed from the system mall, and took a refreshing bath in a purifying hot spring tub before crawling into the covers to sleep. As for whether Shin Jingma would come tonight, Feng Qianyue did not care. If he did not, that was his loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shin Jingma had asked Tin Muling for a large bucket of water to wash himself. For all his turmoil, discomfort, and inability to let go, his heart had not changed. He wanted to be with her. Thinking of what was to come, his body, which had grown cold from the cold shower, gradually warmed. Shin Jingma turned the doorknob and walked inside. In the dimly lit room, only the natural moonlight filtered through the window, casting a hazy glow on the sleeping face of the girl, making her seem almost surreal. Shun Jingma slowly walked to the bedside, hesitating whether to wake her or skip tonight, when she softly opened her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Her cool voice carried a hint of huskiness tingling in his ears and making his heart race even faster. He tried to stay calm, what we agreed on during the day. In the darkness, the person on the bed gave a seductive, teasing smile like a lotus blooming in a quiet pond, radiating an inviting fragrance. Shin Jingma's Adam's apple bobbed. "You still want to?" he asked uncertainly, the day's unpleasantness leaving him unsure of her current attitude. Feng Qianyue answered with actions. She pushed aside the silk quilt, sat up, and reached out her left arm to pull the man's neck, pressing him onto the bed. Thump. The thick, springy mattress gave their bodies a slight bounce. "Qian. Shu." Feng Qianyue's fingertips traced his lips, and she leaned down to whisper in his ear. "Don't speak. Just feel." She was in no hurry, as she enjoyed the foreplay. While she played with delight, Shun Jingma's heart pounded, as if it would explode, his entire body taut with longing and restraint. Her fingers wandered between his lips and tongue, and her casual kisses landed softly on every part of his face except his lips. Shun Jingma was tormented by an overwhelming desire to kiss. "Qian." He expressed his wish. She made a move, and just as he thought they would kiss, bang. The new shirt he had just put on that morning was violently ripped open again, buttons rolling to the floor as if too ashamed to be seen. A place never visited by anyone now had a thirsty fawn calling. Yet she seemed to be teasing him, rubbing against him with her antlers. Shun Jingma's voice was low and hoarse, barely intelligible. "Brother begs you." Feng Qianyue grasped the back of his neck and lifted it slightly. He raised his head in response, their eyes meeting. In the moonlight through the window, she could see his flushed face, his phoenix eyes overflowing with unchecked desire. She softly uttered a single word, "Okay." The light in the man's eyes instantly brightened, and he flipped their positions. Only when the sky began to pale did the two finally fall asleep, thoroughly satisfied. As two elite, superpowered beings, their physical stamina was extraordinary, and the commotion they made was equally immense. Except for Su Mu, who had drunk too much and slept through it, everyone else forced themselves to sleep with flushed faces. Lying in bed several walls away, Jiang Shubai stared at the ceiling, his weary expression tinged with other emotions. He automatically filtered out the man's voice, only hearing the faint, lingering sounds of the woman. Was making love really that enjoyable? How boring. Feng Beishan, who had witnessed the whole thing, had turned from a white cat to a red one, marveling at how sturdy the bed was. It hadn't broken apart despite all the shaking. The next morning, while Shun Jingma was still sound asleep, Feng Qianyue got up to see the others off. Su Mu casually asked, "Where's Brother Shun?" The others, who had heard the sounds the night before, instantly pressed their lips together to suppress their smiles. Last night was really something. Was this the power of the two big shots? Even those who listened felt thrilled. Feng Qianyue said calmly, without a hint of embarrassment, "He's still sleeping. You're not satisfied with me seeing you off?" No, boss. That's not what I meant. I'm more than happy to have you see me off. Sumu panicked, almost in tears. Feng Qianwei ruffled his hair. All right, no more jokes. I have parting gifts for you. With a wave of her hand, 6 identical large backpacks appeared on the ground, each labeled with a different name and stuffed full. She had prepared these essential supplies the night before. She wanted them to improve their strength quickly, but she didn't want them to die on the way. The 6 of them looked at the large hiking backpacks, clearly filled with good things. Without even opening them, their noses already tingled and their throats tightened. Although the boss made them go out and fend for themselves to improve their abilities, she still prepared such generous and luxurious parting gifts with great care. With such kindness and care, even if they had to crawl, they would make it to the main base and reunite with the boss, earning her approval. Feng Qianwei told them to open the bags and speak up if they needed anything else. Each of them took the backpack with their name on it, unzipped it, and was immediately stunned by what they saw. The quantity was not large, but the variety was incredibly complete. Basic supplies included firearms, knives, lighters, flashlights, tissues, and the like. Daily necessities included water, compressed biscuits, chocolate candy, instant noodles, and more. Medical supplies included disinfectant, gauze, tape, top-grade wound medicine, etc. No wonder they were labeled with names. The boss had even prepared combat suits in different sizes according to their builds. The girls' backpacks additionally contained sanitary pads and underwear. Tan Muling, Han Yue, Yang Yuga, and Chen Jitao all had red-rimmed eyes. Receiving such a farewell gift, everyone felt that words could not express their emotions. All they could do was survive, become independent, strong individuals, and then reunite with the captain. Parting is for a better reunion. Feng Qianwei didn't give them time to get sentimental and directly urged them to leave. Don't all look so glum. We'll meet at the main base. Sumu wiped the corner of his eye and shouted, all right, see you at the main base. He extended his palm back, facing up, and the others understood, stacking their hands on top. Finally, they all looked at Feng Qianwei. Just as she was about to reach out, a lean, strong arm reached from behind, and Shun Jingma placed his large hand on top first. His disheveled hair did nothing to hide his handsomeness, and he raised a mischievous eyebrow. How could I be left out? Feng Qianwei smiled, and placed her hand on his, giving the final words. I won't wish you a smooth journey. Instead, I wish you all to ride the wind and break the waves. Everyone shouted in unison, ride the wind and break the waves. In the adjacent living room, a young man looked weary, a faint sneer on his lips. What an interesting group of people. After seeing them off, the living room fell silent. Feng Qianwei looked at Shun Jingma. Now it's time to talk about us. The man blinked his phoenix eyes and sat down on the sofa. Feng Qianwei spoke bluntly. Although everything that could have happened last night did happen, I still have to ask what you truly think. This concerns my attitude toward you. Their expression froze. Shun Jingma was already certain of his heart. He liked Feng Qianwei, and he was absolutely sure that he would never fall for anyone else in his lifetime. She was the best and most unique existence in the whole world. But at present, he truly could not accept the thought of another man having an intimate relationship with her. Shun Jingma spoke his thoughts honestly. After hearing this, Feng Qianwei raised an eyebrow and deliberately said, since that's the case, don't force yourself. I can still treat you as family. The man's enchanting and handsome face instantly froze. Can we go back to how it was before last night? Feng Qianwei shrugged. I can't, he immediately retorted. Shun Jingma rose from the single sofa and pressed Feng Qianwei into the adjacent long sofa. The corners of his eyes flushed red, and his clear, gentle voice trembled. Don't you like me even a little bit? Feng Qianwei gazed at the person above her. He met her preferences in every way, so it was correct to say she liked him. I do. She lifted her head, kissed the man's slightly pursed lips, then lay back down. Shun Jingma was stunned. His frozen heart Lake instantly thawed because of those 2 words and a gentle kiss. Say it again. Feng Qianwei smiled and repeated it once more. The man leaned down and kissed her, his tongue entwining with hers with practiced ease back and forth. Shun Jingma's mind was full of last night's images, desire rolling uncontrollably. Suppressing the surging passion, he rubbed against Feng Qianwei's cheek and coaxed, from now on only be with me, okay? Feng Qianwei's hand that was stroking him paused. She did not respond. She felt the man's passion gradually cool with her silence. He slowly stood up and sat back on the single sofa. Feng Qianwei had complete control over his reaction. No matter how unacceptable he found it, she could not give him a promise. That would be tantamount to shackling herself. She was used to doing as she pleased and would not stop for anyone. At the same time, she disdained lying to him. After sitting back on the single sofa, Shun Jingma lowered his head. He dared not look at Feng Qianwei, afraid of losing control and arguing with her. He was well aware that the like she spoke of was not the same as the like he meant. Yet he still held a sliver of hope, hoping that this liking could become exclusive. But reality bluntly told him how ridiculous this thought was. How could Feng Qianwei listen to him? She was far more dominant and powerful than he was. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him entirely. He couldn't help but think. If he were stronger than her, could he then control her into loving him? This thought sprouted in Shun Jingma's heart. Seeing the man lost in thought and silent, Feng Qianyue did not disturb him, but got up and went back to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. It was still early, so she would sleep a bit more. About an hour later the man entered the bedroom. She opened her eyes and met his gaze. Those narrow phoenix-like eyes held determination. She knew that this guy had made up his mind. Then she heard him speak solemnly. I plan to go out and explore on my own. This was the thought that Shun Jingma had conceived. To temporarily separate from Feng Qianhua. First, to avoid arguments caused by their irreconcilable relationship. Second, he wanted to become stronger and build his own power. Everyone admires strength. If his strength reached a certain level surpassing Qianqian, then he would surely gain more of her attention. He wanted to make others completely unworthy of her notice. By then he would naturally be the only one by her side. To conquer Qianqian, he had to do it in a way she acknowledged. Strength was what she cared about most. Shun Jingma found the solution to this problem. Even if the road ahead was long, he intended to venture forth. Feng Qianhua was not surprised at all when she heard his intention to venture alone. This was something Shun Jingma would do. In his line of thinking, he was probably planning to improve his strength and build his own power to reverse the dynamic between them. From their first meeting until now, she had always been stronger and he weaker. So he wanted to become strong and surpass her. The idea was good. But in this life, he would never be able to surpass her. It wasn't that Feng Qianhua was arrogant. In her past life, even without a golden finger, she never let him gain the upper hand over her. Shun Jingma's decision to leave was also beneficial to her. At least he wouldn't interfere with her development of power due to emotional matters. Feng Qianhua curled her lips and responded, I support your decision. Shun Jingma, afraid that he would regret and be reluctant to leave, decided to pack simply and go. Feng Qianhua admired his decisiveness and also prepared a farewell gift for him. They resumed what was left unfinished on the sofa. Whether it was because it was the last time before parting or because they were both competing inwardly, they returned to the sofa. A vigorous and unrestrained feast. When it ended, the man leaned down and tightly embraced Feng Qianhua, pressing her entire body into his arms. His clear, gentle voice sounded low in her ear. Next time we meet, if your brother can defeat you, will you only like me from then on? This time Shun Jingma got an answer. Okay. Happiness was so easy. Shun Jingma seemed to already see that day arriving. Filled with anticipation and joy, his body revived again. He sucked on Feng Qianhua's earlobe and licked it. One more time with your brother. On the other side of several walls, the young man's indifferent and weary expression completely vanished. He frowned, wearing earplugs, holding a book in his hand, but unable to focus. The girl's teasing laughter and gasping breaths always reached his ears. Annoying. The question from last night resurfaced in his mind. Was making love that pleasurable? Jiang Shubai could imagine the scene on the other side without using his blood eye ability. Simply, utterly boring. This special farewell gift ended with the sofa collapsing. After all, the bed from the system mall was more durable. Afterward, Feng Qianhua took out the real farewell gift. It was also a travel-style large backpack. Shun Jingma didn't fuss and say he didn't want it. He liked everything Qianqian did for him. It showed that she had him in her heart. The contents of the backpack were similar to what others received, but Feng Qianhua had stuffed in a few men's underwear. This small detail that distinguished him from other men made Shun Jingma's heart sweet as honey, diluting the sadness of parting. He closed his eyes and reverently placed a kiss on Feng Qianhua's forehead. See you at the base. Okay. Feng Qianhua watched him leave, then turned and knocked on the door across the hall. The young man in the room felt a jolt in his heart. The door opened, revealing that youthful, yet uniquely world-weary face. Feng Qianhua felt that this face should have been one brimming with vitality. She had seen a photo in his bedroom of him sitting on a paraglider, his smile as radiant as the sun, a stark contrast to the person before her now. Gazing at those blood-red pupils, Feng Qianhua's curiosity about his origins burned fiercely. Unraveling the mystery of the blood pupils would uncover the truth of his background. The youth opened the door and walked back to the living room without a word. Feng Qianhua followed, closing the door behind her. Before she could speak, he said flatly, "Where's your boyfriend?" Feng Qianhua didn't deny his assumption. "He's gone. You didn't leave with him?" For the first time, his question carried a hint of genuine curiosity. Feng Qianhua raised an eyebrow. "How could I leave before settling the debt with you? Unless you come with me. Why would I go with you?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than he fired back the same question. Feng Qianhua produced a bottle of red wine and a glass from her space, leisurely poured a sip, and said unhurriedly, "That's a good question. Then why did you take me out of that room?" The youth was left speechless. Seeing him subdued, she took out another glass, poured him a drink, and asked, "Want some?" "No, don't like it. That's not it." Feng Qianhua looked at him, her eyes urging him to continue. His expression was calm as he uttered something utterly absurd. "I don't eat or drink, and I won't die." Jiang Shubai had never eaten anything since his earliest memories in the lab. Aside from occasional episodes, his body remained remarkably stable. The youth didn't realize he was answering almost every question she asked. From the moment she defeated him at their first meeting and showed no unusual reaction to his blood-red pupils, Jiang Shubai had formed a special impression of Feng Qianhua. Coupled with his discovery of the unique energy field around her, which gave him a sense of kinship, all these factors made him unconsciously lower his guard. Feng Qianyue was stunned by his words. Not eating or drinking, and still not dying. Was he like the entity inside Feng Chao? Both higher life forms. Had they lost their memories after arriving on Blue Star? Her curiosity surged. Perhaps this youth was another breakthrough point for completing her mission. So she pressed on decisively. Where did you come from? Do you still have any memories? The lab. He uttered those 3 words. Be specific. Tell me everything you remember. This time he didn't comply. Sensing her intense curiosity, Jiang Shubai, as if possessed, decided to play coy. He picked up a book from the table and pretended to flip through it, waiting for her to grow impatient. Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. This guy actually knew how to be evasive. Still, that world-weary face had gained a touch of vitality. She offered him an out. Name your price. The youth's hand froze mid-page. He blinked those mesmerizing eyes. Jiang Shubai hadn't intended to demand anything in return. He simply wanted to see her flustered for once. Thinking of urgency, his mind involuntarily drifted to last night, and today to the girl and her boyfriend's behavior. Judging purely from the sounds, her emotions were quite volatile. Jiang Shubai recalled that question again. Was making love really that pleasurable? Just as Feng Qianyue's patience was about to run out, the youth suddenly spoke. Tell me, what does it feel like to make love? In the space, Feng Batian let out a shrill scream. Is this something you can just ask? Feng Qianyue's head throbbed from the system screeching. She muted the sound, looked at him directly without a hint of shyness, and asked, curious. The word curious stirred a strange feeling in Jiang Shubai's heart. Was this curiosity? The act of making love seemed utterly dull to him, but the sounds he had heard from Feng Qianyue sparked a question. He said flatly, I suppose so. A smile spread across Feng Qianyue's face. She wasn't particularly surprised by his curiosity. Humans, food and sex are innate nature. Even if he wasn't entirely human or not human at all, he possessed basic human traits. Add amnesia to the mix, and his odd logic was understandable. Feng Qianyue said to him, since you're curious, why not experience it yourself? My feelings are beyond words. The youth replied coldly, no need. Jiang Shubai changed the terms. I can tell you my memories, and we'll call it even. Deal. Feng Qianyue agreed readily. She would get the memories first. If her intuition was correct, the mystery surrounding Jiang Shubai might be part of the truth about this world. There was no way she would let him go easily. The youth began speaking in a tone as bland as plain water. I was locked in an underground lab. A pitch-black room, heavy iron chains binding me. As far back as I can remember, I only ever saw one middle-aged man. He told me his name was Dr. Zhou. He explained the apocalypse to me, introduced my abilities, told me my name, and that I was from the imperial capital. Then he disappeared. Jiang Shubai's memories were pitifully few, but Feng Qianyue still gleaned crucial information, the lab, Dr. Zhou, and the youth's bizarre abilities. She had never heard of such things in her past life. Based on his description, she couldn't help but suspect that Dr. Zhou was a genius who had developed monstrous serums to modify human physiology, creating Jiang Shubai. But was that really the case? Another possibility crossed Feng Qianyue's mind. Maybe Jiang Shubai's abilities weren't Dr. Zhou's creation, but existed before he entered the lab. And Dr. Zhou was simply researching him later, withdrawing for other reasons. Unable to control Jiang Shubai during the transfer, he had no choice but to lock him in a dark room, planning to deal with him later. That raised a question. Since Dr. Zhou understood Jiang Shubai's abilities, he wouldn't have let him escape easily. Feng Qianyue asked, how did you get out of the lab? He replied, a metal ability user from a special forces team. He released me and tried to take me away. I injured him and escaped. Feng Qianyue's eyebrows lifted slightly. So Xiao Qianyu's mission back then had been about this Dr. Zhou. The one who injured him was Jiang Shubai. The pieces finally clicked together. No wonder she had never heard of Dr. Zhou in her past life. First, it was surely classified information of the Spark Base. Second, the Spark Base had never found Dr. Zhou in the end, or she would have heard something. Another puzzle piece added to this world. Feng Qianyue was undaunted by the mounting mysteries. She firmly believed these were all just pieces of a puzzle. Once she gathered all the pieces, every enigma would be solved. In good spirits, she said to the youth across from her, thanks for sharing. Now let's talk about you taking me away. Jiang Shubai froze. Didn't you just agree to call it even? Feng Qianyue smiled sweetly. The world is treacherous and hearts are unpredictable. I'm giving you a practical lesson. As my student, you should repay me. Jiang Shubai was completely speechless. What a bandit's logic. He lowered his gaze and said coldly, I won't agree. Feng Qianyue kept smiling. You don't get a say. He lifted his eyes to meet hers, the blood-red pupils deepening, a vortex of eerie energy coalescing. It was a sign of an impending fight. Make your move. His voice was laced with frost. Feng Qianyue tilted her head back, downing the red wine in her glass. The next second, her body vanished from its spot, reappearing in front of him. She clamped his jaw, tilting his head up, and forcibly transferred the wine from her mouth to his. The scarlet liquid trickled from the corner of the youth's lips as he was forced to swallow. Those terrifying blood-red pupils blinked, then slowly closed. An overwhelming sensation completely suppressed the turbulent energy surging within Jiang Shubai. The wine vanished, replaced by a sweet, slippery touch that roamed wantonly inside his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qianyue's hand had released his jaw and moved to the back of his head. Yet he remained with his head tilted up. He sat upright, allowing Feng Qianyue to entwine in a deep, lingering kiss. Until the wet kiss ended, the youth remained frozen in place. Feng Qianyue straightened up and saw bewilderment in his open eyes. Her originally pale lips had turned a faint red, glistening with moisture, while her excessively fair skin was tinged with a delicate pink. Tender and tempting. As his gaze sharpened, the expression on his face gradually returned to normal. He was once again that world-weary, indifferent figure. He lowered his head, neither looking at her nor speaking, lost in thought. Or perhaps thinking nothing at all. Feng Qianyue guessed correctly. Jiang Shubai's mind was a blank at that moment. The sweetness of red wine lingered in his mouth, along with a certain wetness on his tongue, evidence of the swirling motion just moments before. He instinctively swallowed. The youth fell into a silent sulk, but Feng Qianyue didn't press him to speak. She had done what she did out of curiosity, to see if this immortal body had any reaction to intimate contact. It turned out it did, though not very pronounced. His obedient stillness and lack of resistance were somewhat endearing, just her type. Whether for the mission or personal preference, Feng Qianyue had decided, both for duty and pleasure, to transform this world-weary youth into her loyal dog. Once her mind was made up, she said cheerfully, "Let's make a deal. I'll help you unravel the mystery of your origins. In the meantime, how about being my subordinate?" The youth's fingertips, resting naturally on the sofa, twitched slightly. He said indifferently, "Why should I trust you?" Feng Qianyue smiled. "If you refuse, I'll still take you out of this house, my way." "What way?" Feng Qianyue wasted no words. She concentrated her spiritual power and waved her hand at him. The person on the sofa vanished instantly. Inside the system space, Jiang Shubai and Feng Batian stared at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Before they could react, Feng Qianyue moved her mind, and Jiang Shubai reappeared on the sofa. The youth blinked, clearly still processing what had just happened. He narrowed his blood-red eyes. "Was that your space?" "Yes. Your space can actually hold living things." His tone rose slightly, betraying his agitation. Jiang Shubai also had a space, but it was pitch black and could only hold inanimate objects. Feng Qianyue shrugged. "Now you see how easy it is for me to take you away." The fact that her space could hold living things, other than the small system, had been clear to her since she awakened her ability. As long as her spiritual power could fully control it, there was no problem. Clearly, Jiang Shubai's spiritual power was inferior to hers, so she could absorb him. Seeing him fall silent again, Feng Qianyue didn't urge him. She waited for him to face reality. 2 minutes later, he asked, "What about that cat?" "My pet." "Pet?" Jiang Shubai felt that if he didn't agree to her terms, he would certainly be locked up in that space with the cat. He would rather die outside than be confined again. For now, he could only trust that she could solve the mystery of his origins. "I agree." Hearing his cold agreement, Feng Qianyue smiled with satisfaction. Truly, strength was the ultimate truth. After the two reached an agreement, neither mentioned the kiss. Feng Qianyue offered no explanation, and Jiang Shubai showed no reaction. It was as if nothing had happened. That evening, Feng Qianyue moved into Jiang Shubai's house under a new identity. "Which room do I sleep in?" She leaned against the doorframe of his bedroom, looking at the person on the bed. "Up to you," the youth said indifferently. Feng Qianyue walked in. "All right, I'll take this one." Jiang Shubai's room had no scent at all. Just like the impression he gave, as bland as plain water. Hearing her choice, the person on the bed was visibly startled. "This is my room." His tone was cold, but a hint of displeasure was discernible. Feng Qianyue didn't care. She said leisurely, "You told me to choose. If you try to be stubborn, I won't listen." Jiang Shubai was speechless. Unable to argue with her, he simply shut his mouth. Feng Qianyue, on the other hand, used her ability to rearrange the room, creating space for another bed, and then teleporting her own bed into the bedroom. As for why she didn't sleep in Jiang Shubai's bed with him, it wasn't that she didn't want to. It was that she couldn't. Yet. To reverse his world-weary mindset, forcefully entering his world was necessary, but she couldn't rush in too quickly. Otherwise it might backfire. There were still many days ahead, she'd see how things went first. Until Feng Qianyue lay down in her own bed, Jiang Shubai, 2 meters away, still couldn't understand why she had placed a second bed in his bedroom. Wasn't she supposed to sleep with him? Given the sudden kiss during the day, Jiang Shubai had assumed Feng Qianyue wanted to sleep with him. Her boyfriend had left, so she had set her sights on him. If that were the case, why was it different now? Had he misinterpreted? Was the kiss merely a tactic to interrupt his fight? To set the stage for the subsequent negotiation and make him her subordinate? If so, sleeping in the same room could be understood as surveillance. Afraid he would escape, Jiang Shubai was half convinced, half doubtful. In the dim light, the girl's peaceful sleeping face was close at hand. Lost in thought, he unknowingly stared at her as he drifted off to sleep. While all was calm here, the outside world was fraught with danger. Death was a constant occurrence. The members of the Mingyue squad who had left in the morning. Each of the 3 groups faced their own troubles. Fortunately, they all managed to survive unscathed in the end. On the very first day away, they deeply felt the comfort of having Feng Qianyue and the hardship of being without her. To gain the leader's approval and embark on the path to strength, this was a necessary hardship. Compared to them, Shun Jingma faced far fewer setbacks. He was strong and cautious, able to handle most external dangers. His greatest challenge came from his inner emotions. The moment he stepped out of that house, Shun Jingma regretted it. A wave of reluctance filled his entire being, and he nearly turned back immediately. But he knew he couldn't go back. If he did, it would mean accepting that in Qianqian's eyes he was merely one of her bedmates. For the sake of the future, even if there were cliffs ahead, he had to climb them now. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Feng Qianyue slowly opened her eyes to meet a pair of startled blood-red eyes. The youth stood tall beside her bed. Half of her body was exposed, and most of the blanket was clutched in his hand. Their eyes met, and the youth said in a calm voice, but with a slightly faster pace, the blanket fell. "Thank you." Feng Qianyue, composed, pulled the blanket over her exposed body. She had been sleeping naked the night before. The youth walked out of the bedroom, his back stiff, even in retreat. Feng Qianyue chuckled softly and dressed unhurriedly. Today they were also to set off for the base. Thus 2 awakeners with spatial abilities traveled light. Both in black outfits with similarly aloof auras, Jiang Shubai in sunglasses, and a hat looked like a pre-apocalypse celebrity stepping out low-key. Beside him, Feng Qianyue wore a black tactical jacket, combat pants, and boots, her dashing demeanor impossible to ignore. Before they even exited the residential complex, they were already approached by 2 groups fleeing the capital who invited them to join the main base. After being refused, they left regretfully. Just as they were about to step out of the main gate, Feng Qianyue suddenly stopped and frowned. She was drawn by the sound of a woman's screams coming from a villa, accompanied by the lewd laughter, curses, and sounds of beating from several different men. Feng Qianyue turned on her heel and headed toward that villa. Jiang Shubai silently followed. They arrived at a Western-style house from which chaotic sounds emerged through the dilapidated doors and windows. An old man peered inside, then cursed angrily, "Beasts, a pack of beasts. Why aren't you bitten to death by zombies?" The old man grumbled as he walked away. He wished he could intervene, but he was powerless. The apocalypse hadn't extinguished all humanity, but it had magnified countless malicious intentions. Inside, an extremely heinous event was unfolding. Without a word, Feng Qianyue pulled out a shotgun and fired a burst at the shattered French windows. Several young men in the living room who had been in high spirits were instantly terrified and scrambled for cover. On the floor lay a girl, dazed, her clothes disheveled, hair tangled, face bruised and swollen. After finishing her barrage, Feng Qianyue stepped inside. A few young men hid behind sofas and walls, and one of the leaders shouted at her, "I warn you, don't meddle. Don't think you can do anything just because you have a gun. We're all ability users. I advise you to leave now, or we'll deal with you too." Feng Qianyue's dark eyes were deep and unfathomable. She glanced down at the numb girl on the floor, took out a long coat, and draped it over her exposed body. Without responding to the vile man's words, she waved to Jiang Shubai behind her. "Go tie them up." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but the few first-rank ability users heard it clearly. Someone immediately burst into curses. "Bitch. We were willing to let you go, but now you're asking for death. Brothers, let's get them. Tie up these 2 scumbags and have some fun." The others quickly responded, rushing out to attack Feng Qianyue and Jiang Shubai. The reason these men dared to act was that they sensed no ability fluctuations from the pair. In their shallow understanding, the absence of fluctuations meant they were not ability users, just ordinary people relying on a shotgun. Bullets were limited, and with such a short distance and numerical advantage, they believed a coordinated assault would quickly subdue the 2. How beautiful the thought, how miserable the reality. Without even lifting a finger, Feng Qianyue watched as Jiang Shubai, with terrifying speed, used his powerful ability to bind all the young men and throw them to the ground. They sat on the floor, back to back, tied together in a circle like some team-building game. Some of them cursed, some simply screamed to vent their fear, some tried to negotiate with cunning, and others wet themselves in silent terror. The diversity of the human species was vividly displayed at this moment. To them, they had just been the butchers, now they were the prey. Feng Qianyue tossed a sharp military knife to Jiang Shubai, who caught it steadily. "Too noisy. Cut out their tongues." Though she could have used her ability to destroy their vocal cords, she deliberately chose a physical method to silence them. Her aim was to make them suffer both mentally and physically. Hearing this, the young men's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Each of them instinctively clamped their mouths shut, pleading with their eyes and body movements. If not for the ability binding, they would have knelt and kowtowed without hesitation. Jiang Shubai, like an emotionless robot, carried out the instruction without a moment's hesitation, regardless of how the men begged. Piercing screams echoed through the living room, gradually pulling the girl on the floor back to her senses. She moved her swollen eyes, slowly sat up, and followed the trouser legs upward to see a face of cold, stunning beauty. Thank you." Her torn vocal cords struggled to utter these 2 words. With stiff arms, she pulled the long coat over herself. As she stood, a metallic taste in her throat made her vomit a pool of blood onto the floor. Wiping the blood from her mouth with her sleeve, the girl turned her head to look at the men bleeding profusely from their mouths. A tremor ran through her chest as she let out a muffled laugh. The girl's name was Chun-Shi. As she savored the sight of her tormentor's misery, a silver-bladed knife appeared before her eyes. The straight blade resembled one used for cutting large watermelons. Following the handle, she saw her savior's face. "Do you want to take revenge yourself? Take it." Chun-Shi bit her dry lips, her gaze gradually firming. She took the knife from her savior's hand and slowly stood up. Blood, a shocking red, trickled down her torn body from her thighs to her ankles, dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip. Each step was excruciating pain, but her enemies were right in front of her. Even if she died, she would exact revenge first. By now, Jiang Shubai had returned to stand beside Feng Qianwei. Both were clad in black, their expressions indifferent to the bloody scene. They were like emissaries of hell, helping a desperate girl escape the clutches of evil and guiding her towards self-redemption. Chun-Shi walked over to the young man with the long, straight knife. Since they were ability users, even after having their tongues cut off and losing a lot of blood, they still retained consciousness. When they saw Chun-Shi approaching with the knife, they whimpered in terror. Chun-Shi walked up to the man who had led the assault on her and slowly crouched down. Gripping the knife with both hands, she aimed between his legs, and with a look of extreme terror on his face, plunged it down fiercely. Ugh! The stabbed man fainted from pain while the man beside him fainted just from watching. Chun-Shi spared none of them, using all her strength to stab each one, then pulling the knife out and stabbing it into their hearts. When her revenge was complete, she wiped the blade clean with her clothes and walked up to Feng Qianwei, offering it with both hands. Thank you. She struggled to speak. Feng Qianwei did not take it. Instead, she placed a top-grade healing medicine on the blade. "This can heal your wounds. Keep the knife for self-defense." Chun-Shi's eyes brimmed with tears as she asked hoarsely, "Why your name?" Feng Qianwei. Chun-Shi watched her benefactor's retreating figure, etching her image deeply into her heart, hoping one day she could repay her. She briefly tended to her wounds and slowly walked out of the house. A black light descended from the sky and drilled into her mind. Her brown pupils rapidly transformed into white crystals, and her body gradually became translucent. The girl muttered the word destruction under her breath. As if receiving some kind of instruction, she floated into the air and flew away into the distance. Leaving the neighborhood, Feng Qianwei pulled a high-performance luxury car from the system store. She glanced at the young man beside her. "Can you drive?" "Yes." Feng Qianwei tossed him the car keys. The young man got into the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, inserted the key, started the engine, and released the handbrake. His movements unhurried and composed. In the passenger seat, Feng Qianwei rested her cheek on her right hand and said lazily, "Drive straight north." "Okay." Swoosh. The car shot forward, heading straight for a tree trunk by the roadside. Feng Qianwei reached out and yanked the steering wheel sharply to the left, barely avoiding the tree, while Jiang Shubai slammed on the brakes. Feng Qianwei turned to look at him. "This is what you call can drive?" A rare hint of embarrassment flickered across his world-weary face. "I thought I could." A faint blush spread across his pale skin. Feng Qianwei blinked, chuckled lightly, and didn't press the matter. Then, like a driving instructor, she began to teach him. Her attitude was gentle, and she taught with ease. Her cool, clear voice flowed like a brook into Jiang Shubai's heart, and he found himself looking at her with unconscious admiration. From last night until now, being her subordinate had not caused him any moments of annoyance. Even now, she hadn't shown the slightest impatience despite his near collision. Perhaps he could truly trust her to help him unravel the mystery of his origins. After a brief lesson, Jiang Shubai quickly mastered the technique and drove smoothly onto the road. Feng Qianwei was in no hurry to reach the main base. During this 1,000-kilometer journey, she hoped to encounter many talented individuals to recruit for her own purposes. Once they arrived at the main base, they would be useful to her. That place was her new battlefield. As evening fell, the car entered the northern district of Daijing. This area, notorious before the apocalypse for its mix of people, was mostly inhabited by migrants and laborers from towns and villages. The car drove through this chaotic zone. A chubby young man blocked their car. Feng Qianwei rolled down the window. His dirty face showed an urgent expression, and he gestured rapidly with his hands, unable to produce any sound. Though Feng Qianwei didn't understand sign language, her telepathic ability allowed her to grasp his meaning. She turned to look at the driver. "Can you understand?" The young man shook his head. Feng Qianwei explained, "He says the road ahead is very dangerous, and we should take another route. Should we change?" Jiang Shubai was indifferent. Feng Qianwei turned back to the young man outside the window. "Thank you for the warning, but could you tell me what specific danger lies ahead?" The chubby young man furrowed his brow, gesturing wildly with his hands while emitting guttural sounds, his agitation mounting. Feng Ye understood what he meant. Ahead there was a gang that specialized in ambushing passing vehicles. They were ruthless, not only looting supplies, but also killing people. Anyone who passed would lose both their possessions and their lives. Feng Ye asked the young man, Aren't you afraid staying here? He shook his head, a hint of innocent coyness on his face, and signed, no fear. I know they're traps and won't fall for them. Besides, I can take on 2 of them in a fight. Good news. Tomorrow I'm taking my grandpa to build the sub-base in the neighboring city to secure residency. Feng Yeye was amused by his naive expression. She took out a box of sausages, a box of instant noodles, and a box of drinking water. Consider this your reward. The young man was stunned by the items at his feet. After a few seconds his hands moved so fast they seemed to form seals. No. These are too precious. I can't take them. I warned you not for food. I just hate those scoundrels. What's given is yours. If you can't carry it, I'll help you take it home. Feng Yeye's tone was gentle but firm. The young man's heart trembled. He never expected such generous compensation for merely offering a few words of caution. Today was truly the luckiest day of his life. With so much supplies, Grandpa would be overjoyed. He gestured excitedly. No need. Thank you so much. The alley is too narrow for cars. I live just a few dozen meters away. My grandpa and I can carry it ourselves. Please wait. I'll go fetch him now. After signing, he dashed into the nearby alley like a cannonball. Feng Yeye first stored the supplies, and then parked the car by the roadside to wait. Bored, she took out a bottle of green apple soda, popped the tab with one hand, and noticed a curious gaze beside her. She shook the can. Want some? The young man nodded. Although Jiang Shubai didn't need to eat or drink, his body could still function normally. That was one of the reasons he called himself a monster, a human body with inhuman needs. He had always stayed alone, never curious about the taste of food. But since last night's red wine, it was as if the door to appetite had been opened. He began to wonder what food tasted like. Despite his sunglasses, Feng Yeye could almost see the anticipation in his eyes. She took a sip from the already opened can, then pulled out a new one. Just as he reached for it, she dodged, leaned forward, and pressed her lips against his. With the memory of last night's red wine fresh, Feng Yeye's hands didn't touch him. Jiang Shubai instinctively swallowed. The crisp green apple liquid slowly flowed into his slightly parted teeth. His Adam's apple moved up and down, youthful and sensual. He sat there dazed, making no move to resist. Feng Yeye didn't hold much in her mouth, so she soon finished. As she pulled back, a palm caught the back of her head and pressed her back to him. A wet, slippery tongue slipped into her mouth, tangled with hers, then suddenly stopped. It was Jiang Shubai who halted. Realizing what he had just done, a strange feeling surged through him. His gaze grew confused. Feng Yeye was briefly surprised when he pressed her back, but when he stopped, she quickly regained her composure and pulled away. Without a word, she handed him the new bottle, then returned to her seat. Jiang Shubai stared at the bottle in his hand, opened it, and took a sip. The fruity taste was still there, but his appetite had vanished. He placed the bottle in the cup holder and remained silent. An indescribable atmosphere filled the car. Feng Yeye deliberately didn't explain her actions, and Jiang Shubai didn't know how to explain his sudden impulse. It was so strange that even he was startled. They had kissed, but both acted as if nothing had happened. Until gunfire from nearby shattered the silence in the car. Through the windshield, they saw 3 people, 2 men and a woman. The men pulled a cart on which 2 bodies lay stacked, emerging from the alley. The trio cursed loudly. Blood dripped from the cart, leaving a long red trail on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the passenger seat was empty. The door still trembled, and Feng Yeye had already appeared in front of the cart. The young man was stunned. The 2 men pulling the cart looked up and swore at the sudden apparition. Holy shit, a ghost. But when they saw Feng Yeye's appearance, lewd grins spread across their faces. Feng Yeye walked past them to the side of the cart. The 2 on the cart had no signs of life. The chubby boy who had been gesturing excitedly just 2 minutes ago now lay there, eyes wide open in death. Beneath him was a frail old man with a white beard stained with fresh blood, eyes tightly shut, face twisted in agony. The marks of a beating before death. On the other side of the cart stood a burly woman. Seeing her companion's eyes glued to Feng Yeye, she planted her hands on her hips and yelled, "What are you looking at? Get moving. That mute bastard ruined so many of our plans. The boss wants to see the bodies in person. Hurry back." As the overseer, her words made the 2 men suppress their lecherous thoughts. This sudden girl was pretty but too clean. In the apocalypse, staying clean meant she had backing. She showed no fear facing the bloody corpses, clearly not someone to mess with. She might be an ability user like their boss. The trio, experienced in robbing and killing, quickly deduced that Feng Yeye was dangerous. They tried to leave without engaging her, but the cart wouldn't budge. Turning back, they saw the girl's foot resting on the edge of the cart. The burly woman tightened her grip on her cleaver. "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't cause trouble, or we won't be polite." "Who killed him?" Feng Yeye pointed at the chubby boy at her feet, her expression blank. The 3 exchanged glances, then the woman raised her voice, trying to intimidate her. "Who cares who killed him? Say one more word and we'll." Feng Yeye pressed a black gold long blade against the woman's throat. The 3 froze like statues, not daring to move. The words "spatial ability user" flashed through their minds. They had only heard of it, never seen it. The woman swallowed her threats and pointed at one of the men, her voice much smaller. "He did it. He killed him." The accused man trembled frantically, waving his hands. No, it wasn't me. It was the boss. The gun was from the boss. He gave the order, not me. I swear. Feng Ye's face was unreadable. Why did you kill him? The man stammered, this damn mute. This kid. He always stood at the intersection blocking cars. We couldn't get supplies. The boss ordered us to take him out. It's really not my fault. Take me to your boss. Jiang Shubai had already arrived by Feng Qianyue's side. After listening to their conversation, he silently followed without a word. The group soon arrived before a 3-story building. The leading man pointed at the gate and said to Feng Qianyue, "Boss, it's here. Our leader is in there." As he spoke, the man and woman beside him blinked unnaturally. Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "Why, yes." Another man chimed in, "All right, this is the place." Only the woman pressed her lips tightly, saying nothing, her twitching fingers betraying her nervousness. Feng Qianyue had already scanned the entire area with her superpower before approaching. The small building was riddled with deadly traps. She smiled at the two. "Since that's the case, you two lead the way inside." Their pupils contracted sharply as they hastily made excuses. "Be boss, we dare not. Our leader doesn't allow us in freely." Yes, our leader would kill us." Feng Qianyue swung her blade, and 2 ears fell to the ground. The 2 men let out piercing screams. Those who don't understand words have no use for ears. Feng Qianyue glanced at Jiang Shubai. "Throw them in." Jiang Shubai grabbed the 2 men still clutching their ears and screaming and hurled them through the door. With 2 thuds, an unknown trap was triggered. The floor suddenly split open and hundreds of long steel spikes shot into the 2 men's bodies. The excruciating pain made them thrash and writhe, unintentionally triggering another trap. Countless prismatic glass shards rained down from the ceiling, piercing into their flesh. Blood pooled across the floor. The 2 men fell silent. The woman outside trembled, her legs giving way as she dropped to her knees. "Don't kill me. I'll take you to him, I'll take you. Let's go." Minutes later, the 3 arrived before a small courtyard. This time, before Feng Qianyue could speak, the woman wisely called out to the gate, Boss, someone's looking for you." A rough man's voice soon answered from inside. Who's looking for me?" The woman nervously shifted her feet. "Come out and you'll see." The man's cursing voice grew louder, and the gate swung open. The first sight that met his eyes was the unfamiliar faces of Feng Qianyue and Jiang Shubai. He instantly flashed backward, assuming a defensive stance. "Who are you? What do you want?" No sooner had he spoken than his head exploded from within. His headless body hit the ground with a thud. Feng Qianyue's voice drifted softly. "I came to take your life. Kill first, speak later." The woman who had led them was stunned into a daze. Just like that. Dead. A flicker of astonishment passed through Jiang Shubai's eyes. The man killed by a spiritual force had just displayed a flash teleportation ability at the late 2nd stage. Feng Qianyue's effortless head explosion meant her power was at least late 3rd stage. But hadn't she just awakened? Starting at 3rd stage, Jiang Shubai remembered Dr. Zhou saying that even the most talented awakeners could only reach at most 2nd stage from the start. Every minor advancement was a trial of life and death. Such terrifying talent made her a monster among superpowered beings. Thinking of the word monster, Jiang Shubai no longer felt resistance in his heart. In this world, at least one other person existed like him, an anomaly among humans. They were kindred spirits. Feng Qianyue had killed that man simply to repay the little fatty. Had she been weak today, the little fatty's attempt to stop their car would have saved her life. She couldn't use the supplies, but she could repay his life with this kill. In the apocalypse, everyone had their own survival rules, not about right or wrong, only about cause and effect. The terrified woman expecting death saw them walk away without even a glance. Gazing at her receding figure, she felt boundless awe. The image of a true powerhouse was now embodied before her. The northern district was a chaotic mix of buildings, bungalows, and courtyards clustered together. That evening, Feng Qianyue found a clean bungalow. After a quick cleanup, she pulled out a large bed and a self-purifying hot spring barrel. The young man sat on a chair, his expression unreadable. Feng Qianyue asked, "Want to bathe?" All right, I'll go first." Feng Qianyue walked to the bed and began to undress, and the person in the chair voluntarily turned his back to face the wall. She quickly shed her clothes and entered the hot spring barrel. The figure in the chair remained motionless as a statue, silent. The only sound in the room was the rippling water from the barrel. Among the various housing options, Feng Qianyue had deliberately chosen this small bungalow. Only one room, only one bed. Tonight she would inevitably share the bed with him. Originally, Feng Qianyue had planned to observe more, but Jiang Shubai's return kiss today had been unexpected. So she decided to strike while the iron was hot and bring their relationship closer. Physical closeness was also a form of intimacy. To deal with someone as deeply misanthropic as him, she had to force her way into his world, then find a way to conquer it step by step. From their previous 2 encounters, Feng Qianyue was 100% certain that Jiang Shubai didn't dislike her much, so she wouldn't hesitate to presume further. The young man in the chair closed his eyes. The sound of trickling water from behind reached his ears, and his mind involuntarily conjured the scene he had woken to that morning. A black vintage bed, a lavender blanket half draped to the floor, revealing a graceful, exquisite curve. An indescribable beauty. The young man's Adam's apple bobbed. The taste of green apples still lingered in his mouth. That sensation of appetite surfaced again, a yearning to swallow something, to crave something. He didn't understand his own thoughts, just as he didn't understand why he had pulled Feng Qianhua back toward him. Was it curiosity? Hearing about her and her boyfriend had piqued his curiosity. Curiosity might be one factor, but the reason he pressed her back to him at that moment was appetite. He felt an appetite for her. So he acted on instinct. And why was Feng Qianhua treating him like this? There had been a reason last night, but what was the reason today? Zhang Shubai couldn't figure it out. It felt like a tease, but only a little. Completely different from the way she had been with that other man. If it was just a game with no special meaning, then he could understand. Games needed no reason. That was why Feng Qianhua hadn't explained either time. The more he thought, the more convinced he became. At this thought, his heart inexplicably sank. Fine. He didn't need to have too much involvement with her either. Even if they had kissed, it was only a cooperative relationship. Feng Qianhua had no idea what the young man was thinking in the chair, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. He thought his thoughts as she did her deeds. When Zhang Shubai bathed, Feng Qianhua also actively turned away. The atmosphere in the small room was hardly romantic. Until the young man, wearing only boxer briefs, walked toward the bed. Feng Qianhua's gaze roamed unashamedly from his face down to his legs. Though slender, every muscle was perfectly proportioned, as exquisite as a work of art. Overlong bangs half covered his eyes, revealing a faint, dangerous gleam in his blood-red pupils. Yet under her unblinking scrutiny, his fair skin flushed pink, a stark contrast that made the scene all the more striking. He walked to the bed, lifted the blanket on his side, and lay down, covering himself. His movements were robotic. He curled up on his side back, facing her, clearly signaling his desire to keep distance. But Feng Qianhua had no intention of doing anything tonight. Taming a dog required patience. After the kiss test earlier, sharing a bed now would surely make him think she was up to something. But she would do exactly the opposite of what he expected. Her goal was to first establish a relationship that was intimate yet distant. She blew out the candle and lay down to sleep. Under the same blanket, each took half. In the darkness, Zhang Shubai lay wide-eyed, unblinking. Feng Qianhua's burning gaze earlier should not have led to such silence, but he waited, and nothing happened. He turned over. She was already fast asleep. Zhang Shubai twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had overthought it. Just as he was about to sleep, a familiar sensation surged within him. His blood-red pupils narrowed, and his entire aura shifted abruptly. He sat up, reaching for the neck of the person beside him, his mind consumed by a single thought. Kill her. Just as the young man's hand was about to touch her neck, Feng Qianhua opened her eyes and grabbed his wrist. They began to wrestle on the bed. The thick mattress thumped beneath them. After 2 rounds, Feng Qianhua pinned the frenzied youth onto the bed. She sat astride his waist, firmly gripping his hands, and leaned down to press her lips against his. All struggles ceased abruptly. The frenzied body froze instantly. Feng Qianhua easily pried open his teeth and delved inside, claiming territory with every move. Feng Qianhua could feel every taut muscle beneath her. He lay motionless with vertical pupils, surrendering completely to her will. After about 2 minutes, Feng Qianhua felt the wrist she was pressing shift slightly. She looked up, and his vertical pupils visibly returned to normal. Once Zhang Shubai fully regained his senses, he was bewildered by their current position, though he remembered everything. You? Get up first. Feng Qianhua did not move. Why didn't you tell me about this symptom? Zhang Shubai's body stiffened, and his tone grew cold. It's not too late now. You can withdraw from our cooperation. As he spoke, she released his wrists. Zhang Shubai knew that no one could accept a person who went mad at unpredictable times. She casually swept aside the stray hair on his forehead and said coolly, "Why would I withdraw? Even when you have an episode, you can't defeat me, and I can help you get through it safely. My side is the best place for you. Stay put, and I'll unravel your origins and cure your condition." The youth's heart jolted. As he sensed her preparing to dismount, his body reacted faster than his mind. One hand supported her lower back, while the other cradled the back of her head and pulled her toward him. Feng Qianhua willingly pressed her lips back to his, and this time it was he who launched the assault. She responded, and the youth kissed her, fiercely tightening his embrace. After a deep, lingering kiss, his blood-red eyes were already clouded with passion. Feng Qianhua leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Aren't you curious about how I feel about making love? Want to try? I'll tell you right now." Inside the space, Feng Batian covered his mouth to stifle a scream. The host's devilish whisper had returned. Zhang Shubai blinked his dazed eyes, staring intently at Feng Qianhua. The unfamiliar tide of passion surging within him grew even stronger. The girl's dark pupils shone exceptionally bright, even in the dim light. A sudden nervousness gripped him. What should I do?" The girl let out a soft laugh, her fingers tracing the contours of his ear. "Don't be nervous. I'll teach you." By now, Zhang Shubai had long forgotten the thoughts he'd had before his bath that evening. Even if Feng Qianhua was only playing with him, he still wanted to go along with her. In her, Jiang Shubai found a sense of belonging. A brilliant ray of light had entered his bleak world, and he wanted to grasp it. Next, Feng Qianyue did not rush. She took her time savoring the work of art before her until he finally let out a stifled, agonized groan. When she was about to get down to business, the youth turned the tables and imitated her earlier actions on her. Following the initial agreement, Feng Qianyue occasionally voiced her feelings to guide him. Every sound she made entered Jiang Shubai's ears, driving him further into a trance. He only wanted to make her feel better to hear more of her voice. The foreplay was long, and the youth's inexperienced attentions held a unique charm. Jiang Shubai was the first to break. His clear voice turned husky. "I want you." Feng Qianyue teased him deliberately. "Not yet." He pulled her into his arms, tilting his chin to capture her lips in a kiss. After the deep kiss, he sought her consent again. "What about now?" "Not yet." Feng Qianyue savored the aggrieved expression on his face and chuckled. "Am I very bad?" "No." The unexpected answer made Feng Qianyue raise an eyebrow. The youth continued, "Because I'm worse than you." With that, he no longer sought her permission. That night far exceeded Feng Qianyue's expectations. Though his movements were clumsy, his stamina was remarkable. Once he tasted the sweetness, he knew no restraint. If not for Feng Qianyue's strict prohibition against overly vigorous movements, she didn't want to change the bed in the middle of the night. The consequences would have been dire. They stayed awake all night, only falling asleep wrapped in each other's arms as dawn broke. In the space, Feng Batian watched the two sleeping in each other's arms, recalling how they had slept separately after washing up just hours ago, and couldn't help but sigh. No matter how world-weary you are, once you fall into my host's hands, you'll be brimming with vitality. After all, when it comes to eating meat, Boss Chanshan is always serious. In the afternoon, they set off again, continuing their journey to the main base. After a night of wild passion, Jiang Shubai's gaze toward Feng Qianyue had completely changed. No longer the indifferent or admiring look of the past, but a raw possessiveness. They were the most compatible souls. Feng Qianyue was quite satisfied with his transformation. Jiang Shubai's world weariness stemmed from his lack of memories and his belief that he was a monster. Now, having met her, an even more formidable monster, he found both kinship and a sense of belonging. That was why he accepted her so quickly. At dusk, while passing through a village, they encountered their sixth bandit group. This group was more formidable than the previous five. They were led by a second-stage early-phase psychokinetic with 4 first-stage early to mid-phase psychokinetics. They blocked the car ahead, and the leader shouted, "Hand over your supplies, and you'll live, or today will be your death day." From the driver's seat, Jiang Shubai glanced at the 5 of them and said calmly, "I'll deal with them." Feng Qianyue sat steady. "Go ahead." Jiang Shubai got out and walked toward the 5. 2 minutes later, 5 bodies lay on the ground. Jiang Shubai struck with lethal intent, his movements swift and decisive. But just as he was about to return, a fire dragon suddenly surged toward him, followed by a young man in a red tracksuit. The youth named Yuzukai was the leader of the fallen men. Blazing with fury, he unleashed his ultimate move. Yet his second-stage late-phase fire dragon was effortlessly neutralized. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yuzukai immediately prepared a new technique. The moment he raised his hand, several light blades shot toward him. He swiftly deflected some, but one aimed at his shoulder was too fast to dodge. Just as he was about to lose his arm, a surge of energy descended from above, dissolving the light blades. Both Jiang Shubai and the narrowly escaped Yuzukai turned in astonishment to the one who had intervened. Feng Qianyue recognized the young man's face and recalled his name. He was one of her followers in her past life, a fire-type powerhouse Yuzukai. This guy was a subordinate she had once beaten into submission. Feng Qianyue walked up without wasting words and said to Yuzukai, "Either come with me or die here. Choose." The youth furrowed his brow. "Become your subordinate." Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. "Don't flatter yourself. You're not qualified yet." Yuzukai was speechless. This girl was incredibly arrogant. Considering she had just saved his arm, he restrained his fury and gritted out, "Then what do you want me to follow you for?" The girl replied calmly, "After you earn my approval, I'll take you as my subordinate." He, a second-stage late-phase powerhouse, had to earn her approval just to become her subordinate. That was utterly absurd. Yuzukai laughed in anger. "Are you dreaming? Trying to coerce me into submission? That's absolutely impossible. I tell you." "I agree." A black gold long blade was pressed against his neck, the tip already drawing a vivid red line on his skin. Feng Qianyue casually picked her ear. "What did you just say?" "I couldn't hear." Feeling the blade shift slightly, Yuzukai shouted, his voice cracking. "I agree. I agree." Feng Qianyue chuckled and withdrew her blade. With enough strength, everything was this easy. The team now had one more person, but Jiang Shubai's good mood from last night had evaporated. The car started again with 3 people inside. Yuzukai sat obediently in the back, knowing full well that if he had hesitated even a moment longer, his head would have rolled. Since he had lost his group and was alone, he decided to follow this girl to the main base for now. He refused to believe there weren't stronger people there than her. Once there, he could join a more powerful team, and Feng Qianyue would be powerless against him. Yuzukai secretly plotted, but soon his plans would be thoroughly shattered. In the driver's seat, Jiang Shubai seemed to have reverted to his state from 2 days ago, a faint aura of death around him. Feng Qianyue sensed his change in mood and roughly understood the problem. Right after their relationship had taken a big step forward, she had taken on a new subordinate. It was no wonder Jiang Shubai, who also held the title of subordinate, wasn't pleased. Although she knew the issue, Feng Qianyue wanted to force him to speak up and communicate with her. That evening they found an empty house to stay in. Yuzukai stayed in the next room, while Feng Qianyue and Jiang Shubai shared a room. After washing up, as he watched Feng Qianyue prepare to sleep, the youth could no longer hold back and asked the question that had been burning in his mind all day. What exactly are we to each other now? Feng Qianyue's bright black eyes stared straight at him. What do you think our relationship is? The young man pursed his lips tightly, a hint of restraint flickering in his crimson eyes. Amused by his embarrassed expression, Feng Qianyue extended her arms and wrapped them around his neck. He took the hint and leaned down to kiss her lips. He did not understand himself nor her, but that did not hinder his desire to be with her at this moment. Afterward, the young man bent down and tightly embraced the person in his arms, his damp hair brushing against her ear. Don't leave me. Feng Qianyue said nothing, but raised her hand to return the embrace, patting him reassuringly. Until he fell asleep, the question of what they were to each other remained unanswered that night. But Jiang Shubai no longer wished to pursue it. He cherished this moment of bliss. The next day, Feng Qianyue was awakened by a wet, slippery sensation on her neck and shoulder. She opened her eyes to find the young man licking the skin there, gently nibbling and sucking. Feng Qianyue placed her hand on the back of his neck, stroking it, her voice husky with morning drowsiness. Time to get up. As she spoke, the delicate licking reached her ear. His soft, moist lips kissed her earlobe as he whispered, I want. Feng Qianyue's hand on his neck paused. She hadn't expected him to be so insatiable. Though it was good for her, they had to leave when the time came. Feng Qianyue refused without hesitation. The young man called out reluctantly, his voice low, Qianqian. This was the first time Jiang Shubai had addressed Feng Qianyue by that name. But she only said 2 words, be good. Jiang Shubai obediently got up. Feng Baishan inside the space sighed inwardly. His host would never lose her dominance, no matter the situation. Being able to master one's desires. Truly a formidable person. A month later, on a high hillside, Shen Jingma gazed into the distance. Within 100 kilometers, he would finally see the person he had been longing for. The man's enchanting, handsome face had matured somewhat. Beside him stood 3 men and 1 woman. All 4 faces brimmed with excited smiles. Captain, we're almost at the main base. With our strength, once we arrive, we can directly apply for team enrollment and get a house without any problem. That's right, we'll definitely be the most outstanding ability squad in the main base. Haha, exactly. Which other squad is made up of all 3rd-tier powerhouses like us? After the 3 men boasted shamelessly, the only woman rolled her eyes at them. We are 3rd tier, yes, but in front of the captain, don't even mention the word powerhouse. I'm embarrassed for you. The group burst into laughter. Right. Who could be as freakish as the captain? There is one. Shen Jingma's clear, melodious voice cut in unexpectedly. The 4 of them froze in unison. Who? Male or female? Who could have such freakish strength and terrifying growth speed as the captain? They didn't hear the name, only saw a trace of tenderness in the captain's eyes. A girl. You'll find out when we get to the main base. The members of the Dark Knight squad were all intensely curious. They were at early 3rd tier while the captain was at late 3rd tier, just 1 step away from 4th tier. What level of strength could earn the captain's admiration? They couldn't imagine it. Yuxian, the only female in the Dark Knight squad, had regarded Shen Jingma as her idol ever since she first saw him and was rescued by him from a swarm of mutant bees. He was strong and handsome, every move untouchably noble. When she saw the tenderness in the captain's eyes and learned that the person he admired was a girl, Yuxian felt an uncontrollable pang of jealousy. First, she didn't believe any girl in this world was worthy of the captain. Second, she didn't believe the girl he admired could be stronger than him now. She had witnessed how astonishingly fast the captain's growth had been over the past month. The higher the level, the harder to break through, and the captain's memories of that girl were still from a month ago. Maybe she was stuck at some stage. Yuxian snorted inwardly. When they reached the main base, she would see for herself how much ability this girl had to make the captain so unforgettable. At the main base, Xiao Qianyu went about his usual base affairs, but he couldn't help thinking of that familiar, yet unfamiliar name. Feng Qianyue. It had been a month since their last contact. During this time, he had tried many times to contact her again, but the walkie-talkie seemed to have malfunctioned, and he couldn't reach her. Still, he wasn't worried about Feng Qianyue's safety. She was not only a spatial ability user, but had also awakened a secondary psychic ability. Moreover, she had the other members of the Bright Moon squad by her side. Counting the time, she should be arriving soon. Thinking of seeing her again, Xiao Qianyu felt an indescribable anticipation and joy along with a sense of unease. Regardless, he was very much looking forward to their reunion. About 120 kilometers from the main base, Feng Qianyue, Jiang Shubai, and Yuzukai were traveling in a spacious jeep. Yuzukai sat in the passenger seat, tearing open a bag of chips and grinning as he passed it to Feng Qianyue in the back. Boss here. His fawning demeanor was a world apart from a month ago. After a month together, Yuzukai was utterly in awe of Feng Qianyue. Whether it was things that flew, crawled, or swam, she had a solution for every problem. Several times they had escaped death solely because of her efforts. Her strength was like a bottomless pit, impossible to gauge. Not to mention the endless supplies in her space, everything they could want to eat. Yuzukai couldn't be more convinced. He used to think his fire ability was impressive, but now he felt unworthy to even carry her shoes. Every day after meeting her brought a big shock. Yuzukai went from astonishment to numbness, and now whatever Feng Qianyue said he obeyed. Being her subordinate had to be a blessing from a past life. Feng Qianyue took the chips and casually fed one to Jiang Shubai in the driver's seat. The young man wearing sunglasses no longer had a world-weary expression hidden behind them. His brow was relaxed and open as he opened his mouth to bite the chip offered to him. The interaction between them was like that of a couple. Yuzukai opened another bag, grabbed a handful, and glared at Jiang Shubai as he chewed viciously. What a lucky bastard to be chosen by the boss. A real pretty boy, so pale he could reflect light. Wearing sunglasses all day to look cool. They were 80 kilometers from the main base. As night fell completely, Feng Qianyue decided to rest nearby. There was a small village close by, and the three drove into it. The eerie village was utterly silent. No zombies were seen, nor any infected animals encountered. Feng Qianyue said coldly, "There must be a high-level zombie nearby." Jiang Shubai asked, "Should we find another place?" "No need. It's already coming." Jiang Shubai raised his brow slightly. Yuzukai's expression turned alert. The three moved in perfect sync, quickly exiting the jeep. From the black mist emerged a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature. What kind of monster is that?" Yuzukai exclaimed. "Damn, it's that tall. Is this still a human-turned zombie?" Feng Qianyue frowned as she took a closer look. An albino mutant zombie. A creature that only appeared in the late stages of the apocalypse in her past life, yet it had already evolved to this level in the early days. This was definitely not a good sign. Feng Qianyue had a vague feeling that the destruction of Blue Star might come sooner. The fleeting thought vanished as the albino mutant zombie charged at them with uncanny speed. Behind the albino mutant zombie floated a translucent figure with crystal white pupils. The figure muttered the word destruction as it drifted into the distance. Feng Qianyue sensed an anomaly, but when she projected her psychic power, the strange feeling disappeared. Jiang Shubai's spatial blades and Yuzukai's fire manipulation technique launched instantaneously, striking the white mutated zombie. Yet the energy attacks produced absolutely no ripple upon impact. Both were startled. Before they could recover, countless black moths erupted from the white mutated zombie's abdomen, swarming toward them in dense formations. The moths near Feng Qianyue burst open one by one, their bodies igniting into countless tiny sparks that rained down from the air. Yuzukai hurled several large fireballs, turning the surrounding swarm into fuel for an engulfing sea of flames. Just as he was about to celebrate the demise of these creatures, the moths remained completely unaffected and flew straight at him. Bloody hell. What the fuck is going on here? Boss, they won't burn to death. Why do yours catch fire while mine don't? Are these black fluttering moths discriminating against me too? Feng Qianyue cleared another large group, creating an opening as she shouted at him, "Channel your ability into them, detonate from the inside out." Upon receiving the command, Yuzukai immediately executed it, and this time the attack finally took effect. In the span of a single sentence, his body was already covered with over a dozen bite marks. Meanwhile, Jiang Shubai unleashed multiple spatial blades that decimated a large number of moths, yet they continued to multiply. The moths weren't dying, but instead splitting into 2, then 4. He swiftly retracted his spatial blades, removed his sunglasses, and activated his blood eye energy. The moths attacking him all plummeted from the sky in an instant. Though they didn't die, they had lost all their abilities. One of the Blood Eye's abilities is to confound the mind, stripping away all capabilities. This power affects infected zombies' flora and fauna, as well as ability users alike. However, using the Blood Eye backfires on the user. Jiang Shubai spat out a mouthful of dark blood, feeling intense burning sensations throughout his body. As he prepared to use it again, a warm, soft palm covered his eyes, while a familiar cold voice echoed in his ear. "I'll handle this." A wave of warmth flooded the young man's heart, instantly neutralizing the pain in his body. Yuzukai fought a desperate battle against the surrounding moths, unleashing his abilities recklessly, as if they were worthless. Bitten while simultaneously detonating them from within, he grew exhausted within just a few breaths. After being bitten, his ability consumption multiplied exponentially. Despair began to rise within him. Before his boss could come to his rescue, he feared he would be devoured alive by the moths. There were simply too many, absolutely impossible to hold back, and even his boss might not be able to stop them this time. This monstrous creature was truly bizarre. Suddenly, everything was bathed in white light, and all the moths froze in place. Yuzukai gaped at the figure hovering midair. Countless beams of white light erupted from her body, illuminating the entire swarm of moths suspended above. Yuzukai couldn't feel the pain on his body, his pupils dilating in shock. He struggled to decide what amazed him more, that his boss could fly, or that her ability could immobilize all these monstrous creatures. Feng Qianyue released her hand from covering Jiang Shubai's eyes and commanded the wind beneath her feet to lift her into the air. Her time-freezing ability allowed her to instantly control all the moths. This ability currently lasts only 1 minute, but eliminating this swarm of moths required merely 10 seconds. To the astonishment of Jiang Shubai and Yuzukai, thousands of moths simultaneously burst open from within, burning to ash, as though spontaneously combusting. With the suffocating moths gone, the towering white, mutated zombie before the black fog swayed unsteadily on its feet. A golden vine extended from Feng Qianyue's palm, driving straight toward the zombie's exposed abdomen, piercing through its body and wrapping around its neck. Crack! Following the sound of a massive break, the zombie collapsed with a thunderous crash. The black fog dispersed, leaving complete silence across the area. Feng Qianyue withdrew all her abilities and descended back to the ground. Immediately, arms wrapped around her waist as a warm, firm body pressed against her back. Jiang Shubai kissed her cheek, saying, "So impressive." Feng Qianyue raised her hand and ruffled his hair. Yuzukai ran over with starry eyes, holding a walnut-sized zombie crystal. Boss. A black crystal, but there's a cluster of white energy inside it. This must be a mutated dark-type ability, right? This creature's crystal isn't just unusual in appearance, it's also enormous. Yuzukai wiped it clean with his clothes and handed it over. Feng Qianyue took the crystal and retrieved 2 third-tier crystals from her space, handing them out. "1 each to recover your strength." Yuzukai grinned and took one, saying, "Thanks, boss." Holy shit. He was caught off guard, meeting a pair of blood-red eyes. Jiang Shubai gave him a casual glance before taking the other crystal from Feng Qianyue's hand, his fingertips brushing against her palm. Feng Qianyue smiled softly. This guy had already learned how to flirt. Yuzukai, still shaken, patted his chest. So it wasn't the sunglasses making Jiang Shubai look cool. It was those eyes themselves. He covered them to stay low-key. Damn it. Compared to these two, he, a third-tier powerhouse, was as ordinary as a rock by the roadside. That evening, the three of them settled into a small courtyard in the village. After washing up, Feng Qianyue lay on the bed and examined the dark element mutant crystal. It was indeed an early-stage 4th-tier quality. While encountering 1 or 2 4th-tier zombies at this point was understandable, a 4th-tier, white mutated zombie was quite absurd. Feng Qianyue summoned the system in her mind. "System, we need to speed up our mission." Feng Baitian wore a serious expression. "I understand. I can provide all the facilities needed to build a super base. Go ahead and seize power, host." Feng Qianyue smiled faintly. "Good boy." Feng Baitian covered his face. "These are all things I should be doing." Jiang Shubai finished washing and stood beside the bed. From his perspective, he saw Feng Qianyue smiling gently at the dark crystal in her hand. The dark attribute was the ability of the man who had left her. That man seemed to be her boyfriend. Although Jiang Shubai was reluctant to acknowledge his existence, Feng Qianyue had never denied it. So was she now contemplating the past through this object? Humph. Jiang Shubai sneered bitterly. After finishing her conversation with the system, Feng Qianyue put away the crystal and looked up to find the youth staring at her with that disaffected, half-dead expression. He hadn't worn this expression in a long time. "What's wrong with you?" Feng Qianyue asked, her expression puzzled. Without a word, he climbed into bed and turned his back to her. That stubborn back somehow tickled her sense of humor. Feng Qianyue leaned down close to his ear and whispered a warning. "If you choose to sulk at me, I won't ask you a second time." Jiang Shubai's heart suddenly ached, and without showing any emotion, he turned around to lie flat and face her, speaking coldly. "You're thinking about him, aren't you?" "Who?" Feng Qianyue paused, startled. Dark attribute ability. The moment she heard those 4 words, she understood. So this kid had misinterpreted the earlier incident as her longing for someone and was now jealous. He had never brought up relationships during this time, and Feng Qianyue had thought he had moved on. It seems he was just pretending. In that case, she needed to make her stance clear to him. Feng Qianyue grew serious. "I wasn't thinking about him just now, but that doesn't mean he has no place in my heart." A few seconds after her words fell, Jiang Shubai spoke. "Between me and him, who would you choose?" His voice was steady like a straight line. Feng Qianyue looked directly into his eyes. "I want both." Jiang Shubai tightened his grip, each word deliberate and measured. "You can only choose one." Feng Qianyue raised her eyebrow. "Then I choose." Her response was cut off by a forceful kiss. The youth's palm pressed against the back of her head, pulling her toward him. His kiss was urgent, carrying emotional release, yet also as if seeking favor. After the deep kiss, he rested his forehead against hers, their noses nearly touching, as he whispered softly, choose me, will you?" Feng Qianyue blinked, her bright black pupils leaning back to create distance between them, her tone cool and detached. "I don't want to deceive you." The young man lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. The truth is indeed harsh, but in matters such as this, Feng Qianyue would never compromise herself. She possessed sufficient strength to pursue what she desired, and she would not alter her convictions for anyone. With a calm expression, Feng Qianyue said to him, I won't force you to accept it. Whether we continue to get along like this depends on you. Having spoken her mind, seeing that he still showed no reaction, she lay down and went to sleep first. Her stance had been made clear, if further words were unnecessary. Acceptance or rejection rested on his choice. If he was willing to choose her, she would take full responsibility for him. If he was not willing, she could also return to a normal distance without difficulty. Feng Qianyue never clung to such matters. As she always said, completing the mission was the primary goal, romance was merely a diversion. If the latter could serve her purpose, that would be ideal. If not, she would not force it, and it would not affect her overarching plan for the mission. In the space, Feng Beitian sighed as he looked at the young man whose heart was shattered. There was no other way. Anyone who wished to become a lover of its host had to pass this trial. Jiang Shubai was excellent, but Shun Jingmao was no less outstanding, and the host's former lover Xiao Qianyu was also remarkably talented. Yet in Feng Beitian's eyes, none of them individually was worthy of its host. Thus their desire to monopolize her could only remain a beautiful wish never to be realized. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Shubai's frozen mind began to stir. He recalled the day he first met Feng Qianyue. Shun Jingmao had covered her eyes, cutting off her gaze toward him. Back then, when he left, he had cast a mocking smile at the other. Now he too had performed the same act of covering the eyes. Jiang Shubai felt a surge of self-mockery as he turned his head to look at the sleeping figure beside him. Just by looking at her, an infinite joy welled up within him. Jiang Shubai reached out, gently smoothing the hair on both sides of her head, and leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. For the past month, they had shared a good-night kiss every night before sleeping. Tonight could not be an exception. After kissing her forehead, he did not stop. His lips traced her eyes, the tip of her nose, her cheeks, her neck. With each gentle kiss, the tangled knots in his heart gradually unraveled. Love and attachment ultimately outweighed the resentment in his heart. Feng Qianyue was awakened by his kisses. She reached out and embraced him, her voice mild and husky, not angry anymore. Jiang Shubai buried his face in the crook of her neck and shoulder, muttering in a low voice. Feng Qianyue curved her lips, and her hand that held him moved to touch his hot earlobe. Don't worry, I won't change my attitude toward you because of others. I will take full responsibility for you. The young man nuzzled the skin of her neck and shoulder, then licked it. Sensing his joyful mood, Feng Qianyue flipped over and pinned him onto the bed. Her fingertips lifted his pajama top as she leaned down to kiss him. Qianqian. The young man's suppressed voice called out her name. He was usually taciturn in bed, only acting. That night, Feng Qianyue used her tantalizing skills to make him speak a great deal. Afterward, the young man, his face flushed, held her tightly, positioning Feng Qianyue in front of him. Can you sleep on top of me? I'll hold you tight. Jiang Shubai was reluctant to let the moment end. He wanted to prolong the sensation of their souls entwined. All right. Feng Qianyue rested her head against his neck and shoulder, closing her eyes. In the dimness, the young man drifted into a sweet dream. Chieftain, can you hear us? In the vast council hall, the one seated at the head, Ling Yan, snapped back to reality, blinking his brilliant starry eyes. He cast a casual glance over the assembled nightmares present. I didn't hear. Say it again. The high-ranking nightmares dared not show their anger. They could only repeat what they had just said. News from the Mayfly clan. The black hole I has detected an anomaly on Blue Star. A human with the talent to communicate with cosmic energy has emerged. That earthquake was an automatic attack from the black hole eye. It was by no means targeted at you. Additionally, they extend an invitation for cooperation. They hope to use your power to precisely eliminate that gifted human and assist in accelerating the destruction of Blue Star. The reward is 1/3 of the energy released upon detonating Blue Star to be allocated to the Nightmare Clan. As the words fell, the entire council awaited Ling Yan's decision. According to Federation Star regulations, whichever clan first discovers an energy star automatically gains full ownership rights. Blue Star was first discovered by the Mayfly clan, thus they hold absolute authority. However, Blue Star is a very special energy star. It possesses a natural protective barrier that prevents invasion by higher civilizations. The Mayfly clan cannot project into it, whereas the Nightmare clan can. The previous chieftain of the Nightmare clan once proposed a joint effort, but the Mayfly clan, wanting to monopolize Blue Star's energy, refused and adopted a crude method. They used the black hole eye to trigger catastrophes on Blue Star, destroying the entire ecosystem in order to weaken the energy of its natural barrier. Now the Mayfly clan has come knocking, seeking cooperation. The reason: during the last war of 10,000 clans, the Mayfly clan suffered heavy losses and urgently needs energy replenishment. For one, they find the current method too slow and wish to accelerate the pace. For another, the existence of this gifted human poses unknown risks and they want to eliminate her as soon as possible. The Nightmare clan, capable of projecting into Blue Star, is their best partner. Willing to offer 1/3 of Blue Star's energy, the Mayfly clan has shown considerable sincerity. They are notoriously stingy among the 10,000 clans. If not for internal and external troubles, they would never part with a piece of the cake already in their mouths. The high-ranking nightmares present believed this cooperation was a done deal. It would bring them nothing but benefits. Yet the chieftain seated at the head remained silent. None of the nightmares dared to rush him. The previous chieftain, in order to bind Ling Yin, had immediately held his inauguration ceremony upon his return. As a natural spirit body, Ling Yin can harmonize the spiritual energy of all clans. He is the absolute leader of the Nightmare clan, possessing the potential to lead them to become the foremost among 10,000 clans. Though somewhat playful, he is still very reliable. However, the leader whom the Nightmares deemed reliable was now in a state of inner turmoil. After listening to his subordinates report, Ling Yin already knew who the Mayfly clan was referring to. Feng Qianhua. There could be no other. Her energy field was an extremely complex one. It exerted a tremendous attraction to his spirit body. He could harmonize the spiritual energy of all clans, yet he could not enter her body. This in itself was an astonishing fact. During her high fever, that earthquake had occurred. The Mayfly clan admitted it was not aimed at him, but that the black hole I had detected a human with powerful talent. Presumably after he left Blue Star, Feng Qianhua must have been attacked by the black hole I several more times. The result was clear: they failed to kill her, which is why the Mayfly clan sought cooperation, making her elimination part of the terms. As a low-level life form, Feng Qianhua had become a threat to the entire Mayfly clan. Was this worthy of her, or was it simply misfortune? Thinking of Feng Qianhua's delicate face, Ling Yin unconsciously curled his lips. Her awakened abilities after her second awakening must be formidable. The smile spread from his lips to his heart, and in his ears seemed to echo her unique voice. "Survive for me, chieftain." Ling Yan's smile gradually faded. He looked around at all the high-ranking nightmares waiting for his decision, and in his ears rang the promise he had made before the entire clan during the inauguration ceremony. The terms offered by the Mayfly clan were favorable. He had no reason to refuse. Even without the Nightmare clan's involvement, Blue Star would eventually be destroyed. The black hole I had already activated. Blue Star's collapse was merely a matter of time. Feng Qianhua had been drenched by the Mayfly clan's red rain. Even with the talent to communicate with cosmic energy, she was still flesh and blood, unable to break the genetic locks set by the Mayfly clan. He and she were ultimately not from the same world, and he bore the burden of the Nightmare clan's rise and fall. He could not let the emotions he had gleaned from humans influence his decisions. Suppressing all emotions with effort, Ling Yin said expressionlessly, "Reply to the Mayfly clan, I agree to the cooperation." 50 kilometers remained to the main base. What should have been a crisp autumn evening had given way to oppressive heat over these past few days. The blistering sun scorched the earth mercilessly. Sumu sat perched on a large boulder, wiping sweat from his brow as he grumbled, "What kind of wretched weather is this? It's absolutely sweltering." Beside him, Tan Muling handed over an ice cube roughly the size of a fist. Her water-type ability had evolved to encompass ice as well. Though her ice-based power had not yet developed sufficient combat potential, forming a few ice cubes posed no difficulty for her. Sumu took the ice cube and grinned. "Thanks, Sister Tan. I'll make you some instant noodles later. I'll make your favorite, spicy beef noodles." "All right." Tan Muling smiled and gazed toward the direction of the main base, lost in thought. Sumu knew immediately what she was wondering about. He was thinking the same thing. He pressed the cloth-wrapped ice against his forehead and said cheerfully, "We're close, Sister Tan. In 2 more days we'll see Boss." Tan Muling nodded with a smile. "Boss will be overjoyed to see how strong we've become." "Absolutely. We won't embarrass Boss." Sumu patted his chest. They weren't boasting. After a month out here, they had gained quite a bit. Without the protection of the wings, they had survived death multiple times. Their coordination grew more seamless, and even their breakthroughs came smoothly. Sumu advanced from mid-tier 2 to early tier 3. Tan Muling progressed from early tier 2 to late tier 2 and had also awakened the ability to transform her water system into ice. They both knew their rapid breakthroughs were thanks to Boss's pre-awakening training. As veteran members of the Moonlight Squad, they couldn't fall behind the newcomers. They had pushed themselves hard throughout their journey. After finishing 2 packs of instant noodles, they continued on their way. The car they'd arrived in was completely wrecked. As they drew nearer to the main base, the roads grew increasingly crowded. Bigger targets drew more danger. Most people couldn't find working vehicles and traveled on foot, as did Sumu and Tan Muling. They fought through zombies under the scorching sun as they marched forward. By 5 in the afternoon, they reached a factory building where a crowd had already gathered at the entrance, preparing to spend the night there. Sumu and Tan Muling decided to rest at the factory that evening, planning to depart early the next morning. If things went well, they could reach the main base by afternoon. Stepping inside the factory, they found it packed with people, everyone disheveled and burdened with bags and bundles. Those who knew each other huddled together, while strangers kept their distance, wary and watchful. Toward the back of the crowd, Sumu spotted several familiar faces. "You're here too," he called out loudly. Yang Yuqing, Yang Yuga, Chen Jitao, and Han Yu were gathered around cooking lo mein when they heard the familiar voice and looked up in unison. Both sides broke into wide smiles. Everyone was safe and sound, no one missing so much as a limb. The six of them sat together sharing tales of their harrowing journey. After recounting their experiences, they each mentioned their current cultivation levels. Yang Yuqing adjusted his glasses. Late stage of Tier 2. Yang Yuga spoke in a soft, sweet voice. I'm the same as my brother. Late stage of Tier 2. Chen Jitao smirked. Mid stage of Tier 2. She was pleased with her progress. She had started as the weakest among them, but pushed herself relentlessly throughout the journey to advance quickly. She'd grown darker and rougher, but stronger. She was no longer the timid Chen Jitao who would trip over her own fears. Sumu listened to everyone's updates, then grinned broadly. So I'm the strongest among us. Early stage of Tier 3. Han Yu chimed in unexpectedly. Sumu nearly choked on his words and broke into a violent cough. The group around him burst into laughter. Their dinner was modest, yet everyone was in high spirits. The thought of reaching the main base the next day kept them all awake with excitement. They didn't bother taking turns on watch. Instead, they huddled together, continuing their stories from the past month. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting echoed from outside the factory. From snippets of conversation, they learned that two groups had come to blows at the entrance. One had apparently stolen from the other. Wherever people gather, conflict follows. With nothing better to do, the six headed to the factory entrance to watch the commotion. Beyond the fighting crowd stood a tall man. Even in the poor visibility with the man standing in shadow, they recognized him immediately. Sumu called out without hesitation, Brother Shun. Shen Jingma had noticed their arrival and offered a slight nod towards Sumu. The Nightfall squad swiftly concluded their fight and recovered the stolen supplies. As the crowd thinned, Sumu and the others pushed through to reach Shen Jingma. Uxin and the Nightfall squad members wore expressions of curiosity. Both sides sized each other up. The conclusion on both ends was clear, remarkably powerful. The four members of Nightfall Squad had just finished fighting, and their abilities clearly demonstrated they weren't merely Tier 2, they were firmly Tier 3 early stage. The six members of Moonlight Squad couldn't pinpoint exact levels, but their spiritual energy alone marked them as formidable opponents. Tan Muling scanned them all and furrowed her brow. Brother Shun, where's boss? Weren't you with her? No, he replied. The Nightfall Squad members looked bewildered. The captain had a boss. Their leader answered to someone else. Sumu's joyful expression vanished the moment he heard this. After looking over the four opponents, he understood what was happening and asked sternly, Brother Shun, is this your squad now? Did you leave the Moonlight Squad? Shen Jingma simply nodded. He refused to explain his relationship with Qianqian to anyone. Saying he had left the Moonlight Squad wasn't entirely inaccurate either. His goal was to build his own faction to gain Qianqian's attention. The six members of Moonlight Squad fell silent upon hearing Shen Jingma's words. They all knew the truth about their relationship. Though they called each other brother and sister, they were actually lovers. None of them had the right to judge Shen Jingma for leaving. The person most qualified to speak was nowhere to be found. An awkward silence fell over the group. Finally, Tan Muling stepped forward and said politely to Shen Jingma, we'll be going back to rest now. Goodbye, Brother Shun. After the six departed, the Nightfall Squad members couldn't contain their curiosity. Captain, were they your former teammates? Who is this boss they mentioned? Is it the person you admire? Tell us about your story with her. Shen Jingma shot them a cold glance, and the two questioners immediately fell silent. Am I obligated to share that with you? His voice carried neither anger nor warmth, yet the rising inflection at the end made both of them swallow hard. Be boss, you should rest. We'll keep watch. One of them quickly changed the subject. Shen Jingma turned and walked away without a word, leaving the four members exhaling with relief. They had no idea why their captain was so brooding tonight. Only Shen Jingma knew the reason for his turmoil. First, watching Su Mu and the others surge forward in strength left him feeling that his advantage over Feng Qianyue had diminished to nothing. Second, seeing them had only intensified his longing for her, a hunger he could barely restrain. The torment of missing someone he couldn't see weighed on him constantly. To encounter so many familiar faces and yet fail to see the one person he longed for most. His frustration was entirely understandable. At this moment, Shen Jingma's discomfort stemmed only from his yearning. But tomorrow he would deeply regret the decision to leave. At that very moment, in the same stretch of time and space, what was Feng Qianyue doing? A large bathtub filled with white foam cradled two figures. Jiang Shubai wrapped his arms around her from behind his chin, resting lazily against her shoulder. Feng Qianyue glanced sideways and met his captivating crimson eyes, then murmured softly, "Want it?" The latter innocently blinked his blood-red pupils, then opened his mouth to bite onto Feng Qianyue's rounded shoulder bone. Gentle biting and licking as if a silent act of coquetry. The main base was already within sight, and Feng Qianyue could feel Jiang Shubai becoming even more clingy. This was a sign of insecurity. She reached out and ruffled his hair. She could provide security in other aspects, but not in matters of the heart. She couldn't possibly cater only to his emotions. Fortunately, the youth had seemed to find peace after last night. A good child deserves a reward. Feng Qianyue tilted her head toward his cheek. "Kiss me." The words were commanding, yet delivered in a gentle tone. Jiang Shubai paused briefly, then captured Feng Qianyue's moist lips. One hand, which had been circling her slender waist, emerged from the water. His large palm pressed against her cheek, deepening the kiss. Every movement the youth made was filled with aggressiveness and possessiveness. The sound of water dripping resembled fine rain tapping against a window pane, the humidity saturating the room. His expression grew hazy, his flushed cheeks like one drunk on wine. The drizzle was now tender, now urgent. Morning mist shrouded the mountain ranges. Those who had rested in the factory grounds the night before began shouldering their packs and setting out one by one. The 6 members of the Mingyue squad also set off toward the main base after a simple breakfast. Today everyone was particularly motivated. The dawn of victory was right before their eyes. The Yina team departed an hour earlier. Shen Jingma had not slept all night, his longing reaching its peak. Even though he was uncertain whether Feng Qianyue had arrived at the main base, he still wanted to reach it as soon as possible. Even if he simply waited there, his heart would feel somewhat at ease. After this reunion, he had decided never to leave again. Although separation allowed him to expand his influence, he suffered through every moment of yearning. As for whether others would appear beside Feng Qianyue in the future, Shen Jingma still refused to think about it. The mere thought made it difficult to breathe. If such a day truly came, he would leave it to the self of that day to handle. Right now, all he wanted was to see her first. Shen Jingma had thought of many things yet never imagined that day would be today. On the final 20 kilometers to the main base, travelers would pass through a village. Among the group that had rested at the factory the night before, the Yina team departed early and arrived here ahead of the vanguard. The scorching sun blazed mercilessly. The unusual weather forced everyone already short of water to stop and rest. Instead of entering the village, the group chose to find shade in the fields near the village entrance. They would wait until the 2 hottest hours of the day had passed before continuing. Under a normal tree, members of the Yina team built a fire to cook. Shen Jingma sat on a stone deep in thought. From morning until now, they had only encountered some mutated plants and animals. Not a single zombie had appeared. With such a large group moving together, how could the zombies not follow their scent? Could it be that the main base had already cleared all zombies within tens of miles? Regardless of whether that was even possible, it would be impossible for not a single one to appear. Anomaly always hints at hidden danger, yet Shen Jingma had used his divine sense to scan the surroundings and found nothing threatening. He could only remain constantly vigilant. Just as everyone was resting in the shade, eating to replenish their strength, a bizarre, mutated plant from the direction of the village behind them was advancing toward them. Silent, colorless, odorless, with no energy fluctuations whatsoever. They crawled along the ground, slightly translucent. Only upon close inspection could one discern what it was. Beneath countless transparent petals grew several long tentacles. They intertwined with neighboring tentacles, layer upon layer, constructing a dense, sprawling web. Wherever the web spread, all normal plants and insects on the ground turned to stone instantly. Shen Jingma, eating from his bowl, suddenly felt a chill run down his back. A sense of danger was closing in. He turned around, but saw nothing, yet he always trusted his intuition. Uxin and the other Yina team members had just brought food to their mouths when they saw their captain suddenly dump the steaming meal straight onto the ground. Everyone. Before the 4 could open their mouths to ask, they heard Shen Jingma's short and sharp command. Moved? Isn't this too sudden? Someone quickly spoke up. Captain, I know you're eager to reach the base, but at least let us finish this meal. It's such a waste to pour it away. Uxin said nothing, and the other 2 chimed in agreement. Shen Jingma's narrow phoenix eyes swept over their faces, his voice low. I have a bad feeling. If you want to eat, finish it here. I'm going first. Without another word, he turned and left. All 4 immediately changed expression, dumping the food from their bowls and grabbing their gear. Their leader was the strongest. If he sensed danger, there was definitely danger. The commotion attracted the attention of some nearby people who called out, if you're not eating, don't waste it. Let us have it. The 4, while packing, shouted back, you should run too. This place isn't safe. Someone in the crowd immediately retorted, what's unsafe about this? We haven't even seen a single zombie. The 4 didn't waste more words, grabbed their things, and ran to catch up with their captain. Believe it or not, it was an unknown danger. Besides, in the apocalypse, everyone looked out for themselves. They trusted their captain's instinct and decided to leave first. Among those who stayed behind, some felt wavering. At the factory last night, they had seen this group in action. Their strength was formidable. Now they were saying this place wasn't safe. Better to believe it than risk it. They began packing to continue their journey. To the remaining people, the Yina team and these newcomers seemed no different from lunatics. They had only just arrived to rest. Under the scorching sun, they wouldn't even finish their meals and were running off, scaring themselves over the peaceful atmosphere. Look, where's the danger? Hilarious. But mocking expressions quickly stiffened on their faces. One by one, they stared at the translucent things suddenly spreading beneath their feet, their hair standing on end. What the hell is this thing? My foot. My foot won't move. My leg. My leg. Screams rose in waves. Shen Jingma had already stepped out of the field. Turning his head, his keen eyes caught a bizarre scene. Some were petrified from the legs up, some from the waist down, and some entirely turned to stone. Whether standing or sitting, none moved, an undeniable testament to the speed of petrification. Those fully petrified had lost every trace of life, becoming true statues. Neither ordinary humans nor ability users could escape. The Yina team halfway across the field turned at the noise behind them. All four effectively petrified on the spot. Behind them, and among those who had left with them, the true petrification was unfolding. Seconds ago they had been living, breathing people. Now they were stone statues. The scene was anything but funny. The four sprinted toward Shinjingma, as if their feet were equipped with windfire wheels. After absorbing more nutrients, the web on the ground expanded at an even faster rate, quickly cutting off the path to the main base. The surviving group had no choice but to run back the way they came. The 6 members of the Mingyue squad and the group that had set out later spotted a crowd heading toward them from afar. The tall man leading them was unmistakably Shinjingma. Everyone was bewildered. They were fleeing as though something pursued them, yet nothing was behind them. Until they watched helpless as the last person in the rear instantly turned to stone. The Mingyue squad's faces drained of color. They turned and shouted into their own group, "Run!" Everyone fled in the opposite direction. While they sprinted under the blazing sun, Feng Qianyue sat inside a cool jeep with 3 others, each enjoying an ice pop. The entire vehicle radiated a 30-60-degree no-dead zone cooling effect under her formidable ice ability. Yuzukai behind the wheel steered with one hand and held an ice pop in the other, silently marveling at what a celestial life it was to follow Feng Qianyue. "Boss, there's a factory ahead. Let's make lunch there." "All right." One wave after another, the danger intensified. The Mingyue squad and Anya squad became the vanguard of the fleeing group. Since no one knew how far the eerie thing chasing them could extend, and no one dared to stop and observe, everyone simply fled in a mad rush. After running for 10 kilometers, Shinjingma, sensing the oppressive feeling behind him had vanished, was the first to halt. Seeing him stop, the Anya squad and Mingyue squad followed suit. The fleeing crowd also stopped. Shinjingma grabbed a large tree, climbed to its top in a few swift moves, and surveyed the distant situation. Judging by the depth of vegetation on the ground, the eerie, great net had halted a kilometer away from them. It seemed this was its limit. He jumped down from the tree and shared his discovery. Sumu instinctively asked, "Brother Shun, how do we get past it then?" The moment he spoke, an awkward silence fell over the Mingyue squad. Sumu pursed his lips tightly, his expression chagrined. He had forgotten that Shinjingma was no longer part of the Mingyue squad and had parted ways with their boss. He was now just an ex-brother-in-law. Shinjingma, indifferent to the Mingyue squad's attitude, spoke calmly. Wait for this thing's energy to dissipate." Tan Mulin asked politely, "Brother Shin, what is your basis for that judgment?" Shinjingma raised his phoenix eyes slightly. "This thing expands its range by petrifying humans to gain energy. Without new energy intake, maintaining its current scope will consume a vast amount of energy. Shrinking is only a matter of time." Everyone nodded slowly, finding it reasonable. The only road to the main base was flanked by mountains on both sides unless they took a detour. Since that was the case, they might as well wait and see. Perhaps in an hour or two the eerie thing would vanish. The group rested on the spot. But heaven did not comply with their wishes. Large raindrops began to fall. They could not advance to the village, and the factory was still nearly 20 kilometers behind. The only option was to take shelter under the trees as best they could. Shinjingma took a thick, sturdy raincoat from his backpack and put it on. Amid the damp, chilly rain, his heart felt warm. What Qianqian gave was always the best. The 6 members of the Mingyue squad took out similar raincoats from similar backpacks and put them on in unison. Apart from the color and size, the quality was exactly the same. The 6 sighed with emotion that even though their boss was not around, they were still under their boss's care. The 4 members of the Anya squad stood under the tree, soaked to the bone. The more they looked, the more it seemed their captain and the Mingyue squad across from them were on the same side. The perceptive Uxin almost immediately realized that these must have been prepared by the girl the Mingyue squad called their boss, the one their captain admired. She felt a stronger curiosity about this person. Yet curiosity aside, strength was what truly mattered. Uxin still did not believe that this girl's current strength could surpass their captain's. Raindrops pattered down, composing a symphony upon the earth. Yet no one appreciated it. Those sheltering inside the factory complained about the wretched weather. It was either scorching sun or torrential rain. Feng Qianyue stood under the eaves of the factory, staring at the gray sky, as if something existed there. No matter where she went, she could feel a dark eye in the sky watching her. A cup of hot milk tea was handed to her. Jiang Shubai had freshly brewed it. Feng Qianyue took a sip. Good craftsmanship. The young man pursed his lips in a faint smile, supporting the cup with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Feng Qianyue replied, "Many things." "Anything about me, eh?" "Yes." The young man blinked his blood-red eyes behind the sunglasses, speaking calmly, "Don't worry about my background. Let it take its course. I'm fine with how things are now." Feng Qianyue smiled, but did not answer. The mystery of Jiang Shubai's origins might be a piece of the puzzle in completing her mission. Regardless, she was determined to find out who was truly manipulating this world. The changes now had completely derailed from her previous life. This meant the puppet master had also adjusted their strategy. Many of the abnormal situations she encountered along the way were mutations that only appeared in the later stages of the apocalypse in her past life. The destruction of the Blue Star had been put on fast forward. Both ordinary humans and ability users were rapidly decreasing in number. At this rate, it seemed destruction would not be far off. In this past month, she had advanced from early 5th rank to early 6th rank. Though the progress was already astonishing, Feng Qianyue was not satisfied. She urgently wanted to reach late 8th rank break through to 9th rank and touch the barrier of this world. Only by touching it could she possibly break it. If she never touched it, she would forever remain a lab rat trapped in a box. After finishing the milk tea, the rain outside showed no sign of letting up. Feng Qianyue and the other two decided to rest here and resume their journey only when the rain stopped. After all, the main base was close ahead, or it would take them only half a day by car. 20 kilometers from the factory, the Mingyue squad, Anya squad, and the others had been thoroughly drenched by the pouring rain. Even though the 6 members of the Mingyue squad wore raincoats, the rain slanted in, leaving them soaked through. Among the crowd, Shen Jingma stood out conspicuously. He extravagantly used his ability to form an absolute domain around himself from head to toe. While everyone else was drenched like drowned rats, Shen Jingma remained dry and comfortable as if in a different dimension, a behavior that truly aroused envy and jealousy. The way he used his ability to block the rain was already extravagantly bold, and the method he employed, the absolute domain, was something that even the 3rd rank Su Muhan Yue and the 4 members of the Anya squad could not replicate. Absolute domain. This was not an ability that automatically awakened at late 3rd rank. How to use an ability depended entirely on one's personal comprehension. Thus, even among the same rank, ability users' strengths varied greatly. Yu Xian looked at her captain with admiration, her heart growing even more convinced that her captain was definitely stronger than the so-called leader of the Mingyue squad. 20 kilometers ahead in the forest, a 4th rank zombie began to scheme. Its ability allowed it to absorb energy from ability users. Where were the most ability users? The main base, of course. Yet it had amassed an army of tens of thousands of zombies, including many 3rd rank ones, and had attacked for 3 days without breaching the base's sturdy gates. This rain gave it a new idea: hunt down the ability users heading to the base. There was only one road leading to the base. It would slaughter its way along the road, reaping a multitude of ability users. The more energy it absorbed, the more surely it would become the zombie king, commanding all zombies. Another ability of this 4th rank zombie was concealment. When it released its concealment ability, the entire zombie army's energy could not be detected. Thus the zombie army marched in full force away from the main base. At this moment, the ability users and ordinary humans on this road were completely unaware. Under the dim sky and torrential rain, the concealed zombie army, like ghosts in this realm, gradually approached the crowd sheltering under the trees. At a distance of about 10 kilometers, Shen Jingma, who also possessed the concealment ability, sensed a premonition of danger more intense than any before. It was vast and suffocating. He narrowed his phoenix eyes, quickly withdrew his protective barrier, and jumped down from the tree. Something is coming. Run. Running was an essential survival skill in the apocalypse. While others were still in a daze, the Anya squad and Mingyue squad did not doubt Shen Jingma's decision at all. They shouldered their packs and followed him, running back toward the factory they had come from in the morning. But this time they were not so fortunate. From the gray sky, a large flock of mutant birds dove down. Since the apocalypse fully erupted, what ability users feared most were not zombies, but mutated plants and animals. Each had their own deadly tactics. Most vexing of all were flocks of birds. With the advantage of flight, they were highly agile and possessed a wide attack range. Only by fleeing into enclosed indoor spaces could one catch a fleeting moment of respite. Yet in the present moment, the flat plains stretched endlessly before them. Without Shen Jingma needing to utter a word, everyone present understood they had to flee toward the factory. Though the plan was clear in their minds, their bodies were entangled by the bird flock and unable to break free. Even Shen Jingma was forced to halt his sprint and wield his dark blades against the attacking birds. The rest fared little better. After just 2 or 3 minutes of combat with the birds, every one of them bore wounds. Ability users who were bitten would not turn into zombies, and minor wounds could still be sustained through their abilities. But the ordinary people here were not so fortunate. Once bitten, they would quickly transform into zombies and begin attacking those around them. Besieged on all sides with a zombie horde charging at full speed from several kilometers away. Shen Jingma sensed the danger intensifying, so he accelerated his strikes, cleaving through the bird flock to relieve pressure on his companions and buy them crucial breathing room. But the relief was short-lived. Just as they seemed to be gaining ground, through concerted effort, a massive wave of mutated birds descended upon them. Damn it! Sumu wiped blood from his eyelids and cursed at the endless swarm. Damn it! There's no end to this. Tan Muling's machete had lost its edge, forcing her to summon ice cones to fight, which drained her ability much faster than usual. She gritted her teeth and held fast, driven by a single resolve: she would not fall at this final step towards seeing her leader. Han Yuechen, Jitao, Yang Yuqing, and Yang Yuhua all refused to give up. To everyone present, this was the ultimate test to prove themselves worthy of the captain's recognition. They had to endure. Meanwhile, Shun Jingma fought through the chaos, realizing this could not be mere coincidence. There must be a high-tier zombie nearby capable of controlling the mutated bird flock, and the sense of danger was growing stronger by the moment. They had been deliberately trapped. Shun Jingma's suspicion proved correct. At the vanguard of the zombie horde several kilometers away, a third-tier zombie possessed exactly the ability to command the bird swarm. To prevent any ability users along this route from sensing the danger and fleeing, they used the bird swarm to stall them. Though the zombie horde masked their energy fluctuations, their physical presence remained unmistakable. A force this massive could be spotted from 3 or 4 kilometers away. The fourth-tier zombie leading them had proven remarkably strategic. Having evolved to this level, it represented an absolute terror to humanity. After assessing the situation, Shun Jingma immediately considered escaping. He could mask his presence and evade the birds. But if he fled alone, everyone here would surely perish. Right now, it was his efforts absorbing the bulk of the attacks that gave them any breathing room. Once he left, they wouldn't even survive long enough for that unknown danger to arrive. They would be slaughtered by the birds first. Shun Jingma watched the Night Demon Squad and Bright Moon Squad fighting through blood and gore. In his past life, he would have fled immediately. Back then, anyone who could keep up would survive, those who couldn't would die. But looking at these familiar faces, some he had personally trained, others meticulously cultivated by Qianqian. These would all become Qianqian's forces in the future. Shun Jingma hesitated. He could not help but ask quietly in his heart to Feng Qianyue, "If I were to flee alone, would you be glad I survived or furious that I abandoned them?" "Qianqian, tell your brother what I should do now." Feng Qianyu could not answer him, because at this moment she was in a coma. In the factory tent, Feng Qianyu lay inside as though peacefully asleep. Yet her consciousness traveled through infinite space-time. Countless celestial bodies rushed past in a blur. She could not reach her small system, nor could she sense any energy fluctuations whatsoever. She was like a wisp of light given sentience. Feng Qian, you did not panic. She observed her surroundings. A blue celestial body entered her field of vision. It was wrapped in a fog-like white radiance, and within that mist swirled a dark vortex shaped like an eye. Countless wisps of white vapor were drawn into the vortex, and the mist surrounding the blue planet grew increasingly thin. Was this the planet she currently inhabited? So her intuition had been right. All along, a black hole had hung above Earth's skies. Feng Qianyu continued to observe, and when she turned her gaze toward a distant cluster of galaxies, she felt an incomparably radiant energy emanating from it. As she reached out, an invisible barrier stopped her. Was this the so-called dimensional wall? She possessed the awareness to communicate with cosmic energy, yet lacked the qualifications to enter that higher civilization's world. This was the source of Ling Yan's sense of superiority over her back then. It seemed clear now. If she wanted to truly save Earth and complete the main God system's mission, she had to shatter this barrier. With her consciousness gradually dissipating, Feng Qianyu slowly opened her eyes in the physical world. She felt a brilliant energy surging within her. Simultaneously, her ability tier surged from early stage 6 to late stage 6. This time her enlightenment had yielded profound results. Hearing the sounds of combat outside, she stepped out of the tent and found Zhang Shubai standing guard. He immediately pulled her into an embrace. Feng Qianyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "I'm fine. Where's Yuzakai?" "Outside slaughtering the birds." The boy's voice carried a heavy undertone, still haunted by the unease of her sudden collapse. "I'll go take a look." Stepping back from his embrace, Feng Qianyu walked out of the factory. A massive swarm of birds circled overhead, while Yuzakai and the other ability users were locked in combat. Feng Qianyu immediately saw that the infected birds were being directed by someone. Closing her eyes, she unleashed her full stage 6 divine sense, and suddenly all events within a 30-kilometer radius flooded her consciousness. Several familiar energy signatures were on the verge of collapse. "Finish clearing this area, and come find me 20 kilometers east," she instructed Zhang Shubai in a rush. Before the words had even finished leaving her lips, she was already gone. The timeline rewound 30 minutes. During those 30 minutes, Feng Qianyu lay unconscious. Shun Jingma and the Bright Moon Squad Night Demon Squad encountered the most intense assault they had faced thus far. After deducing the unprecedented scale of the danger ahead, Shun Jingma considered retreating, but though the thought formed, he took no action. He wanted to buy this group a little more time. If truly no turning point emerged, he could always mask his presence and flee. It would not be too late. Yet he still underestimated the severity of the enemy approaching them. Just as he was about to regain control of the situation, a fourth-tier zombie led its vanguard squad, followed by several third-tier zombies, and launched a fierce assault. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The Bright Moon Squad and Night Demon Squad, having barely caught their breath, were thrust into another brutal confrontation before they could even despair. The situation turned completely upside down. Those too weak to fight perished entirely. The survivors fought with bloody fury, unable to distinguish friend from foe within 10 meters. Only members of the Bright Moon Squad and Night Demon Squad remained standing. Sumu and Han Yu had advanced from early 3rd tier to mid-tier. Tan Muling broke through from late 2nd tier to early 3rd tier. Yang Yuqing and his sister Yang Yuwa followed, closely breaking through to early 3rd tier as well. As the weakest in terms of combat power, Qin Jitao also advanced from mid-2nd tier to late 2nd tier. Fortunately, her ability was healing-based. Though her offensive power was lacking, her healing was exceptional. She could constantly regenerate her own health. Compared to the others, she might actually endure the longest. All 4 members of the Night Demon Squad advanced uniformly from early to mid-3rd tier. Shun Jingmao and Feng Qian had handpicked the most exceptional ability users. But even so, facing such a lopsided battle, death was merely a matter of time for them. Shun Jingmao confronted the 4th tier zombie. They shared similar abilities, but Shun Jingmao was only at late 3rd tier, having already fought through 2 battles without time to recover his energy. Against such a formidable opponent, his body was riddled with wounds within mere breaths. All were severe wounds. With a heavy thud, he collapsed into the rain, spitting a thick pool of blood. The blood mingled with the rainwater, diluting and spreading across the ground. His vision blurred. In his daze, the spreading blood water on the ground seemed to form a familiar face, cold, serene eyes with a faint smile gazing directly at him. Qian, Shun Jingmao whispered. The 4th tier zombie delivered its final strike toward his neck. As this 4th tier zombie prepared to claim its greatest prize, its outstretched claws were firmly grasped by its opponent. The razor-sharp talons stopped mere inches from piercing the man's throat. Shun Jingmao summoned every last ounce of his strength. Wounds covered his entire body, yet he felt not a trace of pain. The cacophony of slaughter surrounding him had faded to silence, and he could no longer perceive the rain falling upon his skin. All he knew was that he could not die. Qian was waiting for him at the base. He could not die. He absolutely could not die. Rain mingled with tears, and under the weight of absolute desperation, Shun Jingmao achieved a breakthrough. Rising from late 3rd tier to early 4th tier, a surge of unprecedented power coursed through his body. He snapped the opponent's wrist and vaulted upright from the ground. The 4th tier zombie, its wrist shattered, descended into utter fury. No longer savoring close combat, it immediately switched to launching devastating ranged attacks. Shun Jingmao, drawing upon the newly awakened energy from his breakthrough, engaged in a relentless dance of evasion and counterstrikes. Yet his injuries ran too deep. He could only barely dodge the enemy's ferocious assaults, making it impossible to deliver a killing blow. Even escape was beyond his reach. And so the battle devolved into a grueling war of attrition, with Shun Jingmao clearly holding the disadvantaged position. The Moonlight Squad and Night Squad had fought themselves to the brink of annihilation. Countless wounds marred their bodies beyond enumeration. Together they had managed to slay several 3rd tier zombies. The 4th tier zombie, unable to subdue this stubborn group, issued the command for the zombie horde to advance at full speed. It then led the remaining zombies in encircling Shun Jingmao, the Moonlight Squad, and the Night Squad completely. They surrounded them without attacking, awaiting the arrival of the main army to annihilate them in one decisive strike. They were forced to cluster together. 11 individuals formed a circle facing outward. Listening to the approaching roars of the zombie army in the distance, everyone understood what lay ahead. Each face bore the grim solemnity of warriors awaiting their final battle. They gasped for breath, desperately trying to recover their stamina and abilities. Sumu, his childlike face now covered in wounds, showed none of his former youthful naivety. His tone grave, he addressed Shun Jingmao. Brother Shin, I know that with your abilities you could have escaped unscathed the moment the bird swarm attacked. But you didn't do that. The others remained silent, yet all silently agreed with Su Mu's assessment. Without Shun Jingmao bearing the brunt of the battle, these people would have died 1,000 deaths already. Their continued survival was largely his doing. Shun Jingmao spat out a mouthful of blood, his phoenix-like eyes slightly raised, his demeanor neither cold nor warm. So what if it were true? Sumu broke into a bright smile. I knew it. Brother Shin did all this for senior sister. That proves there's still a place for her in your heart. I knew you didn't leave because you'd fallen out with senior sister. So tell me, what was the real reason? Shun Jingmao's voice turned cold. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Tan Muling, Hanyu. Everyone around burst into laughter. Laughing and weeping, they watched the approaching zombie army in the distance. Sumu joined in the laughter with everyone else. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand, his tone lighthearted. Hee, I've always been someone who talks too much. Brother Shin, remember to send my regards to senior sister. I wish you both a blissful union. All laughter ceased abruptly. Tan Muling was the first to speak. What do you mean? Sumu said gleefully. I've gained a new ability. It can grant everyone invulnerability against all damage for 10 minutes. When I give the signal, everyone runs in different directions and takes the long route back to the base. Did you hear me? No one spoke. Su Mu's tone turned mocking. I say, my lords and ladies, stop being silent. There's no time left. Do you really want to all die here? Humanity can be base, yet it can also be magnificent. Su Mu wanted to live too, but rather than everyone perishing here together, it was better for him alone to sacrifice himself and provide the others with a chance at survival. When he had awakened his defensive abilities, he had promised Senior Sister that he would become the Moonlight Squad's shield. Now it was time to honor that vow. The zombie army had arrived during their conversation. They began to encircle in layers, inner and outer, waiting only for the command to launch their slaughter. Su Mu clenched his fists tight, instantly enveloping the others within his protective barrier. This newly mastered ability did not consume spiritual energy. It consumed his very essence. He channeled all the chi and blood in his body to fuel the ability, summoning an absolute defense. In mere seconds, Su Mu's hair began turning white from the roots. His skin started to sag and wither. His fists clenched tight, his legs spread apart. He stabilized his trembling body and roared with all his might. Run! Shun Jingma's phoenix eyes darkened, his voice low as he bid farewell. The message will be delivered. With that, he charged toward the zombie horde without the slightest hesitation. The 4 members of the night squad bowed deeply to Su Mu in unison, then broke through toward where Shun Jingma had gone. Tan, mewling eyes red with grief, forced the words from her throat. Mu, you've truly become a warrior. With that, she turned resolutely and hurled herself into the zombie masses. Han Yue Yang Yuqing Yang Yuga. Each bit their lips, unable to speak. Even Yang Yuga, who usually cried the most, held back her sobs in silence. At this moment, farewell was the most powerless thing. They cast one final profound glance at Su Mu, then threw themselves into the zombie horde. Survive. They must survive. Su Mu's sacrifice could not be in vain. Shun Jitiao lingered until the very last moment. Gazing upon Su Mu's rapid aging, she could no longer hold back her sobs. With hair turned hoary white and skin hanging loose, Su Mu rasped in a hoarse voice, bellowing at her with fury, go. The Moonlight Squad has no room for weaklings. Shun Jitiao was shaken back to strength by that roar. Not daring to wipe her tears, she chased after the team ahead. Watching his comrades depart one by one, Su Mu wore a satisfied smile. He had finally earned the right to speak those words. The Moonlight Squad has no room for weaklings. This feeling was truly wonderful. Senior Sister, I've finally become a formidable warrior who can stand on his own, just like Brother Shun. But the price is that I'll never see you again, never follow in your footsteps. The road ahead is long and winding. I hope more people will follow you, support you, and cherish you. I hope you'll witness the arrival of a new era. In the gentle drizzle, a hunched figure collapsed into the muddy water. His turbid pupils gradually lost focus, his vision blurring. Su Mu felt consciousness slipping away. He blinked his tear-filled eyes. A shadowy figure appeared before him, followed by a burst of brilliant energy that surged into his body. Su Mu's mind was jolted. He could no longer perceive any pain in his limbs and bones. He forced open his clouded eyes, making out a face above him through the haze. Say, Senior Sister. He couldn't believe whether this was a hallucination at death's door or reality. That familiar cold voice rang out from above. Don't speak. Rest and recover. It was real. Shun Jingma led the others as they attempted to break through the zombie horde's encirclement. He had to slay low-tier zombies on one hand, while warding off ambushes from the 4th-tier zombie on the other. Each time they barely tore open a gap in the enemy lines, it was sealed shut again in an instant. Their absolute defense was depleting rapidly. The mutant bird swarm above swooped down to attack at intervals. Already pushed to their absolute limits, everyone plunged back into despair. When the 4th-tier zombie struck again at Shun Jingma, he had not a shred of energy left to evade or defend. It seemed today was fated to be his last. Shun Jingma closed his eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. At this moment he realized that everything he had once cared about was meaningless. The only place he wished to be was by Feng Qianyue's side. But he was about to break his promise to her. Boom! Shun Jingma's eyes snapped open. The 4th-tier zombie's head exploded before him, blood and gore scattering in all directions. Boom! Boom! Countless zombies instantaneously had their heads burst open. In the blink of an eye, corpses carpeted the ground. Boom! The diving bird swarm ignited into raging flames. The firelight dyed the sky crimson, and feathers trailing sparks fell from the heavens. Between earth and sky, a black-clad figure shouldering a white cat with green eyes strode forward atop the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. The dazzling flames seemed to sear through the clouds, parting the dark mass of clouds, as celestial light burst forth. The first ray of light to pierce the heavens fell upon her form. Her long black hair rippled without wind, her entire being untouched by even a speck of dust. Everyone gazed upon her silhouette, like believers contemplating a deity. On Feng Qianyu's way, Feng Batian strongly demanded to be let out. In his view, his host's current strength could easily crush all creatures below the 6th tier. Those below the 5th tier could be instantly annihilated in a wide area. How could such an impressive scene proceed without his appearance? Feng Batian must be featured. To add a proud fur collar for his host, Feng Batian narrowed his large green eyes into a contemptuous gaze. The girl and the cat walked toward the completely dumbfounded crowd. Shun Jingma was the first to regain his composure, his gaze locked on the moving figure as he absorbed every detail. It was Qian Qian. It truly was her. He longed to rush forward and embrace her tightly, but his body was covered in blood and grime while she remained immaculate. Shun Jingma could only suppress his restless heart and stand frozen in place. Feng Qianyu walked through the crowd's gazes and stopped before him. Her cold, clear eyes scanned the various wounds across his body before settling on his face. The man held his breath. Reunited after such a long separation under these circumstances, Shun Jingma felt momentarily at a loss. His body went rigid, and he lowered his head slightly, unable to meet her gaze. Noticing his subtle reactions, Feng Qianyu checked his wounds and found none were life-threatening. With a hint of a smile in her eyes, she spoke calmly. "You've reduced yourself to this state while I was gone." The man suddenly raised his head, his eyes reddening as he whispered, "Brother is useless. I've made you worry." Shin Jingma's response left the 4 members of the Dark Knight squad completely stunned. Could this delicate, self-deprecating man really be their usually noble and aloof captain? Yet recalling how the girl had effortlessly eliminated threats both in the sky and on the ground, even beheading a 4th-tier zombie boss in an instant, they felt their captain might just be able to act even more spoiled in her presence. This was a top-tier expert wielding both mental and fire abilities. Xian's shock was beyond words, not directed at her captain's transformation, but at the girl before her. Observing how the Bright Moon squad members surrounded her with such deference made it clear she was their leader, the very person their captain admired. Xian had previously believed her captain's talent and strength were unmatched in this world, never imagining someone more powerful could exist. Now with this person standing alive before her, Xian finally grasped the meaning of that saying. Like a mayfly glimpsing the vast sky, she found her former assumptions laughable. Feng Qianyu disagreed with Shun Jingma's words. The growth both he and the Bright Moon squad had achieved surprised her more than she'd anticipated. Shortly after their separation, she had noticed the apocalypse's evolutionary speed accelerating. Humanity was forced to grow rapidly under extreme pressure. The fact they had survived to reach this point already earned her approval. Feng Qianyu spoke, "You've all done well passing this trial." Tan Mu Ling and the others had held back their tears upon seeing her, but these words of recognition caused them to break down one by one. Only they understood the hardships endured along this journey. Most importantly, they had once high-fived as a complete team with no one missing, but now someone was gone. Feng Qian, you could read their thoughts from their expressions. Su Mu isn't dead, he's recovering at the original location. The grief-stricken group froze instantly. Tan Mu Ling's eyes brightened, and she stamped her feet in excitement, unable to find words for her joy. With Feng Qianyu present, the Bright Moon squad felt completely secure. They didn't know the limits of her current power, only that Feng Qianyu was always their sovereign, the divine force that could save them from ruin. As Shun Jingmao was about to express his longing, a jeep appeared in the distance. He swallowed his words and immediately went on alert. Everyone except Feng Qianyu wore sharp, watchful expressions. Having just survived one battle after another, everyone's nerves remained tense. "My people." Those 3 words made everyone lower their guard. Curiosity sparked in Shun Jingmao and the Bright Moon squad's eyes. What kind of teammates had their leader taken in after they left? The jeep drew near, and 2 tall men stepped out. Yuzukai jumped down, and surveying the corpses littering the ground, immediately called out to Feng Qianyu, "Leader, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Feng Qianyu responded. Yuzukai unleashed a burst of flame to clear a path through the corpses blocking their way. Judging by his technique and the energy fluctuations, he was a mid-tier 3rd-stage powerhouse. The other was a young man in sunglasses, slender with translucent pale skin and an outstanding demeanor. Even with just half his face visible, he gave off the aura of a strikingly handsome man. Though they couldn't gauge his strength, they trusted their leader's judgment. He couldn't be a novice. Shun Jingmao recognized the sunglasses-wearing man at a glance. Jiang Subai. Though the name had only appeared once and his memory was somewhat hazy, he would never forget those blood-red eyes or the confrontation when Qian Qian had him pinned against the car door. Qian Qian had shown appreciation for him back then, and now she had actually taken him as a subordinate. A pang of jealousy stirred in Shun Jingma's chest, but after surviving death, he refused to sulk over a subordinate. He just wanted this over so he could find somewhere to bathe and spend time alone with Qian Qian, pouring out his longing. But the moment that thought arose, reality struck him like a slap, leaving him dazed. Jiang Su-bai's blood-red eyes glanced indifferently at Shun Jingma from beneath his sunglasses before moving directly behind Feng Qianyu. The young man slipped an arm around Feng Qianyu's waist, deliberately ignoring the pet cat on her shoulder. Tilting his head close to her ear, he said calmly, "Qian Qian, could you introduce them to me?" Shun Jingma snapped back from his daze, let out a cold snort. His dark, narrow phoenix eyes held zero warmth as he locked his gaze on Jiang Su by across from him. There's no need for Qian to do it. Let me introduce myself. I'm her family and her boyfriend. They are all her subordinates. What gives you that right? Shen Jingma's face, usually enchanting and handsome, turned to ice. Jiang Su Bai responded in a calm, flat tone. Qian subordinates. And lover. He deliberately drew out the last 3 words, each one laced with silent provocation, more lethal than any direct challenge. The air froze instantly. Every member of both the Bright Moon and Dark Knight squads fell utterly silent. This wasn't thrilling, it was terrifying. Their leader's romantic entanglement was a battlefield they dared not witness. Too afraid to make a sound, not even Feng Batian dared to stir, swallowing hard in silence. Yet at the center of this storm, Feng Qianyu remained perfectly composed. She observed it all calmly, neither confirming nor denying either man's claim. Let them sort out their own rivalries. Shen Jingma's icy composure cracked. His fists clenched tight, released, clenched again, repeated 3 times, before he forced down the urge to strike. Then his expression shifted entirely. With a soft, slightly pained voice, he said, Qian brother wants to take a bath. The childish plea was so obvious that even the blind could have sensed it. Jiang Su Bai's cold eyes narrowed slightly. Feng Qianyu hadn't expected Shen Jingma to restrain himself so effectively, certainly an improvement over his past behavior. Very well, let's make for the village ahead and rest temporarily. As Feng Qianyu's words fell, a man from the Dark Knight squad immediately followed up, Boss, we can't go there. At the entrance of the village there is a strange plant that forms a translucent net capable of rapidly petrifying people. It's because of that we fled here. It's extremely terrifying. Feng Qianyu understood immediately what he was referring to. In her past life, she had encountered this mutated species and knew its weakness. Just follow me. Her tone was calm, and everyone present felt as if they had taken a calming pill. This included the 4 members of the Dark Knight squad. The reason was simple. Feng Qianyu's overwhelming power when she appeared left no room for doubt. At that moment, Su Mu, who had mostly recovered, ran over, bouncing with energy, grinning widely and shouting, Boss, I've become young again. Haha. Everyone had seen his aged appearance before, and now his radiant vitality made them both happy for him and astounded at how this happened. The Bright Moon squad members knew without thinking that their boss had healed him. What shocked them was that their boss was supposed to be a spatial and psychic type. How could she also have healing and fire abilities? She could reverse aging, set the entire sky ablaze to burn flocks of birds, and use psychic power to instantly obliterate nearly 10,000 zombies. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. They resolved to ask their boss about her current strength when they rested in the village. However, Su Mu was too excited to wait. He dashed up to Feng Qianyu and said eagerly, Boss, your healing ability is incredible. I've never felt this good before. By the way, boss, aren't you a spatial and psychic type? The Dark Knight squad members were dumbfounded. What? Isn't the boss a psychic and fire type? And she also has the rare spatial type. And healing? This apocalypse was far beyond their imagination. Seeing everyone's thirst for knowledge, Feng Qianyu answered Su Mu's question. It's indeed psychic, but I have the intent ability. Intent. Several voices echoed simultaneously. Feng Qianyu calmly dropped a bombshell. In simple terms, any ability I can comprehend can be used by me. Fire and healing are just a part of it. Feng Qianyu didn't elaborate further. In truth, what she used on Su Mu wasn't a healing ability, but the energy within her body. It was the radiant energy she had comprehended after waking from her coma. She had seen and briefly possessed this energy in the mysterious person inside Feng Chao. That was energy from a higher civilization. Now she had also grasped a portion of it. Everyone present except for Jiang Shubai and Yuzakai, who had already witnessed Feng Qianyu's various freakish abilities, were completely stunned. What did it mean that any ability she could comprehend could be used by her? Wasn't that practically omnipotent? Such an inconceivable talent actually existed in someone. All members of the Bright Moon squad and Dark Knight squad looked at Feng Qianyu with eyes that held not only awe and respect, but also extreme adoration. In the apocalypse, ability was everything. When one's power far exceeded imagination, they would inevitably be regarded as a faith. That was exactly what Feng Qianyu wanted. Improving her strength was always her top priority. When you become powerful enough, followers come uninvited. Only Shen Jingma had the most complex emotions. At this moment, he was not only mentally tangled, but also utterly confused. Before he left, he had made a pact with Qianqian. If, when they met again, his strength surpassed hers, she would love only him from then on. It was this thought that had driven him to leave. Now not only was there a vast gap in strength, but new rivals had also appeared by Qianqian's side. Amid the chaotic emotions, regret weighed heaviest in Shen Jingma's heart. He bitterly regretted his decision. If he hadn't left a month ago, Jiang Shubai might have remained just a subordinate of Qianqian. But now it was too late for regrets. The promise had been his own proposal, and failing to fulfill, it was his own fault. Jiang Shubai was already by Qianqian's side. Shun Jingma could only force himself to accept the situation, knowing that if he threw a tantrum now, it would only benefit others. Feng Qianyue, seeing that no one else spoke, ordered, "Pack up. We're heading to the village." As soon as she spoke, not only did the Bright Moon Squad members quickly retrieve their backpacks from the pile of corpses, but the Dark Knight Squad also instinctively followed her orders, apparently forgetting that their captain was Shun Jingma. Because in their hearts the captain was already the boss's little darling. Feng Qianyue was the leader of this team. Everyone grabbed their backpacks and returned to the assembly point. Just as they were about to mention that the zombie crystals all over the ground hadn't been dug out, the entire field of corpses and they themselves were suddenly enveloped in a dazzling white light. Countless crystals slowly rose from the zombies' heads, rapidly gathering in the air. Feng Qianyue casually tossed out a bag, and a gust of wind sent the bag under the crystals. The white light vanished, and the crystals fell into the bag like pebbles, making a beautiful clatter sound. The Bright Moon Squad members were beaming with pride. The boss always exceeded expectations. Look at this hardcore way of harvesting crystals. The Dark Knight Squad's eyes shimmered with gold. The boss's methods were just so straightforward and unpretentious. Can abilities really be used like this? Among them, the largest fourth-order mutated zombies' round black crystal flew out of the bag along with the bag itself into Feng Qianyue's hand. Without even glancing at it, she tossed the bag into her space and handed the fourth-order crystal in her hand to Shun Jingma. Recover first. The Dark Knight Squad members looked at their captain with undisguised envy. The captain sure had it good. A fourth-order zombie crystal, and dark type at that. The boss gave it to him casually, so spoiled. Shun Jingma's frozen brow instantly melted into spring, a smile curling at the corners of his tightly pressed lips. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shubai, who wore sunglasses. He didn't take it, saying tenderly, "Keep it for yourself. Fourth order is rare. You might even comprehend the dark type ability from it. Brother's injury will heal in a few days." Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow, and another black crystal of the same size appeared in her hand. The difference was that this new one contained a mass of white energy inside. Shun Jingma's eyes widened. "Is this a fourth-order mutated dark-type crystal?" Feng Qianyue nodded. The entire crowd gasped. She could produce another fourth-order after already having one. And it was mutated dark-type. Such a rare combination. Absorbing a mutated crystal could potentially awaken its abilities. That was almost as good as gaining another awakening opportunity, and the success rate was much higher than awakening from the Red Ring. After the initial shock, Shun Jingma understood that Feng Qianyue was telling him she had a better one, so she didn't need this normal fourth-order dark-type crystal. So he continued, "Since you have a better one, I'll accept your earlier kindness." Shun Jingma didn't fuss too much. If Qianqian gave it to him, he would take it, and everything he had was hers. When Feng Qianyue saw him take the first crystal, she knew he had misunderstood. She said, "I don't need this to comprehend anything. This mutated crystal is also for you." Shun Jingma was stunned. His eyes felt as if sand had gotten in, stinging and swelling. After a few seconds, he could no longer suppress the emotions he had forcibly held back from the very beginning. Everyone watched as he stripped off his blood-stained coat, revealing a relatively clean shirt, then dropped to one knee, wrapped his arms around Feng Qianyue's waist, and pressed his head against her, nuzzling. His choked voice sounded low. "Qianqian, brother missed you so much. I never want to be apart from you again." Jiang Shubai's hand tucked into his pants pocket clenched tightly, his body stiffening instantly. He turned his face away, rigidly refusing to witness the scene. Qianqian had promised to be responsible for him till the end. She would not break her word, would not abandon him. Qianqian had also said that no one would ever affect their relationship. The past month's bliss flickered through Jiang Shubai's mind, and he gradually loosened his clenched fist. Yuzukai walked over and patted him on the shoulder, a gesture of comfort. It was not sympathy, but a silent message: be content. The boss has taken a liking to you. Many didn't even qualify. The Bright Moon Squad members busied themselves with practiced ease. The boss's love life was too thrilling to be watched. The Dark Knight Squad members were still unaccustomed to their captain's unfamiliar demeanor, but they understood completely. The big shot was utterly spoiling him. She keeps the best things for you, and her strength is absolutely devastating. That's an unparalleled charm. Anyone would fall head over heels for her. Uxian's starry eyes were glued to Feng Qianyue. They had thought the captain was a towering mountain, yet before this girl he was but a humble hill prostrating for her affection. What he embraced was a majestic snow-capped peak, a summit piercing the clouds, an absolute sovereign towering over all beings. Uxian's inner self screamed hysterically. "Oh, I'm shipping them." Feng Qianyue gently stroked the back of Shun Jingma's head, her fingertips brushing against his burning earlobe and lightly pinching it. "Let's go, mm." Shun Jingma rose, his eyes red-rimmed. The jeep could seat 4, and the others tactfully shouldered their backpacks, preparing to walk to the village. Feng Qianyue glanced at the 10 people laden with bags, and took out 3 jeeps from the system mall. The crowd blinked in astonishment at the 3 brand-new jeeps that appeared before them. Who would have thought that just 10 minutes ago they were fighting for their lives against zombies? Now they were lively at peace and had clean, comfortable transport. All of this was because of one person who had turned the tide. The 4 members of the Dark Knight squad immediately set down their luggage and kowtowed to Feng Qianhua. The captain was the big shot's little darling, but what were the 4 of them? With such treatment, they wouldn't be able to sleep without kowtowing to the big shot. The 6 members of the Bright Moon squad watched with beaming smiles, perfectly understanding the feeling. The group proceeded in a grand procession toward the village 10 kilometers away. Upon reaching the village entrance, a strange, faintly translucent net appeared again. The net lunged swiftly toward their convoy. Chaotic voices erupted from the jeeps. Boss, this is it. It's coming. It's so fast we should run. If we don't flee now, it'll be too late. Having witnessed the speed of petrification, everyone instinctively trembled as the net rushed toward them. Just as they were ready to flee, a torrential rain suddenly poured down. A localized rainstorm. Rain materialized above the net and crashed down with a roar. The translucent net dissolved upon contact with the water, vanishing without a trace. Tin Muliang, a water ability user, was dumbfounded. So this was how the boss used her water ability. It opened a whole new world for her. Both water ability users and non-water ability users fell silent. They were all ability users, but Feng Qianhua's system was clearly on a different level. Such a terrifying thing was effortlessly eliminated by her. This only proved one truth: weak is weak. As soon as she got out of the car, Tin Muliang couldn't wait to ask Feng Qianhua, "Boss, can you teach me other ways to use water abilities?" Feng Qianhua demonstrated on the spot. A low-level zombie lunging at her was instantly turned into a dried corpse by her empty-handed grab, collapsing without any attack power. A puddle of unidentified liquid appeared on the ground. Everyone, including Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai, was stunned. Liquid separation. Feng Qianhua said to Tan Muliang. This technique extracts all liquid from a zombie, neutralizing its attack power. It's even more effective on humans than on zombies. As she added this, a shiver ran through everyone, and their minds conjured an image of a living person turning into a withered mummy in an instant. Yuzukai immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Boss, what about fire? Show us a fire technique." Soon after his words, a medium-sized fireball formed in the air and exploded with a boom. Everyone turned to Feng Qianhua for an explanation. This technique compresses air to form a plasma fireball with adjustable explosion radius. A natural bomb. A flock of birds flew overhead in everyone's minds. Damn, how strong must one's mental power be to compress air? The big shot's moves were gloriously insane. Han Yu quietly raised her hand. "Boss, are there any special hidden uses for wood abilities?" Feng Qianhua smiled. "That's a good question. Watch closely." Everyone instantly widened their eyes. Even if they couldn't learn the big shot's techniques, they could at least feast their eyes. Feng Qianhua reached out toward a large tree not far away. Soon a dense green wood ability energy surged from the ground and gathered entirely into her palm. The tree visibly withered at an alarming rate. Everyone was petrified. This could replenish abilities. Feng Qianhua explained to Han Yue, this technique absorbs a plant's life force to nourish oneself, requiring strong mental power to convert into ability. However, improper use can harm the body. Han Yu nodded dumbly. It felt like every word was understandable, but together they were bewildering. The members of Bright Moon and Dark Knight squads dared not ask further. They feared hearing even more unbelievable abilities, only to be left coveting with insufficient mental power. It was a thorough dimensionality reduction. Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai stood beside Feng Qianhua. They remained silent throughout, completely immersed in admiration for the person beside them. Love will leak out even if you cover your mouth. But their love was even more complex. Feng Qianhua decided to spend the night in the village and head to the main base tomorrow morning. With her as the backbone, everyone felt secure. They arranged the night watch schedule and went to their respective rooms to rest. The boys shared one room, the girls another, squeezing together to avoid being scattered. Otherwise, no one would notice if an accident occurred. Feng Qianhua naturally had a room to herself, the cleanest one. She pulled out a large bed and looked at the 2 men in the room. Shun Jingmao leaned against the wall, silent. Jiang Shubai stood straight by the window, also silent. Feng Qianhua spoke. "Shubai, sleep in the outer room." Shun Jingmao, leaning against the wall, curled his lips into a smile and cast a glance at the man by the window. The young man by the window said nothing and walked out of the room. Ignoring his rigid body, he seemed normal enough. Shun Jingmao then closed the door and looked at Feng Qianhua, saying, "Qianqian brother wants to take a bath." Feng Qianhua took out an automatic purification hot spring tub. "You go first." Shun Jingmao stripped off his clothes, got into the tub, and washed quickly. After the tub purified a new batch of water, his melodious voice invited Feng Qianhua, "Let me wash you, okay?" In the outer room, separated by a door, Jiang Shubai lay stiffly on the single bed, hearing every sound from inside. Feng Qianhua said, "Okay." Feng Qianhua swiftly unzipped her jacket, revealing the black short-sleeved shirt underneath, then pulled it over her head and tossed it onto the chair. She removed her combat pants and threw them aside. The man in the hot spring barrel watched her with deep phoenix-like eyes, not missing a single moment. The girl moved unhurriedly, her expression calm and composed without a trace of awkwardness or shyness. When the full vista of snow-covered plains was revealed, she casually swept the stray strands of hair from her face, tucking them behind her ear and coiling them up. The man's heart gave a heavy throb at the sight of that flickering strand. Shen Jingma's voice was no longer clear and smooth. He spoke with difficulty. Qianqian. Feng Qianyue walked toward the hot spring barrel, stepping in with her long legs and sitting down with her back against him. The warm water quickly enveloped her. On a stool nearby, bathing supplies were placed. She crossed her arms on the edge of the barrel, rested her chin on them, and said lazily, "Let's begin." The man reacted belatedly and reached out his hand. The splashing sound of water echoed from time to time. Feng Qianyue closed her eyes, enjoying his service. Halfway through washing, the man tilted his head and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Do you remember that night at the Dijiao Villa, when you made me compensate you because of the misunderstanding?" Feng Qianyue curled her lips and hummed in acknowledgement. Shen Jingma chuckled softly, feeling as if a candy had melted in his heart. Your ideas are always so unique. I rather miss the us from back then." His voice lowered. It was only a matter of 2 or 3 months ago, yet it felt like many years had passed. Surviving the apocalypse was extremely arduous. Every single day, if luck was bad, one could face several life or death battles daily. The mental energy spent in a single day equaled years of ordinary life. Living in constant uncertainty, scraping by on the edge of a knife. Everyone gets tired. Just today, Shen Jingma had felt mentally exhausted several times. In the past, he believed that with enough resources, he could surely survive until the end of the apocalypse. Now he had unknowingly changed his mind. The thread that made him persist in living was his feelings for Feng Qianyue. The bonds formed through every little moment of their past. It was both a weakness and an armor. He sighed softly, rested his head against Feng Qianyue's shoulder socket, and nuzzled her. "Every day away from you feels so exhausting. Can we never be apart again? Brother doesn't want anything else. I just want to stay by your side." Feng Qianyue raised a hand and stroked his head. "Okay." On the single bed in the outer room, the young man stared at the bare ceiling, his blood-red eyes blinking. Inside the inner chamber, the atmosphere was both romantic and warm, but soon turned fiery. Feng Qianyue finished touching and was about to withdraw her hand, but the man grabbed her wrist, turned her upper body to face him, and lowered his head to capture her lips and tongue, sucking them. In the outer room, separated by a wall, Jiang Shubai heard everything clearly. A dull pain in his heart oppressed him, making it hard to breathe. The sense of belonging he felt toward Feng Qianyue, didn't Shen Jingma feel the same? In fact, there was no difference between them. It wasn't their problem. Anyone who fell in love with Feng Qianyue would be no different. She was radiant as a star, encompassing all things. The only difference between him and Shen Jingma and the followers of the Bright Moon Squad was that Feng Qianyue chose to give them an extra share of affection. That share of affection could be withdrawn at any time. If one wanted to continue this special treatment, they had to accept the existence of others. Jiang Shubai slowly closed his eyes, sealing off his 5 senses. How intense Shen Jingma's longing was after their long separation, and how fierce his was. At first, he still cared a bit about the annoying guy in the outer room, but later he couldn't spare a single thought for anyone else. That annoying guy must have done everything he should and shouldn't have during the time he was away. He must have been very well behaved to stay by Qianqian's side for so long. Now that he was back, if he got jealous and made a fuss over this guy, in the end the loss would be his relationship with Qianqian. Having come to this realization, Shen Jingma decided to maintain a peaceful coexistence on the surface while secretly competing. If he couldn't be the only one, he would become the most special existence. He devoted himself wholeheartedly, passionate and lingering, an ultimate feast. Feng Beitian in the space marveled at how truly powerful the 2 big shots were. This kind of thing also consumed energy, but these 2 had abundant energy and could do whatever they wanted. Still, it was his host who had both vision and strength. Otherwise, how could this meat be so delicious? "One more time, okay?" Feng Qianyue casually played with his wet hair tips with her fingers, saying, "Your internal injuries haven't healed yet." As soon as she finished speaking, the man quickly declared, "It's nothing." Feng Qianyue ignored what he said and directly gave orders. "Melt the 2 crystal cores and rest well." The man still wanted to make a final struggle. "Brother begs, you just won last time." Not obeying. Feng Qianyue's voice turned cold and deep. Shen Jingma's pleading words got stuck in his throat. He released his restraining hand, took the 2 crystal cores, and quietly absorbed them. Half an hour later, the 2 crystal cores were completely absorbed. Shen Jingma felt dizzy, which was a sign of a new ability awakening. He lay down beside Feng Qianyue and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Brother will sleep for a while. Don't leave." "Okay." Only after hearing Feng Qianyue say, "Okay," did Shen Jingma relax his body and fall into unconsciousness. The room fell silent. Feng Qianyue sat up, leaning against the headboard, took out a bottle of red wine, poured a glass, and quietly contemplated the arrangements for tomorrow after arriving at the base. The door lock clicked. Creak. The old wooden door was pushed open and Jiang Shubai walked in. Holding her wine glass, Feng Qianyue raised her eyelids. Not asleep yet. The young man walked toward the bed. In the blink of an eye, an empty glass appeared in Feng Qianyue's hand. Then have a drink. She reached out, picked up the red wine from the bedside table, and filled the empty glass. Jiang Shubai, standing by the bed, took the glass without a word. He took a sip, set the glass down, and suddenly leaned toward Feng Qianyue. The young man lifted her chin, and his cool lips pressed against hers. The sweetness of the red wine passed between their teeth. Jiang Shubai was using the method she had taught him on her. He reached out, took the wine glass from her hand, and set it aside. Then he grasped her wrists and placed them on his shoulders, doing the same for both sides. The meaning was clear. He wanted her to wrap her arms around him. Feng Qianyue obliged him. Their slippery tongues intertwined and coiled. The wine had long been transferred, but the other party was unwilling to part. Jiang Shubai cupped the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Shun Jingma, unconscious, had his head pressed against Feng Qianyue's hip bone. His arm, originally around her waist, had slipped to her thigh as she sat up. Unbeknownst to him, another person was stealing kisses and giving rise to desire. After that deep kiss, by the cold light seeping through the window, the boy's face was filled with unquenchable desire. Jiang Shubai had truly only intended to claim a goodnight kiss. Even though he knew full well that Qianqian's time that night belonged to another, the habit formed from a month of sharing a bed made him unwilling to leave once he had touched her. Their eyes met, and Feng Qianyue saw through the emotions in his heart. She chuckled and raised an eyebrow. "Want it?" called out so bluntly the boy's face visibly reddened. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Feng Qianyue refused him in a teasing tone. "Tonight is not your time." The boy's pressed lips tightened, his teeth bit through his lower lip, seeping fresh red blood. Feng Qianyue's eyes darkened, and the hand on his shoulder squeezed his nape. "Don't hurt yourself. Even if your body can heal automatically, don't." The boy was stunned. A powerful warmth surged in his heart, nourishing every cell. He wiped the blood from his lips and spoke gently. "Good night." Watching his retreating back, Feng Qianyue lifted the corners of her mouth. She only liked obedient little dogs. Obviously, Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai already knew how to stay by her side. Spoiling is fine, but too much is as bad as too little. Romance is just a seasoning. The right amount is needed to keep it delicious for a long time. The room fell silent again, and Feng Qianyue resumed pondering serious matters. The apocalypse was vastly different from her past life. Over the past month, she had encountered many mutated zombies, animals, and plants that only appeared in the late stages of the apocalypse in her previous life. Strangely, in her past life, there was collective evolution, but now it was singular existence. Most of the rest were still in normal evolution. This was clearly abnormal. Feng Qianyue recalled the night she killed the fourth-tier albinistic mutant zombie. She had sensed an abnormal energy. Whatever it was, analyzing the current situation, the mastermind was eager to accelerate the destruction of Blue Star. The black hole she saw when perceiving cosmic energy which was absorbing the white mist. If her guess was correct, the Blue Star catastrophe was caused by that eye-like black hole. And the white mist was likely some kind of energy body protecting Blue Star. Once it was fully absorbed, Blue Star might reach its moment of destruction. That black hole did not appear there for no reason. On the other side of the dimensional wall she had touched, there must be a higher civilization. The mysterious being inside Feng Chao originated from there. Her judgment was based on the similarity between the radiant power she had comprehended and his energy. He appeared on Blue Star without any mission, indicating that the Blue Star apocalypse had nothing to do with him, but he must know the inside story. However, that fellow faked his death, so this lead was cut off. But it didn't affect Feng Qianyue much. Through him, she had still deduced many useful pieces of information. At least now she could be certain where the mastermind behind the Blue Star apocalypse was, and by what means they interfered with Blue Star. That black hole was the medium. Destroying it could halt Blue Star's march toward destruction. So her next direction was still to speed up and become stronger, because the mastermind might have already set their sights on her. With her growth rate, the other side could not be completely unaware. However, the current level of evolution was not enough to pose a threat to her. When she grew strong enough to destroy the black hole, the mastermind would certainly not let it go. At that time, the humans of Blue Star would inevitably have a war with them. Feng Qianyue drained the red wine in her glass. Next, she would seize control of the base as quickly as possible, build a super base, recruit global powerhouses, and achieve a great upgrade for all humanity. While Feng Batian was chatting and joking with other systems in the space, its host had already figured out most of the mysteries in the advanced mission and planned the next steps clearly. Other system, I heard your host accepted the main God system's advanced mission. Is that something you can take? Didn't you call her an idiot? Feng Batian's keyboard sparked. It's good enough that my host doesn't call me an idiot. Other system's such an arrogant host. I'll share a few methods with you guaranteed to make her obedient. Listen. Feng Batian angrily slammed the keyboard and voice inputted, "Get lost, get lost, get lost. Take your ridiculous methods and get lost." Blocked and deleted in one go. It could comfortably be a waste only thanks to Big Sister Qianqian. Feng Batian, seeing its host about to sleep, quickly spoke. "I want to come out and sleep." Feng Qianwei released it. As soon as she laid down, the little system jumped onto the quilt nestled at her shoulder and neck and nudged her chin with its fluffy little head. Feng Qianwei was used to its little tricks and patted its sleep. A warm happiness dispersed the suffocating gloom in Feng Baishan's chest. Light pierced the clouds, starting a new day. The group packed up and gathered together. Shen Jingmao, without any surprise, safely awakened a new ability. The albinistic mutant zombie's body had super strong defense, and its ultimate move could control black moths. And the moths themselves carried mutant energy and could only die from the inside. Shen Jingmao not only inherited the albinistic mutant zombie's ability, but also comprehended a new ability on this basis. He named this ability Puppet Art. As long as one's strength was sufficient, one could control any zombie animal or plant carrying dark energy. After his demonstration, the members of Dark Knight Squad and Bright Moon Squad all sighed. No wonder he was the big shots man. Such terrifying comprehension ability, only Feng Qianwei could overpower him. Breakfast was very rich. The Dark Knight Squad once again saw what your apocalypse versus my apocalypse meant, completely different. The big shot casually pulled out a bunch of rare ingredients from her space. Their captain Shen Jingmao and the members of Bright Moon Squad all took their respective roles and busily prepared different breakfasts. Seeing a table of Chinese and Western breakfast, the four of them were stunned. Good heavens, this meal was like a buffet. Even Yuxian, who was usually gentle in eating, couldn't stay reserved. She stuffed her mouth with fragrant buns and sighed inwardly. No matter how excellent the captain was, he was still marrying up. After everyone devoured the food, they set off for the main base. They encountered no more difficult obstacles along the way and arrived smoothly at the base gate that afternoon. Under the scorching sun, thousands of ability users and their families from all over the country gathered at the gate. The imposing base gate was tightly shut. The base gate opened only once a day at 5 p.m. It was now 4:30 p.m. 30 minutes left. Feng Qianwei put away the jeep and led the group to wait in the shade. The walkie-talkie Xiao Qianyu had left for her broke soon after their last conversation. She used her ability to inspect its internal structure and found the connecting wire was broken. Thus, they hadn't contacted each other for a month. Feng Qianwei actually missed her old flame a little. After all, last time they only shared a brief kiss. But this time she wasn't here to reminisce. She was here to seize power. Xiao Qianyu could never imagine that the person he had been longing for would soon transform from a benefactor into an enemy. He couldn't even imagine that the person who had captured his heart already had lovers by her side. More than one. At exactly 5 p.m., the base gate slowly opened. A large guard team composed of second-tier ability users carrying thermal weapons came out. The frantic crowd outside was quickly organized into lines by the guards, and Feng Qianwei's group didn't push or scramble, but lined up at the back. The guard captain shouted through a loudspeaker, "The main base has limited spots. New rule, only third-tier and above ability users are accepted and no relatives allowed. Those who meet the conditions stay, the rest can choose to go to the branch base." As the words fell, the crowd erupted. Shen Jitao, as the only late-stage second-tier in the team, was struck as if by lightning. Shen Jitao's face turned ashen as she walked to Feng Qianwei's side, her voice barely a whisper. "Boss, am I not going to be able to get in?" "Don't worry, you will," Feng Qianwei said gently. Shen Jitao breathed a huge sigh of relief. With her boss's assurance, she felt reassured. Feng Qianwei and her group turned their attention to the front of the line. Due to the harsh new regulations, a commotion erupted at the front. Everyone had fought their way through countless obstacles to reach this place, dreaming of finding sanctuary within the base. Yet upon arrival, they were informed they lacked the qualifications and could only go to the sub-base. No one wanted to risk their lives again, so everyone voiced their protests. A middle-aged man at late second stage stood out as the most prominent among them. In the wheelchair beside him sat his wife at early second stage, but with paralyzed legs. The two had grown up together since childhood and married as devoted partners. In the morally corrupted apocalypse, they remained steadfast in their love, having weathered many dangers and resisted numerous temptations. The man's intense emotions stemmed from his unwillingness to embark on a new perilous journey with his wife. Reaching here had already cost his wife her legs. Another such ordeal would dramatically increase their odds of death. If he perished, his wife would have no one to care for her. If she died, he would have no reason to continue living in this hopeless apocalypse. Thus, this man became the most vociferous voice of rebellion, with the potential for conflict with the security team maintaining order. Bang! The gunshot shattered the commotion. Feng Qianwei looked over to see the most vocal middle-aged man collapse limply to the ground. The bullet had pierced his temple, leaving faint traces of violet lightning. This was a projectile imbued with lightning-type ability. The shooter was a young woman dressed in a vibrant qipao. She raised her weapon and spoke softly, her crimson lips parting. "Anyone else causing trouble will meet the same fate." Feng Qianwei recognized her. One of the three major leaders of the main base, daughter of Qi's son, Qi Mingzhu. Yu Zakai from the group exclaimed, "Late third-stage lightning ability. This woman is formidable." The Mingyue squad and Anya squad members all nodded in agreement. Feng Qianwei Shen Jingmao, and Jiang Shubai remained composed as usual. Oh! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the woman in the wheelchair. She tumbled off and crawled toward her husband, pressing her dirt-stained hands against his bleeding temple. Husband, don't scare me. You're not dead, are you? Tell me you're not dead. You can't leave me. I won't allow you to die. I won't allow it. The woman screamed in anguish, possessed by grief. Those present who still retained some conscience remained silent, none daring to intervene. Everyone could see the deep bond between this couple. Even the security team, maintaining order, stood motionless. Qi Mingzhu furrowed her brow at the spectacle before her. In her view, the middle-aged woman was simply putting on a show, hoping to make a scene to gain entry. How naive. She gestured, and the security team captain stepped forward with a slight bow. Lady, your orders. This security team was composed of Qi family forces, as the Qi family's young mistress Qi Sun had entrusted this team to Qi Mingzhu's command. Go give this woman a supply pack and send her on her way. Understood. The supply pack contained essential items distributed by the base. A square cloth bag roughly the size of a basketball, bulging and stuffed with a bottle of water, several packs of compressed biscuits, matches, anti-inflammatory medicine, and similar necessities. The supply pack was brought over quickly. The grieving woman's wailing continued. The security captain placed the pack before her. This is your compensation. Stop crying and take it to the sub-base. The middle-aged woman ceased her crying. She glanced at the bag on the ground, without touching it, fixing Qi Mingzhu with a hate-filled stare. Does this paltry thing suppose to buy my husband's life? Upon hearing this, Qi Mingzhu scoffed dismissively. Not enough. Indeed, greed. All that theatrical weeping was mere pretense. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman grabbed the bag from the ground and hurled it at her. Qi Mingzhu dodged nimbly and said furiously, "Seize her." The middle-aged woman knew she could never avenge her husband. Quietly, she drew a dagger and drove it toward her own heart. The blade pierced her chest as she spat a mouthful of blood. Clutching her husband close, she peacefully closed her eyes. Qi Mingzhu, the security team preparing to restrain her, and countless others all stood frozen in shock. The person who had been raving moments ago had decisively taken her own life in the next. Feng Qianhua lowered her gaze and looked away. The woman's resolve for death was absolute. No one could have saved her. The Mingyue squad, Anya squad members, and most others present sighed with sorrow, though they were all hardened people living by the blade and dancing with death. As long as a spark of humanity remained, something beautiful persisted within their hearts. Han Yue, once a hopeless romantic, felt her eyes sting with emotion. In the apocalypse's brutal logic, there was no right or wrong. Countless tragedies unfolded daily. Oh, any of them could be next. Everyone silently asked themselves the same question. When would this nightmare end? When would this apocalypse finally end? Qi Mingzhu recovered from her shock. She told herself it was the woman's choice to die, not something she had forced. The fault lay in the woman's weak resilience. Despite thinking this, she still ordered her subordinates to bury both of them. After this interlude, no one else in the line dared cause trouble. Those who qualified stayed, those who didn't quietly departed on their own. The 1,000-strong crowd quickly dwindled to just 20 or 30 people. Within minutes, Feng Qianyue's group reached the very front of the line. For level verification ability, users needed to release their energy outward. Besides, ordinary people who couldn't perceive levels, other ability users could roughly sense them based on their mental strength. As the verifier, Qi Mingzhu believed her mental power was sufficient to assess anyone of any level. All 4 members of the Anya squad, mid-third stage, passed through quickly. In the Mingyue squad, Su Muhan Yue and Yuzukai were at mid-third stage. Tan Muling, Yang Yuqing, and Yang Yuga were at early third stage. Everyone passed through swiftly. Chen Jitao stood quietly behind Feng Qianhua. After witnessing Qi Mingzhu's conduct, anxiety gnawed at her heart. It wasn't that she doubted Feng Qianyue's strength. It was that she feared her own presence would cause her boss to clash with the other party. Shen Jingma had absorbed 2 4th-stage dark elemental essence crystals, elevating his strength from early 4th stage to mid-4th stage. When he released his energy, Qi Mingzhu immediately rose from her verification chair. Mid-4th stage, the same rank as the base's supreme powerhouse, Xiao Qianyu. This man also possessed the rare dark elemental ability, rivaling even Xiao Qianyu's metallic and light elements. If she could recruit this man into the Qi family faction, the current Xiao family-dominated power structure would be reshuffled. In Qi Mingzhu's eyes, Shen Jingma had become the most valuable prize encountered thus far. She would acquire him at any cost. Moreover, this man commanded 4 mid-third stage subordinates, a top-tier powerhouse configuration by any measure. Qi Mingzhu's heart soared with delight, grateful that fate had favored her today with her assigned to receive the newcomers. Had it been Xiao Qianyu or Xie Qinghong, instead, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Both his strength and his handsome features appealed to her. This man's exotic, mesmerizingly beautiful appearance pleased her far more than Xiao Qianyu's stern, austere demeanor. Qi Mingzhu flicked her cascading waves, exuding feminine charm. Mr. Shen, let's speak privately later. The members of the Anya squad and Mingyue squad, who had already passed, all turned their gazes toward Feng Qianhua. The boss still wore that enigmatic half-smile. Just as Shen Jingma was about to decline Qi Mingzhu's invitation, a calm young voice rang out from behind him. You'll have time for your romantic dalliance later. Now it's my turn to be tested. Jiang Shubai's lips curved slightly, barely concealing his schadenfreude. Shen Jingma shot him a cold, murderous glare and stepped aside. Jiang Shubai was different from ordinary ability users. Beyond his blood-eye power and natural healing factor, his true ability was spatial manipulation. He had possessed these abilities since his earliest memories. His spatial ability currently resided at the early stage of 4th rank. As he unleashed his spatial power, another gleam of interest flickered in Qi Mingzhu's eyes. Another 4th rank. When did 4th ranks become so plentiful? Then what was her late 3rd rank worth? Qi Mingzhu examined him up and down. Such fair skin, wearing a cap and sunglasses, appearing quite young, hands stuffed in his trench coat pockets. He looked like a pretentious, edgy teenager. Still, Shen Jingma was more to her taste. But this young man possessed spatial abilities. If she could recruit him into the Qi family's faction, how would Xie Qinghong still be able to swagger about? He was no longer the sole spatial ability user in the base. According to the registration record, he belonged to the Moonlight Squad, a team whose numbers and composition were on par with Shen Jingma's Nightfall Squad. Absolutely cannot let this slip away. This time Qi Mingzhu did not throw her charms, speaking in a normal tone. Mr. Jiang, I represent the Qi family, one of the base's 3 principal powers. I'm here to. Before she could finish, the young man walked past her coldly. Qi Mingzhu's voice cut off abruptly. Never had anyone humiliated her so openly. Even the Xiao and Xie families maintained surface-level courtesy with her. But who could blame her for enduring it? This young man was a 4th-rank powerhouse with a squad backing him. After Jiang Shubai passed through, only Feng Qianyue and Shen Jitao remained at the main gate. Qi Mingzhu adjusted her mindset and looked toward the next person. She wore all black, her attire unremarkable. Yet that face and unique aura were strikingly captivating. Qi Mingzhu glanced at the registration. Nothing but a bare name. Feng Qianyue. She couldn't care less, wanting this over quickly so she could focus on negotiating cooperation with those 2 4th-rank captains from earlier. In Qi Mingzhu's view, 2 4th-rank powerhouses must be captains or at least authority figures within their squads. She turned to Feng Qianyue. Your turn. Both the Moonlight Squad and Nightfall Squad were filled with anticipation. It was quite strange. No matter what ability Feng Qianyue displayed, they couldn't sense her rank. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai were no exception. They too were curious just how powerful Qianqian had become. Though they couldn't sense her level based on her instant annihilation of 4th-rank zombies and nearly 10,000 lower-rank undead. Such scale and contrast meant she must be at late 4th rank or higher. But rank alone couldn't capture it all. Because of her unique psychic abilities, she had self-created techniques spanning multiple elemental domains. That was the truly terrifying part. Feng Qianyue's current ability level stood at late 6th rank. Only she herself knew this, no one else could detect it. Because up until now no one had been able to measure her spiritual power. She gazed at Qi Mingzhu and spoke calmly. Since you can't detect it, I can demonstrate one move, and you can judge for yourself whether it passes 3rd rank. Qi Mingzhu was about to retort. I can sense 4th rank, could you possibly be higher than 4th rank? But before she could protest, a violent hurricane suddenly swept across the entire base entrance. The surrounding forest howled with ferocious intensity as countless objects on the ground were lifted into the air and sent tumbling, as if heaven and earth themselves were being overturned. Qi Mingzhu, sitting in her chair by the gate, was blown away along with the seat by the gale. She immediately detached from the chair and wrapped herself thickly in her thunder ability. Even so, her feet remained unsteady and light, ready to be swept away at any moment. She could only hastily grip the city wall and crouch low to lower her center of gravity. The remaining squad members outside all flattened themselves to the ground in unison, clutching desperately at each other. Shen Jitao immediately crouched down and wrapped herself around Feng Qianyue's leg like an appendage. In this entire realm, only one slender figure remained standing upright. Shen Jingma, Jiang Shubai, and their party stood inside the gate, flanked by sturdy city walls on both sides. The wind did not blow inside, but that didn't prevent them from feeling this power. Like nature itself was roaring in fury, an emotion of utter defiance rose in their hearts, a profound sense of their own insignificance. Yet such devastation was caused by human hands. What an utterly terrifying display of strength and control. The Nightfall Squad and Moonlight Squad members who knew about Feng Qianyue's other abilities gazed at the solitary figure standing outside, filled with reverent awe. Powerful. A suffocating pressure that defied description. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai felt it most deeply. It was as if they were witnessing a deity in the midst of rising. A deity who would rescue crumbling halls and forge a new order. Feng Qianyue withdrew her ability, and all the airborne objects gently descended back to their original places. Qi Mingzhu remained stunned for a long time. Had she not witnessed it herself, she truly would not have believed anyone could wield wind abilities to such an extent. How could it be so completely different from any wind ability she had encountered? She struggled to compose herself. You passed. Feng Qianyue patted her leg-mounted appendage. This one I'm bringing in. Qi Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, examining Chen Jitao. What rank are you? Late second rank, Chen Jitao answered with little confidence. Upon hearing this, a dark glint flickered across Qi Mingzhu's eyes. She turned to Feng Qianyue. This girl doesn't meet the regulations. However, if you're willing to cooperate with my Qi family, I can provide you with the base's finest resources, and this girl can enter freely. Feng Qianyue smiled meaningfully. I don't serve anyone. Qi Mingzhu's expression tensed. Then you're saying you intend to build your own faction. She reacted quickly, immediately catching the undercurrent of meaning. Feng Qianyue raised the corner of her mouth. Those you were just trying to recruit. They're all mine. Qi Mingzhu's pupils quaked. She stiffly turned her head to look at the two fourth-rank men inside the gate. Those two are yours. Feng Qianyue nodded. Qi Mingzhu pointed at the Nightfall squad behind Shen Jingma, her finger, then sliding to the Moonlight squad behind Jiang Shubai. These people are also yours. Feng Qianyue smiled. Qi Mingzhu's head spun as she felt she needed a moment to process. What would happen when such a formidable collective entered the base? She dared not imagine, yet had no choice but to consider it. Once they were allowed inside, it would constitute a challenge to the Xiao Xie and Qi families. Even if they did nothing, they would disrupt the current base's balance of power. And how could they possibly do nothing? This was a matter of grave importance. Qi Mingzhu felt she must urgently consult with Xiao Qianyu and Xie Qinghong. What was being challenged now was the collective interests of three families. They must present a united front. Qi Mingzhu immediately put on a benign smile for Feng Qianyue. Captain Feng, with so many powerful individuals entering the base together to contribute to its construction, allow me to first extend the base's gratitude to you all. However, the base is not mine alone to command. Would you kindly wait here? After deliberation, the base will make proper arrangements for everyone. Feng Qianyue wore a mischievous expression. Very well. Qi Mingzhu had expected her to make a scene. Never imagined she'd agree so readily. She had no time to dwell on it, hurrying away with her guards. The urgent priority now was to devise a counter-strategy. The base gate slowly closed. Within the Moonlight Squad and Nightfall Squad, some understood what had transpired, others did not. Chen Jitao was among the latter. She wore a glum expression. Boss, did she leave because of me? I dragged everyone down. With that, her lips quivered, and she was about to cry. Sumu spoke up. You're not that capable. Chen Jitao retracted her tearful expression and scurried over to have Sumu explain things to her. Feng Qianyue then seated herself in the chair Qi Mingzhu had vacated. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai walked to her side. Jiang Shubai didn't understand why she hadn't simply forced her way in. The guards at the gate with their guns were no match for them. He thought as much and asked directly. Feng Qianyue produced 3 bottles of soda from her spatial storage, popped one open, and took a leisurely sip before answering. Why force our way in when we can enter on our own terms? Relax, they wouldn't dare refuse us entry. The consultation they need is just figuring out how to divide us. It's inevitable anyway, might as well let them finalize their schemes today. Jiang Shubai fell silent. For him, location meant nothing, as long as he was by Feng Qianyue's side. The young man opened a fresh bottle and swapped it for the one Feng Qianyue had been drinking, then sipped from it alone. Shen Jingma simply tuned out such behavior. Because he had something more important to say? His tone was certain. Qianqian, you're going to seize power. Qi Mingzhu's words trailed off there, as that was the complete scene. Truly brilliant. Feng Qianyue offered her praise without reservation. Shen Jingma cracked open a soda, took a sip, his eyes and brows curling with a smile. It's not that I'm clever. It's that I understand how you operate. The moment you didn't mention Xiao Qianyu and Xie Qinghong to Qi Mingzhu, I already knew why you came to the base. Feng Qianyue smiled, but kept silent. Now in the apocalypse, everything changed by the day. There was no time for her to develop slowly. All her previous plans and arrangements had to be accelerated. She had neither the patience nor the time to let Xiao Qianyu abandon his family's interests and stand in the same camp as her. Offering courtesy first, then force. This was her gift of introduction to him. Meanwhile, Qi Mingzhu urgently sent word to Xiao Qianyu, Xie Qinghong, and the highest leaders of the 3 families to convene in the conference room. The messenger didn't elaborate, only that it was an urgent matter, the most urgent. So the recipients of the message hurried from various parts of the base to the conference room at top speed. Qi Sun was startled upon entering to see his daughter's worried face. What has happened? I'll explain once everyone is here. Soon Xie Qinghong and his father Xie Guan entered together. Xie Qinghong had just finished hellish training, covered head to toe in mud, and received the emergency notice while preparing to bathe. He frowned and spoke coldly to Qi Mingzhu upon entering. You'd better have something important. Qi Mingzhu glared at him, but offered no retort. She had no mind to argue with this guy now. Seeing her attitude, Xie Qinghong grew serious. It must be an emergency. Xiao Yuanjing hurried in, and seconds later, Xiao Qianyu appeared as well. Once everyone was present, Qi Mingzhu said with a stern expression, to the point. Outside is a group of Esper users. 2 are at the 4th stage, 8 or 9 are within the 3rd stage. Their captain's rank is uncertain, a wind-type esper with exceptionally powerful abilities. They're a unified faction. How should we handle them? They're still waiting outside for my response. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the strength of this group. Though espers were everywhere in the base second stage, ones as common as duck feathers in third stage wasn't particularly rare. But no esper squad had such a configuration. 2 fourth stage powerhouses anchoring plus a captain of unknown strength. The leap from third stage to fourth stage was an absolute qualitative breakthrough. Currently, only Xiao Qinyu had reached mid-fourth stage in the entire base. Xie Qinghong and Qi Mingzhu as top powerhouses among the third stage espers had awakened rare space and thunder types, yet were still lagging behind. It was evident that the fourth stage barrier was not something just anyone could cross. Hearing that the leader was a wind-type esper, Xiao Qinyu felt a pang of loss in his heart. Those tea-colored pupils were calm as still water. Since they're willing to wait outside, it means they won't act for now. There's no need for excessive alarm. I understand, but with such a faction we can't guarantee they won't harbor ambitions and try to disrupt the base's power structure. What's there to fear? Even if this team has fourth stage members, the base's 100,000 people all fall under the jurisdiction of our 3 families, plus massive quantities of thermal weapons. If they want to seize power, they'd best consider whether they're worthy. Xie Guan added gravely, our son speaks well. If they're willing to serve the base, we'll offer the best treatment. If not, don't blame us for being harsh. Qi Sun's eyes darted. We can't just sit idle and wait to see their attitude. Instead, we should proactively disband them and integrate them into our 3 families. Xiao Yuanjing stroked his beard. Not bad. One must not harbor malicious intentions toward others, but one must always guard against them. Offer different terms to each person based on their abilities and assign them to different posts. Don't dispatch them as a team. Over time, their bonds will fade and they won't stir up trouble. Qi Mingzhu frowned. What if they refuse? Then we fight. It was Xiao Qinyu who spoke. His cold, deep voice injected a strong dose of confidence into everyone present. Except for Xiao Yuanjing, everyone was somewhat surprised he would advocate fighting. In the past, the warlike one was Xie Qinghong, while he was steady and reserved. Only Xiao Yuanjing truly understood his grandson's character. Though upright and serious, he didn't seek conflicts with others. But when it came to his family's power and status, he would never yield an inch. He was extremely domineering. It was precisely because he was there at the beginning of the apocalypse that the Xiao family became the leading one among the 3 families. Xiao Yuanjing's eyes were filled with appreciation. He believed the Xiao family would surely become the hegemon of the apocalypse under his grandson's leadership. For the first time, Xie Qinghong voiced support for Xiao Qinyu. I agree. Xie Guan and Qi Sun both nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qi Mingzhu's heart settled completely. Indeed, although they only had Xiao Qinyu as a fourth stage powerhouse, the esper abilities in the hands of their 3 families were abundant. Even a human wave tactic could wear the opponent down to death. Not to mention all those thermal weapons and the various neurotoxins scientists had developed from infected flora and fauna. A mere handful of people could not overturn their rule. Qi Mingzhu quickly summoned the supervisor in charge of position assignments and had him record the personnel allocation list on the spot. Qi Mingzhu looked at the others. This team's captain, she's a wind-type esper with exceptionally strong abilities. What position would be most suitable for her? The 3 men's minds immediately turned in different directions. Next came the scramble for personnel. Xie Guan spoke first. My South District lacks a chief constable. Why not give her to me? Qi Sun quickly interjected. Brother Guan, if you put it that way, my West District needs a constable even more than you. The espers living there are mostly mutated types with all sorts of abilities, and many cause trouble. We truly need a powerful constable to keep things in order. You? Xie Guan was about to argue, but was interrupted by a cough. Cough, cough. Xiao Yuanjing coughed twice and looked at them. What's there to argue about? How can the position of chief constable be given to someone whose intentions we don't know? Qi Sun blinked. Then Uncle Xiao means to keep this person under our watch. Xiao Yuanjing stroked his beard. Give her a high position, but no real authority. A commander without troops can't make waves. Everyone present agreed. Xiao Yuanjing continued, the position will be called Base Chief Strategist. Xie Guan gave a thumbs up. Uncle Xiao is still the sharpest. The base's strategic plans were already complete long ago. Even if they wanted to plan now, they lacked sufficient materials and resources. An impressive title with no real substance whatsoever. Qi Mingzhu smiled pleasantly and immediately told the supervisor, write it down. Feng Qinyue, Base Chief Strategist. What did you say? Xiao Qinyu, who had been sitting upright, suddenly shot to his feet, his piercing gaze fixed on Qi Mingzhu. You said her name is Feng Qinyue. Yes, do you know her? Qi Mingzhu raised her eyebrow. I know her. Xie Qinghong answered quickly. Damn it. Why didn't you say her name earlier? Qi Mingzhu rolled her eyes to the sky. You didn't ask either? Who the hell knows you knew her? She was about to fire back when Xie Qinghong had already sprinted out of the conference room, urgently shouting to his subordinates. Quick. Go get a clean set of clothes. And bring a bucket of water. I need to wash my hair. Qi Mingzhu was speechless and intended to ask Xiao Qinyu what was going on. She turned her gaze over, and froze. Damn it, where had he gone? As soon as she had uttered that single yes, Xiao Qinyu's figure had already flashed out of the conference room. In the vast conference room, 4 bewildered faces remained. Xiao Yuanjing's hand stroking his beard froze. He had never seen his grandson's emotions so openly displayed before. This Feng Qianhua. He really needed to meet her. Xie Guan's brows knitted into a ridge. Why did he feel his son was like a mouse encountering a cat? Both afraid, and yet anticipating. Qi Mingzhu stepped forward to leave. She needed to figure out what was going on. Feng Qianhua and her group were not bored outside the base. She produced 2 integrated mahjong tables. Everyone was collectively stunned. The boss's space even has this. Storing cars is for transportation, but storing this is pure entertainment. In this post-apocalyptic world, what a luxurious thought it is. Only the boss would stock such supplies in her space. Feng Qianhua took them out and said to them, "Go ahead and play. Boss, I love you." The one who said that excitedly was Xin from the Dark Knight Squad. Before the apocalypse, she was a mahjong enthusiast. Since the apocalypse began, she had been fighting and killing every day, never knowing if she would survive the next moment, and the concept of hobbies had long vanished from her mind. Seeing the familiar mahjong table, now tears welled up in her eyes. The apocalyptic utopia was not the base, but the side of Feng Qianhua. With her around, even if the sky fell, they didn't seem so afraid. Even if they were to die, perhaps they could still have a popsicle to cool down before death. Xin felt this way, and the others shared the same sentiment. The sense of security Feng Qianhua brought them was not the feeling of being absolutely safe from death, but the hope of finding life after being pushed to the brink of death. The word hope was too important for people living in the apocalypse. Feng Qianhua simply sat by the side, and the group felt immensely at ease as they took their seats and began to play. Even Chen Jitao didn't bother about how the base would accommodate them. Worst case, they could leave and set up a new base. It was not impossible. The Dark Knight Squad and the Bright Moon Squad quickly bonded. They were all highly individualistic people, and normally, it would take some time for them to mesh. But with Feng Qianhua as the absolute leader in the team, everyone was sincerely convinced and regarded her as their faith. In the hearts of the 4 Dark Knight Squad members, their own cold proud captain was the big shot's little pampered husband, so the 2 groups were naturally one family. Watching the group having fun, Feng Qianhua said to the 2 men beside her, "Aren't you going to play?" "Boring," Jiang Shubai said flatly, then walked around to the back of Feng Qianhua's chair, placed his arms on the backrest, and reached around to cross his arms in front of her chest, semi-encircling her. "I only want to play with Qianqian," he said softly. With a look of attachment, the boy tilted his head and pressed it against Feng Qianhua's cheek. Beneath his sunglasses, his blood-red eyes shot a chilly glance at Shun Jingma diagonally across. The latter let out a cold laugh, pressed his tongue against his cheek, and clenched his hand hanging by his pants into a fist. Vying for favor. Shun Jingma sneered. He was no pushover. When he and Qianqian shared a room, this guy didn't even know where he was. Just as Feng Qianhua reached out to ruffle Jiang Shubai's hair, a figure flashed before her eyes. Shun Jingma grabbed her wrist that was stroking Jiang Shubai and pulled it down while his other hand pressed against the back of her head. The man knelt on one knee and kissed her from below upward. Like a knight kissing his queen. Jiang Shubai's entire body stiffened. Watching Qianqian kiss his rival at such close range, the shock momentarily sent his mind into a blank state. At the 2 mahjong tables nearby, 10 people instantly fell silent. Chen Jitao and Xin both covered their mouths, staring with blazing eyes. Oh my! So thrilling. Was this something they could witness live? Tan Mulan, Han Yue, and Yang Yuga glanced over with extreme nonchalance, but were too embarrassed to stare directly. The first 2 were completely immune to romance, and the last one, though knowledgeable, was a child who had never been in love. Such a stimulating scene was really too stimulating. The girls' reactions were relatively reserved. The boys, on the other hand, were shocked and then excitedly uttered various exclamations as if they had regressed to primitive ancestors. Among them, Su Mu's smile was the most forced. He had liked his seniors since before the apocalypse, and even more so after. Yet he knew better than anyone that he was not worthy of her. He withdrew his gaze. Yang Yuqing adjusted his glasses and instinctively shifted his gaze to Han Yue, who immediately became alert and looked back. He hastily averted his eyes as if they had just made casual eye contact. Han Yu didn't pay it much mind. The cheers here snapped Jiang Shubai back from his daze. The boy's blood-red eyes looked as if they could shoot flames the next second. Staring at Shin Jingma's neck, so close he wished he could just slash it. Jiang Shubai forced himself to calm down, and calm down again. If he did that, Qianqian would surely leave him for good. He had to maintain a facade of peace. Whoever made the first move would be despised by Qianqian. Jiang Shubai understood this truth, and so did Shin Jingma. Otherwise, the 2 would have already started fighting with the main goal of eliminating each other. Shin Jingma's domineering declaration of sovereignty did not last long. His act of pulling her in for a kiss lasted only 7 or 8 seconds. If it weren't to score a point against his rival, he wouldn't have wanted anyone to see how enchanting Qianqian's expression was when she was being kissed. When the deep kiss ended, still unsatisfied, he leaned in again for a light, fleeting kiss. After it was completely over, he turned his head and met Jiang Shubai's blood-red eyes behind his sunglasses. His seductive, wicked face held a half-smile as if saying, "Try to compete with me. Do you think you can win?" Shen Jingma's impulsive counterattack failed to detect Jiang Shubai's stubborn type. From beginning to end, he never let go of his arm encircling Feng Qianyue. His competition was an attitude. Feng Qianyue sensed this attitude. She raised her hand and completed the motion that Shen Jingma had interrupted, stroking the boy's soft hair. To Jiang Shubai, this was consolation. The boy's weary, disillusioned expression instantly brightened a bit. He lowered his head and nuzzled into Feng Qianyue's neck like a wounded little animal. Shen Jingma, who had stood up, took in the whole scene. He had clearly dealt a heavy blow to his rival, so why was he still so unhappy? That red-eyed brat had no sense of occasion. Clingy, clingy, clingy. All day long just clinging. Damn. Outside was a battlefield, inside was a dressing room. Xiao Qinyu slipped out of the meeting room and didn't head to the base gate. Instead, he quickly returned to his quarters to change clothes. The meeting had been called urgently, and his clothes weren't very clean when he came out from the Agricultural Research Institute. After changing, he stood in front of the mirror, and when he realized he was wearing the formal suit of the base's chief executive officer, his face tightened. Wasn't this too serious? Earlier, she had seemed to find him boring. But aside from this suit, the rest were all various combat uniforms. After comparing the two, Xiao Qinyu decided to wear the formal suit. At least it would show his regard for her. In front of the mirror, he adjusted the golden epaulets on his shoulders, then walked out of his residence and got into an off-road vehicle. The driver was one of his trusted men, Huang Daxian. He glanced at his captain with a teasing expression, grinned, and stepped on the accelerator, speeding towards the base gate. Hee, big shot, you finally come. On the other side, Xie Qinghong changed into a flashy outfit at lightning speed, poured a bucket of water over his head to wash his face and hair, dried himself with a towel in a perfunctory manner, and jumped into a military jeep. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a cool military dog from a subordinate and bring it into the car. His residence was relatively close to the base, and by now he was already near the base gate. Meanwhile, Qi Mingzhu, who didn't need to change clothes or fix his hair, had already appeared in front of the base gate. When the sound of the base gate opening echoed, Feng Qianyue and her group stopped playing mahjong and looked over. Qi Mingzhu led his subordinates out of the gate. Behind them, a jeep whizzed past with a swoosh and then braked. A man and a dog jumped out of the car. The man was wearing a full set of black and gray custom combat gear, a black cape hanging behind his neck, and holding a silver chain attached to a majestic black military dog. The military dog wore a matching small black cape on its back. Xie Qinghong walked toward Feng Qianyue with a domineering stride. Qi Mingzhu was instantly petrified. She reached out and pressed her hand to her forehead. Enough. Who wears a cape over combat gear? Not only does he wear it himself, but he also puts one on his dog. Is this some kind of parent-child outfit? Qi Mingzhu thought Xie Qinghong's getup was far too ostentatious. Xiao Qinyu, on the other hand, was steady and reliable. He had left the conference room at the first opportunity and still hadn't arrived. He must be arranging accommodations for these people before making a leisurely appearance. That was the demeanor of a true leader. Whether in strength, talent, or methods, Qi Mingzhu was convinced that Xiao Qinyu deserved to be the base's CEO. Ordinarily, she only sometimes contested interests with him from the Qi family standpoint. However, 2 minutes later, Qi Mingzhu felt she had spoken too soon. Everyone is putting on a show. Among Feng Qianyue's group, except for Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai, who showed little change in expression, the rest were dumbfounded as they watched Xie Qinghong swaggering over. Bro, does your family know you're this cool? I mean, is this really necessary? Dragging a military dog? Are you planning to sick it on us? Or is it your fashion accessory? Sumu, who had gone through the zombie crow incident with Xie Qinghong, couldn't help but laugh. He knew this guy was an arrogant one, but in front of the boss he was just a dog. Jiang Shubai didn't know this man. He stood behind Feng Qianyue's chair with an indifferent expression. Shen Jingma glanced at Xie Qinghong and then shifted his attention away. This guy wasn't Qianqian's type, who no matter what he did, he posed no threat. Shen Jingma was thinking about another man who hadn't yet appeared. That man named Xiao Qinyu. He and Qianqian must have not contacted each other for a month. Shen Jingma was so certain because last time, when he snatched the walkie-talkie from Qianqian, he used his dark element ability to cut half of the internal wiring. When Qianqian called back, she only said a couple of sentences before hanging up, or if she had spoken a few more words, she would have discovered that the walkie-talkie immediately broke. Now naturally, he could no longer resort to such tricks. But now Qianqian and Xiao Qinyu wouldn't have any favorable development. From now on, their positions were absolute enemies. Xie Qinghong ignored all other gazes fixed on him and stared only at the girl in the chair. She seemed even more imposing than over a month ago. An indescribable feeling assailed his body as if ants were gnawing at his nerves. Her dark eyes filled with a smile met his gaze. Xie Qinghong tightened his grip on the dog leash, walked to a spot 1 meter away from Feng Qianyue, and stopped. When he spoke, he sounded like a stutterer. You're here. Qi Mingzhu, who had walked over with him, rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. Dressed with such swagger, at least speak with some confidence. Qi Mingzhu stepped forward and said, "How did you two know each other before?" She needed to figure out what relationship they had. As her words fell, neither of them replied to her. Xie Qinghong's attention was entirely on Feng Qianyue. Feng Qianyue tilted her chin at him. "Speak." Her voice was cool and clear, neither loud nor soft. As if receiving an order, Xie Qinghong suddenly snapped back and said to Qi Mingzhu, "I met her on a mission." Qi Mingzhu narrowed her eyes. She had known Xie Qinghong for so long, and this guy had been acting extremely unusual since just now. "What's your relationship?" Xie Qinghong's expression stiffened and his brows furrowed. What was his relationship with Feng Qianyue? Winner and loser? Partners who had escaped death together? Or a benefactor relationship, having been saved by her? The question really stumped Xie Qinghong. He didn't speak, and neither did Feng Qianyue. Qi Mingzhu asked, but she had no obligation to satisfy the other's curiosity. The fact that both of them remained silent in Qi Mingzhu's eyes meant there was something fishy. They were being guarded against her. Not knowing how to answer Qi Mingzhu's question, Xie Qinghong simply tossed the question aside. Taking advantage of Xiao Qianyu's absence, he decided to snatch Feng Qianyue to his own territory first. He cleared his throat and said, "I manage the southern district of the base. For your people, I'll vacate 2 villas for you. Additionally, you can choose any position in the base, or if you want to do something else, just tell me, and I'll arrange it." Qi Mingzhu's face instantly changed color. The members of the Bright Moon Squad and Dark Knight Squad were all dumbfounded. Is this a base high level? How does he seem like the boss's subordinate? Before Feng Qianyue could speak, Qi Mingzhu jumped in. "Xie Qinghong, the meeting hasn't made a decision, yet this isn't up to you." Xie Qinghong looked at Qi Mingzhu with displeasure. He retorted firmly, "What you're worried about will never happen. Feng Qianyue will never seize control of the base. You don't know her. She's a very good person." Shun Jingmao and Zhang Shubai silently twitched their mouths. Feng Qianyue, who was a very good person, blinked her innocent dark eyes. What he said was true. She was indeed a good person. The fact that she hadn't barged in but was sitting here waiting patiently was already showing great courtesy. Although the members of Bright Moon Squad and Dark Knight Squad didn't know if their boss had any intention of seizing the base's rule. To them, their boss was simply beyond good. Qi Mingzhu was so angry she saw stars. What kind of idiotic behavior was this? Saying private words out in the open. If not for his strength, Qi Mingzhu would have wanted to strangle him. She didn't know what kind of person Feng Qianyue was, but judging by Xie Qinghong's moronic behavior, he absolutely didn't know Feng Qianyue's character either. Qi Mingzhu couldn't count on this guy, nor could she control him. Forget it, she would wait for Xiao Qianyu. Speak of the devil. An off-road vehicle drove out of the base gate. The driver Huang Daxian stopped the car and scurried over, greeting Feng Qianyue first. "Boss, you finally arrived. We brothers have missed you so much. Without you, where would we get to eat all-you-can-eat barbecue?" That was Huang Daxian's true thought. Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Craving barbecue again? I miss everything, but the one who misses you most is our captain." Huang Daxian laughed and scratched his head. "I tell you." Huang Dapeng. Huang Daxian's voice abruptly stopped, and he immediately covered his mouth. The voice came from the rear window of the off-road vehicle. The door opened, and a man's crisp trouser leg extended out. Then his tall figure emerged. A black gold uniform, sharp and imposing. Beneath his slanted sword-like brows were a pair of clear, tea-colored eyes. The man stood by the car door, casually flicking away a golden butterfly that had landed on his shoulder with the tip of his black leather-gloved finger. He walked toward Feng Qianyue with a solemn and dignified bearing. A trace of warmth graced his cold, stern face. After stopping, his low, magnetic voice slowly sounded. "Long time no see." Shun Jingma's phoenix eyes narrowed, a cold sneer escaping his lips. He had known this guy still harbored designs on Qianqian. Zhang Shubai's calm expression flickered, his brows knitting slightly. What was the relationship between Qianqian and the man she had injured? Xie Qinghong and Qi Mingzhu both froze the moment they laid eyes on Xiao Qianyu. The guy only wore this outfit when delivering a speech on the day the main base was completed. Was it raining red blood from the sky again? Dressing so formally for whom? Obviously for Feng Qianyue. Anyone familiar with Xiao Qianyu could spot his peacock-like display. How could Feng Qianyue fail to notice? Her gaze traced from the man's face down to his broad, square shoulders, imagining the firm muscles beneath his rigid frame. The uniform suited him perfectly. Feng Qianyue skipped pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Is that villa you prepared for me still available?" "Yes." "Let's go." Feng Qianyue waved her hand, summoning 3 jeeps. Qi Mingzhu's pupils contracted sharply. Wasn't she supposed to have wind-based abilities? How could she possess spatial abilities too, with such an enormous storage capacity? The Mingyue squad and the Anya squad quietly boarded their vehicles. Shun Jingmao and Zhang Shubai waited for Feng Qianyue to make her next move. When she headed toward the remaining jeep, Xiao Qianyu's voice rang out. "Take my vehicle. I'll lead the way." Feng Qianyue paused, then walked alongside him, toward the SUV. Behind them, Shun Jingmao brooded in gloom, while Zhang Shubai radiated lifelessness, both stripped of any vitality. They squeezed into the rear of the remaining jeep, each leaning against a window, deliberately avoiding interaction. Yuzukai, seated in the driver's seat, scratched his head and silently started the engine. Xie Qinghong glared at Xiao Qianyu's retreating back, grinding his teeth furiously. Damn guy. Just wait. I'll do everything in my power to pull Feng Qianyue into the Xie family's camp. Qi Mingzhu watched the departing cars, lost in thought. She had discovered something remarkable. Both Xiao Qianyu and Xie Qinghong showed keen interest in Feng Qianyue. When the snipe and the clam fight the fisherman prophets. The more the Xiao and Xie families feuded, the greater the advantage for the Qi family. And while they competed over Feng Qianyue, she could simultaneously poach people from her side. Not bad at all. After Xiao Qianyu and Feng Qianyue entered the vehicle, Huang Daxian, the driver, teased, "Captain Boss, say whatever you want. I can't hear a word." A fleeting embarrassment crossed Xiao Qianyu's face before he sharply ordered, "Just drive." The off-road vehicle roared to life, leading the other 3 cars toward the base. Once the car was moving, Xiao Qianyu turned serious and asked Feng Qianyue, "Do you know anything about the sunglasses-wearing man who was following you?" The moment he had set eyes on her after exiting the vehicle, he had recognized her as the girl from the laboratory. She had injured him and fled, never expecting to encounter him again under these circumstances. Feng Qianyue understood what he was really asking and replied calmly, "I'm aware of your history. Don't bother trying to extract information from him. He genuinely has amnesia." Xiao Qianyu nodded slowly. He believed Feng Qianyue's words and shifted to another topic. His abilities far exceed those of a typical ability user. He needs to cooperate with the base's research institute for a full examination. I disagree. Feng Qianyue refused without hesitation. Although she too was curious about the origins of Jiang Shubai's blood-red eyes and his extraordinary healing abilities. But such examinations would inevitably cause him harm. Once they located Dr. Zhou, they might unravel the mystery of his origins, and the puzzles surrounding his body could likely be solved as well. Feng Qianyue had no intention of letting a group of people swarm around Jiang Shubai to study his body. He was hers. Xiao Qianyu had not anticipated such a resolute refusal. After a moment of surprise, he added, "You are about to enter the core leadership of the base. I can share information about Dr. Zhou with you. You will change your mind after hearing it." Feng Qianyue signaled him to continue. Xiao Qianyu revealed everything he knew about Dr. Zhou in full detail, carefully emphasizing its importance at the end. Dr. Zhou evacuated everything, yet left him behind. He is currently the only lead concerning the end of the apocalypse. Feng Qianyue fell silent in deep thought after hearing this. Dr. Zhou had begun researching the transformation of zombies back into humans before the apocalypse. From this perspective, Jiang Shubai, who had been in contact with him, very possibly carried the results of his research within his body. If they could truly find a method to transform zombies back into humans, it would undoubtedly be a monumental blessing for Planet Blue. And if they could bring down those pulling the strings from behind the scenes, they would gain even more fighting strength. Zombie evolution far outpaced that of most ability users. Feng Qianyue relented. "I will accept the examination, but only under my direct supervision." Xiao Qianyu's voice was firm. "Agreed." With the serious matters settled, the man felt a wave of relief, finally able to discuss something lighter. However, just as he prepared to speak, the car came to a stop. Huang Daxian's voice rang out. "Captain Boss, we've arrived." He swallowed his following words. The entire group quickly disembarked from the vehicles. Before them stood a modest 2-story villa. Clearly it was not large enough for so many people. Xiao Qianyu had made arrangements well in advance. When planning initially, he had feared Feng Qianyue might not prefer this smaller villa's design, so he had commissioned a larger one behind it. Now it proved perfectly useful. The group entered the smaller villa first. The villa had 2 floors with 3 rooms each. Feng Qianyue was accustomed to sleeping upstairs, and after she made her choice, the others quite synchronously assigned the remaining 2 upstairs rooms to Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai. As original members of the Mingyue squad, Su Mu and Tan Muling received priority in room selection. After they chose, only 1 room remained on the first floor. The Mingyue squad still had 5 remaining members. Everyone indicated that the location did not matter, as it was only a few steps either way. Seeing this, Chen Jitao grinned and raised her hand eagerly. "Me? Then I'll stay in the same villa as the leader." And so the 4 members of the Anya squad, along with Yang Yuqing, Yang Yuga, Han Yue, and Yuzukai, 8 people in total, moved into the larger villa. The standalone villas within the base were constructed differently from pre-apocalypse buildings. They lacked expansive open spaces and instead maximized the number of separate rooms to accommodate more people. Thus all 8 could be accommodated comfortably. After touring the rooms and discussing supply allocations, Xiao Qianyu brought up important matters. "Regarding base assignments, discussions are still underway. I will inform everyone once they are finalized within the next couple of days." After speaking, he looked at Feng Qianyue, his stern expression softening somewhat. "Qianqian, I have something to discuss with you privately." Feng Qianyue's eye corners lifted slightly. "Where?" "Follow me." Feng Qianyue turned to her companions. "Dinner without me. Go ahead." Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai both felt a familiar pang at this moment. Watching Feng Qianyue, and Xiao Qinyu walk away side by side. A cold wind seemed to howl through a gaping hole in their chests. Jiang Shubai said nothing and silently headed upstairs to his room. With Feng Qianyue gone, he immediately retreated into his world-weary state, distant from everyone. After informing the Anya squad that he would not be dining with them, Shun Jingma departed the villa alone. Having walked only a few steps, he encountered Qi Mingzhu head-on. "Mr. Shin, shall we have a chat?" Qi Mingzhu had specifically changed into a new Qi Pao and altered her makeup, her every gesture exuding even greater charm. In her view, her sincerity in attempting to win him over was undeniable. The man responded with icy words. "Regardless of what you propose, I have no interest." Qi Mingzhu's smile froze in place. But she was not so easily defeated. Seeing that she intended to continue pestering him, Shun Jingma turned back to the villa and closed the door, abandoning his original plan to tail Qianqian and Xiao Qinyu. Rebuffed, Qi Mingzhu's face darkened. As the old saying goes, persistence wears down even the most resistant. The principle applied equally when genders were reversed. She refused to believe she could not change this man's attitude. Feng Qianyue followed Xiao Qinyu to his residence, a standalone building with fully equipped interior facilities and spacious rooms. All the furnishings were meticulously arranged. It carried the air of a stern, proper older generation cadre. Feng Qianyue had visited here in her past life, and little had changed. She scanned the room and settled onto the sofa. "What did you want to tell me?" The man sat across from her on the opposite sofa, loosened his tie, and after a 2-second silence said, "Are the conditions you mentioned last time still valid?" "Which one?" Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. Xiao Qinyu clenched his palm, lowered his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. "Just once a week, 4 times a month." Feng Qianyue's previously calm lips gradually curved upward. She reached out and beckoned him. "Come here." The man, puzzled, rose and walked toward her. Puzzle evident in his eyes, Xiao Qinyu approached, stopping half a meter from where Feng Qianyue reclined on the sofa. "Closer," she demanded. He regulated his breathing, taking a small step forward. His front foot had barely landed when the figure on the sofa abruptly reached out, seizing his waist and yanking him downward. Thud. Driven by her sudden force, Xiao Qinyu tumbled onto the sofa. The arm that had grabbed him braced against the cushion beside him as she loomed above, those dark pupils brimming with playful mockery. The sharp edge in Xiao Qianyu's gaze gave way to bewilderment, and the breath he had been controlling faltered instinctively. His Adam's apple bobbed once, and a fire ignited within him. Feng Qianyue supported herself with one arm beside the man, staring at him with unwavering intensity. "Are you certain? You want to play with me?" The word play caused an involuntary ache in Xiao Qianyu's heart. He did not wish for this to be merely a game. But speaking such words now would, as it had before, render him utterly boring in her eyes. He needed her to gradually accept him into her heart. "Certain," the man affirmed with conviction. Feng Qianyue smiled with satisfaction. "Certain." She wondered if he knew yet that someone else already occupied her side. If he knew, he would never have brought her back to his quarters. Though it hardly mattered now, whatever she intended to do next would inevitably place them at odds. She would see how things unfold, but for now, while she could still have a taste of what she wanted, she intended to indulge. Feng Qianyue straightened and created distance between herself and the man. Xiao Qianyu's heart plummeted. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, his eyes clouded with confusion. Why had he not agreed? Did she find him boring again, deciding not to play after all? Just as wild thoughts threatened to consume him, the girl's melodious voice rang out. Standing there gawking, "Why don't you go take a shower?" The flame that had extinguished reignited, instantly blazing red across his skin. He rose from the sofa in a daze, tossing out a single word, "Wait for me," before striding toward the bedroom. His gait lacked its usual composed steadiness. His tall, resolute silhouette carried an undertone of recklessness. Feng Qianyue chuckled softly. "Enjoy today first. What matter if tomorrow they become sworn enemies?" She poured herself a glass of wine. In the space, Feng Batian was already excitedly washing its face, with tiny paws spinning in circles with agitation. The system remained silent in its excitement. As a top-tier front-row audience member, it must become invisible, absolutely never disrupt the host's romantic endeavors. Xiao Qinyu strode into the bedroom and closed the door, instinctively exhaling in relief. The fire within him caused his latent powers to grow restless and agitated. Enduring the intense turmoil, he quickly changed his clothes. This past month and more had been the longest period of his life. He dreamed of that night countless times. He heard her voice calling Ayu echo endlessly in his ears. He revisited that passionate kiss again and again. He knew then he had fallen in love with her. Once touched by her, everything else lost its savor. Such was her enchantment. Radiant beyond compare, impossible to look away from. Xiao Qinyu studied his reflection before the mirror. Even if she did not love him, at least this appearance of his was something she cherished. Before they passed away, his parents had once told him, a person may go their entire life without ever encountering the one their heart desires. Finding that person is already a tremendous fortune. Those who can hold on are blessed, those who cannot are simply part of the common lot. Xiao Qinyu considered himself fortunate since childhood. Since destiny had led him to meet her, there was no option of letting go. He had to seize this. He would seize this with absolute certainty. They were fated lovers bound by destiny. Outside the window, darkness had fallen completely. The base hummed with power and water, alive with abundant energy. Though it could not rival the pre-apocalyptic world, it existed on an entirely different plane from the chaos outside. Yet in the small villa's second floor, where Feng Qianwei resided, Shen Jingmao and Jiang Shubai sat in deathly silence. From the unlit room came only the sound of sighs, soundless yet profound. The torment of being unable to claim one's beloved might be a cross they would bear forever. But compared to loving without hope, simply being able to stay by her side was already the greatest blessing. They understood this better than anyone. Precisely because they understood, the pain cut all the deeper. Shen Jingmao harbored a secret conviction: even if Qianyan was now intimate with Xiao Qianyu, their bond would soon crumble. The base represented such enormous interest, a power structure that controlled the apocalypse's very trajectory. Xiao Qianyu bore the weight of an entire family's welfare. He could never abandon everything to cast his lot with Qianyan. But he was different. He had nothing holding him back, and would become Qianyan's sharpest hidden blade. While Shen Jingmao found solace in such reasoning, Jiang Shubai's thoughts were unexpectedly simple. His mind contained only 3 words. He missed Qianyan. The sound of running water ceased. Feng Qianwei set down her wine glass and walked toward the bathroom. She undressed as she walked, arriving at the door clad only in her undergarments. Without hesitation, she turned the handle and pushed it open. Mist swirled around the man in billowing clouds. He had wrapped only a single bath towel around his waist. Short hair dripping with water droplets, each one cascading down his angular features past the seductive curve of his neck across his well-defined abdominal muscles before disappearing beneath the towel. When Feng Qianyue's gaze found him, his astonished pupils reflected an exquisite tableau of intimate beauty. Enshrouded in mist, one glance felt like desecration. He immediately turned his gaze away. I'm done. I'll wait for you in the bedroom." His voice emerged as steady as he could manage, yet the fire within him had already tangled with his restless powers, teetering on the brink of losing control. After speaking, the man moved to pass Feng Qianyue and exit the bathroom. Warm light bathed both their skin, lending it a honeyed glow. Feng Qianyue reached out and seized his wrist, yanking him backward, then with a sharp pull pinned him face first against the ceramic tiles. Her cool, detached tone carried a subtle upward lilt. "Did I say you could leave? Are you?" With those final 2 words, Feng Qianyue pressed herself against the man's back. The forceful action shifted into a backward embrace, her slender arms encircling the man's waist. Swish! The towel around Xiao Qianyu's waist conveniently slipped and fell. The stern face pressed against the tiles transformed into something beyond words. The so-called trial of opposing extremes was unfolding to perfection in this moment. He felt as though imprisoned within a dark, damp cistern, countless slippery water weeds coiling around his body. Those 2 or 3 seconds stretched into eternity. The man remained utterly still, his voice stripped of its earlier composure, low and hoarse. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Feng Qianyue, draped over his back, spoke with sloth-like languor. "I want you right here." Boom! A firework exploded in Xiao Qianyu's mind, shattering his final vestiges of reason. He seized Feng Qianyue's waist with one broad hand, spun around, and lifted her from the ground into his arms before striding toward the shower. He turned on the shower, adjusting the water temperature. Gazing at the girl in his embrace, the spray, cascading onto them, stirred ripples within his heart. Beneath the rising spring waters, gentle waves rippled, concealing boundless adoration. The broad palm cradling her back ascended to cup her occiput, drawing her close, pressing their lips together. Desire and love intertwining, consuming him entirely. The cramped bathroom bore witness to loss of control everywhere. Xiao Qianyu had always believed himself immune to such faltering, yet from the very first moment, he found it impossible to rein in his strength. Fortunately, their supernatural abilities shielded them, allowing them to indulge to the fullest. As she beheld the expression on the man's face, Feng Qianyue glimpsed the shadow of his past life. In that former existence, though they had never vied for worldly gains, their emotional discord remained irreconcilable. In this life, not only did they contend for interests, but their feelings were still beyond repair. The higher one climbed, the more burdens one bore. To live by one's own heart was Feng Qianyue's eternal pursuit. Yet for now, she could only strive to live with abandon and grace within the bounds of her control. This world's reward was hers to claim. Nothing and no one could stand in her way. The 2 moved from the bathroom to the bedroom. The man leaned in, but Feng Qianyue pressed her foot against his shoulder, halting him. The man's sword-like brows lifted slightly, his amber eyes brimming with delight. His large hand grasped her ankle, turning it to press a kiss upon the side. When he raised his head, a flash of golden light flared at the spot where his palm had held, and a golden chain materialized around her ankle. The delicate, elegant pattern bore a single letter engraved at its center, Y. The man had forged it with his gold element ability. Feng Qianyue chuckled, eager to brand her with his mark already. He hadn't changed a bit, had he? She withdrew her foot, rose unhurriedly, and said, I should be going. The man's delight froze and his fervent heart plummeted. Xiao Qinyu instinctively wondered if the anklet gift had displeased her, prompting her departure. He pressed for an answer at once. Feng Qianyue took out fresh clothes from her spatial storage and dressed slowly, her tone unhurried. It's quite pretty. It's just a gift, nothing to be upset about. To a person of Feng Qianyue's strong will, it was indeed merely a gift. Wearing it did not carry the sensation of being branded as someone's exclusive possession. Xiao Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that, but grew even more perplexed. Why must she leave so late? Couldn't she stay here with him? He pressed on. Feng Qianyue did not answer in haste. She finished putting on her last piece of clothing, then walked over, rose on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his lips. The man immediately wrapped his arms around her waist, deepening the kiss. Xiao Qinyu was reluctant to part, lingering in the kiss for a while longer. When it ended, he pleaded again, stay, won't you? There are others waiting for me. Xiao Qinyu assumed she meant her subordinates, since they had only arrived at the base a day ago, and might have plans. With that thought, he no longer insisted. I'll walk you. All right. Back at the villa, it was very quiet. Feng Qianyue did not wake them, using her ability to unlock the door. At the stairwell, a tall figure leaned against the wall. He turned his gaze sideways, and in the dimness his phoenix eyes harbored a multitude of emotions. Feng Qianyue ascended the steps. Still awake. Waiting for you. And if I hadn't come back tonight, you wouldn't have. Shen Jingma's voice was resolute. They locked eyes and exchanged a knowing smile. Shen Jingma's guess was correct. Feng Qianyue had never intended to stay the night. One reason, though she had tasted the forbidden fruit, Xiao Qinyu was not yet her man. Second, Feng Qianyue knew that 2 other men would surely be waiting for her. If she spent the first night on the base with another man, they would inevitably feel insecure. They already belonged to her completely, and she could easily attend to such small emotions. Feng Qianyue chuckled softly, then said, I'll see Shubai first, then come to you. With that, she strode straight toward Jiang Shubai's room. The door was unlocked. She turned the knob and entered. The room was dark, lit only by the faint light filtering through the window. The person lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes, his voice as calm as water. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Feng Qianyue teased him. I wasn't planning to. The young man's tranquil voice took on a hint of grievance. Then why did you come back? Feng Qianyue walked to the bedside. Because someone needed a goodnight kiss. Jiang Shubai blinked, his blood-red pupils half sitting up and leaning against the headboard. In the dimness his eyes seemed to shimmer. When he spoke again, his calm voice had softened considerably. I thought you didn't care about that. Feng Qianyue leaned in and kissed his forehead. That's what you thought, not what I think. As she finished speaking, Jiang Shubai reached out his arms and wrapped them around Feng Qianyue's waist, resting his head against her chest. The young man's chilled heart felt fresh blood pump through it again. Nestled in Feng Qianyue's embrace, he lifted the corners of his mouth. Qianqian is really wonderful. Feng Qianyue stroked the top of his head. Who could resist such a good boy? She let him hold her for a minute or two before telling him to go to sleep. Jiang Shubai obediently lay back down. Though reluctant, he knew how to win Qianqian's favor. Her not saying she would stay meant she wouldn't. Further words were useless. Instead, like this, he said nothing, and Qianqian still thought of him. Feng Qianyue left the room and went straight to Shen Jingma. She would spend the night with him. The man said nothing, did nothing, simply held her gently, patting her back, his voice clear and warm. Sleep. Feng Qianyue kissed the man's Adam's apple nearby and murmured softly, good night, brother. The man's hand paused for a moment, then resumed its gentle motion. He lowered his head and kissed the tip of Feng Qianyue's ear, whispering good night. Silent happiness filled his entire being, and Shen Jingma felt as though he were in paradise. The next morning, everyone from the large villa behind gathered in Feng Qianyue's small villa for breakfast. Before they had even finished eating, the villa received a guest. Xie Qinghong had spent the whole night pondering how to snatch Feng Qianyue away from Xiao Qinyu, but came up with nothing. He simply stopped thinking. He admitted he truly lacked the brains. Since Feng Qianyue had just arrived, Xiao Qinyu surely hadn't had time to act. To seize the advantage for himself and the Xie family, he decided to play it straight. They say sincerity is the ultimate killer move. As long as he showed enough sincerity, he could surely move Feng Qianyue. Chen Jitao opened the door, and the man strode straight toward the figure at the dining table. Under the watch of over a dozen people, he marched up to Feng Qianyue and knelt. Qi Mingzhu had come early to block Shen Jingma, but as soon as she stepped through the door, she witnessed this scene. Everyone was both shocked and bewildered. What was this? He came in the morning without a word and knelt down. Qi Mingzhu stood frozen in place. Was this the same Xie Qinghong who always held his chin high arrogantly without bounds? He must have been possessed. Possessed? No, Xie Qinghong was still as arrogant as ever. Even when he couldn't defeat Xiao Qinyu, he never lost a verbal battle. Yet before Feng Qianyue, he had once kowtowed and called her ancestor, his dignity ground to dust. At that time, a group of subordinates had watched. Now kneeling before everyone for Feng Qianyue did not feel too hard to accept in his heart. After all, if he didn't show some sincerity, how could he make Feng Qianyue favor him over Xiao Qinyu? He wanted to draw her into the Xie family's camp. Kneeling was nothing to be ashamed of. Feng Qianyue sat steadily in her chair, glanced at the man kneeling by her leg, and raised a delicate brow. If you've come to invite me to join the Xie camp, save your breath. Xie Qinghong, who had just gathered his courage to speak, choked on his words. Cough, cough. Xie Qinghong coughed violently before hurriedly asking why. Feng Qianyue leisurely picked up her chopsticks to take a crystal shrimp dumpling made by Tan Muling, replying while eating. I've said it before, I won't join any faction. She placed the translucent shrimp dumpling into her mouth and chewed. Xie Qinghong had prepared a whole speech, but this single sentence completely silenced him. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. At least Feng Qianyue wouldn't help Xiao Qianyu annex the Xie and Qi families. He stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and said somewhat awkwardly, this afternoon's meeting will arrange things for you. If you have any ideas, feel free to speak up. Feng Qianyue curled her lips. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Xie Qinghong turned and met Qi Mingzhu's gaze at the door. Needless to say, she had come for the same purpose as him. Recruiting Feng Qianyue. Humph. He had no chance, and neither did she. Their eyes briefly met, and then quickly shifted away, each finding the other obnoxious. But today Qi Mingzhu was somewhat grateful that he had taken the lead in testing the waters. Feng Qianyue would not join any camp, clearly adopting a neutral stance. Although the Qi family couldn't fish in troubled waters, at least the current balance could be maintained. However, the power Feng Qianyue held, especially those two fourth-rank men, would eventually influence the base's high-level structure. In the apocalypse, the strong rule. Feng Qianyue's neutrality now didn't guarantee it forever. Once she made a move, these two men under her command would be her greatest assets. Qi Mingzhu's thoughts raced. Staying vigilant in times of peace, she needed to build rapport with these two men now. Between the two, she preferred Shen Jingmao, so she would target him first. Qi Mingzhu knew exactly what she wanted. Her feelings for Shen Jingmao would depend on his attitude toward her. She would first pester him to wear down his defenses. Dressed in a crimson cheongsam and high heels, Qi Mingzhu stepped into the inner hall, as if one act ended and another began. Entering the dining area, she politely greeted Feng Qianyue first. Good morning, Captain Feng. Then her gaze fell on Shen Jingmao. Mr. Shen, after breakfast, would you accompany me somewhere? I guarantee you'll love it. Her slightly upturned eyeliner grew even more alluring with her smile. A beautiful woman's warm invitation. This should have been a pleasant affair, but the atmosphere suddenly dropped several degrees. The members of the Bright Moon Squad and Night Shadow Squad were like silent users in a chat group. A thunderclap suddenly exploded among them. They exchanged glances, sending messages with their eyes. Some looked at Shen Jingmao, others at Feng Qianyue. The boss remained unfazed by such a blatant poaching attempt, even while eating. Xie Qinghong stood by, snorting as he watched the drama. Shen Jingmao was Feng Qianyue's cousin, so whether Qi Mingzhu truly liked him or was just pretending, it was a win-win. But whether Shen Jingmao would fall for her, that was doubtful. If he were Shen Jingmao with a sister like Feng Qianyue, peerless in strength and beauty, by his side day and night, how could he ever have eyes for anyone else? Shen Jingmao, now the center of attention, had his gentle expression turn gloomy in an instant. Glancing at Qianyue, who remained unruffled, he lifted his gaze to meet Qi Mingzhu's eyes. Miss Qi, I believe I made myself clear yesterday. Do not waste your efforts on me. His icy tone betrayed no emotion. Qi Mingzhu smiled charmingly. I know. I'm not seeking cooperation. I'm confessing my feelings for you. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Clatter, clatter. The members of Bright Moon and Night Shadow Squad successively dropped chopsticks, forks, and rice balls. Everyone stared in shock. Was this morning supposed to be this thrilling? First Xie Qinghong knelt to the boss. Then Qi Mingzhu confessed to Brother Shen. Were the base's high-ranking officials always this direct? Shen Jingmao was completely ignited with fury. He shot up from his seat, but his wrist was suddenly grasped. He froze, paused his action, and looked at the person beside him. Feng Qianyue withdrew her hand, turned to Qi Mingzhu, and her cool, clear voice rang out. Miss Qi, it's not wrong to pursue someone, but first you must see whose person he is. I told you yesterday that he belongs to me. Am I to interpret your current actions as a provocation? Qi Mingzhu's heart trembled under the other's powerful aura, but she quickly steadied herself, refusing to show weakness. Feng Qianyue was a dual wind and space ability user with higher power, but she came from the Qi family, commanding resources far beyond the others. Qi Mingzhu's confidence returned, and she immediately found a point to counterattack. Captain Feng, you're overstepping your bounds. Shen Jingmao is your subordinate, not your dog. What's wrong with me pursuing him? Qi Mingzhu believed her viewpoint would gain approval from most people present. But reality was different. Many looked at her with expressions that were hard to describe. What did these people mean? Before she could think further, Shen Jingmao's voice sounded. Miss Qi, you've hit the nail on the head. I really am Qianyue's dog. What a coincidence, isn't it? The man's phoenix eyes raised slightly. Qi Mingzhu clenched her palms, her smile faltering. She suppressed her embarrassment and retorted stiffly, Mr. Shen, you don't need to demean yourself just to reject me. This left many people, including Shen Jingmao, speechless. The person himself had admitted it, as long as she refused to believe, nothing would convince her. Shen Jingma felt that reasoning with such a person was a waste of time. Jiang Shubai sat quietly on his chair enjoying the show. He secretly wished someone would take Shen Jingma away. After their initial shock, the members of Bright Moon and Night Shadow squads immediately thought otherwise. You don't understand. Being a dog for a big shot is incredibly blissful. Degrading. Degrading my ass. 2 4th-rank cores. The boss gave them all away without hesitation. Plus countless special privileges. Not everyone can be a big shot's dog. Xie Qinghong, standing nearby, sensed something off. Wasn't Shen Jingma Feng Qianyue's cousin? He could be a subordinate, but why stoop to calling himself a dog just to reject Qi Mingzhu? Before he could ponder further, Qi Mingzhu spoke again. She addressed Feng Qianyue with righteous indignation. Captain Feng, you are indeed strong, but let me tell you, I Qi Mingzhu am not soft either. I don't need your permission to pursue Shen Jingma. If you see this as a provocation, then I can only say it's your arrogant behavior of treating subordinates like dogs that caused this, not me. Qi Mingzhu finished her statement in one breath. She had to save face. Not only Xie Qinghong was present, but so many others were watching. If she left in disgrace, how could she maintain her image as a strong figure? Moreover, she had decided to pursue Shen Jingma for a while, and now was the time to show a firm stance, letting this man see her fearless character. As her voice fell, the entire place froze into ice. Literally frozen into ice. The walls and floor of the house at a terrifying speed froze in an instant with a schwa. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai, sitting beside Feng Qianyue, changed expressions simultaneously. In the spatial dimension, Feng Batian fearfully bit his own cat paw. It seemed that its host was angry. When Feng Qianyue stood up and walked toward Qi Mingzhu, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone sat in an ice cellar, their hairs standing on end. Qi Mingzhu, pinned by Feng Qianyue's gaze, felt as if nails were driven into her feet, unable to move. Amid the cold sweat faintly appeared on her forehead. Her voice trembled slightly. What are you going to do? Feng Qianyue stood 2 meters away from her, speaking slowly. I'll give you 3 seconds to run. Run away. Why would I run? 3. You're counting. 2. Qi Mingzhu turned and sprinted toward the door. 1. A thick purple-red lightning bolt erupted from the ground, striking toward Qi Mingzhu's back. Sensing the extreme danger, Qi Mingzhu instantly summoned a cyan-purple lightning bolt. The 2 bolts collided, producing a deafening, crackling electromagnetic sound. Those below the late 3rd rank were paralyzed by the shockwave of the abilities. Even Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai, both at the 4th rank, felt the tremor. The cyan-purple lightning lasted only a second before being devoured by the purple-red bolt. Qi Mingzhu, too shocked that Feng Qianyue possessed lightning abilities, could only think of one thing. Run. An unprecedented terror engulfed her. But she had already missed the optimal moment to flee. Feng Qianyue reached out, grabbed Qi Mingzhu by the collar, and slammed her against the wall. Bang! Qi Mingzhu immediately covered herself with lightning to form a defensive armor, but the moment she hit the frozen wall, the armor shattered. The tremendous impact left her dizzy and disoriented. Ignoring the pain, she tried to break free, but a second collision followed immediately. Bang! A 3rd time. A 4th. A 5th. Everyone present stared unblinkingly at the scene by the door. Feng Qianyue, gripping Qi Mingzhu's collar, casually hurled her against the ice wall. 8 full impacts. Qi Mingzhu had already passed out from the pain after the second hit. Feng Qianyue released her grip, and the person on the wall slid down, hitting the ground with a thud. Not far away, Xie Qinghong shivered. This scene seemed familiar. Compared to Qi Mingzhu, how wise he had been to propose a fight without using abilities. Just as everyone thought it was over, a dazzling orb of energy appeared in Feng Qianyue's palm. She flicked it with her fingertip, and it flew into Qi Mingzhu's brain. The next second, the unconscious woman suddenly coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood and regained consciousness. Once awake, she let out agonizing screams. When Feng Qianyue approached, her pained expression instantly turned into sheer terror, and she struggled to move away from her. But her injuries were too severe for her to move. Feng Qianyue smiled faintly, her cool voice slow. Do you feel it? If I want, I can treat you like a dog anytime. This is the gap between us. Will you still meddle in my affairs? On the ground, Qi Mingzhu shook her head frantically. No. Feng Qianyue's eyes narrowed, her expression cold. You wanted to dismantle my forces to strengthen yourself? I'm not angry. If you have the ability to take them, I'll welcome you with open arms. But the last thing you should have done was come provoke me without even doing a background check. That's not ambition, that's stupidity. Go back and investigate me before you covet what's mine. Qi Mingzhu's terrified pupils froze as she watched Feng Qianyue's retreating figure. Every word she spoke weighed on her like a mountain. Feng Qianyue's words ended, and the entire ice house thawed rapidly. Everyone snapped back to reality with a shiver. The members of the Bright Moon Squad and the Dark Knight Squad understood what it meant to be awed. This all was fear, reverence. Their leader's vision was truly different. She wasn't angered by Qi Mingzhu's attempt to take Shen Jingma, nor by her scheming against her forces, nor by her sarcastic words. It was that her strength didn't match her ambition. Feng Qianyue returned to the table. Shun Jingma couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her cheek, producing a loud smack. The smile on the man's lips was as charming as a peach blossom. Shun Jingma knew perfectly well that Feng Qianyue hadn't acted for his sake, but that didn't stop him from feeling blessed. No matter what, it was because of him. Qian Qian had also emphasized that he belonged to her, and Qi Mingzhu's actions were a provocation. All in all, he held a significant place in her heart. Whether it was Jiang Shubai or Xiao Qianyu, they couldn't affect him. That was enough. If he sought more, he would only lose the happiness he already had. Shun Jingma had spent the whole night thinking about the word brother from the previous evening, and he had completely let go of his hang-up. Jiang Shubai, who had known about Shun Jingma from the start, had resolved his own issues during the quarrel with Feng Qianyue that night. Jealousy was inevitable, but he wouldn't let his mind wander to other things. He only wanted to stay by Feng Qianyue's side forever. The young man curled his lips, leaned down to kiss Feng Qianyue's other earlobe, and whispered, "Impressive." Their actions were routine for the Bright Moon and Dark Night squads, who had seen even more intense scenes, but Xie Qinghong was utterly shocked. He was about to point at Shun Jingma and ask what their relationship was when he saw the other man also making an intimate gesture. Even a fool would understand now. No wonder on the second day of the zombie crow incident, Shun Jingma had rudely interrupted his conversation with Feng Qianyue. The look in his eyes had been full of hostility. How laughable. He had thought the brother-sister address meant they were cousins. Xie Qinghong's heart ached. What pained him more was that Feng Qianyue had two men, and at that moment he finally realized the reason for his own awkward feelings toward Feng Qianyue. His budding romantic feelings had been nipped before they could even sprout. Judging by her men, his rough-and-tumble appearance clearly wasn't her type. Qi Mingzhu, still on the ground, was too sore to stand and wanted Xie Qinghong to take her back. But before she could speak, she saw him looking even more devastated than she was, and he simply ran off. In the end, Qi Mingzhu had to crawl to the door, prop herself against the wall, and ask a passing patrol to carry her back. The first breakfast in the base ended with a little incident. After the meal, Feng Qianyue took Jiang Shubai aside and told him about Dr. Zhou. She asked if he was willing to undergo an examination. The word examination made him blink involuntarily. Though he had lost his memory, he remembered that Dr. Zhou had given him a full checkup when he still had memories. He still recalled the sensation of his heart being cut open. Feng Qianyue keenly sensed his unease and said gently, "Don't worry, I'll stay with you the whole time." "Okay." When the car stopped at the entrance of the base's research institute, Xiao Qinyu and his subordinate Qi Haoyan were waiting there. As the car door opened, they saw Feng Qianyue get out first, then a young man in sunglasses stepped out from the other side. He strode forward and took Feng Qianyue's hand, behaving like a clingy lover. Xiao Qinyu's brows furrowed, a bad feeling rising in his heart. If Jiang Shubai was just a subordinate, holding hands was too much. Though deeply displeased, he subconsciously tried to rationalize the gesture. Perhaps Jiang Shubai was reluctant to be examined, and Feng Qianyue was being extra caring to comfort him. After all, he had no memories and lacked a sense of security. This intimacy was just a special circumstance. Xiao Qinyu forced himself to analyze calmly, his stern face betraying nothing. They met and walked directly into the institute. However, during the upcoming examination, he would completely overturn his earlier assumptions. What subordinate? They were clearly lovers. The research institute was bustling with scientists coming and going. Most of them had been taken in by the military during the early days of the apocalypse for protection. They had not endured many desperate situations or life-and-death trials, and although some had awakened abilities, their levels remained relatively low. However, their true value lay elsewhere, in their brains. The group of 4, led by a researcher, arrived at a sealed-off area. Inside were several independent chambers, each equipped with different instruments. Accompanied by Feng Qianyue, Jiang Shubai first underwent a simple blood draw. Next came the more meticulous examinations. Since this involved the base's highest security clearance, only the director and vice director were present among the research staff, along with Feng Qianyue, Xiao Qinyu, Qi Haoyan, and Jiang Shubai undergoing the inspection. All instrument checks proceeded smoothly, and initial assessments revealed no abnormalities. Given the uniqueness of his blood-red eyes and self-healing ability, final tests focusing on these powers would be conducted. Jiang Shubai was led into a room with walls on all 4 sides. Behind a large glass window, Feng Qianyue and the others stood in the outer chamber, communicating through an intercom system installed inside. Feng Qianyue had learned from Xiao Qinyu beforehand what tests were included in this phase. Although some infected plants and animals would appear, they posed no real danger to Jiang Shubai. The purpose was solely to observe how these creatures changed under the influence of the blood eye ability, so that substances could be extracted for research. Before coming, Feng Qianyue had explained the test contents to Jiang Shubai, but she still used the intercom to reassure him before it began. "Don't be nervous. I'm standing right here." The young man nodded obediently. Even this simple interaction felt like a stone lodged in Xiao Qinyu's chest, uncomfortable and heavy. Fortunately, the tests soon began. First, several experimental zombie rats were released, and Jiang Shubai, ordered to rely solely on his blood eye ability, dispatched them effortlessly. Then seedlings infected with various toxin strains were all thrown in, yet he still eliminated them with ease. The detection had ended there. The director and vice director, observing together from the outer room, exchanged a silent glance, and one of them pressed a button in his hand. They had received orders from higher-ups to test the healing ability. At the same time, Jiang Shubai walked toward the door. The faint sound of a mechanism being activated suddenly rang out. Feng Qianyue's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, Jiang Shubai had just pressed the door-opening button when countless laser beams suddenly appeared from above and below, spaced closely together and converging on him from both front and back. There was no place to retreat. In the observation room, both Xiao Qianyu and Qi Haoyan were stunned. This check was not part of the protocol. Before Xiao Qianyu could demand answers, Feng Qianyue's figure had already vanished from where she stood. Jiang Shubai had already prepared himself for the laser cuts, but the door exploded open with a brilliant surge of energy. All those laser beams cutting into his skin stopped, simultaneously shattering like ice flowers. Bang! They crumbled into fragments and disappeared. Blood spilled from evenly spaced horizontal cuts across the boy's body. His delicate pale cheeks also bore blood streaks. He blinked in shock, his blood-red eyes revealing a hint of grievance as the tearing pain was numbed. The several wounds were healing at a visible rate, leaving only glaring bloodstains on his clothes. Feng Qianyue waited at the doorway for him to heal. Behind her, Xiao Qianyu frowned deeply, his heart sinking to the bottom as he waited to explain this matter to her. But before he could speak, the boy inside had finished healing and walked toward the doorway. Without hesitation, he leaned down and pulled Feng Qianyue into a tight embrace. Qianqian, I'm so scared. Fear was something Jiang Shubai had fabricated. Since he could remember, his body had endured countless cuts. He had long since lost any sense of fear toward such things. But the flesh cut open still ached, and even after healing the pain remained. As for death itself, he only felt exhaustion. But now he wanted to seize this opportunity to gain more affection from Qianqian. Feng Qianyue rested one arm around his waist and patted him gently, her gaze meeting Xiao Qianyu's as she looked aside. The latter's urgency to explain instantly collapsed. A cold, formidable aura like ancient ice settled over him. He grabbed Feng Qianyue's wrist, pulled her from Jiang Shubai's embrace, without a word pushed open the nearby single room's door and slammed it shut behind him. The director and vice director, expecting to be held accountable or called to explain, stared at each other in bewilderment. Qi Haoyan remained frozen in place, scratching his head and face in confusion. Jiang Shubai stared at the closed door, a cold sneer playing on his lips. Inside the room, Feng Qianyue was pinned against the wall by the man. Xiao Qianyu struggled to restrain his fraying sanity, forcing out, I need an explanation. As you can see, Feng Qianyue responded calmly. The man ground his molars, a dangerous edge in his voice as he began the interrogation. What relationship? Lovers. And us? Depends on you. Heh. Shenjing Ma too. Yes. You're something. The man fell silent for 3 seconds before uttering those 3 words. Feng Qianyue's wrist was released, and the man stepped back half a pace to create distance. She had anticipated this reaction from Xiao Qianyu all along. In their past life, his inability to accept the men around her had driven them into the most awkward dynamic, a relationship built purely on hatred. Though much had shifted in this lifetime, at their core they remained unchanged. It was simply nature. She would not yield, nor could he bring himself to compromise. Feng Qianyue broke the silent stalemate first. I know you weren't behind what just happened. After today, he won't undergo any more examinations. See you at the afternoon meeting. As she reached for the door, his hand caught hers in the dim light, his deep voice steady. Do you love me? Feng Qianyue met those amber-colored eyes. I do. The man's lashes fluttered slightly. Can you give them up? No. Any other questions? No. Feng Qianyue withdrew her hand and opened the door, finding Jiang Shubai leaning against the opposite wall with a smile. Let's go. Their figures quickly disappeared from Xiao Qianyu's sight. At the doorway, Qi Haoyan cautiously peeked inside. Captain. Let me be alone for a moment. Qi Haoyan silently closed the door and hurried the director and vice director away. The moment they left, a loud noise erupted from within. Xiao Qianyu struck the solid wall with a bare fist, wielding no ability whatsoever. Blood quickly seeped from his shattered joints, yet he remained unaware. It was merely waking from sleep, only to fall from heaven into hell. Feng Qianyue's fondness for him was purely physical. He knew this, and he had known from the very beginning. Yet if she only wanted him, he would have gladly played along. But reality proved far more cruel than he'd imagined. It turned out she didn't just like him alone. His notion of destined love was merely one among many to her. Xiao Qianyu found himself both laughable and pitiful. After mocking himself relentlessly, his burning heart gradually froze over. He could not share Feng Qianyue with others. If she wasn't exclusively his, he'd rather have nothing at all. Having decided to seal his heart, Xiao Qianyu attended the afternoon meeting at the base on time. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyue brought only Shen Jingmao and Jiang Shubai with her. Today marked the beginning of her power grab. Qi Mingzhu attended the meeting seated in a wheelchair. Although she had no desire to see Feng Qianyue in the short term, today's meeting was of paramount importance. The arrangements concerning her and the two rank 4 powerhouses would affect the power structure division of the base going forward. Qi Sun was dumbstruck when he saw his daughter suddenly appear in a wheelchair. He anxiously pressed for answers. However, no matter how he asked, Qi Mingzhu insisted she had injured herself during ability training due to miscalculation. After all, Qi Sun was himself a rank 3 Esper at the early stage. Could he not distinguish between self-inflicted and externally inflicted injuries? But since his daughter refused to speak, she clearly had her reasons. He swept his gaze across the 2 other families most likely to have harmed his daughter. The stern-faced Xiao Qianyu appeared no different than usual, yet Qi Sun could sense something was off about him today. Xie Qinghong, who was usually arrogantly swaggering, was now unmistakably despondent. Both men were behaving unusually, but neither seemed like someone who would severely injure his daughter. When 3 imposing figures strode into the conference room, Qi Sun snapped back from his contemplation. Every eye in the room was fixed forward except Xiao Qianyu's, who stared straight ahead, with perfect composure save for the hands resting on his thighs that had tightened into fists. The conference table was massive, shaped like an elongated rectangle. Xiao Yuanjing sat at the head, flanked by Xiao Qianyu and Xie Guan. Beside Xiao Qianyu sat Qi Sun and Qi Mingzhu. Beside Xie Guan sat Xie Qinghong. Among the 3 families, the Qi clan held the weakest position. As the base's foremost powerhouse and chief executive officer, Xiao Qianyu naturally occupied the seat before Qi Sun. It was precisely because of Xiao Qianyu's existence that Xiao Yuanjing could claim the head position. Feng Qianyue did not sit with their 3 families, instead choosing to take a seat directly across from Xiao Yuanjing. Shun Jingma and Jiang Xubai seated themselves on her left and right respectively. Her action instantly shattered the relatively peaceful atmosphere of the conference room. Xiao Yuanjing at the head position furrowed his brow vaguely, sensing a confrontational undercurrent. It wasn't just him, everyone present felt it. Sweat gathered in the palms of Qi Mingzhu in her wheelchair. The worry that had gnawed at her since yesterday had materialized before her eyes. Feng Qianyue indeed harbored designs on the base. Only Xiao Qianyu's expression remained unchanged, for in his heart, he did not believe Feng Qianyue had any intention of seizing power. She probably simply preferred not to sit beside them. Xie Qinghong dared not look at Feng Qianyue at all. He was still unable to accept the sudden end of his first love. After Feng Qianyue sat down, she made no move to speak. It was not until Xiao Yuanjing at the head position could no longer bear the silence that he put on an amicable smile. First and foremost, I would like to thank Captain Feng for leading your team into our main base. Regarding your arrangements, I would like to hear Captain Feng's thoughts first. Whatever ideas you have, please don't hesitate to voice them. If it is within our power to fulfill, we will do so. When facing someone difficult to manage, yet worth managing, Xiao Yuanjing chose to kick the ball back. First pass the problem to the other party, then determine how to handle things based on their attitude. Both sides were veterans of political maneuvering, but this time Feng Qianyue had no intention of playing mind games. Her time was running out. In the most placid voice imaginable, she uttered words that would overturn the entire conference room. I want the entire base. A single lightweight sentence detonated like a nuclear bomb across the conference table. Everyone except Shun Jingma and Jiang Xubai, who knew her intentions, was completely stunned. Undisguised, so direct, laying her intentions bare. Was this absolute confidence in her strength or pure arrogance? Across the long conference table, Xiao Qianyu and Feng Qianyue's gazes collided. His eyes overflowed with disbelief, while hers remained unruffled. Xiao Yuanjing, long accustomed to holding a lofty position, was the first to regain his composure. He stroked the beard on his chin and burst into laughter. "Ought to be young truly is wonderful. Such courage, such daring. I truly admire you." A string of seemingly complimentary words caused the heavy atmosphere in the room to suddenly thaw. Xie Guan, Xie Qinghong's father, had a fiery temper. After Xiao Yuanjing's awkward laughter, he immediately rounded on Feng Qianyue. "Daydreaming. I say, girl, don't think that just because you have a bit of forces behind you, you can swallow up our entire base. There are tens of thousands of espers in this base with all manner of bizarre mutant abilities. Setting aside our hot weapons, even if it were purely ability against ability with just this handful of people, how could you possibly overturn our 3 families' rule?" The deeply conflicted Xie Qinghong nudged his father's foot under the table with his own. "You little rascal, why are you kicking me?" Xie Guan rounded on him with a furious glare. Xie Qinghong ignored him and turned to look at Feng Qianyue. "Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. This rhetorical question turned Xie Qinghong's face ashen and sent Xiao Qianyu's heart plummeting to the very bottom of an abyss. The benefactor he had longed for, the lover with whom he had been entwined just last night, had she in the span of a single night become his enemy? Qi Sun opened his mouth about to rebuke Feng Qianyue. His daughter beside him grabbed his sleeve, signaling with her eyes to stay silent. He immediately understood her meaning. Let the Xiao and Xie families charge to the front lines against Feng Qianyue's forces while the Qi family preserved its strength. Truly his daughter Qi Mingzhu able to consider such strategy even in this situation. In truth, Qi Mingzhu was simply terrified her father would get hurt. Feng Qianyue ignored Xiao Qianyu's intense stare and fixed her gaze unblinking on Xiao Yuanjing across the table, her voice resolute and powerful. The laws of the apocalypse are clear to all of us. Let us speak plainly. The leadership of this base I have set my sights on. To prevent large-scale bloodshed, let us set up an arena. Whether you choose to face me one after another or attack together within 3 hours, if I fall on that stage you may do with me as you wish. If I remain standing to the end you had better hand over the leadership willingly. I have no desire to possess an empty city drowning in blood. As her words fell, Xiao Yuanjing exclaimed 3 times in succession. On that weathered face those sharp eyes revealed a measure of admiration for the young woman before him. If the earlier praise had been sarcasm at her delusions of grandeur, then this current praise carried a genuine note of respect. A low magnetic voice rang out in the room, a voice that seemed to have been suppressed to the breaking point. You've lost your mind. You alone opposing the entire base. Have you no regard for your own life? The speaker was Xiao Qinyu. On the man's face was a complex tangle of emotions. Worry, fury, anguish. Emotions too tangled to decipher. Feng Qianyue stared directly at him and said leisurely, then why don't you simply hand over control of the base to me? Would you? The man's tea-colored eyes did not blink. Yes. Qi Mingzhu and Qi Sun, who had been waiting for the argument to begin, were dumbfounded. Xiao Yuanjing, Xie Guan, Xie Qinghong. All were stupefied. The greatest share of control over the base, since its establishment, had always rested with the Xiao family, or more precisely, had always been tightly gripped in Xiao Qianyu's hands. The effort he had invested was several times that of anyone else. To just give it away just like that, without a shred of resistance. The vast conference room froze in an instant until Xiao Qinyu spoke again. I have only one condition. Everyone's ears perked up. To trade an entire base for one condition. That condition must surely be extraordinarily difficult to fulfill. Xiao Qianyu's gaze remained fixed on Feng Qianyue. I want you to be with only me. Everyone except Feng Yeye was tense, including Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai. Though they each knew well that Feng Yeye's character would never agree to such terms, they still couldn't help but feel anxious. Better safe than sorry. They couldn't afford to gamble on that slim chance. Qi Mingzhu, Qi Sun, and Xie Guan were all utterly incredulous. They simply couldn't believe that Xiao Qinyu was a hopeless romantic. He was usually more composed and sensible than anyone. Xie Qinghong, amidst his shock, felt a surge of intense jealousy. Xiao Qinyu had the right to say such things while he himself didn't even qualify. On the main seat, Xiao Yuanjing stared at his grandson, feeling an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. Could this really be his eldest grandson's words? Handing over the Xiao family's power for the sake of love. Absolutely preposterous. Wouldn't that girl across the table be overjoyed getting what she wanted without any effort? Feng Yeye's face remained expressionless. I refuse. Xiao Yuanjing, Xie Guan, the Qi father and daughter. Xie Qinghong, Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai. Emotions ran high among all present. Shock, surprise, schadenfreude, and secret sweetness. Only Xiao Qinyu felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Without a word, he strode out of the conference room. Feng Yeye cast a glance at his retreating figure, then turned back to the main seat, speaking in a cool, detached tone. The competition begins tomorrow afternoon. I'll give you time to prepare. With that, she swept away with Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai. Back at the villa, Feng Yeye instructed that no one disturb her, then retreated to her room to absorb all the spirit cores accumulated in her space. Though she was currently at the late 6th rank, her overall combat strength rivaled her previous life's 8th rank. Her radiant power combined with her psychic abilities made her even more formidable. She had never needed anyone to hand over power to her. If she wanted to seize control, she would do it openly, securing the base's leadership with overwhelming victory. She wanted everyone to submit willingly. She wanted Xiao Qinyu to understand that he had no right to make her choose. If he wished to be her lover, then the choice had to be his. The space held countless accumulated spirit cores. Feng Yeye absorbed them from dusk until nightfall, and no one came to knock on her door. The members of the Bright Moon Squad and the Night Shadow Squad learned the key contents of the meeting from Shun Jingma. Upon hearing that Feng Yeye intended to seize control of the base and had proposed a tournament, they were all astounded. Indeed, the boss was the boss, redefining their understanding every day. On the second day at the base, she openly challenged the 3 major forces. The group was a mix of shock, excitement, worry, and fear. How could they not be concerned when their boss was going alone against the entire base? But if she won, only such a method could earn everyone's genuine submission. This approach was simple, direct, and a pure test of strength. Since the boss had made her decision, they were both hopeful and anxious, but they knew they had no say in the matter. When they were needed, they would charge without hesitation. When not needed, they would cheer as the best cheerleaders. Every member of the Bright Moon Squad and the Night Shadow Squad had become loyal followers of Feng Yeye. Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai were also worried, but they absolutely supported Feng Yeye's decision and believed she would never fight an unwinnable battle. In the dead of night, the entire base fell into silence. Feng Yeye absorbed the last pile of spirit cores. Beneath the window of her second-floor room stood a tall figure. The man had been there for a long time, quietly gazing at the dimly lit window. After leaving the conference room, Xiao Qianyu had vented his frustration at the training ground all afternoon, yet he still couldn't sleep at night, his mind filled with thoughts of Feng Yeye. He was angry that she still liked others, angry that she refused his terms, angry that she didn't care about him at all. Angry at her cold indifference, angry at her willfulness. So much anger. Yet it couldn't stop the longing in his heart to see her. Only when he reached the villa's gate did he realize he lacked the courage to face her. Unwilling to leave, he could only stop by the window and stare. The lit light indicated that the person inside was still awake. He wanted to go in and see her, yet he didn't. The inner turmoil seemed relentless, determined to torment him. Just as he turned to leave, the sound of the second-floor window opening reached his ears. The girl's clear, cold black eyes met his from above. The torment in Xiao Qianyu's heart finally ceased. They gazed at each other across the distance, and Feng Yeye curled her lips into a smile. Gone was the tense atmosphere of the afternoon meeting. The man's stern face now held emotions too complex to name. Feng Yeye beckoned to him, the invitation clear. Xiao Qianyu's intention to leave evaporated instantly. A pair of translucent light wings appeared on his back, carrying him directly to Feng Ye's window, where he landed steadily on the floor. The light wings vanished, and the complex emotions within the man surfaced. Feng Yeye approached him, her arm brushing past his waist as she reached behind him to close the window, causing his breath to slow. The man exhaled, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Feng Yeye then looped her arm back around his waist, lifting her gaze to meet his startled eyes. She placed her other hand on his shoulder, pressing her body against his, and spoke in a melodious tone. "Here to warm the bed, are you? Are you?" Xiao Qianyu adored it when she called him that. It felt as if they were destined lovers. But hearing that name now, a fleeting happiness was followed by a surge of bitter sorrow. Looking at her smiling face, so close, his hardened heart instantly melted. He couldn't help but embrace her back, his voice pleading. "You want the base? I'm willing to give it to you. The Xia and Qi families are no problem. I just want one promise from you. Can you be with me, and only me, for the rest of your life? What they can do, I can do too, and better." Feng Yeye's smile faded. "They are also unique to me. How can you compare?" Xiao Qianyu was left speechless. Whenever the topic of feelings came up, they hit a dead end. The man fought for his position using the principles he had always held. He said in a low voice, "This is unfair to both me and them. Feelings should be exclusive, not shared. I don't know how they accepted it, but I can't bear sharing you with others." Feng Yeye blinked her bright black eyes and smiled. "Tomorrow you'll see how they accepted it." "What do you mean, eh?" Xiao Qianyu was puzzled. Feng Yeye stepped back, half a step, creating some distance. "After tomorrow's tournament you'll understand why they would rather accept than miss out on me. Go back now. See you tomorrow." After being shown the door, Xiao Qianyu had no choice but to suppress his turbulent emotions and leave. He understood the meaning behind Feng Qianyu's words. Prefer to accept than to miss out. To be honest, he had felt the same way at many moments. But asking him to truly accept it from the bottom of his heart was impossible. Xiao Qianyu was powerless against the current deadlock, experiencing an unprecedented sense of frustration. After he left, Feng Qianyu decisively closed the window and went to sleep. She had absorbed a large amount of crystal cores and needed to properly convert them. Tomorrow would be her real battlefield. The following morning, while the two villas occupied by Feng Qianyu remained relatively tranquil, all 4 districts of the base erupted over a major announcement. Acting on Xiao Qianyu's orders, the wager between Feng Qianyu and the 3 great families was made public. This move infuriated Xiao Yuanjing and others who railed against him for being completely bewitched. The 3 families' anger stemmed from the fact that Xiao Qianyu had cut off their escape routes entirely. With over 100,000 base residents now aware of the stakes involved, a victory for Feng Qianyu would spark rebellion among the lower ranks, regardless of whether the 3 families formally surrendered their authority. Even though Feng Qianyu was unlikely to win, the 3 families took no chances. Having an exit strategy was always preferable to having none. The notice had already been sent out, so Xiao Yuanjing, Xie Guan, and Qi Sun immediately began strategizing for the afternoon's arena matches, determined to achieve a crushing victory. No matter how formidable a top-tier powerhouse one might be, enduring sustained attacks from multiple opponents was impossible. Both Xiao Qianyu and Xie Qinghong announced they would not participate in the arena competition. Setting aside any romantic feelings, Feng Qianyu remained their benefactor. Forcing them to gang up on her for the sake of power would be more agonizing than death itself. Qi Mingzhu also withdrew from the competition. Her injuries from previous encounters made participation impractical, and she had no desire to lead the charge against someone who had already beaten her so thoroughly. Having learned from her last beating, Qi Mingzhu adopted a patient approach, letting events unfold before making her move. After lunch, the base sent someone to notify Feng Qianyu to proceed to the training ground. Dressed in her usual practical attire, a windbreaker combat trousers and short boots with her long hair swept into a bun, Feng Qianyu exited the villa with an expression of calm composure. She moved as though taking a leisurely stroll rather than preparing for battle. Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai accompanied her silently, while both the Bright Moon Squad and Dark Knight Squad deployed in full force. They served as her enthusiastic supporters ready to rush in and fight alongside her when the moment demanded it. The training ground stretched impressively wide. Designed from the base's founding as the venue for general assemblies, the facility featured tiered seating surrounding an open central area where training and other activities regularly took place. Today, the training ground buzzed with extraordinary energy, the stands packed to capacity as the scorching heat failed to dampen the crowd's excitement. A public power grab employing this one-against-many assault strategy revealed the challengers' arrogance and confidence, a spectacle worth witnessing. Perched on the raised platform sat the key figures from the Xiao Xie and Qi families. As Feng Qianyue entered the arena with her party, her gaze swept upward and locked with Xiao Qianyu's. His face remained impassive, that coldly striking featureless mask showing nothing, though his amber eyes flickered briefly as she passed. Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai guided their respective squads to the designated viewing area. Feng Qianyue walked alone toward the center of the arena, while thousands in the stands erupted with shouts, cheers, and whistles. Wow, it's actually a girl. A female Esper nearby frowned and chimed in. So what if she's a woman? Why shouldn't she have the ambition to seize control of the base? If she's daring enough to challenge publicly, she must be genuinely powerful. I'm rooting for her. Exactly. Other women rallied behind her, but they were quickly met with a barrage of objections from a mixed crowd of men and women spanning all ages. Having ambition is fine, but challenging all the base's strongest fighters alone, that's not overconfidence. What else would you call it? In my view, this woman's gotten a bit of power and already forgotten her place. Just wait and see. She might well end up dead on that ring today. The crowd erupted with all sorts of opinions, yet the overwhelming consensus was that Feng Qianyue stood no chance. In their understanding, no one could possibly face numerous powerful opponents alone and emerge victorious. Despite their doubts about her chances, they couldn't resist coming to witness the spectacle. It was the most outrageous and entertaining event the base had seen since its founding. At precisely 2 in the afternoon, the arena match commenced. Though Feng Qianyue had made no demands regarding format or participant numbers, daring the base to throw everything they had at her. Under Xiao Qianyu's firm control, however, Xiao Yuanjing, Qi Sun, and Xieguan were forced to swallow their pride and accept the compromised arrangement. No heavy weapons would be used, only overwhelming numbers. The contest would span 3 rounds with no more than 10 opponents per round. The base's 3 strongest fighters, Xiao Qianyu, Xie Qinghong, and Qi Mingzhu, had all withdrawn from the competition. The 30 contestants selected by the 3 great families represented the finest Esper talents from their respective power bases, each possessing a unique and diverse range of abilities. They were convinced that sheer numbers alone would guarantee victory over Feng Qianyue. After hearing the competition rules, she smiled faintly and met the gaze of the man atop the platform. Xiao Qianyu had structured the 3 rounds to prevent her from being overwhelmed, his way of keeping her safe. She appreciated the concern, but today she would conquer everyone present on her own terms. What she sought wasn't merely surface-level authority. She demanded absolute obedience. The first round began almost immediately, featuring 10 opponents personally selected by Xiao Yuanjing. Feng Qianyue recognized several familiar faces among them. Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian, and Zhou Heng, whom she had once challenged in a driving contest. All 3 were mid-stage, 3-rank powerhouses. Bound by duty, the 3 selected fighters had no choice but to face Feng Qianyue despite their reluctance. Among the 10 competitors, 3 stood at the late stage of the 3-rank, while the remaining 7 were at the mid-stage. Coming from military backgrounds, they possessed superior teamwork and physical conditioning compared to typical Espers. Qi Haoyan and the other 2 stood across from Feng Qianyue, awkwardly scratching their heads. "B-boss, I'm sorry. We can't disobey orders." Feng Qianyue offered a smile. "No need to apologize. I won't hold back either." Hearing her words, the tension in the 3 men's hearts eased considerably. Their orders were absolute. Feng Qianyue must lose in the first round no matter what. Xiao Yuanjing had personally outlined tactics for all 10 of them, positioning in a circle to surround Feng Qianyue, waiting for the starting signal to execute their opening strategy. On the elevated platform, Xiao Qianyu sat rigid, his hands clenched beneath the table. As he watched her surrounded figure, pain and conflict flickered across his eyes before vanishing. Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai watched Feng Qianyue without blinking. Their shared experiences had forged unwavering trust in her abilities. The starting gunshot rang out, and all 10 attackers surged toward their targets simultaneously, some feinting left while striking right, others charging head-on, and still others closing in from behind. An array of diverse abilities converged on Feng Qianyue in coordinated formation, igniting the crowd's excitement from the very first moment. Attacks from all directions, employing varied tactics, came at her simultaneously, yet the figure at the center stood utterly still, radiating not a single fluctuation of power. Just as everyone was at a loss, a sudden change erupted on the field. 10 third-stage powerhouses who had launched their attacks were frozen in place simultaneously, and even the flames in one fighter's hand were halted mid-air. The The spectators erupted into chaos. What is happening? What the hell is this? Why has everyone stopped moving? Damn it. What ability is that girl using? Xiao Qinyu narrowed his eyes. This was a mental type ability. To instantaneously control 10 third-stage powerhouses who were actively channeling their abilities. Qianqian's mental power must be at the 5th stage at least. She had awakened a month later than him, yet she already surpassed him by an entire tier. Such terrifying growth speed left Xiao Qinyu unable to imagine what she would become if given another month. On the stands, Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai listened to the waves of confusion rising around them, faint sneers touching their lips. This was only the beginning. Qianqian's true terror had yet to be revealed. The 10 people frozen on the competition field alone knew that this was far more than mere immobilization. A piercing, bone-deep agony surged through their bodies. It drove one to wish for death, to throw oneself against the wall and perish. One longed to plunge a blade straight into one's own heart and end it all. In an instant, cold sweat drenched every inch of their bodies, and their abilities became utterly disconnected, completely undetectable within them. The crowd watched as the girl surrounded on all sides extended her hand and snapped her fingers. The frozen figures on the field collapsed simultaneously with loud pops, as though a spell had been broken. Qi Haotian, Huang Daxian, and the others lay writhing in agony on the rough ground. Fewer than a minute had passed since they entered the field, fewer than 10 seconds of combat, yet all 10 were being carried away on stretchers as one. Though the arena was a matter of life and death, Feng Qianyue had shown mercy and spared them. Once today was over, the entire base would be hers. These fighters were the elite among elites. Those who survived would still prove useful. Qi Haoyan and 2 others struggling through the pain on their stretchers managed to choke out words as they passed Feng Qianyue. Thank you, Great One, for sparing our lives. Among the spectators, a handful of mental type ability users were present, and they shouted out excitedly. A 5th stage powerhouse. Absolutely a 5th stage master of mental abilities. For mental type abilities, control is far more difficult than killing. After their explanation, everyone quickly labeled Feng Qianyue as a 5th stage mental ability master. When this reached the ears of the Bright Moon Squad and Dark Knight Squad, each member let out a soft chuckle. Our leader possesses far more than this capability. On the elevated platform, the 3 great families wore grave expressions. They had never anticipated that such a formation would prove utterly useless in battle. This was beyond anyone's expectations. At the very least, exchanging a few moves would have preserved some dignity. Instead, they hadn't even landed a strike before being carried off on stretchers, still forced to express gratitude for their lives being spared. They had lost all face and substance. Xiao Qinyu silently released his clenched fist, but Xiao Yuanjing beside him glared at him severely with a darkened expression. If it weren't for his own grandson establishing rules that restricted them, surely a 100-person battle wouldn't have failed to overcome just one person. It was truly unthinkable that his clever and mighty grandson would one day bind his own hands over matters of the heart. Xiao Yuanjing gnashed his teeth in fury and turned to Xie Goen on the other side, saying, "Your people should be up next. Let us reclaim our honor. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao, I guarantee that this headstrong girl will be carried off the platform." Xiao Yuanjing's expression softened. He knew Xie Goen was unleashing his ultimate move this time. Xie Qinghong, seated beside his father, furrowed his brows tightly. Hearing these words weighed heavily on his heart, and as he began to speak, "Father," Xie Goen cut him off coldly. "Don't call me father. You worthless coward. Too afraid to even step onto the field. While others are attacking our doors and seizing our power, you've become a turtle hiding in its shell. From now until the competition ends, you keep your mouth shut." That single phrase, calling someone a turtle, insulted 3 people at once. Xiao Qinyu remained composed while Qi Mingzhu's face twitched involuntarily. Xie Goen, who usually doted on Xie Qinghong, was cursing him publicly, clearly indicating how deeply displeased he was. Xie Qinghong knew he was in the wrong, having prioritized personal feelings over serving the family, so he could only obediently fall silent after being scolded. Before the brief exchange on the platform had concluded, the second squad of 10 had already entered the field. All 10 hailed from the South District, which was under the Xie family's jurisdiction. 5 were mid-stage third rankers and 5 were late-stage. Though they lacked the obvious advantage of the previous squad, which consisted entirely of special forces operatives with abilities, these 10 individuals represented the finest team among the 3 dispatched today. This was because one among them possessed an exceptionally unique ability. He could absorb and merge the powers of others into a massive energy sphere. If that energy sphere struck Feng Qianyue, death was certain. Consider this: when the combined abilities of 10 mid to late stage third-rank powerhouses detonate as one, the resulting devastation rivals that of a missile armed with a nuclear warhead. Even if Feng Qianyue were a 5th stage powerhouse, she would be unable to escape death from such an attack. Only Xie Goen, Xiao Yuanjing, and the 10 who had entered the arena were aware of this ultimate killing technique. The rest remained entirely in the dark. Xiao Qinyu, Xie Qinghong, Qi Mingzhu, and all the spectators on the stands had already concluded that defeat was inevitable upon seeing the second team. Since Feng Qianyue had overcome the first squad, she would naturally handle this one whose strength appeared inferior. Soon after, a second gunshot rang out. When everyone expected the previous round to repeat itself, they watched as this team converged rather than dispersing, gathering behind a single individual. 9 people simultaneously placed their hands on that person's shoulders, their abilities manifesting externally as they continuously channeled power into him. Realizing what was about to unfold, Xiao Qinyu abruptly rose from his seat on the platform, ready to rush down, only for Xiao Yuanjing to swiftly grab him before he could move. Sit down. In just the span of those 2 words, the 9 individuals had already transferred their complete abilities to that single person across the vast competition arena. The energy sphere on that person's chest blazed with unparalleled brilliance and size. Xiao Qinyu's heart leaped to his throat, utterly bewildered as to why Qianqian still hadn't fled. If she won't run, then at least strike first. The spectators erupted in gasps of shock. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai frowned deeply. Their immediate instinct drove them to rush onto the stage. But upon seeing Qianqian's composed expression, the two could only force back their anxieties. The energy transfer took only a fleeting 1 or 2 seconds, yet Feng Qianyue made no move, instead waiting for them to complete their build-up. After all, why waste such a formidable weapon once it was ready? She intended to give the spectators a spectacle they would never forget. How could they ever understand her true power if she didn't first reveal it to them? To those watching, the so-called ultimate weapon was merely a basketball-sized crystal core, offered up on a silver platter for her to absorb. Fearing Feng Qianyue would strike first, the second squad of 10 hurriedly channeled their energy to unleash their teammates' ultimate technique. The person at the forefront lived up to expectations, gathering all energy into a spherical form and hurling it directly at Feng Qianyue. The forcibly compressed abilities could detonate within 3 seconds. The dazzling energy sphere reflected in everyone's pupils, and the figure on the field stood precisely in its direct path, unflinching and centered. The explosion's light erupted, illuminating her entire silhouette. With a gesture of her hand, the energy sphere, still blazing with blinding white radiance halfway through detonation, simply slipped into her palm and vanished. The second squad of 10 stared in utter shock. Xie Goen and Xiao Yuanjing shared the same stunned silence. Xiao Qinyu and Xie Qinghong could only gape in disbelief. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai exchanged glances of utter bewilderment. Every spectator in the stands sat frozen, as though time itself had been suspended. The entire arena fell into absolute silence. 5 seconds later, the training facility erupted with roars that shook the very foundations around them. This move was nothing short of miraculous. Roaring cheers rose and fell like mountain torrents. My God, I can hardly believe my own eyes. Oh my, she's so incredibly powerful. Holy crap, so cool, so cool. That move completely captivated me. Excited young men and women shouted toward Feng Qianyue in the center of the arena. Ah, sister, I want to have babies with you. Have babies, have babies. On the high platform, Xiao Qinyu, whose body had been frozen stiff, slowly sat back into his seat, his eyes locked onto Feng Qianyue without blinking. The heart that had been jumping to his throat suddenly felt numb, as if it couldn't perceive anything anymore. His empty brain and heart had both migrated to Feng Qianyue. Qi Mingzhu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Even when Feng Qianyue was brutally beating herself, she still held back significantly. With just a fraction of her true strength displayed, she could have torn her apart in an instant. Shen Jingma and Jiang Shubai's gazes toward Feng Qianyue could not accommodate anyone else. Qianqian's strength would forever remain beyond their grasp. Mysterious, powerful, inspiring, endless reverie. The two once again marveled at their own fortune in being favored by her. The Bright Moon Squad and Dark Night Squad cheered with all their might, one after another. In this cruel, apocalyptic world, human nature was laid bare, and the instinct to admire the strong was similarly amplified. True strength was the ultimate truth, and Feng Qianyue had won ovations in just 2 matches. What mattered wasn't the number of matches, but how effortlessly she controlled the entire situation. If she had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood and won through sheer struggle, she might have earned the admiration of some, but that would have been merely adequate. Only an overwhelming, decisive victory could drive people to such frenzied irrationality. This was precisely the effect Feng Qianyue had intended. She didn't just want to win. She wanted to win spectacularly. The second squad walked off the stage on their own accord. Their ability reserves were completely depleted and would take at least 10 days or half a month to recover. She was powerful, yet not brutal. Such thoughts had already taken root in many minds. But the competition continued. Through these 2 matches, in just over 10 minutes, everyone had gained a visceral understanding of Feng Qianyue's strength. The third team came from the West District, where Qi Sun resided. This team he assembled also embodied the characteristics of the West District, full of pretenders and thugs with big brothers everywhere. The defining feature was chaos. Since most were mutant-type ability users with all sorts of bizarre powers, Chi Sun had selected 10 big brothers and sisters, whose abilities were most unpredictable and formidable. When the third team entered the arena, Feng Qianyue spotted another familiar face among them, Gu Man, who possessed the Venom ability. Following the armory incident, she and her younger brother Gu Feng had fled in disarray. Now her face, ravaged by the apocalypse, had lost all traces of its former youthful innocence. She had reached the late stage of the third tier. Gu Man had recognized Feng Qianyue the moment she entered. Standing opposite such a powerhouse, now she found it difficult to hold her head high. How could this even be fair? Was there any chance of victory for them? She glanced at her teammates, all looking somewhat shaken, with only one person maintaining a calm expression. Chi Sun had also slipped a killer weapon into the team. Unlike the overt displays like Xie Goen's, this was his secret trump card for achieving victory through surprise. It was precisely because he understood Chi Sun and knew the characteristics of the West District that Xiao Yuanjing had assigned this team to guard the final round, to prepare for any contingency. If the first 2 rounds had truly been held, then this third squad would become humanity's last hope. Qi Mingzhu's heart tightened when she spotted that familiar face in the team. Her father had actually brought this person over, though she didn't know what favors he'd promised. Feng Qianyue also noticed a square-faced man in the team with a steady demeanor emanating an aura of decay. This aura was that of an ability. The gunshot sounded and the third round began. Gu Man mustered the courage to unleash her venom toward Feng Qianyue, while the others around her deployed paralyzing abilities and noxious gases, various unexpected powers materializing across the training ground. Each one was unpredictable and difficult to guard against. But Feng Qianyue blocked them all. When the square-faced man activated his ability within this group, the entire venue erupted in gasps. Dark mist thick as ink pooled beneath the man's feet as he chanted incantations, and paper effigies emerged from the swirling fog. On the stands, Shun Jingma's phoenix eyes narrowed. This was a mutant ability within the darkness system, summoning. Though this particular man's power branch was limited, able to summon only paper effigies. Yet the advantages of paper dolls were enormous. Fire could not consume them, water could not penetrate them, blades could not sever them. Once targeted by these constructs, they would not dissipate until their victim was reduced to fragments. Only a higher-tier darkness user could subdue them. Shin Jingma's palms grew damp with sweat. Qianqian, have you figured out how to handle this? Meanwhile, Jiang Shubai quietly prepared to intervene with his blood-eyed power at any moment. He could render all 10 people on the field combat ineligible. But he had to wait. Acting rashly would disrupt the competition and upset Qianqian. On the high platform, Xiao Qianyu's recently settled heart instantly clenched upon seeing the paper effigies appear. As a light-type ability user, he immediately discerned the nature of these paper dolls. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are the most troublesome. These paper effigies were precisely such relentless spirits, fighting to the death. Xiao Qianyu prepared to call a halt to the match at any moment. Amidst the gasps from the spectators, countless paper dolls leaped into the air and charged toward Feng Qianyue. Yet in the next instant, that figure vanished from sight. Holy crap! Where did she go? How did she disappear? The audience froze in astonishment, and even the paper dolls seemed startled. A deafening explosion shattered the sky above the training ground. Thunder struck from a clear blue sky. Among the rolling crashes, a beast's roar echoed, piercing the soul and sending chills down spines. Look! Look! What is that? Everyone craned their necks upward. Moments ago the sky had been cloudless, but now it was shrouded in dark clouds with a golden dragon wreathed in purple lightning churning within the massive storm fronts. 2 long dragon whiskers blazed with crimson flames. Words could not capture the spectacle before them. Silence fell over the crowd. Between the dragon's 2 horns stood a dark silhouette. That dazzling golden dragon crackling, with purple lightning dove from the heavens, toward the training ground. The vast training ground lay shrouded in shadow. Ultimate pressure became something tangible. The 10 members of the third squad gazed upward at the figure perched between the dragon's horns. Was this truly their opponent? Was this fair? How could mere humans fight a god? The descending golden dragon exhaled a torrent of fire from beside its blazing whiskers, sending the paper effigies, their master and his teammates, scurrying to the far corners in panic. The golden dragon soared toward the high platform, where over a dozen members of the 3 prominent families stood rigid in place. Its massive head halted before the long table. They could feel the searing heat radiating from its whiskers, and its jade-green eyes regarded all living beings like ancient ice. The black-clad girl perched upon the dragon's head extended her hand toward the man at the table's center, a faint smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Would you like to enter my world? Xiao Qianyu's mind went utterly blank. Did he still possess any right to enter her world? Every member of the 3 great families fixated their gaze upon Feng Qianyue, as though they wished to tear out their own eyes to witness her more clearly. Every psychic present could discern the multiple abilities Feng Qianyue was wielding. The metallic ability constituted the golden dragon's body and scales. The lightning ability cloaked its form like garments. The fire ability manifested as its whiskers. The ice ability formed its eyes. The wind ability provided the propulsion for its flight through the 9 heavens. Most crucially, the spiritual ability served as the supreme coordinator. Yet this was Feng Qianyue deploying different abilities simultaneously. What did such simultaneity truly signify? And at this caliber of simultaneity, everyone around the stands could clearly perceive the magnificent dragon before them. Impossibly lifelike, hauntingly beautiful. Feng Qianyue observed the man frozen in place, and chuckled lightly, withdrawing her hand. The golden dragon veered directly toward the opposite stands where everyone erupted into frenzy. Their linguistic systems collapsed into mere screams of pure excitement. Not terror, but exhilaration. Utter, overwhelming exhilaration. They understood this was not a genuine dragon, but a powerful psychic ability made tangible. What drove them to madness was the girl standing atop the dragon's head. The Mingyue squad and Enyi squad gazed at the approaching golden dragon, shouting with abandon at the figure above. Boss! Boss! Our boss is unbelievably cool. Help! I can't breathe. Too awesome. Soon the massive dragon's head halted beside this section of the stands. Feng Qianyue gestured invitingly toward the 2 most outstanding men in the crowd. Both men couldn't suppress their grins as they leapt down from the stands, instantly claiming positions atop the magnificent dragon's head, one at each horn. Shen Jingmo and Zhang Shubai flanked Feng Qianyue. Before the watching crowd, the golden dragon let loose a thunderous roar and soared directly into the clouds, vanishing from sight. On the high platform, Xiao Qinyu stared long at that stretch of sky. His very soul had departed with Feng Qianyue. After Feng Qianyue departed, she brought the 2 men for an aerial excursion before gracefully landing. Having absorbed all the crystal cores last night and transformed them with radiant power, she had broken through from late 6th rank to early 7th rank. This dragon manifestation had consumed nearly half of her current energy reserves. The reason for such tremendous expenditure was to achieve absolutely undeniable impact. As always said, seizing leadership of the base was easy, winning over everyone's hearts was difficult. Therefore she had to create momentum. The greater the better. Judging by the results, the effect was remarkable. After landing, Shen Jingmo and Zhang Shubai could no longer contain their desire to know Feng Qianyue's current rank. They were desperate to understand how vast the chasm between them and their beloved truly was. Upon hearing the 2 words, 7th rank, from Feng Qianyue, both men fell silent, shocked beyond any ability to articulate their feelings. After this devastating blow, an unprecedented intensity of desire to grow stronger ignited within them. If Qianyan was an ascending deity, then they shall be the divine attendants at her side. After Feng Qianyue departed, led by the Mingyue squad and Enyi squad, the crowd chanted in unison, "Leader." Soon the entire training ground erupted as every spectator raised their arms, collectively shouting the word. Each face flushed with excitement, their voices hoarse from shouting. Even though the protagonist had already left, nothing could contain the emotions they desperately needed to release. It resembled the aftermath of an exhilarating championship match, yet they were far more unhinged than any passionate sports fans. A single powerful, fearless silhouette branded itself into everyone's heart. The dragon-taming girl, Feng Qianyue. Among the younger generation of the 3 great families in the high pavilion, even those infected by the fervor joined the chant, only falling silent when their elders cast furious glances their way. Glares notwithstanding, they all recognized that the tide had turned irrevocably. Feng Qianyue had crushed all opposition with sheer strength and earned everyone's allegiance. Even if they resorted to heavy weaponry or underhanded schemes, no one dared voice such suggestions. Feng Qianyue's power could surely annihilate this place. What purpose would the power they clutched serve if the base lay in ruins? Xiao Yuanjing, once full of vigor, appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. The Xiao family's dream of dominating the apocalypse had shattered completely. He stroked his beard and patted his grandson's shoulder, speaking with profound meaning. "Grandfather has grown old. Your judgment surpasses mine. When the moment comes to act decisively. Opportunities do not wait." Xiao Qinyu lowered his gaze, his austere features revealing nothing of his thoughts that even he himself could not decipher. The matter now was not whether he should make his move, but whether he felt worthy of her. Shen Jingmo and Zhang Shubai had walked beside her every step of the way while he had done nothing but stand against her. What right did he now possess to stand at her side? Recalling how he had previously harbored secret grievances about her alleged greediness, he now realized it was not she who was greedy. They simply had nothing meaningful to offer her. Xie Goen turned to his son Xie Qinghong and spoke with gravity. "Son, the Xie family's future honor rests entirely upon your shoulders. Whatever it takes, you must cultivate Feng Qianyue's favor. Make her see you as one of her own. Only then could the Xie family claim a share of the new order." Xie Qinghong flushed red with indignation. "After you orchestrated that grand display, how am I supposed to shamelessly cultivate a relationship with her?" Observing the Xiao and Xie families' shift in stance and acceptance of reality, Chi Sun's eyes darted as he glanced at his daughter beside him, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Darling, you surely know what must be done next without father telling you, right? Go interact with Feng Qianyue more, leave her with a favorable impression. From within her wheelchair, Qi Mingzhu forced a rigid, unnatural smile. All right. Suddenly remembering he was still ignorant of the truth behind her injuries, Qi Sun pivoted the conversation. Tell father honestly, who injured you? Qi Mingzhu's heart lurched, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, it truly was a training accident. Father, rest assured I will certainly make a good impression on Feng Qianyue. With the topic redirected, Qi Sun observed his daughter's enthusiastic cooperation and pressed no further. After all, it couldn't possibly have been Feng Qianyue who struck her. Facing a father kept entirely in the dark, Qi Mingzhu's complexion turned ashen. Ruined. Feng Qianyue would never let the Qi family escape retribution. There would be no place for them in the base's future. Without Feng Qianyue uttering a single word the following day, every document from the entire base appeared before her. Xiao Qianyu had been arranging this since the arena competition concluded. The one delivering the materials was Huang Daxian. Noting his hesitating expression, Feng Qianyue lifted her eyelids slightly. Speak. Huang Daxian blurted out, boss, before hastily correcting himself. Leader, I'm not speaking for the captain without reason, but please don't blame him. The assassin's tricks from the Xie and Qi families at the arena, he had absolutely no knowledge of. Had he known, he would never have allowed them to harm you. Furthermore, the captain truly loves you. Every one of us brothers could see his state was abnormal ever since that farewell at the villa. During the days you weren't at the base, though he never spoke of it, he'd often space out staring at that walkie-talkie. The moment you arrived, his entire being radiated joy. He was overjoyed beyond measure. Sigh. Forgive my meddling, but I wanted to share these words with the leader because from my observations the captain has become somewhat withdrawn lately. Even if you two can't become lovers, I hope you might offer him some guidance. After Huang Daxian finished speaking, he quietly bowed and withdrew from the room. Feng Qianyue's gaze fell upon the stack of meticulously categorized and annotated documents on the desk, a silent smile playing at her lips. Truly not a single thing had changed. Identical to her previous life, stubbornly resolute to the end. Xiao Qianyu, obstinate as he was, truly fell into a state of autistic seclusion. For the entire following week, he locked himself away in his dwelling. All matters concerning the base's reforms were handled privately by him, with his subordinates running errands on his behalf. He also declined to attend high-level meetings. No matter how much Xiao Yuanjing pleaded, he remained unmoved. Feng Qianyue spent a week redividing the base. She dismantled the power structures of the east, west, south, and north regions, retaining only the central district. The assets of the three great families were confiscated in their entirety, then redistributed to individuals based on their capabilities. Members of the Bright Moon Squad and the Dark Knight Squad were assigned to key positions according to their personal strengths. Everyone was overwhelmed with gratitude while simultaneously feeling an immense sense of happiness and fortune. As it turned out, choosing the right path sometimes truly outweighs hard work. Who would have thought that after following their boss into the base for just 2 days, the base would change hands? When one person attains enlightenment, their followers ascend with them. Of course, they would work even harder. Without effort, one could never remain by the boss's side. Shen Jingma was appointed by Feng Qianyue to oversee all the base's superpowered squads. He was well suited to managing teams, full of cunning schemes, sly and treacherous. Zhang Shubai, who disliked social interaction, was assigned a special role by Feng Qianyue, base chief security officer. Although there was no visible threat to the base's security at present, the position was still necessary. Feng Qianyue removed those without strength from the existing structure and replaced them with capable individuals. Even after completing all this, the core foundation remained largely untouched. Under the governance of Xiao Qianyu, the former chief executive, the foundation was as solid as a rock. The vast conference room held a long table. Everyone fixed their gaze on the person at the head of the table, awaiting her next orders. No one dared to sit in the chair opposite her, which had once challenged her authority. Everyone seated themselves in order from the head down, both sides, leaving that chair empty, while those without seats simply stood. After a week of power shifts, Xiao Yuanjing had already prepared himself to retire from the stage. No new leader would place those who had once held power back into important positions. Thus his fate was to remain an idle figure in the base. His grandson was in low spirits, not even attending such an important meeting. The only consolation was that Feng Qianyue had not suppressed the Xiao family. Those with ability were all given decent positions. Xie Guan and Qi Sun shared the same thoughts as Xiao Yuanjing. They too were prepared to retire from the stage at a young age. Xie Qinghong had little desire for power. In his view, it would have been reasonable for Feng Qianyue not to assign him any position. After all, he was a member of the Xie family, having stood on the opposing side in the arena, intent on killing her. Being allowed to sit here peacefully was already her magnanimity. Beside him, Qi Mingzhu dared not even imagine what position she might be assigned. She had offended Feng Qianyue thoroughly, both openly and covertly. She only begged for mercy, hoping that Feng Qianyue would spare her and the Qi family, allowing them to survive the apocalypse under the base's protection. She dared not hope for anything else. The conference room of dozens of people was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Feng Qianyue tapped her finger on the remaining unassigned list on the table. Her cool, clear voice spoke unhurriedly. Xie Qinghong, base chief training instructor. Xie Qinghong's eyes flew wide open in disbelief as he stared at the head of the table. Qi Mingzhu, base security captain. Qi Mingzhu, who had been looking down, snapped her head up. This was absolute authority. Feng Qianyue ignored their ecstatic, fervent gazes, her eyes sweeping over the three original leaders of the Shao, Xie, and Qi families. She curled her lips. You three base general planners. The hope that had kindled in the three elders' hearts after seeing their juniors entrusted with heavy responsibilities instantly shattered. This position was undoubtedly Feng Qianyue's mockery of them. Back then they had made her the general planner. Now she was making them take the role. A title with no substance and no effect. The three smiled bitterly, not daring to utter a single word of protest. The victors are kings, the losers are outlaws. In the apocalypse, the one with the stronger fist calls the shots. Having reached this point was already the best outcome. They could stay idle if they wished. But Feng Qianyue had no intention of letting these three old men be idle. They would all work for her. As she announced one reform and expansion plan after another, everyone present was dumbfounded. Xiao Yuanjing's eyes were filled with shock. Chief, we truly don't have the conditions for such reforms and expansions. Yes, I, old Xie, swear we have concealed nothing. Please believe us. Everything we could hand over we have. Qi Sun was forced to show earnest sincerity. The reason for their strong reaction was that they thought Feng Qianyue was using this method to drive them to their deaths. She was demanding they execute tasks they were incapable of. What's the panic? A steady voice rang out from the head of the table. Everyone stared unblinkingly, waiting for her to speak. Feng Qianyue's gaze swept over the three. You don't have it, but I do. Just carry out the plans. The three exchanged glances, unable to grasp what Feng Qianyue meant by having it. Item after item on the plan would have been difficult to accomplish even before the apocalypse, let alone after. Yet within 2 days they witnessed exactly what Feng Qianyue meant by having it. An inexhaustible supply, like a bottomless pit. Everyone in the upper echelons knew that their chief was not only a 7th-rank powerhouse, but also possessed a boundless spatial realm, a treasure trove. From top to bottom, everyone threw themselves wholeheartedly into the construction of the super base, forging an apocalyptic fortress. Returning to the present. After the meeting ended, Xiao Yuanjing deliberately lingered to ask Feng Qianyue, Chief, about Qianyu. I see you haven't assigned him yet. Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. Him. He remains the chief executive officer. Xiao Yuanjing was stunned at first, then his taut face gradually stretched into a broad smile, joy overflowing. After a hearty laugh, he roared from the depths of his diaphragm, what magnificent spirit! This old man truly admires you. I believe that under your leadership the base can withstand the apocalypse and usher in a new era. The Shao family is willing to devote all its strength in your service, toiling like a horse and dog. The results of this meeting soon reached Xiao Qianyu's ears, through Huang Daxian and Qi Haoyan, who had attended. Upon hearing that he was still the chief executive officer, his dead heart showed signs of rekindling. Yet the rekindling was but a fleeting flash. Soon Xiao Qianyu sank back into self-doubt. How could he still be worthy of this position? How could he deserve to stand by her side? Xiao Qianyu trapped himself in his own world, unable to escape. The more pride he had once carried in his bones, the deeper his inferiority now. He began to entertain the idea of leaving the base to venture out on his own. Staying here wanting to see her, yet afraid to, would eventually drive him mad. He would return only when he could finally break free from this state. On the night after the meeting ended, Xiao Qianyu left a note, packed a simple bag, and stepped out of the house. Under the streetlight stood a familiar figure. Dressed in black from head to toe, lazily leaning against the lamppost, a bottle of soda in hand. Those obsidian-like eyes glanced at him, her voice cold and ethereal. Leaving? Spend the night with me, and I'll let you go. Thump. Xiao Qianyu's hand went limp, the backpack slipping from his single shoulder and crashing to the ground as if it had struck him in the chest. It had been over a week since they'd last seen each other after the arena match. Yet Feng Qianyue's name had crossed his mind countless times. Seeing her familiar face appear so suddenly before him, his eyes stung uncontrollably. He forced himself not to shed pathetic tears. A layer of mist veiled his amber pupils, making them glisten. Feng Qianyue walked over, crushed the empty can in her hand with one motion, and tossed it into the trash can across the street, without even a glance. She stepped forward, grabbed the backpack from the ground with one hand, and seized the collar of his shirt with the other, dragging him back to the house. From a third-person perspective, he looked like a dog caught by the scruff, being hauled home by its owner for punishment. In truth, that was exactly what Feng Qianyue intended. 1 week was the maximum leniency she would grant him. She hadn't expected him to fail to come out on his own, and instead try to leave. She had to straighten him out properly. A disobedient dog deserved a harsh lesson. As he was dragged back into the bedroom, Xiao Qinyu opened his mouth to speak, but the hand gripping his collar suddenly yanked him with force, flinging him onto the sofa. Bang! The thick sofa bounced twice, and the melancholy and sorrow that had filled his heart were replaced by shock. Qian! Slap! Feng Qianyue cut him off with a slap. Strip! The man turned his slapped face back, staring straight at her. His handsome face showed no sadness, no shock, no humiliation. Only bewilderment. Like a dog that didn't know what mistake it had made, but dared not whimper. Feng Qianyue's voice was icy. Want to leave this place? If I don't let you go, can you even walk out of the base gates? After tonight you can go wherever you want. Xiao Qinyu lowered his head, conflicted emotions swallowing him. He reached out and slowly began to unbutton his clothes. Feng Qianyue stood by the sofa, watching his movements without urging, until he was left in only his underwear, every taut muscle line of his powerful body reflected in her eyes. At that moment, Xiao Qianyu's sense of shame finally surfaced. His wheat-colored skin quickly heated under her intense gaze. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet, so he just bowed his head, arms braced on the sofa. Her distinctive cool voice came from above. What are you waiting for? Come here and take mine off. He clenched his palms against the sofa for a moment, then slowly stood and reached out. Feng Qianyue watched him move. His slender fingers bore the calluses from pre-apocalypse, training a rough texture that carried a unique sensation. Soon, with his unhurried movements, only undergarments remained. The man stopped. She raised an eyebrow. Not finished yet. He fidgeted with his hands, still unmoving. Feng Qianyue pressed him down onto the sofa edge, grabbed his chin, and said coldly, a service like this won't make me let you go. If you really want to leave, put in the same effort as last time. Otherwise, I'll take it that you actually want to stay. The touch of their skin ignited Xiao Qianyu's rationality, and his twisted, conflicted heart grew even more chaotic after hearing her words. Did he want to leave or stay? He no longer knew. Gazing at the person so close, his chaotic mind refused to process even a single bit of information. He opened his arms and pulled Feng Qianyue by the waist, pressing her against him. She straddled his lap. His cheek brushed against hers, and his deep, magnetic voice rang out. Why did you come for me? Feng Qianyue caught the undertone of his question. He was simply asking why she who lacked nothing would still seek him out. Hadn't she already answered him back at the research institute? But he was even more insecure now than he had been then. Feng Qianyue grasped the back of his neck and said calmly, because I like you. His kiss landed softly on her cheek, laced with intoxication. How long will you like me? Feng Qianyue remained expressionless. For a very, very long time. How long is very long? Until the day I die. After Feng Qianyue spoke, Xiao Qianyu stopped moving and looked at her, as if trying to confirm whether she was lying. His amber pupils were filled with her reflection. He stared for 3 or 4 seconds, then closed his eyes and kissed her. His wet tongue invaded her mouth, full of endless passion and devotion. That night the entire house was set ablaze with passion. When morning sunlight streamed into the room, Feng Qianyue propped her head on one hand on the wide bed, watching the man slowly open his eyes, and chuckled. I'll personally escort you out of the base later. The man just awakened felt heat rush to his face. Embarrassed, he buried his face in the pillow and mumbled in a hoarse morning voice, No, I don't want to go. I won't leave you. Feng Qianyue's expression turned teasing. Oh, then the other two will have to fight over you. The man turned his face, his expression serious. Then let each compete on his own merits. Feng Qianyue curled the corner of her mouth. With Xiao Qianyu's forceful entry, the tacit agreement between Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai instantly shattered. Originally, the two had agreed that whichever one Feng Qianyue chose, the other would not interfere. But now with the newcomer who didn't follow the rules, disputes arose. During the day, everyone busied themselves with base construction. At night, they fought over who would get to share Qianqian's bed. The three fought fiercely. Literally, physically. The entire base knew that the 3 male consorts of their leader were locked in a bitter struggle for her favor, fighting until the sky went dark and the earth lost its light. Many superpowered individuals would even go to the training grounds to watch, hoping to gain insights and improve by witnessing the pinnacle fighters' clashes. Feng Qianyue chose not to suppress their fights. The 3 were evenly matched, and none could kill the other. More fighting would only boost their strength. To outdo the other 2, the 3 of them drove themselves to the brink. They were either learning a new ability or on the path to mastering one. Yet no matter how hard they pushed themselves, none could match Feng Qianyue's intensity. The construction of the super base was handled by a multitude of capable people who she only needed to provide the necessary materials, leaving little else for her to worry about. Occasionally high-level zombies would attack the city, and Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai, and Xiao Qianyu would use them as practice. When she had nothing else to do, Feng Qianyue would meditate on the radiant power. Over a month passed, and she rose from the early 7th rank to the late 7th rank. Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai, and Xiao Qianyu all broke through from the 4th rank to the mid and late 5th ranks. The super base had begun to take shape, expanding more than threefold from its original size, and attracting survivors from all over the country. Under Feng Qianyue's deliberate dissemination, the reputation of a super base in the East quickly spread from neighboring countries to the entire world. Everyone spoke of the Eastern apocalyptic utopia, where self-sufficient living was a dream. Top experts from various nations began to travel in groups crossing mountains and rivers to reach it. Among the throng heading toward the apocalyptic utopia was a man with white hair and starry eyes, an extraordinary aura accompanied by two subordinates traveling light. The man stood atop a mountain peak, gazing toward the base. Ling Yan blinked his brilliant starry eyes and let out a faint smile. Feng Qianyue will meet again. The main base was renamed from Spark Base to Bright Moon Base. The current Bright Moon Base was brimming with vitality. As the base expanded and underwent renovations, it continuously welcomed more people to join the reconstruction efforts. Within the base, all cultivated crops, grains, vegetables, fruits, and every other plant were grown from seeds that Feng Qianyue obtained for free from the system mall, then entrusted to the base's expert team, and all would attribute superpowered individuals for collective cultivation. With science and superpowered abilities, integrated growth proved remarkably promising. Additional equipment was deployed on top of the existing infrastructure to purify contaminated water sources. The base no longer relied on dwindling reserves, but achieved self-sufficiency. The post-apocalyptic utopia truly lived up to its reputation. Everyone who arrived at Bright Moon Base was registered and assigned to appropriate roles. Rather than simply a base, this had become a new nation. Feng Qianyue's renown had spread across the world, drawing top-tier superpowered individuals from other lands who possessed the strength to cross the seas, each drawn by her legendary reputation. The entire base was bustling with activity. Everyone except their leader Feng Qianyue, who remained comparatively idle. Yet this frantic energy was something everyone welcomed. Each day brought fulfillment and hope for the future. Qi Mingzhu and Xie Qinghong exchanged brief greetings as their respective groups met, then each rushed off to their own duties. Their youthful faces had matured with the weight of responsibility, carrying burdens far heavier than before. The days of immediate conflict upon meeting were long past. They had all reached the mid-level of the fourth rank. Xiao Yuanjing, Xie Goen, and Qi Sun no longer harbored ill intentions toward each other. They spent the entire day supervising construction, ensuring no one slacked off, their energy surpassing even that of the younger generation. Xiao Qianyu, serving as chief executive officer, handled virtually all of Feng Qianyue's miscellaneous matters in full authority. In essence, he was her personal assistant. Shun Jingma oversaw management of all superpowered squads, including mission assignments and reward-punishment decisions. The constant influx of squads, many comprising foreign superpowered individuals, kept him so occupied that he could only steal fleeting moments of intimacy with Feng Qianyue through work opportunities. Zhang Shubai fared no better than the other two. As the base's chief security officer, he had initially assumed there would be little to worry about regarding safety. But as the base expanded rapidly, high-tier zombies and various mutated flora and fauna emerged periodically. His approach boiled down to a single word: kill. Members of the Bright Moon Squad and Dark Knight Squad were all shining in their critical roles. Maintaining such a large base without incident required the ability to manage numerous powerful individuals simultaneously. Feng Qianyue had achieved this flawlessly. Those who joined the base later were quickly assimilated by the original 10,000 members, hearing first-hand accounts of how formidable and untouchable their leader had been. Witnessing fifth-rank experts and numerous fourth-rank superpowered individuals all serving under the leader left no room for doubt about her capabilities. Ling Yan traveled while absorbing these legends about Feng Qianyue finally arriving at the base. Stories tend to grow and distort with each retelling. While he accepted that Feng Qianyue stood among humanity's strongest on Blue Star, claims of her mastering all elemental types, possessing infinite space, and coordinating multiple superpowered abilities simultaneously made Ling Yan hesitate in his belief. Yet standing before the gates of Bright Moon Base, he sensed those tales might actually be true. This place completely transcended his imagination. Only a couple of months had passed since he left Blue Star, yet humanity had constructed such a magnificent fortress, and at its heart stood Feng Qianyue. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Feng Qianyue had grown into a grave threat to the Yu clan. Despite his awe, he had not forgotten why he had returned. Through the collaboration between the Yin clan and the Yu clan, 1/3 of Blue Star's energy would be claimed by the Yin clan upon detonation. Possessing this share would strengthen the Yin clan's position in the upcoming Great War of all races. His mission was to accelerate Blue Star's destruction and eliminate Feng Qianyue. He would carry out the first objective without hesitation. As for the second, he had already made his decision before arriving. He only needed to neutralize her influence, so she could not obstruct the Yu clan's plan. He could not bring himself to kill her personally. But it was clear now that Feng Qianyue had become the greatest obstacle standing between them and Blue Star's destruction. Ling Yan stood in line, lost in thought. What should he do? Was he really expected to eliminate her himself? A call of "Chief" snapped him back to reality. He would worry about that later. Today, Tim Muling was on duty at the main gate. Having reached the late stage of the third rank, she now commanded one of the 100-person squads tasked with guarding the base entrance. Amidst the long queue, she spotted Ling Yan immediately, not from particularly sharp eyesight, but because he stood out so distinctly. Silver hair, starlit eyes, every feature flawlessly sculpted. She had encountered many powerful foreigners, yet none compared to this man's striking beauty. An androgynous face, an elegant frame draped in dark blue robes embroidered with intricate ancient patterns that radiated an air of mystery. He resembled a sorcerer stepped from a painting. Ling Yan had noticed Tan Muling's gaze long ago and remained expressionless as he wrote down his prepared alias when his turn arrived. Feng Yang. Tan Muling glanced at the name and immediately thought of Feng Chao, the only fallen member of the Bright Moon Squad to date. It was a pity Feng Chao never witnessed how formidable Qianqian had become. Recovering her composure, Tan Muling instructed the man before her to demonstrate his abilities. This time Ling Yan had no intention of concealing his power. To get close to Feng Qianyue and monitor her every move, he first needed to capture her attention. When resplendent power erupted from within him, everyone gathered at the base entrance was nearly blinded by its brilliance. Tan Muling endured the stinging sensation to study this formidable energy. As the display faded, she hurriedly asked, "What ability is that?" "Resplendent power," Ling Yan answered honestly. Because even if he spoke the truth, humans had no understanding of what it truly was. He harbored no fear of being connected to Feng Chao's earlier abilities. Back then his projected spirit occupied a human vessel, and the compressed resplendent power could only manifest minimally, which was why he rarely revealed it. Now, however, this body was no longer human. He had deployed his true form by utilizing the Yin clan's ultimate treasure. Though still restrained by the plane's suppression and unable to unleash his full strength, even this partial display was more than enough to shatter the highest limitations the Yu clan had imposed on humanity. Below the 9th rank, all were mere insects. Yet Ling Yan could never have imagined that Feng Qianyue too had comprehended the resplendent power, an ability Tan Muling knew all too well. Once confirmed that this was indeed one of their leader's abilities, Tan Muling sent someone to notify Shen Jingma immediately, since the 3-person team was registered under the superpowered squad that fell under his jurisdiction. Within moments, a dark figure flashed past, and Shen Jingma appeared at the base entrance. Ling Yan barely caught the slight furrow of Shen Jingma's brows. 2 months apart, and he still despised this man. Shen Jingma scrutinized him from head to toe. The more he looked, the more confused he became. The silver-haired man possessed the same resplendent power as Qianqian, but far more concentrated. To be safe, he launched into a more thorough interrogation. But Ling Yan had prepared for every question in advance, claiming to come from a certain tribe, having stumbled upon rumors of an apocalyptic utopia in the east, and therefore enduring mountains and rivers to reach this place. Every other answer was equally flawless. Unable to verify the truth, Shen Jingma ultimately demanded a fight to assess his current power level. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes and agreed. He had long wanted to properly beat up Shen Jingma. The two made their way to the base training ground. Watching them depart, Tan Muling's heart pounded. While Brother Shun was formidable, Feng Yang's resplendent power was even more concentrated than their leaders. Fearing something might go wrong, Tan Muling gave her subordinates instructions and rushed off to send a message to Feng Qianyue. "Qianqian. Focus." In the chief's office. Reclining in a plush chair, Feng Qianyue was reviewing documents for approval with one hand, while the other traced the taut waist of the man beside her. Xiao Qianyu's ears flushed crimson, his immaculate attire slightly disheveled with the hem of his shirt half tucked and half pulled out. Feng Qianyue signed contracts with her left hand, while her right hand harbored different intentions. Ever since she became the chief, the 3 men had been busier than she was, leaving her only the evenings to savor a taste of intimacy. Before she could fully indulge, dawn would break and the cycle of work would begin anew. To be precise, it was they who had to get busy. Thus Feng Qianyue had developed the habit of sneaking in little sweet treats whenever an opportunity arose. Xiao Qianyu's arrival to submit important documents for approval was a chance she seized. "Unfasten your belt," Feng Qianyue said without looking up. The man had long been aroused by her touch, but had been suppressing it. His low magnetic voice rang out. "Be good, there's still work to do. The time is too short." The implication was that it would be unsatisfying. Unsatisfying was certainly true. Feng Qianyue hadn't intended to go all the way, as she was just taking advantage of the moment to play. As for how miserable the other party would be when he left, that was beyond her concern. For a puppy that already belonged to her, Feng Qianyue never hesitated to indulge her own appetite. She signed the last page of the report with her left hand, then swept everything on the desk aside. With her right hand, she grabbed the hem of his shirt and yanked him toward her, rising to press him down onto the desk. Bang! A sound neither loud nor soft echoed. Xiao Qianyu's taut Adam's apple rolled as his stoic face flushed with heat. "Qian." His burning lips met hers, cool and soft. The girl's delicate palm clasped his large hand, her slender fingers interlacing with his, pinning them above his head. Her kiss was lingering and light, yet her movements were forceful and domineering. Xiao Qianyu adored her in this moment. His suppressed rationality completely shattered. Whatever work awaited later was utterly forgotten. All he wanted now was to seize more fiercely. Just as he was about to counterattack, a frantic knock sounded at the door. All motion ceased abruptly. The two on the desk rose in sync, straightening their clothes. "Enter," Feng Qianyue said in a low voice. Tan Mulin pushed the door open and, disregarding the tense atmosphere, cut straight to the point. "Chief, we just received a foreign superpowered individual. His ability is very similar to your radiant power, but extremely dense. Brother Shin has taken him to the training ground to test his strength." A dark gleam flashed in Feng Qianyue's eyes. Her tone was calm. "I understand. Thank you for the trouble." Tan Mulin's face warmed. "It's my duty, boss. I'll be off then." She closed the door behind her. Once the door was shut, Xiao Qianyu's steady voice rang out. "I'll head to the training ground to check." "Go ahead with your work. I'll handle it." Feng Qianyue rose on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to the man's lips. "We'll continue tonight." The next moment her figure vanished from the spot. In the empty office, the man clenched his fist against his lips, as if savoring the lingering taste, his face still flushed with unsated desire. Training ground. Xie Qinghong was leading a group in training when he saw Shun Jingmao and his entourage approaching from afar. He went to meet them and inquired about the matter. Upon learning that Shun Jingmao was to spar with the newly arrived foreigner, he immediately cleared the training ground. As the base's top powerhouse, Shun Jingmao rarely had opportunities to fight in recent times. Previously, one could still see him exchange a few rounds with Xiao Qianyu and Jiang Shubai, but now everyone was too busy. Xie Qinghong led his subordinates to the observation zone to watch and learn. Though they didn't know the strength of the white-haired foreigner, the fact that Shun Jingmao personally tested him indicated he must be special. And indeed, that proved true. The moment the white-haired youth made his first move, Xie Qinghong was stunned. Radiant power, even denser than the chief's. Who in the world was this guy? As soon as they engaged, Shun Jingmao's heart sank. He could feel the same oppressive pressure he experienced when facing Qianqian's attacks. That pressure wasn't from a difference in rank. It was the pressure of this radiant power. To force this Feng Yang to reveal more of his true strength, Shun Jingmao unleashed every ability he had comprehended. One after another, the spectators in the stands erupted in continuous exclamations of surprise. No wonder the dark attribute Big Shot had comprehended so many astonishing abilities. Only Xie Qinghong's brow furrowed deeper. What he saw was the white-haired youth countering every move without suffering a single disadvantage. Ling Yin on the field was inwardly astounded. Shun Jingmao's growth had opened his eyes. It seemed not only was Feng Qianyue a freak, but the kept man she raised was also a freak. However, suppressing him was still a bit beyond reach. Ling Yin decided to teach this fellow a lesson to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. After dismantling another move, a bow formed from radiant power appeared in his hand. Beneath his feet, a dazzling halo resembling a swirling galaxy suddenly bloomed. He raised his hand, knocked 3 light arrows simultaneously, and released them without hesitation. Targeted by 3 light arrows of radiant power, Shun Jingmao's mind screamed in alarm. The dark domain beneath his feet was suppressed by the encroaching halo from the opponent. This was the first time his body had been immobilized within his own absolute domain. Shun Jingmao gritted his teeth, straining to break free. Either break the suppression or be struck by all 3 arrows. His powerful will to break free caused the dark domain beneath him to waver. Amid the opponent's astonished expression, he barely managed to dodge the 3 arrows. The dark domain vanished, and all of Shun Jingmao's supernatural energy was drained in an instant from the struggle. He collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. Suddenly overwhelmed by the backlash of immense dark attribute energy, Ling Yin staggered, clutching his chest, and used all his radiant power to repair the damage to his spiritual body. He had never imagined that a lowly life form like Shun Jingmao could actually harm his spiritual body. Below the 9th rank, no one could injure him, and Shun Jingmao was currently at the late 5th rank, with his miscellaneous abilities elevating him to roughly the 6th rank level. Ling Yin could only attribute the incident to Shun Jingmao's extraordinary will to resist. Watching Shun Jingmao now incapacitated, Ling Yin knocked another light arrow, aiming directly at his heart. At that moment, he couldn't quite articulate his thoughts. Killing Shun Jingmao would eliminate a key ally of Feng Qianyue and reduce the number of rising powerhouses who could alter the apocalyptic destruction of the Blue Star. Perhaps there was another reason. He simply despised this guy. On the observation platform, Xie Qinghong was about to descend to help Shun Jingmao when the scene before him made his heart stop. Watch out! The light arrow shot through the air towards Shun Jingmao's heart. A blur streaked by, and the man on the ground vanished. Feng Qianyue holding the pail, Shun Jingmao dodged the light arrow and soared into the air. Her gaze fixed on the white-haired man below. Their eyes met, and those starry pupils shimmered as if time itself slowed to a dramatic, elongated second. Feng Qianyue curled her lips into a faint, knowing smile. Feng Zhao, long time no see. As Feng Qianyue landed with Shun Jingmao in her arms, Xie Qinghong and his group rushed forward, glaring at Ling Yin with united hostility. They awaited only her command to unleash every skill they possessed in attack. Feng Qianyue retrieved a 5th-level crystal core from her spatial storage and guided Shen Jingma's hand to absorb it. The man, having narrowly escaped death, leaned weakly against her shoulder, his other arm loosely encircling her neck as he nuzzled the top of her head. With a hint of grievance, he murmured, "Brother, thought he would never see you again." Feng Qianyue squeezed his waist gently. "Don't be afraid." Across from them, a familiar, yet unfamiliar restlessness stirred in Ling Yan's chest. No matter how much time passed, he still despised the two of them clinging together like this. He should have killed Shen Jingma faster. Once the crystal core was rapidly absorbed, Feng Qianyue handed Shen Jingma over to Xie Qinghong, instructing him to take the man to rest while she dealt with the situation. Though reluctant, neither dared to defy her decision. When the group dispersed, Feng Qianyue raised her eyelids and looked at the figure opposite. "What should I call you?" Meeting her bright black pupils, Ling Yan replied instinctively, "Feng." Feng Yang. He had almost slipped up. For a moment guilt flickered through him, but seeing that Feng Qianyue paid it no heed, he breathed a sigh of relief, while a complex emotion churned deep within him. To Feng Qianyue, now who commanded such a vast base and managed so many subordinates, Feng Chao, the insignificant underling of the past, must have long been forgotten. Her life was not lacking in those willing to die for her. Feng Qianyue studied him discreetly. His figure and features were unexpectedly striking. Could this be his true form? Not bad. Whether his reappearance was as friend or foe, it was beneficial to her. At the very least, he knew the hidden truth behind the apocalypse of Blue Star. Regardless of whether he was an ally or a collaborator, Feng Qianyue had no intention of letting him escape this time. She would tether him to her side like a dog. Feng Qianyue's expression remained composed. "Mr. Feng, let's find a place to discuss how you will compensate me." The man's demeanor stiffened. "Compensate for what? You nearly killed my man. Don't you owe me an explanation?" Feng Qianyue's gaze turned sharp. "I suppose compensation is due." A flicker of light passed through Ling Yan's eyes. He had been seeking an opportunity to get close to her. Now that the chance was handed to him on a silver platter, he could not refuse. Feng Qianyue had someone arrange for Feng Yang's two subordinates while she led him back to her residence. Since the base began its expansion, she as the leader had moved out of the original villa and now resided in an independent Chinese-style building. Its design was exquisite, offering far more comfort. Xiao Qinyu, Shen Jingma, and Zhang Shubai lived with her, each with their own room. Stepping inside, Ling Yan surveyed the surroundings, recalling the first time he entered Feng Qianyue's imperial villa. That house, though decent, paled in comparison to this one. Just as the present Feng Qianyue was far more radiant than her former self, her energy field now far more formidable. Ling Yan's lips curled imperceptibly, but his smile froze when his gaze fell upon a framed photograph on the wall. It was a group photo. The girl in the picture sat in a chair draped in a floor-length black gown. Behind her, a red-eyed man rested his arms on the back of the chair, crossing them to encircle her. On either side of the chair knelt two men, one leaning against her leg, the other holding her ankle. The one in black was the detestable Shen Jingma. The one in white he also recognized, Xiao Qinyu. Even the red-eyed man was the strange youth he had once fought. And when he had inquired about this fellow from the Fu tribe, they claimed ignorance. Fine. Truly worthy of Feng Qianyue. Keeping three male consorts at once. And all three were extraordinary humans. Ling Yan's good mood evaporated as a saying came to mind. A leopard never changes its spots. Feng Qianyue's inherent lust would always exist. Ling Yan clenched his palm hidden within his robe, forcibly suppressing the surging restlessness. Even though he was no longer using a human body, everything he had experienced here remained imprinted in his spirit form. As the chief of the Yin tribe, bearing the rise and fall of his people, how could a mere lowly life form affect him? "What are you thinking?" A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from behind. "And nothing." Ling Yan stammered involuntarily, chiding himself for being nervous. She didn't even know who he was. "Come sit." After the man sat down, Feng Qianyue spoke with deliberate implication. It must have been arduous to travel such a great distance to get here. Knowing how astute Feng Qianyue was, Ling Yan adhered to the principle of less said, fewer mistakes, and simply nodded. Feng Qianyue paid no mind to his reaction, and continued, "Since you've gone to such trouble to come here, if you want to live in this base, you must abide by the rules. A mere test, and you were ready to kill. No one would keep you here." The man nodded again. Feng Qianyue fixed her gaze on his sparkling starry eyes, a malicious smile curving at the corner of her lips. "Good. Since you know you've erred, I'll give you a chance to make amends. I've always been clear in rewards and punishments. As punishment, you will be my slave from today onward for a period of 1 month. Ling Yan's pupils contracted. "Is there no other penalty?" A light voice drifted over. "There is. Hand over 3 10th-level crystal cores, and I'll let you off." Ling Yan's face instantly turned solemn. "Fine, then I'll be the slave." Not to mention 3 10th-level cores. He couldn't even produce a single 9th-level one. On Blue Star, the fastest evolution so far had only reached 6th-level zombies. Whether zombies or ability users' evolution could at most reach the late 8th level. There would never be a 9th level, let alone a 10th. Those who surpassed the 10th level were qualified to enter his own plane of existence. The Fu tribe's black hole, I was in plain terms merely a rare treasure from his plane. The red rain it produced did not possess the power to allow humans to break through to another plane. Ling Yin consoled himself. Slave was just a slave. This trip back he had to help the Fu tribe advance the destruction of Blue Star, while also keeping an eye on Feng Qianyue to prevent her from causing trouble. Though it was far from his ideal role of being a trusted subordinate by her side, the advantage was that he would have more opportunities to get close to her. It would be easier to monitor her actions and less likely to be discovered. Hearing the man's agreement, Feng Qianyue smiled and picked up the wine glass on the table to moisten her throat. This fellow had indeed returned with a purpose. If not for a hidden agenda with his previous personality, he would never have accepted the identity of a slave. Moreover, with his strength, he could freely leave the base. Yet he accepted the offered stepping stone and stayed. Feng Qianyue was not so narcissistic as to think that the words she had spoken before her death had brought him back here. She was 100% certain that this time, he carried a purpose, one closely tied to her. No matter what scheme he was plotting, she would not let him succeed. To tame such an arrogant creature, one must despise, suppress, and crush his pride. Feng Qianyue pointed to a room in the corner. You'll stay there from now on. All right. Ling Yan's heart leaped with joy, not expecting to so easily obtain a place in Feng Qianyue's house. But after seeing the room, he blinked in disbelief. Was this his room? He dared say it was the smallest, tiniest room in the entire house. So small that it could only fit a single bed. Was this a doghouse? And wasn't Feng Qianyue supposed to be a beauty-obsessed hedonist? Even as a slave, was she treating him this harshly? He dared say the rooms of the other 3 men were more than 10 times the size of his. Lying in the palm-sized room, Ling Yan stared at the bare ceiling, a turbulent mix of bitterness and humiliation surging within him. He couldn't help but recall a thought from before. Seduce Feng Qianyue and drain her energy. Once she lost her power, her strength would be greatly diminished, and she would naturally be unable to play a significant role in the destruction of Blue Star. This would not only ensure the smooth progress of the mission, but also improve his treatment here. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Whether he could actually drain her or not, it was worth a try. No time like the present. Ling Yan decided to start that very night. First, he would need to have his subordinates inquire about how to seduce someone. That was something he truly didn't know. The news that a slave had moved into the house reached Xiao Qinyu, Shun Jingma, and Jiang Shubai one by one upon their return that evening. All 3 reacted in precisely the same way. They were all on high alert. They had fought tooth and nail to reach this relatively harmonious arrangement. The arrival of another would inevitably spark a fresh round of rivalry. What alarmed them most was this slave's exceptionally striking appearance and noble bearing. So handsome it seemed unreal. None dared wager whether Qianyue would take a liking to him. Mercifully, she clearly hadn't taken to him at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned such a cramped room. This house certainly wasn't lacking in spacious chambers. It was evident that Qianyue's arrangement was a form of punishment. Shun Jingma felt a secret sweetness about this. Qianyue must be treating Feng Yang this way because of him. Yet beneath that sweetness, Shun Jingma hadn't completely abandoned his reasoned sentiment. He understood perfectly well that the real reason Feng Qianyue kept the person under her watchful eye was observation. The individual possessed formidable strength and an unknown background. Xiao Qinyu and Jiang Shubai grasped this same reasoning. All 3 were displeased, yet helpless about Feng Yang's arrival. Ling Yan feigned indifference to these 3 men's attitudes while harboring utter contempt within. After all, he had only promised to be Feng Qianyue's personal slave. These 3 male favorites of hers could forget ever receiving a favorable expression from him. That evening, after Feng Qianyue finished checking on Shun Jingma's recovery and gave Jiang Shubai a goodnight kiss, she finally entered Xiao Qinyu's room. They had agreed upon this arrangement in the afternoon. Now that the 3 had ceased their fighting, they had adopted a strategy of spiritual victory to cope with the dire shortage of women. Each firmly believed themselves to be Qianyue's favorite. Whether true or not, they had convinced themselves it was so. That night, Ling Yan shed his long robe and changed into a more alluring outfit, using spiritual energy to imbue his body with a sweet fragrance. Anyone who caught even a whiff would be seized with an irresistible urge to bite. This was the method his subordinate had inquired about. How to seduce someone. Dress provocatively and possess a natural scent. 8 characters, remarkably simple. Ling Yan deemed seduction would be a cinch. However, reality was about to teach him a profound lesson. He never even got the chance to approach Feng Qianyue, because she was genuinely swamped with work. Exiting Shun Jingma's room, then entering Jiang Shubai's room, and finally going into Xiao Qinyu's room, where she simply refused to leave. Fine. How was he supposed to seduce anyone under these circumstances? Yet such obstacles were far from sufficient to defeat him. Ling Yan ground his teeth, endured a sleepless night, and finally seized his opportunity the next day. Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai, and Xiao Qinyu all departed early in the morning, leaving only Feng Qianyue still slumbering in her room. Before the mirror in the living room bathroom, Ling Yan pulled his collar even wider, tousled his dazzling white hair, and leaned down to sniff his body scent. Not too strong, not too faint. Everything perfectly balanced. With preparations complete, he took a glass of warm water and knocked on Feng Qianyue's door. Enter. A languid husky voice drifted out. He pushed open the door and took in the room's entirety. Xiao Qianyu's quarters were exceptional in both size and decor. Ling Yan silently rolled his eyes. Suppressing the resentment in his heart, he carried the water to the bedside. Nestled within pristine white bedding, the girl lay in a delicate lilac spaghetti strap nightgown, her raven black hair cascading across the pillow, crimson lips slightly parted as she gazed at him with drowsy eyes. Brought you water. Ling Yan spoke somewhat awkwardly. She sat up from the covers, leaning against the headboard, her cool and slightly hoarse voice addressing him. Feed me. What? Feng Qianyue leaned lazily against the headboard, repeating herself. Feed me the water. Ling Yan heard her clearly this time. Remembering his mission to seduce her, he tightened his grip on the water glass and drew closer. You? Tilt your head back a bit. Feng Qianyue remained unmoved, her gaze lifting to meet his. The man leaned forward, his loose collar drooping downward, offering an unobstructed view of his delicate, exquisite features from her vantage point. She subtly curled her lips, drawling slowly. Your status is that of a slave. Must the master accommodate you just to drink water? Support my head. A flash of humiliation crossed his handsome features. He extended his large palm, gently cradling the back of her head, while his other hand brought the cup's rim to her lips, tilting it upward. Feng Qianyue parted her lips, allowing the water to flow smoothly down her throat. She tilted her head back, gazing up at him. He averted his eyes, unable to hold her gaze. The water was minimal and soon drained. Ling Yan clutched the empty cup, his feet rooted to the floor. He was contemplating his next move in this seduction. Damn it. Why hadn't his subordinate gathered more comprehensive intelligence? When knowledge is needed, that's when you realize its inadequacy. In matters of the heart, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Ling Yan racked his brains. Observing the contemplative expression on the man's face, Feng Qianyue internally sighed with resignation. This fellow had grown more handsome and formidable, yet his transparent intentions regarding seduction were utterly incapable of concealment. Did he genuinely believe she was so shallow in this regard? Thinking a handsome face and a casual gesture would be sufficient to win her over. He intended to seduce her, drain her energy. His calculations remained unchanged from before. Though admittedly his current appearance did cater precisely to her aesthetic sensibilities. Slender limbs, well-defined bone structure, appearing sacred and untouchable. Yet that soft voice of his simply invited provocation. If he wanted to scheme against her, she would ensure he ended up the one suffering total losses. While Ling Yan racked his brains over his next seduction maneuver, Feng Qianyue had already commenced her own operations. She spoke unhurriedly. Are you wearing perfume? She had finally taken notice. No, it's my natural scent. The fragrance he manufactured with spiritual energy. He wasn't wrong to call it his natural scent. Come closer. Let me smell. Ling Yan's heart lurched, shame mingling with elation. Feng Qianyue had taken the bait. Elated as he was, Ling Yan self-consciously leaned his body forward, feeling his blood course more slowly through his veins. This business of seduction still made him rather nervous. Feng Qianyue found his hesitant, dilatory manner utterly insufferable, identical to before with absolutely no sign of improvement. He claimed to be seducing her, yet conducted himself like a complete blockhead at every turn. She seized his garment hem and yanked him forward. The man, caught off balance, tumbled forward onto the bed, pressing down upon her thighs through the quilt. Just as he prepared to rise, Feng Qianyue pressed his head down. Don't move. Ling Yan's face buried in the bedding, burning a vivid pink. The exposed nape of his neck suddenly encountered a cool touch. Tingling, prickling, making his very heartstrings quiver. She was smelling him. Realizing this, Ling Yan's entire being erupted in heat. Are you finished smelling? What's the rush? Her voice rose softly from behind his neck. With each word she spoke, more breath collided with his nape, striking his heart like a war drum and making him desperately wish to leap up and flee. He simply wished for this torment to end. Seducing Feng Qianyue had been far too easy in his own imagination. He simply couldn't execute it, truly couldn't. He rushed to speak. This position is uncomfortable. Endure it. Her cold, clear voice was succinct yet forceful. Ling Yan clutched the bedding beneath him. He endured. So long as he could endure this once, he would never attempt to seduce her again. Yet the delectable, sweet treat that had delivered itself to her doorstep, Feng Qianyue had no intention of relinquishing the chance to savor it. The finger bones resting on the man's nape threaded through his hair. The white locks were soft and comfortable, while her other hand gripped his half-exposed shoulder bone. She bent down and sank her teeth into his nape. Up. The man let out a short, sharp cry. It was muffled in the bedding, soft and unresisting. Though his body was all hard bones, his voice was unexpectedly evocative. Don't bite me, he protested after the cry. But his protest, paired with his soft tone, carried no intimidation at all. Feng Qianyue lifted her head and leaned close to his ear, almost touching. Protest again, and I'll bite somewhere else. The man's earlobe visibly turned from pink to red, then blazing red. He buried his face in the blanket, silent. Feng Qianyue silently curved her lips, gently pressed against his scorched earlobe, and said in a melodious voice, "Or perhaps, you want me to bite somewhere else?" Ling Yin, overwhelmed with shame and anger, was so startled by her words that he quickly turned his head to face her and protest. But he ignored the distance between them, so close that merely lifting his cheek would make them touch. Feng Qianyue didn't dodge, as she simply watched as his cheek brushed past hers, his kiss landing on the corner of her lips. Thus a kiss that was not quite aligned was born. Ling Yan's mind went blank in an instant, his entire body tensed up, his limbs numb. At this moment, he could not smell his own scent. His nostrils were filled entirely with the fresh fragrance of the other, entwining his soul and making him instinctively want to press closer. The moment he moved, the other pulled away and the hand on him withdrew at the same time. His flowing starry eyes froze, his face filled with astonishment. Then an overwhelming wave of shame engulfed him. Feng Qianyue had rejected his kiss. She had actually rejected his kiss. It was fine if she rejected him before, but why now? Was he not good looking? Did she not like him like this? What did she even like? Ling Yin roared inwardly as he got up and rushed straight out of the room, not even taking his water cup. At this moment, he was completely unaware that his feelings had gone astray. There was no regret over failing to absorb energy, only a breakdown over being rejected for a kiss. Feng Qianyue watched the slammed door, picked up the empty water cup from the blanket, and casually placed it on the table, letting out a helpless chuckle. This guy really was cuter like this. Like a beautiful, fluffy creature with its fur bristled. Escaping back to his room, Ling Yin buried himself entirely in the bed covers to calm down and calm down again. Feng Qianyue's touch, he didn't feel comfortable at all. Feng Qianyue's rejection, he didn't feel upset either. Ling Yin kept telling himself that this was the influence of the former human body causing him to develop human emotions. This was not his true feeling, it was a deception by a low-level life form. He would never be fooled. After an unknown time, Ling Yin finally managed to calm himself completely. From now on, he would absolutely have no intimate contact with Feng Qianyue. He would control himself from the source and no longer fall for human emotions. As for the mission, he would stick to his original plan. If he couldn't target Feng Qianyue directly, he would help the Fu tribe's black hole accelerate the evolution of zombies, animals, and plants to kill more human powerhouses. As for Feng Qianyue, he would find ways to sabotage her base construction, preventing her from forming an absolute defense. With internal strife and external threats, even if Feng Qianyue alone was powerful, she could not save launching from collapse. For launching, this was a doomed chess game. As long as humans could not surpass the 9th rank, they would all be destroyed along with launching's collapse. This genetic lock had been planted on this land since the first Red Rain. No infected species could escape. And even if some surpassed it without a medium for transmission, they could not leave launching. Ling Yin suppressed the surging emotions within him, his eyes filled with determination. Feng Qianyue went out and called him to follow. When they met again, both were extremely calm, as if the morning's events had never happened. The slay's work was easier than Ling Yin had imagined. He just followed Feng Qianyue and did whatever she asked. And usually she didn't need him to do anything. Because wherever she went, there were plenty of people eager to do things for her. Ling Yin couldn't even get the job of pouring tea or water. He was happy to be idle. But the idleness didn't last forever. In the evening, Feng Qianyue happened to meet Jiang Shubai passing by while inspecting the warehouse. The young man left his subordinates behind, and without a word walked up and embraced her fully. Having not seen her for 8 or 9 hours, his longing was overflowing. The base management had long been accustomed to this. Everyone knew that the 3 top leaders of the base were the 3 little husbands of the chief. Each of them loved the chief to death. Jiang Shubai hugged her and wouldn't let go. His subordinates, being very tactful, said they would go deal with work first. After the group noisily left, only 3 people remained on the scene. Ling Yin watched the two embracing, clenched his palms, and forced a smile on his face. He wasn't annoyed at all, he was extremely delighted now. The emotions of such low-level life forms as humans couldn't affect him at all. Feng Qianyue didn't even glance at the Feng Yang, standing beside her, and took Jiang Shubai's hand to walk into the warehouse. She was well-versed in handling his clingy behavior. Ling Yin took a step to follow, but Feng Qianyue stopped him coolly. Wait outside. The warehouse door opened and closed again. A cold wind blew, and Ling Yin felt chilled from head to toe. Inside the warehouse. The vast warehouse was very quiet. As soon as the door closed, the young man couldn't wait to kiss her. Last night, it was Xiao Qinyu. The night before, it was Shun Jingma. Although he had gotten a good night kiss both nights, Jiang Shubai was still unsatisfied. No matter what, he felt unsatisfied. He lifted Feng Qianyue to stand on his instep, then still unsatisfied, he picked her up entirely, her legs wrapped around his waist. His kiss was lingering and urgent, expressing his longing. Feng Qianyue let him move and responded. The hotter it was inside the door, the colder it was outside. Ling Yin stood motionless as if in a trance. He used his spiritual energy to clearly hear what was happening inside. She had avoided his kiss this morning, but now she willingly accepted another's kiss. Ling Yin was well aware that he could not compare with Jiang Shubai and the other 2 men. They were Feng Qianyue's little husbands while he was a slave undergoing punishment. Knowing that was one thing, but he couldn't control his boiling anger. Didn't Feng Qianyue care about looks and strength? How was he inferior to those three men? Why was it so difficult for him to do anything with her? Was Feng Qianyue born to torment him? The more Ling Yan thought, the angrier he got. The angrier he got, the more he thought, as if torturing himself, until he could no longer suppress his agitated emotions and directly raised his hand to pound on the door. He didn't care anymore, he needed to vent right now. The dull dong-dong sound forcefully pulled the two inside the warehouse out of their passion. Zhang Shubai steadily set Feng Qianyue down, carefully buttoned her front buttons, pressed the door button, and as soon as the door opened without a word, he sent several spatial blades at the person outside. Ling Yan dodged the attack, and the two immediately started fighting. Just like when they first met, they had also started fighting directly. Feng Qianyue leisurely walked out of the warehouse, taking the opportunity to observe Feng Yang's radiance force. His spiritual energy was extremely dense. If they fought at full strength, it would definitely be mutual destruction. Feng Qianyue believed that this guy's strength on launching was definitely not his true power. Even though she already stood at the pinnacle of human powerhouses, she still had a long way to go. Feng Qianyue waved a stream of spiritual energy to separate the two. Zhang Shubai stopped all his movements, and under Feng Qianyue's gaze obediently left to attend to his tasks. Ling Yan stared straight at Feng Qianyue, his starry eyes filled with shock. You? How do you have the radiance force? Why should you have it when I cannot? Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. The man immediately said, that's not what I meant. I was asking how you came to possess it. Feng Qianyue dared to use it, and had no fear of telling him the truth. I comprehended it myself. The man froze for a moment, then stared at her with an extremely peculiar expression. Ling Yan was too stunned to speak. The Ephemera clan had informed him that Feng Qianyue possessed the talent to communicate with cosmic energy. But no matter how heaven-defying a human's talent might be, breaking through the limitations of a plane was simply impossible. Not only had Feng Qianyue broken through, but her integration with the radiant force was remarkably seamless, nearly comparable to his innate spiritual constitution. Given more time, Ling Yan dared not contemplate the possibilities. Feng Qianyue might genuinely be capable of breaking through the Ephemera clan's genetic lock through the radiant force. The realization of this possibility sparked a flicker of joy within Ling Yan. Even influenced by human emotions, he found himself wishing for Feng Qianyue's survival. Her current rate of growth far exceeded his expectations. She possessed genuine potential to transcend the plane's boundaries. Once she achieved transcendence, he planned to use a treasured artifact from his Nightmare clan as a conduit, safely transporting her away from this world to his own before Blue Star's destruction. However, this prerequisite required her not to obstruct Blue Star's annihilation. Given present circumstances that seemed increasingly unlikely, Ling Yan had never felt so conflicted. His only option now was to keep watch over her, preventing her from interfering with his plans. Observing the man's unresponsiveness, Feng Qianyue wondered what elaborate thoughts were running through his mind. She had revealed the radiant force deliberately to gauge his reaction. From what she observed, he didn't appear to be there for her assassination. Otherwise, learning of her possession of the radiant force would have provoked an entirely different response. Yet his refusal to kill her didn't mean the mastermind behind everything shared the same restraint. His reappearance with a mission only demonstrated that forces beyond were intent on hastening Blue Star's destruction. She needed to bring him under her influence swiftly. He would become an invaluable ally. At the dinner table that evening, the four of them gathered together for a meal for the first time in recent days. The fragrant aroma of hot pot seeped through the crack beneath his door, drifting into Ling Yan's small chamber. It had to be the spicy version, that delightfully pungent, aromatic, spicy hot pot. It was his absolute favorite, yet he couldn't join them at the table. In the past, when he was still Feng Qianyue would prepare a hot pot for him alone. Now that he'd supposedly become better, he wasn't even permitted a seat at the table. Ling Yan lay on the bed, sinking into melancholy. He didn't care for their food anyway. After some time had passed, a knock sounded at the door. When he opened it, he found an impossible visitor standing before him. Feng Qianyue spoke in a flat tone, "Go clean up the dining room," then turned and departed. Ling Yan clenched his fists, the resentment accumulating in his chest, threatening to burst forth. He hadn't even eaten yet, now he had to clean up their leftovers. Fine. If she wasn't going to order him around, she'd deliberately assign him the most heartbreaking tasks. Ling Yan began to suspect she was deliberately tormenting him. He stomped out of his room, passing through the living room, where the other person sat leisurely on the sofa reviewing documents. Ling Yan shot Feng Qianyue a silent glare, then headed to the empty restaurant. A steaming hot pot sat on the spotless table. He stood frozen. The table was pristine, the pot spotless, with fresh ingredients beside it, and a set of dishes and chopsticks arranged. He blinked, then returned to the living room to glance at the person on the sofa. "Are the things on the table for me?" he asked uncertainly. The other person didn't even lift their head. A spark of joy flickered in his heart as Ling Yan pressed further. "Why? She raised her eyes to meet his gaze, her tone chillingly cold. I don't have the hobby of abusing slaves. So that was all it was. The elation in Ling Yan's heart diminished somewhat. Regardless, Feng Qianyue had still prepared hot pot for him alone. Her treatment of him was quite amicable. Watching the man depart, Feng Qianyue's lips curved into a silent smile. Inside the space, Feng Batian found it puzzling and inquired. Qianqian, weren't you planning to tame him through suppression? Why are you being nice to him again? Feng Qianyue explained patiently in a composed tone. He has feelings for me, so I can't keep suppressing him. If I give him occasional kindness, he'll be satisfied, which expands his inner expectations and creates greater desire. The more he anticipates, the more I'll disappoint him. When he's on the verge of despair, that's when I'll provide excessive satisfaction. Feng Batian had grown accustomed to only partially understanding what its host explained. It responded with a half-comprehending, yep, got it. In the restaurant, Ling Yan enjoyed his hot pot, his heart bubbling with joy, just like the simmering broth before him. Beneath the dark curtain of night, a woman with a translucent form drifted above the base, her white, crystalline eyes gazing down at what lay below. A disturbing smile spread across her lips, only to freeze abruptly. She regained consciousness. She had lost count of how many times the entity had seized control of her body. A malevolent presence inhabited her mind, a translucent jellyfish-like entity that commanded her physical form. She felt herself fading away. Her moments of lucidity grew increasingly fleeting, destined to be consumed entirely. The specter drifted through her body, scattering white powder in its wake. She remained ignorant of its purpose, yet recognized its catalytic potential for corrupting the undead and mutating flora and fauna. The jellyfish within her consciousness was malevolent. Its dissemination only intensified Blue Star's catastrophe, deteriorating humanity's fragile existence. She had attempted self-destruction to expel the entity, but to no avail. Her attempts to end her own existence proved futile. In her remaining moments of awareness, she desperately wished to send a warning, yet no one could perceive her. She surrendered to despair. During her brief windows of consciousness, she overheard discussions about the leader of Mingyue Base. Feng Qianyue, a name identical to her benefactor's. Regardless of whether it was coincidence, she longed to see this person one final time before her death. If only she could make herself visible, she could reveal that Blue Star's apocalypse was orchestrated by a supernatural force. Unfortunately, she remained powerless, unable to repay her savior's kindness. She dove toward the traditional Chinese architecture below. Having reached this place, she was determined to encounter her benefactor once more. She might never awaken again. She plummeted at maximum velocity, but as she approached the building, darkness consumed her vision. Simultaneously, Feng Qianyue startled awake from slumber. After a glance at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Shubai, she instantaneously compressed space and materialized above the residence. The oppressive sky remained utterly devoid of birds or any living creature. Strange. She had distinctly sensed a peculiar energy hurtling toward this location moments before. When considering the anomalous, Feng Qianyue's thoughts immediately went to Feng Yang, residing within the house. She re-entered and silently opened the person's door. In the dimness, a man lay rigidly on the narrow single bed, facing upward, resembling a serene and beautiful sculpture. As Feng Qianyue stepped inside, the supine figure gradually opened his eyes and spoke in a gentle, soft voice. What brings you to my room at such a late hour? Feng Qianyue remained impassive. I sensed something approaching the house and came to ensure your safety. The man's tone lifted with a hint of inquiry. Do you care about me? Feng Qianyue offered no response. The silence caused Ling Yan's rising lips to fall back into place, and an irritable frustration surged within him as he spoke coldly. Since you've confirmed everything, leave. I need rest. Feng Qianyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Is this how you address your mistress? No. Feng Qianyue cut him off. Let me teach you how to properly address me. As she spoke, the man on the bed found his hands and feet bound to the 4 bedposts by green vines. Crack. The instant he uttered a single syllable, Feng Qianyue's slender whip of vine lashed across. The sharp, crisp sound of its passage echoed through the cramped room. Ling Yan pressed his tongue against the struck area, feeling a numbing sensation. He turned his face back and fixed his gaze on the figure above him. In the dimness, the girl's expression remained cold and detached, regarding him as she might regard refuse on the roadside. An inexplicable defiance rose from within him, a desire to provoke some other reaction from her impassive face. Impelled by something beyond his control, he spoke. Again. Ling Yan finished speaking and awaited another strike of the rattan cane, yet the girl beside the bed remained utterly motionless. Her deep black pupils gazed silently at him, her wordless stare carrying a scorching heat that made his face flush. She extended her hand, pressing the cool backs of her fingers against the side he had been struck. The mildly cool touch brought comfort to his burning face. Her voice was cold. Does it hurt? Those 2 words seemed imbued with some kind of power. Though her tone lacked warmth and remained flat, they sent a shiver through the very core of his being. It doesn't. Feng Qianyue's hand slid from his cheek down to his jaw, her fingertips gently lifting his chin. Do you understand how you should behave from now on? In the dim light, his Adam's apple bobbed. I do. Feng Qianyue withdrew her hand. Good, then let's put it into practice. As the words left her lips, she bent down and bit his protruding Adam's apple. The man's body went rigid as a drawn bowstring. A sharp sting brought tears to his eyes while every sense converged on his throat. Suffocation, numbness, a tingle, and an indescribable itch swept through him. Bound and immobilized, he felt like prey in her mouth being devoured piece by piece. After a moment, Feng Qianyue lifted her head and looked down, noticing the faint circle of bite marks around his delicate Adam's apple. She'd bitten hard, but he wouldn't die from it. Spiritual energy could easily restore him. Her gaze rose and faltered when she saw his expression. Soft strands of white hair fell across his forehead, his luminous eyes holding galaxies within them. Fine droplets clung to his pale lashes, and a blush touched his androgynous features. His lips parted and a soft, hoarse voice emerged. It hurts. It hurts. Ling Yin was pretending. The initial bite had stung, but the pain faded, quickly replaced by something far more complicated. He couldn't explain why he was saying these things to Feng Qianyue. When their eyes met, his spirit seemed to fracture into another persona. His body and mind were instantly seized by this alter ego. Given his appearance and tone, Feng Qianyue could hardly believe he wasn't acting coquettishly. She remained unmoved, her voice cold. Suffer through it if it hurts. But possessed by this other personality, Ling Yin grew distressed and pressed further. Do you hate me, oi? Feng Qianyue's lips curved slightly. You have some self-awareness after all. The man's aggrieved expression faltered, his voice rising. You really do hate me. How can you hate me? Why do you hate me? You? Before he could finish, Feng Qianyue silenced him with a kiss pressing against his parted lips and slipping in effortlessly. There was no gentle build-up, just an overwhelming kiss that swept him away before he could fully process what was happening, pulling him into a breathless storm. Since the moment she laid eyes on him, Feng Qianyue had planned to taste him. She'd been waiting for the right moment, a moment to drag him into the abyss of human desire. To tame such a proud being at his core, she needed to strike when he was most vulnerable and humbled. But this required one condition: he had to feel something for her first. She'd confirmed this when he was Feng Chao, and now that he'd returned, she'd verified it again. The results satisfied her. There was a sweetness to him, the taste of pure spiritual energy. Feng Qianyue found herself enjoying the kiss, and her deliberate touch stirred something within her. Ling Yin was overwhelmed by the kiss. Neither his alternate persona nor his true self could control his body or mind anymore. Only Feng Qianyue held that power. Where she brought pleasure, he felt pleasure. Where she brought pain, he felt pain. He craved more. Ling Yin broke free from his bindings and kissed her back with growing intensity. Unsatisfied, he rose and pulled her onto his lap. His ferocity made Feng Qianyue feel as though he wanted to devour her. She gripped the back of his head and forced him to slow down, warning him not to be so desperate. But he wasn't human, unable to read her signals. When Feng Qianyue bit his lower lip, he froze, his wide, innocent eyes blinking. You bit me again. She released him and rose from his lap, her voice indifferent. That's enough. I'm going back to rest. The moment her foot touched the ground, an arm wrapped around her waist, spiritual energy binding her. You're not leaving. Feng Qianyue turned her head to glare at him. Do you know how to speak to me? The man pressed his lips together, stammering, No. Don't want you to leave. What do you want me to stay for? Feng Qianyue asked with deliberate guidance. I want you. Ling Yin couldn't bring himself to finish. He wanted to continue what they'd started and prevent her from returning to any of those 3 rooms. Despite knowing his human emotions were driving him, he couldn't restrain himself. Gazing into her dark eyes, he suddenly longed to talk with her properly. Ling Yin spoke softly. Can we talk? Fine. Feng Qianyue sat on the edge of the bed. He gave off the feeling of being ready to reveal everything. Ling Yin forced himself to avoid her gaze, his palm tightening as he probed cautiously. What if one day Earth ceases to exist and everyone dies? You alone know the secret and have the chance to survive. Would you try to save others? Yes. The answer came without hesitation. Ling Yan's heart sank, and he pushed harder. What if your efforts were guaranteed to fail and you might also die? Would you still try? Yes. Again, unwavering. Frustration built in Ling Yan's chest, and he wished he could pry open her mind to implant his thoughts. He widened his eyes, trying once more to convince her. Can't you just do nothing? Focus on growing stronger and live freely. Perhaps one day you'll reach a better world. Why waste yourself trying to transform this dying place? No matter how well you build your moon base, it will be futile. I'll be honest with you. My ability is precognition. Earth will fall soon, and you're the only one who might survive. I'm the only one who can help you escape safely. Earth can't be saved. Even at rank 8, 9, or 10, your powers can only protect yourself. You can't save Earth. I can't bear to see you die here. Ling Yin spoke all at once, but the other remained completely calm. She rose and walked toward him, one hand sliding around his neck, while the other lifted his chin until their eyes met. Then she spoke gently. Then help me save this world. Ling Yan uttered only a single syllable before tightly pressing his lips together. Feng Qianyue smiled silently. The other had reservations. Being able to return here with a mission would surely bring benefits. It did not matter to her. If this guy could be of use, so much the better. If not, it was fine. She did not need to rely on others. Feng Qianyue had always been her own source of security, regardless of circumstances. She spoke calmly. I have always been fair in reward and punishment. What you have told me tonight offsets the penalty you deserve. Starting tomorrow, you are no longer my slave. I will arrange new quarters for you. Good night. The door closed behind her. Ling Yan fell back onto the bed with a thud, staring at the bare ceiling as a tangle of emotions surged within him. His mind buzzed with confusion, unable to distinguish whether what had just transpired was real or imagined. They had actually kissed, and it had gone beyond mere physical contact. He had been caught up in the moment and confessed so much truth to her. Now he questioned himself honestly. What exactly did he feel for Feng Qianyue? If Ling Yan thought of himself as human, his feelings for Feng Qianyue would be the same kind of romantic affection that Shun Jingma harbored for her. So those emotions stemmed from that fondness. But he was ultimately not human. As the leader of the Yan tribe, he bore the hopes of his entire people. He could no longer live as he had before, doing whatever pleased him or pursuing any experience he desired. Ling Yan sighed helplessly. With his warning tonight, Feng Qianyue's intelligence would surely drive her to find a way to save Blue Star. Even without his aid to the Fu tribe, the fate of Blue Star was already sealed. It would only delay the inevitable. The answer lay plainly before him, yet another voice echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Help me save this place. At that moment, he found himself unable to refuse. Ling Yan felt he had been influenced too deeply by Feng Qianyue. At any moment, he might act on impulse. Starting tomorrow, he would be assigned new quarters. Leaving her side would give him time to cool off and think clearly. An underground laboratory. Doctor, your research has succeeded. Celebrations to the doctor. The doctor is our savior in this apocalyptic world. Amidst the congratulations, a striking middle-aged man set down the test tube in his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the 6 or 7 people present. The group fell silent, instantly, fear rising in their eyes. Jiang Hongzhou spoke in a deep voice. Has there been any new developments at Mingwei base recently? The person in charge of intelligence, codename Ace of Spades, spoke up. Nothing significant yet, but their expansion has been rapid. Many powerful individuals from other regions have already joined them. Jiang Hongzhou calmly picked up a box of syringes filled with clear liquid from the desk. 1 week. Bring Jiang Shubai to me. After speaking, he handed the box to the man codename Qingtian. The moment he took the box, everyone around him shuddered and chorused yes. Qingtian cradled the box and led the group out of the room. They rushed into another chamber, clamoring impatiently, quick. Give me one. Hurry and distribute them. Qingtian, don't you dare hoard any. Soon, every syringe in the box was handed out. Those who received them injected the liquid into their arms and thighs. Their expressions shifted from excitement to emptiness. After an indeterminate period, their gazes cleared. They eagerly sensed their abilities, and what they discovered left them startled yet elated. I have risen from late 3rd stage to 5th stage. Unbelievable. I have advanced 2 major stages too. What the? This enhancement serum from the doctor is incredible. Indeed, I went straight from late 4th stage to late 5th stage. Exclamations of astonishment rang out throughout the room. Changtian surveyed the crowd. They had all progressed from 3rd or 4th stage to 5th stage. Across the entire continent, 5th stage powerhouses were rare, yet here stood an entire room full of them. Fearful of wasting time, they hastily packed and departed from Mingwei base. The doctor had warned that this world would eventually fall, and only those reaching 9th stage or beyond could escape to begin anew. If the doctor was as formidable as they believed, he could surely develop the enchantment that would break through the 8th stage genetic lock. Once they had left, Jiang Hongzhou retrieved a syringe filled with red liquid from the cabinet and injected both it and the clear liquid from the table into his own body. His expression contorted as veins swelled across his body, his form convulsing intermittently, while his dark brown irises flushed red. After an unknown duration, the spasms ceased and his expression steadied. He rotated his crimson-tinged eyes, sensing his ability had reached the early 7th stage. A satisfied smile crossed Jiang Hongzhou's face. It was nearly complete. Once the final step unfolded, he could flee Blue Star. Little White, it was time to return to your father and offer your ultimate sacrifice. Jiang Shubai's first act upon waking was to wrap his arms around Feng Qianyue, beside him, nuzzling her face. Without opening her eyes, she reached out and pinched his ears, a small gesture to match his affection. Given his clinginess, their morning ritual was unavoidable. Afterward, he held her waist, refusing to let her rise. She settled against him, her fingers tracing lazy circles as she spoke in a morning huskiness. The base has stabilized. I am planning to step away for a while. His hand stilled against her waist. What for? Feng Qianyue met his gaze. Did you forget I promised to uncover your origins? I intend to seek out Dr. Zhou. His expression relaxed and his hand resumed its wandering. There is no need. I have long since let go of my past. Feng Qianyue smiled faintly. You may not care, but I do. Staying at the base limits my chances for breakthrough. I might find the opportunity while seeking Dr. Zhou. When it came to strengthening herself, he stopped arguing and simply said, take me with you. Very well. Feng Qianyue had made this decision partly because of what happened the previous night. Not the conversation with Feng Yang, but rather that inexplicable energy that appeared and vanished without warning. She had already achieved her first goal, establishing the super base and drawing all the powerful ones here as pilgrims. Now she needed to find a way to elevate humanity's collective power. A single strong individual would not suffice. Only by strengthening everyone together could they hope to defeat the shadow mastermind behind it all. Dr. Zhou, who had been studying the apocalypse before it arrived, likely harbored secrets worth uncovering. Though tests on Jiang Shubai revealed no abnormalities in his blood or body, his abilities spoke for themselves. Dr. Zhou must know something. Feng Qianyue sensed this piece of the puzzle was essential to completing her mission. Even if not for Jiang Shubai's sake, she needed to search for answers. Additionally, she had reached the late 7th stage. Though her current power surpassed what she had possessed in her past life at the late 8th stage, she could still sense her true rank remained at 7. Red Rain had imposed a lock on all espers, zombies, plants, and animals, strictly regulating their hierarchy. Feng Yang had mentioned something the night before, that even at the 8th, 9th, or 10th stage one could only hope to escape and preserve themselves. This suggested that only by breaking through the late 8th stage could one reach a higher level of civilization. If enough powerhouses could achieve this breakthrough, Blue Star would no longer be a planet at the mercy of those others. The white mist being drawn into the black hole would likely grow denser as well. The mastermind would need more time, or perhaps never succeed, in destroying Blue Star. The more people who broke through the genetic lock, the greater their chances of not only escaping the planet, but striking back at those who sought its destruction. Nothing was impossible. Before Feng Qianyue could act on this plan, her subordinates delivered urgent news. A building capable of consuming everything around it had materialized out of nowhere in the central area of the base. Feng Qianyue and her party were startled upon arrival at the site before them. The vast central square had vanished, replaced by a building standing tall. From the outside, it appeared to be about 150 square meters. The bizarre thing was that the building flickered between solid and transparent, materializing and fading like a phantom. The crowd from the base gathered a kilometer away to watch, while the security team worked to maintain order. Qi Mingzhu, captain of the base's security force, was the first to arrive and personally witnessed the building's eerie nature. Upon Feng Qianyue's arrival, she immediately stepped forward to report. With brows furrowed, she cut straight to the point. Chief, this structure possesses devouring capabilities, and its range expands continuously. It cycles roughly every 5 minutes, engulfing about 100 meters outward each time. Anything standing within its devouring range, person or object alike, vanishes without a trace. Feng Qianyue, upon hearing this, casually tossed a stone toward the house, and the moment it entered the range, it disappeared instantly. She narrowed her dark pupils and extended her divine sense to investigate, only to find boundless darkness ahead. Nothing. Xiao Qinyu, Shinjingma, and Jiang Shubai each employed their own methods to observe this strange building. After testing with light-based, dark-based, and blood pupil abilities, they all reached the same conclusion: this house could devour any form of energy. Feng Qianyue also tested her brilliant power and got the same result. The origin of this thing was obvious. It was undoubtedly something from a higher civilization. Ling Yan, standing beside them, immediately lost his composure upon seeing the house. The Fu clan was truly being hasty. Aside from the black hole, they had produced another treasure to deal with Blue Star. Ling Yan had heard of this artifact. Among the myriad races, it was considered a peculiar treasure. Its outward display of power was modest, yet within lay an immense world. Any living being entering its infinite space would lose all their spiritual energy. Only by killing the spiritual entity that opened the infinite space could one exit alive. To date, Ling Yan had never heard of any life form escaping the infinite space alive. Even to close it required the death of the spiritual entity that opened it. Unless the spiritual entity wielding this treasure perished, it would continue devouring endlessly. Without question, the one who activated it this time was a member of the Fu clan with considerable power. Now that this treasure had appeared at the base's central district, it would not stop until the entire base was consumed. Ling Yan gazed at Feng Qianyue's figure, his eyes filled with a tender ache he had not noticed before. Her super base, built through such hardship, was on the verge of destruction just as it was taking shape. Suddenly, Feng Qianyue's piercing gaze swept toward him. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Though this artifact was not his doing, he was still allied with the Fu clan. With the house devouring everything every 5 minutes, panic spread through the base as everyone waited for their leader to make a decision. Feng Qianyue glanced at Feng Yang before communicating with her little system. Tongzi, can you try entering the house? Feng Batian immediately used the system's power to attempt entry, but an invisible energy barrier pushed him back. He shook his head dejectedly. I can't, it pushed me away. Feng Qianyue had never expected much from him anyway. An entity capable of devouring the universe's brilliant power naturally had its own unique characteristics. Even though no countermeasure seemed apparent at present, Feng Qianyue still extracted some information from its peculiarities. For something with such powerful devouring ability, its consumption rate and range were surprisingly limited. What did that mean? Its operational mechanism must harbor a significant weakness or perhaps a restriction. As long as she could exploit this weakness, she could successfully counter it. Feng Qianyue grasped this insight in an instant. She cast her gaze once more at Feng Yang, told those around her she would be right back, and seized his wrist before vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they were in an enclosed room. Feng Qianyue got straight to the point. You know how to make that house disappear, right? After all, you are a prophet. Ling Yan tensed, initially fearing exposure, but exhaled in relief upon hearing the second half of her sentence. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Feng Qianyue's eyes, and lied this. I did not foresee it. Ever since he became Feng Yang, Feng Qianyue knew this fellow kept his mouth firmly shut. The fact that he had told her anything last night had surprised her. At the same time, it indicated his attitude was already softening. But in this emergency, Feng Qianyue had no time for circumlocution. Her expression turned cold. If you do not wish to speak, it does not matter. I will take you in with me. You cannot go in, Ling Yan blurted out. Feng Qianyue ignored him and grabbed his wrist, preparing to return to the scene. I will speak, I will speak. Please do not go. Ling Yan, desperate, reversed his grip and pinned Feng Qianyue against the wall, trapping her between his body and the wall. Seeing her not resist, gazing steadily at him, Ling Yan sighed, and with utmost helplessness revealed everything about the house, omitting only the identity of the Fu clan. After he finished, he did not see any trace of fear on Feng Qianyue's face. This girl was always this fearless. He truly did not know what to do with her. Feng Qianyue pondered after listening, which aligned roughly with her own conjecture. In plain terms, killing the controller inside the house would shut it down. To kill it, they had to enter the inner space and find it. With the answer secured, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to the person before her. Good. I will reward you when I return. Before the man could react, Feng Qianyue directly flashed away, vanishing from the spot. Upon returning to the scene, the devouring area had expanded another 100 meters. All base executives mobilized and management personnel sealed off the area and evacuated the crowd. Feng Qianyue could absolutely not accept the destruction of her own base. Unless she entered and killed the house's controller, no matter where she rebuilt the base, this cursed thing would surely appear again. It had to be destroyed. Feng Qianyue faced the crowd and spoke concisely. To eliminate it, we must enter and kill its controller. I need a team. Who among you volunteers to join me? No sooner had the words fallen than many hands shot up in the crowd. Everyone knew what entering meant. But with Feng Qianyue, their leader, personally leading from the front, they had no reason to shrink back. Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai, Xiao Qianyu, all members of the Mingyue squad, and the Anya squad, Xie Qinghong, Qi Haoyan, Huang Daxian. From the crowd, Qi Mingzhu gazed at the fearless Feng Qianyue and silently raised her hand. Feng Qianyue scanned the crowd and began calling names. Xie Qinghong, Tan Muling, Yang Yuqing, Huang Daxian, Qi Haoyan. After finishing, she looked at Shun Jingma and Jiang Shubai. You two are coming with me. Those called displayed smiles, while those not called showed uniform regret. An onlooker might have thought they were vying for some privileged opportunity. I want to go with you too, Xiao Qianyu said, his expression stern. Feng Qianyue glanced at him. Who will manage the base if you leave? I will. A deep male voice rang out. The speaker was Xiao Yuanjing. Stroking his beard, he said to Feng Qianyue, let him join you. Having him enter provides an additional safeguard. With the three of us oldsters here, nothing will go wrong with the base. Xie Guan and Qi Sun both spoke up. That is right, we are here too. Xiao Qianyu's tea-colored pupils fixed steadily on Feng Qianyue. Finally hearing that word of approval, he allowed the corners of his mouth to rise. In the past, he had missed so many opportunities to share hardships with her. The danger this time was obvious. He absolutely could not stand by and watch her enter alone. After Feng Qianyue agreed to Xiao Qianyu, another voice rose from the crowd. I want to go as well. Qi Mingzhu declared, her face resolute. Feng Qianyue glanced at her. Fine. With this, a 10-person squad was successfully assembled. Without further hesitation, she led the way toward the devouring zone. An urgent voice sounded from behind. Feng Qianyue, do not go in. Ling Yan shouted, desperately calling her name. Yet the figure ahead did not even hesitate for a moment, stepping into the devouring zone and disappearing. Xiao Qianyu and Jiang Shubai followed closely behind. Shun Jingma turned his head and cast a lingering glance at Feng Yang, suppressing the strange sensation in his heart. Xie Qinghong, Tan Muling, Yang Yuqing, Qi Mingzhu, Huang Daxian, Qi Haoyan, and the others followed one after another, all disappearing. Ling Yan stood frozen, staring at the place where they had vanished, his emotions surging forth like a flood breaking through a dam, engulfing him entirely. His heart felt suddenly hollowed out, his consciousness growing weightless and drifting. He murmured to himself, you will die. Why can't you just listen to me this once? Feng Qianyue experienced darkness before her eyes and when she opened them again, she saw a long corridor with a white door at the end. She attempted to establish contact with her little system, but felt no response. All her supernatural powers, including the radiant force, were also imperceptible. It seemed that Feng Yang was absolutely right. Soon several other figures appeared around her one after another. Everyone immediately realized that all their supernatural powers had vanished. Damn, my powers are gone. Mine too. Xiao Qinyu Shinjingma, and even Jiang Shubai's blood pupil ability had all disappeared. They all turned to look at Feng Qianyue, who calmly said, mine as well. Hearing that even the strongest member of the team had lost her abilities, everyone's hearts sank. This journey was fraught with peril. Having grown accustomed to being supernatural beings, suddenly becoming ordinary people stripped away their sense of security and imposed immense psychological pressure. But seeing that Feng Qianyue remained composed despite having no powers, they soon calmed their restless emotions and began to carefully observe their surroundings. Before them was a low step, who upon ascending it they saw a long corridor with nothing but that distant white door along the passage. After surveying the area, Feng Qianyue fixed her gaze on the floor tiles laid in the corridor. The narrow corridor was paved with 3 rows of white square tiles, each 80 centimeters by 80 centimeters, standing out sharply against the black walls on all 3 sides. Paired with the white door at the end, it created an eerie sense of dread. Noticing her contemplative expression, Shen Jingma asked softly, Qianqian, what do you think? I have a thought, but it needs to be tested. As Feng Qianyue spoke, everyone's eyes converged on her. They saw her pull a military knife from her combat pants pocket and hurl it at one of the tiles in the first row. Clang! The knife fell onto the tile with no effect. Everyone understood what she was testing, whether there were any traps. Feng Qianyue continued to pull out a second knife from her pocket and threw it at another tile in the first row. Still nothing happened. Then she produced a third and tossed it onto the last tile of the first row. Again, no effect. Before entering, she had equipped herself with a number of small gadgets for emergencies. Seeing that all 3 tiles were safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw that their leader's expression did not relax, they grew tense again. Feng Qianyue turned to them and said, inanimate objects can pass through safely, but living beings may not. We need to test it ourselves. From the first row of tiles to the distant door, there were at least 100 rows. Huang Daxian was the first to speak up. Captain, let me take the lead. I've been lucky since childhood with a tough fate. Let me test it for everyone. The unknown was the most terrifying, but everyone knew their mission upon entering. To kill the controller of this place and protect the base they had built together. Feng Qianyue said solemnly, be careful. Huang Daxian stepped onto the step and turned to Xiao Qinyu with a grin. Boss, if I die, make sure to keep it from my mom. Just tell her I've gone on a mission far away. Cut the crap, Xiao Qinyu said coldly. Huang Daxian grinned, then his smile vanished as his expression turned serious. He stepped onto the middle tile of the first row. Nothing happened. Everyone, including Feng Qianyue, let out a sigh of relief. Huang Daxian didn't hesitate long and stepped onto the left tile of the second row. Still nothing happened. Then the third, fourth, and fifth tiles. After safely reaching the 5th row, Xie Qinghong raised an eyebrow and said to Feng Qianyue, Captain, I think these tiles are just ordinary floor tiles. We should. A sharp, abrupt scream cut off his words, shocking everyone present. The moment before, Huang Daxian had been fine, but now he vanished on the 6th row of tiles. Everyone was stunned. Xie Qinghong was speechless. Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth. A living person had simply disappeared into thin air, his fate unknown. The team's morale plummeted. They had lost a teammate at the very beginning. Huang Daxian had indeed been lucky, as he claimed, choosing correctly 5 times out of 3 options. Now they knew the correct answers for 5 rows and 1 wrong answer for the 6th row. There were still over 90 rows ahead. Even if the remaining 9 took turns, they might not reach the door. Xie Qinghong clenched his fists. I'll be the second. He was about to step onto the stairs when Feng Qianyue shouted, stop. She stopped Xie Qinghong and then sat down on the steps. Her voice was like ice. We can't keep testing like this. Let me think. Feng Qianyue closed her eyes desperately, trying to use her spiritual power to communicate with cosmic energy. To get through this place and to kill the controller, she needed her supernatural abilities. It had taken away all their powers precisely to kill them through its own rules. They couldn't afford to test blindly, so she had to regain her abilities. The remaining 9 of the 10-person team stood or sat in silence, not disturbing Feng Qianyue. Outside the building, Xiao Yuanjing and the others were surprised to discover that the building's devouring range had shrunk from 100 meters every 5 minutes to just 1 meter. They didn't know what caused this change, but only Ling Yin knew. Because he had brought out the Yin tribe's clan treasure to restrict it. He knew he was doing something foolish, but a voice in his heart kept saying, what if Feng Qianyue comes out? If she came out and saw the base had been devoured completely, how devastated would she be? Yet another voice said she would never come out. No living being had ever walked out of the infinite space alive. He would never hear her say that she would reward him when she returned. Ling Yin was being torn apart by the 2 conflicting thoughts. He had never experienced such a restless and agitated moment. He felt like he was splitting himself in 2. Half of him told him to prioritize the big picture. How could mere human emotions bind him? The other half wanted to unleash himself, completely caring about nothing. Just as Ling Yin was on the verge of breaking down from his own thoughts, suddenly a white energy light burst from the devouring building in the distance. Though it flashed and vanished, he still caught the immense power within it. Was the Fu tribe up to some trick again? How was Feng Qianyue doing inside? The enormous anxiety peaked with this sudden change, and Ling Yin could no longer suppress his inner turmoil and worry. He charged toward the devouring range. At that moment, he was Ling Yin, not the chieftain of the Yin tribe. The patrol members around him couldn't stop him. He had already disappeared. Feng Qianyue opened her eyes and found an extra person in the team. She hadn't expected him to come in on his own. It seemed he had been shaken more than just a little. But now was not the time to dwell on that. She needed to quickly test whether her newly realized ability could function without supernatural powers, using only spiritual power. Everyone's gaze shifted from Ling Yin back to Feng Qianyue. Xiao Qianyu asked in a low magnetic voice, "You were unconscious just now. How do you feel?" "I'm fine." Feng Qianyue finished speaking, stepped onto the stairs, and in the blink of an eye she had traversed the first 5 rows of tiles. The sudden change stunned everyone on the spot. "Qianqian." Shun Jingma, Xiao Qianyu, and Jiang Shubai all blurted out almost simultaneously. As they scrambled to step onto the tiles to pull her back, Feng Qianyue stepped onto the 6th row. At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. From their reactions, Ling Yin instantly understood what Feng Qianyue was doing. Mind sweeping. She was personally sweeping the minefield. Amid everyone holding their breath, Feng Qianyue's toes touched the ground. The next moment, ultimate pain swept through her body. Feng Qianyue seized this opportunity, activating her mental power before darkness enveloped her. Everyone's gaze, which had been fixed on Feng Yang, immediately shifted to her. Xiao Qianyu's low, resonant voice held concern as he asked, "You passed out just now. How do you feel?" "I'm fine." After speaking, Feng Qianyue blinked. The exact same scene, the identical dialogue. Had she truly returned? Time within this infinite space could truly be reversed. The reason Feng Qianyue discovered this secret was that while she was comprehending cosmic energy, her mental power had become trapped within this infinite space. She had seen countless identical houses, countless her version of herself, and countless other people as well. This meant no singular timeline existed here. Its infinity extended beyond space. It also covered time. What Feng Yang had told her was inaccurate. He had only heard of this artifact without ever having witnessed it. According to him, no living being could exit this place alive. In that regard, he was correct. No living organism could traverse infinite time and survive. But the dead could exit. As she had discovered, using inanimate objects to test the rules here triggered nothing. Thus Feng Qianyue had grasped the principle of finding rebirth through utter despair, a temporal rewind. In the moment of near death, she chose her rewind point. This time she had directly latched onto the origin the very moment she had first comprehended it. Since Huang Daxian had died, before her comprehension ability awakened, he could not be rewound to that point. In a certain sense, he had not truly died, because within this space all beings remained in a state of existence. To truly escape, as Feng Yang had stated, one must kill the ruler of this space. Once killed, the entire infinite space would fall into a state of death, frozen and still, awaiting its next awakening. They as lifeless entities could then slip through during that frozen state. But before that, there was a crucial prerequisite. One must first fathom the infinite space's temporal abilities. Then when the entire space enters its frozen state, observe all timelines simultaneously and become the new ruler here. At that moment, one would hold the authority to open or seal the space. And with that power, the vanished Huang Daxian could be pulled from his near-death node. Amid everyone's worried gazes, Feng Qianyue, still seated on the steps, had already deciphered how this place worked. As expected of an artifact belonging to a higher life entity. If her mental power had not been strong enough to comprehend cosmic energy, she truly would have perished here today. Feng Qianyue rose without a word and stepped onto the floor tile. Amid their startled cries, she began her endless trial and error journey. Step wrong. Near death. Rewind to just before the mistake. Endless trials until every correct answer was chosen. After dying n+1 times, she finally secured all the correct options. Feng Qianyue rewound to the origin. She sat on the steps, opened her eyes, and looked toward Feng Yang within the group. Everyone's attention fixed on Feng Yang immediately shifted to her. Xiao Qianyu's low voice spoke with concern. "I'm fine." Xiao Qianyu looked stunned. "Qianqian, how did you know what I was about to say?" In high spirits, Feng Qianyue replied, "Were you going to ask if I passed out and how I feel now?" The man stared blankly. "I'm starting to suspect you can read minds." Cough. Ling Yin coughed heavily twice to draw Feng Qianyue's attention. As intended, she turned to him and smiled. "Well done. I'll reward you properly once we're out." Feng Qianyue referred to his earlier words. Without them, comprehending this place would have been far more difficult. Ling Yin, misinterpreting her praise and thinking she commended his chase into this space, turned his head awkwardly, his ears turning red. Xiao Qianyu, Shen Jingma, and Jiang Shubai, though unclear about what the two were discussing, could sense an indescribable ambiguity between them. The three men shot cold glances at Ling Yin, who retorted with a defiant eye roll. After this brief interlude, everyone except Feng Qianhua focused entirely on figuring out how to cross the long corridor. While the others frowned in frustration, Feng Qianhua resembled a top student who had already solved the exam, checked all answers, and memorized every solution. She raised an eyebrow and said leisurely, "Follow me." Before they could object, she had already turned and stepped onto the tile, appearing in the 5th row in the blink of an eye. When she lifted her foot to step onto the 6th row, everyone panicked. "Qianqian, don't!" Amid their startled cries, they witnessed a terrifying sight. Feng Qianhua stepped onto the 6th row, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, she reached the 15th row. Everyone present, Xiao Qianyu, Shen Jingma, Jiang Shubai, and Ling Yin, the four with the steadiest nerves, all felt their hearts leap to their throats at this sight. Feng Qianhua stopped at the 15th row and turned gracefully, her long black hair swirling with the motion. Her bright, yet serene smile instantly melted everyone's tension. Their collective thought echoed, "So elegant." Feng Qianhua waved at them. "Quick, form a line and follow one by one." Jiang Shubai stepped onto the stairs first, but a figure darted past beside him with astonishing speed. Ling Yin bypassed him and stepped onto the tile ahead, beginning his crossing under Feng Qianhua's guidance. Xiao Qianyu, Shen Jingma, and Jiang Shubai glared fiercely at the figure ahead. The rest followed in order. By the 30th row, their hearts tightened with every leap. They admired how Feng Qianhua chose correctly every time, yet simultaneously feared what would happen if someone else made a mistake. Any of them could die, but not Feng Qianhua. The base could not lose her. Shen Jingma finally could not contain himself and asked, "Qianqian, did you discover a pattern in the floor tiles?" Everyone perked up, eager to listen. They were curious too. Feng Qianhua paused to tease him. "No, I relied on intuition." Everyone. Shen Jingma glanced back at the 30 rows already crossed, then forward toward the 70 remaining. On his enchanting, handsome face, a forced smile appeared. "Qianqian, perhaps you should stop relying on intuition for now. Let's study the pattern first." Xiao Qianyu and Jiang Shubai unusually spoke in agreement, their rival. Ling Yin blinked his starry eyes and added, "Don't be impulsive. Let's think carefully about this together." Feng Qianhua chuckled lightly. "I said intuition and you actually believed me. Hurry up. I'll tell you once we're out." With those words, she decisively stepped forward again, reaching 10 more rows in the blink of an eye. Watching her confident, graceful back, everyone was too stunned to speak. With her leading the way, a profound sense of security washed over them. Following behind, they leapt from tile to tile, mirroring her steps. Past 50, half the journey complete. Past 80, victory within reach. Past 100, they had reached the shore of success. After landing, everyone turned to Feng Qianhua, immediately at a loss for words to describe their feelings. It was like in school when the teacher hadn't even finished explaining the problem and the top student had already submitted a perfect score and walked out gracefully. That unbelievable. In Ling Yan's swirling starlit eyes, Feng Qianhua's image was reflected and joy filled his heart. Perhaps she would become the first living being to exit this place. Amid everyone's complicated gazes, Feng Qianhua gripped the door handle and turned it open. The white door revealed itself before them, and everyone's pupils contracted. Their narrow corridor had been the road of yellow springs all along. Before them stretched an immense cemetery. Countless identical tombstones stood in orderly rows as if copied and pasted from a game. Feng Qianhua and her group slowly entered. Once everyone had passed through, the door vanished into thin air. A chilling wind swept by, and the joy of having just completed the previous trial was instantly extinguished. As they walked, they observed the tombstones. Suddenly a scream pierced the air. Qi Mingzhu's eyes bulged with terror, her face pale with horror as she pointed at a tombstone and stammered to Feng Qianhua, "A leader. This is my tombstone." Mine has my name too." "No way, mine as well." Soon everyone in the group had found a tombstone engraved with their own name. Ling Yin stared gloomily at the tombstone bearing his real name, remaining silent. Without a word, he walked away. Xiao Qianyu, Shen Jingma, and Jiang Shubai, after seeing their own tombstones, calmly returned to Feng Qianhua's side. But not everyone could remain as composed as they were. The rest of the group felt a creeping dread upon seeing tombstones inscribed with their names. Add to this the surrounding environment. Dark clouds piled heavy overhead, weeds overgrew the ground beneath their feet, and pitch-black darkness enveloped them on all sides. It could not have been more ominous. Fear aside, seeing their leader lost in thought, everyone quickly adjusted their mindset and began considering how to break through this trial. Feng Qianhua stood before her own tombstone, pondered for a moment, and decided to dig up the grave first. She summoned everyone to start digging. Although their abilities were gone, they still had daggers on them, as well as sharp brick fragments picked up from the cemetery. The soil was loose, and with concerted effort, they quickly unearthed a black coffin. Seeing the coffins made everyone's hearts tremble, and they instinctively looked toward Feng Qianhua. Each of them feared what might lie inside. Feng Qianhua stepped forward, indicating she would open it herself. Under the unwavering gaze of the group, Feng Qianhua slowly pushed open the coffin lid. Empty. The tension that had gripped everyone instantly dissipated. They had truly been afraid of what they might find. Feng Qianhua stared at the empty coffin, stroking her chin in thought. Hers was empty, surely the others would be as well. Based on their experience from the previous trial, it could be concluded that each space operated according to certain rules. These spaces were like illusions. Only by breaking through the deception could they reach the true heart of the trial. Aside from Feng Qianhua, everyone was lost in thought, trying to figure out how to solve this trial. Were the tombstones bearing their names merely meant to frighten them, or were they a clue? At that moment, a voice came from within the crowd. Death. It was Ling Yan. He gazed into Feng Qianhua's eyes and continued, "This cemetery represents death. The tombstones inscribed with everyone's names also symbolize death. Therefore, this trial is inevitably tied to death. But I haven't yet figured out how to break through." Ling Yan's tone carried regret. Everyone wore solemn expressions deep in thought, while Feng Qianhua was first startled, then her pupils lit up with realization. "I know." She looked at Ling Yan and gave her approval. "You're right. This trial is about death. Do you remember the theme of the previous trial?" Shen Jingma's clear voice rang out. "Choice." Everyone nodded, unanimously agreeing. Feng Qianhua curled her lips into a smile. "Exactly. The empty coffins have already given us the answer. To pass this trial, there are only 4 words. Choose death." Xiao Qianyu immediately countered. "Are you saying we must die to leave this space?" Feng Qianhua raised an eyebrow. "That's correct. If my guess is right, each of you can leave this place by killing yourselves inside your respective coffins. This coffin serves as the passage that transports us to the next location." His words fell, and silence descended upon the group. Not everyone possessed the courage to take their own life. But Feng Qianhua feared nothing, for in this infinite space, she could choose to rewind time. At worst, she would simply restart. She said, "I'll go first." "No." N voices cried out in unison. Regardless of anything, they refused to let her go first. "I'll be the first," Jiang Shubai said calmly. In this space, his body lacked the abilities of his blood eye, and his regenerative powers, so death should be straightforward. He wanted to experience it. Feng Qianhua nodded and agreed. Even if something went wrong, she could pull him back. Everyone quickly dug open Jiang Shubai's grave. Before jumping in, the boy glanced neither left nor right, walked directly to Feng Qianhua, cupped her face with both hands, and kissed her on the lips. Xiao Qianyu and Shen Jingma's fists clenched instantly. This guy never cared about propriety. But considering he was going first, they kept their mouths shut. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes, a suffocating tightness in his chest. The rest of the group, long accustomed to their leader's entanglement with her 3 lovers, remained quietly observant. Feng Qianhua wrapped her arms around Jiang Shubai's waist and patted him. "Don't worry." The boy released her and jumped straight into the coffin. Lying down stiffly, he drew out a combat knife and drove it directly into his heart without the slightest hesitation. As blood sprayed, several people turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Feng Qianhua, however, watched steadily without blinking. Jiang Shubai's body soon began to change. Xie Qinghong shouted, "Look! Look quickly!" Everyone turned their gazes back. Jiang Shubai's body was visibly becoming translucent, then gradually disappeared into the coffin. Even the splattered bloodstains vanished without a trace. The name on the tombstone disappeared, as well as though nothing had ever happened. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone broke into smiles of joy, except for Ling Yan, whose brows furrowed. Feng Qianhua smiled. It seemed they had passed this trial. Next, everyone began digging up their own graves one by one, exchanging a few dark jokes along the way. "I'll have to be quick and precise. Don't want to suffer too much. I never imagined I'd be committing suicide to survive. This space truly is interesting." To improve efficiency, they decided to dig up all the remaining graves at once and act simultaneously. After the others had finished, Tan Muling spoke to Feng Yang. "What about yours? Haven't you found it yet?" Qi Mingzhu wiped the sweat from her forehead. "We all searched together, so it went faster." Ling Yan, now the center of everyone's gaze, felt his heart sinking. He was about to tell everyone to go ahead without him when a cold voice rang out. "You all go first. I'll stay behind." Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief. With Feng Qianhua speaking up, Xiao Qianyu and Shen Jingma no longer insisted. The rest of the group climbed into their coffins and began. Feng Qianhua looked at Feng Yang. "They're gone. What's your plan?" The man blinked. "You go first. I'll look around a bit more." Feng Qianhua stared at him with a half smile, pinning him with her gaze until he couldn't hold it, and looked away. Only then did she speak slowly. "Should I call you Feng Yang or Feng Chao?" "Ling Yan." "You." Ling Yan was shocked into speechlessness. Feng Qianhua slightly arched her delicate brow. "Surprised too. Your disguise has always been terrible." "Ling Yan." After 3 seconds of silence, he asked uncertainly, "What exactly do you know?" Feng Qianhua's tone was calm. "Essentially everything you didn't want me to know." Ling Yan's entire body tensed, his gaze fixed on the ground beneath his feet, not daring to look at her expression. His heart was in chaos, his mind in turmoil. He never imagined the day would come when his mask would slip. And as if that weren't enough, from her tone it seemed she more or less knew about the Blue Star apocalypse. Did she also know the reason he had deliberately approached her? If she knew, then why did she still kiss him? Could it be that she liked him a little too? Watching the man stand there in a daze, Feng Qianyue took the initiative to speak. After we resolve this matter, we'll have a proper talk. All right. Having reached a consensus, Ling Yan brought her to the tombstone inscribed with his name. Gazing at the two characters on the tombstone, Feng Qianyue raised her brow bones slightly. Ling Yan. So this is your name. Hearing Feng Qianyue speak his true name, Ling Yan felt as though he stood naked before her. The embarrassment diluted the tangled mess in his heart, giving him a stronger sense of reality. Though he didn't know how much Feng Qianyue truly understood, from the moment he rushed into the infinite space, he could no longer be a responsible clan leader. He couldn't help but care about her. He hadn't been able to before, and now he could never. Ling Yan sighed inwardly. The most urgent matter now was to escape safely. He steadied himself, picked up a tool, and began digging. Zhang Shubai's eyes flew open, and he froze. Before him stood someone identical to himself. You. Their voices rang out simultaneously. He stepped back. The other did the same. Like looking into a mirror, every voice, movement, and expression was exactly the same. Zhang Shubai quickly realized this was a new trial. And in this trial, only he existed. To leave the previous space, one had to kill oneself. Then this trial could be understood as conquering oneself. Zhang Shubai drew his blade, without hesitation, and charged toward the other. A battle between self and self thus commenced. Shun Jingma, Xiao Qianyu, and the others all opened their eyes to find an exact duplicate of themselves. Everyone quickly arrived at the same conclusion and began fighting their own reflection. Feng Qianyue opened her eyes to the same scene. Conquering oneself was now made tangible. Locked in combat without supernatural abilities, they fought to a standstill, unable to kill their other self no matter what. After an extended battle, everyone was forcibly elevating their abilities through combat with themselves. Nothing was more exhausting than dismantling one's own techniques. During the fight, Feng Qianyue realized this couldn't go on. Though growth was immediate, something felt fundamentally wrong about it. This self before her was profoundly misleading. No matter how much you grew, she could match that growth perfectly. Only the living can grow, the dead cannot. Therefore, if her guess was correct, this trial's theme wasn't conquering oneself, but deception. Feng Qianyue decided to test her theory. After all, in this infinite space, she could continuously rewind through time. She thrust her blade into her own heart, and the other self did the same. Then the next instant, the other vanished. She was right. When Feng Qianyue opened her eyes again, she found herself in a vast white space, utterly alone. Soon a second person appeared, Shun Jingma. After a brief exchange, they discovered identical circumstances. He too had chosen death to pass the trial. Zhang Shubai, Xiao Qianyu, Ling Yan, and the others gradually emerged one by one. Realizing they could never truly kill their self, they also understood this was deception. Following the solution from the previous trial, each raised their blade against themselves. The group reassembled, but before they could catch their breath, a semi-transparent female figure drifted forth from the white expanse. She wore white robes, her wide-open pupils resembling white crystals. When Feng Qianyue and Zhang Shubai clearly saw the woman's face, both frowned. This woman bore a striking resemblance to the person they had rescued from several men before. After drifting out, she reached for them without a word. A beam of white light shot from her palm. The first victim among the group was Qi Mingzhu. She was seized midair by the white light. After something was fed into her mouth, Qi Mingzhu's pupils quickly turned white crystal, her body becoming semi-transparent. Her subsequent movements mirrored this woman's perfectly. Those without supernatural abilities were like lambs awaiting slaughter, captured one by one, quickly assimilated upon capture. While evading the white beams, Feng Qianyue attempted to attack the woman with her spiritual sense. She could feel something highly unusual about the woman's mind, for she sensed no spiritual fluctuation from her at all, yet everything her body did clearly demonstrated spiritual power. One could only say she concealed her spiritual energy extraordinarily well. Aside from Feng Qianyue, only Xiao Qianyu, Shun Jingma, Zhang Shubai, and Ling Yan remained. They continued dodging the descending white beams. But this was no solution. Feng Qianyue called out loudly, "Attack with me using spiritual sense." At her words, the four focused their spiritual energy. Xiao Qianyu and Shun Jingma were undisputed prodigies. Though all supernatural abilities were lost here, they could still muster some spiritual power. Ling Yan, as a higher life form, and Zhang Shubai, as a special life form, possessed even greater spiritual energy. Together with Feng Qianyue, the five combined their strength to shatter the enemy's defense. The woman floating in midair suddenly plummeted. Simultaneously, the white crystal eyes of Qi Mingzhu, Xie Qinghong, Tan Muling, Qi Haoyan, and Yang Yuqing gradually faded. All five fell together. The restored individuals let out cries of alarm. "Oh, Watching them about to crash violently to the ground, Feng Qianyue and the others hastily used spiritual energy to cushion their fall. After they landed safely, Feng Qianyue immediately approached the woman. The woman stared with white crystal eyes unblinking. Upon seeing Feng Qianyue, she suddenly began making incoherent sounds. Faintly distinguishable was Feng Qian. Chun. She desperately tried to call out her benefactor's name, but her severely weakened consciousness could not control her body, unable to produce normal sounds. She didn't know where she was. The semi-transparent jellyfish in her mind had suddenly gone still. Feng Qianyue drew close to her. It's all right, take your time. Chun. She had just gathered her breath when the jellyfish suddenly stirred. Before everyone's eyes, Feng Qianyue was sucked into the woman's mind, vanishing like a flash of light. A translucent jellyfish-like creature appeared before Feng Qianyue. It swept its tentacles toward her from below, but she kicked off the ground and felt an extraordinary lightness in her body, as if she were navigating water with ease. Although there was no water around her, she felt buoyancy. As she dodged the first strike, a mental voice rang out. Lowly human, dare to ruin the plans of my Fugu clan. Fugu, another higher life form. The information flashed through Feng Qianyue's mind, and the next attack was already upon her. Instead of dodging, she caught one of its lower tentacles with her hand. It was slick and slippery, and the creature escaped. Feng Qianyue immediately launched a mental attack at it. The translucent jellyfish suddenly plummeted from the sky. Feng Qianyue pressed her advantage, gathering her mental energy for a second strike to finish it off. Suddenly, the falling creature dodged with a flash of movement, seized Chun, she who lay dying in the corner, and tightened its tentacles around her head. Chun. She let out a piercing scream. Feng Qianyue understood its intention almost instantly. This was Chun Shi's mental space, and it intended to crush her skull and perish together. It was too late. Feng Qianyue slashed her own throat, experiencing the ultimate sense of near-death, then grasped the temporal node and rewound to when she first entered. She opened her eyes to see the translucent jellyfish's tentacles sweeping toward her again. Feng Qianyue kicked off the ground, this time heading straight for Chun Shi. Dodging the first attack, the mental voice sounded again. Lowly human, dare to ruin the plans of my Fugu clan. The second strike came immediately at her. Once close to Chun Shi, Feng Qianyue stopped and counterattacked. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged several rounds. The Fugu, not gaining the upper hand, flashed toward Chun Shi. How could Feng Qianyue allow this to succeed? She grabbed Chun Shi, began to flee while sending her mental energy into Chun Shi's mind, and said gently, merge with it. As long as Chun Shi's mental strength was sufficiently potent, that Fugu life form would be suppressed, or even killed, within her mental space. Chun Shi, in her dazed state, could perceive the situation. A powerful force entered her consciousness, and she knew it came from her benefactor. She relaxed her consciousness and merged with this force, feeling an immense comfort wash over her. Her blurry awareness gradually became clear. As her consciousness strengthened, Feng Qianyue, who was still battling the Fugu, noticed the opponent's attacks growing weaker by the moment. Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed one of its tentacles, wrapped it tightly around her hand twice, and slammed it against the ground. After dozens of strikes, the creature in her hand was completely incapacitated. Feng Qianyue examined it in her hand as a weak mental voice emerged. You can't kill me. Stop wasting your time. Having fully merged Chun, she recovered much of her vitality and approached Feng Qianyue with resolute determination. I can kill it. This was her mental space, and she had now regained control. Feng Qianyue directly handed the struggling Fugu toward her. Here. Chun Shi reached out and gripped the Fugu's head, hatred burning so intensely in her eyes it seemed unbreakable. This creature had occupied her body and consciousness. For vengeance, and to ensure her benefactor could escape, she had to destroy it. Chun Shi channeled all her mental energy, her grip tightening relentlessly. Amidst the creature's agonized screams, there was a loud pop. The creature in her hand was crushed completely. White fluid erupted and vanished almost instantly. The translucent jellyfish was gone forever, leaving only a white crystal sphere in Chun Shi's palm. Feng Qianyue smiled at her. Well done. Chun Shi paused, then raised the corners of her mouth and extended the white crystal sphere. For you. She could sense the vast energy contained within it, perfect as a gift for her benefactor. Feng Qianyue took the crystal sphere, examined it in her hand, and attempted to absorb its energy. The crystal sphere suddenly transformed into a beam of light that entered her consciousness. Instantly, countless fragments appeared before her eyes, assembling into a rotating white cube. She sensed the presence of every living being within. The infinite space had welcomed a new ruler. After Feng Qianyue disappeared, Xiao Qianyu and the others watched as the translucent woman also faded from the ground. The vast white space mirrored their own mood. A sea of bewilderment. During the earlier attack, Ling Yan had sensed the Fugu's power. If he was not mistaken, this was the origin point of the infinite space, and Feng Qianyue had been pulled into another dimension by it. All they could do now was wait. Only after she killed the Fugu could they all walk out alive. Before this, Ling Yin would never have believed Feng Qianyue could succeed. But now he believed she absolutely would. Ling Yin concealed the name Fugu and replaced it with the controller of this space to explain Feng Qianyue's whereabouts to the others. Hearing this, the group no longer paced like headless flies. Only Shun Jingma, who had interacted most frequently with Ling Yin, felt a surge of suspicion. How do you know so much? The name Feng Yang reminded Shun Jingma of Feng Chao. Though their appearances and builds were poles apart, something about Feng Yang gave him a similar feeling. Shun Jingma had always trusted his instincts. Ever since Feng Chao's death, he had harbored suspicions, and Feng Yang now seemed even more suspicious. Upon careful reflection, Feng Chao's ability had also seemed somewhat similar to the radiant power. A bold hypothesis emerged in Shun Jingma's mind. Could these two be the same person? When challenged, Ling Yin glanced coldly at Shun Jingma. Why should I tell you? Both saw disgust in each other's eyes. No one knew how much time had passed when the white expanse suddenly swirled and vanished. Opening their eyes, they discovered they had returned to the original starting point. Before them lay that long corridor, and at its end stood the white door. Creak. The door opened slowly, and white light, so intense it forced them to squint, flooded the space. A figure emerged from the brilliance, walking toward them against the glow. When the door behind her closed, their light-adapted eyes finally recognized who it was. At this moment, no one uttered a single exclamation or cheer. Everyone stared fixedly at the figure, watching her ignore the floor tiles beneath her feet and walk straight down the center. An overwhelming power radiated toward them, as though she were the sovereign of this place. She snapped her fingers, and a row of lights ignited along the long corridor out of thin air. No lamps, only pure light. On the fifth row of floor tiles from the group, Huang Daxian, who had been lying dead, suddenly appeared. Upon his appearance, the man erupted in a deafening shout. "Chief, how did you get out?" Huang Daxian finished speaking and turned to look at his teammates. Everyone shared similar expressions, tinged with unspeakable trauma. What's wrong with all of you?" Chi Haoyan coughed, shook his head, and said, "You're the lucky one." The others all nodded in agreement. In the 3 trials they had endured, they had died by their own hands, twice suffered cardiac arrest, and experienced multiple mental breakdowns. After releasing Huang Daxian, Feng Qianyue immediately brought Chen Shi out as well. Her body was no longer translucent, and her eyes had returned to normal. Before anyone could speak, everyone opened their eyes to find themselves in the central plaza. The bizarre house had vanished completely. Feng Qianyue looked at Ling Yin, her dark pupils gleaming with depth. "We need to talk." Without Feng Qianyue's explanation, everyone knew how they had come out and how the strange house had vanished. The leader had solved the problem and brought them all out. Huang Daxian learned from Chi Haoyan that he had actually died once and was too shocked to speak. After listening to the entire account, his expression stiffened and he murmured, "The leader is truly formidable." Feng Qianyue had Chun Shi arranged for and then left with Ling Yin. The others knew what they had to do. The base had suffered this calamity and much work awaited them. The group hurriedly set aside the joy of surviving and went to handle their tasks. Feng Qianyue brought Ling Yin back to the residence. Before beginning the confrontation, the atmosphere was somewhat strange. She poured 2 glasses of warm water, took one to moisten her throat, and said unhurriedly, "Tell me, what is the Fu clan about?" Ling Yin picked up the other glass on the table and drained it in one gulp. He suppressed his nervousness and then slowly revealed the truth about Blue Star's apocalypse and his identity. During this time, Feng Qianyue did not utter a word, sitting on the opposite sofa listening to him. Ling Yan's world was composed of 10,000 clans. Every 5 years there was a struggle among them, and the top 3 victorious clans entered the Federal Star to jointly manage the distribution of resources among the 10,000 clans. The Fu clan, having suffered heavy losses in the previous interclan conflict, stumbled upon Blue Star, a low-level planet with immense energy. To obtain that energy, they had to fundamentally destroy Blue Star's ecology and disrupt its protective barrier. The Fu clan initiated their plan using the Black Hole Eye. As Ling Yin spoke, Feng Qianyue connected countless thoughts that had once floated in her mind into a single thread. The mastermind behind the scenes was no longer a vague concept. Feng Qianyue knew that once she understood its background, victory would not be far off. She had to obtain the reward from the main God System's mission to exchange for an immortal soul. No one could stand in her way. 2 pieces of her puzzle were still missing. She asked Ling Yin, "Do you know a person named Dr. Zhou?" The latter shook his head. Feng Qianyue continued, "Is Jiang Shubai's blood pupil ability related to the Fu clan?" Hearing her concern for her paramour, Ling Yin replied stiffly, "I asked. The Fu clan doesn't know either." Feng Qianyue ignored his attitude and sank into thought. Jiang Shubai and Dr. Zhou might be the result of some kind of accident. It seemed that only by finding Dr. Zhou could she piece together the final 2 parts of the puzzle. Now was the time to reveal the truth of Blue Star's apocalypse to the public and unite all forces to research how to break the gene lock. If the gene lock could not be broken, the Fu clan could still slowly destroy Blue Star. By merging the energy from the infinite space, she had advanced from the late 7th rank directly across a major threshold to the late 8th rank. What lay before her now was the barrier she had never been able to break through in her previous life. This time she must break through. Only by shattering this gene lock could she have more room to maneuver. While Feng Qianyue contemplated how to accomplish the mission, Ling Yin was consumed by deep self-reproach. He had harmed the interests of the Yin clan for his own personal feelings, and he was unworthy of the chieftain's position. When he returned, he would go to the old chieftain to confess his guilt and resign. Remorseful as he was, he had no regrets. He was even somewhat relieved that he had returned without having done anything to damage Feng Qianyue's base. Otherwise, even if he revealed the truth now, the other party would not be as calm as she was. Ling Yin dared not imagine Feng Qianyue showing him a look of disgust. He looked at the person on the opposite sofa and asked uncertainly, "Are you going to drive me away?" Feng Qianyue came back to her senses and lifted her eyelids. "No." The man slightly raised the corner of his mouth and then spoke. "Then aren't you angry with me? I deceived you about so many things and even schemed for the energy in your body." Feng Qianyue beckoned to him. "Come here." Ling Yin was stunned for a moment, blinking his starry eyes. He rose and approached her. As soon as he reached the sofa, his clothes were yanked with force, and with a thud, he was thrown sideways onto the sofa after a dizzying spin. Feng Qianyue leaned over, propping herself beside him. Their eyes met. The girl's clear, beautiful face wore a faint, elusive smile. The air froze, and he held his breath. The girl's deep, dark eyes fixed on him, and her voice dropped to an extremely low tone. "How could I not be angry? If you help me fight the Fu clan, I won't be angry." They were so close that the only scent in Ling Yan's nostrils was her unique fragrance. She hovered beside him without touching, yet it already made his body tense. Being so close, Ling Yan could not think at all. The unfamiliar emotions surging within him made his chaotic mind ramble incoherently. "If you kiss me, I'll agree." As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. No. What had he just said? Suddenly a slight stinging sensation came from the edge of his ear, accompanied by a dampness. She was biting his ear. The intense sensation made Ling Yin unable to suppress a soft moan. The kiss from last night after the infinite space felt like a distant memory from long ago. Ling Yin only remembered that Feng Qianyue's kiss seemed magical, easily commanding all his senses, making his mind and body no longer his own. He swallowed hard. The sensation on his ear continued, but it refused to move toward his face. Just as he tried to turn his head, she dodged away. His parched lips had never needed moisture so desperately. "Don't avoid me." Feng Qianyue, who had already pulled back, looked up at him. The man's brilliant, starry eyes were thick with desire, his fair face flushed with a rosy hue, and his slightly parted lips were temptingly colored. Paired with his soft tone, it stirred her mischievous inclination to play. But there was still business to attend to. She could have fun at night. In the man's yearning gaze, Feng Qianyue lowered her head and kissed him, intending to give a soothing kiss. However, the next second the man moved with astonishing speed. His hands locked her upper body, his palm pressed against the back of her head, and his kiss was as fierce as a starved beast, a stark contrast to his previous soft and delicate demeanor. Feng Qianyue had seen this perverse side of him before. He was like a male demon determined to drain her dry. The wildfire quickly spread. Ling Yin knew what he was craving. When he was Feng Chao, he had seen other humans doing such things. After that, his gaze toward Feng Qianyue had changed. But at that time he hadn't realized it. Later, when he did, he attributed it all to reactions of the human body unrelated to his spiritual form. Now, with no secrets left before Feng Qianyue, and this body being his true form projected from his spirit, he could no longer deceive himself that those feelings were due to a human body. He wanted her. He wanted her so much. He wanted to become one with her. The intertwined figures on the sofa kissed passionately, and the temperature of the entire living room rose. A figure wrapped in biting cold stepped out of the hallway. A man's deep magnetic voice rang through the living room. "I came back at just the right time." Feng Qianyue shifted her gaze toward the arriving figure. The man's face was cold and handsome, expressionless, as if frozen for millennia. She stood up, casually straightened her skewed collar, and said with a composed demeanor, "I was just about to look for you. Notify all management for a meeting in half an hour." "All right." The man said the word, but didn't move a single step. Xiao Qinyu hadn't felt this jealous in a long time. He had already learned to restrain his emotions regarding Shun Jingmao and Jiang Shubai, but he couldn't ignore this new guy, a man who shared some secret with Qianqian. Seeing his expression, Feng Qianyue knew his old habit had flared up. Just as she took a step toward him, an arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, and a body pressed against her back. "Don't go." Seeing Feng Qianyue about to leave, Ling Yin grabbed her waist and pulled her close, hugging her tightly from behind against his chest. He didn't look at Xiao Qinyu ahead, but instead, after speaking, he lowered his head and pressed it against Feng Qianyue's cheek, assuming an extraordinarily intimate posture. Xiao Qinyu had been barely holding back, but now he completely lost control. He clenched his fists and roared, "Let go. Let's go outside and fight." A surge of blazing fury instantly scorched the entire living room. Ling Yan tightened his grip and cast a cold glance at him. You think I'm afraid of you? Under the tense atmosphere, Feng Qianyue remained calm. She reached out and patted the arm around her waist. Be good. The meaning was clear, let go now. Ling Yan reluctantly released his grip without a word, exchanging a silent clash of gazes with Xiao Qianyu. Ignoring the two men's jealousy, Feng Qianyue walked past Xiao Qianyu and headed straight for the door. The man followed on his own. After instructing subordinates to notify all department heads, Feng Qianyue sat directly in the head seat of the large conference room, waiting for everyone to arrive. Xiao Qianyu sat in the subhead seat. For now, only the two of them were in the room, the atmosphere exceptionally cold. Feng Qianyue flipped through various research reports, and the man beside her suddenly spoke out of the blue. What's your current relationship with Feng Yang? Having endured the whole way, Xiao Qianyu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Feng Qianyue paused her movements and looked at him sideways, smiling lightly. Still jealous? At her smile, half of Xiao Qianyu's anger dissipated. His tone softened. I won't ask. Actually, whether he asked or not, he knew very well. Ever since Feng Yang moved into the house, he, Shun Jingma, and Jiang Shubai had been mentally prepared. They just hadn't expected it to happen so fast that he hadn't even reacted before seeing their intimate scene. Feng Qianyue's smile grew even brighter. She stood up, walked over to the man's chair, lifted his cold, sharp jaw, and in his stunned expression, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips from above. A deep kiss dominated by Feng Qianyue, tongues intertwining, sucking, and tasting. It felt like a divine blessing. When it ended, a trace of tenderness flickered in her eyes. Be good. The man maintained his upward-looking posture, blinked his amber pupils, and the stunned look vanished, replaced by a helpless smile. One day, if you stab me, I'll probably still feel happy. Feng Qianyue was caught off guard by his odd remark and let out a soft, helpless laugh. They exchanged smiles, a tacit understanding between them. You understand my nature. I know your feelings. A tall, slender figure stepped into the conference room, hands in pockets, his bewitchingly handsome face wearing a mocking expression as he spoke lightly toward Xiao Qianyu. Look how happy you are. I'm just late, not dead. Shun Jingma strode with long legs to the subhead seat on the opposite side of the head seat, sat down, looked at Feng Qianyue at the head of the table, and raised the corner of his mouth gently. Your brother is late. Is there something big to announce? I'll tell everyone when they're all here. As the words fell, a fluctuation of supernatural energy appeared in the room, and a medium-sized black hole materialized out of thin air. The next second, Jiang Shubai's figure flashed out of it. The young man wore a bland expression. He casually picked up a small chair from the back row of smaller seats, and placed it between Feng Qianyue and Shun Jingma, more precisely right next to Feng Qianyue. He sat down brazenly, took one of Feng Qianyue's hands resting on the table, and kissed the back of it. Xiao Qianyu and Shun Jingma instantly seethed with hatred. They had been curious about his new ability just now, but now that curiosity was gone, pure disgust. This detestable guy always stuck to her without regard for the occasion. He completely ignored everyone else as if they didn't exist. Only Feng Qianyue was in a good mood, asking him, did you comprehend that from the infinite space? The young man obediently nodded. I'm at mid-stage 6 now. Xiao Qianyu, huh? Shun Jingma, humph. Xiao Qianyu, I am too. Shun Jingma, who isn't? The two men almost spoke in unison, both in tone and words. The infinite space had granted them many insights, boosting their ranks and awakening new abilities. Aside from them, the others who entered with them had also improved to varying degrees. Jiang Shubai turned a deaf ear to the two men's sarcasm, his eyes fixed solely on Feng Qianyue. Feng Qianyue also ignored the jealous men and continued questioning. Your spatial compression is unusual. It takes the form of a black hole. I think it can do more than just traverse distances. After their jealousy subsided, Xiao Qianyu and Shun Jingma also pricked up their ears to listen. They felt the same way. Jiang Shubai, I don't know why either. He extended his palm, and a small black hole appeared above it. Feng Qianyue's brow twitched. It was. The tiny black hole resembled an eye shape very similar to the one she had once seen on the periphery of Blue Star. Ling Yan had said that the eye of the black hole was a treasure used by the Fu clan to guide Blue Star's destruction, a treasure of the same concept as the infinite space she had merged with. But the eye of the black hole was still clearly on Blue Star's periphery. So what was this one in Jiang Shubai's hand? She sensed the same energy signature. Feng Qianyue decided to have Ling Yan take a look after the meeting ended. The four chatted a bit more, and soon the conference room was filled. All key personnel of the base were present, both combatants and non-combatants. Since Feng Qianyue became the leader, she had never convened such a full assembly. Everyone knew she had something important to announce. And indeed, they were not wrong. Her first sentence stunned the entire room. Blue Star is facing an existential catastrophe. The attendees, such a huge matter. Then Feng Qianyue elaborated on the apocalypse of Blue Star, the conspiracy of the Fu clan, and how to break through the current predicament, omitting Ling Yan's identity. The vast conference room was packed, and everyone listened intently, no one daring to be inattentive. Almost everyone had pondered why the apocalypse had descended, but no one had a definitive answer. Now their leader firmly and clearly explained the cause, the process, the difficulties they faced, and the way out. After the initial panic subsided, it was replaced by a sense of security and fury toward the mastermind behind the scenes. Though their home was targeted by a higher civilization, there was still one person, their leader, silently bearing all of this, and after figuring it out, she told them how to save their home and how to survive. They were not sheep waiting to be slaughtered, because a wolf king had emerged from their ranks. So sooner or later, they would also become wolves. In the entire conference room, the eldest Xiao Yuanjing condensed all his emotions into one sentence after listening. He looked at Feng Qianyue with admiration and affection, letting out a heartfelt sigh. It is from you, our leader, that I've finally realized what it means. With great power comes great responsibility. You've really been through too much. What Xiao Yuanjing expressed was the shared sentiment of everyone present. Had it not been for Feng Qianyue, they would have died, without even knowing how. Fortunately, she was here. Humanity still had hope. Feng Qianyue announced a new plan at the meeting. The base reconstruction would immediately conclude, and everyone would be divided into different teams based on their abilities and levels, each led by different instructors for specialized training. The primary focus was on strengthening their abilities. Research institutes would continue their work as usual, with expert teams established to focus on researching special ability enhancement. All those above level 3 would have their blood samples collected. Regardless of whether research could yield results, they had to try to find out. This was every effort they could make under their current circumstances. After the meeting dispersed, everyone hurried to their respective posts to begin their busy work. Xiao Qianxiao and Shun Jingma carried the heaviest coordination responsibilities. Feng Qianyue brought Jiang Shubai back to their residence. Since she had left, Ling Yin had been waiting in the living room without going anywhere. He had been thinking about many things. Agreeing to help Feng Qianyue deal with the Fu race was his personal decision. He could not drag the entire Yin race into fighting the fuss. Federal Star regulations stipulated that except during the war of all races, any private actions to exterminate another race would result in joint action by all other races. Though willful, Ling Yin would not drag his entire clan into this. After tonight, he would resign as clan leader, and afterward, he could stay by Feng Qianyue's side, just like Xiao Qianxiao. After making his decision, Ling Yin reminisced about the past moments with Feng Qianyue, countless scenes flickering through his mind. He leaned back on the sofa laughing softly until he saw Feng Qianyue walk into the living room, holding Jiang Shubai's hand. Ling Yan's smile vanished in an instant. Feng Qianyue paid no attention to the tension between the two men and asked Jiang Shubai to demonstrate his black hole ability. After careful observation, Ling Yin gave the same judgment as Feng Qianyue. Jiang Shubai's black hole eyes and the energy emitted by the Fu race treasure shared no distinguishing features. The only difference was that Jiang Shubai's black hole eyes were weaker in power. Essentially, they were of the same origin. Feng Qianyue felt she was close to uncovering the secrets surrounding Jiang Shubai. She could now confirm that the power within him was definitely related to the black hole eyes. The man codenamed Cheng Tian brought a team of 6 and finally arrived at Mingyue base before nightfall. This 6-person squad were all level 5 powerhouses. The security officer at the base entrance couldn't verify them and directly sent someone to find Shin Jingma. After the 6 people released their special abilities one by one, Shin Jingma furrowed his brow. He felt that while this squad's overall level was quite high, the level 5 energy they radiated seemed somewhat peculiar compared to other level 5s. Shin Jingma couldn't pinpoint what was strange about them. As a precaution, he summoned Xie Qinghong and Shi Mingzhu, who had just advanced to level 5 after emerging from the infinite space. He asked them to judge together. The two reached unanimous agreement. The 6 people's level 5 aura was different from theirs. They couldn't quite articulate exactly how it was different. Levels were originally perceived through spiritual power. Since everyone's spiritual power strength varied, what they perceived would also differ. Shun Jingma temporarily arranged the 6 people in a small building, setting up a base security team around the building. Having just learned the truth about the apocalypse that afternoon, any anomalies that appeared made Shun Jingma adhere to the principle of cautious sailing. Regardless of whether these 6 people had ulterior motives, he would observe them for now. He would discuss it with Qianqian when he returned in the evening before making any plans. Cheng Tian's group never expected to be placed under surveillance the moment they entered the base. They had assumed that with their strength the base would at least arrange a good position for them immediately, or at the very least treat them to good food and drink first. They never expected the base to manage things so strictly. The doctor had given them only 1 week. They had to bring Jiang Shubai back. Using force within the base was impossible, it would alert too many people. They needed to find a way to lure Jiang Shubai outside the base to act. As long as they sprinkled the sedative the doctor gave them, it would guarantee he'd collapse. If that didn't work, were 6 level 5 experts really going to be unable to subdue a single person? After discussing it, the group decided to secretly slip out of the base tomorrow during the shift change of the team downstairs. They would create a big commotion using nearby zombies and infected animals. As the base's security chief Jiang Shubai would definitely be present. Then they would find an opportunity to strike in the chaos. After disguising himself, Jiang Hongzhou set the entire laboratory ablaze and headed toward Mingyue base. He had never expected those 6 people to actually bring Jiang Shubai back. Mere 6 ants whose strength was only at level 3 or 4, they would be no match for Xiaobai. Only he could quietly and stealthily take his son out of the base. The reason Jiang Hongzhou did this was that it would both help him get rid of these people and let them go first to create confusion. The man vanished like a ghost beneath the moonlight. In the evening, after finishing her work, Feng Qianyue returned to her residence and knocked on Ling Yan's door. When the man opened it, his dazzling star-like eyes twinkled. Feng Qianyue glanced at his attire. It was quite scant, and caught that sweet scent radiating from his body. A male seductress. Take a shower and come to my room. All right. After Feng Qianyue finished speaking, she turned and left. The moment the man closed the door, he could no longer maintain his composed expression. He threw himself onto the bed, burying his face in the blankets, flushing from head to toe, while grinning foolishly. Ling Yan could barely contain his joy. The thought of what was about to happen excited both his body and mind beyond restraint. But he quickly realized a very serious problem. It seemed he didn't know how to please her at all. Damn it. Would he be rejected on his first time? Ling Yan never imagined he would one day fall into anxiety over something like this. With those 3 fellows ahead of him, he absolutely could not perform poorly. Recalling what he had once seen in those scenes back when he was still Feng Zhao, he would just pick the most exciting one. After checking on Xiao Qianxiao and Jiang Shubai, Feng Qianyue returned to her room, took a lovely bath, and got into bed. A knock came at the door. Enter. The man pushed the door open. Feng Qianyue noticed he had changed into light blue sleepwear, which complemented his white hair and star-like eyes, giving her a pleasant surprise. The room seemed much brighter. Noticing his nervousness, she patted the bed. Come up. The man moved toward the bed but suddenly stopped, seemingly thinking of something, and circled around to her side. While Feng Qianyue wondered what he was doing, the man leaned in, supporting himself with his arms on the bed, and drew close to her. I want you to undress me. The man hovered above her, their position intimate. His cheeks flushed pink, looking both innocent and seductive. In response, Feng Qianyue simply acted. She reached out and unhurriedly began unbuttoning his clothes in that position. As one button after another came undone, more skin was revealed. His body was as beautiful as his face. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Feng Qianyue removed his shirt and tossed it onto the chair, then said with a light laugh, the lower part too. Yes. The man's voice was soft and yielding. By the time Feng Qianyue had stripped him down to only his final piece of covering, his entire body had burned red from head to toe. Seeing him like this, Feng Qianyue decided to wait until they reached the main event before teasing him further. She reached for her own sleepwear to remove it when the man grabbed her wrist. His soft voice suddenly grew somewhat hoarse. I'll use my mouth to undress you. Feng Qianyue curled the corners of her mouth. All right. This guy was both shy and bold, even more entertaining than she had anticipated. Blushing, he pressed his face against the hollow of her collarbone, his hot breath washing over her skin. After a pause, he nibbled at the first button, then looked up at her, as if checking her state. Feng Qianyue leaned against the headboard, reaching out to stroke the back of his head, her fingertips gently tracing through his soft hair in a silent gesture of encouragement. This time Ling Yan properly received the message, and his tense state relaxed considerably. Soon the first button was undone. The second was somewhere in between. The man glanced at her, then, without hesitation, took the button into his mouth. But this time his breath was hot, with a slight tremor. Feng Qianyue wore a teasing expression, her fingertedly twirling his hair in circles. A faint sweet scent drifted through the room. Intimate and alluring, not overpowering, but enough to make her heart flutter. There was also a touch of warmth about it, an atmosphere that had never existed between Feng Qianyue and Ling Yan before. Having laid down all responsibilities and faced his feelings honestly, every glance Ling Yan cast at Feng Qianyue was filled with deep affection. He might not have noticed, but Feng Qianyue understood that look all too well, and a hint of tenderness softened her usually cold demeanor. After undoing the second button, Ling Yan's suppressed emotions had reached their peak, and he desperately needed her comfort. He lifted his head and kissed her lips fiercely from below, his tongue boldly exploring, desperate to take everything. The warm atmosphere instantly turned heated. Outside the window, the roses bloomed brilliantly, still passionate under the moonlight. A seductively handsome man walked past the rose bushes. Shen Jingma, having finished his work, became the last one to return home. With the base members regrouped into new teams, he was the busiest person in the house today. Carrying the affairs of those 6 people in his mind, Shen Jingma entered and began looking for which room Feng Qianyue was in. Although this matter wasn't urgent and could wait until morning, he simply missed her and wanted to see her. Since Feng Qianyue couldn't be sensed with spiritual power, Shen Jingma had no choice but to knock on each door one by one. He had done this many times before. In the past, when Xianxian was with those 2 other men, he had also found various excuses to interrupt. He first knocked twice on Xiao Qianyu's door, and the man's cold, steady voice came out quickly. Not here. He then turned his steps to Jiang Shubai's room, and before he could even raise his hand, a half-dead voice came from inside. Get lost. With that half-living tone, Shen Jingma already knew Qianqian wasn't there. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Was Qianqian going to sleep in his room tonight? Shen Jingma happily pushed open his own room door, only to find it dark. His smile faded slightly. It seemed Qianqian planned to sleep alone tonight. At that moment, Shen Jingma hadn't thought of the man living in the small house whom he suspected to be Feng Chao. Although he was well aware that there was something different between Qianqian and this man, he never imagined it would be tonight. He walked to Feng Qianyue's door and raised his hand to knock. Qianqian, are you asleep? Inside the door, the atmosphere between the two was at its peak. Feng Qianyue stopped her actions. Not yet. From outside the door, the man's clear voice followed immediately. Brother has something to tell you. Can I come in? A flicker of displeasure crossed Ling Yan's flushed face. He bit and licked Feng Qianyue's earlobe. Reject him. Feng Qianyue would have refused anyway without him saying it. In their current state of undress, it was hardly appropriate. Her cool voice was unhurried as she replied, inconvenient. Either talk tomorrow or stand at the door and speak. Outside the door, Shen Jingma's eyebrow rose slightly, his phoenix eyes growing deep and dark. His clear voice responded softly. We'll talk tomorrow. There was nothing more to understand. It seemed from today on another wolf had joined this house. He returned to his room utterly gloomy. After Shen Jingma left, Ling Yan felt a sense of vindication. He still remembered what Shen Jingma had said to him during that time when the three of them slept in the same tent. Now Qianqian was by his side, while Shen Jingma could only stand outside the door. Ling Yan was like a newly favored concubine in ancient times, and after feeling triumphant, he began speaking without restraint. Qianqian, I really hate him. Feng Qianyue savored her dessert and gave a perfunctory hum. Her several puppies all despised each other, but as long as they didn't go too far, Feng Qianyue turned a blind eye. Fortunately, they all understood her boundaries. They couldn't harm her fatally, could compete and fight, but they couldn't defy her decisions or make choices for her. The newly favored Ling Yan lacked this sense of restraint. Hearing Feng Qianyue's reply to himself, he began pushing for more. Qianqian, from now on I want you to spend 3 days a week with me. As his words fell, Feng Qianyue looked up at him. The warmth in her cold eyes faded, and she raised her lashes lightly. Are you making demands of me? The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Even a fool could sense that Feng Qianyue was angry. Panic surged within him. I didn't mean that. I just want you to spend more time with me. Feng Qianyue wouldn't accept such reasoning. She intended to correct him in one go. Her expression was cold. Good intentions, but don't forget who the master is. If you think that by abandoning your family responsibilities and giving yourself to me I owe you, then let me tell you, no one forced you to do this. You can still change your mind now. As Ling Yan began to speak, bitterness surged within him. He didn't think Feng Qianyue owed him anything. He was simply afraid that since there were already 3 others by her side, she might treat them better than him. The sourness of being misunderstood made his eyes redden, and he whispered his defense. I don't think that way. And I have no regrets. I'm just afraid you don't value me. After all, those 3 are from the same world and race as you and I. Ling Yan couldn't continue from there. He lowered his head, his bangs hiding his features, and the star-like brightness in his eyes dimmed. Seeing him express his true feelings, Feng Qianyue's attitude softened in turn. She reached out, grasped his jaw to lift it slightly, and leaned in to kiss him. Look at me. The man pressed his lips together and met her gaze, the light in his eyes beginning to reignite from the ashes. Feng Qianyue said seriously, it has nothing to do with your identity or race. I treat you the same as I treat them. Since you've chosen to give yourself completely to me, you must trust your judgment in people. I will never do anything that harms you or abandon you. On the condition that you don't make choices for me. Can you do that? Though the words carried an implicit command, her tone held a trace of tenderness. Ling Yan obediently replied, I can. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached out his large palm to cradle the back of her head and kissed her recklessly. Outside the window, the roses were in full bloom, their rich fragrance tinging the cold moon with red. A sweet, cloying scent filled the entire room, and spiritual energy of the same origin enveloped the two of them. Ling Yan had completely fallen into the abyss of love and desire. Early the next morning, Feng Qianyue, brimming with energy, stepped out of her room, fully dressed. The closed door concealed the person still asleep on the bed. The man had been unable to restrain his surging spiritual energy the night before, and every bit of the leaked energy was absorbed by Feng Qianyue without a trace of waste. One might have mistaken her for a seductive demon draining her lover dry. Heaven knows she truly hadn't intended to seize the opportunity to absorb his spiritual energy. The fault lay solely with the man himself. He was too wild, refusing to restrain himself. With such a sweet and fragrant essence, it was impossible for Feng Qianyue not to take it in. Thus, after a night of indulgence, her spiritual energy had not diminished, but increased. During breakfast, the 3 men emerged from their rooms one after another, surprised to see her up so early. In truth, she hadn't slept at all. Regarding what had happened between Feng Qianyue and Ling Yan, the 3 men tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Shen Jingma sat down, poured himself a cup of hot soy milk, took a sip, and briefly informed Feng Qianyue about the matter concerning the 6 individuals from the previous day. After listening, Feng Qianyue spoke calmly. I'll go take a look after breakfast. The 4 gathered around the dining table, and Feng Qianyue shared with them something that hadn't been discussed at the meeting the day before. That something was Ling Yan's identity. If he was to join this family, the others deserved to know his true origins. Shen Jingma had already suspected as much, but he hadn't expected that Ling Yan was actually the chieftain of a clan and had once considered helping the Fu clan against them. Fortunately, he hadn't had the chance to act. Shen Jingma had fought him before, and Ling Yan's strength was such that across the entire Blue Star, the only one who could truly give him a good fight was Qianqian. A clan chieftain hidden among them from a higher civilization. Xiao Qiyu was astonished. If not for Qianqian, he would never have known how Blue Star might have been lost. Jiang Shubai merely raised an eyebrow slightly. The only person who could stir his emotions was Qianqian. After the 4 exchanged information during breakfast, Feng Qianyue and Shen Jingma headed to the small building where the 6 individuals were staying. At that moment, the 6, ignoring their breakfast, were already preparing to escape. The guard shift downstairs was changing, and their attention was lax. Following the plan they had devised the night before, the wind ability user among them was tasked with carrying them away directly through the air, while the earth ability user was to raise dust to blind those below. With coordination, their chances of success would be much higher. As powerhouses at the 5th rank, they believed that as long as they seized the right moment, they could easily escape. The 6 opened the window and prepared for takeoff. The guards downstairs weren't paying them any attention either. All that was needed was to stir up a cloud of dust to blind their eyes. The 2 designated members immediately cooperated. One raised the wind, the other threw up the dust. The 6, with wind energy swirling beneath their feet, swiftly flew out the window and headed toward the base's perimeter. From a distance, Feng Qianyue and Shen Jingma sensed the fluctuating ability energy in the air. Without a word, one unleashed a flurry of dark blades while the other launched a direct mental attack. The 6 who had just taken off had no time to resist before their minds were struck by the mental force, causing them to reel in dizziness and pain. The next moment, the dark blades struck them directly. Thinking themselves to be 5th rank experts, the 6 met an ignominious end before they could even begin their escape, plummeting spectacularly from the air. They all endured the searing pain and released their respective abilities to land safely. Before they could react, 2 figures appeared before them, and in the next instant a swarm of guards surrounded them. When they recognized who the 2 were, their hearts sank halfway. The leader of the Mingwei base and the general director of the ability user team they had met yesterday. The severely wounded 6 were bound with specially made handcuffs and leg chains by the guards and taken to the detention area designated for punishing those who had committed offenses within the base. They were not foolish, but at this point escape was impossible, so it was better to avoid futile resistance and think about what to say later. Feng Qianyue and Shen Jingma sat in chairs looking at the 6 chained against the wall. She spoke coldly. Explain yourselves. Why did you voluntarily enter the base only to try to flee? The 6 had been following Dr. Zhou due to a drug, and none of them were truly loyal. Now that their limbs were bound, none of them wanted to lose their lives just to keep a secret. The leader Cheng Tian gritted his teeth and said, we were also acting on someone else's orders. Promise me you won't kill us, and I'll tell you. It was widely known that the leader of the Mingwei base was a magnanimous ruler who, after taking power, had entrusted most of the previous leadership with important positions, setting aside past grievances. If she gave her word, they could be sure their lives would be spared. Feng Qianyue had never intended to kill them anyway. From the aura of their abilities, she sensed they held great research value. They were only at the 3rd or 4th rank, yet they had forcibly broken through the ranks, causing the detection to show them as 5th rank. Fine, I promise. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian revealed Dr. Zhou's name. He ordered us to kidnap Jiang Shubai. As the words fell, both Feng Qianyue and Shen Jingma frowned. This person had surfaced on his own before they even had a chance to seek him out. From Cheng Tian, Feng Qianyue learned the exact location of the underground laboratory and some of the research Dr. Zhou had conducted. The most successful achievement was a potion that could enhance one's rank. Beyond that, the most crucial piece of information was that this Dr. Zhou actually knew the secret of Blue Star's destruction and that those above the 9th rank could escape Blue Star. These were facts she had only disclosed to the base's high-ranking members yesterday, yet Dr. Zhou had evidently learned of them through other means long ago. Judging from the potions he had developed, he was not a member of the Fu clan, otherwise he would have had no reason to research such things. As a native of Blue Star, he must have awakened some special ability. Unlike Ling Yan's previous lies, this Dr. Zhou might genuinely possess a prophetic power. Based on the information available, Feng Qianyue could only speculate this far. But a question arose. Jiang Shubai, as the base's chief security officer, was known to be extraordinarily powerful. Anyone could easily find that out. Had Dr. Zhou given these people such a task without considering the difficulty? Kidnapping someone from a base of 10,000 people? Absurd. Moreover, Feng Qianyue didn't believe that a man who knew so many secrets and could develop potions of this level would fail to see that these people were only at the 3rd or 4th rank. Sending a few 3rd or 4th rank individuals to kidnap someone. Utterly ridiculous. Feng Qianyue reached 2 conclusions: either he had never intended to kidnap Jiang Shubai, or he had a backup plan, and the previous attempt was merely a diversion. This approach revealed an extremely arrogant man. He believed that no one could see through the potions he had developed, and that rank and strength were mismatched. After exchanging information with Shun Jingma, Feng Qianyue decided to keep the 6 locked up and send a small team to investigate the laboratory. Although it was highly likely that the place was already empty, they still had to make the trip. The 2 parted ways, and Feng Qianyue went directly to find Jiang Shubai. Meanwhile, not far from the base, Jiang Shubai had led his squad to kill a group of mutated animals. Just as they were about to head back, a familiar pungent gas swept over them, and one by one the squad members collapsed. Jiang Shubai immediately sealed his respiratory passages, but he still inhaled some of the gas. His mind reeled as a wave of familiarity surged over him. This was the same scent he had once smelled in that sunless laboratory. From the woods emerged a middle-aged man wearing a fisherman's hat. Jiang Shubai cast a cold glance at him, and the man smiled. "Xiaobai, I've come to take you back." A bone-chilling wind swept toward Jiang Shubai, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Upon learning that Jiang Shubai was leading a team outside, Feng Qianyue chose not to wait, and instead ventured directly out of the base. As the old saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that you fear, but the thief coveting. Given all the schemes that Dr. Zhou had concocted, Feng Qianyue leaned more toward the second conclusion she had deduced. Those 6 individuals were merely a decoy. It was better to inform him of this matter as soon as possible. However, Feng Qianyue had not anticipated that the other party would act so swiftly. When she arrived at the location where Jiang Shubai had been dispatched for his mission, all she saw was a group of people lying on the ground with no sign of Jiang Shubai. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Qianyue released her spiritual power all at once, and in an instant tens of thousands of supernatural energy signatures from all directions flooded into her mind. Among them, one powerful aura was rapidly distancing itself from the base. Moving along with it was the distinct energy fluctuation of Jiang Shubai. Feng Qianyue's figure vanished from the spot. Jiang Hongzhou picked up the unconscious Jiang Shubai, and without any pause sped away from the base. The sky, which had been clear and boundless, suddenly turned overcast with dark clouds accompanied by lightning and thunder. Jiang Hongzhou felt an overwhelming sense of oppression closing in on him. No, the opponent's speed was too fast. Realizing he could not escape, his superbrain made a swift judgment. He pulled out 2 vials of potion developed from invisibility ability, downing one himself and pouring the other into Jiang Shubai's mouth. In an instant, the 2 of them vanished from the spot. The moment they disappeared, the oppressive presence was already upon them, and a girl's figure materialized suddenly. She radiated a dazzling white light, and Jiang Hongzhou was astonished to find that he could not perceive her rank at all. How could this be possible? What he had awakened was a superbrain. Though it granted him no inherent supernatural ability, it allowed him to develop various ability potions, and coupled with his formidable spiritual power, he could maximize its potential. In this girl before him, he sensed no supernatural ability at all. Could the leader of Mingyue base have already surpassed the 7th rank? Even if that were the case, his superbrain should have been able to detect something. Jiang Hongzhou quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. None of that mattered now. What mattered most was finding a safe place to complete the final fusion. Only one last step remained, and he would surely ascend from the 7th rank to the 9th rank, reaching a higher world. Jiang Hongzhou resumed his sprint, prepared to flee at full speed. Yet the next moment, a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Ah! Thud! The man whose lower legs had been instantly severed lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, while Jiang Shubai, whom he had been holding, landed steadily in Feng Qianyue's arms. Collapsed on the ground, Jiang Hongzhou endured the excruciating pain as he fumbled in his pocket for a healing potion and gulped it down. The gushing blood soon ceased its heavy flow. But this was clearly insufficient. He then produced a vial of crimson liquid, one that he had previously extracted from Jiang Shubai's body through research. With bloodshot eyes, Jiang Hongzhou drained it in one go. Feng Qianyue, after using her spiritual power to confirm that Jiang Shubai was merely unconscious, calmly watched the middle-aged man on the ground pull items from his large pouch and pour them into his mouth. After he drank it, the severed stumps of his lower legs began regenerating new flesh at a visible rate. The man watched the growing flesh with a joyful smile. Just as both feet were about to fully form, a flash of white light streaked before his eyes. His harrowing scream echoed a second time. Ah! Feng Qianyue's expression remained impassive, her tone icy. Go on, drink some more. It was as if she were saying, bring out whatever tricks you have. Inside the spatial realm, Feng Batian covered his cat mouth with his paws, his eyes squinting in laughter. His host sure knew how to rile people up. Jiang Hongzhou glared viciously at Feng Qianyue. I am Jiang Shubai's father. You vicious woman, you cut off my legs. When I tell Xiao Bai, how will you explain yourself? The Feng Bashan, who had been chuckling a second ago, now erupted, flailing a series of cat punches in the air. Explain your father. Feng Qianyue's expression remained calm. Well, then what is your name? The man, his teeth chattering from the pain, still retorted fiercely, Jiang Hongzhou. Dr. Zhou. Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow. It's me. Having received confirmation, Feng Qianyue curled the corners of her mouth slightly. There is indeed an explanation due. But not from me. From you. Just as the man was about to retort, thorny vines instantly coiled around his neck, wrists, thighs, and waist, their sharp little spikes piercing his skin. Jiang Hongzhou immediately cried out in pain on the ground. A gust of wind swept his body, and he sprang up, soaring into the air in the blink of an eye. From the vine encircling his waist extended a long tendril held in Feng Qianyue's palm. When the crowd at the base entrance saw their leader return, they were all stunned. She was carrying the chief security officer in a princess hold, while in her hand she flew a human-shaped kite. News of the incident involving Jiang Shubai's squad had been discovered by the patrol outside the base and reported to the upper echelons. As Feng Qianyue entered the base, she came face to face with a hurried Xiao Qianyu Shinjingma and their party. She handed the kite. In her hand, to Xiao Qianyu, her tone indifferent. This is Dr. Zhou. Lock him up first. Xiao Qianyu blinked, his stunned expression returning to normal, and replied solemnly, all right. Shinjingma pursed his lips. Qianqian, this Dr. Zhou has been so mysterious. How did you capture him? Feng Qianyue lifted her eyelids and chuckled lightly. He ran into me himself. I merely moved my hands and cut off his legs. Xiao Qianyu Shinjingma and the other high-ranking officials present all understood the weight behind Feng Qianyue's seemingly offhand remark. A figure so mysterious and unpredictable had been caught by her, as if she had simply strolled out for a walk and grabbed a balloon. Amid the admiring gazes of the crowd, Feng Qianyue carried Jiang Shubai back to their residence. The moment she set him down, the young man opened his eyes and wrapped his arms around her neck. Not pretending anymore. Feng Qianyue's expression was teasing. She had known the person in her arms was awake even before they entered the base gates. Jiang Shubai murmured softly, your embrace smells so good. Feng Qianyue smiled and stroked his head, briefly recounting what had happened during his unconsciousness and how Jiang Hongzhou had sent people to kidnap him. When he heard that Jiang Hongzhou was his father, he blinked his blood-red pupils and pressed his lips together. The lingering pain in his body surged over him like a tidal wave. Feng Qianyue had long suspected the truth about his past, and after witnessing Jiang Hongzhou's actions, she had even more confirmation. She leaned down and kissed him gently, and in the next moment the young man deepened the kiss. Lips and teeth entwined, his attachment was never concealed. After a deep kiss, the young man's voice rang out as bland as plain water. I will kill him with my own hands. At dusk, Feng Qianyue brought Jiang Shubai, Shunjingma, Xiao Qianyu, and Ling Yan to where Jiang Hongzhou was being held. Jiang Hongzhou first caught sight of Feng Qianyue, hatred burning in his eyes like something tangible. Upon seeing Jiang Shubai enter, he immediately concealed that hatred and wore an expression of profound grief, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Feng Qianyue raised an eyebrow at this, a true master of masks. Unfortunately, none of the 5 people present fell for his act. Jiang Hongzhou ignored everyone else, fixing his gaze on Jiang Shubai with intense sorrow. Xiaobai, your father had no choice. Everything I did was for a reason. I understand your hatred, but now I must tell you the truth. After you hear it, you can decide whether you truly have the right to hate me. The square holding cell became Jiang Hongzhou's personal stage. Feng Qianyue and the other 4 sat quietly to the side watching the performance. This all began half a year before the first red rain fell. Your mother passed away early from illness, and us father and son relied on each other, our bond deep and unbreakable. That day I skipped work at the research institute specifically to accompany you paragliding on the mountain, a sport you loved most. It was that very day that completely changed our lives. As we were floating mid-air admiring the scenery, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The azure blue sky turned pitch black in an instant. We couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. The sun vanished, the wind vanished, everything vanished. It was as if we had entered a complete vacuum. We were both terrified, but could only float there helplessly, unable to do anything. We had no idea how much time passed before the dark space disappeared and everything returned to normal. We both thought the nightmare had ended. Not long after we returned home, we both developed high fevers and fell into unconsciousness. We slept for heaven knows how long, but when you finally woke up, you had completely changed. Your black pupils had turned blood red. You charged at me, wanting to kill me. Fortunately, something on the ground tripped you, giving me the chance to restrain you. Before long, you regained your senses, but the blood-red eyes remained. I thought you had contracted some strange illness. I secretly found acquaintances to run some tests on you, but everything came back normal. Yet your madness and red eyes glaringly proved you were far from normal. When father was at his breaking point with no solution in sight, countless massive streams of information suddenly flooded into my mind. Blue Star would face apocalypse in half a year. Every species would meet their end. Only those who achieved 9th-tier supernatural abilities could leave here and go to the advanced civilization world. Father initially thought he had gone mad too, but the other information that appeared in my mind made me believe everything was true. Research that had once seemed impossibly difficult for me was now easily accomplished as if I didn't need to think at all. Everything just came naturally. And your displayed supernatural abilities all convinced me that the information in my mind was indeed my own power. So I decided to hide with you before the chaos began and carefully study the contents of my mind. Father possesses a supreme brain while you have an immortal body. The results from studying you could help us escape this place and survive. Father had no choice but to steal my heart and conduct experiments on you. During one experiment you lost your memories. I was afraid you'd remember the previous pain, so I could only deceive you. And now Father has finally developed an elixir that can break through to 9th tier. I was afraid you wouldn't come with me, so I had to sedate you. Father did all this so that our father-son pair could live well. And now do you still insist on hating me? Jiang Hongzhou delivered this impassioned account with superb skill. Anyone watching would have praised his acting. Yet his words contained a mixture of truth and falsehood. For him, since Jiang Shubai had lost his memories and lacked the ability to judge while the others hadn't participated in the events as long as they dared to question, he had plenty of rebuttals ready. As the stage show concluded, silence filled the holding cell. The 5 audience members below wore different expressions. Feng Qianyue smiled meaningfully. Shen Jingma's face was full of contempt. Xiao Qianyu frowned with cold solemnity. Ling Yan's expression was placid. Jiang Shubai, the person at the center of it all, was like a breathing corpse. His extremely faint voice rose calmly. Is that true? A flash of guilt darted through Jiang Hongzhou's eyes, but he nodded vigorously. Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own offspring. Besides, our father-son bond runs deep. What reason would I have to deceive you? Heh. This cold laugh came from Jiang Shubai, and the young man's next words shattered Jiang Hongzhou's mask entirely. Your acting was quite convincing. But unfortunately, I've recovered my memories. What? After his shock, Jiang Hongzhou immediately realized his reaction was wrong. He blinked, and his tone grew heavy. Good that you've recovered. Father made so many elixirs trying to help you recover. Since you've recovered, you should really think about my difficult circumstances at the time. You were always uncooperative. To push the research forward to ensure we could leave Blue Star alive, Father had no choice but to resort to extreme measures to control you. Every time I saw you in pain, Father felt that pain too. Everyone present admired the thickness of his face. The reason they only came to the holding cell in the evening was that Feng Qianyue had sought out Ling Yan to ask if there was a way to restore Jiang Shubai's memories. Ling Yan told her that the infinite space might be able to do it. It could specially create the scenes from his mind. As for whether he could remember, that depended on himself. After Feng Qianyue consulted Jiang Shubai, the young man firmly chose to try. He no longer cared about the blank memories, but to distinguish the truth from falsehood in Jiang Hongzhou's words, he had to remember some things. As the master of the infinite space, Feng Qianyue created it with ease. She slowed the time flow inside. Jiang Shubai immersed himself in it, and within those painful memories finally found what had been lost. So before coming here, the 5 of them had already learned Jiang Shubai's life story from him, and thus deduced the true causes behind all this. The deep bond between father and son was true. Jiang Hongzhou's initial intention to leave Blue Star with his son was also true. But good intentions don't necessarily yield good results. After repeated failed experiments, Jiang Hongzhou's temperament grew increasingly volatile. Plus, every time Jiang Shubai had to endure inhuman suffering during the experiments, he began begging his father during lucid moments to stop the research. But Jiang Hongzhou's mindset had completely changed. Watching his son recover his body again and again, the ability to survive without eating or drinking, comparing this to his own ordinary body, he became increasingly determined to possess this ability. Obtaining this ability combined with his brain to leave the doomed Blue Star and open the door to a new world. This idea became an obsession in his heart. What father-son affection was also gradually twisted by him into the belief that his son should sacrifice himself to fulfill him. Later, his research direction grew increasingly cruel, and he achieved partial results. It wasn't until an insider escaped from the laboratory that Jiang Hongzhou had no choice but to relocate. Coincidentally, it happened to be during Jiang Shubai's period of berserk rages. He couldn't be taken away, so he was left locked in place, and they would return to collect him after finding a new location. Jiang Hongzhou finished speaking, and seeing no reaction from Jiang Shubai, added one more thing. Xiaobai, you must believe that father did all of this for our own good. I'm also heartbroken over hurting you. There was truly no other way. Facing Jiang Hongzhou's sophistry, Jiang Shubai made no verbal rebuttal. In his eyes, this man had long ceased to be a father. Having uncovered the truth of his origins and understood the facts, it was time for revenge. Jiang Shubai said coldly, what a convenient excuse. From now on, I want you to experience what I experienced. I want you tortured to death. No. Xiaobai, I'm your father. I had reasons for everything. This was now Jiang Shubai's stage. Feng Qianyue and the others stood up, but before that there was one last matter to attend to. Feng Qianyue walked up to the restrained Jiang Hongzhou, extending her palm above his head and releasing spiritual energy. In an instant, the man's skull twisted, his features stretched into an eerie shape, and his anguished screams also became distorted. And the power of the supreme brain had changed hands. The fusion with the infinite space had been immensely beneficial for Feng Qianyue. Through combat with her exact duplicate in one of the spaces, she came to comprehend entirely new abilities: replication and transfer. These two powers could manifest simultaneously or independently. Jiang Hongzhou's superhuman brain capability proved invaluable in the research to break through the gene lock. However, what he had developed for those 6 individuals to consume could at best be considered a semi-finished product, possessing rank but lacking fundamental genetic modification. It was akin to scoring 70 on an exam and forcefully altering the 7 into a 9. After absorbing Jiang Hongzhou's energy, unusual symptoms began manifesting in Feng Qianyue's body. The previously dormant energy began to surge and boil. Her body burned with high fever. Having already reached the late stage of the 8th rank, the turbulent energy threatened to tear through her physical form. After returning to her room, she swiftly fell into unconsciousness. Upon examination by Ling Yan, it was discovered that Feng Qianyue was most likely undergoing another breakthrough. The 4 men sat vigilantly around her bedside, keeping silent watch. A night passed, yet she showed no signs of waking, and the fever persisted unabated. Knowing that this breakthrough would likely require several more days, the 4 men established a rotating watch schedule. But this time none of them had anticipated that a full week would pass. Her fever had broken, yet she still did not awaken. Had Ling Yan not used the Night Terror clan's treasure to confirm that Feng Qianyue's vital signs were perfectly normal, all 4 men would have been unable to remain calm. Following this, they continued their routine of caring for her in shifts. Time crawled by with agonizing slowness. It had already been 1 month since Feng Qianyue had fallen into her coma. The base operated flawlessly under everyone's collective management. Xiao Qianyao, Shen Jingmao, and Zhang Shubai had all advanced from the middle stage of the 6th rank to the middle stage of the 7th rank. Including Ling Yan, these 4 men who had previously despised one another had not exchanged so much as a cold word for an entire month. The question everyone asked most frequently was, "How is Qianqian today?" Sharing in their worry was also Feng Batian within the space. It believed its host would undoubtedly pull through safely, but with her still not waking, it could only anxiously watch on. During this month, Ling Yan received numerous messages from the Mayfly clan ordering him to use the Night Terror clan's treasure to destroy the Mingyue base. Instead, whenever the base faced attacks from mutant zombies or swarms of mutated flora and fauna, Ling Yan charged to the front lines. No one would be allowed to destroy Qianqian's base, not even himself. During this period, Ling Yan dispatched 2 subordinates to return and notify the Night Terror clan of the cancellation of their cooperation with the Mayfly clan. The matter of atoning for this offense could wait until his return. Upon learning that the Night Terror clan had torn up their cooperation, the Mayfly clan was incensed yet could do nothing about it. Whether due to Federal Star regulations or their current strength, they were incapable of turning against the Night Terror clan. After discovering that the Blue Star's energy shield not only showed no signs of weakening, but was actually growing stronger, the Mayfly clan had no choice but to commit to a desperate gambit. Whether the Mayfly clan could distinguish themselves in the next grand race of all species depended entirely on this final strike. They could not project themselves on a Blue Star, but that was not absolutely impossible, though it would come at a certain cost. Now they had no choice but to pay that price. All core forces of the Mayfly clan began preparing for the Blue Star landing plan. Since their treasure could not destroy this planet, they would personally march forth and slaughter every living being upon it. Starting with the Mingyue base. With thunderous force, they would utterly shatter the energy shield. Feng Qianyue was not actually unconscious. She could perceive everything in the outside world, it was merely her physical body that was constrained. The turbulent energy within her had quieted the moment she fell unconscious. Then she discovered that her consciousness seemed to have become one with a gust of wind, a drop of rain, a single leaf, a speck of dust. She existed throughout heaven and earth, aware of all things within it, yet she possessed no form of her own and could communicate with nothing. She was alone yet free, but she was also powerful. The propagation and growth of plants, the activities and evolution of creatures, the formation and transformation of weather, all of Blue Star's phenomena were completely under her grasp. This sensation filled Feng Qianyue with inexpressible exhilaration. Her spiritual power had already broken free from its framework entirely, yet her physical body still could not. That gene lock still remained. Feng Qianyue gazed upon the eye of the black hole, suspended in the heavens. Jiang Hongzhou and Zhang Shubai must have stumbled into the interior of the black hole that the Mayfly clan had just deployed. After coming into contact with a treasure of advanced civilization, they had awakened special abilities. What Feng Qianyue contemplated was not entering its interior, but rather how to fuse it, just as she had the infinite space. She could not yet conceive of a method, but she did know how to elevate the collective strength of humanity. Feng Qianyue guided her spiritual power back into her physical body. After being unconscious for 33 days, she slowly opened her eyes one night. A small single bed had been placed beside the large bed, where Shun Jingma lay on his side, his brow furrowed, sleeping restlessly. Feng Qianyue stepped down from the bed and approached his bedside, bending down to lightly kiss the side of his face that faced upward. The man whose brow had been furrowed suddenly opened his eyes in the dimness. Qianqian. He seized Feng Qianyue's hand and sat up, pulling her into an embrace. You're awake. Do you have any idea how long you've been asleep? The man's embrace was forceful yet restrained. Feng Qianyue patted his back. You four must have been terrified. The man replied hoarsely, no. We all knew you would definitely wake up. But the passage of time was unbearable for us. Every single day you were gone felt like a descent into purgatory. Feng Qianyue's hand that had been patting his back moved to the nape of his neck as she spoke gently. Then would you like to experience returning to paradise right now, eh? The man's tight embrace loosened slightly as he blinked with bewilderment. Yes, how? Like this. With Shun Jingma's expression frozen in astonishment, Feng Qianyue had already pressed him back down onto the bed. Her slick little tongue slipped into his mouth. The startled man was activated, within a second beginning an impassioned reciprocation, as if devouring and savoring the most delicious ice cream. Qianqian. Silently and soundlessly Feng Qianyue sealed the entire room. Boundless power nurtured both herself and Shun Jingma. The man drunk with happiness could not believe it was real. Qianqian had truly awakened. After a long drought finally receiving rain, his joy was beyond expression. He used his own methods to constantly verify the authenticity of this moment. Qianqian. Qianqian. The elder brother was about to die of pleasure. As the sky lightened, it was time for the shift change. Shun Jingmo reluctantly ended the moment. No matter who came to take over the shift, every morning before the others left, they would first visit Feng Qianyue's room. But today, before the three of them arrived, Feng Qianyue was already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Ling Yin rubbed his eyes. The person at the table was still there. It was real. The man darted forward, circled around to Feng Qianyue, snatched the fork from her hand, pinned her against the chair back, and kissed her wildly on the cheek and the tip of her nose. He was too excited to speak. Ah, it hurts. The white hair at the back of his head was grabbed unceremoniously and yanked back hard. Ling Yin turned his head and met Jiang Shubai's world-weary face. The latter uttered a single word, coldly, scram. Ling Yan's starry eyes blazed with fury. Believe me, I'll kill you. Bring it. Damn. He forgot this guy was immortal. While Ling Yin was stunned, Jiang Shubai, quick as a flash, shoved him sideways, revealing Feng Qianyue lounging in the chair. The young man bent his knees, slightly wrapped his arms around her waist, buried his head in the curve of her neck, and nuzzled her affectionately. Qianqian. I missed you so much. Feng Qianyue smiled and stroked his head. Ling Yin, who had been pushed stumbling away, turned back ready to fight Jiang Shubai. Just as he reached out to grab his collar, someone else beat him to it. Xiao Qinyu frowned, his face stern, and grabbed the back collar of the man in her arms, pulling his head up. Jiang Shubai's gentle expression turned icy in an instant. You want to die, eh? Xiao Qinyu shifted his gaze to Feng Qianyue. His cold expression vanished, and with a blink of his tea-colored pupils, a hint of grievance appeared on his face. Qianqian, he wants to kill me. Ling Yin, Jiang Shubai, and Shun Jingma, who had been completely ignored while sitting at the table, thought you with your honest eyebrows and upright aura have actually learned to play the victim too. In the space, Feng Batian let out a croaking laugh. Now that its host was awake, the men who had been lifeless for over a month were also becoming active. Lively was good. Breakfast was spent in a noisy but joyful atmosphere. After the meal, Feng Qianyue went to the base's research institute. Using her own blood combined with Jiang Shubai's blood, she buried herself in the laboratory for 3 days and nights, developing the first batch of reagents. She called a few subordinates who were stuck at the later stages. Xiao Yuanjing, Qi Sun, and Xieguan were currently at the late 4th stage. Xie Qinghong and Qi Mingzhu, after entering the infinite space and then improving over the past month, were now at the late 5th stage. Under the envious gazes of those around them, the 5 were both excited and nervous. They believed the leader's potion would be extraordinary, but they didn't know how powerful it would be. Feng Qianyue brought out the reagent and introduced it calmly. This is a potion that can improve your physique. It will have different effects on different people. You can think of it as something that enhances your perception and your ability to better grasp energy. Give it a try. The 5 of them unhesitatingly picked up the syringes and injected the liquid into their bodies. 2 minutes later, their bodies began to change at a visible rate. Numerous red energy particles floated out from their bodies. 10 minutes later, the 5 of them stopped emitting any red energy particles. Xie Qinghong, Qi Mingzhu, and the others felt their bodies and could only express it in 2 words: exhilarating. The levels that had been stuck at the late stage directly advanced to the next stage with no discomfort at all, and their internal energy was filled with the pure essence. Leader, I feel great. Haha, me too. My bones feel completely comfortable. This old man of over 80 feels his body is in great shape. I can live another 20 years no problem. Seeing the experimental results were good, Feng Qianyue initiated another test. She injected a tube of reagent into a third-stage zombie's body. Under everyone's witness, the zombie's body transformed rapidly. The hideous appearance, the green skin, the sharp claws and teeth, and the scars left by decay all repaired into a normal human form. This process took nearly half an hour. But everyone watched this miraculous scene with rapt attention, filled with wonder. When the third-stage zombie opened its eyes, its normal pupils blinked in confusion. It raised its hand and waved it in front of its eyes, uncertainly asking, "Am I human?" Someone answered, "You are human." "Haha, I'm human. I've turned back again." The entire laboratory was immersed in joy. The experiment was very successful. The next step was how to mass produce and distribute it more efficiently. This was still a challenge, but Feng Qianyue already had an idea. When her physical body was in a coma and her spirit had left, she could perceive everything on Blue Star. If she could deliver the research results to all life on Blue Star through the wind rain, like the Fu clan's red rain, then she could achieve the full recovery of Blue Star in the shortest time. To accomplish this, she first had to break the gene lock within her body. At night, Feng Qianyue sat on the rooftop, gazing at the black hole, eye in the sky, lost in thought. Ling Yan silently went up to the rooftop and sat beside her. Seeing where she was looking, he exclaimed in surprise, "Qian, can you see the black hole eye? Have you broken through to the 9th stage?" Feng Qianyue shook her head. "No, I can only sense it." The man's slightly parted lips slowly closed, and he said in an incredulous tone, "You really are the most peculiar life form I've ever encountered." Feng Qianyue smiled faintly and said nothing. That night, after she went to sleep, she used her spiritual power to communicate with the cosmic energy. Her consciousness saw the black hole eye on the periphery of Blue Star again. It was still absorbing the white mist, but the mist was much denser than the last time she had seen it. Feng Qianyue kept her consciousness approaching the black hole eye until she made contact with it. Instantly, the colorful stars around her disappeared, leaving only darkness. Feng Qianyue found herself in the midst of it, feeling the powerful energy surging in from all directions. She wanted to absorb it, but the energy passed straight through her consciousness. She used the replication and transfer abilities from the concept of infinite space. This time, the energy of the black hole eye no longer passed through her. Feng Qianyue, like another black hole, proceeded to empty the place. Starting from that night, she came to move things every night for a week. Her sudden abstinence initially baffled the four men, but they soon noticed that Feng Qianyue was changing day by day. Her external appearance and skin became more radiant, and the energy she released changed from the brilliant, dazzling light to a gray color. It was like a damp, overcast day, gray, misty, and carrying an immense pressure. When they asked, they learned what Feng Qianyue was doing every night. So she was siphoning the energy of the Fu clan's treasure, plucking the wool every night. Feng Qianyue once again refreshed their perception of her. Ling Yan was glad he had fallen in love with her and had directly abandoned the dark for the light. On the 8th night, Feng Qianyue finally sheared the sheep completely bald. Looking at the black hole that no longer absorbed Blue Star's energy shield, she smiled with satisfaction, but her joy lasted only a moment. Because she knew the Fu clan would soon discover and react. And this time, with no other options left, they would have to resort to their ultimate move. As dawn broke, Feng Qianyue stepped out of her room in high spirits. During breakfast, she shared some good news with the four men. "I've broken through to the 9th stage. Furthermore, upon breaking through, the accumulated energy surged through her, catapulting her directly to the late stage of the 9th realm. She now had 3 sources of energy within her body: the radiant power, the infinite space, and the eye of the black hole." Clang! A fork fell onto the dinner plate as Shun Jingma stared in shock before breaking into a brilliant smile. "Qianqian, that's amazing. Big brother is so proud of you. The first human to break the genetic lock." Xiao Qinyu, Jiang Shubai, and Ling Yan were all incredibly excited one after another. Despite the joy, everyone soon composed themselves. With the eye of the black hole no longer effective, the Fu clan would certainly strike again soon. According to information gathered by Ling Yan, the Fu clan couldn't produce treasures to match the infinite space or the eye of the black hole. Yet they would never abandon Earth, this giant cake. It concerned the rise and fall of their entire race. Having invested so much, they had no surplus energy to seek another energy body like Earth. They would inevitably resort to some final devastating measure against Earth. As for what form it would take, even Ling Yan was unaware. Every clan guards its own secret inheritances. You never know what cards they still hold in reserve. The situation was grim, and everyone understood this clearly. Feng Qianyue finished breakfast and immediately dived back into the laboratory. Having absorbed the power of the eye of the black hole, she now had a new method for rapidly boosting human strength. The medicine she had previously developed didn't require mass production. Only partial samples were needed. Using replication and transfer abilities combined with the energy of the eye of the black hole, she could rain it across the entire planet. For 2 days, Feng Qianyue remained locked in the laboratory until the samples were ready. On the morning of the 3rd day, the world experienced a rain that seemed ordinary, yet was far from it. Prior to this, Feng Qianyue had the base's management brief everyone below on the preparations. All knew their revered leader would cleanse the entire continent with this rain. The rain fell for 3 full days and nights. When the skies cleared, everyone was stunned by what they witnessed. Countless zombies transformed into ability users, while various mutated plants and animals returned to normal, retaining their energy, yet losing their pathological obsession with humanity. All things revived as spring returned to the earth, everything a dawn of hope. Throughout those 3 days, Feng Qianyue had not been idle. After shattering the genetic lock, she began studying the energy within her own body. She found it held no research value. It was purely a breakthrough driven by overwhelming energy. She extracted portions from each of her 3 internal energies to create 3 vials of medicine, which she gave to Xiao Qianyu Shenjingma and Jiang Shubai to help them break their genetic locks. That night, all 3 drank their doses and fell into slumber. Feng Qianyue and Ling Yin sat on the rooftop sharing drinks, the cool night breeze stirring their hair, both appearing almost unreal beneath the moonlight. Ling Yin gazed at her with affection and sympathy in his eyes. Being a savior is the most arduous path, yet you chose it resolutely. You've done so much, yet beyond the 2 or 300,000 in the base, those who benefit know nothing of your sacrifices and will never repay you. Is it truly worth it? Feng Qianyue lifted her wine glass and smiled faintly. You're right, but this isn't about worth. What do you mean? Ling Yin asked, puzzled. Gazing toward the ominous eye of the black hole in the sky, her tone grew light, yet profound. As someone who can relocate to any planet at will, you naturally cannot understand humanity's attachment to Earth. It is the land we depend on for survival. Generation after generation has tilled this soil-built civilization and written the chapters of different eras. No human wishes for it to perish here. The Fu clan seeks not only to destroy humanity and other living beings, they wish to annihilate all of Earth. Then all living creatures on this planet share its fate. You once asked me why I wouldn't simply leave. Now I'll answer that question. One day I will leave, but not now. As long as I remain here, I cannot bear to watch my homeland be destroyed. Even if there are no spectators, I will still do it, because this is what I choose to do. Do you understand? Ling Yin drained his cup in one draught, then smiled. I understand. Feng Qianyue brushed the wind-blown strands of hair from her chest and chuckled contentedly. Beyond her ideals and the grudges from her past life, there was also the reward of the mission motivating such great sacrifice. Who else but her would bear this role of savior? It had to be her, and could only be her. As sunlight illuminated the earth, the 3 sleeping men in the room gradually stirred awake. Without exception, their expressions radiated joy, their bodies filled with an indescribable sense of ease. As if every nerve had been soothed. Within them flowed a trace of Qianxia's aura. This sensation brought the 3 men ecstatic tingles along their spines. After the energies merged, they leapt from mid-stage 8th to early stage 8th. Their enhanced strength was secondary. The true marvel was that with these 3 energies, the genetic lock imposed by the Fu clan shattered of its own accord. From here, they would follow the normal path of comprehension, combat, and breakthrough. The late 8th stage was no longer an insurmountable barrier. Though humanity's overall power on Earth had significantly improved, strength is not mere words. Even the most gifted require accumulation over time. Feng Qianyue had no need to break the genetic locks of others for now. They were far from reaching the 8th stage. Additionally, she needed to conserve her strength while pursuing greater breakthroughs. The late 9th stage was not her destination. She aimed to transcend the hierarchies carved into their genes by the Fu clan, surpassing the 10th stage to witness the new changes in the heavens and earth. Even Ling Yin only knew that reaching the 9th and 10th stages would allow entry into his world, but how strength translated to combat power there was uncertain. After all, the power systems of the 2 realms differed fundamentally and could not be directly compared. Feng Qianyue's current priority was to focus on strengthening her own power, guarding against sudden Fu clan moves. Another week passed, and Earth flourished once more, with countless newly human ex-zombies joining the base to restart their lives. Ling Yin grew restless and decided to return and help gather intelligence on the Fu clan's next moves. Feng Qianyue did not detain him. Earth still needed his assistance. Ling Yin asked cautiously, would you like to come with me to scout ahead? Feng Qianyue shook her head. I cannot leave. If she stepped away even briefly, the Fu clan might launch a surprise attack. Ling Yin understood. Once Earth's troubles were fully resolved and her worries lifted, Qianxian would willingly visit his world. 3 days after Ling Yan's departure, on an utterly ordinary and mundane evening, an apocalyptic calamity silently descended upon Earth. The magnificent sunset hung in the sky, and the base was filled with serenity. After a day of training, everyone enjoyed their dinner in harmony. Feng Qianyue was eating when her hand gripping the chopsticks suddenly froze. Qianyue, what's wrong? Shenjingma asked. Boom. A deafening thunderclap resounded through the sky. Feng Qianyue vanished from the dining hall, with Shenjingma, Xiao Qianyu, and Jiang Shubai following closely behind. Thunder clapped one after another, as if tearing the sky apart. Countless people rushed out to witness it. The sky that moments ago was bathed in radiant clouds now turned into an impenetrable curtain of black mist with lightning flashing and thunder rolling ceaselessly within. Worse still, the ground beneath their feet seemed to respond to the sky. The earth began to shake, trees toppled, buildings collapsed, and violent winds swept up everything on the ground. Lower-ranked espers were hurled into the midair, while higher-ranked ones desperately protected themselves. The entire base descended into chaos, their screams drowned out by the overwhelming sounds from both heaven and earth. A scene of apocalypse was unfolding before their eyes. The fierce wind fluttered Feng Qianyue's garments as dazzling white light erupted from her body, illuminating the base's sky. An immense barrier of energy enveloped the entire base. It's the leader. The leader saved us. Feng Qianyue soared above the clouds with Shun Jingma, Xiao Qianyu, and Jiang Shubai immediately following behind her. Through the churning black clouds they beheld a massive black starship from which translucent jellyfish-like creatures were emerging. The Fwiz, Xiao Qianyu's sword-like brows furrowed tightly. So they finally arrived. Shun Jingma's phoenix eyes gleamed with depth. Jiang Shubai's killing intent burned intensely. Organized for battle, Feng Qianyue swooped down toward the base. The people beneath the energy barrier finally glimpsed the colossal object looming in the clouds. Its design was peculiar, its body entirely black. Countless translucent jellyfish-like creatures poured out one after another, flying toward the base. The Fwiz had paid an enormous price to descend upon Blue Star. They had drained the spiritual energy from their clan's sacred tree in exchange for the power to tear through space and time. With no retreat, they had to seize Blue Star's energy to revive their dying clan. The base inhabitants had long known who their enemy was, and they had been desperately training to reach this very day. Today it would be either their death or ours. Feng Qianyue hovered above the base, maximizing her defensive barrier to prevent the Fwiz natural disasters from causing mass casualties. Hundreds of thousands of base members quickly gathered, forming combat formations under their respective team leaders. Xiao Qianyu, Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai, Qi Mingzhu, Xie Qinghong, Xie Guanqi, Sun the Mingyue squad, the Yi squad. Behind each of these top experts stood orderly rows of warriors. All of them stood beneath Feng Qianyue's radiant light. Gazing at the Fwiz assaulting the protective barrier, Feng Qianyue delivered her final pre-battle speech. Her voice, sharp yet composed, echoed across the base. The Fwiz are at their end. Victory shall belong to humanity. Let us slaughter these vermin, defend our homeland, and charge toward the stars. As her words faded, countless squad leaders erupted in thunderous roars. Defend our homeland. Charge toward the stars. Charge. The spherical barrier vanished. Feng Qianyue lunged directly at the massive black warship in the heavens. Behind her raged a chaotic battle of epic proportions where colorful Esper abilities burst forth like fireworks. Brilliant, yet fleeting. The Fwiz outnumbered humanity by several times. Even though the energy beings they projected couldn't unleash their full power, they still vastly surpassed humans in strength. The moment they clashed, blood sprayed through the air. Unable to use psychic attacks, the Fwiz could only kill humans by channeling energy through their tentacles. Humanity's sole method of killing the Fwiz was to explode their bodies. Yet their bodies were so slippery they could barely be grasped. Furthermore, due to the same restrictions, while the Fwiz couldn't use psychic attacks, neither could human psychic attacks affect them. In every measure, strength or numbers, the Fwiz had complete dominance over humanity. But humanity had even less room for retreat. Blue Star was their home. War, after all, was never about fairness. Feng Qianyue approached the warship's outer hull, sensing the most powerful Fwiz life form within. It was the supreme commander of this operation. She had to kill it to destroy the starship. Without hesitation, Feng Qianyue unleashed 3 types of energy toward the warship. While attacking from outside, her spiritual sense had already infiltrated the vessel's interior. Destructive force must always begin from within. The seated Fwiz commander was jolted by the starship's violent tremors. Sensing the 3 high-level energies, shock gave way to intense fury. Seizing infinite space, stealing the power of black holes. She dares come to me before I even move to kill her. Arrogant human girl, die. The starship hatch opened, revealing a colossal, translucent jellyfish descending from within. Every tentacle writhed menacingly with hideous intent. The instant it appeared, its long tentacles lunged toward Feng Qianyue. Neither side could employ psychic attacks, so Feng Qianyue swiftly used her infinite space energy to encase the creature. It could only buy her time. Feng Qianyue intensified her spiritual force to destroy the starship's control center. Just as she was about to succeed, the enemy broke through her barrier and struck at her once more. Their battle raged back and forth. The Fwiz commander couldn't kill Feng Qianyue, nor could Feng Qianyue explode its body without direct contact. The standoff persisted. Yet below, the battlefield showed a one-sided trend. No matter how brave or fearless the humans were, the gap in strength was undeniable. They were cut down after just 2 or 3 exchanges. Top-tier experts like Xiao Qianyu, Shun Jingma, and Jiang Shubai could still hold their own, but faced with such overwhelming numbers of fwiz, no matter how many they slew, more kept coming. Their energy was depleting at a terrifying rate. The high-level humans instinctively bore the brunt of the pressure, and soon casualties appeared among the ranks of the strong. Tan Muling's clothes were soaked through with blood. She ceaselessly launched ice shards into surrounding enemies, spinning like an inexhaustible top. But was she truly tireless? 2 tentacles silently crawled up her legs, and in an instant severed both her feet. She collapsed to her knees, fighting through the bone-consuming agony as her knees sank into the earth, slashing at every enemy that drew near. Sumu fought and slew simultaneously, casting defensive barriers for himself and nearby teammates. Under the onslaught, his energy rapidly drained. Several tentacles pierced through his body, and his spraying blood scattered like petals in the air. Gazing up at the figure among the clouds, he slowly closed his eyes. "Senior, I've truly given my all this time." Hanyu stood in midair, her thorns and vines exploding one fwiz after another. Her expression was fierce, her vines like chains that claimed souls. "Let me kill one more. Just one more enemy." A tentacle descended like a specter, coiling around her head and tightening relentlessly. The exquisite agony contorted her features. "No!" A hoarse male cry rang out. An earth spike flew from the distance, piercing through the fwiz above Hanyu. As its tentacles loosened, Hanyu narrowly survived. She looked up to find Yang Yuqing. For one fleeting moment, their eyes met. Then the man's chest exploded, a tentacle bursting from his back, impaling him. Spraying blood dissolved into the air. Hanyu blinked in stunned disbelief, watching Yang Yuqing's body plummet earthward like a shooting star, extinguished in an instant. Qi Mingzhu swung her empty sleeve, wielding a sharp axe to slash and strike her enemies with lightning. She hadn't wept when her arm was severed upon witnessing her father Qi Sun's fall, but the sight of her kin's death wrenched a cry from her. "Father, your daughter will soon join you. Let me kill a few more vermin." Yang Yuga, upon seeing her brother's death, wore a face of utter numbness, she who had always been the most tearful. She wove through the enemy ranks, swinging her heavy iron hammer, smashing it into the bodies of the Fu clan. Kill. Slaughter the invaders. Xie Qinghong and Xie Guan were surrounded by a vast swarm of the Fu clan, the father and son fighting back to back as they slew their foes. As the enemies kept pouring in and their abilities ran dry, Xie Guan gave a heroic laugh. "Son, go see the future interstellar civilization for your old man." Xie Qinghong's heart clenched, yet he replied with a hearty chuckle, "What are you saying, Dad? If we die together. Next life, I'll be your father, haha. Dream on, you brat." Seeing the enemies closing in from all sides, Xie Qinghong smiled and detonated the space around him, using his identity as a spatial ability user to the very end. The explosion's blaze illuminated countless faces, driving the decimated Fu clan into a frenzy. Xiao Qiangyu, Shen Jingma, and Jiang Shubai were the last survivors among the high-tier powerhouses. Their abilities were nearly exhausted. Though they had broken through from the early 8th rank to the mid-8th rank amid the slaughter, they still could not withstand the relentless tide of enemies. Yet they did not give up, for Qianqian was still persevering. After countless exchanges with the Fu clan's supreme commander, Feng Qianyue finally found a fleeting opening. She thrust her long, radiant sword into the enemy's body. All hung on this single strike. She drained almost all her energy into the blade of light. A thunderous explosion roared above the base. Both humans and Fu clan looked up simultaneously. Feng Qianyue, clad in black, plunged down with her radiant sword. The starship's control console was destroyed, and the Fu clan's supreme commander was slain. Though her energy was nearly depleted, Feng Qianyue resolutely joined the new battlefield. But a sudden change occurred. The Fu clan had a final plan. The batch that landed on Blue Star was a suicide squad. If they could return victorious, good, but if the tide turned, they would execute the ultimate plan. All the Fu clan gathered, densely enveloping the entire base. Shen Jingma's heart jolted. Not good. Xiao Qiangyu roared, "Scatter, everyone." It was too late. The Fu clan used their racial ability to coalesce all their energy and detonate it, unleashing a blast dozens of times more powerful than the previous one. Feng Qianyue used the last shred of her energy to enter the infinite space, evading the shockwave. Below, a sea of fire blazed, dyeing half the sky crimson, while the other half was stained red with blood. All sounds of battle in this realm vanished. Ling Yan, having just returned to his clan and learned of the Fu clan's suicide squad, hurried back. Seeing the violent explosion on Blue Star, he plummeted into an abyss of despair. Qianqian must be safe. She must be. Feng Qianyue, as he wished, survived the blast unharmed. When the energy wave subsided, she emerged from the infinite space and landed on the ground. Before her lay a scene of hell on earth. The destroyed base had lost its former grandeur, reduced to rubble everywhere. Countless blackened corpses were piled together, indistinguishable. With no energy left, Feng Qianyue used her psychic power to search for survivors. She detected a faint trace of energy. After digging through the debris, she revealed a face barely recognizable. "Qian. Qian." Feng Qianyue cradled Jiang Shubai in her arms and whispered, "Can your body still heal?" "I can." The boy's voice was low and hoarse. Feng Qianyue gently laid him back down. Rest here. I'll go find the other two. After a thorough psychic search, she finally discovered the figures of Xiao Qiangyu and Shun Jingma beneath a pile of rubble, shapes that were no longer distinguishable. Without any tools, Feng Qianyue dug with her hands, piecing their bodies back together. Looking at the two blackened figures, she let out a faint smile. So ugly. Ugly as hell. In the space, Feng Batian remained motionless, not daring to make a sound. It muttered to itself as its host wept while voicing such complaints. Feng Batian knew its host's heart was aching. To ease her mood, it shared the good news. Qianqian, the advanced mission just showed as completed. You found the reason for Blue Star's destruction and prevented it. The God Heart has been awarded. You can now exchange for an indestructible soul. Feng Qianyue listened to the little system's voice while washing the grime from Shun Jingma and Xiao Qiangyu's faces. I know. Her tone was utterly flat. Feng Batian fell silent. Now it didn't know what to say. The apocalypse-level advanced mission was so cruel. If not for the host developing forces at breakneck speed and enhancing her strength, there would have been no war at all. The Fu clan would have been annihilated instantly without need for mutual destruction. In its eyes, she had succeeded, admirably acknowledged even by the main god system. But such an outcome was unacceptable to Feng Qianyue. She had thought she would gain insight during the battle with the Fu clan's supreme commander and ascend to the 10th rank. But she didn't. After killing him, she had expected to join the human survivors in finishing off the remaining Fu clan. Yet the Fu clan chose mutual annihilation. Plans always had surprises, but Feng Qianyue could not accept this one. She would take fate into her own hands, rewrite this ending, do it over again. As her towering psychic energy enveloped the entire land, Feng Qianyue seemed to enter a meditative state, sensing time within the cosmic energy. The universe had no time, but it contained infinite spaces. Space contained time. She would become the master of time. Feng Qianyue delved deeper using the insights she had gained from the infinite space. Ling Yin arrived at Blue Star, stunned by the sight before him. He helped Jiang Shubai. To Feng Qianyue's side, glanced at the two on the ground. Those he had once wished dead now found hard to accept in their actual demise. He and Jiang Shubai sat silently beside Feng Qianyue, waiting for her to awaken. After an unknown time, she opened her eyes and spoke softly to the two before her. Let us do it over again. With those words, the two vanished, and all things flowed backward at breakneck speed. Feng Qianyue became the origin point of the entire world. She stood unmoving, her body brimming with spiritual energy. The moment everything ceased to change, she disappeared from where she stood. When she opened her eyes again, she was above the base, a massive energy shield covering the entire facility. Countless leaders in the ranks erupted with earth-shaking roars. Defend our homeland. Charge toward interstellar civilization. Huh, did I already shout that? Everyone was bewildered. Xiao Qiangyu, Shun Jingma, Jiang Shubai, and others at the front of the formation all looked up at Feng Qianyue in the sky. A flood of information surged into their minds, the vast data stunning them all. They had died. They had perished together with the Fu clan. It was the leader who had comprehended time reversal. She had reopened this space. Everyone fixed their gaze on that figure above, worshippers gazing upon their sole deity. Having grasped the cosmic power of time, Feng Qianyue no longer possessed ranks. The spiritual energy of this realm would flow endlessly to her as long as she willed it. When time remains dormant, space reigns supreme. And mastering both, Feng Qianyue was a god. A god could kill with mere rules. The Fu clan that filled the sky, attacking the energy shield. A space silently appeared inside each of their bodies. Feng Qianyue snapped her fingers, and they all detonated simultaneously. White liquid splattered against the energy shield and vanished, treating those inside to a torrential downpour. The Fu clan's supreme commander descended from the starship and launched an attack at Feng Qianyue. A brilliant white light materialized out of thin air, flying straight to slice him in two. The sky-blotting black warship was devoured by space, revealing a crimson sunset. People saw a colossal red moon slowly rising behind Feng Qianyue. From then on, Feng Qianyue earned a divine title. People called her the Red Moon Goddess. A century later, humanity became one of the myriad races. By then, Feng Qianyue had long exchanged for an indestructible soul, and her next advanced mission was to lead humanity to become the foremost among all races. Host, are you certain you wish to accept this new advanced mission? Feng Qianyue surveyed the four handsome men playing volleyball on the sandy beach before her and replied with a smile, I'm certain.